On an ordinary day, the despairing populace did not await the conclusion of life, but rather found themselves chosen by a new world. One morning, the ailing Sheng received an anonymous parcel. Idly, she decided to open it, thus embarking on a new chapter of her life. The game's backdrop encompasses natural environments, calamities, and narrative quests. Chapter 1. The Anonymous Parcel. In a certain city, on the 6th floor of a hospital, within the oncology ward, Sheng struggled to transfer from the toilet to her wheelchair, and the moment she relinquished her strength, she sighed heavily, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Slowly rotating her wheelchair back to the bedside, her gaze fell upon the nightstand. On the nightstand, beside her water cup, there was an unexpected parcel box that had appeared from nowhere. She had brought few belongings to the hospital, each meticulously placed in its designated spot. The sudden appearance of this parcel was indeed jarring. Instinctively, Sheng glanced at the closed door. Typically, nurses or cleaning staff would knock before entering, yet today, she heard no sounds, as if no one had come in. During her brief absence in the restroom, someone had seemingly entered quietly and left the parcel by her bedside. More astonishing than someone having entered was the thought that anyone would still send her something. Sheng pondered in her wheelchair for a moment. Her reactions had been sluggish of late. Even the most mundane matters required considerable thought to clarify her mind. Knock, knock. There came a rap at the ward door. Come in, Sheng responded, turning her gaze toward the door. A group in white coats entered, led by a middle-aged man, the head of the oncology department, who held Sheng's medical records and greeted her with a smile. Bed 63. How are you feeling today? Sheng looked at her swollen knee and replied candidly. It hurt throughout the night. The director nodded, offering gentle reassurance. No worries. If the pain becomes unbearable, just ring the bell and inform the on-duty doctor for sedative to help you rest. He then turned to the group behind him, introducing Sheng's condition. Patient Sheng, bed 63, diagnosed with multiple myxoid sarcomas in the leg with pulmonary metastasis, has been under our care for 6 months and 5 days. Sheng remained silent, skillfully and mechanically rolling up her pant leg to reveal her swollen, deformed knee to the onlookers. Her fingers, hanging by her side, quietly stroked the hem of her clothing. She too desired an injection, but her finances were tight. The funds donated by her school had covered her hospital fees, leaving her with barely enough for meals. As the rounds concluded, the attending nurse kindly informed Sheng that she would begin her infusion shortly and suggested she eat breakfast first. Subsequently, she exited the ward and gently closed the door behind her. Sheng lowered her pant legs and deftly maneuvered her wheelchair to the bedside table. On the suddenly appeared delivery box, the logistics information bore only Sheng's name, devoid of any sender details. The box was not large, appearing not to contain a multitude of items. Tentatively, she lifted the cardboard box, shaking it near her ear. It seemed to harbor a hard object within, accompanied by the sound of a card rattling. What could it be? Upon opening the box, she was greeted by a black square that resembled a gaming console, yet bore the proportions of an old-fashioned mobile phone, magnified twice, but with a screen reduced to a third of its size. Inside the delivery box, there was also a folded sheet of paper. It was a printed letter, the first line featuring a common advertising rhetorical question. Do you wish to restart your life? Sheng thought wryly that she was indeed waiting for a restart of her life, provided there truly was a next life. Sheng was in the late stages of cancer. During a checkup 6 months prior, the doctor had informed her that her tumor had deteriorated rapidly with multiple lung metastases, predicting she had only a year to live. In an effort to save costs, she chose to transfer to this hospital for conservative treatment, which, in essence, was merely awaiting death. Sheng quickly skimmed the remaining contents. The letter indicated that a game developer was inviting Sheng to join a game, instructing her to activate the console within the box to participate. She flipped the paper over, examining both sides, ensuring there was no identifying information about the sender. Who could have sent the gaming console? Aside from her divorced parents, who had each moved on with their lives, no one else seemed to know she was in this hospital. Her teachers and classmates had diminished their contact after she applied for a leave of absence. The last to reach out had been her homeroom teacher, who, after a perfunctory inquiry about her health, transferred her a sum of money, and it had been 2 months since any further contact. Could it be from those few friends with whom she once shared a close bond? Yet, she feared the heart-wrenching separation. Upon learning of her late-stage diagnosis, she had chosen to distance herself from them, gradually fading the ties of their friendship. Thus, the sender could only be her parents? The last time she contacted them for money to cover her hospital expenses, Their tone had been icy, consumed with mutual blame over the phone, showing no glimmer of concern for her well-being. Apart from them, it seemed no one else knew she was at this hospital. Perhaps there had been a leak of information, and she was chosen randomly by the gaming company? With no leads on the sender, Yusheng fiddled with the gaming console, deciding to temporarily cast this quandary aside. With time on her hands, her only entertainment, aside from watching television, consisted of pushing her wheelchair downstairs to bask in the sun and enjoy the breeze. Even if unscrupulous merchants resort to arbitrary charges, what benefit could they possibly derive from her account with such a balance? Contemplating this, Yusheng pressed the power button on the gaming device. The gaming machine resembled the one she had played with during her childhood, reminiscent of Tetris. The screen was modest in size and lacked smart technology. It featured a power switch on the front, directional buttons for navigation, along with 2 buttons designated for confirmation and return. Beyond that, there were no additional buttons, nor was there a user manual. Upon activating the gaming device, the screen illuminated, displaying blue background with black text. Please confirm whether to enter the game. Yusheng pressed the confirmation button. Please submit 10 items. Confirm whether to begin scanning. Yusheng continued to press confirm. Scanning in progress. Meanwhile, a red indicator light illuminated on the back of the gaming device. Yusheng flipped the machine over to investigate and noticed a small circular hole where the light was emanating. A beep sounded, and the screen displayed 1 hospital bed, including bedding. It turned out that while Yusheng was maneuvering the device, the red light had scanned the hospital bed. She pressed confirm, intrigued by this peculiar gaming machine, and began to search for objects in the ward to scan, following the prompts. Aiming the red light at a bag of bananas by the bedside, a beep resonated, and the screen read, "Bananas 8." Yusheng counted and found that indeed, the bag contained exactly 8 bananas. She directed the light to other locations, scanning one by one. Beep. 1 thermos filled with hot water. Beep. Apples 5. Beep. 1 second-hand cardigan. However, not all items could be successfully scanned by the device. When Yusheng pointed it at the ceiling light, the wall-mounted television, and her mobile phone, the screen merely displayed a red X along with a small line of text below stating scan failed. She had no choice but to switch to other items for scanning. Beep. Tissue paper 6. Beep. Instant noodles 5. Ding. A second-hand plastic basin. Ding. A second-hand thermos. Ding. A fruit knife. After scanning 10 items, the screen's text changed to submitting and remained on this phrase without response for a full 2 minutes. The screen also did not turn off. Yusheng peeled a banana for breakfast, scrolling on her phone while waiting for the nurse to bring the medication for her 4, occasionally glancing at the game console where the text had changed to registering. She aimed her phone at the game console to search for it online, but it failed to identify the same model or any related information. Until the attending nurse administered her 4, the game console was still in the process of registering. After lying down for a while, Yusheng felt drowsy. She set an alarm for an hour and a half and slowly closed her eyes to sleep. Chapter 2. The Wild Forest. It was uncertain how much time had passed. The alarm had yet to ring, and Yusheng woke up naturally. Her senses of hearing and smell awakened first. Yusheng heard the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind nearby, a gentle breeze brushing against her face. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by a lush green forest, the canopy of leaves obscuring her upward view. Yusheng momentarily stood in a daze. In the next moment, a translucent screen, radiating a faint blue light, appeared before her, displaying her name in white text on the first line. Player, Yusheng level, 1 gender, female age, 25 health, 50 strength, 50 agility, 50 special skills, long distance running, endurance title, none. After reading her information on the screen, Yusheng was stunned for quite some time before the screen switched to a notification. A mechanical electronic voice began to broadcast automatically. Good morning, players. Welcome to the game world. In response to your strong desire to restart your lives, this game accommodates a total of 10 million players from various regions. Within the game, players can act freely, complete game tasks, and survive until the end to emerge as the winner. This game takes place in the Wild Forest with a duration of 24 hours. This round serves as a beginner's guide with a low-level danger rating, and a starter pack will be provided. Players are advised to familiarize themselves with the game environment and rules promptly. After 24 hours, you will automatically return to the safe house. Please begin the game. As the voice playback concluded, the screen reverted to the personal information page, and Yusheng abruptly sat up, causing the screen to adjust its position and distance accordingly. Yusheng first observed her surroundings. She found herself in a thicket sitting on moss-covered ground with dense shrubs around her. There were no paths or traces of any creatures nearby. She was temporarily safe. Propelled by instinct, Yusheng pushed against the ground, attempting to shift her upper body to drag her lower half closer to a nearby large tree for cover. However, as soon as she moved, Yusheng was astonished to discover that her leg had healed. That brief movement was the first time since falling ill that Yusheng felt a clear and effortless control over her body. The leg that had been swollen and painful with the slightest movement was now restored to health. The swelling and deformity completely gone, and she felt no discomfort in her movements. Is this what the game refers to as a reboot of life? Is this truly happening? Yusheng rose from the ground, her sock-clad feet firmly planted, feeling the moisture seeping through the moss beneath her soles. With no time to ponder the connections and logic behind these events, Yusheng began to examine the luminous screen before her. The screen emanated from a beam of light projected by her left hand. A softly glowing countdown appeared on the skin of her left arm. Upon touching it, the screen retracted, leaving only the translucent countdown still ticking away. The time displayed read 23 hours, 57 minutes, and 31 seconds, precisely corresponding to the 24-hour announcement she had just heard. When she touched it again, the screen projected anew, allowing her to enlarge, reduce, and drag with her hand, as well as click on the prompts displayed. Yusheng leaned against a large tree, swiftly studying the functionalities of the screen. It resembled a personal interface from a game, featuring a summary of information, a taskbar, an inventory, a lobby, and even a private chat interface, though the taskbar and private chat were currently blank. The lobby was already scrolling with numerous messages. Zhangming Yang. Does anyone know what this game is about? How did I suddenly end up here? Baiqing. Same question. And what does the game's danger level mean? Is there a threat? Chongqi006. Stop asking. Figure it out on your own. Yin Tingting. Wah, I've been dropped in a tree by the game. It's so high. I'm too scared to come down. What should I do? The Stubborn Fairy. What did you all get from your starter packs? Following this little fairy's prompt, the speed of the screen's scrolling information noticeably slowed. Yusheng quickly clicked to open the inventory section. The first row contained 5 storage slots, with a total of 4 rows, amounting to 20 slots. Currently, only the first slot held an icon of a cardboard box. Yusheng tapped the icon, causing it to enlarge, revealing a small inscription below that read Starter Pack 1. Beneath the inscription was a button that appeared, labeled Retrieve. Yusheng clicked Retrieve, and in the next moment, a cardboard box landed steadily on the ground before her. It had indeed materialized suddenly from a screen. The box resembled the ordinary cardboard she had seen in the hospital, significantly larger than the one used for the game console, pristine in appearance, devoid of any writing. Upon opening, it contained a bottle of mineral water, a bag with 6 small breads, and a half-meter-long shovel. The packaging for both the mineral water and the bread bore no text or designs. Yusheng extracted the contents from the cardboard box and placed them on the ground, holding the shovel in her hand as she attempted to align the gongfeng with the other items. The gongfeng automatically displayed a line of text. Would you like to switch to automatic pickup mode? After adjustment, the system will automatically identify materials and store them in your backpack. Yusheng clicked confirm, and all the items on the ground vanished. Her backpack was occupied by 3 slots, with small text indicating mineral water 1, bread 6, cardboard box 1. After testing the item collection function again, Yusheng went to check the hall. The hall, which had previously been filled with many names, now displayed a plethora of chaotic game titles. Yusheng clicked on these names and discovered that those still using their real names allowed direct access to their personal information, while those who had changed the game names could not be viewed. Perhaps there is a function to conceal personal information. Yusheng similarly concealed her own information and modified her name. When choosing a name, she paused for a moment, abandoning her usual feminine name in favor of a more arbitrary one, Speedy, 63. Upon returning to the hall, she noticed a new system announcement. Congratulations to player Tongchi001 for restarting the pickup game and opening the first treasure chest, earning the title Lucky Scavenger and a random treasure chest as a reward. Meng Ti Kuei-zo exclaimed. You can actually pick up treasure chests? Brother, tell us the details. Where did you find it? Chongqi156 responded. This brother 001 is so lucky. Chongqi001 announced. A down jacket. Exchanging for weapons, those interested can message me. Qingwu Fei Yang chimed in. I found something too. It's a pair of stinky socks. This can't be something submitted by players before entering the game, right? It's so foul. Who would do such a thing? Can't they put something useful in? Yusheng began to understand a little. The game was currently in a beginner's guidance phase, aimed at helping players quickly adapt and understand the rules. The beginner's gift package could only sustain basic survival conditions. To successfully navigate the remaining 24 hours, one could not remain idle, but must take action to seek out other treasure chests for resources. She was unclear about the number of treasure chests and the difficulty of obtaining them. Since others had already taken action, she could not afford to fall behind. Chapter 3. The first treasure chest, clutching the shovel in her hand, both as a means of self-defense and as a makeshift walking stick. Yu Sheng remained vigilant in the unfamiliar environment. She carefully observed the dense forest surrounding her, only daring to advance a short distance when she felt assured of her safety. Dressed in a hospital-issued patient outfit and barefoot, the dew-soaked socks on her feet became damp and clung uncomfortably to her soles after just a few steps. While the discomfort was palpable, removing the socks would leave her feet entirely unprotected. She also had to be wary of sharp branches on the ground and the lurking creatures concealed beneath the fallen leaves that might pose a threat. After traversing a distance, Yu Sheng stumbled upon her first treasure chest beside a fallen, withered tree. The sight of a cardboard box in this sparsely inhabited woodland was quite conspicuous. It was unclear whether treasure chests were typically this easy to find, or if the game was simply lenient towards novice players. Without hesitation, she crouched down to open the box. Suddenly, a foul odor assailed her nostrils, nearly rendering her breathless. Yu Sheng stepped back, fanning the air in front of her. Once the stench dissipated somewhat, she discerned that the box contained a single tattered and filthy men's slipper. Although she was in dire need of footwear, the revolting smell emanating from a shoe was nauseating, and it was only one. With great disdain, she tossed the shoe far away, then hurriedly resumed her search for other treasure chests. Over the next half hour, Yu Sheng scoured the dense forest in a thorough manner. Whenever she encountered obstructive weeds, she wielded her shovel to clear a path while continuing her quest for treasure. In total, she unearthed 7 cardboard boxes, yielding an air conditioning blanket, a pair of rain boots, a packet of tissues, a lighter, a pack of wafer biscuits, and an office chair. 6 items from the 7 boxes. She immediately donned the rain boots, while the remaining items were stowed away in her backpack. One particular cardboard box, upon opening, emitted a buzzing sound as if wings were flapping, and then a gigantic wasp burst forth. Thankfully, having already faced the psychological trauma from the first box, she cautiously approached the subsequent boxes, using her shovel to pry them open from safe distance. Just as the wasp darted toward her, she swiftly brought the shovel down, crushing it into the ground with such force that the cardboard box was flattened. This was no ordinary wasp. While typical ones measure about 2 centimeters, this one was a staggering 5 centimeters long. A sting from such a creature, given its venomous nature, could very well cost her life. Approximately half an hour later, after acquiring 2 more boxes, Yu Sheng noticed human footprints within her vicinity. The tracks extended in the opposite direction from where she stood. Judging by the state of the footprints, she surmised that this too was a player's initial drop point, and like her, the individual was unshod. The size of the prints suggested they belonged to a tall, robust adult male. Yet, rather than elation at encountering another human, Yu Sheng felt a sense of isolation. Throughout her journey, aside from searching for treasure, she had been repeatedly contemplating the words spoken by the game's announcer. The very first phrase declared that the game hosted individuals with a profound desire to relive their lives, who would wish to relive their life. Apart from those like her, who suffer from terminal illnesses, there are also individuals profoundly discontented with their existence, burdened by regrets of the past. Within such a demographic, it is difficult to ascertain how many are driven by extreme personalities or mental health issues. In an unfamiliar environment unbound by legal constraints, a group of strangers encounters one another amidst a scarcity of essential resources, unable to discern whether the intentions of their counterparts are benevolent or malevolent. After glancing at the countdown on her wrist, Yu Sheng belatedly realized her fatigue. Over an hour had elapsed since she was transported into this game. Having been hospitalized for an extended period, her physical capabilities were significantly diminished. Feeling exhausted, she sought refuge in a thicket taller than herself, using a shovel to clear a small patch of ground. This notion of creating a resting place was inspired by wildlife documentaries depicting wild ducks constructing nests in the heart of reed beds. Fortunately, the dense underbrush of this jungle provided ample concealment. Drawing from her experience watching survival documentaries during her hospitalization, Yu Sheng understood the necessity of establishing a discreet and secure shelter in such surroundings. Regrettably, her physical weakness hindered her. After an hour of walking and the sudden exertion of dispatching a wasp, she had nearly exhausted her strength. She flattened enough wild grass in the center of the thicket to create a resting space and camouflage the entrance with surrounding foliage. Thus, her rudimentary resting area was established. Yusheng unpacked her supplies from her backpack, placing an office chair at the center of the thicket with its back facing a box, standing before it as though it were a shield. Fortunately, the two cardboard boxes posed no immediate threat. From them, she procured a cylindrical children's toy adorned with Ultraman stickers, as well as a bottle of melatonin. Seated upon her chair, wrapped in a blanket, she examined the contents of her backpack. The newly acquired toy turned out to be a children's telescope. In addition to the telescope and melatonin, her current provisions included a bag of bread, a packet of biscuits, a bottle of water, a blanket, a chair, a shovel, a lighter, a pack of tissues, and an empty cardboard box. Not to mention a pair of slightly oversized rain boots on her feet. While her existing supplies might suffice for a 24-hour stay in the forest, this was contingent upon the absence of danger. Yusheng harbored reservations regarding the other players participating in the game and was uncertain whether venomous snakes or wild beasts lurked in the forest. Consequently, she dared not sleep. Instead, she planned to replenish her strength with some food and, while daylight persisted, search for additional supplies, seeking a relatively safe location to await the conclusion of the game before nightfall. After slowly consuming 2 small pieces of bread and drinking 1/3 of her water, Yusheng tightened her blanket around her, leaned back in her chair, and closed her eyes for half an hour, feeling her energy gradually return. Although the tumor seemed to have vanished, her body remained exceedingly frail. Congratulations to player Restart001 for acquiring a game special item from a wooden box and triggering the system-wide welfare treasure chest upgrade. The system has rewarded player Restart001 with a mysterious special item, and the district-wide benefits have been distributed. Players are encouraged to continue their treasure hunt. So, there are wooden boxes in addition to the cardboard ones? Upon hearing the broadcast, Yusheng activated the luminous screen to examine the game system. The taskbar remained devoid of any entries, while messages in the chat hall scrolled incessantly. The chosen one, food in exchange for weapons, some private messages. French fry master, who is this Reboot 001? Their luck is astounding. Taro ball, is there anyone willing to exchange or donate medicine? I was bitten by a bug, and now my hand is numb. I will trade whatever you desire for disinfectants or antidotes. Reboot 1001, I just opened a treasure chest and received a string of foul-smelling shoes, socks, and undergarments. Whoever submitted these useless items will meet their demise upon encountering me. Carefree brother, has no one noticed that the number of players has decreased by 2? Is the game customer service available to explain this? Wasn't it stated that the danger level is low? No milk tea. Everyone, beware of a person named Reboot followed by a number. He's a scammer. After I sent my items for exchange, he blocked me. That deceitful scoundrel. Reboot 327. Not me. I'm eating an apple. Reboot 890. Not me. I'm searching for treasure. Head to the dock for some intestines. You should opt for trading at a transit station, rather than sending items directly. Reboot 2419. Not me either. I'm hanging myself. Warlong 191. I want to hang myself too. Yusheng scrolled through the messages again, summarizing the pertinent information. Firstly, although the game boasts a low danger level, it is not devoid of peril, necessitating continued caution. Secondly, players can engage in private exchanges of goods within the game hall or utilize safer transit station trades, thus avoiding face-to-face encounters. Contemplating the meager supplies in her backpack, Yusheng, despite her curiosity about the exchange feature and her urgent need for a fitting pair of shoes, resolutely decided to gather more resources before venturing to the hall for trading. With 21 hours remaining in the game, she stowed her blanket and chair back in her backpack, clutching her shovel as she quietly emerged from the underbrush. First, she returned to the site where she had discovered the footprints, examining the area meticulously. Upon discerning the direction of the tracks, Yusheng opted to proceed in a different direction than that of the footprints owner. With only a countdown timer in hand, and no definitive endpoint in sight, the forest seemed suspended in a tranquil twilight, akin to being frozen at 6 o'clock in the morning. Chapter 4. The bronze chest. The vast expanse of the forest was beyond measure. It appeared that no matter which path she took, she could not reach the forest's edge. After traversing one dense thicket, she encountered another, with the trees bearing similar heights and widths, and the ground as incline also resembling one another. Sheng began to doubt whether she had wandered into an area already scavenged by others. Why was there not even a hint of a treasure chest in sight? After approximately another 10 minutes, she spotted a square corner behind a large tree, an actual chest. As she approached, she realized it was a box of a brass hue. However, in the game hall, it seemed players had yet to mention any information regarding chests made of materials other than cardboard. Sheng quickened her pace, approaching the box with the same determination as before, wielding a shovel while preparing her body for any potential threats. The box opened without incident, revealing a tranquil pink potion nestled within. As Sheng grasped it, the screen automatically recognized the item and displayed its description beside the potion. Physical Enhancement Elixir. Upon consumption, this potion elevates the lowest attribute of a level 1 player by 30 points. If all attributes are equal, each will be raised by 10 points. Note, the system has identified player Rapid 63's acquisition of Game Copperbox 1, granting a special game item. Should you choose to announce this news, you will receive the special item, valid for 3 hours. Please confirm whether to announce. After perusing the text, Sheng promptly clicked to confirm. Congratulations! Player Rapid 63 has acquired Game Copperbox 1, receiving a special game item and triggering a system-wide welfare treasure box upgrade. The system has rewarded player Rapid 63 with a mysterious special item, and the welfare has been distributed across the region. Players are encouraged to continue their treasure hunt. Simultaneously, a system notification appeared in Sheng's private chat. Please click to receive the special item treasure box radar, valid for 3 hours. Click to confirm receipt. Sheng felt no immediate change in her body, yet within her field of vision, she discerned the faint outline of a treasure box glowing softly in the distance. Surely, this was the radar's effect in action. She clicked to withdraw and consume the physical enhancement elixir, opting to raise all attributes by 10 points. As she drank the potion, a surge of vitality coursed through her, banishing any lingering fatigue. Upon checking her personal information interface, she confirmed that her physical attributes had indeed transformed. Player Sheng level 1 gender, female age, 25 health points, 60 strength, 60 agility, 60 specialty, long distance running, endurance title. None. This was more miraculous than modern medicine. Instantly, Sheng's affinity for this inexplicably emerging game soared. Regardless of what challenges lay ahead in the game, it undeniably aided her in restarting her life. As the countdown for the radar's validity began, Sheng, unwilling to waste a moment, hastily brandished her shovel and sprinted towards the direction indicated by the radar. With the radar's assistance, she could now see the shadow of a treasure box within approximately 10 meters of her field of vision. This time, rather than opening the box on the spot, she quickly stored it in her backpack upon discovery. According to the backpack's rules, identical items could occupy a single storage slot. As long as she refrained from opening the box, treasures of the same material will be consolidated into one slot, conserving space. In her quest to gather as many treasure boxes as possible before the radar's expiration, Sheng remained alert to her surroundings while efficiently collecting boxes, nearly losing herself in the joy of her bountiful harvest, momentarily forgetting that this was a survival game fraught with unknown dangers. While retrieving yet another treasure box, she seemed to hear the sound of an argument in the air as she rose. To avoid making any noise, Sheng removed her ill-fitting rain boots and, sheltered by the underbrush, stealthily approached. When she was barely able to glimpse the figures, she pulled out a child's binoculars to observe further. 2 men were forcefully dominating a girl, inflicting violence upon her. Initially, Sheng, positioned at a distance, perceived the sounds of altercation, which were, in truth, the girl's pleas for mercy amidst the threats and brutality from the 2 men. At this moment, the girl had fallen silent, her hollow gaze fixed on the overcast sky. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sheng was struck with shock and instinctively covered her lips, pressing her back against the tree trunk to conceal her presence. She bit her lower lip, refraining from making a sound. She had arrived too late. Any attempt to intervene now would not only fail to save the girl, but could also endanger her own safety. The 2 men had not yet departed, and Sheng dared not reveal herself further. Instead, she attempted to divert her attention and drown out the sound from that direction, though her mind involuntarily replayed the horrific scene she had just witnessed, sending shivers down her spine. Shaking her head vigorously, she endeavored to suppress the disturbing images of their violence and redirect her thoughts towards other noteworthy details, contemplating how she might assist the girl later. The men wore matching attire, blue short-sleeved shirts adorned with white stripes on the shoulders. This uniform struck her as familiar. After some contemplation, she recalled that it resembled prison garb. Moments later, a desperate and anguished cry from the girl pierced through the air. "Just kill me." One of the men chuckled maliciously. "Look, we have someone eager to die." Didn't the game say that players seek to restart their lives? Besides those of us trapped in this eternal darkness, it's just people like this, ready to throw their lives away. His laughter was abruptly silenced, followed by a pained grunt, and then an eruption of furious curses. Noticing a shift in the situation, Sheng retrieved her binoculars to observe. However, she could only see one of the men clutching his injured, bleeding arm while the other stood coldly beside the girl, holding an object that glinted with a silvery sheen as he moved. The girl lay quietly on the ground, no longer uttering a sound. Sheng was rendered rigid by the scene before her, her mouth tightly covered to the point of her knuckles turning white, struggling to suppress any sound. Just moments ago, she had been grappling with the decision of whether to pretend she had never been there once the assailants departed or muster the courage to approach. After the girl's demise, her body transformed into a swirl of blue light, scattering into the ether. Scattered remnants of supplies lay on the ground where the girl had once rested. The two prisoners, astonished, approached to collect the items, leaving in high spirits. It was only when they had vanished from sight that Sheng released her grip from her lips, her hand now stiffening. The ground bore only disarray, footprints, and fallen leaves, remnants of the harrowing events that had just transpired. Sheng lingered for a moment longer, ensuring that the two prisoners would not return, before donning her rain boots once more and resolutely choosing a path that led away from their retreating figures. Chapter 5. The invisible sleeping bag. As the effectiveness of the treasure chest radar came to an end, there remained 17 hours of gameplay. Feeling her stamina waning once more, Sheng sought refuge in a nearby thicket, burrowing in as she had done previously to create a grass nest, camouflaging herself effectively. She flattened the grass in the center and laid down a smooth cardboard box. The space was confined, compelling her to sit cross-legged atop the box. Perhaps due to an increase in her health points, she found herself with a ravenous appetite, consuming 3 small loaves of bread and still feeling unsatisfied. As someone with a frail constitution, she knew better than to overindulge, so she carefully packaged the remaining loaf and stored it in her backpack. After finishing her meal and downing half a bottle of water, Sheng, disregarding the potential presence of insects in the grass, wrapped herself tightly in her blanket and succumbed to slumber for a while. Once her strength had somewhat revived, Sheng sat up to take stock of the supplies and treasure chests in her backpack. With 20 storage compartments, she had filled them with 4 cardboard boxes, a third of a bottle of water, a bag containing 1 small loaf of bread, a pack of wafers, a pair of binoculars, a lighter, tissue paper, an office chair, melatonin, 1 empty copper chest, 3 unopened cardboard boxes, 15 unopened wooden boxes, and 4 unopened copper boxes. Only 7 empty compartments remained. After a long, exhausting day, even with the treasure chest radar, she had managed to collect merely 22 treasure chests within 3 hours, a quantity far less than she had initially anticipated, primarily due to her weakened state and insufficient stamina. She was uncertain if she could obtain that miraculous potion again. Reflecting on her past experiences as a sports major before falling ill, Sheng silently resolved to devise a plan to gradually enhance her stamina, physical fitness, and running speed. Before opening any chests, she checked her backpack. With 7 empty compartments still available, she could consume the remaining small loaf of bread to free up space for her blanket. To prevent the various types of supplies from occupying separate compartments, she decided to open only 1 chest at a time. Once all compartments were filled, she could no longer continue. Otherwise, in the event of an unexpected situation, it would be a pity to leave behind the hard-won supplies. Sheng decided to open the 3 cardboard treasure chests first. She stood up, wrapping her head in the blanket, and carefully retrieved 1 cardboard box at a time, ensuring her defenses were in place before using a shovel to open it. She extracted the supplies and neatly stored the empty box away before proceeding to the next. This repetitive process continued until she had opened all 3 cardboard boxes, followed by 4 wooden boxes and 1 copper box, ceasing her actions only after her backpack was filled to capacity to organize her supplies. In total, she uncovered 3 bottles of mineral water, 1 bag small loaf of bread, 1 self-heating rice meal, 2 cans of yellow peach, 1 kitchen knife, 1 raincoat, one secondhand lipstick, and from the copper box, an automatic invisible sleeping bag. Yu Sheng summarized her findings regarding the chests. Currently, there were 3 known types of treasure chests. The cardboard boxes yielded only one type of single item, mostly common everyday items, including mineral water and small loaves akin to those found in novice gift packs, as well as personal items placed within by other players, and occasionally aggressive insects or small animals. The wooden boxes, being a tier above the cardboard ones, depended on luck for their contents. Sometimes, they yielded items similar to those from cardboard boxes, while at other times, they would produce multiple items of a single type or 2 to 3 different types of items, with a higher probability of revealing common weapons compared to the cardboard boxes. The copper boxes are somewhat rarer than wooden ones, and the items they yield possess unique functionalities. Moreover, a distinctive feature of the common items obtained is that the text and patterns on them are invariably erased. Consequently, apart from items endowed with special functions and those exhibiting evident signs of use, Yu Sheng cannot discern whether other resources were submitted by players or provided by the game itself. She discarded the used lipstick and stored the remaining items in her inventory. There are still 11 wooden boxes and 3 copper boxes left, which she plans to open when there is space in her inventory. With 15 hours remaining, Yu Sheng, having regained her stamina, neatly packed the flattened cardboard boxes and blankets, and continued her search for treasure chests. With the countdown timer on her wrist and ample supplies at hand, she took breaks every 3 hours to eat. However, during her subsequent rest, she opted for a large tree instead of the bushes, tying her sleeping bag to a branch. Yu Sheng had experimented repeatedly and discovered that once she crawled into the sleeping bag, it would seamlessly blend with the surrounding environment, rendering it nearly invisible unless touched. The forest remained unchanging in light. Without the countdown, one could easily lose track of time in such a place. After conducting 2 more rounds of searches, with 8 hours left on the timer, Yu Sheng nestled into her sleeping bag, intending to wait there until the game concluded. Inside the sleeping bag, she recounted her supplies: 2 empty copper boxes, 4 empty wooden boxes, 12 empty cardboard boxes, 3 bottles of mineral water, 1 bag of small bread, 1 wafer biscuit, a telescope, a lighter, tissues, an office chair, melatonin, 1 self-heating rice, 1 can of yellow peach, 1 kitchen knife, 1 raincoat, an automatic invisible sleeping bag, and 5 unopened cardboard boxes, along with 22 wooden boxes and 5 copper boxes. While her supplies may not be abundant among players, she had done her utmost. Witnessing the tragic fate of the girl earlier, it was impossible for her not to feel fear. During her subsequent activities, Yu Sheng occasionally encountered traces of others. Yet she moved with utmost caution, never coming into contact with any other players. The darkness within the sleeping bag was profound, and she left a small gap for fresh air and to observe her surroundings for dangers. Adjusting her sleeping position, she activated the light screen in the remaining space in front of her chest. The screen automatically shifted to eye-friendly mode. First, she checked the task list, which had not issued any new tasks throughout the day. Then, she glanced at the chat hall. The continuously scrolling messages in the hall were categorized into several sections. There were areas for exchanging supplies and important information, as well as spaces for complaints and disputes, and even for searching for family members and companions. The most absurd were the public calls for friendship, marriage, and various partnerships. The overwhelming volume of information gave Yu Sheng the illusion that she was still surfing the internet in the real world. In less than 24 hours, humanity's adaptability truly shone. Did it not? There was also a section in the chat area dedicated to publicly useful information. Yu Sheng perused it briefly and indeed found several useful pieces of information that she had not yet discovered, such as the revelation that copper boxes might not represent the upper limit of treasure chest levels. For instance, players who discover the first treasure chest of a new variety may be rewarded with titles or special accolades. Furthermore, numerous individuals have shared their experiences of opening copper chests at the highest current level, revealing various items with unique functionalities, eliciting envious exclamations from others in the comment section. Some of the materials and items possess capabilities that even Yu Sheng finds enticing. There are potions that, once consumed, provide 6 hours free from fatigue and hunger. Pills that can neutralize all toxins, cards that increase the capacity of one's backpack, combat suits that automatically adjust in size, and even a hideaway that spans several square meters and grants invisibility. Upon witnessing these, Yu Sheng instantly felt that her most cherished sleeping bag paled in comparison. In the upper left corner of the game hall, there is a real-time player count. At the onset of the game, there were 10 million players, and the number fluctuates occasionally, indicating the disappearance of players corresponding to the diminishing figure. The count continues to dwindle. Chapter 6. The low-level hideaway the posts exchanged among players proved to be quite beneficial. Yusheng takes the time to express her gratitude by liking the contributions of those who share useful information. She yearns to leave her own message, nearly contemplating posting about the murder she witnessed to alert others to remain vigilant. However, before typing, she hesitates, fearing that her message might be seen by the two prisoners, leading to potential retaliation, and thus decides against it. She then visits the item trading area, perusing several posts, and indeed finds multiple offers for trading athletic shoes. After reviewing the trading requirements, she notes some demand weapons while others seek different cold weather gear. The useful items she possesses are those she herself requires. Only food and water are in surplus. Yet curiously, no one is interested in food. It seems that at the game's inception, the abundance of food chests has left players well stocked with provisions. In accordance with the seller's requests, Yusheng contacts a trader seeking cold weather supplies, proposing to exchange her air conditioning blanket for a pair of athletic shoes that are approximately 80 new and in her size. After about half an hour, the seller responds, requesting an additional bottle of mineral water on top of what she has offered. After some contemplation, Yusheng agrees and sends the water first, followed by the shoes once they are dispatched. She has yet to fully grasp the mechanics of the intermediary trading system. But considering it is her first transaction and the items are not particularly precious, she opts for a direct exchange via private messaging. Fortunately, the seller does not abscond with her mineral water. Upon receiving the shoes, they automatically store themselves in the last compartment of her backpack. After scrolling through the hall's notifications for a while, fatigue overtakes her, prompting Yusheng to shut down the screen and drift into a deep slumber. Ding! The game has concluded. Players return to the safe house. Uncertain of how much time has passed, a notification sound reaches her ears. Yusheng opens her eyes to the glaring light of the hospital ceiling fixture. She finds herself still lying in bed 63 of the oncology department, as if the entire survival game had merely unfolded as an extraordinarily vivid dream. Yusheng genuinely believes she has simply experienced a fantastical reverie. However, as she slowly unveiled the covers and attempted to rise, hoping to awaken her senses, her gaze inadvertently drifted across her legs, and she was momentarily transfixed. The swelling on her knees had vanished. In that instant, Yusheng found herself unable to discern reality from illusion, pondering whether she was ensnared in a dream or if her memory had faltered due to her ailment. Without hesitation, she slipped on the slippers beside her bed and made her way to the nurse's station in search of a doctor or a nurse. Yet the ward remained unchanged, and the door resolutely refused to budge. The entire entrance seemed as if it were embedded in the wall, remaining utterly immovable despite her efforts. Leaning against the wall, she stared at the unyielding door with a dazed expression until a sudden thought struck her, prompting her to raise her left hand. Upon her wrist, a faintly glowing sequence of 6 digits appeared, precisely corresponding to hours, minutes, and seconds. She was still within the game. Reopening the light screen, she noted that the chat hall was in a muted state. The messages from previous sections lingered, yet no comments could be made. The task area remained blank, while the supplies in her backpack were untouched. Yusheng leaned against the wall and gradually returned to her bedside, striving to untangle the events of the day. Suddenly, the light screen flickered and a system notification materialized in the hall, accompanied by a voice announcement. Congratulations to all players for successfully completing the novice period. The 24-hour gameplay has concluded. The survival rate of players in this region stands at 99. The next round of the official game will commence in 8 hours. Please prepare in advance and strive for survival. Warm reminder 1. The game features multiple Easter eggs. Players who secure these eggs first will earn titles and receive special rewards. To invigorate player motivation, the game will introduce a plethora of high-tier treasure chests. Warm reminder 2. The player safe house can serve as a storage facility for game-acquired supplies, and the original resources possess an automatic update function. Please utilize them wisely before entering the game. As the announcement concluded, an 8-hour countdown commenced on her arm. Time was of the essence. Yusheng scrutinized the system notification and swiftly organized her thoughts. First, she confirmed the original supplies within the ward. those materials that had existed prior to her entry into the game, including the 10 items she had scanned and submitted, which remained untouched. The game indicated that these supplies would automatically refresh, suggesting that the food within the original resources could be replenished with each game round. A seemingly endless bounty, indeed more advantageous than the in-game supplies. Next, she set about organizing her backpack, extracting empty cardboard boxes, empty wooden boxes, and empty copper box, an office chair, and melatonin that occupied space yet were temporarily unnecessary. She piled the larger items against the wall of the ward and placed apples, bananas, and a thermos filled with hot water into her backpack. With 20 storage slots still insufficient, Sheng resolved to open all unopened treasure chests within the safe house, selecting urgently needed items to take into the game. Fearing the possibility of snakes, insects, or rodents emerging from the chests, she donned her rain boots and raincoat, armed herself with a shovel, and secured the bathroom door before methodically opening each treasure chest. In total, there were 5 cardboard boxes, 22 wooden boxes, and 5 copper boxes. Sheng spent over 2 hours opening chests, aside from 1 cardboard box and 1 wooden box that each yielded a poison dart frog and a red-haired rat respectively, both of which she swiftly dispatched with her shovel and disposed of in the garbage. The remaining treasure chests yielded the following supplies: 15 bottles of mineral water, 8 bags of bread, 5 self-heating rice meals, 3 self-heating hot pot sets, 5 tea eggs, 1 illuminating helmet, 1 fire axe, 1 backpack expansion card, 1 disposable cleaning card, 1 night vision goggles, and 1 low-level hiding space. Besides the food items, Sheng meticulously placed the other supplies into her backpack and carefully read the usage instructions. The helmet and axe were merely ordinary items. The backpack expansion card was a one-time use item that permanently increased the storage slots of her backpack by 10 upon usage, which Sheng promptly utilized. The disposable cleaning card was a card that could be used for personal cleaning or for cleaning the hiding space. The night vision goggles resembled VR glasses, yet they were reusable. The low-level hiding space was also a card, devoid of any design save for the words low-level hiding space. According to the instructions, once the card was used, it would randomly generate an item within the player's safe zone that she had previously encountered, which could accommodate her and serve as a hiding place. Upon entering the hiding space, the player could not only become invisible, but others could neither touch nor access it. Moreover, the hiding space could serve as a storage item, allowing various supplies to be stored within it, while only occupying a single storage slot in the backpack. The hiding space could also be upgraded as she acquired more items in the future. Holding the card, Sheng's eyes sparkled. It was indeed a treasure. She promptly clicked to use it, and in the next moment, a square metallic box with handles and wheels landed steadily in the open space before her. It looked remarkably familiar. It was a stainless steel card. Sheng was taken aback. After examining the cart for 2 minutes and confirming it was undoubtedly a cart, the usually composed Sheng began to feel unsettled. Why was it that others had spacious hiding spaces while hers was merely a stainless steel cart, the kind commonly found in hospital cafeterias, measuring 1.5 meters in length, less than a meter in width, and standing a meter tall, complete with sliding doors? The cart's length was merely 1.5 meters, while Sheng herself stood at 1.7 meters tall. She immediately decided to test it upon crawling inside. She could only awkwardly curl up with her knees drawn close to shut the sliding door. It could indeed accommodate her form, but it was far too small, were it not for the fact that she had obtained only 1 hiding space, which could be upgraded and serve as storage. Sheng would have been tempted to discard it immediately. Chapter 7. The Isolated Island. At sea, the shock of the hiding space left Sheng seated on her hospital bed for a good 10 minutes, ultimately leading her to reluctantly accept her predicament. It seemed she was merely a cannon fodder player who had accidentally stumbled into the game world. Far from being one of those luckiest protagonists who effortlessly led the charge, slaying monsters and leveling up. With over 5 hours remaining on the countdown, she had no time to indulge in melancholy. Sheng began to reorganize her supplies once more. Her backpack now boasted 30 slots, with a hiding space occupying one of them, allowing her to store useful items that could not fit elsewhere. After meticulous organization, her backpack compartments were stocked with 18 bottles of mineral water, 9 packets of bread, 6 self-heating rice meals, 3 self-heating hot pots, 8 bananas, 5 apples, 7 packs of tissues, 5 tea eggs, 5 packets of instant noodles, a thermos, a kitchen knife, a raincoat, a sleeping bag, rain boots, binoculars, a kettle, a lighter, a headlamp, a fire axe, one disposable cleaning card, night vision goggles, and a basic shelter. There were still 8 empty compartments remaining. Inside the shelter, she had placed a single pack of wafers and a half-eaten can of yellow peach, along with her cotton slippers. To make her hiding place more comfortable, she disassembled the blanket, neatly folding the cover and placing it inside along with the pillow, while positioning the can and slippers in the far corner. After organizing her supplies, Sheng took a shower in the hospital bathroom, quickly dried her hair, changed into another set of neat hospital attire from a wardrobe, and donned her cardigan and exchanged sneakers. With her outfit prepared, she returned to the bedside table to return the fruit knife to its sheath, tearing a strip from a bedsheet to bind around her arm. Sheng practiced drawing the knife multiple times to ensure it could be smoothly extracted when needed and securely placed when not in use. She then pried off a piece of baseboard tile from the bathroom to sharpen the edge of the shovel to a lethal point. Having completed these tasks, there was less than an hour remaining on the countdown. Sheng prepared a bowl of instant noodles, topped with a marinated egg, and finished it off with a quick visit to the restroom to check her supplies once more. Everything was in order. Sheng sat in a chair, retrieving the phone from beneath the blanket, confirmed several times to be devoid of signal, and attempted to dial a few emergency numbers. As before, all were disconnected. Her heart sank momentarily, but she quickly rallied. In reality, Sheng was somewhat detached from human emotions, with few ties to the world, and entering the game at least allowed her to possess a healthy body. She was learning to be content. Setting an alarm on the screen, Sheng positioned the shovel across her lap, gripping the handle with one hand while leaning back in the chair to rest her eyes. Time flowed quietly, and when the alarm rang, she opened her eyes and stood up, instantly transitioning from the hospital scene to the game world. The voice announcement played punctually. "Good afternoon, players, and welcome to the game world. Congratulations on successfully entering the official game. The location for this session is a solitary island at sea, where players will be dispersed at a ratio of 100 players per island. The game duration is set for 72 hours, with a low danger level. A gentle reminder, the island is surrounded by ocean on all sides, with other islands nearby. Please strive to survive until the end." Sheng found herself positioned at the hillside of a small mountain on the island, facing a dense thicket of trees, with the ground beneath her feet clearly sloping. It was then that she quickly assessed her location. According to the game's design, although 100 players had been deployed to the island, a certain distance would exist between each player. For now, she need not worry about encountering others, as she had to shelter for rest and nighttime. Now, her primary objective is to swiftly familiarize herself with the terrain, collecting treasure chests, especially the higher-tier ones, while skillfully avoiding encounters with other players for a duration of 72 hours. The game currently lacks an elimination system, and many players are eagerly seeking partners for team play, as the odds of survival are significantly higher in collaboration than in solitude. Sheng does not dismiss such cooperation. However, given the diverse backgrounds of the players involved, she hesitates to confront anyone face-to-face until her physical attributes have improved, fearing the potential dangers that may arise. It remains a mystery how others ascertain the trustworthiness of their chosen partners and successfully find companions for survival. As she remains vigilant of her surroundings, she ascends the mountain, collecting any treasure chests encountered along the way into her backpack. Upon reaching the summit, she discovers that it is a volcano. However, the sunken caldera within reveals no heat, indicating that it is a dormant volcano. A sigh of relief escapes her as she steadies herself against a frail tree at the crater's edge and gazes downward. This deserted island spans a considerable area, and in the distance, she can discern other islands on the horizon. Each island appears to be of a similar size, and from a broader perspective, they are densely clustered together, resembling a uniform replication, a phenomenon perhaps achievable only in a gaming universe. Sheng examines the landscape intently, noting that the distances between the islands are substantial and there are no visible vessels. This implies that the likelihood of escaping from the island is virtually non-existent. Thus, she must remain safely on this island for a full 72 hours before returning to the safe house. The dormant volcano is situated at the island's edge, bordered by a beach on one side and a lush forest on the other, rendering it impossible to discern the presence of other players hidden beneath the tree canopies from her vantage point atop the mountain. Reflecting on her supplies, she realizes that had it not been for her quest for treasure chests and items, she could easily have remained in a hiding spot for the entire 72 hours. Just as she is savoring the scenic view from the peak, a figure unexpectedly emerges from the opposite side of the caldera. The moment Yusheng notices the individual, they also keenly perceive her presence. A sudden recollection of a girl's unfortunate fate from a previous game flashes through Yusheng's mind, causing her palms to dampen with sweat. Fortunately, the other person appears to harbor no ill intentions. After a minute of tense silence, they raise their hands, mimicking the gesture often seen in films where protagonists display their lack of weapons. This gesture lasts for several seconds, prompting Yusheng to recognize that the figure is awaiting her response. She mirrors the action, conveying her harmless intent. Upon receiving her acknowledgement, the figure straightens and lowers their arms, allowing Yusheng to discern that the individual is clad in a school uniform, likely a boy in middle or high school. His amiable gesture evokes a sense of familiarity within her, and she waves goodbye as she prepares to descend. He reciprocates with a wave, avoiding potential encounters with other players. Yusheng retraces her steps cautiously, adhering to a pattern of walking for a segment and resting for half an hour every 3 hours as she steadily makes her way toward the forest. The visibility within the forest is easily obscured by trees and underbrush, and as she swings her shovel to excavate treasure chests, she begins to long for her treasure radar. Amidst the dense thicket of weeds, the pursuit of treasure necessitates a meticulous search. Even with a shovel in hand, fatigue has set in, and yet not a single treasure chest has been unearthed after hours of toil. One wonders if locating a few additional copper chests might yield a couple more treasure radars. This little gadget is exceedingly rare. With it, Yusheng's quest for treasure would be significantly less strenuous. After the first 3-hour session concluded, Yusheng secured her sleeping bag and nestled inside. Under the glow of the screen, she quickly consumed 3 small loaves of bread and sipped a few gulps of water before setting her alarm for a brief 30-minute nap. Chapter 8. The Raincoat Girl Upon Awakening. Yusheng felt far from rested and decided to check the chat hall for messages, providing her mind with a moment of respite. It seemed that regardless of the hour, the chat section was perpetually alive with a flurry of activity. Wild Lowly, offering 1 backpack expansion card. Interested parties please DM. The highest bidder wins. Kai Kai doesn't eat coriander. Are there any girls looking to team up? Light Dance 01. Is anyone selling an upgrade card for the Evasion House? Restart 3763. No way. I haven't even drawn the Evasion House yet. And you all are already upgrading? What am I supposed to do at night without one? Stubborn Fairy. Just treat it like a wilderness survival show. Learn from the likes of Duh and Bay. Restart 923. If you're attractive, you can squeeze into my house. I'm male and only accept well-built girls. Restart 2330. How shameless. Restart 2330. You're truly without shame. Restart 923. 2330. I'll remember you, even if you die in front of me. I want to lift a finger to help. Restart 2330. Go ahead, hit me. We rise together. I believe we should unite. The game doesn't demand we turn against one another. We can band together, especially those without evasion houses, take turns keeping watch, share food, and endure until the game's conclusion. Agreement. Restart 923. You suggesting this should first disclose your location. Restart 4545. Never trust others easily. There are murderers among the players. Little Ding's adventure. I urgently need antidotes. There are snakes on the island. Help me, help me. Bomb Dragon. Is everyone food sufficient? I do like to trade food for supplies. Items or weapons useful for the night are welcome. Light Dance. I need food, but all I have are secondhand clothes. Will that do? Bomb Dragon. What type of clothes? Light Dance. A secondhand leather jacket. A secondhand thick cotton coat. They might smell a bit, but if you need them, I'll give them to you without food. My treasure chests keep yielding such junk. Bomb Dragon. I'll think about it. I'll DM you and reserve a friend slot. Vol Dragon. This wretched game is infuriating. I feel like hanging myself. Wintering Polar Bear. I find this place rather pleasant. My bipolar disorder has improved significantly, though the treasure is a bit scarce. Seeing the lack of useful information and feeling her spirits lift, Yusheng stowed away the screen. It was time to rise and continue her quest for treasure, as she needed to expedite the collection of upgrade items for the Evasion House. After descending from the tree and walking for a short while, she spotted another player near a reflective pond. Initially intending to sneak past, she sensed something amiss while observing the individual. The player donned a yellow raincoat with a hood, shivering as she stood by the pond. Her demeanor was rather peculiar, prompting Yusheng to quell her curiosity and approach a bit closer while ensuring her own safety. Beneath the raincoat stood a girl, seemingly of a similar age to Yusheng, who was positioned in the shallow waters of the pond. On the opposite bank lay a lengthy 2-meter snake, motionless upon the grass, yet its head was slightly raised, fixating its gaze upon the girl in the raincoat. The girl, clearly intimidated by the presence of the snake, trembled uncontrollably, caught in a dilemma where further shivering might provoke an attack or cause her to lose her footing and fall into the water. Sheng observed the snake's patterns for a moment and, recognizing it from a documentary she had watched, could not resist calling out to the trembling girl in the raincoat. "It's a non-venomous snake." Startled, the girl looked up, and upon realizing the distance between them, she responded in a quivering voice tinged with fear, "But it's so big. I am scared, and my shoes are stuck in the mud." Her terrified tone was genuine, prompting Sheng to lower her guard and inch closer. From Sheng's vantage point, the water level was unclear, yet it was evident that the girl's legs were submerged beneath the knees. Judging by the types and heights of the aquatic plants around her, it seemed that her lower legs were entrenched in the muck. The snake lay sprawled on the grass at the pond's edge, its body arched as if it had recently fed and was awaiting digestion. Torn between the choice to assist or not, Sheng battled with her conscience for 2 minutes. Seeing the girl's pale face and incessant shivering reminded her of the classmates who had contributed to her during her illness in the hospital, leading her to ultimately decide to help. If she could drive the snake away, the girl would be able to ascend to dry land. Sheng shifted her gaze towards the snake, realizing that throwing something to frighten it would only cause it to retreat into the water, thus exacerbating the girl's terror. Assessing the situation, she steeled herself, raised a shovel, and approached slowly. The snake, sensing the impending danger, attempted to slither away, but its swollen belly hindered its speed. Observing its sluggishness, Sheng felt a surge of confidence, propelling herself forward with vigor. As the snake began to constrict its body, preparing to regurgitate its recent meal to facilitate a quicker escape, Sheng acted swiftly. With a powerful stride, she lunged forward, gripping the shovel firmly at its extremity, raised it high, and struck down with force. The exceptionally sharp edge of the shovel severed the snake's head from its body, which continued to writhe on the ground. The shocking spectacle overwhelmed both Sheng and the girl, who simultaneously bent over in nausea. After regaining her composure, Sheng hastily covered the remains with soil and leaves, ensuring a respectful burial. The small mound trembled slightly, but out of sight, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. She retrieved a tissue from her backpack to wipe her mouth and prepared to depart. "Please don't go." The girl in the raincoat, upon realizing her impending departure, nearly burst into tears. With a woeful expression, she pleaded, "Could you possibly lend me a hand?" Under Sheng's vigilant gaze, she raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. "I'm not a bad person, truly. My shoe is stuck in the mud, and there are other creatures around here. I'm afraid that if you leave, more animals might appear." Her reasoning was sound, yet Sheng hesitated. Observing the girl's student attire, a thought suddenly struck her. Recite the core socialist values, and I shall believe you are indeed a good person. The girl hesitated for a moment before stammering, "Prosperity, democracy, civility, harmony." Despite her slight stutter, she recited it flawlessly. Realizing the girl was also a student, Sheng felt a sense of relief. She approached the pond, glanced around for a suitable object, and ultimately extended a shovel toward the girl in the raincoat. "Grab the handle. I shall pull you up." The girl's face, having just regained color, paled once more at the sight of the crimson blood on the edge of the shovel. Yet, driven by her will to survive, she summoned her courage and obediently grasped the handle, gradually extracting her leg under Sheng's guidance. Once the girl was on solid ground, both instinctively distanced themselves from the snake carcass, moving to the water's edge, one to cleanse her weapon, the other to wash her rain boots. Sheng maintained a safe distance while keeping a watchful eye on the girl's actions, diligently rinsing the shovel in the water. The girl mirrored her movements, washing the mud off her boots while frequently casting sidelong glances at Sheng. "How did you end up in the pond?" Sheng, having finished her task first, inquired. The girl's eyes were red-rimmed. "While searching for treasure in the forest, I stepped in a pile of dung and thought to wash it off in the pond. Little did I know, it was all mud and I got stuck." It was evident that she had been overly frightened, on the verge of tears, yet she struggled to hold them back. "Thank you for saving me." Sheng hoisted the shovel onto her shoulder. "You're welcome, but do take care. I must be off." As she prepared to turn away, the girl's cautious voice called out from behind her. If you don't mind, why not join me?" Taken aback, Yusheng glanced back at her, contemplating whether to decline. The girl introduced herself. I'm Chi-Yu, currently in my second year of graduate studies. I formed a team with several players for this round of the game. They are quite nice and remarkably skilled. One even has a hiding place. If you're interested in teaming up, we could certainly join forces. Seeing Yusheng still hesitating, Chi-Yu continued to persuade her. Rest assured, they are truly decent individuals. With uncertain rounds ahead, you saved me, demonstrating both character and skill. Having an additional friend to look out for each other could prove beneficial, as resources are prioritized for internal trading, thus enhancing our survival rate. Chi-Yu's words stirred something within Yusheng. She had considered joining a team, but was unsure how to discern the trustworthy from the treacherous. What if they were indeed nefarious individuals? As a lone girl, would she be walking into a trap? Out of trust in Chi-Yu's ability to articulate the core values, I pondered briefly and agreed to accompany her to investigate. If her companions truly possessed the expertise she claimed, it might be worthwhile to consider forming a team for survival. Chapter 9. A cup of hot water. Chi-Yu's teammates had established a temporary encampment a short trek away from the pond. According to her explanations along the way, there should be multiple freshwater sources in the forest, but the nearest one to Chi-Yu and her companions was the pond they had just encountered. Some members of their team, possessing considerable experience, were concerned that setting up camp by the pond might attract large wild animals seeking water. Thus, they chose a location nestled against a mountainside 2 kilometers away for their camp. Chi-Yu elucidated, I met them through trading in the previous round of the game. After our transaction, we added each other as friends, and this round, we fortuitously found ourselves on the same island. We decided to band together in hopes of surviving until the end of the game. She then recounted the harrowing escapades of her day. The rules they had established dictated that 2 individuals would take turns guarding the camp, while the others ventured out to search for treasure and firewood, with shifts changing every 2 hours. Not long after I stepped out, I inadvertently stepped into a pile of droppings from an unknown animal, prompting me to head to the pond for a wash. Unfortunately, I didn't notice a snake lurking in the grass. After stepping into its vicinity, I hurried back, only to find the snake had slithered across my path. In a moment of panic, I stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. Yusheng followed closely behind Chi-Yu, observing her confidence as she entrusted her back to someone she barely knew. If it were Yusheng alone, she would never expose her vulnerable backside to a stranger. She seized the opportunity to voice her most pressing concern. Do you know their identities prior to entering the game? Could there be any ill-intentioned individuals among them? She did not withhold any information and disclosed everything she knew. She explained that the leader of the team was a man in his 30s who had previously worked as a programmer in a large corporation. Due to the pressures of overtime and the looming threat of layoffs, he had experienced bouts of depression. In the last round of the game, he had acquired a 5-square-meter shelter, the prototype of which resembled the office where he had nearly succumbed to exhaustion. Yusheng's mind stirred. She recalled seeing someone possessing a small shelter on the screen. Could it be him? Although she too had a shelter, hers was far too cramped. Sleeping in it was less comfortable than resting in a sleeping bag. The allure of a 5-square-meter sanctuary was indeed enviable. Chi-Yu then proceeded to introduce the other members of the team. Among them was a middle-aged housewife in her 40s, divorced and having lost custody of her child, a high school student who had suffered bullying, and a young man afflicted with a heart condition since childhood. Finally, Chi-Yu elaborated on her own background. Before entering the game, I was a second-year medical student. My advisor only paid attention to a select few students with connections, leaving me to toil relentlessly without any semblance of a personal life. On the day I entered the game, I broke down in tears in my dormitory, finally realizing that my mental health was also at stake. As they approached the camp, 2 individuals armed with weapons rose to their feet, scanning the area in their direction. Chi-Yu hurriedly waved to them, exclaiming, "It's me. I'm back." The 2 individuals in the camp relaxed their stances upon hearing her voice, though they did not lower their weapons, likely due to the presence of the unfamiliar Yusheng. As Yusheng approached Chi-Yu, maintaining a safe distance, she gradually discerned the 2 figures before her, a young man and a middle-aged woman. Chi-Yu took the initiative to introduce them. Mei Ling, Xiao Choi. This is an older sister I encountered outside. I was in danger earlier, and she bravely came to my aid, demonstrating remarkable skill. Our team now comprises 5 members. I understand the necessity of caution when adding new members. We can discuss this further once Chun-Gu and the others return. Turning to Yusheng, she continued, "Sister, this is Mei Ling, and this is Qi Fen Shui, whom we affectionately call Xiao Shui. With her introduction, both individuals smiled warmly at Yu Sheng, revealing their amiable and honest natures. Yu Sheng reciprocated with a polite smile and offered a brief introduction. My name is Yu Sheng. You may also call me 63. It is a pleasure to meet you. The four settled around the campfire, awaiting the return of the remaining two members. Xiao Shui, more talkative, initiated various topics to keep the conversation flowing, while Mei Ling, though quiet, kindly offered Yu Sheng a cup of boiled water. Yu Sheng, however, refrained from drinking the hot water, instead observing the trio closely and noting their apparent frailty, particularly the young man, who seemed remarkably weak, as if he had been unwell for many years. Surprisingly, Qi Yu, the first person she had encountered, appeared to be the healthiest among them. Qi Yu frequently checked the time, and just as she lifted her wrist for the last time, the rustling of leaves in the nearby woods caught her attention. Yu Sheng and the others reacted instinctively, rising with their weapons at the ready. Tian Yi. Xiao Shui was the first to recognize the approaching figures and called out from a distance. Two men stepped into view, one slightly older than the other. The one following, clad in a school uniform, seemed to be a familiar face that Yu Sheng had encountered earlier that day. It was evident that the team regarded the older man as their cornerstone and held him in high esteem. Upon approaching, he did not greet them immediately, but instead focused on the unfamiliar face, asking directly, "Who is this?" Yu Sheng confidently introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Yu Sheng." Qi Yu promptly reiterated the earlier conversation she had shared with Mei Ling and the others. The man silently settled by the fire, driving his machete into the ground while keeping his hand on the hilt. Mei Ling offered him a cup of hot water as well. An air of silence enveloped them, and Yu Sheng sensed a hint of awkwardness. Just as she contemplated the possibility of remaining silent, the boy in the school uniform broke the tension by asking, "Excuse me, did we not meet at the mountaintop today?" Yu Sheng turned to him, and he pointed at her striped outfit, adding, "I remember this set of clothes." She nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, it was me. We encountered each other from a distance at the volcano's edge." The shared details resonated, prompting the boy to smile back at her before gently addressing the leading man. "Chenggu, Sister Yu Sheng, and I seem to have a connection. I have also met her." The man took another sip of hot water, speaking slowly. "Is your name Yu Sheng? Please inform me of your basic situation before entering the game, as well as your current abilities. Do you possess a shelter?" The strict interrogation made Yu Sheng feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, observing the eager expressions on Qi Yu and the high school boys' faces, she realized that forming a team could indeed mitigate many dangers, and it was necessary to disclose her basic information to integrate into the group. Yu Sheng introduced herself. "My name is Yu Sheng. I am 25 years old, and prior to entering the game, I was a student majoring in physical education at XX University. I had to suspend my studies 3 years ago due to bone cancer. Currently, I possess no titles or special skills, but I do have a shelter measuring 1.5 meters." After hearing this, the man pondered for a moment before nodding in approval. "For now, this will suffice. In the future, if anyone wishes to bring someone in, they must first inform me privately in the game. We will discuss and decide before admitting anyone." Upon hearing this, Qi Yu lowered his head in shame. "Em sorry. Chenggu, I was reckless." The man raised his hand to halt him. "Quickly regroup. We will assess what we have gathered from observing those who ventured out. In an hour, we will swap roles. Xiao Lu and Meiling will guard the camp, while the others continue to search for supplies." Qi Yu pulled Yu Sheng to sit down, and the man, referred to as Chenggu, gestured to the high school boy beside him. "Xiao Lu, you go first." I climbed to a high point to survey the island's terrain, scaling an extinct volcano near the beach. We are currently at the foot of the volcano. The island is vast and appears to be rich in natural resources. Aside from Yu Sheng, I have not encountered any other players. I found 2 cardboard boxes and 1 wooden box. Next was Qi Yu. I circled around the pond in the forest and have not discovered any other players, but there should be large wild animals nearby. I encountered a snake by the pond and found only 1 cardboard box. Yu Sheng, sitting beside Qi Yu, felt the gaze of the others upon her after he finished speaking. She thought it prudent to share some useful information. But Xiao Lu had already mentioned the discoveries on the volcano. After a moment's reflection, Yu Sheng recounted her encounter with 2 prisoners from the last game, intended as a cautionary tale for the others. Finally, she reported her findings. "Today I found 1 cardboard box, 2 wooden boxes, and 1 unopened copper box." After Yu Sheng finished speaking, a silence enveloped the group for 2 minutes, as they collectively reflected on the tragic experiences of the unfortunate girl. Miling and Chi Fun had remained at the camp without venturing out, and when it was Chun Ji's turn to report, he summarized his findings as well. I explored the other two directions. There are 100 players on the island, and currently, there is a safe zone of approximately 5 kilometers around us without other players. This range will certainly shrink as players move about. I was cautious during my outing and did not encounter any other players directly, but I did notice signs of their presence. I had also considered what Yu Sheng mentioned. Aside from the ill, there may be numerous prisoners and criminals among the players. We must exercise greater caution when we venture out. The individuals left to guard cannot all be female. We need a balance of male and female, or a combination of the strong and the weak. I found a total of 3 cardboard boxes, 1 wooden box, and 2 copper boxes. He extracted the treasure chest he had obtained from his backpack. According to the previously established rules, wooden and copper boxes were to be claimed individually, while the supplies from cardboard boxes would be distributed collectively. As the others followed suit, Yu Sheng also retrieved one of his cardboard boxes and placed it among the others. Sheng continued, within our team, Mei Ling and Qi Yu currently possess the weakest combat abilities. You heard what 63 mentioned earlier. Although we are in a group, there will inevitably be times when you find yourselves alone. You must swiftly enhance your combat and self-defense skills. From today onward, you shall be responsible for opening the team's treasure chests, while the rest of us will stand guard. Should any danger arise from the boxes that you are unable to manage in time, the others must be ready to assist. It is still early in the day, so you should first open the existing treasure chests, have something to eat, and for the next round, Xiao Lu and Qi Yu will keep watch. The remaining members should exercise caution while venturing outside. There were 7 cardboard boxes in total, and Qi Yu proactively claimed 4 of them, leaving the other 3 for Mei Ling. Chapter 10. Self-heating rice. As they practiced opening the boxes, Qi Yu took the lead, with the others forming a protective circle around her for safety. Qi Yu wielded a relatively short kitchen knife, and Yu Sheng observed her as she tightened her raincoat, ensuring no gaps remained before gripping her knife firmly. With her left hand, she used a long branch to pry open the first cardboard box. The first box revealed a bottle of mineral water without incident. Encouraged, Qi Yu proceeded to open the second box, which contained a bag of small bread rolls. However, upon opening the third box, a long green object suddenly sprang forth. Having just experienced the fright of a water snake, Qi Yu, seeing another elongated object emerge from the box, instinctively recoiled, flailing her knife aimlessly in front of her. Yu Sheng quickly discerned that it was a highly venomous bamboo viper. Having dispatched a snake before, he felt little psychological burden at the prospect of doing so again. Observing Qi Yu's wild and uncoordinated strikes, none of which landed on the snake, he acted decisively. As the viper coiled in an attack position inside the box, it lunged out like a spring, barely a meter away from Qi Yu. Yu Sheng swung his iron shovel forward with determination. In the next moment, the bamboo viper was pinned to the ground by the shovel, its head immobilized with the edge of the shovel embedded several centimeters into the earth, while its body writhed grotesquely. Yu Sheng found it quite repulsive. He used the shovel to dispose of the snake's carcass in a lower area outside the camp, covering it with dirt and stones to prevent any accidental encounters. Upon returning to the camp, he found that Qi Yu had already finished opening her 4 boxes, while Mei Ling was in the process of opening the last cardboard box. Aside from the one containing the bamboo viper, the other boxes had proven safe, yielding 4 bottles of mineral water, a bag containing 6 small bread rolls, and a box of self-heating rice. The supplies submitted by players seemed to have been exhausted, as the contents of the cardboard boxes were clearly from within the game. Sheng gathered the mineral water and self-heating rice in one place and distributed the small bread rolls, giving each person one. For those still hungry, they could supplement with provisions from their own backpacks. Once they had rested sufficiently, they would set out without delay. He consumed the bread he had on hand, subsequently retrieving a convenient store-wrap sandwich and half a bottle of water from his backpack. After finishing his meal, he did not pause for rest but promptly ventured out in a chosen direction. 7/5 of Handsome and Sister Miling had already rested adequately. After consuming their respective breads, they too set forth in opposite directions. With 4 individuals heading out, it was serendipitous that each selected a distinct path. Apart from bread, Yu Sheng's backpack contained only instant food. She leisurely saved her portion of self-heating rice, ultimately trailing behind and opting for a direction unchosen by the others. Just before the agreed-upon 2-hour activity period concluded, Yu Sheng returned to the camp. She had connected with the other 5 as friends, and before their departure, Qiyu had sent her the camp's location to prevent her from losing her way. Aside from a bundle of dry twigs for firewood, Yu Sheng discovered 3 cardboard boxes, 2 wooden crates, and 2 copper boxes. Under Qiyu's envious gaze, Yu Sheng set the firewood and cardboard boxes on the ground. This time, they had collectively unearthed 8 cardboard boxes. Qiyu and Sister Miling opened them, and aside from encountering 2 red-haired mice, which they promptly dispatched, the useful supplies included 2 bottles of mineral water, 3 boxes of self-heating rice, and a bag of small bread. They rested for a while, refraining from eating but sipping on some water, leaning against trees with their eyes closed. Based on the lighting and cold weather supplies they had gathered before entering the game, it was surmised that the island's weather mirrored that of the real world, distinctly divided between day and night. Before nightfall, they could still embark on another excursion. Yu Sheng, eager to find more copper boxes, chose not to stay behind to guard, and after a sufficient rest, she set off again. Upon returning 2 hours later, Brother Chen decreed that no one could leave the camp again, even for urgent needs, and that they must not stray too far. With ample team supplies, they shared water and food, gathering around the campfire to eat and converse. Yu Sheng produced an apple, inviting Sister Miling to slice it into small pieces to simmer into apple water for everyone to share. As night fully enveloped the surroundings, the brightness of the bonfire became excessively glaring amidst the forest, raising concerns about attracting ill-intentioned players. Brother Chen promptly decided that everyone should take refuge in their hiding spots. Within the 6-member team, only Brother Chen, Sister Miling, and Yu Sheng possessed hiding shelters. Brother Chen's was an office, Sister Miling's a closed shower room, and Yu Sheng's, the smallest, was a cramped food cart that barely allowed her legs to stretch. Those without hiding spots had no choice but to gather in Brother Chen's shelter, while Sister Miling and Yu Sheng retreated into their own. Yu Sheng had no desire to enter the food cart. Once they were all safely concealed, Yu Sheng sought a large tree near the camp that she could climb, securing her invisible sleeping bag before slipping inside. Unable to sleep, she accessed the chat hall on her screen and noticed a private message from Qiyu. Springfield Blossom. Sheng, may I call you that? Today you mentioned you're 25 years old. I just realized you were younger than me. I hope it wasn't too presumptuous of me to address you as sister before. Yu Sheng smiled knowingly and typed a response. Swift 63. It's quite all right. Springfield Blossom. You saved me today. Such a great favor cannot go unacknowledged. Please take a look and see if there's anything you desire. Choose one as a token of gratitude. A private message accompanied by a screenshot revealed Qiyu's backpack storage interface. Unable to quell her curiosity, Yu Sheng magnified the image for a closer inspection. Qiyu's collection of supplies was rather modest, predominantly comprising items acquired in the previous round, an eclectic assortment including a vase, a barbecue grill, a treadmill, and more. Initially disinterested in her possessions, Yu Sheng found herself particularly intrigued by the treadmill. Prior to entering the game, she had attempted to scan the item using her phone and computer, but to no avail, leading to the conclusion that certain real-world appliances could not be submitted into the game. It was likely that this treadmill was a product of the game itself. Before her illness, Yu Sheng had been an avid long-distance runner, but her health had deteriorated, causing her to neglect her studies and fitness. Now that her health had returned, she was eager to regain her former physical condition, yet she lacked the necessary training environment. Within the confines of the game, she hesitated to run freely, and her safe house was merely a cramped 3-person hospital room, offering little room for exercise. Possessing the treadmill in her safe house would allow her to practice her long-distance running whenever she returned. Is this treadmill obtained from a copper chest? Asked Jisudu 63. Indeed. Would you like it? Replied Chun Tian Hua. I do. But is it important to you? If you need it, I can forego it, he responded. Then I shall give it to you. My safe house is a school laboratory, and it is too cramped for a treadmill. As a sports major, you need it more than I do. I will send it to you. Before she could finish reading the message, a notification of item transfer from Chun Tian Hua appeared. Yu Sheng expressed her gratitude to Qiyu and promptly added the treadmill to her backpack. The backpack indicated the treadmill's usage instructions, a non-rechargeable treadmill designed for physical exercise. After bidding Qiyu goodnight, Yu Sheng exhaled deeply, set her alarm, and drifted into a tranquil slumber. Chapter 11. Banana porridge. On the second day of survival on the deserted island, the alarm clock rang, prompting Yusheng to unzip her sleeping bag and emerge like a moth from a cocoon. She perched on a branch to don her shoes, neatly folded her sleeping bag, and after descending from the tree, retrieved a shovel and a bottle of mineral water from her backpack, rinsing her mouth as she made her way to the campsite. Since consuming the physique enhancement liquid and recovering from her ailments, her body had grown stronger by the day. It had not occurred to her that the game could last for several more days. As she rinsed her mouth, she contemplated bringing toothpaste and a toothbrush next time. At the campsite, fire was already crackling as her teammates began to boil water. Upon seeing Yusheng, they greeted her with nods and warm smiles. Brother Chun distributed the previously gathered team supplies, and Yusheng received a bottle of water and a small loaf of bread. However, mimicking her companions, she handed the mineral water to Sister Myling, only to realize she was preparing to cook porridge with a bag of rice she retrieved. Indeed, a single loaf of bread, even for a petite girl, was hardly sufficient. Yet, she was uncertain whether the bag of rice was Sister Myling's personal supply or part of the team as provisions from before Yusheng's arrival. As she approached Sister Myling, Yusheng noticed that her complexion was less than ideal, suggesting she had not rested well, with marks on her arms indicating a lack of comfort in her hiding space. In the recesses of her mind, she recalled the dimensions of the enclosed shower room. It was spacious enough for one to stand and stretch, yet too confined for anything but a curled-up slumber. A furry head, belonging to the charmingly handsome 7 Points fellow, leaned in from the side. He appeared to be in his early 20s, with a fair complexion and an amiable demeanor. Observing Yusheng as she utilized bottled water to moisten tissue paper in lieu of a towel to cleanse her face, he patiently awaited his turn to approach her. Grinning as he quietly inquired, "I saw you take out an apple yesterday. Do you still have any? Can I trade you some other food for it? I haven't had fruit since entering the game these past 2 days, and my bowels are quite reluctant." He spoke without deliberately lowering his voice. And others nearby also caught his words. Qiyu, who was relatively familiar with Yusheng, leaned in as well. Sheng, I would like to trade too." "Me too." Chan Xiao Lu. Generously, Yusheng produced 3 bananas and made her way toward Mei Ling, who was preparing porridge. "Since I just arrived, let these 3 bananas serve as a token of our acquaintance. Mei Ling, please add them to the porridge for everyone to share." Mei Ling smiled as she received the bananas, peeling and chopping them before stirring them into the pot. Brother Chun, who had appeared more amiable today, approached and handed Mei Ling a jar of yellow rock sugar. "Mei Ling, we are not particularly adept in the kitchen. You've taken on the burden. Please accept this jar of sugar." She accepted it and promptly added a generous portion to the porridge. The plain congee transformed into a fragrant, sweet banana porridge, eliciting delight among the group. The atmosphere became as jovial as a company team-building picnic. Any lingering discomfort Yusheng had felt upon joining the team yesterday dissipated. During breakfast, Brother Chun gathered everyone to discuss the day's agenda. "Our objective is to survive until the game's conclusion. We have familiarized ourselves with the surrounding terrain, so today there is no need for anyone to stay back and guard the camp. After breakfast, we shall restore the campsite to its original state, and everyone is free to venture out, either solo or in groups. Let us reconvene for lunch and rest at noon." After articulating his plan, he sought consensus, and all 6 members unanimously approved. Sheng, may I team up with you?" Qiyu, cradling her bowl, nudged Yusheng with her elbow while slurping her porridge, proposing their collaboration. Without hesitation, Yusheng agreed. "Sure, whoever spots a treasure chest first gets to claim it." The 2 reached an accord and set off after finishing their breakfast. On their journey, Yusheng imparted her preferred method of navigation to Qiyu. The advantage of their partnership lay in their ability to move swiftly together, back to back, observing their surroundings efficiently as they advanced to the next area. Initially, Yusheng had believed that they would need to traverse unexplored territories to discover treasure chests. To her surprise, shortly after leaving the campsite, they stumbled upon a new copper chest nearby. She turned to Qiyu for confirmation. "We passed through this area yesterday, did we not?" Qiyu nodded. "Indeed. You spotted this treasure chest first. It belongs to you." Yusheng approached and collected the copper chest concealed within the underbrush. She mused that the treasure chests in the game likely refreshed after a certain period, possibly even replenishing at night. This news would need to be shared with the other teammates upon their return at noon. With a companion by her side, Yusheng found her psychological defenses somewhat relaxed in the unfamiliar environment. However, she grew fatigued more quickly, often seeking a place to rest every hour. As the sun gradually ascended, the activity of the forest creatures began to wane. Yu Sheng and Qi Yu encountered numerous reptiles and small herbivores, including a snake that, surprisingly, chose to retreat, revealing only a portion of its tail before vanishing into the underbrush. Qi Yu, emboldened, waved her arms and insisted that with a few more chances to confront these repugnant creatures, she would swiftly dispatch them. Her weapon, somewhat short, was ingeniously modified upon Yu Sheng's suggestion by binding it to a branch, transforming it into a spear-like instrument. To cultivate Qi Yu's courage and reflexes, they alternated positions, one clearing the path ahead. The one in front would use their weapon to strike the tall grass, startling any hidden creatures, thereby assessing potential threats from safe distance. Prior to their departure, they had discussed the likelihood of encountering other players and strategies for dealing with such encounters. Yet, when faced with reality, they found themselves flustered. Around 10 to 11 in the morning, immersed in the joy of treasure hunting, they momentarily let their guard down. Yu Sheng first spotted a copper chest, and a few steps later, Qi Yu changed direction upon seeing a wooden box. Indeed, she soon spotted a treasure chest over 100 meters away. Ecstatic, she exclaimed, "I found a treasure chest," and dashed towards it with the swiftness of the wind. However, just as she neared, she suddenly halted, her feet skidding to a stop. Yu Sheng, having just secured both treasure chests, was startled when she heard Qi Yu's jubilant voice abruptly cease. An ominous signal seemed to permeate the air silently. Yu Sheng's nerves tensed immediately as she stood to look in Qi Yu's direction. 50 meters ahead of Qi Yu, a burly man clad in athletic wear and sporting a bushy beard stood, locked in an intense stare with her. The treasure chest lay directly between them. The bearded man also noticed Yu Sheng behind him. Alone, he faced two girls, and despite their gender, their combined strength was formidable. Most significantly, the treasure chest before them was unlike any they had encountered before. It was a silver metallic chest. The team had yet to discover a silver chest, and even the game system had not announced its existence. If this was indeed the first silver chest to appear in the game, whoever opened it might receive a special title or item as a reward. 3 individuals. 1 silver chest, 4 points forming a line, stood frozen in a tense stalemate for over a minute. The bearded man, with a grim expression, took a small step forward, breaking the deadlock. Yu Sheng scrutinized him closely. He wielded only a diminutive fruit knife. Yet with 2 of them, armed with long weapons, she assessed their strengths and concluded that if it came to a full confrontation, the man might not stand a chance against them. The man with the scruffy beard took a tentative step forward, and Yu Sheng, gripping her shovel, followed suit with 2 confident strides. It was only when his gaze shifted from Qi Yu to herself that she came to a halt. Given their current distance, should a confrontation arise, Qi Yu could likely defend himself with his weapon for about 10 seconds. In that brief window, Yu Sheng could muster all her strength to rush in and deliver a decisive strike. The bearded man, clearly aware of this, took only that small step before halting his advance, plunging the atmosphere back into a tense stalemate. Yu Sheng suppressed her racing heart, recalling the expressions of villains from the film she had watched, narrowing her eyes slightly and forcing a smile that danced between amusement and menace. She asserted herself, declaring, "This player, the treasure chest, was first seen by my friend." The bearded man, equally assertive, tilted his chin and retorted, "That chest is mine." Yu Sheng stepped forward once more. "There are multiple silver chests. Are you truly willing to oppose our entire team just to seize my friend's treasure?" She articulated her words slowly and clearly, emphasizing seize an entire team with deliberate weight, the threat unmistakable. Throughout the exchange, her gaze remained fixed on the man's facial expressions, observing every subtle shift. When she uttered the word seize, he casually flicked his tongue against his cheek, clearly underestimating the 2 of them. However, upon hearing that they had a team, his eyes flickered momentarily, betraying a hint of uncertainty. No one truly knows if death in the gaming world signifies an end. In the real world, everyone grapples with various pressures and challenges. Survival is arduous, and many cherish the chance for a fresh start. To make enemies right as the game commenced could be seen as a self-destructive choice. Yet, the man appeared unwilling to retreat so easily. Yu Sheng pressed on. "We must reason this out. The treasure chest was first sighted by my friend. If you insist on opposing us today, I will promptly notify my other teammates, who are dispersed nearby. However, if you choose to leave peacefully, I will consider this encounter never happened, allowing us to go our separate ways without further conflict." The bearded man displayed a moment of hesitation, and seizing this opportunity, Yu Sheng twirled her weapon. The polished shovel glinted in the sunlight, momentarily flashing before the man's eyes. With each step she took, the man's initial aura of dominance waned. Ultimately, he shot a fierce glance at Yu Sheng and Qi Yu, as if to etch their faces into his memory. After spitting on the ground in disdain, he turned away. As he receded into the distance, Yu Sheng stepped forward to stand alongside Qi Yu, their eyes still focused on the man's retreating form, ensuring he did not circle back once they let their guard down. Chapter 12. Title: Sheng. Can I turn back now? Qi Yu asked hesitantly, her voice trembling. She had initially refrained from looking back, fearing that the bearded man might launch a surprise attack from behind. As the tension escalated and Yu Sheng spoke, Qi Yu remained silent, afraid that any words might betray her fear and burden Yu Sheng. Throughout Yu Sheng's dialogue with the man, Qi Yu had clenched her palms, striving to maintain an expressionless demeanor while holding his gaze. Yu Sheng found herself in a bemused state. Very well, let us first stow away the treasure chest and depart. Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Yu replied, "You take it. If it weren't for you, not only would this chest be out of reach, but I might have lost my life as well. This chest rightfully belongs to you." Yu Sheng, not wishing to be impolite, promptly secured the silver chest and pulled Qi Yu along, navigating the woods in search of a safe haven. The silver chest had already been integrated into the game, and the first opening would surely yield rewards. Since Qi Yu had willingly relinquished her claim, Yu Sheng felt compelled to seize this opportunity. Qi Yu stood guard with her weapon, vigilantly watching over Yu Sheng. With a fervent prayer in her heart, Yu Sheng lifted the lid with a shovel, hoping for rare items instead of venomous creatures. The system announced, Player Rapid 63 has swiftly retrieved Game Silver Chest 1, earning a game title. Would you like to publicize this joyous news? If announced, you will receive the title Miraculous Healer, which will take effect upon equipping and can be hidden. Yu Sheng clicked confirm and opted for the title to remain unseen. Congratulations to Player Rapid 63 for retrieving Game Silver Chest 1, acquiring a special game item, and triggering a system-wide welfare chest upgrade. The system has awarded Player Rapid 63 a mysterious special title. A new treasure chest has been released. Players are encouraged to continue their treasure hunts. As the text faded from view, Yu Sheng peered into the silver chest, discovering a stack of exquisite cards. Retrieving her backpack, the display indicated, Evasion House Upgrade Card 10. A personal system notification appeared. You now qualify to upgrade your low-level Evasion House. Would you like to use Evasion House Upgrade Card 10 to elevate it to a mid-level Evasion House? Upgrade wait time, 6 hours. Yu Sheng clicked confirm once more. Instantly, a countdown of 6 hours appeared beneath the storage compartment for the Evasion House in her backpack. At that moment, Yu Sheng noticed several unread messages in her private chat. Reboot 001. You found the first silver chest in the entire region? Impressive. Missed Wuju. Congratulations, Sister 63, on your title. 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts handsome. Is it an item or resources? If it's an item, I'm charging in. Smiling. Little Yu, you are amazing. Yu Sheng replied to each one in turn. Sheng, what did you uncover? Qi Yu inquired, glancing back at her with a face full of curiosity and urgency while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Yu Sheng tucked away the empty silver chest, grasped the shovel in one hand, and pulled Qi Yu along with the other, explaining, I obtained an Evasion House upgrade card, which is just sufficient to upgrade my Evasion House. The game has just released a plethora of silver chests. We must act swiftly. If we cannot gather the silver chests, let us not bother with the cardboard ones. We should focus on collecting the silver chests, as they yield rare items. Qi Yu was particularly elated. I told you this silver chest was destined for you. I was right. Following the system notification, the entire region erupted in excitement. Brother Chun informed each team member individually that lunch would be self-managed, urging everyone to expedite their treasure collection. Yu Sheng and Qi Yu minimized their rest time, brandishing their weapons with fervor as they forged their path. Caution was paramount, yet they inevitably encountered other players who, in a silent understanding, chose to change direction and search for treasure elsewhere to avoid any misinterpretation as provocation. After all, the game had just announced the release of a new batch of silver chests. Those who squandered their time in combat instead of seizing the opportunity to search for treasure must surely be foolish. As the sky darkened and the party automatically returned to camp, each member bore a considerable bounty. The team had enjoyed a prosperous day. Miling and Shiyu opened all the cardboard boxes they had collected, distributing the self-heating rice meals to everyone gathered around the campfire. They savored their meals while sharing their gains and discussing plans for the third day of the game, according to the team's rules. Aside from the cardboard boxes that must be surrendered for communal sharing, all other treasure chests belong to the individual. In response to the collective request, Brother Chen modified the regulations. Henceforth, all cardboard and wooden chests, being low-tier resources, must be turned over for team distribution. Additionally, members were no longer required to report the quantities of copper and silver chests. Internal trading would take precedence for those wishing to exchange items. Each team member expressed their thoughts, and when it was Yuxing's turn, she articulated her ideas clearly. I observed that treasure chests appear to be updated in the game at night, likely around midnight. Those confident enough to venture out after dark could attempt to discover higher-tier chests, where the chances of finding rare items were greater. With the availability of more rare items, it was crucial for those without a shelter to secure one promptly, while those already possessing a shelter should prioritize upgrading it. Concurrently, they needed to enhance their combat prowess and self-defense capabilities. At the game's inception, danger seemed distant, but as time progressed, players seeking shortcuts might resort to violence and theft. The teammates unanimously agreed with this sentiment, particularly Miling and Shiyu, the weakest in the group, who slowed their eating in contemplation. If they did not strengthen themselves soon, their lives could be in peril. During the rest period, everyone retreated to their shelters as they had the previous night. Yuxing found an unoccupied corner and eagerly deployed her newly upgraded intermediate-level shelter, which had transformed from a waist-high cart into a structure resembling a cargo truck. It retained the sliding door, but now featured a biometric iris lock, and a staircase was added for ease of entry. Upon entering the shelter, Yuxing noticed that it had been significantly fortified. The walls, still metallic, were no longer the flimsy, stainless steel of before. A gentle knock revealed their formidable solidity. The interior was spacious, with the supplies she had previously stored piled in the far corner. Each wall boasted a visual window, but from the outside, only 4 black rectangles were visible, indicating the windows remained one way. With the expanded shelter, Yuxing no longer needed to sleep suspended in a tree. She retrieved her illuminating helmet as a light source, marveling at the vastly enlarged shelter and felt a desire to meticulously decorate it. However, her supplies were limited, and her aspirations were thwarted. She spread a thin sheet on the ground and placed her sleeping bag atop it, crawling in to activate her light screen and examine the title she had acquired that day. Miraculous Healer. Players who obtained this title would become advanced physicians skilled in employing various medical instruments and pharmaceuticals. It was useful, albeit beyond Yuxing's initial expectations. Once again, a peculiar skill related to medicine has emerged. Previously, it was merely the acquisition of a food delivery card from a hospital cafeteria to serve as a makeshift shelter. But now she has inexplicably been granted the extraordinary skill of a divine healer. Yet, Yuxing is merely a student-athlete, and at present, she lacks any medicinal supplies or medical equipment. Thus, this skill is rendered utterly useless for the time being. It seems there are still too few treasure chests. After some contemplation, Yuxing set an alarm for midnight and took the opportunity to rest and rejuvenate her energy. Chapter 13. Self-heating hot pot with braised pork flavor. As the clock struck midnight, the forest of the deserted island fell into a profound silence. Should anyone be lurking in the shadows, they might witness a bizarre scene. Deep within the primitive forest, a pair of women's athletic shoes lay conspicuously atop a pile of fallen leaves. Suspended above was a shovel, entirely black, its edges reflecting a silvery glow in the moonlight. The shoes and shovel were eerily moving of their own accord. This was Yuxing, ensconced in a sleeping bag, with only her feet and eyes visible. To gain an advantage by collecting treasure chests, and to test her hypothesis that the chests refresh at midnight, Yuxing took a rest until the clock struck 12, donned her invisible sleeping bag and night vision goggles, and emerged under the cover of darkness. Her conjecture proved accurate. Shortly after departing the campsite, she stumbled upon 2 silver chests, which she promptly stowed in her backpack, intending to open them collectively once the game concluded and she returned to the safety of her shelter. The treasure chests that refreshed in the dead of night sprouted like mushrooms in a rain-soaked forest. She did not discriminate. As long as it was a chest and she could ensure her safety, she collected them all. Initially, during her breaks, she counted the chests in her backpack, but eventually, She compressed her resting time, focusing solely on gathering as many as possible after sufficient rest. Countless cardboard boxes, wooden crates, copper chests, and silver chests became the wellspring of Sheng's motivation. After approximately 4 hours of activity, she suddenly spotted a beam of light sweeping through the woods in the distance. The night on the deserted island was already shrouded in darkness, with only the moon casting a faint glow. Thus, the appearance of the light beam was particularly striking through her night vision goggles. Sheng stowed her shovel and moved cautiously, striving to make no sound, before climbing a tree for concealment amidst the underbrush. It seemed that the players active at night had converged in this area, seizing the opportunity to hastily collect treasure chests while fewer competitors were around. As the beam drew closer, the figures in the distance gradually came into focus with the aid of her night vision goggles. 2 men, one tall and one short, donned full camouflage attire, identifiable by the patterns on their clothing. The taller man held a flashlight, likely obtained from a treasure chest. Both men were armed, and through the night vision goggles, she discerned their vigilant and menacing expressions. Sheng surmised that these two were formidable adversaries. Curiously, there were no treasure chests in the vicinity. The shorter man cast a suspicious glance at his companion. Could it be that someone else has been here before us? Are they possibly from the same faction as us? The taller man cursed under his breath, his eyes scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Who cares about factions? They stole my treasure chest. If we run into them, we'll take them out. They approached near Sheng, the beam of their flashlight sweeping across the branches beneath her feet. Noting no anomalies, the 2 men whispered a few words before departing. Sheng remained motionless, suspended in the tree, a thin layer of sweat forming in her sleeping bag. Half of her discomfort stemmed from the fright of nearly being illuminated by the flashlight, while the other half was due to fatigue from being cocooned in the sleeping bag and clutching a branch. She dared not descend from the tree. Instead, she made slight movements of her limbs, taking advantage of the breeze that rustled the branches and grass concealing her, quietly adjusting her position to lie on the branch. After more than an hour, within the monochromatic realm of night vision, the 2 men emerged from behind a large tree in a low-lying area and wandered off elsewhere. Their hiding spot fortuitously fell into Sheng's blind spot. A sense of relief washed over her. Evidently, the men had suspected the presence of others nearby, having remained in ambush for a full hour. She felt fortunate for not underestimating the situation, while simultaneously reflecting on her precarious health level of 60. It had been sheer luck that she had managed to frighten off the bearded man last time. In the game world, any encounter with a more skilled player would result in her defeat, leading to automatic equipment loss upon obliteration. She harbored no illusions about being able to evade other players in future games. Thus, enhancing her various attributes and improving her physical condition had to be prioritized. The 2 men in camouflage, who had departed earlier, were likely still prowling the vicinity, and it was uncertain whether they would return. Glancing at the countdown, she noted that less than 2 hours remained until dawn, forcing her to conclude her treasure-hunting expedition prematurely. Sheng climbed to the top of the tree, secured her sleeping bag among the denser branches, and removed her shoes, stowing them in her backpack before lying down. Sleep eluded her, compelling her to check the game lobby and her inventory, quietly awaiting the break of day. In a mere 2 days, the number of surviving players, as announced in a corner of the game lobby, had plummeted by nearly 10%. The chat area buzzed with only a handful of active players, likely reluctant to venture out, opting instead to remain holed up in their hiding spots until the game concluded. Sheng ventured into the trading area to peruse the transaction listings from the past couple of days. She marked items of interest, planning to assess the situation for potential trades once she returned to the safe house after opening her treasure chests. Currently, her most pressing needs were shoes, batteries, and weapons, followed closely by medical supplies and equipment. Whether it was mere bad luck or the game's deliberate increase in difficulty, she, a person skilled in sports and long-distance running, had yet to find a treasure chest containing athletic gear. The second-hand sneakers she wore were ill-fitting, an irritation she could not shake. Furthermore, her title skill, which diverged significantly from her expertise, seemed promising, yet could only be utilized effectively when medical supplies and equipment were not in short supply. Acquiring all these necessities proved to be a formidable challenge. With a sigh from within her sleeping bag, Sheng rummaged for a while as dawn gradually approached, and players began to appear beneath the tree. However, None of them noticed the hidden player ensconced in her invisible sleeping bag above. Yu Sheng waited patiently for quite some time, ensuring the surroundings were secure before descending from the tree. She found a concealed spot to release her shelter and swiftly entered. With 3 hours remaining until the game's countdown reached its conclusion, Yu Sheng took out a self-heating hot pot with braised pork flavor, an apple, and a bottle of mineral water, relishing her meal before sending a message to her team and nestling comfortably into her sleeping bag for a peaceful slumber. As the game ended, players returned to the safety of their shelter. The game notification chimed. Congratulations to all players for successfully completing the game instance on the deserted island. The 72-hour gameplay has concluded with a survival rate of 98.03. The next round will commence in 48 hours. Please prepare in advance and strive for survival. Warm reminder 1. The game features multiple Easter eggs, and players who discover them first will receive a title along with a special skill. Warm reminder 2. The boundaries of the player's safe house have been updated. Please check promptly. Yu Sheng was preoccupied with the treasure chest in her backpack and sprang up excitedly. In this round, she had collected a total of 158 cardboard boxes, 121 wooden boxes, 97 copper boxes, and 136 silver boxes. Just glancing at the numbers in the storage compartment where the treasure chests were kept, her eyes sparkled with delight. The game system was indeed correct. Since the silver treasure chests made their debut, a significant number had been scattered across the island to encourage players. Remarkably, the quantity of silver boxes she had gathered exceeded that of wooden boxes. Without hesitation, she donned her raincoat and rain boots and entered the restroom. She began by opening the silver boxes. Aside from those that released aggressive animals and monsters, the remaining treasure chests yielded a backpack expansion card, 1 wearable invisible thermal shield, 8 shelter modification cards, 1 low-level shelter, 1 fine steel crossbow, 3 vitality enhancement liquids, 40 shelter upgrade cards, 1 blueprint for a bronze sword, 7 fragments of a refining furnace, 25 antidote pills, 1 blueprint for antidote pills, 1 blueprint for stamina supplements, 1 blueprint for combat suits, 1 plant cultivation chamber, 7 fragments of a blueprint replication album, 1 friendly work badge, 6 fragments of an autopilot blueprint, 1 pistol blueprint, 3 treasure chest radars, 15 intermediate time acceleration hourglasses, 19 low-level time acceleration hourglasses, and 1 monster parasitic card. Chapter 14. New teammates. After finishing with the silver boxes, Yu Sheng sat on the ground, panting heavily, blood covering her from the bites of a venomous snake and a foul-smelling hyena. The blood on her body was splattered from the skirmishes she had endured. Fortunately, she had opened the antidote pills early, and after consuming them, the snake venom at the wound site dissipated entirely. After swiftly drinking the vitality enhancement liquid she had found, she managed to stave off exhaustion from the multitude of silver boxes. Checking the time, she realized that barely over an hour had passed. Yu Sheng cleaned up the corpses of the animals and monsters in the corner, flushing the smaller ones down the toilet and disposing of the larger remains in a trash bag. Finally, she used the shower head to wash away the bloodstains from her raincoat and boots, leaving the door ajar as she rested on the floor for a moment, waiting for the scent of blood to dissipate. She summarized her findings regarding the silver boxes. Out of the 136 boxes, only 108 contained supplies, while the rest were invariably traps, and the animals released became increasingly bizarre. There exists a tree frog that masquerades as a withered leaf while secreting venom, a carnivorous plant with remarkable speed, a lynx with 3 eyes, and a purple serpent with 2 heads. The wound on Yu Sheng's hand was inflicted by the 2-headed snake. These creatures are so grotesque that they seem to be mere figments of imagination, likely existing solely within the realms of a gaming universe. Given the game's recent launch, along with the monster parasite cards emerging from treasure chests, Yu Sheng deduced that these beings are likely minor calamities within the game world, with the prospect of encountering increasingly perilous monsters ahead. With no time to meticulously examine the silver chest's resources and items, Yu Sheng resolved to open all the treasure chests at once, taking advantage of her already soiled clothing. Upon opening the remaining chests, she acquired a long knife, 13 cleansing cards, 15 detoxification pills, 50 backpack expansion cards, 1 down jacket, 1 black raincoat, 1 oil lamp, 1 mountaineering backpack, 8 universal batteries, 1 pair of Martin boots, 1 glasses case, and an assortment of food, mineral water, and various mutated animals. She disposed of the animal corpses, took a shower in the restroom, and donned clean garments. Standing at the restroom door, She gazed at the piled-up resources and items on the floor. Although she yearned to immediately peruse the item descriptions and organize her backpack, she stifled her inner excitement and began to investigate the matter regarding the system notification about the updated safehouse range. She decided to first inquire within her team. Entering the private chat area, she discovered a new group chat presided over by the team leader, Wang, also known as Reboot 001. The group chat members were quite active, with the message count reaching 99. Sheng commenced her reading from the unread messages. It turned out that on the final day of the game, Wang had taken to heart Sheng's speculation about the midnight treasure chest update. During their nighttime rest, they had collectively decided to venture out at midnight in search of treasure chests, with only Qiyu attempting to contact Sheng for a team-up. However, Sheng, engrossed in her treasure hunt and having neglected to check her messages, did not respond. Qiyu, too timid to act alone in the dark, sought refuge in Mei Ling's hideout, where the two awaited dawn together. Among the others, Wang acted independently until he encountered another player, at which point he paused. He found an immediate rapport with this new player and sought the opinions of his teammates, ultimately absorbing this individual into their ranks. Sheng was oblivious to the messages at that time, as she was preoccupied with her treasure search. The Misty Deer and Chief and Shui were also engaged in team activities. Wang and his new ally formed a team, but proceeded with caution, retreating to the camp upon discovering the outskirts of another player's territory by daylight. This indicated that their operational scope was rather limited. Unlike Sheng, who, fully disguised, traveled in a straight line without pausing, even when encroaching upon other players' activity zones, only halting upon sensing danger from two men in camouflage. Later, Wang's treasure chest yielded a group chat establishment card, leading to the creation of this small team chat. The members discussed their gains from the previous night, including the new addition, Li, the player Wang had encountered. Observing the friendliness of the group towards her in the chat, Sheng decided to respond and greet her new teammates. Speedy63, welcome, new teammate. Chanian Hua. Sheng, you're finally online. Miss Deer, good afternoon, Sister 63. Montakli, hello. Reboot 001. Sister 63, you must have gathered quite a bit yesterday. 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts handsome. Do tell us. Swift 63. I went out to collect boxes and later encountered other players, so I had to urgently hide in a tree and spent the night without sleep. Miss Deer, as long as you're safe. Smiling. Indeed, safety is paramount. Sheng was hesitating whether to disclose the number and condition of his treasure chest when the topic in the group had already shifted. Reboot 001. Jasmine, have you completed your research on the refining furnace? Emoli, I just finished reading the instructions. I lack the blueprints and materials. I'm not sure if treasure chests count as materials, as I need blueprints to conduct experiments. Reboot 001. I have the blueprint for nutrient solution. I'll send it to you for experimentation. Emoli, all right. Springfield flowers. So from now on, as long as there are blueprints, can I ask Emoli to help synthesize resources or items? What are your requirements for processing? Emoli, familiarity makes negotiations easier. Let me think about it. Springfield flowers, sure. Sheng's eyes sparkled as she read the group messages. Earlier, she saw that Emoli mentioned only acquiring 3 silver chests. Yet those 3 chests yielded a refining furnace. With blueprints and materials, she could synthesize all items and resources. What astonishing luck. In contrast, out of her 100-plus silver chests, nearly 20 contained monsters, and although she had many blueprints from the remaining chests, none included a refining furnace. None were useful. This only reinforced her belief that she was utterly disconnected from the game world's chosen ones. Fortunately, she was diligent. She had over 100 silver chests. This was the reward for a sleepless night spent evading 2 murderers, lying on branches for half a night. With this in mind, Sheng decided to keep the matter of the treasure chests under wraps for now and act discreetly. Without the protagonist as Halo, she couldn't afford to risk her life. Sheng glanced at the door of the safe house and quickly typed an inquiry. Swift 63. What's the update on the safe house range? Is there any danger? 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts handsome. No danger. Feel free to check it out. By the way, what kind of rooms does everyone have for their safe houses? Mine is a bedroom. Springfield flowers, a laboratory. The expanded range includes a corridor and another lab. Miss Deer, a sports equipment room. Reboot 001. My safe house is the same as my hiding place. The updated range remains an office area in a skyscraper. Swift 63. A hospital room. I haven't gone out to see the updated area yet. Myling. Mine is a kitchen. It now extends to the dining room, and I've got more kitchen tools and ingredients. I'll make you all chicken soup shortly. Springfield Flowers. There's no danger. Sheng. Hurry and take a look. Swift 63. All right. After replying, Sheng stood up, instinctively grasping the shovel in her hand, and approached the door to twist the doorknob, preparing to explore the updated safe house. Chapter 15. Apple yogurt cup. Placing her hand on the doorknob, she pushed it gently. The door, previously seemingly welded to the wall, trembled lightly at her touch. Sheng cautiously pushed the door open. Outside, light shone, and the air was filled with silence. The layout at the hospital door, which originally faced the nurse's station, remained unchanged. The entire space, apart from one's own hospital room and the nurse's station, as well as the adjacent patient room directly facing the nurse's station, is surrounded by walls. Sheng recalls that the corridor between the patient rooms and the nurse's station originally extended at both ends, one leading to an elevator and the other to a public restroom designated for men and women. Now, both ends of the nurse's station have been abruptly severed by walls, leaving one to wonder if the area will be reopened with the next update. The entire safety shelter lacks any other exits or doors, containing solely the two doors of the patient rooms, resembling an inescapable chamber. Previously, nurses would be on duty inside, writing medical records, and the call bell would occasionally ring. But now it is utterly deserted. The silence is unnervingly excessive, creating an atmosphere that is somewhat disconcerting. Sheng stood in place for a moment, ensuring her safety before proceeding to the adjacent patient room. The hospital had few patients, and Sheng recalled that there were only 6 or 7 patients in the entire oncology ward. The neighboring room once housed an elderly woman suffering from breast cancer, but upon entering, Sheng found no trace of her. The belongings in the old woman's room remained untouched. Sheng transferred 2 boxes of pure milk, a fruit basket, and a bouquet of fresh flowers to her own room, leaving behind some secondhand clothing and an open pack of toilet paper. She also searched the nurse's station, where medical records and various stationery were still present, but the computer, landline, microwave, and electric heating table were all in a state of power outage. Sheng returned to her room to retrieve a universal battery, a device resembling a speaker with a circular socket. She tested the telephone, computer, and various electric plugs. All types could fit into the universal battery socket, but only the electric heating table powered on and functioned normally. Among these appliances, only the heating table could be utilized in the gaming world, as it not only provided warmth, but also featured a heating plate in the center that could serve as an induction cooker. Sheng stowed the heating table into her backpack and returned to her room, awaiting the completion of lunch to sort through the abundant supplies. For lunch, she prepared a self-heating hot pot and discovered yogurt among the supplies. After relishing the hot pot, Sheng used a fruit knife to slice an apple into small pieces, creating a delightful apple yogurt cup, which she savored with great satisfaction. During her meal, she kept an eye on the group chat. She happened to see a message from Mo Lee, who was researching the refining furnace. Mo Lee, the formula for the nutrient solution requires 10 different plants, as well as a glass container for packaging. The team members immediately rose to search for plants within the safety shelter. The glass containers were readily available, and Chiyu enthusiastically chimed in, stating, "I have plenty in my laboratory. Are there any specific requirements?" Emoli, no requirements, as long as they are made of glass. The more challenging task was to find the various types of plants. They discovered pothos and asparagus fern in Lu Chengwang's office. In Myling's kitchen, they found scallions, ginger, garlic, cucumbers, and tomatoes, but still needed 3 more. Sheng recalled the bouquet of flowers she had just found in the neighboring room and promptly sent a message to Emoli. Suddenly, Sheng recalled Myling's refuge. The last time she saw her, she emerged from the hideaway in the morning, her face and arms marked with impressions, suggesting that rest was not easily attainable. Jice's 63. Shall we exchange the surplus supplies in our safe houses? I have 4 hospital beds available for trade, suitable for either the safe house or the refuge. Chunian Huahua. I need 2 beds. No, just 1 will suffice. However, I only possess experimental equipment. Jice's 63. All right. After contemplating, I privately messaged Chiyu. I will give you 1 for free. No need to reciprocate. Consider it a return for the treadmill you lent me last time. Chongqi 001. I would also like 1, as I have a matching desk and chair set. Miss, dear. Sister 63, do you still require sports equipment? Jaisa's 63, yes, I do. I would like a complete set of desks and chairs. Little dear, what equipment do you have? Smiling, little you, I cannot accommodate a bed here. I would like a set of bedding and a mattress. I have a stove, do you need it? Yusheng replied to each message, sending 4 fully furnished hospital beds and corresponding bedside tables to 4 individuals. When sending items to Miling, she included 10 upgrade cards for the refuge, just enough for her to enhance it. Jaisa's 63. Miling, this can be utilized to upgrade your hideaway. Keep it safe and do not disclose it to others. Miling, this is too precious, little you. I fear I cannot find anything of equal value to exchange with you. Jaisa's 63. No worries, use it in case of emergency. We can discuss suitable trades later. Miling, thank you, little you. Yusheng then sent Shiyu a private message. I will provide you with another bed during the next supply update at the safe house. The reply was swift, filled with an adorable emoticon. Yusheng could vividly imagine Shiyu's expression, causing her to chuckle softly. After glancing at the images sent by Miling and Little Deer, she ultimately selected one item from each, a flat-bottom frying pan from Miling and a boxing pillar from Little Deer. Both offered complimentary gifts. Miling sent Yusheng a complete set of utensils along with a bag of salt, while Little Deer provided a pair of boxing gloves. This time, the duration of their stay at the safe house was ample. After finishing lunch, Yusheng took a brief nap. Upon waking, she began organizing the safe house. She moved all empty boxes and garbage bag from the bathroom to the adjacent hospital room, deciding to open boxes there in the future. The remaining supplies were categorized into items, tools, weapons, food, and beverages, while she roughly estimated the required capacity for storage compartments. Yusheng utilized all 200 backpack expansion cards, instantly increasing her storage by 2,000 slots, bringing her total to 2,030 slots. She stored all items in her backpack and began to examine each item as description. Wearable invisible thermoregulation cloak 1. When worn, it maintains a constant temperature within a half-meter radius around the player, moving with them, with a permanent duration. Refuge Renovation Card 8 can be used to modify the refuge. One card can modify one aspect. Basic Refuge 1. A randomly generated hiding space tailored to the player's specifics, capable of storing supplies and becoming invisible. Steel Crossbow 1. Inflicts greater damage than traditional crossbows, requiring the use of crossbow bolts. The Physique Enhancement Fluid 3. Upon consumption, it elevates the lowest attribute of the player's physical statistics by 30 points. If all attributes are equal, each attribute is increased by 10 points. Evasion House Upgrade Card 30. When employed, it allows for the enhancement of the Evasion House. Additionally, a note indicates the player requires 30 upgrade cards to advance to the next level of the Evasion House out of a total of 100. Yusheng inwardly clicked her tongue. Last time, transitioning from a lower to a middle tier required only 10 cards. Yet now, the upgrade demanded a staggering 100 cards. She regretted having so readily given away those 10 cards, but what is done is done. There is no sense in lamenting the past. Chapter 16. Inventory Assessment. Yusheng exhaled deeply, focusing her attention to continue her examination. Bronze Sword Blueprint 1. Usable in the refining furnace to synthesize a bronze sword. Refining Furnace Fragment 7. Collect 10 fragments to automatically synthesize a refining furnace. Antidote Pills 25. Capable of neutralizing all poisons within the survival game. 1 pill per use. Orally administered. Antidote Pill Blueprint 1. Usable in the refining furnace to synthesize antidote pills. Stamina Supplement Blueprint 1. Usable in the refining furnace to synthesize a stamina supplement. Combat Suit Blueprint 1. Usable in the refining furnace to synthesize a complete combat suit. Plant Cultivation Chamber 1. Suitable for cultivating plants or seeds. Blueprint Reproduction Album Fragment 7. Gather 100 fragments to automatically synthesize a blueprint reproduction album. Friendly Work Badge 1. Wearing it increases the recipient's favorability towards the player. Autopilot Fragment 6. Collect 100 fragments to automatically synthesize an autopilot device. Pistol Blueprint 1. Usable in the refining furnace to synthesize a pistol. Treasure Chest Radar 3. Utilized for locating treasure chests. Valid for 3 hours. Intermediate Time Acceleration Hourglass 15. Used to expedite the synthesis process in the refining furnace. reducing synthesis time by 5 hours upon use. Basic time acceleration hourglass 19, used to hasten the synthesis in the refining furnace, reducing synthesis time by 1 hour upon use. Monster parasite card 1, can be used to bind a parasite to a monster. Once bound, the monster will not attack the parasitic player and will follow the player as commands. Upon finishing her review, Yu Sheng's eyes truly sparkled with excitement. Treasures. All treasures. The wearable invisible thermostat, evasion house modification card, friendly work badge, and treasure chest radar were all immediately usable. The refining furnace fragments, blueprint reproduction album fragments, an autopilot device were items she urgently needed. While the monster parasite card sounded like a formidable high-tier item, Yu Sheng first donned the wearable invisible thermostat, a small badge that enveloped her in a warm, spring-like embrace. Then, she consumed all 3 vials of the physique enhancement fluid, and her personal information in the game interface was instantly updated. Player, Yu Sheng level, 1 gender, female age, 25 health, 90 strength, 90 agility, 90 specialty, long distance running. Endurance title, Divine Healer. At that moment, a message arrived in the group chat. Emoli, the first batch of nutrient solutions has been completed with 5 vials prepared. I'll keep 1, and the remaining 4 will be distributed among the teammates who provided the materials earlier. The others will have to wait for the second batch. The group erupted in jubilant cheers, and Yu Sheng joined others in the queue to respond. Thank you, Emoli, she expressed swiftly. Soon, she received the nutrient solution sent by Emoli. The low-grade nutrient solution promised immediate restoration of the player's stamina for 3 hours. After pondering for a moment, Yu Sheng messaged the group, I have obtained a blueprint for a bronze sword. Emoli, could you try using an empty copper box as material? Sure, came Emoli's reply. With the other teammates as witnesses, Yu Sheng felt assured that Emoli would not hoard the weapon blueprint. After receiving Emoli's response, she sent it over. Before long, she saw Emoli's reply in the group chat. Unable to synthesize, the refining furnace indicates that the copper box must first be decomposed at the disassembly station. I will return the blueprint to you. We don't have a refining furnace. You can keep the blueprint for now while I ask in the trading area if anyone has a disassembly station. Yu Sheng responded. I have a friend with a disassembly station. I will ask him, said Chongqi 001. All right. Within 10 minutes, Lu Qingguang provided a certain answer in the group. I have sent the copper box for disassembly. His condition is to make friends with a teammate who has a refining furnace. Is that okay, Emoli? If you think it's fine, then it's fine, Emoli replied. All right, I will have him add you. In private chat, Chi sent a message. I feel like they're the protagonists, and we are merely supporting characters. I feel the same. Not only are they fortunate, but their connections are also extensive. Yu Sheng replied. First, Lu Qingguang had a few square meters of office space in the evasion room. And Chiyu had previously mentioned that his office contained a sofa and a bag of snacks. Then there was Emoli, who, by sheer luck, opened a refining furnace. Finally, Lu Qingguang had other fortunate friends who owned a disassembly station. With these 2 allies, Lu Qingguang would only need to speak to transform all his blueprints into tangible assets. How enviable! Yu Sheng, lacking the undeniable aura of a protagonist, felt the weight of her inferiority. She resolved to cling tightly to the powerful figures, not daring to be complacent. She immediately stowed her light screen and continued organizing her backpack. She first stored all items, weapons, and tools, and also directly packed away the abundant food and drinks. Her backpack still had over 1,000 empty slots remaining. With the increase in storage slots, a lettered keyboard appeared on the screen for swift retrieval of needed supplies. Yu Sheng stood at the door of the ward and peered inside. After the treasure chests were moved next door, her current ward was left with only 2 hospital beds and bedside tables, an electric heating table, a treadmill, a punching bag, and 2 chairs. The safe house was too cramped to extract the evasion room from her backpack. Yu Sheng took out some instant food, eating an early dinner on the hospital bed while planning for the evasion room. She needed to ensure she brought enough supplies for the next round of the game. The evasion room could accommodate a hospital bed, with the electric heating table and chairs placed against the wall. The utensils and frying pan she received from Mei Ling could be placed on top, allowing her to cook when in need of something warm. The desk and chairs sent by Lu Qingguang would be placed beside the bed for additional small items. The medical record rack at the nurse's station can also be moved into the refuge room to serve as a cabinet, storing emergency food supplies and bottled water. Additionally, there is a basin beneath the bed in the adjacent ward, which can be retrieved shortly to serve as a temporary toilet within the refuge room. Currently, we have oil lamps and headlamps for illumination, and the battery issue has been resolved, allowing us to recharge the electric heating table and headlamps. Her physical metrics have risen to 90, and she can allocate time daily to practice on the treadmill and the punching bag, both of which occupy minimal space and can be easily stored in the refuge room when not in use. She possesses 8 modification cards for the refuge. One can be used to change its color, as the reflective silver walls can be quite glaring when the headlamp is on. 2 cards will create partitions for the bed and the restroom, while 1 card will establish a skylight to allow natural light during the day. Another card will be used to create a wastewater storage chamber. The remaining cards will be employed to explore the possibility of increasing the height and width of the refuge, or perhaps adding a second floor. The plant cultivation chamber is currently of no use, but it is expected to serve a purpose in the future. She must continue to gather cards and fragments. As the remaining blueprints are precious, they will be utilized once she possesses a refining furnace and composite materials, or once she confirms her trust in Mo Lee. Consumable items like the treasure chest radar should not be used lightly. It is best to reserve them for when the game presents a plethora of high-level treasure chests. As for the refuge and the 50 backpack expansion cards, many players have yet to obtain a refuge, and the backpack expansion cards are also highly sought after trading items. It would be prudent to hold on to them for potential trades in the coming days, seeking rare items or fragments she urgently requires. There is indeed much to accomplish. Sheng reclined, her thoughts swirling, and soon drifted into slumber. Chapter 17. The 8th New Team Member Attention Players. The next round of the official game will commence in 8 hours. Please prepare in advance and strive for survival. Warm Reminder 1. The game features multiple Easter eggs. Players who discover them first will be awarded titles and unique skills. Warm Reminder 2. A new map will be opened in this session. Please prepare accordingly before entering the game. Sheng pressed the start button on the treadmill, wiping her sweat as she leaned against the wall to stretch her Achilles tendon, gradually calming her breath. She opened the group chat on the light screen. Mo Lee, the bronze sword has successfully undergone refinement. I have kept the first one. The second is given to player 63 who provided the blueprint, and the third went to the player with the disassembly station. I am currently refining the 5th sword and will prioritize fulfilling orders from the group. I am open to exchanging suitable materials. Reboot 001. There are now other players in the game with refining furnaces selling items. After discussing with Jasmine, we have decided to establish a long-term collaboration with a friend who has a disassembly station. From now on, anyone with blueprints or materials can send them to Jasmine, and we will begin selling various composite items. Reboot 001. Moreover, the player with the disassembly station is also interested in joining the team, and as per our usual practice, I am now seeking everyone's opinion. Please express your stance, whether in agreement or dissent. 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts handsomeness. I agree. This is a positive development, strengthening the power of our small team. Misty Deer, agreed. Springfield Flowers, agreed. Rapid 63, agreed. Myling, agreed. Before long, the number of members in the group chat increased from 7 to 8. West Rain, East Sunshine, greetings to you all. Mo Lee, welcome. Restart 001, welcome East. 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts handsomeness. Greetings, esteemed leader. Misty Deer, welcome, new teammate. Springfield Flowers, welcome, new teammate. Rapid 63, welcome, new teammate. Myling, welcome. Soon. The group chat buzzed with excitement, with Restart 001 and Mo Lee occasionally chiming in as they were busy gathering blueprints in the trading zone, intermittently updating the group on their progress. The team members also contributed the necessary materials according to the blueprints they received. Currently, the blueprints available to them were of minor utility, such as those for iron nails, axes, wooden houses, and sausages. After discussion, it was decided that Mo Lee and East Sunshine would be responsible for the synthesis of materials for the next game. As the leader, Lu Qingguang would handle the sale of the processed materials in the trading zone. The others would take turns searching for treasure chests, with half of the loot to be contributed to the collective. The processed materials, along with those obtained through trade and collective treasure chests, would be distributed based on each member's contributions. Sheng, like the others, had no objections. Many players in the game were forming teams, and capable groups were fervently accumulating resources and items. The game was still in its early stages, and the demand for these low-tier items was not a concern. Accumulating them to a certain extent could serve as a foundation for trading for mid-tier or high-tier blueprints in the future. While collecting blueprints, Lu Qingguang lamented in the group chat. Their team currently possessed both a disassembly station and a refining furnace, yet lacked high-tier blueprints. And they held no advantage in the team-oriented trading zone. Yu Sheng had several high-tier blueprints, but was hesitant to part with them entirely, fearing Lu Qingguang might take them, as well as wanting to conceal her substantial collection of items and resources. Discretion is key for longevity. However, Lu Qingguang was right. If they were to continue surviving in the game as a team, the evolving and challenging circumstances were continually reshaping everyone's understanding. Only by preparing early could they enhance their chances of survival. After much contemplation, Yu Sheng sifted through her backpack and ultimately decided to contribute the blueprints for combat suits and stamina supplements. Once the blueprints and their descriptions were sent out, the group chat momentarily quieted before erupting once more. Restart 001. 63 is quite the treasure trove. 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts handsomeness. Sister 63 is impressive. Springfield flowers. Boss Sheng is generous. Misty deer, incredible. Restart 001. Both blueprints are mid-tier. What materials are needed for the exchange? Or shall we adhere to the profit-sharing model for future trades? It seems Lu Qingguang is aware that these 2 blueprints from Yu Sheng were not given away for free. The trading zone for combat suits had already begun to see transactions, albeit mostly among individual players with minimal quantities. The very name combat suit implies it is distinct from ordinary clothing. According to Yu Sheng's understanding, the combat suits within the game can automatically adjust their sizes according to the player's physique, while also providing a certain degree of cold resistance and protection. However, with a large number of players, the current output of those capable of processing these suits remains relatively low. The stamina supplements differ from the nutritional liquids, which merely serve as substitutes for food to supply the necessary nutrients for survival. Stamina supplements not only replace food and nutritional liquids, but also swiftly alleviate player fatigue and replenish energy, akin to the role of a healer within the game. If sufficiently abundant, they can maintain players' health during battles, significantly increasing the chances of victory. Jisoo 63 expressed, in exchange, I desire fragments of the refining furnace or other item fragments. Emoli replied, I do not possess any. Restart 001 stated, I have some, but I need them for myself. Chun Tian Hua queried, what item fragments? I've never even seen them. Do you all have them? Miwu Lu informed. They can only be found in silver chests. Jisoo 63 remarked, then consider it a temporary loan. There's no need for a share. Just distribute them to the team. And Chengge, you can arrange it. When I possess a refining furnace, I will reclaim the blueprints. Restart 001 agreed. Indeed, as we are all on the same team, having multiple refining furnaces allows us to synthesize various resources or items simultaneously. San Fun Chung Chi Fen Shui exclaimed, we are on the path to prosperity. Allow me to cling closely to the esteemed ones. Chun Tian Hua added, share a piece of the thigh with me. Miling declared, life will only get better. With the assurance of Lu Qingguang and Mo Li, along with the witness of the entire team, Yu Sheng sent the blueprints to Mo Li. Mo Li, engrossed in her tasks, had no time to participate in the group chat. Previously, after Lu Qingguang obtained blueprints for iron nails, axes, wooden houses, and sausages, he handed them over to Mo Li. Coupled with the prior blueprints for nutritional liquids and bronze swords, her refining furnace had been continuously operational. Mo Li shared the status of her refining furnace in the group. It is currently at a novice level, capable of synthesizing only a fixed number of items at a time, with a cooldown period required during the process. For instance, she can synthesize only 5 nutritional liquids at once, which takes 3 hours, while a bronze sword requires 35 hours for a single synthesis. Based on the team's needs, she continues to synthesize bronze swords to ensure that all members without long-range weapons are equipped with one. However, the order of receiving the bronze swords was determined by Lu Qingguang, with the sequence being Xiao Lu, Qi Fen Shui, Miling, Qiyu, and finally Lu Qingguang himself. As he mentioned, he has other long weapons and thus prefer to be the last to receive one. Currently, only one sword has been synthesized, which was given to Xiao Lu in accordance with the established order. Chapter 18. Team contribution value. The game had only been active for less than 8 hours when Yu Sheng calculated that Chi Yu would be unable to collect her share before entering the game. Yu Sheng recalled that Chi Yu possessed merely a cooking knife, making it challenging to venture out for treasure hunting and monster slaying. After some contemplation, Yu Sheng privately sent her the bronze sword along with 10 backpack expansion cards. Almost immediately, Chi Yu responded with an exuberant burst of text and emojis. Amused, Yu Sheng reminded her to avoid hiding in the game and to venture out more often to hone her reflexes and combat skills. Once again, the treadmill was sent over to her. With a swift message, I informed her, I have completed my workout for today. You should practice diligently. If circumstances permit in the future, I shall supervise you after my own training. A response came back with a crying emoji, yet she obediently commenced her running. Yu Sheng contemplated whether to gift the low-level evasion house card nestled in her backpack to Chi Yu. At present, the game had only just begun, and most players lacked evasion houses. This essential item held more market value than advanced weapons. After much deliberation, Yu Sheng resolved to exchange the surplus evasion house card for urgently needed and rare items or fragments, such as those for the refining furnace and autopilot, which had a high probability of successful trade. Chi Yu remained heavily reliant on her teammates. She could not sustain this status quo indefinitely. If she did not proactively seek out treasure chests, the supplies and items she could provide would always be limited. Moreover, during moments of peril, Yu Sheng could not always be there to assist her. Perhaps the necessity for an evasion house would encourage Chi Yu to summon her courage. Meanwhile, the West was not idle despite the rain, as he busied himself with dismantling bronze and silver chests, ensuring that the materials for Mo Li's bronze sword were sufficiently supplied. Mo Li also took a moment to review the materials required for various blueprints. The iron nail blueprint demanded metallic iron. The sausage blueprint required meat, seasoning, and plastic. The wooden house blueprint called for planks and iron nails. The combat suit blueprint necessitated fabric and silver metal. The axe blueprint needed steel and iron, along with planks. And the stamina supplement blueprint required nutrient solution and 5 different types of food. Everyone was rummaging through their backpacks and safe houses in search of items to dismantle. Yu Sheng also searched her safe house, dispatching usable items to Dongfang Qing, who would then dismantle them and await Mo Li for refining and synthesis. Lu Qingguang continued to scour the trading area while quietly observing the actions of others. He announced a new regulation whereby group members would be managed according to their contribution values, subsequently designating Mo Li, Dongfang Qing, and Yu Sheng as administrators. Each member's ID was accompanied by a numerical value, representing their contribution. Currently, Yu Sheng held a value of 120, ranking third, with Lu Qingguang and Mo Li ahead of her. As her gaze shifted downward, Yu Sheng noted Chi Yu's ID, Chun Tian Hua Hua, languishing at the bottom of the rankings, prompting a silent sigh. She indeed was the member with the lowest combat power in the team. Even Mei Ling, who appeared to have low self-defense capabilities, possessed an evasion house for her protection, along with cooking utensils and seasonings to care for everyone, thus boasting a higher contribution value than Chi Yu. If this continued, with Chi Yu unwilling to seek treasure chests, she would surely remain last in the distribution of resources within the group. In the competitive survival game, her situation seemed perilous. It was likely that Chi Yu was still huffing and puffing on the treadmill, oblivious to the group messages. Yu Sheng's resolve solidified. She could not directly gift the evasion house to Chi Yu just yet. She needed to compel her to earn it herself. With a steely resolve, she retracted the sympathy that had momentarily surfaced, entering the trading area to post a message. In urgent need of various fragments and rare items. Interested parties, please message me privately. Upon dispatching her message, Yu Sheng quietly awaited the arrival of a kindred spirit. Glancing at the time, she retrieved a box of self-heating tomato beef rice, and using an electric warming table, she added water and sausages to concoct a pot of soup rice. Accompanied by an apple, she savored her meal at a leisurely pace before proceeding to wash the pot and take a shower. The soiled clothes she changed out of were casually hung in the bathroom, with no urgency to wash them. After all, upon the conclusion of her next game and return to the safe house, these garments would automatically transform into neatly folded clean clothes from her wardrobe. After drying her hair, Yu Sheng meticulously packed all useful items from the safe house into her backpack. She currently possessed over 2,000 storage slots, even allocating separate compartments for her toothpaste, toothbrush, and wash basin. Once all tasks were completed, She reclined on the hospital bed, perusing the trading area while awaiting the game to commence. As anticipated, numerous players had already left her messages in private chats. Many sought to inquire about the items or resources in her possession, while others directly proposed exchanges of food for her items. Who, in this dire time, is in need of food? Sheng dismissed these individuals entirely. A few, expressing less than favorable tones, complained about her not displaying the trade items openly, prompting her to swiftly blacklist and delete them. Upon opening the private messages, several individuals had proactively sent their trading requests and available resources. One user, undeterred by storms, inquired about the availability of an evasion house upgrade card or a backpack expansion card, offering knife blueprints and nutritional liquid blueprints in exchange. Another, the cosmic first Chow Chow, requested transparency, mentioning he had several fragments and wanted to know what she could offer in return. The beautiful Restart sister asked if her brother could provide shelter in the evasion house, claiming proficiency in the game. Lastly, Alexander the Sailor urgently sought either an evasion house or items with hidden functionalities. Sheng crafted her replies, addressing only the cosmic first Chow Chow and Alexander the Sailor. Fast 63 requested a refining furnace, disassembly station, or autopilot, stating that either finished products or fragments would suffice, encouraging others with different fragments or items to share their names and descriptions. Cosmic First Chow Chow confirmed he had 2 refining furnace fragments, desiring heat weapons or advanced items in return. Alexander the Sailor offered a disassembly station, proposing a long-term collaboration. Sheng responded to Cosmic First Chow Chow, stating she would take both fragments, offering a universal battery and 2 detox pills, alongside 5 evasion house upgrade cards and 10 backpack expansion cards, allowing him to choose any 2. She then replied to Alexander the Sailor, requesting the disassembly station in exchange for a low-level evasion house card. Cosmic First Chow Chow insisted on receiving the universal battery, evasion house upgrade card, and backpack expansion card, while offering her the 2 fragments. Fast 63 interjected, deeming the exchange unworthy, insisting that 10 fragments were necessary for utility, while everything he desired could be immediately utilized. Alexander the Sailor conceded, deciding to inquire with others instead. Cosmic First Chow Chow settled on the evasion house upgrade card and backpack expansion card, requesting an additional detox pill. Sheng agreed, opting to engage in a transaction with Cosmic First Chow Chow at the transfer station. The game executed this aspect commendably. Both parties sent their trading items to the transfer station, and once the station confirmed the accuracy of the exchanged items through screenshots, the transaction items will be dispatched to both parties, eliminating any concerns about one party terminating the trade or sending an empty package. In the swift-paced realm of Rapid 63, one is reminded to return for fragments once more. The first among the universe, Chow Chow, expresses satisfaction with their collaboration. Subsequently, a series of unfamiliar players reach out, yet their offers either demand exorbitant prices or consist of fragments that are not of utmost necessity to Sheng, resulting in unsuccessful trades. Sheng allows the trading message to linger while she peruses the trading area further. She exchanges a detoxification pill for a set of exercise equipment and later trades a bag of fruit for a brand new pair of running shoes. Chapter 19. Deserted Isle. Good afternoon, players. Welcome to the game world. The current setting is the Deserted Isle, with a gameplay duration of 720 hours and a moderate danger level. Strive to survive until the end. The familiar voice of the game announcer resonates as Sheng, fighting through the dizziness in her mind, slowly opens her eyes. Before entering the game, she whimsically decided to stand in the center of the hospital room with a long sword in hand, eager to witness the transition firsthand. However, as the countdown reached 0, a blinding white light engulfed her vision, akin to the sudden illumination of a dark night or the moment of a nuclear explosion. In short, it nearly blinded her, and she saw nothing during the transition. Had she known, she would have preferred to comfortably catch up on sleep in bed while awaiting the game's commencement. Once the brilliance subsides, Sheng opens her eyes to find herself beneath the blazing sun, surrounded by endless sand dunes. In less than 2 minutes, the unrelenting heat begins to parch her throat. She hurriedly retrieves an automatic temperature-regulating device, which in appearance resembles an ordinary badge. Once affixed to her clothing, the scorching temperature instantly drops to a comfortable 20-something degrees. Sheng removes her cardigan and stows it in her backpack, leaving her with only a steel crossbow on her back and a long sword in hand. Her gaze falls upon the tallest sand dune obstructing her view, and with a deep breath, she resigns herself to the arduous climb. Ascending a mountain in the desert differs significantly from climbing elsewhere. Initially, Yu Sheng attempts a near-vertical ascent, but after several minutes, she finds herself merely displacing sand without making any real progress. After pausing to observe her surroundings, she opts for a more circuitous route. She first climbs the ridge formed by gravel, where the angle is gentler, providing solid footing, before advancing toward the highest point. Approximately half an hour later, she finally reaches the summit through a combination of walking and climbing. From this vantage point, the desert stretches endlessly, with dunes cascading into the horizon, obscured from view. Yu Sheng retrieves a pair of binoculars designed for children and lies flat on the ground, surveying her surroundings in a 360-degree arc. To her 2 o'clock, she spots a solitary figure in the distance, estimated to be at least 6 kilometers away, discernible due to the flatter terrain devoid of dunes obstructing her line of sight. Yu Sheng scans the vicinity once more, uncertain if there are other players hidden, especially behind the dunes. The figure appears minuscule, akin to a black ant, slowly traversing the golden sands. Suddenly, this tiny ant vanishes without a trace. Yu Sheng speculated that this individual must have been unable to endure the sweltering heat and sought refuge in a hiding spot. Upon activating her screen to survey the game lobby, she was greeted by a cacophony of discontent from the players. Not drinking milk tea. I almost perished right at the start. Restart 776. The ground temperature must be around 40 degrees, right? What on earth can we play in this heat? I want to be quiet. You're being too conservative. It's at least 50 degrees. Trust me, I've saved my lamb skewers for this. Restart 9707. As soon as I enter the game, I hid in a refuge. This temperature is terrifying. Staying out too long will surely lead to disconnection. We shall emerge again in the evening. Restart beauty sister. Is there a kind soul with a hiding place to take me in? I beg you. Restart 101. Don't beg. If they truly let you go in game, would you dare? Quickly find some shade and dig a hole to lie in. Restart 564. Are you joking? At noon. Where is there any shade beneath the blazing sun? Yu Sheng opened the group chat, where her team was engaged in discussions about the rising temperatures of the latest game round. The team included Chi Yu, 7 Points Handsome, Misty Deer, and Mo Lee, all lacking a refuge. They shared their locations, urging the nearest players to hurry and assist. Lu Qingguang also reminded everyone to dampen their dark clothing and keep hydrated during their advance. Yu Sheng noticed she was late to the chat. They had already determined their nearest teammates' positions and were hastening on their way. She sent her location, but it was indeed quite distant from theirs, and no one was heading in her direction. However, this suited Yu Sheng just fine. Solitude was more her style. Taking advantage of everyone's preoccupation with escaping the sun, Yu Sheng equipped herself, donned an invisible sleeping bag, and activated a treasure chest radar, stealthily commencing her search for treasure chests. Initially, she had intended to wait for the deployment of higher-tier chests before utilizing this tool, but upon realizing the game's setting was a desert, she quickly altered her plans. Since the game had just commenced, some treasure chests lay boldly exposed on the ground. If left untouched, a couple of gusts of wind would soon bury them beneath the sand, making future searches exceedingly difficult. Most players understood this reality. After they had settled into their hiding spots or found cooling items, they would likely emerge en masse. Thus, Yu Sheng knew her time was limited. The treasure radar's 3-hour effectiveness would become increasingly perilous as time elapsed. With a thermal shield isolating her from the oppressive heat, even swathed in a sleeping bag, Yu Sheng felt no discomfort. She concealed herself within the sleeping bag, revealing only her eyes. Her left hand gripping a knife inside, while her right hand remained hidden unless reaching out to collect the chest. Having gained experience from the previous night's encounter, Yu Sheng secured her feet at 2 corners within the sleeping bag, rendering them invisible from the outside. However, this method proved somewhat cumbersome, and her feet remained nearly perpetually ensnared in the sandy terrain, difficult to extricate. Should anyone inadvertently cross paths with Yu Sheng, they would see no sign of her. Only the ghostly trails of 2 serpentine impressions in the sand, leading one to believe an unknown creature was stirring beneath the surface. Indeed, there were creatures stirring in the desert. Shortly after she began her movements, Yu Sheng encountered a 5-step snake in a narrow passage. The serpent coiled its body, poised to strike. Yu Sheng focused intently, noting its distinctly triangular head, and instinctively stepped back a few paces, choosing a different direction to evade further. Though she possessed a considerable supply of antidotes, she preferred to avoid injury whenever possible. Fortunately, the serpent could not discern the camouflage of her invisible sleeping bag. Mistaking it for some creature beneath the sand, it fixated on the traces left by Yu Sheng's feet, gradually relaxing as she distanced herself, before gliding forward along its intended path. After 2 hours, silhouettes of other players began to emerge in the desert. From a distance, Yu Sheng observed individuals adorned with sun-blocking garments, wandering while scanning their surroundings. Upon spotting them, she halted, tightening her sleeping bag to shield her eyes, leaving only a narrow slit for observation. When the players turned away, she subtly adjusted her route, moving in the opposite direction and waiting until they had passed before proceeding. Subsequently, Yu Sheng's movements were considerably restricted. She barely managed to last until the treasure radar's effectiveness expired, eventually finding a suitable location to deploy her hideout. Upon entering, she had no time to change clothes. She activated her headlamp and guzzled an entire bottle of mineral water. The refreshing chill of the water quenched her parched throat, akin to the desiccated expanse of the East African rift, and she profoundly realized why water is deemed the essence of life. In an effort to maximize the radar's utility, Yu Sheng labored for 3 continuous hours without respite. Thankfully, her physique had been rejuvenated by the enhancement serum, nearing the health she enjoyed prior to her illness, enabling her to endure until the end. She discarded the empty bottle in a corner. Once a sufficient quantity of plastic waste accumulated, it could be sent to the eastern region for recycling into useful items. After resting, Yu Sheng sat at the entrance of her hideout, shedding her sleeping bag and shaking it off, causing sand to cascade onto the ground. She removed her shoes, discovering that even her once pristine running shoes had been infiltrated by the relentless sand, which poured out when turned upside down. The hideout lacked bathing facilities, so she patted herself down to dislodge most of the sand and dust before stepping inside. In Chapter 20, while reflecting on her achievements from the past 3 hours, Yu Sheng rummaged through her backpack for some instant food to appease her empty stomach, patiently awaiting her stamina to restore. Within the dedicated compartment for unopened treasure chests, she found 5 cardboard boxes, 7 wooden boxes, 125 copper boxes, and 14 silver boxes. The quantity paled in comparison to her previous haul on the deserted island, and this was after utilizing the treasure radar. The expenditure of 1 radar left her feeling a significant gap between her expectations and reality. Yet, upon further contemplation, she recalled that the last time was marked by the recent introduction of silver boxes, with the game system having indicated a generous distribution of these boxes as player rewards. This realization rendered the lower quantity of silver boxes understandable. However, the scarcity of food and water in the cardboard and wooden boxes was unprecedented. Yu Sheng pondered this troubling trend, considering the dire implications for countless players in a desert already bereft of sustenance and plagued by soaring temperatures, now exacerbated by the game's reduction of food and water supplies. Is this what is referred to as intermediate difficulty? The screen displays unread messages, and upon inspection, they are from a group chat and unfamiliar friends. Yu Sheng first checks the group chat, concerned about any urgent matters. Reboot 001. The temperature has decreased somewhat. Jasmine is currently constructing a wooden shelter for our next gathering. The shelter cannot be too distant from the bound player, so I must remain here while others venture out to search for treasure chests. 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts handsome. Understood. Springfield blossoms. All right. Rain in the west, sunshine in the east. I will deconstruct materials today and refrain from going out. Misty dear, acknowledged. Reboot 001. Thank you for your efforts in the east. Myling, received. Reboot 001. Per our original plan, once Jasmine completes the bronze swords required by the teammates, she will proceed to finish the wooden shelter and then craft battle attire. Half of the treasure chests collected by everyone must be submitted to the collective. Reboot 001. Of those chests, half will be evenly distributed among those who remain behind today due to crafting materials, namely myself, Jasmine, and the East. The other half will be confiscated after opening. Springfield blossoms, acknowledged. Molly, thank you all for your hard work. Swift 63, received. Upon checking the private chat, Chi Yu has sent a bronze sword, accompanied by a message stating that she has received the one sent by M.O. Lee and is returning the extra sword to Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng reciprocates her kindness, replying before accepting the bronze sword. In the private chat, 3 other unfamiliar players have also reached out, having contacted her after seeing Yu Sheng's trading post. Only one player possesses fragments of a refining furnace, but demands a rather steep price. After weighing her options, Yu Sheng deems it unwise and decides against the purchase. Glimpsing at the time, Yu Sheng resolves to wait for the others to return, assessing the number of chests submitted before determining her own contribution. During this period, she intends to remodel the shelter. She currently possesses 8 remodeling cards for the shelter, and she decides to use the first card to alter the shelter's color. The silver-white appearance and inner walls have grown tiresome. Additionally, the lights within the shelter reflect too much light, causing discomfort to the eyes. The remodeling card exists solely on the screen, allowing players to enter their ID, shelter model, and details of the intended modifications. Yu Sheng opens the input area, and an electronic keyboard automatically appears. She types earnestly, specifying, change the shelter's exterior and flooring to a natural wood color and the inner walls to white. Upon clicking submit, the system prompts her to revise the information, as each card can only be used for a single modification. Reluctantly, Yu Sheng removes the request for the inner wall alteration, allowing her submission to succeed. Once successfully submitted, the floor of the shelter instantly transforms into planks of natural wood. And despite the unchanged light source, the room grows somewhat dimmer. The second remodeling card is employed to change the color of the interior walls. For the third card, Yu Sheng specifies, install 1 window on each of the 5 walls, excluding the floor, using bulletproof glass. In the next moment, the room brightens, with each wall featuring an operable window, and a skylight is added to the ceiling. Continuing, Yu Sheng utilized a transformation card to create an independent restroom, the walls of which conveniently encased a window, ensuring ample daylight illuminated the space. One transformation card was employed to convert a squat toilet into one equipped with a sewage storage tank. Yu Sheng had initially envisioned a mechanism for the waste to vanish into thin air. However, as her attempt to submit this design failed, she was left with no choice but to settle for a conventional sewage storage tank akin to those found in recreational vehicles. Consequently, each time she departed the shelter to relocate, she would have to manually dispose of the waste. Inside the restroom, she arranged a chair and a bedside table against the wall. The chair served as a platform for her wash basin, while its backrest held her face towel in a gentle drape. The bedside table displayed her mouthwash cup, toothpaste, toothbrush, and toilet paper, with a reserve of toothpaste and tissues tucked away inside. The restroom, upon inspection, had begun to take on a semblance of orderliness. The fundamental necessities had been fulfilled, leaving her with 3 transformation cards remaining. Yu Sheng then unleashed her imagination. 1 card was utilized to install a solar power panel along with accompanying indoor lighting. Another card was employed to elevate the shelter, though this attempt was thwarted by a pop-up notification stating that the transformation card could not replace an upgrade card for the shelter. Nevertheless, she was quite pleased with the successful enhancements thus far, nibbling on an apple as she stood in the center of the shelter, surveying her surroundings. At this moment, the shelter resembled a trailer of considerable size, akin to that of a truck, with wheels reminiscent of those on large vehicles, albeit lacking a cab. The interior boasted pristine white walls and wooden flooring, with the restroom immediately accessible upon entry, complete with its own door, window, and lighting. To the left, one would first notice a metal cabinet designated for storage, brimming with provisions, bottled water, cooking utensils, tableware, and seasonings. Adjacent to the storage cabinet was an electric warming table and chairs, with the universal battery for the warming table resting against the wall, its charge still substantial. On the table lay a container of self-heating rice, left untidy after a meal. Diagonally across from the warming table stood a bed, firmly affixed with a directional wheel, adorned with a thick, soft mattress and blankets. Positioned next to the window, the small bed afforded her a view of the outside world upon waking. Beside the bed was a desk and chair set, upon which rested a pot of asparagus fern, a thermos, and a cherished book. She then took a moment to glance into her backpack. Cardboard boxes, 5, wooden boxes, 7, copper boxes, 125, silver boxes, 14, empty silver boxes, 106, empty cardboard boxes, 175. Bottled water, 412, packaged bread, 357, self-heating rice, 240, self-heating hot pot, 163, bananas, 18, apples, 15, tissue paper, 72, tea eggs, 56, instant noodles, 109 disposable cleaning cards. 14. Evasion house renovation cards. 3. Low-level evasion house. 1. Evasion house upgrade cards. 30. Refinement furnace fragments. 9. Detox pills. 38. Detox pill blueprints. 1. Plant cultivation chamber. 1. Blueprint replica album fragments. 7. Friendly work badge. 1. Autopilot fragments. 6. Pistol blueprints. 1. Treasure radar. 2. Intermediate time acceleration hourglasses. 15. Low-level time acceleration hourglasses. 19. Monster parasitism cards. 1. Backpack expansion cards. 35. Down jackets. 1. Black raincoats. 1. Oil lamps. 1. Climbing bags. 1. Universal batteries. 7. Martin boots. 1. Glasses cases. 1. Kitchen knives, raincoats, invisible sleeping bags, sports shoes, telescopes, kettles, lighters, illuminating helmets, fire axes, military knives, precision crossbows, night vision goggles, bronze swords, treadmills, boxing stands, dumbbells, sandbags. Resistance bands. Sheng utilized a disposable cleaning card to thoroughly cleanse her entire outfit worn during the day, including her sleeping bag, and then comfortably lay on her bed. Chapter 21. The decomposition table. When Sheng awoke, the daylight outside the evasion house had transitioned to nighttime. She opened a small window, just a crack, allowing a refreshing breeze to flow in, cooling her face. Based on the countdown, it was likely early morning. After sleeping for 7 or 8 hours, Sheng felt quite invigorated. Even if she attempted to sleep again, it would be futile. Her teammates in the group chat had already reunited with Lu Qingguang. After Mo Li completed synthesizing the wooden house, she continued to work on the combat suit, expressing in the chat her desire to equip the team members with one piece as soon as possible. The blueprint was provided by Sheng, and akin to the bronze sword, and Mo Li sent the first piece to Sheng as well. Sheng retrieved the combat suit and laid it out on her bed. The black fabric felt remarkably high-tech. She was still privately messaging her selfies taken inside the new base's wooden house. The image depicted a simple wooden house made from wooden boxes, mirroring their texture and color. In the center stood a small stove with a pot, with several individuals gathered around it, each holding a steaming bowl of porridge, clearly crafted by Sister Mei Ling's skilled hands. Chun Tian Hua Hua. Hurry. We're just waiting for you. You sangiri blage. She rose to change into the combat suit. The fabric was soft against her skin, offering excellent coverage. Anticipated to provide more comfort and ease of movement in the desert while minimizing sand intrusion. After affixing the thermoregulating badge, Sheng donned the invisible sleeping bag just as she had during the day, put on her night vision goggles, and armed herself before proceeding towards the direction of the team's wooden house. The nighttime desert revealed itself unobstructed under the night vision, devoid of any hindrances. Sheng could discern the silhouettes of other players from afar, enabling her to evade direct encounters and ensure her presence remained undetected. The timing also coincided perfectly with the treasure chests refreshing at midnight, allowing her to collect treasures along her path as she journeyed. As she traversed the path, taking intermittent pauses, Sheng sought refuge in a shelter to rest and hydrate. Just before dawn, she arrived breathlessly at the location of a small cabin. The journey had been arduous, traversing sandy terrain while encumbered by a sleeping bag. It was more exhausting than climbing steep mountain trails, and on several occasions, her legs became ensnared in the dunes, requiring considerable effort to extricate them, only to find herself sinking again with each step. Along the way, she pondered that it might take her 2 full days to reach her destination. How long would it take to gather the fragments of the autopilot? She desperately needed that item. The coordinates revealed no sign of the cabin. It appeared that everyone had decided to rest in the shelter after midnight, rendering it invisible. After a night of relentless travel, Sheng now felt an overwhelming fatigue threatening to deplete her completely. She set up the shelter, entered, and quickly utilized a disposable cleaning card to rid herself of the sand clinging to her. She left a message in the group chat to inform them of her arrival. And with her last ounce of strength, she climbed into bed and pulled the covers over herself, succumbing to slumber almost instantly. Upon awakening, Sheng found her group and private chats bustling with activity. The first message she noticed was from Alexander, the sailor, who had previously failed to complete a transaction with her. "Hello, is the shelter still available?" Alexander inquired. "I agree to exchange the decomposition station for it, but I would appreciate it if you could assist with decomposing items for free in the future." He continued, "Are you there? Please respond." Sheng replied, "I'm here. I just woke up, apologies. She then scanned the group chat briefly. Exhausted from the previous day, she had not reviewed prior messages while posting her own. She soon learned that, before her arrival, aside from Mei Ling and Shi Yu, the others had ventured out to search for treasure chests while refreshing their loot. Unfortunately, the temperature in the desert plummeted at night, forcing them to return to the cabin within an hour due to the unbearable cold. Only Lu Qingwang had managed to endure a bit longer, thanks to an old military coat he possessed. According to their accounts, daytime temperatures in the desert soared to 50 or 60 degrees, while at night, they could plummet to -10 or even 20 degrees. Yu Sheng mused over why Alexander had been so adamant earlier, but was now willing to part with the decomposition station in the dead of night. Lost in thought, a new message from Alexander appeared in her private chat. The decomposition station for your shelter card. If you agree, initiate the transfer transaction. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Sheng consented. The exchange was executed with remarkable swiftness, and moments later, the decomposition station lay quietly within her backpack. She wondered how Alexander had managed to survive the extreme temperatures of the desert without a shelter. What a brave soul, a truly resilient warrior. Yet, a twinge of guilt lingered within her, as if she had taken advantage of someone in need. Speedy 63, what else do you need? Let me know, and I'll share if I have any spare. Popeye the Sailor Man may have been preoccupied with the evasion shelter card, taking several minutes to respond. Do you have any antipyretics or cold remedies? I seem to have a slight fever. Yu Sheng rummaged through her backpack, sending him a blanket, a bottle of nutrient solution, and 3 apples. Although she had a women's down jacket in her backpack, she chose to keep it for camouflage, not wanting to reveal her thermal cover and invisible sleeping bag. Rapid 63 replied, I don't have any antipyretics, but I can provide you with a bottle of hot water. Hold on for a bit. Once my teammate wakes up, she has ginger to make some ginger soup for you. Drink it and get some rest to sweat it out. After speaking, Yu Sheng found a relatively clean, empty bottle among the used plastic ones, filled it with hot water from her kettle, and sent it to Popeye. The items in her backpack seemed to be preserved in a timeless state. The fruits remained fresh, and the hot water retained its warmth. Popeye graciously accepted the supplies Yu Sheng sent and replied with a simple thank you, after which he fell silent. Yu Sheng then messaged Meiling. Sister Meiling, could you help me make a bowl of ginger soup? Meiling, who was awake, responded quickly. Little Yu, have you caught a cold? Wait a moment. I'll make a pot for everyone. Yu Sheng suddenly remembered her impending menstrual period and added, then I will need 2 bowls. Thank you, Sister Meiling. Meiling, no need to be polite, Little Yu. In the group chat, Lu Qingwang suggested that everyone should stay in the evasion shelter to avoid the midday heat, planning to convene at the cabin at 4 o'clock to distribute the treasure chests. He also mentioned that his shelter was equipped with a universal battery and air conditioning, inviting teammates feeling the heat to come cool off at his place. Meiling immediately expressed her intention to go. Yu Sheng, feeling comfortable with her thermal cover, did not chime in. The team also had a shelter called East Sunny West Rain. Whether it was due to their own cooling methods, he remained silent. Chapter 22, Ginger Soup under Lu Qingwang's guidance. Everyone began to report the number of treasure chests they had discovered the previous day in a relay fashion. Restart 001. Last night, I found 1 cardboard box, 1 wooden box, 7 copper boxes, and 2 silver boxes. I'll keep 1 silver box and 4 copper boxes. The rest, I will contribute to the group. East Sunny West Rain. I have 4 copper boxes and 2 silver boxes. I'll turn in half of each. Misty Deer. I have 1 wooden box, 3 copper boxes, and 1 silver box. Can I keep 1 silver box and 1 copper box and surrender the rest? Emoli. I didn't go out yesterday. 3 parts truth, 7 parts handsomeness. I have no cardboard or silver boxes, but I do have 4 copper boxes. Spring Fields. I didn't go out, so I have no treasure. Meiling. I have none either. Yu Sheng contemplated her situation. Her treasure chests were acquired thanks to the treasure chest radar, so she couldn't disclose the exact amount. Yet she felt uneasy about reporting less and taking advantage of her teammates. Consequently, she decided to slightly increase the number of treasure chests reported by Captain Lu Qingwang. Rapid 63. 3 cardboard boxes, 3 wooden boxes, 8 copper boxes, and 2 silver boxes. I will keep 3 copper boxes and 1 silver box. Misty Deer, Sister 63 has made quite a haul. Chun Tian Hua Hua. Sheng is truly remarkable. San Fun Cheng Chi Fun Shui. Learning from the esteemed 63. Might the esteemed 1 share any experiences on treasure hunting? Yi Sushashas de Shimtris, Diligence San Fun Cheng Chi Fun Shui. I have learned much. Miwu Lu, I have learned much. Emoli, I have learned much. Chun Tian Hua Hua, I have learned much. Yu Sheng was amused by the formation they had arranged. Chong Chi 001. Now, let us all take a moment to rest, gathering at the cabin at 4 o'clock. Yesterday, Jasmine had to work diligently to construct the cabin and combat outfits for everyone, so she did not venture out. We have a total of 4 cardboard boxes, 5 wooden boxes, 14 copper boxes, and 3 silver boxes to submit. Chong Chi 001. Shortly, Jasmine will select 2 cardboard boxes, 2 wooden boxes, 7 copper boxes, and 1 silver box. The remainder will be considered communal property, to be opened by Myling and Chiyu. Does anyone have any objections? The regulations were established beforehand, and others expressed no dissent. Myling, little you reminded me, you all might catch a chill from last night's outing. I have brewed a pot of ginger soup, and everyone may have a bowl. Chong Chi 001. Thank you, Sister Myling. Chun Tian Hua Hua. Thank you, Sister Myling. San Fun Cheng Chi Fen Shui. Your kindness is greatly appreciated. Miwu Lu. Thank you, Sister Myling. Emoli. Thank you. Jisoo 63. Thank you. Si Bian Si Yu Zong Bian Ging. Pang Du. Myling. No need for thanks. Yu Sheng took a bowl of ginger soup sent by Sister Myling from the private chat. She immediately forwarded the other bowl to Alexander the sailor. Sipping delicately, she kept her hands and eyes busy, monitoring the chat hall and trading zone. The number of surviving players has diminished significantly, and the chat zone is rife with negativity. Many express their disdain for the game, while others seek refuge from players with shelters. In both the chat and trading zones, numerous players with shelters are also seeking supplies for warmth and comfort. Previously, food and drinking water were regarded as worthless commodities in the game. Even Yu Sheng did not anticipate that within mere days, players would be offering substantial sums for drinking water. This indicates that the current round of the game is indeed far more brutal than the lower difficulty levels. This game lasts a full month, and Yu Sheng currently has no shortage of food and water, able to exchange a bottle of water for other players' idle supplies. While consuming food and sipping ginger soup, she engaged in trading. By the time she finished her meal, Yu Sheng had successfully traded for a curtain fabric, a carpet, a sun hat, 3 packs of sanitary napkins, a yoga mat, and a 5-gallon water storage container. Yu Sheng installed the curtain at the window by her bed, and after her meal, she leaned against the wall for a moment to aid digestion. Her life is currently marked by extreme discipline. 10 minutes later, Yu Sheng proceeded to examine the newly acquired decomposition station. The decomposition station must be removed from the backpack for use. It is roughly the size of a kitchen gas stove. Items designated for decomposition are placed on the surface, and the decomposition chamber is closed. A small screen will indicate the remaining time for completion. If one wishes to shorten the duration, a time-accelerating hourglass may also be employed. Yu Sheng placed the idle, empty boxes into the decomposition station. By the time she finished waiting, she had rested sufficiently and retrieved her exercise equipment from her backpack. Simultaneously, he did not forget to send a pair of dumbbells to Chiyu, accompanied by a succinct yet impactful warm reminder. Practice with fervor. In Lu Qingwang's refuge, where the crowd was abundant, space was limited, making it inconvenient to provide her with a treadmill and a boxing pillar for her practice. However, the small-sized dumbbells were manageable. Typically cheerful, Chiyu seemed somewhat disheartened by the distribution of treasure chests, responding to Yu Sheng with a pouting emoji. Springfield flowers. Sheng Sheng. Am I a complete failure? Springfield flowers. I lack the ability to venture out and find numerous treasure chests like you. Nor can I draw rare items like Mo Li to contribute to the team. Yu Sheng scratched her head, finding herself inept at offering consolation. The gaming world was fraught with uncertainties, and she understood Chiyu's character well. Aware that Chiyu had yet to shift her mindset, she recognized her fear of unknown risks, which led her to seek refuge in a safe space. However, this strategy could not be perpetually effective. Once untroubled, with a team as her support, Chiyu could remain sheltered in Lu Qingwang's haven, avoiding the harsh realities of the game. Now, with the game restricting the supply of food and drinking water, Chiyu lacked her own refuge and faced comparisons with other teammates, easily falling prey to feelings of inadequacy. Over time, Yu Sheng discovered that Chiyu's disposition was not as carefree as it appeared. She possessed a degree of sensitivity. Otherwise, she would not succumb to emotional turmoil under real-world pressures. Therefore, she could not remain in the team, complacently serving as a mere mascot. given Yu Sheng's perspective and personality. She found it disingenuous to utter meaningless platitudes like "don't worry about others" or "you're amazing." After typing and deleting multiple times, Yu Sheng ultimately decided to offer Qiyu advice from her own standpoint. Practice diligently to enhance your abilities. Address your shortcomings, train hard, and venture out to find treasure chests. Perhaps next time, you will uncover a refuge or a refining furnace. Springfield flowers. Thank you, Sheng. I will strive to improve. Yu Sheng then tucked away her screen and focused intently on practicing with the boxing pillar. After completing her boxing drills, she transitioned to resistance band exercises and finally strapped sandbags to her legs for long-distance running on the treadmill. As she jogged, Yu Sheng meticulously planned her schedule for the month. Each night at midnight, she would venture out to seek treasure chests, returning before 4 to rest. She would rise at 11 in the morning, have 2 small breads or a banana for breakfast, drink a glass of water, and then run on the treadmill for an hour and a half. At 1 o'clock, after stretching, she would have lunch, followed by a half-hour nap, waking at 2 to open treasure chests outdoors. By 4 in the afternoon, she would gather with her teammates in the small cabin to exchange information. Before 6, she would return to her refuge for dinner, resting afterward while reviewing the chat hall and trading area updates. At 8, she would commence running for an hour, followed by boxing practice, resistance band training, and stretching. By 11, she would rest, awaiting midnight to set out. The decomposition station could not be neglected. Until she acquired the refining furnace, she would decompose any idle items and materials whenever she had spare time, storing them in her backpack for future needs. Chapter 23. Ham and salty porridge at 4 in the afternoon. The entire team convened as scheduled, emerging from their refuge. Lu Qingguang set up the small cabin in the open space. At first glance, the small wooden cabin appears quite unassuming, even smaller than Yu Sheng's shelter, which barely accommodates 8 individuals. Yu Sheng finally catches sight of Lu Qingguang and Dong Bianqing's refuge. Lu Qingguang's shelter resembles a perfectly square bungalow. As Yu Sheng steps out, she coincidentally encounters him standing at the entrance, his hand resting on the doorknob while the inhabitants of his refuge queue to exit. Through the throng, one can glimpse a corner of the interior, which indeed resembles an office, far exceeding 5 or 6 square meters in size. It seems he has utilized an upgrade card to expand the shelter. Next door, Dong Bianqing's refuge is marked by a makeshift door that has suddenly appeared on the ground. Upon opening it from within, a young man with long black hair emerges from an underground staircase, seemingly materializing from thin air. His presence starkly contrasts with that of the other male teammates. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Yu Sheng senses an air of detached indifference emanating from him. The others naturally observe Yu Sheng's shelter, a wooden cabin complete with doors and windows, perched atop massive truck wheels. It stands out as the tallest and most mobile refuge among the team. Descending the staircase from the wheels, Yu Sheng nonchalantly stows her shelter into her backpack before their eyes. Qiyu, shedding the somber demeanor from their private conversation the previous day, rushes over and wraps an arm around Yu Sheng's. Sheng, your shelter is quite impressive. Is it a truck cabin? Why is there no front end? Yu Sheng, reluctant to discuss the initial appearance of a refuge, offers a brief reply. It never had a front end. It's merely a cargo container. As the two walk behind the team, Qiyu leans closer to whisper in Yu Sheng's ear. The beautiful lady beside Brother Chun is Mo Li, named Su Mo Li. In the real world, she seems to be an up-and-coming actress. Following Qiyu's gesture, Yu Sheng indeed spots a new face with long hair cascading down to her waist beside Lu Qingguang. Just from the side profile and her curvaceous figure clad in the same combat attire, Yu Sheng understands the distinction between an actress who has passed rigorous auditions and an ordinary person. It is truly a sight to behold. As the team leader, Lu Qingguang's demeanor towards Su Mo Li is markedly different from that towards others. Upon entering the cabin, he strides directly to a seat facing the door and gestures for her to join him by patting the space beside him. If his previous kindness towards Mo Li in group chats, where he often spoke on her behalf, could be attributed to her possessing a refining furnace, this becomes more plausible. However, witnessing the actual interaction between them inevitably sparks other speculations. Yu Sheng discreetly presses her lips together, allowing her gaze to linger on the pair a moment longer. With a feast to be had, they eagerly settle in a circle on the floor. The ever-caring Myling, instinctively looking after others, brings out a small stove to prepare porridge for everyone in the corner. The cabin door remains ajar, while the vigilant Misty Deer sits at the entrance, weapon in hand, keeping a watchful eye on the surroundings. Lu Qingwang, let us first discuss the pertinent information regarding this round of the game. The system has announced the game title as Desert Oasis. I suspect that there may be cities or oases hidden within the desert, though no player has yet discovered such a location. I ponder the fact that this game has a longer duration, and the allocation of food and drinking water has significantly diminished. If we remain here relying solely on the respawning treasure chests, we may find ourselves at a disadvantage as the game progresses. The rewards for this round may very well be located within the oasis. He glanced at his team members. Let us form groups based on those who have hiding shelters, which conveniently creates 4 groups to explore in 4 different directions. Please share any information or discoveries promptly in the group chat. After a brief pause, he gestured for everyone to contribute. Now, let us discuss and add to our strategy. Qifan Shuai was the first to inquire. We currently have 8 members, which means 2 people per group. Should boys team up with boys and girls with girls? Qiyu quickly raised her hand. I will pair with Sheng. She then smiled shyly at Sister Miling. Sister Miling, it's not that I don't want to team with you, but I've never visited Sheng's hiding shelter, and I'd like to see it. Sister Miling waved her hand cheerfully. No worries, you go ahead. I will team up with Xiaosu. Somoliriman quiet, expressing no objections. Yusheng could not help but steal glances at her. It was truly a delight to behold the starlit South beauty up close. Just as Yusheng was marveling at Su Moli's natural beauty, Lu Qingwang spoke again. Moli still needs to continue synthesizing supplies. Sister Miling's shelter is rather small, and with the refining furnace set up, there's limited space for movement. She should remain with me. Moli, what is your opinion? Su Moli hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. The previously silent high school student, Xiao Lu, promptly stated, Then I will team up with Sister Miling. Qifan Shuai glanced left and right. That leaves me. I will pair with Dongbianqing. A strong alliance. He flashed a confident smile in Dongbianqing's direction, who merely nodded coolly in response. Seeing that everyone had formed their groups, Lu Qingwang continued. The temperature difference in the desert between day and night is quite significant. Today, the number of players has sharply decreased. If the 3 of you with hiding shelters require supplies for cooling or warmth, please voice your needs now, and we shall redistribute the resources we have. Yu Sheng and Dongbianqing both indicated they did not require anything. Sister Miling, a bit fidgety, rubbed her hands together. I do need some supplies, primarily for cooling. I have the bed and blankets that Xiaoyu provided, and a stove, so warmth is not an issue. Lu Qingwang looked down and operated on his light screen. Sister Miling, I will send you a fan and a universal battery. Please check your inventory. Afterward, he put away the light screen and turned to Yu Sheng. 63. When we return to the safe house, please arrange a bed for Moli. Does Dongbianqing need one? The young man nodded affirmatively. Yusheng noticed that both of the new teammates were rather reserved. Fortunately, the other team members were unconcerned. Yusheng readily responded, No problem. By the way, I have something else to share with everyone. Sister Miling lifted the pot and placed it near the stove's edge to prevent burning, keeping it simmering over a low flame, and then came over to sit down. My refuge is a shower room, as you all know. This time, the game has limited water supplies. But I discovered that the shower head in the refuge dispenses water at 8 in the morning and 8 in the evening, each time for exactly 20 minutes. I thought it would be a shame to waste this precious resource. If anyone has a need for water, please let me know. But you will need to provide your own containers. Is that agreeable? Qifan Shuai's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, Sister Miling, you truly are a formidable figure. Having access to water in the desert is akin to guarding a mountain of gold. Lu Qingwang was equally surprised, a rare smile gracing his face, the delight evident even in his voice. This news was exceptionally fortuitous. He continued to elaborate to the group. I have also noticed that some refuge rooms possess unique features, though I have yet to verify them. For instance, my refuge's lights can remain illuminated without batteries. Perhaps Dongbianqing's refuge, being underground, maintains a more stable temperature, unaffected by external temperature fluctuations. He then turned to Yu Sheng, inquiring, Does the 63 refuge have any special functions? Yu Sheng, with a blank expression, shook her head. What capabilities does a mere food cart possess? Others seem to have remarkably good fortune, their refuges equipped with practical and valuable features, while she was stuck with a small, dilapidated food cart, which was a struggle to even fit into. Just thinking about it was disheartening. if not for her diligent scavenging. Given her luck and initial conditions, she might have met with peril in the first official round of the game. Lu Chengwang, his fingers naturally intertwined on his lap, adopted a leader's demeanor and continued. Although Sister Miling's water supply is not available all day, 2 times a day with a total of 40 minutes is quite substantial. Everyone can request water from Sister Miling for daily needs, but let us not waste this resource. Used mineral water bottles can be returned to her, and I will procure some empty bottles from the trading area. We can hang the water out for trade, clearly marking it as filtered but unboiled water, which we can exchange for essential supplies. The expressions on everyone's faces brightened, and they began to strategize the pricing for a bottle of water. Eventually, they settled on the exchange rate. A bottle of tap water could be traded for a single packaged food item, or for a higher value of supplies and items if multiple bottles were exchanged. Lu Chengwang would oversee the transactions and pricing. His fingers danced across the screen as he operated the controls. In the later stages, should we find ourselves short of mineral water, the water provided by Sister Miling, once boiled, would also be drinkable. We must recognize Sister Miling's water resources as her contribution, and I have updated the contribution rankings. Everyone must continue to strive. Curious. Everyone clicked on the group member information to check the standings. The group leader remained at the top, and Lu Chengwang, having repeatedly shared his resources with others at no cost, solidified his position without question. In second place was Mo Li, also known as Su Mo Li, whose refining furnace had been continuously operational. The group was now uniformly equipped with nutrient solutions, bronze swords, combat gear, and the small wooden house was also her achievement. Presently, Su Mo Li was busy gathering materials to synthesize stamina supplements, her beautiful face betraying an undeniable weariness, likely due to sleepless nights. In third place was Sister Miling, whose value and contributions were immeasurable, as Chief Shuai aptly noted. In the desert, water is the most precious of resources. Yu Sheng fell to fourth place, merely a few contribution points ahead of Dong Bianqing in fifth, primarily due to her previous submissions of blueprints and the recent abundance of treasure chests she had turned in. The sixth place onwards featured rankings of Xiao Lu, Chief Shuai, and Chi Yu. Observing the contribution points trailing Chi Yu's ID, Yu Sheng silently sighed. Everyone took out the treasure chests they had agreed to submit. Molly, you can choose first, and let Chi Yu and Sister Mei Ling open the remaining chests for some practice. The team members retrieved the chests from their backpacks and piled them in the central clearing where they sat. In the corner, Sister Mei Ling's porridge was ready, enriched with chopped ham, scallions, and seasonings. For a group that had subsisted on self-heating meals for days, this was nothing short of a culinary delight. Sister Mei Ling's contributions extended beyond hydration. She also provided gourmet sustenance. This sentiment echoed from Yu Sheng's heart. Chapter 24. Grouping after Su Mo chose her treasure chest and stowed it away. Chi Yu finished her porridge, rose silently, and carried the treasure chests to a shaded area outside the wooden cabin to open them. Xiao Lu and Yu Sheng proactively flanked her sides for protection. Approximately an hour later, Chi Yu and Sister Mei Ling exchanged turns, having opened all the treasure chests. In total, they unearthed 5 bottles of mineral water, 1 bag of small bread rolls, 3 boxes of self-heating rice, 3 disposable cleaning cards, 1 bottle of Constitution Enhancement Liquid, blueprints for an ice maker, 10 Evasion House upgrade cards, and a floor littered with the fragmented remains of defeated monsters. Yu Sheng gazed at the scattered carcasses and sincerely believed Chi Yu had made progress. However, the scarcity of resources was undeniable. The onlookers fell into a moment of silence, disheartened by the meager spoils, barely enough for a single meal for the few members of the team. Ultimately, it was Lu Chengwang who shattered the less-than-pleasant atmosphere. He swiftly allocated. Sister Mei Ling will oversee the food and water distribution. Molly will take the blueprints. Chief Shuai will receive the Constitution Enhancement Liquid. And I will hold onto the Evasion House upgrade cards. Those who need them may exchange for equivalent value items. The group had no objections. Although Chief Shuai appeared lively and cheerful, his physical condition was perhaps compromised by a childhood heart condition in the real world, making him even less robust than Xiao Lu, a high school student. Among the corpses lay a wild boar covered in bristle-like steel spikes, and at the moment it fell, everyone simultaneously envisioned its fate. Barbecue. Lu Chengwang, responding to the eager glances, made a decisive proclamation. I have antidote pills. I'll roast a piece of meat first to test if it's poisonous. If it is, we'll discard it. If not, we can enjoy some meat. And any leftovers can be turned into smoked meat for later. As his words echoed, cheers erupted around him. Several boys drew their weapons and advanced to carve up the boar. Yusheng bent down to pick up the bristles that had fallen to the ground during the boar struggle. She folded them in her hands, testing their resilience. They were remarkably sturdy, and one end was still sharp, just as she was concerned about the inadequacy of her crossbow bolts. Not every arrow could be reliably recovered in battle. These bristles, with their size and hardness, could serve perfectly as crossbow bolts. Truly, it was a fortunate stroke of serendipity. Turning to see her teammates eagerly hacking away at the boar, Yusheng quickly offered a reminder. Do not damage the bristles on the wild boar. They serve a purpose, so please leave them intact. The misty deer responded, Sister 63, I will collect them for you shortly. You can rest for now. Thank you, little deer. I will send you a reward for your hard work later. Yusheng would not let the child toil without compensation. A system of incentives was essential. The ever-charismatic Chi Fin smiled eagerly, exclaiming, Everyone shall have their share. Yusheng replied, all right. She promptly sent each teammate a banana via private message on screen, and gave the little deer an additional apple. In the group chat, Lu Qingwang sent a message, Reboot 001. Jasmine has begun synthesizing nutrient solutions and stamina supplements. If anyone has plants, please send them to Jasmine. Yusheng rummaged through her backpack, relieved to find that she had brought along a bouquet of flowers from the safe house. The bouquet contained 7 or 8 different plant species, and she also had some asparagus fern by the bed, which she planned to pluck a few leaves from to send to Mo Li. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere was Chi Yu, who stood beside Yusheng, her mood persistently somber. She spoke far less than usual, enveloped in silence. From Yusheng's vantage point, looking down at Chi Yu, she noticed Chi Yu staring at the ground, her posture akin to that of a child who had erred. Gently nudging her with her arm, Yusheng spoke cheerfully, Come, let me show you my luxurious abode. As she retrieved the safe house from her backpack, Yusheng paused at the door lock, and the elevator gracefully unfolded before them, the door creaking open slightly. Princess, please ascend the stairs. Notichinki US melancholy. Yusheng playfully attempted to lighten the mood. Fortunately, her unrefined attempt at comfort managed to coax a smile from Chi Yu. Yusheng urged Chi Yu to enter first, closing the door behind her once she stepped inside. The safe house became instantly invisible as they entered and shut the door. The lights in the safe house required manual activation. Once illuminated, Chi Yu's eyes widened in amazement at the layout before her. It truly is a mansion. Chi Yu gazed at the carpet beneath her feet, hesitantly inquiring, should I change into slippers? No need. Feel free to explore. Do you have your bed in your backpack? I will move the table aside, and your bed can be placed next to mine. Rest for an hour, and then we will exercise together, Yusheng said, casually placing her weapon by the door. Yes, I have it. Chi Yu nodded enthusiastically, and upon hearing Yusheng's invitation to explore, she eagerly began to wander around the room. Yusheng sent the plants to Mo Li, while the sounds of Chi Yu's exclamations filled the air. Wow, you even have a private bathroom with a squat toilet. Sheng, you actually have sanitary pads. 3 packs. And look at all this food and bottled water you have stocked up. Goodness, you even possess an electric heating table that can be powered. Observing key US reactions. Yusheng felt fortunate that she had stowed the decomposition table in her backpack in advance. Otherwise, Chi Yu might have let out a loud cry of excitement. The once quiet room became lively with Chi Yu's arrival, though it wasn't long before she was drenched in sweat. Aren't you hot? Chi Yu asked, removing her outer layer, still in a tank top and perspiring profusely. Watching Yusheng, who remained cool and composed in her long-sleeved combat attire, Chi was tempted to reach out and check her forehead for warmth. Yusheng finally realized that she had a constant temperature cover, but Chi Yu did not. The shelter could not completely insulate against the outdoor temperature, which was around 30 to 40 degrees Celsius, making the indoor temperature nearly 30 degrees as well. I'm not afraid of the heat. Just wait a moment. I will ask the captain if there are any fans available. On the other side of the light screen, Lu Qingwang quickly responded, there is only one fan. I will provide you with another one when we return to the safe house. For now, all we have is this handheld fan. Yusheng took out the fan he had received, a plastic one distributed for free on the street for advertising purposes, and handed it to Chi Yu. This is all I have. Make do with it. Chi Yu had just run and was feeling hot. But after sitting down for a while, she felt a bit better and was not as hot as before. She fanned herself manually, continuously expressing her envy towards Yu Sheng's constitution. Yu Sheng smiled at her, unsure of how to explain. At that moment, a new message arrived in the group chat. Restart 001. The good news is that the wild boar meat is not toxic. The bad news is that it hasn't been marinated, so the taste is lacking. 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts handsome. I could smell that peculiar boar scent while roasting. If it doesn't work out, we can make it into smoked meat to sell to other players in need of food. Smiling. The taste is indeed poor. What if nobody buys it? Smoked meat requires a lot of salt and wood. Misty deer. Are there any other edible animals in the desert? If not, we could use the boar meat to set traps. Emoli. Let me try making ham. Restart 001. Then let's try all these suggestions. Thinking of the plump wild boar, Yu Sheng suddenly had an idea. Rapid 63. If you have any excess fatty meat, give it to me. I want to experiment with some small creations. Restart 001. Alright. Chiyu, who was also reading the group messages, looked up in confusion upon seeing Yu Sheng's words. What do you need the fatty meat for? You'll see when the time comes. After speaking, Yu Sheng pulled out a treadmill. I will exercise first. You rest for a bit, and after I finish running, you can continue. Chiyu's mood instantly soured again. Chapter 25. Rendering pig fat without waiting for Lu Qingguang to fulfill his promise of a fan after the game concluded. Yu Sheng exchanged for one in the trading area. After sitting in front of the fan with Chiyu for a while, Yu Sheng received a message from the little deer regarding the wild boar fat and bristles. The bristles were temporarily stored in the bathroom. When Meiling filled Yu Sheng's water bucket with water at 8 o'clock in the evening, he cleaned it twice and let it dry before using it directly. The fatty meat was simply rinsed, cut into small pieces with a kitchen knife, and then placed in a pot to render the lard using an electric warming table. Yu Sheng tested it with chopsticks and found that the rendered lard did not have any discernible off-putting odor, resembling the quality of lard typically used at home. Thus, he felt reassured to cut the second batch of fatty meat for further rendering. He filled a large bowl with the first batch of lard and sent it to Meiling. Meiling, I tried it. It works well for stir-frying. Thank you, Xiaoyu. Rapid 63. You're welcome. There's more left, and I will prepare the second batch for you. After rendering several batches, Yu Sheng reserved a portion for cooking while retaining a substantial amount of lard. He asked Chiyu for some beakers she had taken from the safe house, and when the lard cooled to a warm temperature, he poured it into the beakers, sealed them, and sent them to Lu Qingguang for listing in the trading area. The leftover oil at the bottom of the bowl was not wasted. After using toilet paper to wipe off the grease, she wrapped the soiled tissue around a wooden stick that had been split with a plank, securing it tightly with a fine string to create a makeshift torch to store in her backpack. The fluidity of her movements was remarkable, wasting not a single drop of oil, prompting Chiyu to repeatedly call her a genius. Dinner consisted of 2 boxes of self-heating rice, accompanied by a fruit can that the two shared. After finishing their meal, Yu Sheng supervised Chiyu to ensure she completed her physical exercise before allowing her to rest. Even with an additional person in the house, Yu Sheng adhered to her previously established routine with unwavering precision. As midnight approached, she roused the deeply sleeping Chiyu from her bed. They changed clothes, donning the thickest garments in preparation for their departure. Chiyu, still groggy, complied and began changing her attire. She donned her thickest windbreaker and layered it with the yellow raincoat she had worn when first meeting Yu Sheng, tightening the cuffs and hem to shield against wind and dust. The two shared a simple meal, and Yu Sheng poured her a cup of hot water, watching her finish it. Are you ready? It's time for us to set off, she said. Kiyu nodded. I have night vision goggles. I will lead the way while you follow closely behind, remaining vigilant of the surroundings. Any treasure we find along the way will be split equally. Before they departed, Yu Sheng established a rule. Chiyu widened her eyes in surprise, exclaiming, You should receive a larger share for leading the way. It is only fair. Yu Sheng remained resolute. This is how it will be. You will train with me during the day, and for the treasures we find at night, I will share half with you. Through their first day of cohabitation, Yu Sheng discerned that Chiyu lacked the habit of daily exercise. Although Chiyu would obediently rise to jog on the treadmill under Yu Sheng's watchful eye, her expressions and movements were rife with instinctive resistance. Encouraging her to cultivate a good habit of exercise by promising to share the treasure was a spur-of-the-moment idea Yu Sheng conceived before bedtime. Realizing that Yu Sheng was indirectly motivating herself, Chiyu's eyes widened with a sheen of moisture as she lowered her head to adjust her clothes, wishing to remain unseen. Thank you, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Some things, however, need not be spoken. As they embarked upon the desert, Sheng tied a rope around both their waists, leaving a 2-meter gap between them. If Qiyu could keep pace, she would walk independently. With the guidance of the rope, even in darkness, they would not become separated. Should Qiyu struggle with fatigue, Sheng would use the rope to guide her forward. They followed their plan towards the north. Sheng refrained from using a concealed sleeping bag, remaining fully alert, ensuring that every step taken was preceded by a thorough inspection through her night vision goggles to confirm the absence of danger ahead. The desert's nighttime temperatures had plummeted below freezing, a condition that typically kept snakes hidden within deep underground burrows, surfacing only when the daytime warmth returned. Clad in a down jacket and equipped with a temperature-regulating badge, Sheng felt little discomfort. Meanwhile, Qiyu, initially shivering from the cold, gradually warmed after 2 hours of walking, her energy waning, and she began to breathe heavily. Sheng encouraged her from the front, urging her to persevere a little longer before they could finally rest. She refrained from turning back, while behind her, Qiyu responded with a faint murmur, her breaths coming in labored gasps. Without the assistance of a treasure radar, the number of chests collected that night was indeed disappointingly low. Moreover, their primary objective was to investigate the clues concerning the solitary islet, necessitating a straight-line approach that precluded any significant deviation for treasure collection, lest they lose their way or take a longer route. As they progressed, Sheng occasionally encountered peculiar situations. For instance, despite the absence of nearby players, they stumbled upon scattered supplies and items on the ground. Such occurrences, unless indicative of nearby traps, could suggest that a player had perished, leaving behind their equipment. Whenever she came across a plethora of abandoned gear, Sheng would pause to assess the terrain for safety before venturing closer to collect the items. If there were hills or other potential hiding spots nearby, she would choose to bypass the gear, ignoring it entirely. Approaching the midnight hour, they even chanced upon a rigid player sprawled on the ground. Sheng approached to inspect the situation, while Qiyu, fearful of a ruse, clutched her clothing from behind, wary of drawing closer. Should a player completely perish, their equipment would vanish. This fallen player might still have a chance of revival. The individual on the ground exhibited signs of frostbite, with their face and fingers turning a purplish hue, surrounded by the remnants of their prison garb, which they had shed in a bid to escape hypothermia. The extensive tattoos and scars visible on their exposed skin suggested a dubious character. Recalling 2 individuals she had encountered shortly after entering the game, who also wore prison attire, Sheng resolved to ignore the fallen player and continued along their designated path. Furthermore, they had to remain vigilant for unseen players lurking in ambush within nearby hideouts, waiting for solitary players to pass by, and to be wary of potential traps or quicksand ahead. Both girls wielded bronze swords. Sheng, leading the way, would probe the ground ahead with her sword, while Qiyu, exhausted, relied on her bronze sword as a makeshift cane. Noticing that the girl behind her was on the verge of collapse, Sheng led Qiyu into a nearby refuge for a much-needed respite. Qiyu was so fatigued that she struggled to ascend the stairs to the hideout. Ultimately, Sheng ascended first, then supported Qiyu under her arms, exerting herself to help her up. With little time to dust off the grime that clung to them, they merely shed their outer garments and socks, shaking off the sand before collapsing onto the bed to rest. Sheng retrieved 2 bananas and a kettle of hot water from her backpack, pouring 2 cups of steaming water, one of which she handed to the utterly drained Qiyu. Eat something, drink some water, then sleep. After walking for 4 continuous hours, they had reached the limits of Qiyu's stamina. Their journey north on the first day could go no further. Qiyu was so exhausted that she could barely lift her eyelids, lacking the strength to hold the cup. Sheng supported the cup to her lips, helping her drink more than half, then gently laid her down on the pillow. Almost as soon as her head touched the pillow, Qiyu surrendered to slumber, her breathing deepening. After tucking the blanket around her, Sheng spread out her yoga mat against the far wall and began to stretch. After 4 hours of trekking, neglecting to stretch before sleep would surely result in discomfort, even for Sheng. Sheng was accustomed to seizing every fragment of time for training. To avoid waking Qiyu, she could only engage in quiet movements. For instance, she alternated between yoga stretches, planks, and push-ups, continuing until every part of her body was warmed up and she began to sweat. After her workout, she was drenched in sweat, and both of them were still covered in dust. Displeased by the odor emanating from her body, Yu Sheng began to formulate a plan after a quick survey of the room. Utilizing a renovation card, she installed a simple shower apparatus in the bathroom, with a water tank that could connect to the solar panels on the roof for heating. Thanks to Sister Mei Ling's assistance, their water supply was now ensured. However, it was the middle of the night, and the solar panels were ineffective, so Yu Sheng could only wash up briefly before returning to bed for a nap. Chapter 26. Apple millet porridge. After sleeping until around 11 o'clock, Yu Sheng awoke to find Chi Yu still in slumber. Upon activating the light screen, she discovered that the early rising Sister Mei Ling had sent each teammate a bowl of steaming millet porridge. Yu Sheng poured it into a pot, added water and diced apples, and continued to simmer it. While waiting for the porridge to cook, she habitually glanced at the trading area. The game had only commenced 2 days prior, yet the number of individuals seeking food and drinking water had doubled. Yu Sheng traded several pairs of sports and running shoes, a bag of goji berries, 5 packs of sanitary pads, a bottle of dishwashing liquid, 2 bars of soap, and 3 bottles of shampoo. She only paused when Chi Yu stirred from her slumber, stretching and yawning. "That smells delightful," Yu Sheng exclaimed. Chi Yu, caught mid-stretch, retreated back in her blanket and struggled to rise from the bed. With a grimace, Chi Yu complained, "My whole body aches. I feel terrible." Yu Sheng gestured towards the bathroom. "If you bring me the millet porridge that Sister Mei Ling sent, you can take a shower to wake yourself up, and then we can have breakfast." "Wait, we can take a shower?" Chi Yu asked, surprised. "How did I not notice that yesterday?" Yu Sheng, while ladling out the porridge, replied, "It was just added this morning." After breakfast, Yu Sheng took a screenshot of their haul from the previous night and displayed it to Chi Yu. "Last night, we found 1 wooden box, 6 copper boxes, 2 silver boxes, and we also picked up some gear dropped by other players, including a box of self-heating rice and a folding knife. We'll split the copper and silver boxes evenly, while you can have the wooden box and the folding knife." Chi Yu quickly waved her hands. No. I only want 2 or 3 copper boxes. You can have the rest." Yu Sheng was not one to haggle, and promptly sent Chi Yu what she had originally proposed, interrupting her further protest. "Rest for half an hour, and then we will start running." Chi Yu instinctively sought to evade training, murmuring with a pained expression, "But my whole body is sore. Do you want to continue like this, giving up at the slightest difficulty?" Yu Sheng asked, sitting upright with her hands on her thighs, her expression serious. "As you can see, this is a game. It does not adhere to the principles of unity and mutual assistance found in the real world. In this game, if you do not provide value..." Yu Sheng could not bear to finish her thought. Chi Yu lowered her head, seemingly lost in thought, her expression becoming one of melancholy. "I'm sorry, Sheng. Ironically, I am the elder sister, yet I have burdened you with my concerns." As she spoke, Chi Yu lifted her gaze, a radiant smile gracing her face. "You've helped me so much. I promise I won't let you down. I will strive to persist in my training." Yu Sheng patted her shoulder, feeling a sense of relief. It was fortunate that Chi Yu was not the type to be easily discouraged. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for words to encourage her to see the reality of her situation. From that day onward, Chi Yu diligently observed Yu Sheng's training, quietly learning the standard postures for using the equipment. As soon as Yu Sheng finished with the apparatus, Chi Yu would promptly take her turn to practice. Occasionally, Yu Sheng would take a moment to correct her movements, and Chi Yu adapted quickly. During the 2 hours between their afternoon nap and evening, Yu Sheng trained tirelessly. As for Chi Yu, Yu Sheng refrained from imposing her own standards upon her. Instead, she encouraged her to proceed at her own pace. As the sun gradually descended, casting a warm glow indicative of evening, the temperature began to cool. Chi Yu was outside the shelter, busy opening treasure chests. After several days of training, her movements became increasingly adept. Yu Sheng stood quietly to the side, watching her slay monsters with unwavering focus and fluidity, feeling a swell of pride in her heart. Out of 5 treasure chests, only 1 copper chest contained a monster, while the remaining 4 yielded a bottle of mineral water, a teleportation card, a bulletproof vest, and a 1-person tent with invisibility features. All were valuable items. The teleportation card allowed players to be instantaneously transported to a designated location, while the bulletproof vest ensured protection from all firearms within the game. The invisibility tent functioned similarly to Yu Sheng's invisibility sleeping bag, though it could not be worn for mobility. It was Chi Yu's first experience acquiring such a plethora of rare items at once, all for herself. She hesitated for a moment, her face betraying reluctance, yet feeling shy to collect everything in front of Yu Sheng. She turned to her companion and tentatively suggested, How about you choose one? Yu Sheng, feeling envious but having no desire to claim any for herself, quickly waved her hands in refusal. These are your items. Keep them safe. Do not let embarrassment or any other feelings compel you to relinquish them. Seizing the opportunity, she continued to motivate Chiyu. Look, on your very first day, you've already obtained these items. You must continue to train with me. The better your physical condition, the more treasure chests you can collect outside, leading to an abundance of items, a virtuous cycle. Chiyu's cheeks flushed, whether from joy or excitement. She nodded earnestly. I understand. I will definitely keep going. Chiyu remained in the shelter to rest and explore her new treasures. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng donned her raincoat, armed herself, and ventured out to open her own treasure chests, hoping to unearth a few rare items in the bountiful area where Chiyu had just opened her chests. She opened a total of 20 copper chests and 14 silver chests, while the remaining chests would be opened gradually over the following days. Yu Sheng, panting and wielding her long sword, concluded her final treasure chest opening and assessed her achievements. She had acquired 50 Evasion House upgrade cards, 30 backpack expansion cards, 1 blueprint replication booklet fragment, 12 intermediate time acceleration hourglasses, 1 universal battery, 1 automatic driving device fragment, 1 physique enhancement agent, 1 geological detection ring, 1 bullet blueprint, 3 magic beans, 1 thermal imaging helmet, and 5 stamina supplements. Most of these items were familiar to her, but her curiosity was piqued by the newly acquired ones, prompting her to store them in her backpack and examine their descriptions. Geological detection ring. When worn, it automatically detects elemental materials present in the surrounding geological environment. Magic beans. Similar to those from fairy tales, when planted in soil, they can grow into towering trees overnight. Both the leaves and pods are edible but wilt within 24 hours. Thermal imaging helmet. When worn, it allows the user to view the thermal imaging of the surrounding environment through the helmet's visor, in addition to the useful items and empty treasure chests. Inspired by the previous encounter with the wild boar, Yu Sheng rummaged through the corpses of monsters on the ground. She sent the seemingly non-toxic, edible meat chunks to Mo Li to make ham sausages, burying the rest on site. After completing these final tasks, and to prevent the scent of blood from attracting other carnivorous creatures, Yu Sheng instructed Chiyu to exit first and pack away the evasion house. The two walked a little further before releasing the evasion house again. Yu Sheng then visited the restroom to experience the newly installed shower. Unlike in reality, the game's fixtures did not allow for hot and cold water adjustments. Instead, the water tank maintained a consistent temperature of precisely 45 degrees Celsius after being heated by solar panels. Having met her exercise quota for the day, Yu Sheng and Chiyu gathered around the electric heating table to enjoy hot pot. After their meal, they strolled around the room for 5 minutes before returning to bed to browse the luminous screen. This scene evoked a nostalgic sense of returning to the university dormitory. Chapter 27. Quicksand Pit days flew by swiftly. During her downtime, Yu Sheng exchanged some supplies once again, this time with the same player she had previously traded fans with. Perhaps recognizing Yu Sheng as a reliable customer, this player proactively added her as a friend and informed her that his safe house was a large supermarket. Yu Sheng pondered that this could serve as a stable supplier of daily necessities in the future, and she readily agreed. However, this player did not lack food and drink, and only accepted exchanges involving items or unopened treasure chests. Yu Sheng envied this, since entering the game. She had developed a tendency to covet what others had. This player truly exemplified one who sat atop a mountain of gold within the game. Judging by his trading requirements and volume, it was highly likely he had remained in his evasion house since acquiring it, avoiding the hardships of survival gameplay. Yu Sheng exchanged 15 backpack expansion card for brand new socks, towels, toothbrushes, baby cream, shower gel, seasonings, hot pot base utensils, and bedding. After perusing the trading area, Yu Sheng found herself with little to do and opened a post by Lu Qingguang in the trading section. The items he had listed primarily included nutrient solutions, combat suits, ham sausages, small wooden houses, stamina supplements, canned lard, bottled and barrel-sized tap water, and bronze swords. Lu Qingguang has successfully gathered the fragments to possess a refining furnace, with both furnaces placed in his refuge, overseen by Su Moli for synthesis and processing. Yu Sheng also sees an opportunity to announce in the group chat that she had just acquired a decomposition platform. With 2 decomposition platforms at his disposal, Lu Qingguang felt an augmented sense of security, The two refining furnaces tirelessly processed resources day and night, steadily enhancing the overall strength of the team. Although Yu Sheng's team contribution value remained comfortably in fourth place, the fifth-ranked Dong Bianqing lagged significantly behind. Numerous individuals and teams, like them, showcased an array of goods, with offerings both diverse and abundant. While Lu Qingguang's sales did not rank the highest, they remained within the top 50. The food items he received were entrusted to Sister Meiling, who processed and distributed them daily to team members. For daily necessities, team members could approach him directly for requests, while rarer items could be exchanged for goods of equivalent value. Items of a more miscellaneous nature would be stored until a sufficient quantity was amassed, after which they would be evenly distributed among the team. Any surplus items that were not claimed would either be shared or listed in the trading area. As days passed, only a little over 2 weeks remained until the commencement of the desert survival game. Yu Sheng and Qi Yu appeared somewhat darker than before, their physiques leaner. Yet their arms displayed muscular definition. Particularly, Yu Sheng's limbs bulged with muscle at the slightest exertion, coupled with her height of 1.7 meters. She now resembled a professional athlete, a far cry from the unassuming state she had been in upon entering the game. Sheng, come quickly. There's something ahead. Qi Yu's voice resonated from the autopilot cabin. Throughout the past half-month, Yu Sheng had opened all the treasure chests and collected fragments of the autopilot device, with the final piece acquired through trade. After assembling the fragments, she installed the autopilot in the refuge. She mounted the device onto the wall by her bedside. Once activated, it opened a door that led to an autopilot cabin, with the device's panel connected to a power source and display screen via solar panels. Here, Yu Sheng could adjust parameters such as the refuge's automatic driving route, speed, emergency braking, and evasive maneuvers. However, the autopilot could not autonomously detect treasure chests, necessitating that Yu Sheng and Qi Yu take turns monitoring the ground inside the cabin, stopping to manually retrieve any chests that appeared. Consequently, the refuge, now equipped with the autopilot, resembled a mobile home. Yu Sheng rose from her bed, slipping on her slippers as she made her way to the cockpit. Qi had already pressed the cockpit switch to stabilize the mobile home. Through the reinforced glass, they spied a silver treasure chest glinting on the desert terrain to the right. Yu Sheng donned the thermal imaging helmet resting on a nearby chair, carefully scrutinizing the area, which revealed no signs of life. Rest assured, I've already checked. There are no people or animals, Qi Yu assured her, her hair styled in a bun, clad in a tank top and long pants. She comfortably held a bag of chips in one hand while resting the other on the cockpit's control lever. A fan connected to a universal battery continuously blew cool air in her direction, while her slippers lay discarded on the floor, one facing the other. A sense of unrestrained freedom and carefree abandon enveloped the atmosphere. Yu Sheng gazed into her sparkling eyes and smiled, saying, "If there's no danger, then go ahead and pick it up." With Yu Sheng's approval, she promptly set aside the fan, donned her shoes, armed herself, and disembarked to scout for any quicksand pits or small creatures before retrieving the treasure chest and returning to the vehicle. This action had become second nature to Qi Yu of late. Yet, Yu Sheng remained uneasy about her venturing out alone, insisting that she must inform him whenever she spotted a treasure chest while on duty in the cockpit. Only after Yu Sheng confirmed the absence of danger could she proceed. The sand felt as if it had been baked, and if she lingered any longer, the soles of her shoes would surely melt. Once back in the vehicle, Qi Yu kicked off her shoes in favor of slippers, eagerly returning to the cockpit to enjoy the breeze from the fan. Yu Sheng returned indoors to prepare 2 boxes of self-heating rice, letting them steam while she sliced some fruit. She combined the fruit with yogurt and milk, along with dried fruits, to create 2 bowls of fruit salad. When the rice was ready, she carried it to the cockpit to share lunch with Qi Yu while engaging in pleasant conversation. After their meal, Qi Yu wished to continue enjoying the fan's breeze in the cockpit. Yu Sheng gathered the empty containers, rinsed them in the sink, and stacked them in the wooden box designated for recyclables before checking the materials prepared for decomposition on the workbench. Suddenly, the shelter trembled. The autopilot, following Yu Sheng's programmed protocols, automatically shut down in response to the unexpected disturbance. What is happening? Yu Sheng paused her tasks and inquired towards the cockpit. The wheel seemed to have snagged on something. I'm not sure what, came the reply. Without hesitation, Yu Sheng donned her combat gear, grabbed her sun hat and long knife, and stepped outside. The left front wheel appeared to be resting on something alive, as soon as she descended. She spotted a mass of dark green writhing slowly beneath the wheel. Yusheng furrowed her brow at the sight. It was thick, elongated, and moving. Did she have such a peculiar affinity for snakes in this game? Fortunately, the creature was firmly pinned beneath the wheel, appearing harmless. She cautiously approached, reducing the distance to 2 meters. Just as she did, the creature seemed to sense her presence and abruptly froze. Yusheng halted as well, scrutinizing the dark green mass. It was not a snake. When motionless, it resembled a shriveled, flattened clump of grass entwined together. Had this plant mutated? Observing it lying quietly by the wheel, Yusheng took another step forward. At that very moment, a sudden change occurred. As she neared, just as her foot was about to fully descend, the clump erupted in action, its leaves unfurling. The elongated grass blades shot out like serpents springing forth with pent-up energy, and in an instant, 7 or 8 unknown entities launched themselves towards Yusheng's face and upper body. With barely a moment to react, she swiftly retreated. Just as she took 3 large steps back, the ground beneath her feet gave way, the sand collapsing around one of her legs, causing her to fall backward. The grass blades, failing to ensnare Yusheng, quickly retracted. In a moment of urgency, she shouted at the top of her lungs, "Chi-Yu, there's quicksand, bring something down." All of this transpired within mere seconds, and Chi-Yu in the cockpit witnessed the unfolding chaos. She immediately sprang to her feet, barely taking the time to don her shoes, grasping her weapon and tools as she leapt through the open doorway. Barefoot, she sprinted with all her might towards Yusheng, who was already ensnared up to her waist. When she had first fallen, she attempted to climb upwards, but this only hastened her descent. Yusheng dared not move, gripping her long knife tightly, her gaze fixed on the approaching Chi-Yu. She forced herself to remain calm, reminding Chi-Yu, "Wrap the rope around your wrist and toss the other end to me." The two had rehearsed their rescue from quicksand several times. Yet when the moment arrived, they found themselves in disarray. Trembling, Chi-Yu followed her instructions, throwing the rope. As Yusheng caught it and secured it around herself, Chi-Yu instinctively wanted to draw closer and pull her out of the pit. In a fleeting moment, Yusheng noticed the grass clump retracting, preparing for another strike. She shouted urgently, "Don't come closer. The thing beneath the wheels is alive." No sooner had she spoken than the grass clump launched itself toward Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu stumbled back to evade the attack, landing on the sandy ground. Under the scorching midday sun, both women broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, their recent training had not been in vain. Chi-Yu swiftly untied the rope from her wrist and wrapped it around her waist. With all her strength, she pushed her legs backward and leaned back, striving to use her weight to pull Yusheng free. She managed to retreat a meter, grasping a fallen plank and hurling it toward Yusheng. In the sand pit, Yusheng dared not move, the sand now rising to her chest. The plank, descending from above, struck her on the head, causing her to sink another 2 centimeters. Thankfully, her arms remained free. She quickly discarded her long knife, placing the plank beneath her chin and gripping its edges to climb. The suction from the quicksand was immense. The harder she struggled, the more it dragged her down. Meanwhile, Chi-Yu exerted every ounce of her strength to crawl towards the shelter's wheel, desperately clinging to the tire. This maneuver had been discussed during their drills. The quicksand might also pull the rescuer down, hence the necessity to leverage the weight of the shelter. Seizing the opportunity, Yusheng managed to ascend slightly. The taut rope slackened just enough for Chi-Yu to retreat, leaning into the wheel and wrapping her arms around it. Thus, they exerted their strength inch by inch. Chi-Yu could not release the rope. She coiled around the tire like a serpent, allowing Yusheng to continue her ascent. The plank effectively slowed Yusheng's descent. Her waist had now emerged from the sand, and she was about to exert herself to free her hips and thighs when she felt something tighten around her calves. She turned abruptly to look at the grass clump. It had unfurled, revealing a center that resembled a toothy mouth, each leaf trembling with a frenzied energy. It was enraged. It was straining with effort. Yusheng quickly comprehended that what ensnared her in the pit were the leaves of the grass clump. This was not merely quicksand. It was its sinister creation. With great exertion, the grass creature strained against the front wheel, while Chi-Yu pressed her body tightly against the rear wheel, exerting her strength as well. Yusheng lifted her gaze towards the trembling shelter beneath the evasive vehicle. If this continued, the shelter would likely topple over, and it would crash down upon them. Reluctantly, Yusheng released one hand from the wooden plank, retrieving her bronze sword from her backpack. Gripping the hilt firmly, she began to slice toward the midpoint between herself and the grass creature in the sandy pit. As the bronze sword pierced the sand, it met with considerable resistance. She could not discern whether the blade encountered sand or grass. Thus, she released both hands from the plank, gripping the sword with both hands, quickening her cutting motion as her body continued to sink. After approximately 15 seconds, the constriction around her calves finally dissipated. Hastily, Sheng cast the bronze sword aside onto the nearby ground and used both hands to push upward against the wooden plank. The grass creature, concealed within the sandy pit, could not reach Sheng. Its frustration grew as it extended its longest leaf, inching toward Qiyu beneath the vehicle. At the other end of the rope, Qiyu, undeterred by the approaching danger of the leaf, gritted her teeth and summoned her strength, gradually pulling Sheng out, inch by inch. The vehicle's length was 10 meters, and despite its efforts, the grass leaves could only manage to entangle Qiyu's arm. Once freed, Sheng immediately picked up her weapon and advanced purposefully, severing the leaves that had ensnared Qiyu, then continued to approach the creature. In the sandy pit, she noticed that although the grass leaves possessed serrated edges, their intelligence and danger level were rather mundane. As long as she avoided being ensnared and dragged away, they posed little threat. The grass creature soon found itself shorn bare, its gaping maw directed toward Sheng in futile rage. Sheng thrust her sword into that gaping mouth, stirring vigorously. After approximately 3 minutes, the grass creature lay motionless, devoid of life. Only when the ground was splattered with the dark green sap from her strikes did she feel a sense of relief. Rushing to support the exhausted Qiyu at the rear wheel, Chiyu's face was pale, her voice trembling as she asked, "Is it dead?" "Yes, it is dead. I will take you inside to rest," Sheng replied. Although she herself was not in much better condition, she nonetheless mustered the strength to carry Qiyu into the shelter, using a cleaning car to tend to her before laying her on the bed. Chiyu's injuries were more severe than Sheng's. Having used her body to grapple with the rope and manually pry the wheel, she bore numerous bruises and abrasions on her hands and waist. One arm displayed a circular wound caused by the tightened grass leaves. Though not deep, it bled incessantly. The only comfort for Sheng was that the blood was bright red, indicating that the grass creature was likely non-toxic. Nevertheless, she administered an antidote pill to Qiyu and had her drink a nutritional solution along with an energy supplement. Simultaneously, she hurriedly sought traumatic medicine in the group chat and trading area at a high price. The other members of the team immediately rummaged through their backpacks, collectively producing a pack of medical cotton swabs, a few Band-Aids, and a bottle of high-proof liquor, which they promptly sent to her. Sister Mei Ling also quickly reached out via private message. "Little you, are you injured and bleeding? I've heard that wood ash can stop bleeding. Wait a few minutes. I will start a fire immediately." Sheng, unable to provide an explanation, hurriedly thanked her and rushed to change the gauze beneath Chiyu's wound. She rummaged through her backpack to retrieve a pack of medical bandages she had found at the nurse's station in the safe house, setting it aside for later use. Shortly thereafter, Sister Mei Ling sent over a small bowl of plant ash along with a pot of boiling water, noting that the pot need not be returned. Placing the pot on the electric heating table to bring it to a boil, Sheng found a fresh towel, cut it into small pieces, and sterilized them along with a pair of chopsticks in the high temperature. Afterward, she retrieved the sterilized chopsticks using another pair, careful to hold them only by the top end. With her washed hands grasping the sterilized chopstick, she delicately picked up a piece of the sterilized towel, allowing it to cool slightly in the air before gently wiping away the residual blood and scabs from Chiyu's wound, revealing the injury. The wound was not a complete circular cut, but rather a jagged line, as the serrated edge of the blade had severed it only partially, resulting in a dashed appearance with the skin connected by slender openings. Sheng felt a sigh of relief. Although she had no formal medical training, she was renowned for her exceptional healing abilities. A mere glance at the wound assured her that as long as she could stop the bleeding and prevent inflammation, it would gradually heal on its own without the need for stitches. She had already devised a plan in her mind. If stitching were necessary, she would have to barter with a player from the supermarket for a sewing kit, subjecting Qiyu to the discomfort of sutures without anesthesia and the subsequent removal of stitches a week later. For the first time, she found some merit in her title. After a brief rest, Qiyu appeared to have regained much of her strength. Upon seeing her wound, she jokingly remarked to Sheng, "This wound looks quite neat. Once it heals, the scar will resemble a bracelet. Being a medical student, Qiyu understood that scars would indeed form, and Yu Sheng suspected she was merely trying to lighten the mood, fearing that Yu Sheng might feel guilty about her injury. Yu Sheng approached with her tools in hand, saying, "All right, let's disinfect and bandage it." Qiyu silently observed as Yu Sheng skillfully disinfected her wound with high-proof liquor, sprinkled the plant ash to halt the bleeding, and wrapped it with medical gauze, tying a beautiful and secure knot. The movements were indeed graceful. Qiyu's face turned paler from the sting of the disinfection. Yet she continued to praise, Sheng, have you studied first aid? Or does someone in your family work in medicine?" Yu Sheng did not withhold the truth and divulged the entire story behind her title. This game is unfair. That title should be mine. Then my graduation thesis would be assured." At this, Qiyu fell silent, realizing that surviving in the game was a challenge in itself. Yet Yu Sheng's mind was preoccupied with thesis concerns. "Get a grip, you no longer have to write a thesis." Amused by her reaction, Yu Sheng chuckled, then turned her attention to the screen, saying, "Let me see if I can transfer the title." Qiyu quickly waved her hand, inadvertently tugging at her wound, causing her to grimace in pain. "No, that's not what I meant. You don't have to transfer it to me." Yu Sheng attempted the transfer, but was met with failure, shaking her head in disappointment. "The title cannot be transferred." However, Qiyu soon conceived a new idea. "We could collaborate. I have the theoretical knowledge, and you possess the title's advantage. Together, we could establish a small clinic in the game, charging only for items." It indeed seemed like a viable plan. Yu Sheng pondered earnestly. "We lack medical instruments and pharmaceuticals. We should be vigilant in the future. Treating teammates and trusted individuals poses no issue. Yet how can we ensure that when treating players, we remain safeguarded from potential robbery? This dilemma requires careful consideration." Qiyu was quite exhilarated. "We could enlist the captain as our bodyguard. With him present, no one would dare to approach us. His hideout offers ample space. And with upgrades, we could create separate compartments to serve as treatment rooms, surgical theaters, and patient wards. Establishing a clinic within Lu Qingguang's hideout? This was an approach Yu Sheng had never contemplated. Yet, it seemed plausible. As the captain, Lu Qingguang would likely be amenable to opening a clinic within his hideout, thereby enhancing his overall capabilities. Thus, Yu Sheng's hideout could remain her personal sanctuary, while the clinic and equipment would be managed by Qiyu, who had indispensable contributions to make, thereby elevating her value within the team. However, would that not mean that Yu Sheng would be perpetually reliant on another's protection? The thought made her frown, as she was accustomed to independence. After patiently listening to Qiyu's planning suggestions, the two reached a preliminary consensus. They would first gather the necessary supplies to establish the clinic, and then present the idea to Lu Qingguang. If he found it inconvenient or disagreed, the clinic would then be established in Yu Sheng's hideout. Noticing Qiyu already lost in her imagination about the clinic, Yu Sheng felt compelled to interrupt her daydreams. "However, you still need to train with me. If patients cause a scene, we must be prepared to intervene forcefully. Moreover, what if there are no patients? We cannot simply remain in the clinic and starve, can we?" Qiyu immediately feigned weakness, lying down. "I am still unwell. It takes 100 days to heal from such injuries. I need to recuperate." Yu Sheng chose not to confront her further, allowing her to rest while she stepped outside to clear the remnants of grass clumps lodged beneath the wheels. Previously, the clump's leaves had obstructed the hideout, so Yu Sheng needed to remove the remnants from the wheels to allow the hideout to continue functioning. Out of curiosity, she extracted a complete leaf and stowed it in her backpack, immediately receiving information about the grass clump. Kianswolin, a plant unique to the desert, capable of surviving for a millennium. It possesses aggressive characteristics, is non-toxic, and its leaf sap can treat sunburn. Intrigued, Yu Sheng found it remarkable that this unattractive yet formidable plant held medicinal value. She promptly gathered tools to extract the remaining sap and collected all the scattered leaves to send to Sumoli, to see if she could use them to synthesize a nutrient solution. She also unearthed the entire Kianswolin plant, its roots still embedded in the ground, and placed them in her backpack. With nothing to do that evening, she planned to extract juice from them for medicinal purposes. Sumoli quickly responded, "It can be utilized. The refining furnace indicates that adding Kianswolin can synthesize advanced nutrient solutions. Whenever you encounter more plants, send them my way. I need as many as you can find." Chapter 29. Stir-fried cactus Qiyu, having sustained injuries, required several days of rest. Yu Sheng did not pressure her into excessive training, but ensured she completed daily stretches and dumbbell exercises. At other times, she allowed her to rest or keep watch over the treasure chest in the cockpit. After finishing her training and wiping away the sweat, Yu Sheng suddenly recalled to check the information on her light screen. It matters little whether one observes or not. However, upon taking a glance, Yu Sheng discovered that despite her recent abstinence from physical enhancers, her metrics had indeed undergone a transformation. Player, Yu Sheng level, 1 gender, female age, 25 health points, 99 strength, 110 agility, 110 special skills, long distance running, endurance. Medicine title, Divine Healer. Yu Sheng had always believed that the upper limit of her metrics was 100, yet this was evidently not the case. Noticing the two values exceeding 100, she quickly realized that this was a result of her recent consumption of nutritional supplements coupled with intensified training. The medical skill likely emerged after she had treated Qiyu. Fixating on her health points, which were tantalizingly close to maxing out at 100, Yu Sheng resolved to incorporate more resilience training into her regimen, while also being mindful of her overall health and nutritional status. After an exhausting workout, Yu Sheng took a refreshing shower and then transitioned to the cockpit, allowing Qiyu to rest in her bed for a while. Ever since discovering the remarkable properties of desert flora, Qiyu had been scrutinizing the cockpit with renewed diligence. Subsequently, they unearthed 2 pearls of thousand-year orchid and a cactus that towered 2 stories high. While gathering these plants, Yu Sheng discerned a pattern. Thousand-year orchids were invariably accompanied by quicksand pits, likely a trap created by their root systems. The cactus was no ordinary specimen. Once within a certain proximity, its spines would launch outward like a torrential rain of needles. Despite Yu Sheng crafting a shield from a wooden board, she still endured several stings to her legs. These plants seemed almost sentient. Unlike the thousand-year orchid, the cactus attacked players not to capture humans for sustenance, but purely for defense. Once all the spines had been discharged, Yu Sheng harvested the bare cactus and placed it into her backpack for examination. Giant column cactus, inhabiting arid deserts, aggressive, edible, non-toxic, its presence suggests the possible existence of subterranean water sources nearby. She sliced the cactus into manageable pieces, keeping a portion for herself and distributing the rest to Mei Ling and Su Mo Li. That evening, the two enjoyed stir-fried cactus prepared with lard and salt. The cactus bore no distinct flavor. When chewed, it released a slight mucilage, reminiscent of sautéed okra. Yu Sheng shared the cactus's informative insights in the group chat. Uncertain if the oasis lay in her direction and seeking suggestions from others, the positioning data indicated that the trajectories and distances of the other 3 teams were fairly similar, with only Yu Sheng demonstrating extraordinary performance. Her automated cockpit advanced tirelessly, and the map revealed a remarkably clear kite-shaped formation, with Yu Sheng representing the northern end, akin to the elongated tail of the kite. A few days prior, they had learned of her automated driving capabilities, yet envy and admiration still flowed through the group chat. 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts envy. Incredible, it's only been 2 days, and you've covered such distance. Mist Fog Deer, Sister 63 is formidable. Restart 001. Based on the information regarding the cactus, I too believe the oasis should lie in the direction of 63. However, we are currently too far away. Let us continue according to our original plan to scout until we confirm the oasis's existence. Then we will proceed based on the positioning. Emoli, stay safe. 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts charm. Sister 63, you are formidable. Miling, thank you for your hard work, little you. Chuntian Huahua, let us charge ahead. Jasudu 63, all right. In a private chat, 7 parts charm sent Yu Sheng a bundle of wild boar quills. 63, wash and dry them yourself. There is no sunlight here. Yu Sheng, intrigued, asked, why is there no sunlight? Are you truly living in a basement? 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts charm. Indeed, that fellow from the east really lives in a basement. He enters the house and never sees the sun all day. I'm almost depressed. Jasudu 63, why don't you converse with him, engage in some chatter? 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts charm. Don't mention it. I'm somewhat intimidated by that guy. You cannot fathom how peculiar he is. He doesn't utter a word all day long. 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts charm. The only time he smiled was while skinning the wild boar. That smile was merely skin deep. 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts charm. Do you think one day he might take a fancy to skin me? Yu Sheng shuddered at the image he conjured. Jisudu 63. Surely not. Just be polite to him. If anything seems amiss, inform the captain or us. Chiyu has a teleportation card that can bring you over here. 3 parts sincerity. 7 parts charm. I am forever grateful. Sister 63, please don't set your screen to silent. One day, I may truly need your assistance. Jisudu 63. Understood. Yu Sheng promptly adjusted her previously muted screen to vibrate, feeling a gentle buzz on her arm. 3 parts sincerity. 7 parts charm. I am eager to regroup with you all. In future team-ups, I shall never pair with that fellow from the east again. Yu Sheng reassured him. It won't be long, whether for regrouping or the game as conclusion. I have a few books here. Shall I send you some to alleviate your boredom? 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts charm. Yes. Just as she sent them, Yu Sheng received another private message. Moly, the high-grade nutrient solution has been successfully produced. The first batch of 5 is for you. Yu Sheng took out the nutrient solution, leaving 2 for Chiyu. Stowing 1 in her backpack for emergencies, and without hesitation, drank the remaining 2. The high-grade nutrient solution was slightly sweet, quite palatable, and its effects were instantaneous. Yu Sheng felt her body brimming with strength. Noticing the changes within her, Yu Sheng opened her screen to check. Player, Yu Sheng level, 2 gender, female age, 25 health points, 100 strength, 110 agility, 110 specialty, long distance running, endurance, medicine title, divine healer with such vitality. She ascended to level 2. Yu Sheng smacked her lips, savoring the taste of the high-grade nutrient solution. It was far more delightful than the physical enhancement potion. The physical enhancement potion could elevate any single attribute by 10 points, while the high-grade nutrient solution only bolstered health points. However, the physical enhancement potion could only be obtained through chests, with a rather low probability of acquisition, while the supply and quantity of nutrient solutions were assured. If Su Moli were to expedite the mass production of high-grade nutrient solutions, consuming them daily like water would surely allow for a swift ascent to level 3. With this thought, she immediately sent Su Moli a private message to provide feedback. Jisudu 63. Just drank it. The high-grade nutrient solution works wonders. Drinking 2 has raised my health points by 1. We can begin mass production, and anyone whose health points are close to leveling up can benefit from it. Moli understood. Su Moli must have promptly informed Lu Qingwang of the news, for within mere minutes, he sent a message in the group chat. Reboot 001. The advanced nutritional solution has been synthesized. 63 has already tested it. Approximately 2 vials can enhance health points slightly. Everyone report your health points. Henceforth, the advanced nutritional solution will be prioritized for teammates nearing a health value of 100. Those who can level up, do so swiftly. Mine is at 98. Fast 63, 100. Montagli, 85. 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts charm, 80. Mist Deer, 94. Spring Field Blossoms, 89. Rain in the west, sunshine in the east, 95. Miling, 87. Reboot 001. Understood. Chapter 30. Level up to 2. Yu Sheng raised an eyebrow at the group chat records. She never anticipated being the first in her squad to elevate her health value to level 2. Nor did she expect that the seemingly gloomy sunshine in the east had the highest health value after herself and the captain. Contemplating his somber demeanor, it was no wonder that the member with the lowest health, 7 parts charm, was apprehensive about being grouped with him. At this moment, disregarding any desire to keep things to herself, Yu Sheng sent 10 of both the intermediate and low-level time acceleration hourglasses to Su Moli, hoping they would assist the other team members in leveling up swiftly. Fast 63. This item can save processing time. Montagli, Eilericht. Before long, Yu Sheng noticed her team contribution points had changed, and she was on the verge of surpassing the 3rd-place Miling. A sense of intrigue washed over her. Just after she had delivered the items, her contribution points had risen. Was Lu Qingwang always glued to Su Moli? How was it that he was always the first to know whenever something occurred near her? After closing the group chat, she checked the trading area. Even after such a long time, no one had provided information about the refining furnace fragments. She was merely 1 fragment away from synthesizing the refining furnace, the last piece. And heaven knew how frustrated Yu Sheng felt. She had opened every treasure chest available in this round of the game, yet this final fragment remained elusive. If only she had acquired the refining furnace sooner, she could have had an abundance of advanced nutritional solutions at her disposal. transforming her anger into motivation. Yusheng spent another 10 minutes boxing at the punching pillar, still feeling that her frustration had not been fully released. The inflatable punching pillar, now, with all values exceeding 100, felt akin to striking a pillow. In a moment of impulse, Yusheng used her last evasion house renovation card to add a sturdy circular hook to the ceiling. She took a bag, loaded it with sand, and tied it up with a rope, then began to punch the makeshift sandbag in her room. The sensation was exhilarating. After venting her frustrations, she went to supervise Chi-Yu in consuming the 2 vials of advanced nutritional solution. When the advanced nutritional solution was applied to Chi-Yu, the effects were immediate. Her complexion brightened, and the dark scabs on her arms swiftly lifted, revealing fresh pink skin beneath. Chi-Yu forced a smile as she glanced at her wounds, then looked up at Yusheng, a premonition of impending trouble lurking in the air. With a gentle smile curving at the corners of Yusheng's lips, she remarked, "The wounds have healed. Let us test the new sandbags I installed. 1 hour, but remember to warm up first." In the cockpit, a piercing wail echoed moments later. The ensuing days were spent in the mobile hideout, ceaselessly traversing the terrain, with the 2 of them taking shifts to monitor the treasure chests while the other rested, rotating every 6 hours. As another day passed, with the game countdown at 10 days, the mobile hideout ventured into a region populated by towering cacti. Yusheng remained inside, fortifying the gaps in the cockpit and the 4 tires with cardboard boxes, then set the autopilot to navigate through the cacti's defensive perimeter. The vehicle charged through, rousing the cacti from their furry state to a barren one. Once the cacti lost their defensive spikes and could no longer attack, Yusheng and Chi-Yu alighted, armed with knives to reap their bounty. The act was somewhat unscrupulous, yet the rewards were plentiful. The harvesting continued for 2 full days, with the cacti's thorns now adorning the exterior walls of the mobile hideout. Aside from distributing some to Su Moli and Miling, both Yusheng and Chi-Yu filled their backpacks with hundreds of cacti before they ceased their efforts and continued their journey northward. Eventually, they crossed the cactus region and began to see patches of grass amidst the sandy terrain, with a distant sight of deep green. As Yusheng savored the barbecued skewers sent by Miling, she took out a child's binoculars to observe the ground. The sparse grass became increasingly lush and verdant as they approached the dark green expanse. An adjective came to her mind: vibrant. Simultaneously, she regretted her previous actions. Had she known the beauty that lay ahead, she would not have squandered time harvesting cacti. She promptly roused Chi-Yu to join her in the cockpit to witness the approaching scene. Chi-Yu was equally exhilarated, exclaiming, "Wow, we have truly found an oasis." Yusheng increased the autopilot's speed, rubbed her weary eyes, and handed the binoculars to Chi-Yu. "Message the captain. I will take a short nap. Call me if anything arises, and be cautious yourself. Do not take unnecessary risks." Chi-Yu nodded enthusiastically. As soon as Yusheng pulled down the blackout curtains and lay down, she felt a slight vibration on her arm. Instinctively, she activated the screen to check for new messages. "Springfield Flowers. Everyone, my dear siblings, Yusheng and I have discovered an oasis." An image accompanied the message. 3 parts sincere, 7 parts handsome. Wow. Rain in the west, sunshine in the east, sending the location. "Misty dear, another day of being toyed with by Sister 63. Springfield Flowers. Oh no, the location cannot be sent out. 3 parts sincere, 7 parts handsome. Huh? Reboot 001. What's the matter?" The location sharing was working before, but now your location has vanished from the map. Yusheng opened the location map, only to find it blank. Not only their group, but even their previous location was now untraceable. Misty dear. Chi-Yu, is there an issue with your screen? Swift 63. It should not be her problem. My location is also not displaying. Emoli, perhaps it has been blocked. Miling, what should we do? Should we change our route to the north? Emoli, today we have spotted the cactus tree here. Have you encountered it as well? Reboot 001. Let me think. Jasmine and I traveled south and have seen a cactus too. I suspect there might be an oasis in this area as well. Miss dear, the game's title refers to a solitary isle, but it may be misleading the players. There could be multiple oases. 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts handsome. Today, I encountered a cactus in the east with Qing. Miss dear, Mei Ling and I have yet to observe any plants in the west. This left everyone perplexed. 3 out of 4 directions had cacti, indicating the discovery of water sources. Among the 3 directions, the swift Yusheng and Chi-Yu had already located the oasis. However, Yusheng took nearly 3 weeks from departure to finding the oasis. Even if the other 3 teams turned back north, they would not make it in time, regardless of how the time was calculated before the game commenced. Lu Qingguang promptly made a decision. Reboot 001. Everyone, continue on the predetermined route. 63. Hurry to the oasis and keep us updated on any developments. Don't hesitate to ask for assistance if needed. Rapid 63. Understood. Miss Dear, it seems we may not have the opportunity to witness the oasis ourselves this round. Good luck, Sister 63. There may be surprises awaiting you, and I wish you a bountiful harvest in advance. Mei Ling, go little you, and stay safe. Emily, stay safe. 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts handsome. 63. Hua Hua. You are the hope of the entire village. Miss Dear, the hope of the whole village. Springfield Flower. I'll take plenty of photos to share with you all. Reboot 001. We are counting on you. The responsibility is immense. Yusheng was utterly exhausted, lacking the strength to reply, and after shutting off the light screen, she fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 31. Oasis. It was unclear how much time had passed when Yusheng was roused by Qiyu's gentle shaking. Sheng, we have arrived. Wake up. Yusheng instantly regained much of her alertness, getting out of bed to check the cockpit. The shelter had come to a steady halt on a grassy expanse. Before them lay a tranquil forest, though the dangers lurking within remained unknown. The woodland was not overly dense. They could discern scattered plants amidst the nearby trees. Perhaps a breeze had stirred, causing some of the leaves to sway gently, as if inviting the players to tread upon this untouched wilderness. The pair gazed out from the cockpit's glass window for a considerable time, refraining from rashly entering. Prior to reaching the oasis, they had encountered 2 seemingly ordinary plants that were, in truth, capable of disguise and attack. It was difficult to ascertain whether the diverse array of plants before them had also awakened, lying in wait for them to fall into their trap. Qiyu did not forget her mission, capturing photographs from various angles to share in the group chat. Fortunately, although the location could not be sent, the images could still be transmitted and viewed normally. Most squad members had already experienced the power of mutated plants, and upon seeing such a variety, many gasped in astonishment. Reboot 001. Ensure safety before entering. I have a shield. You may use it first. 63. Please receive it. Miss Dear, creatures in nature fear fire. Sister 63. Don't you have a torch? 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts charm. Sister 63. Sister Hua, I possess no treasures, but I shall cheer for you. I shall pray for you. I shall rally behind you. Thank you, but it's unnecessary, replied Springfield Hua. I have sent you the lighter. Please return it later, said the figure from the west, where it rained, while the east basked in sunshine. 63 and Hua, please collect the supplies, called Emoli. May you return safely. Miling added, thank you, everyone, replied Jisoo 63. Yu Sheng and Qiyu were engaged in private conversation, having received support from their teammates. Su Mo Li sent each of them 5 bronze swords, 5 bottles of high-grade nutrient solution, 10 stamina supplements, and 20 sausages. They laid out everyone's goodwill on the ground. First, they each consumed a stamina supplement to invigorate themselves. They then hurriedly changed clothes and organized the supplies. Yu Sheng possessed a lighter of her own and handed the one given by Dong Bianqing to Qiyu. She distributed torches, detox pills, and disposable cleaning cards to Qiyu as well. This is not the place to tie ropes. I will lead the way. Stay close to me, and if we get separated, find a safe spot, take photos of your surroundings, and send them to me. I will come for you, she instructed. Qiyu nodded and pushed her shield towards Yu Sheng. I have a bulletproof vest. You should use this, she insisted. Yu Sheng accepted it without hesitation. In the swiftest manner, they donned their combat attire and marten boots, secured their hair tightly, donned thermal imaging helmets, and equipped themselves with long swords, short blades, steel crossbows, and bolts. After stowing away in a hiding spot, Yu Sheng first tossed a few stones into the oasis before advancing, avoiding any plants that reacted to the stones. With her left hand raised in defense with the shield and her right hand gripping the long sword, she was fully armed, her helmet firmly in place. Qiyu, clad in a raincoat and bulletproof vest, held a torch in one hand and a bronze sword in the other, trailing closely behind Yu Sheng. If any mutated plants stealthily approached them, she would brandish the torch to ward them off while collecting some safe plants to place in her backpack. to later send to Sumo Lee for crafting nutrient solutions. They did not head directly to the center of the oasis. Instead, they cautiously explored the periphery to ascertain any potential dangers. The plants indeed feared fire. Those mutated specimens would retract swiftly upon contact with flames or the intense heat surrounding them, retreating behind the normal flora. They seemed almost sentient. No traps lay upon the ground, though the forest occasionally echoed with the sounds of creatures. Familiar with the terrain, these animals often fled the moment Sheng detected their unique infrared spectrums on the thermal imaging. The oasis was vast. After walking for a while, they discovered footprints on the muddy path before them. The prints belonged to more than one individual, varying in size and depth, all leading deeper into the oasis. Based solely on these traces, Sheng could not discern substantial information. Qiyu snapped a photo and shared it in the group chat. Their teammates, unable to provide direct support, awaited their updates. Reboot 001. Based on the footprints, at least 4 individuals have passed through, 3 males and 1 female, or 3 men of average height and 1 shorter male. Please exercise caution and, if possible, conceal your presence. Missed deer, do not be afraid. They are in the light while you dwell in the shadows. Sheng and Qiyu followed the advice and retraced their steps to erase their footprints, returning to the vicinity of the previous tracks to proceed forward. The ground was already a chaotic tapestry of prints, and without close inspection, the addition of 2 more individuals would go unnoticed. 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts charm. I am genuinely curious. Do you think there may be treasures hidden within the oasis? Miss Deer, let us continue and see. Venturing deeper, the sound of startled bird wings echoed around them. Sheng glanced in that direction, detecting no immediate danger. Lifting her helmet visor, she spotted a fruit tree adorned with red fruits reminiscent of the fabled devil fruit. The lower branches had been broken and stripped away. The fact that someone had taken them suggested their utility. Sheng picked up a half-smashed fruit from the ground and placed it in her backpack to examine it. Blood vine fruit, a specialty of the desert oasis, edible and non-toxic, with fruit flesh that possesses hemostatic and anti-inflammatory properties. Indeed, a valuable find. Sheng showcased the fruit's description to Qiyu. They paused in their tracks. Qiyu stood guard while Sheng climbed the tree to pluck the higher fruits, snapping off lower branches that she could not reach and adding them to her pack. She even gathered the remnants of the blood vine fruit left on the ground, ensuring not a single piece was overlooked. This would provide ample opportunity to experiment with the plant cultivation chamber upon their return. With their harvest nearly complete, the pair continued to delve deeper into the woods, discovering an array of intriguing flora. They encountered what appeared to be wild grapes, which, when dropped, released a plume of grayish-purple smoke, functioning as a smoke bomb. There were luminescent mushrooms, vines that would wrap around anything they touched but posed no harm, and flowers that emitted a pleasant fragrance, yet induced slumber upon inhalation. It could be said that the entire oasis was a treasure trove, a veritable bounty of wonders. Their teammates watched with envy, feeling an impotent longing to reach through the screen, while they relied on Qiyu's updates in the group chat for guidance. The 2 stealthily trailed behind the owners of the footprints, harvesting any plants showing signs of collection without hesitation. For those without traces, they would pluck a sample to read the descriptions, leading them to discover several hidden gems. Chapter 32. The green element chest. Sheng remembered to don the geological detection ring from her backpack, which indeed led them to a site rich in iron ore. They were eager to map the terrain and assess dangers, pausing only to dig for an hour. As the sun began its descent, the path created by the footprints became increasingly disordered, leaving them perplexed about what had transpired among the preceding group. They heightened their vigilance, observing their surroundings closely as they pressed on. Before long, they stumbled upon a bloodied, breathless man, his condition dire. He was a portly fellow, missing a leg, with blood gushing from the severed stump. Due to significant blood loss, his complexion had turned pale, and nearby lay his scattered weapons and the severed limb. He caught sight of Sheng and Qiyu, and in his murky gaze lingered a hint of unwillingness to surrender. Sheng assessed the situation and concluded that this man was beyond saving. Moreover, the look in his eyes suggested he was no virtuous soul, and she had no intention of offering assistance. She hesitated, fearing that the man might notify his teammates through the screen. Thus she stood a short distance away, quietly observing the life ebbing away from him. After he finally breathed his last, the corpulent body gradually dissipated, leaving behind only bloodstains and a heap of supplies. To prevent his teammates from returning to collect the equipment, Yu Sheng and Qi Yu approached to gather a portion of the rare items and all the unopened silver chests. The remaining supplies and lower-grade chests were left behind, creating an illusion that no one had been there, should his companions return in search of him. They followed the footprints for a while longer, and through the thermal imaging, Yu Sheng spotted a humanoid infrared signature from a distance. Hastily, she led Qi Yu back into the woods where the man had vanished, seeking a secure spot to deploy their invisible tent and slip inside. The ground was littered with trampled vegetation, the scene chaotic with no discernible footprints. They peered out through a small mesh window left for visibility in the tent. A man and a woman approached the site of the man's demise, rummaging through the supplies scattered on the ground. Their conversation was clear. Not too far or too close from the tent. The fat man is dead? So soon, the man exclaimed upon noticing the absence of the corpulent body. His tone laced with surprise but devoid of sorrow. The woman, her voice sharp with a hint of petulance, retorted, "It's infuriating. We missed the treasure chest and lost a person in the process. Oomph. He can't have run far. Once the others arrive, we'll encircle him and see how he escapes. Do you think there's still a green chest in the oasis? How could he be so poor? Is this all he had? I thought he was more fortunate. Given his arrogance, just this pile of trash. Damn it. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Let's return and set up camp where that little brat is hiding, and trap him. Come on. It feels ominous to linger here right after the fat man has died." Yu Sheng and Qi Yu silently observed their actions. Perhaps their gaze was too intense. The man, while bending down to collect the treasure chest, suddenly looked in their direction. His eyes resembled those of a predator, just having hunted, yet still unsated. Yu Sheng calmly averted her gaze, avoiding his stare. She knew he could not see her. What's wrong? The woman, having just stowed away the fat man's weapon, followed her companion's line of sight toward Yu Sheng. Yet, within her view, there was nothing at all. The man withdrew his gaze, murmuring to himself in a tone that seemed both inquisitive and contemplative. Why do I feel like someone is watching us? Could it be that brat? Impossible. How could he possibly run ahead of us right under our noses? Let's go. It's getting dark. The two claimed all the supplies left by the fat man and gradually walked away, one following the other. Yu Sheng watched them depart through her thermal imaging helmet before emerging from the tent with Qi Yu. They walked a distance in the opposite direction and found a clear space to set up their shelter. Just as they settled down to rest and glanced at the group chat on the screen, a system notification appeared. Congratulations to player Guangyu 521 for triggering the discovery of the Oasis achievement and picking up the green elemental chest. The system has rewarded the player with a special title, and a new treasure chest has been unlocked and deployed. Players are encouraged to continue their treasure hunt. It seems that this is the player who was just pursued by a man and a woman, but successfully escaped. Yu Sheng had always preferred to operate in silence, avoiding disturbances, and thus often missed timely system notifications. The player named Guangyu 521 was one of the few fortunate individuals, apart from herself, whose achievements were publicly announced by the system. The green elemental treasure chest mentioned by the system must be the same green chest referred to by those two players earlier. The first new treasure chest to appear in the game. Qi was currently preparing instant noodles when she glanced at the screen, exclaiming in surprise. The location of the oasis has been revealed. Yu Sheng also noticed the rapid flow of information in the chat hall. Days Bear, my goodness. I thought the silver chest was the pinnacle of treasure chests. What is this green elemental treasure chest? Furious Blade. Where is the oasis? Where is it? Restart 566. Brothers, quickly check the map. How do we suddenly get so close? Today we only kill 3. What's inside the green elemental treasure chest? Guangyu, come out and take a few steps. Restart 566. Message sent to the wrong place, damn it. Bomb Mill Dragon. Yeah, bro. Come out and tell us what good stuff you found in the chest. Light Dance. I'm dying of thirst. Someone kind, please share some water. Stubborn Fairy. Even begging has turned into a survival game. Hee. Switching to the group chat, Qi Yu had successfully sent their location. The map displayed that, centered on their position, the other 3 teams were slowly approaching the oasis. 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts handsomeness, huh? Are you guys heading in the opposite direction? Restart 001. No, I'm still heading south as before. Haven T turned back. Miss Dear, neither have we. 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts handsomeness. Exactly, we clearly spread out. So why are we now converging? Restart 001. Perhaps the oasis has never been fixed at a specific point. 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts handsomeness. The oasis moves? Restart 001. It's not that the oasis moves, but that players can only see it after walking a certain distance. Miss Dear, we haven't seen the oasis, but it has always been waiting for us to approach. 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts handsomeness. Dear, you have grasped the essence of philosophy. Restart 001. Pick up the pace. We have 63 locations. We need to seize the opportunity and reach the oasis before other players. Swift 63. Currently, counting me and Chi Yu, there seem to be 3 groups on the island. That Guan Yu is alone. I wonder if he has a team. The male and female teammates should also be on their way according to the location. Springfield Flowers, they're quite fierce. Hurry up, but be cautious on the way. Don't run into those people. They don't seem like good folks. 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts handsomeness. If I run into bad people, I might temporarily abandon my principles. Restart 001. Still, let us not be careless. 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts handsomeness. Just kidding. With the noodles prepared, Sheng put away the screen and, while slurping her noodles, began to devise their next plan with Chi Yu. Quick, eat up and drink a stamina supplement after finishing. Let us not sleep tonight. Those 2 individuals cannot possibly claim all the treasure chests in the oasis. While there are no other players logged in yet, we must seize the opportunity to gather the chests. Chapter 33. The refinement furnace in the stillness of the night. The air was infused with the fragrance of unknown flora. Though the wind was absent, the dark jungle occasionally echoed with the sound of colliding leaves, as if beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of the sea, a tempest was brewing. Disguised, Sheng carefully unzipped her sleeping bag, revealing her night vision goggles. Ensuring her surroundings were devoid of danger, she pressed onward. Her steps were resolute as she brushed aside the vines obstructing her view. Upon touching a green chest that blended almost seamlessly with the ground and tree trunks, it vanished instantly. She then turned towards another direction, igniting a 5-clawed leaf with her lighter. The leaf recoiled as if it possessed sensation, unveiling another green chest beneath. Oh, another one collected. Sheng surveyed her surroundings to confirm the absence of additional chests before advancing to the next area, taking care to remain vigilant for any anomalies before rising. Her calmness and certainty regarding the chest locations stemmed from the chest radar she possessed in her backpack. With only 2 of these precious devices left, she hesitated to expend one unless absolutely necessary, especially with the newly introduced green element chests. Once the positioning system indicated normal functioning, Sheng and Chi Yu parted ways, carefully avoiding the direction of the male and female duo as they set off to collect chests independently. Sheng, equipped with an invisible sleeping bag and night vision goggles, had given the thermal imaging helmet to Chi Yu. As long as Chi Yu adhered to the step-by-step approach she had devised with the helmet in place, there would be no issues on that front. They had agreed to share their locations. Should danger arise, Chi Yu would use a teleportation card to join Sheng. If there was no threat, they would continue gathering chests, reconvening at dawn. In the event of fatigue or nearby players posing a threat, they would take cover. The environment in the oasis mirrored a subtropical climate, with nighttime temperatures remaining relatively warm. With Chi Yu's invisible tent, a degree of caution would allow them to evade danger. Sheng remained mindful of a few formidable players in the oasis, so once the radar's effectiveness waned, she ceased her search and found a clear spot to deploy her shelter. Before sleeping, she glanced at her haul for the day, 21 green element chests. Not an excessive amount, but it was wise to know when to stop. The following day, influenced by her biological clock, Sheng awoke. The first order of business was to check the group messages. The other team members were still en route, with an estimated 3 to 4 days remaining until arrival. Chi Yu's location indicated she was near Sheng, yet her figure was absent from the car window, likely still resting in her invisible tent. Sheng refrained from hurrying her, sending a message before tending to her own morning routine and preparing breakfast. During this crucial time, everyone was taking advantage of the moderate desert temperatures to advance swiftly. Sheng took it upon herself to fulfill Mei Ling's role, preparing breakfast for each teammate and sending it their way, allowing them to save time on their journey to the oasis. After breakfast, she commenced her daily exercise routine: warm-up, running, boxing, stretching. It was not until the peak of noon that Chi Yu finally awakened, sending a message to express her gratitude for Yu Sheng's breakfast. Thank you. Sheng, open the door and let me in. Yu Sheng wiped her hands and went to open the door. As soon as the door swung open, the outside world ceased to remain invisible. It wasn't too long before Chi Yu appeared at the threshold, her eyes heavily shadowed, panting as she climbed up to close the door. You didn't stay up all night, did you? Yu Sheng inquired, her gaze laced with concern. Without pausing her movements, she poured a cup of warm water for her. Chi Yu flopped onto her bed without bothering to change out her clothes, yawning as soon as she lay down. I hardly slept. I searched through boxes all night. When dawn approached, I followed the coordinates to find you, and on the way, I encountered other players. Here. Chi Yu yawned again, then continued. I spotted him through thermal imaging, so I ran, and he chased after me. While running, I fumbled for my tent. But just as I managed to put it on, I stumbled down a slope, getting stuck between the rocks, barely able to reach the zipper. After hiding for quite a while, once he was far enough away, I continued my search for you. Yu Sheng immediately checked her head and limbs. You're not injured, are you? No, just utterly exhausted. I only managed to set up the tent and sleep for 2 hours before waking up from the heat. As she spoke, her eyes fluttered shut, her breathing deepening. Instant sleep magique. Yu Sheng draped a blanket over her, allowing her to rest, while she herself finished lunch, leaving some food for Chi Yu before lying down to drift off to sleep as well. After a long-awaited lazy nap, the two awoke in succession by 2 in the afternoon. When Chi Yu stirred, Yu Sheng was lying in bed, perusing the screen for useful supplies. A small fan on the bedside table blew cool air towards the wall above Chi Yu's bed, ensuring that she was not directly chilled while still enjoying a gentle breeze in her slumber. Once fully rested, Chi Yu felt a rumble in her stomach and sat at the table, devouring her meal while excitedly discussing last night's discoveries with Yu Sheng. I found a total of 13 green treasure chests last night. 13. Apart from the time I was preliminarily accepted into graduate school. This is the only moment I've felt so accomplished. Yu Sheng, who had cleverly obtained 21 chests in 3 hours, smiled warmly and encouraged her. That's wonderful. Now you're experiencing the benefits of hard work, right? Keep it up. I finally understand what you mean by diligence. I can hardly believe I managed to search for treasure all night alone, and I actually found 13. That's quite a feat. Chi Yu exclaimed. By the way, Sheng, how many did you collect? Do you want me to share 2 with you? She was quite generous. Well, I appreciate your kindness, but you should keep them. They're the fruits of your labor from the night. Yu Sheng continued to browse the trading section, simultaneously posting a trade offer. Swift 63. 1 unopened green elemental chest for 1 refining furnace fragment. Interested parties, please DM me. Chi Yu assumed Yu Sheng was being modest and persistently urged her. Don't be shy. Tell me how many treasure chests you found. You're so amazing. You must have collected a lot. Not much, just 21. Yu Sheng replied without lifting her gaze. Her assertion of not much was anything but humble. After all, Yu Sheng was once the person who collected over 200 treasure chests in a single night. Thus, the mere 21 chests, even with the assistance of the treasure radar, did not evoke much satisfaction. What? 21? Did you say 21? Chi Yu exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief, rice grains scattering across the electric heating table. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng was perusing the comments beneath a newly posted thread. I haven't yet located the oasis, yet those verdant elemental treasure chests have appeared in the trading area. Please, esteemed player, share the oasis coordinates. Chi Yu thought to herself, goodness, 21 of the highest grade treasure chests. The rice in her bowl lost its appeal. All these players. Sheng hadn't even pulled an all-nighter and lacked dark circles under her eyes. She had 7 more green treasure chests than herself. What was left to be proud of after this night of toil? At that moment, a private message from Yu Sheng pinged. The universe's greatest Chow, brother. I'll give you the refining furnace fragments. Just give me the treasure chests, and while you're at it, could you send me the oasis coordinates? The universe's greatest Chow continued. It's a simple favor. I beg you, my brother. Yu Sheng pondered briefly before replying. Add 10 evasion house upgrade cards to the deal, and we have a transaction. The other party hesitated for merely a minute before acquiescing. The two swiftly completed the transaction. And half a minute later, Yu Sheng gazed at her backpack, which now contained 10 refining furnace fragments, alongside the prompt that appeared, and let out a long sigh of relief. Fragments collected. Would you like to synthesize the refining furnace? Yu Sheng clicked confirm. Before she could admire this precious treasure, Her attention was drawn to Chi-Yu, who was hurriedly retrieving her weapon, as if she were about to leap from the vehicle to engage in a brawl. Come on, Sheng, let us open the treasure chests. Yu Sheng was equally curious about the treasures concealed within the green chests. However, opening treasure chests in the oasis posed the risk of nearby disturbances, such as hidden players or mutated plants. Don't rush, Yu Sheng advised as she made her way to the cockpit, gesturing for Chi-Yu to return to her seat. Deploy the evasion house and find a spacious area before opening it. In stark contrast to their cautious entry into the oasis, their exit was marked by boldness. They accelerated the vehicle, careening outwards. The plants were crushed beneath them, scattered in disarray. After driving a considerable distance, a few plants trembled and struggled to rise from the ground, frantically shaking their leaves, resembling an irate woman scolding with her hands on her hips. Chapter 34. The wish card. Unable to contain her excitement, Chi-Yu opened the first chest while Yu Sheng stood nearby, brandishing her long knife as a protective guardian. Upon opening the first chest, a green card adorned with golden patterns lay quietly within. Wish card. Players can inscribe the name of an item they desire on the card, ensuring their wish is fulfilled. Note: rare items cannot be wished for. Chi-Yu reverently lifted the card, kissing it, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. I want evasion house. One just like Sheng's. Such luck to begin with. Yu Sheng felt a genuine envy. However, her own luck with opening chests had been mediocre for quite some time, and she quickly regained her composure, reminding Chi-Yu, first, put the wish card away. Let us finish opening the treasure chest and fill it out later. Upon opening the second chest, once again, a card emerged. As Chi-Yu slowly read aloud the card's description, the pumpkin carriage, an intermediate evasion house, comes equipped with an autonomous driving feature. Usage Note 1. When the carriage is in its original size, it can reach speeds of up to 60 kilometers per hour. Usage Note 2. The carriage can expand to 10 times its size, achieving a maximum speed of 30 kilometers per hour. After reciting this, silence enveloped the air. Chi-Yu was rendered incredulous, as if struck by a pie falling from the sky, speechless. Yu Sheng was so envious that she nearly ground her teeth in an effort to suppress her urge to weep. A carriage, an intermediate evasion house, equipped with autonomous driving, speeds reaching up to 60 kilometers per hour, and the space can expand tenfold. Each word and phrase was clear to Yu Sheng, yet when strung together, it sounded almost surreal. How much effort and resources had Yu Sheng invested to upgrade her evasion house to its current state? Yet others received such rewards effortlessly. Game system. Do you not see how biased you are? In a service area filled with players deemed fortunate, why must Yu Sheng be singled out as the unfortunate one? After a lengthy pause, Chi-Yu finally regained her composure, carefully binding herself to the pumpkin carriage and delicately stowing it in her backpack, as if it were a fragile item. She then turned to gaze at Yu Sheng, her expression dazed, as her ability to speak returned. Sheng, I struck it rich today. I finally had a stroke of luck. Indeed, congratulations. At that moment, no one was aware that a player named Yu Sheng quietly shattered into pieces. After Chi-Yu had consecutively drawn 2 rare items, she was invigorated, proceeding to open all the green elemental treasure chests with fervor, except for one chest that unleashed a carnivorous flower the size of a baby bathtub. The rest yielded nothing but rare items. The least valuable among them was a laser pistol, the kind that could be used immediately. A single shot could burn a substantial hole in the target. Yu Sheng felt exhausted, weary of envy. While others drew weapons and acquired powerful firearms along with matching bulletproof vests, she herself had opened hundreds of chests and was still stuck in the era of cold weapons, playing with bows and crossbows like an ancient person. Indeed, she was that hapless waste who upgraded endlessly yet remained a mere trifle. May the game world perish soon. After opening the chests, Chi-Yu longed to return to her pumpkin carriage to strategize its arrangement. But the bond of nearly a month living with Yu Sheng ultimately triumphed over her inner desires. Leaning against the evasion house, she brandished the laser pistol in an adorable pose reminiscent of a rabid officer apprehending a criminal. Sheng, hurry and open the treasure chests. Let me protect your safety. Thank you. Yu Sheng, feeling drained, walked to the spot where Chi-Yu had been opening chests, mustering her breath to stand tall. The first green elemental chest revealed a blueprint for a green combat suit. Green combat suit blueprint can be used to synthesize a green combat suit. featuring a luxurious and elegant dark green satin material with a skin-like feel, providing 50 points of defense. The style can be altered according to the player's preferences. The second green elemental chest yielded a massive Devil's Tongue flower that sprays sulfuric acid. The third chest opened to reveal a teleportation card. The fourth contained a wish card. The fifth presented a protective shield for the evasion house. The Evade Shelter Shield. This can be utilized to enhance the defense value of the Evade Shelter, which begins at a value of 10,000 points and is not permanent. Sixthly, a mutated thorn was obtained, which Yu Sheng severed into 4 pieces with 3 swift strikes. Seventhly, 10 Evade Shelter modification cards were acquired. Eighthly, a man-eating flower was revealed. As it opened its mouth, Yu Sheng promptly performed a nucleic acid test on it with a long blade. Ninthly, 10 plant cultivation chamber upgrade cards were obtained. Tenthly, a mutated 2-headed man-eating flower emerged. And Yu Sheng simultaneously conducted nucleic acid tests on both heads with 1 sword in each hand. Yu Sheng questioned, "Is this truly the highest grade treasure chest? Why has she received so many basic items that have already appeared?" Her sentiments. It is reasonable to suspect that the system developer is an orphan. If they are not, please inform her of the system's home address, and she shall teleport there immediately to render them an orphan. The probability of encountering monsters from 10 rare treasure chests is as high as 4 out of 10. Where's the promised highest grade rare treasure chest? Qiyu could no longer bear to watch. Hesitatingly, she inquired, Sheng, are you tired? Would you like me to open one for you?" Yu Sheng stepped aside. "All right, go ahead." Qiyu held her breath and lifted the bronze sword. 11thly, a laser device was obtained. The laser device, by adjusting the frequency, one can control the emission of a high power density laser beam. Usage precautions. First, when the frequency is consistent and sustained, the beam can take on a cylindrical form, allowing the laser device to function as a melee weapon. Second, when the frequency is varied or inconsistent, the beam may appear dispersed, enabling the laser device to serve as a ranged weapon. Qiyu was ecstatic. "Look, I told you it was certainly your fatigue that affected your luck." Yu Sheng replied, "Then please open a few more. Let the fortune be upon me." 12thly, a green spirit wall-climbing tiger was obtained. The green spirit wall-climbing tiger, a mutated wall-climbing tiger that can recognize its master. Once bonded, it can serve as a recyclable biological weapon skilled in strangulation. 13thly, a monster communication translator was acquired. The monster communication translator. After use, it allows for translation and communication with monsters that speak different languages with a permanent validity. 14thly, a wish card was obtained. 15thly, 10 refinement furnace upgrade cards were acquired. 16thly, 10 plant cultivation chamber upgrade cards were secured. 17thly, a man-eating flower appeared. After the emergence of the man-eating flower, Qiyu hesitated to assist Yu Sheng in opening any more treasure chests, fearing the waste of precious chests. She sheepishly scratched her head. "I'm sorry, Sheng. It seems my luck has run out." Yu Sheng reassured her that it was all right, but, still skeptical, proceeded to open the remaining 3 treasure chests in one go. The result, 10 Evade Shelter upgrade cards, 10 physique enhancement liquids, and a toxic bull liver mushroom. The final chest revealed a gigantic bull liver mushroom that emitted toxic gas, unexpectedly spraying a stream of foul yellow smoke directly at Yu Sheng's face. As the large mushroom released the toxic gas, it bent its body, expelling the gas from its stalk in a manner so anthropomorphic that Yu Sheng felt as though it had just farted in her face. The damage was minimal, yet the insult was profoundly severe, as if the game system was mocking her. Chapter 35. Advanced Evade Shelter. The Desert Oasis game officially entered the final 3-day countdown. Players rushed into the oasis, seizing every moment. Yu Sheng and Qiyu anticipated that as time progressed, encountering treasure chests would become increasingly arduous. Therefore, they agreed it would be prudent to rest during the day and embark on their endeavors at night. Qiyu, having acquired her own automated evasive shelter, moved out from Yu Sheng's residence that very day. The 2 shelters were situated side by side at the edge of the oasis, one a pumpkin carriage devoid of horses, the other an oddly shaped large truck. Before long, Qiyu promptly captured images of her newly arranged shelter and shared them with Yu Sheng. The pumpkin carriage bore a resemblance to a tricycle. The unicycle head was equipped only with a handle and a wheel, lacking any horse to pull it. However, within the pumpkin compartment resided an automated control panel for parameter adjustments. The rear compartment was a genuine pumpkin, its interior and exterior adorned in vibrant shades of yellow and orange, topped with a segment of pumpkin vine bearing a leaf that glistened with droplets of water. Yusheng packed up her boxing columns and other basic exercise equipment, a small fan, 2 universal batteries, and 5 shelter upgrade cards, sending them to Qiyu as a housewarming gift. Qiyu immediately utilized the upgrade cards, adding a solar panel atop the compartment, partitioning off a private restroom, and incorporating a wood-burning fireplace. For her daily cooking and boiling water, she could set up a grill by the fireplace. Beside it were 2 real, edible pumpkins, one large and one small, which Qiyu claimed would magically replenish themselves by the next day if harvested or consumed that day. It was quite whimsical and fairy tale-like, yet also practical, making it particularly suitable for Qiyu. After taking the photos, Qiyu gifted the large pumpkin to Yusheng, who, upon retrieving it from the mailbox, confirmed its authenticity. Su63. Why hasn't the shelter photo been shared with others yet? Qiyu, known for her strong sense of community and desire to share, typically posted any new developments in their group chat at the earliest opportunity. Yet, having acquired the intermediate shelter, she was surprisingly patient in keeping it under wraps. Chun Tian Hua Hua. Such a joyous occasion should be saved for a surprise when they arrive. After their conversation, Yusheng began to organize her backpack, first utilizing the newly acquired Vitality Enhancement Liquid, recognizing that her health could be further improved with advanced nutritional liquids. She allocated her enhancements to strength and agility. Consequently, her personal stats appeared notably impressive. Player, Yusheng level, 2 gender, female age, 25 health points, 104 strength, 160 agility, 160 specialties, long-distance running endurance. Medicine title, Divine Healer. The number of shelter upgrade cards in her backpack had exceeded the required amount for an upgrade, allowing her to proceed. Given that she had synthesized a refining furnace, placing it alongside the disassembly station would render the shelter's space rather cramped. Thus, Yusheng decisively opted to use the shelter upgrade cards and spent 6 hours at Qiyu's before unveiling the upgraded shelter to inspect its enhancements. With a resounding boom, the space of Yusheng's refuge dramatically expanded, revealing a staircase beside the bathroom. Ascending the stairs, Yusheng discovered that the refuge had automatically extended to include a second floor. Initially, the dimensions of the intermediate refuge resembled those of a truck, measuring 10 meters in length, 24 meters in width, and 28 meters in height. Now upgraded to a superior refuge, its dimensions had increased to 13 meters in length and 28 meters in width, although the height of each level remained unchanged. The addition of a new floor rendered the interior akin to that of a small bungalow. The bathroom was solely located on the first floor, and since she occasionally needed to check the cockpit, Yusheng decided to continue residing on the first level. The treadmill, electric heating table, and storage cabinets remained on the first floor for her convenience. The second floor was designated for the decomposing station, refining furnace, and for the organized storage of undecomposed materials and those that had been processed. Additionally, various items that could not fit on the first floor, yet were too cumbersome to occupy space in her backpack, were also placed on the second level. Finally, Yusheng could retrieve the plant cultivation chamber, which resembled a single wardrobe, measuring 12 meters in length, 6 meters in width, and 2 meters in height. It was entirely transparent and equipped with lighting, misting systems, breeding pots, hydroponic containers, and nutrient soil bases, arranged by layers according to needs. Contemplating where to position it, she examined the chamber's instructions. The plant cultivation chamber could be utilized for cultivating plants or seeds. A prompt indicated that she had gathered the necessary upgrade cards for the chamber. Meeting the conditions for an upgrade, 2020, she was faced with the choice of upgrading to a plant cultivation greenhouse. This expanse could serve as a small bedroom. The first floor could not accommodate it, while the second floor could, albeit at the cost of reducing the space for the refining furnace and decomposing station. After some deliberation, Yusheng directed her gaze towards the ceiling of the second floor. Perhaps she could utilize the refuge transformation card. She filled out the transformation card with the intention of placing the plant cultivation greenhouse on the rooftop, proposing to create a skylight in the ceiling of the second floor that would lead directly to the greenhouse, along with a staircase for access. Unfortunately, her initial attempts were met with failure. Undeterred, she revised her submission and attempted twice more. ultimately utilizing 3 refuge transformation cards to successfully realize her vision of situating the greenhouse atop the refuge. Now, her refuge effectively boasted 3 levels. Although the greenhouse on the highest floor was only half the size of the truck's compartment. From the outside, the refuge's wheels, which had originally been the size of those on a large truck, transformed into colossal wheels with a diameter of 16 meters. After equipping the refuge with a protective shield and stepping back to observe, it became evident that the refuge, along with the greenhouse, effortlessly concealed itself, rendering it invisible to external observers. Returning to her refuge, Sheng traversed the 3 levels, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Inside the greenhouse, she planted cuttings of the bloodvine fruit in the nutrient soil base, while the seed cultivation area housed banana and apple seeds. Now, she could patiently await their gradual growth. As the number of players increased, the danger of acting alone became significantly heightened. At midnight, Yu and Sheng had arranged to embark on an adventure in the oasis to search for treasure chests, and the two went their separate ways in the meantime. Sheng ventured into the sports zone to test her newly enhanced physique, yielding satisfactory results. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that her body now rivaled that of an ox. Perhaps bolstered by her augmented strength, she found that she could strike the heavy bag with ease, delivering a powerful blow without even needing boxing gloves. The heavy bag swayed violently in response, and thanks to her considerable agility, she deftly sidestepped it, barely avoiding contact. The bag passed mere millimeters from her ear. Should she encounter any other player in a face-to-face confrontation, regardless of their imposing stature, Sheng felt confident in her chances of success in a one-on-one combat scenario, even without the aid of weapons. Timing their movements carefully, as the clock struck midnight, Sheng and Yu disguised themselves and entered the oasis. Sheng donned night vision goggles, while Yu wore a thermal imaging helmet. The two worked in perfect harmony, cautiously advancing after confirming the safety of their surroundings. The green element treasure chests were notoriously elusive within the oasis, their appearance more deceptive than other chests, often concealed by the surrounding vegetation. With more players aware of the midnight chest refresh in the game world, the two began a thorough search from the edge of the oasis, spending over an hour before finally discovering a green treasure chest beside a moss-covered rock. It was Sheng who spotted the chest, and she quickly stowed it in her backpack. Typically, only one treasure chest could be found within a small area, so Sheng climbed onto the rock to survey the surroundings while keeping watch for Yu. Yu lifted her helmet to continue searching the vicinity. The thermal imaging helmet proved to be a remarkable tool for avoiding other players and creatures, thus minimizing risk, yet wearing the mask obscured the view, rendering the shapes of the treasure chests indistinct. Previously, while using it in the desert during the sweltering daytime, the helmet's visor had been overwhelmed by glaring warm hues, causing Sheng discomfort, so she had set it aside. Now, however, it was perfectly suited for Yu in the oasis, where temperatures were more temperate, and she was apprehensive about encountering other players or ferocious beasts. The helmet would allow her to evade danger in advance. After patiently waiting a little longer, Sheng watched as Yu completed a circuit within her line of sight, finally returning with a broad smile, cradling the last treasure chest from that area. Chapter 36. A chance encounter with a player. The two continued deeper into the oasis, where they unexpectedly crossed paths with a bloodied female player amidst a cluster of rubble. The incident transpired abruptly, leaving Sheng and Yu momentarily frozen in place, exchanging bewildered glances. Sheng narrowed her eyes in confusion and tilted her head toward Yu, using body language to inquire. Didn't Tiwi scan the area with thermal imaging and find no players nearby? Yu comprehended her intent, nodding before vigorously shaking her head. Yes. I don't know. Sheng raised her chin slightly, suggesting, shall we retreat? Yu nodded in agreement. Let us go. As they took a hesitant step back, the female player seemed to sense their presence, struggling to prop herself up to gaze in their direction. Who is there? She called out, raising a flashlight that cast its beam directly upon Yu. Are there 2 young ladies? Please don't leave. I beseech you to save me. The young lady in the raincoat. I implore you to assist me. Yu seems to have a peculiar aversion to being singled out. Upon hearing a female player mention herself, she instinctively turns to look at her. The female player is covered in blood. She raises her hand to indicate she is unarmed. With a desperate plea, she implores Yu, Raincoat lady, please help me. Pick some fruits from that tree over there. I've lost too much blood and lack the strength to save myself. I beg you. She refers to the blood-vine fruit tree, situated not far from them. Kiyu, hesitates. The female player coughs violently, her injuries appearing grievously severe. I mean no harm. I merely wish to survive. Please, pick some fruits for me, and I will reward you with a green treasure chest. Chiyu feels a pang of sympathy, but Yu Sheng grips her hand, signaling her to remain silent. Yu Sheng retrieves 2 blood-vine fruits from her backpack and tosses them to the female player, maintaining a stoic expression as she states, "The fruits are yours, now. Hand over the treasure chest to us." The female player momentarily freezes, failing to pick up the fruit immediately. Instead, she continues to sob. Her bloodied and filthy face turned towards them. "Please, could you take me to the base of that tree? If you leave, I can crawl over and pick the fruits myself to heal. I promise. Just take me there, and I will give you the treasure chest right away." Yu Sheng squeezes Chi Yu's hand, and she instantly comprehends Yu Sheng's implication. This female player is quite suspicious. What could be lurking beneath that tree? She insists that Yu Sheng and Chi Yu accompany her there. Peering towards the tree, Yu Sheng sees nothing unusual in the night vision environment. Chi Yu also lowers her helmet visor for a glance, then shakes her head at Yu Sheng, indicating that there are no anomalies detected in the thermal imaging. Yu Sheng gives Chi Yu a look, an unspoken warning to remain vigilant, while she raises her glasses to her forehead, exposing her eyes, and strides over to assist the female player. The woman did not expect Yu Sheng to approach so decisively. She wipes her tears and gratefully takes Yu Sheng's hand for support to stand. Yet, instead of leading her to the tree, Yu Sheng guides her in the opposite direction, reassuring her not to worry, stating, "I will take you to our captain, just a little further ahead. We have healing supplies." The female player's body momentarily halts, and Yu Sheng seizes the opportunity to grasp her wrist, feigning concern for her stability. The warmth of her palm is palpable. Indeed, as the female player turns her face to glance at the blood-vine fruit tree, Yu Sheng exchanges a knowing look with Chi Yu, a clear warning conveyed. Chi Yu receives the signal, covering her eyes with her visor, her hand reaching for the concealed laser gun at her waist. Yu Sheng suspects that the female player's accomplices are hidden nearby, possibly using cloaking devices or taking refuge, which explains their absence from the thermal imaging helmet. Yu Sheng decides to press her advantage, adopting an innocent tone as she suggests, "Little Rain, the path is treacherous, and this girl is injured. Perhaps you should contact the captain and have them come find us now. Remind them to bring Dr. Liu." The female player harbors sinister intentions, seemingly reluctant to confront her teammates. An unusual term of address, never previously uttered, prompts Chi Yu to realize that Yu Sheng requires her collaboration in this charade. Furthermore, Yu Sheng mentions a doctor, leading Chi Yu to deduce that the female player's injuries are a mere facade. Without hesitation, she stokes the flames. "Very well. I shall contact Dr. Liu immediately and bring the first aid kit." No sooner had she spoken than the female player bent over, wincing in pain, exclaiming, "Ouch!" Suddenly, a sharp bird call pierced the silence of the forest, akin to a prearranged signal. Following the avian cry, the female player straightened abruptly, her left hand seizing Yu Sheng's neck while her right hand flashed with a silvery gleam. Just 10 centimeters from her skin, Yu Sheng swiftly intercepted the female player's wrist. Her movements were rapid, almost instantaneous in their execution. The audience remained obscured. The performance was far from over. Yu Sheng pressed both palms against the female player's hands, but refrained from exerting her full strength, deliberately creating the illusion that the female player was in control. The female player shed her initial pitiable demeanor, triumphantly shouting to her unseen accomplices, "Hurry up, there's another one." Her voice, sharp and piercing, betrayed her true nature, a sound Yu Sheng recognized. It belonged to one of the pair, a man and a woman, who had pursued them to the oasis, having lost a companion. In the next moment, a makeshift shelter appeared out of thin air, revealing the man who had once exchanged glances with Yu Sheng. He strode toward Chi Yu, brandishing a watermelon knife with confidence, clearly believing they would not falter this time. Chi Yu attempted to flee, only to trip over her own feet, landing lightly on the ground and clutching her seemingly injured lower back, her eyes wide with fear as she watched the man approach. Yu Sheng nearly believed Chi Yu was genuinely frightened, her heart quivering in response. Almost immediately, she observed Chi Yu cover her mouth with one hand and glance toward Yu Sheng, subtly nodding her head. Yu Sheng sighed in relief. Noticing the man was sufficiently distant from the shelter and entirely focused on Chi Yu Yu Sheng seized the moment. With swift precision, she wrested the knife from him while simultaneously slipping out from under the woman's arm, twisting her wrists behind her back. This time, Yu Sheng did not hold back. The female player's arm emitted a sound indicative of dislocation. Yet, she was resilient, enduring the pain, her uninjured arm clenching the knife stubbornly. In light of this, Yu Sheng drew a short blade from her person and executed a clean, decisive cut across the female player's carotid artery. The motion was fluid and efficient, and as she withdrew her hand, she delivered a swift kick that sent her opponent crashing to the ground. Yu Sheng did not spare the fallen player another glance, allowing her to writhe in shock, desperately clutching her wound to no avail. Instead, she turned her attention to the man, who had witnessed the demise of his companion and now shifted his focus onto her. Meanwhile, Chiyu had grasped the laser gun that lay by her lower back. Yu Sheng was determined not to squander this opportunity for combat, facing the adversary head-on while calling out to Chiyu, "I'll take the lead. You finish him off." With her entire being taut, Yu Sheng grinned widely, exuding unrestrained confidence. In this moment, having just slain a player, she experienced a psychological breakthrough. A newfound sensation intertwined with the surge of combat fervor that erupted within her. This feeling was unprecedented, as if an entirely new persona had split from her being, a calm yet deranged individual. The man's slaughter lacked finesse, relying solely on instinct and brute force. His movements appearing to Yu Sheng like a deliberate slow-motion scene from a film, despite his agility rating of 160. He raised his hand high, aiming a diagonal strike at Yu Sheng's neck. She stepped back, the blade slicing through the air before her, producing a chilling sound of steel cleaving the atmosphere. Before the man could retract his arm, Yu Sheng's wrist, wielding the knife, had already spun to an impressive 270 degrees at her side, executing a graceful flourish. With her left hand resting atop her right, she thrust both hands with conviction toward the man's chest, delivering a powerful stab. This entire sequence unfolded in a mere 2 seconds. With a confident retrieval of her hand, a soft sound echoed as the blade withdrew. The man, in disbelief, clutched his chest. He attempted to retreat to his shelter, but with every step back, the searing pain in his chest and the rapid loss of blood caused his body temperature to plummet, rendering his legs unresponsive. "Finish him off. Test your marksmanship," Yu Sheng coldly observed, directing her gaze toward the still-seated Chiyu. Chiyu raised her hand and pulled the trigger. A beam of blue and white light piercing through the air, striking the man's abdomen with precision. He could no longer withstand the pain and fell backward, a charred, circular wound on his stomach, exuding a foul smell of burnt flesh. Seizing the opportunity before the body vanished, Yu Sheng and Chiyu approached to inspect the wound and glean insights. "How did you inflict such a wound with that swift strike?" Chiyu inquired, pointing at the gushing injury near the man's heart. Yu Sheng replied with a smile, "When I withdrew the blade, I tilted the angle by 90 degrees, creating an opening in the ventricle." Chiyu then gestured towards the still-warm female player. "And what about her? What did you realize she was a threat?" Yu Sheng reflected for a moment. She was drenched in blood, and under normal circumstances, the volume of blood lost, combined with the duration of her injuries, should have led to severe hypotensive shock and a drop in body temperature. However, when I supported her, her hand felt warm, indicating that the blood on her was fake. After uttering this, Yu Sheng fell silent, bemused by how those thoughts had emerged in that instant. Chiyu, however, smiled enigmatically and remarked, "A medical student combined with a blade-wielding warrior equals a guaranteed kill." Chapter 37. The heart of the oasis. Yu Sheng and Chiyu divided the equipment dropped by the two failed robbers. However, the male player's mobile shelter could not be shared equally, so it was temporarily placed in Yu Sheng's backpack until she could consult Chiyu about its disposal. Following their experience of being ambushed and retaliating, their courage had significantly increased. From then on, they planned to explore the oasis once they had rested adequately. Even if they did not stumble upon treasure chests, they could gather unique plants and minerals, ensuring they would not return empty-handed. Their chances of encountering other players had also risen dramatically. Generally speaking, the two of them do not take the initiative to provoke trouble. When they encounter players who actively avoid confrontation, they coexist peacefully. However, should they face players with ulterior motives, they coordinate to feign weakness before striking decisively. In order to better disguise her delicate persona, Yu Sheng wears her combat attire beneath her hospital gown. A normal person, upon seeing two young girls, one clad in a hospital gown and the other in a charming yellow raincoat, would likely not experience an immediate sense of danger. They treat this as an opportunity to accumulate practical experience. Each day, they send the plants they collect to Su Mo Lee, who tirelessly synthesizes high-grade nutrient solutions and stamina supplements day and night. Even Mei Ling, who seldom participates in group chats, frequently acknowledges Su Mo Lee, often remarking, "Xiao Su has been working hard these days." With a day and a half left on the countdown, the team members finally arrived near the oasis. Lacking an autopilot, they, like most players, relied solely on their legs to reach this destination. Qi Yu and Yu Sheng maximized the power of their shelter to receive their teammates. And on the return journey, they had a brief meeting in Yu Sheng's hideout, where there were not enough chairs, prompting everyone to sit on the floor. Yu Sheng succinctly introduced the current situation of the oasis. The oasis is no longer as it was when it first opened, with a massive influx of players. Although treasure chests refresh daily, their numbers remain limited. Qi Yu and I can each find a maximum of 2 per day. The closer one gets to the center of the oasis, the more players there are, and it seems that treasure chests are more abundant there. Although we have yet to venture in. Lu Qingguang sat cross-legged, listening intently. He appeared somewhat leaner, his features taking on a deeper aspect, aligning well with the description of the male protagonist, resembling a finely chiseled visage. In fact, all team members have become slim and fit after enduring the arduous journey and the scorching sun during this round of the game. Dong Bianqing no longer appeared as gloomy as before. After tanning, he seemed more vibrant. His health and appearance had significantly improved, and after being nourished with high-grade nutrient solutions, his health value had reached a perfect 100, revitalizing his entire demeanor. Xiao Lu seemed to have grown taller as well. The other 2 female teammates also exhibited noticeable changes. Mei Ling, who formerly had a somewhat unhealthy and plump physique, often bore a troubled expression due to her past experiences, now appeared more fit and robust, her spirit seemingly rejuvenated. Conversely, Su Mo Lee, whom Yu Sheng had once admired for her beauty over half a month ago, now had a gaunt chin and slightly sunken cheeks, giving her a more delicate appearance. Even Yu Sheng felt a pang of sympathy, unable to resist commenting, "If we aim to enter the center of the oasis, can Mo Lee endure it?" Su Mo Lee remained silent, lost in thought. Having exerted so much effort to arrive here, entering the oasis was non-negotiable. Lu Qingguang's gaze shifted to Su Mo Lee, his voice instinctively softening. "Montak Li, you should rest well just outside the oasis. Everyone in the team has surpassed a health value of 100 thanks to the high-grade nutrient solutions. And you've worked hard during this time." Su Mo Lee gently nodded. Lu Qing glanced around. Jasmine was without a shelter, requiring a teammate to remain behind to care for her. "Who among you is willing?" The individuals present exchanged glances, ultimately leading to Qi Yu raising his hand. "I will take care of Jasmine. I have a shelter now, so you all can rest assured and proceed. I will manage things here." "Then it's entrusted to you," Lu Qin replied, casting a resolute gaze at the remaining members of the team. "Everyone else, make sure to rest up. We will regroup in 1 hour. Our primary objectives are to locate treasure chests as much as possible and to seek clues for the next round of the game at the Oasis Center." "Understood." Su Jasmine hesitated before speaking up. "Do you have enough nutrient solutions and stamina supplements?" "Should I?" "No need," Lu Chun interjected firmly. "You must rest. You haven't had proper sleep for over a week. Leave the rest to us." Mei Ling and Dong Bianqing returned to their shelters, while Qi Yu assisted Su Jasmine into a pumpkin carriage. Qi Fun and Xiao Lu followed Lu Chun to a shelter for rest. Yu Sheng watched everyone depart. After a simple meal, she changed into clean combat attire and lightweight hiking shoes. In the armory, she carefully selected her equipment, deciding once more to carry a crossbow on her back. A laser pointer and a short knife were secured at her waist. The slender blade sharpened and returned to its sheath, held firmly in her hand. When the time came, the 6 members of the team gathered near the oasis path that Yu Sheng had opened with her shelter. "Let us set off." Familiar with the terrain, Yu Sheng donned a thermal imaging helmet, leading the way. The oasis was well lit during the day, yet countless creatures lurked beneath the dense foliage, including mutated flora and fauna, as well as carnivorous small animals. With the assistance of thermal imaging, Yu Sheng skillfully navigated around these creatures. Time was of the essence. Aside from stopping briefly at suspected treasure chests, they pressed on directly toward the heart of the oasis. Along the way, they encountered other players and teams. Those wishing to avoid confrontation silently averted their gazes and parted ways. However, if confronted by those suddenly intent on violence for treasure, Lu Chun and his team showed no mercy. This was Yu Sheng's first time witnessing her teammates in action. When the entire team did not need to unleash their combined firepower, she stepped aside to observe their combat prowess. Perhaps to save time, Lu Chun was the most proactive in battle, taking the lead. His comprehensive strength was unmatched, wielding both knife and sword with remarkable finesse. Chi Fun and Xiao Lu exhibited skills reminiscent of Lu Chun, suggesting they often received his guidance. Dong Bianqing acted according to her mood, sometimes initiating an attack, while at other times waiting until later to deliver the finishing blow. Mei Ling, however, surprised Yu Sheng. Initially, she had assumed Mei Ling would remain in the background, hesitating to engage until after the battle to assist with equipment collection. Instead, during the team skirmish, she brandished a golden hammer, striking a diminutive man with such force that he collapsed, bloodied and rendered incapable of fighting. Yu Sheng was taken aback. It was hard to fathom what they had experienced over the past month and a half. Yu Sheng chose to allow others the opportunity to collect treasure chests, aside from the necessity of combat and her desire to hone her skills through fighting. The remainder of the time was devoted solely to leading the way and mining for plants. The team's pace remained unbroken even as night fell. Following the fierce skirmishes of the day, numerous players with inadequate combat prowess had been eliminated, leaving behind a cadre of increasingly formidable adversaries. To guard against potential ambushes from lurking players, Lu Qingwang produced an advanced mobile invisibility shield with a diameter of 5 meters. This ample shield encompassed the entire team, effectively concealing even the flickering flames of their torches. Yu Sheng was taken aback. She had initially thought her own invisibility sleeping bag was a rare artifact, fearing that other players might kill her for it, prompting her to hide it from sight. Yet here was Lu Qingwang, nonchalantly brandishing his invisibility shield. Yu Sheng felt an intense longing for this item, contemplating whether to exchange a wish card for a similar one upon leaving the oasis. Truly, the captain lived up to his title, both ostentatious and powerful. Chapter 38. The Lost Statue. As they ventured deeper into the oasis, they soon beheld a conflagration rising from the forest. The team paused at a safe distance to observe, noting the intermittent sounds of battle and shouts that erupted from the flames. Suddenly, a player emerged from the inferno, weapon in hand and something clutched in their arms. Just as Lu Qingwang raised his hand to signal a move, a taut snare suddenly sprang from the nearby underbrush, causing the player to stumble to the ground. In an instant, the players stowed the item in their backpack, only to be beset by 4 or 5 others who descended upon him with merciless blades. Equipment littered the ground in the aftermath, utilizing the beams of light from the flashlights of the looters. Lu Qingwang and his companions observed as the group sifted through the fallen gear. They soon lifted a piece of bark, examining it under the flashlight's glow, exclaiming in astonishment, "This is the clue? What on earth is this? Let us grab the clue and retreat. Finding the treasure is paramount." As Yu Sheng watched the group swagger away, the light and shadows vanished not far from their path. They must possess their own means of cloaking themselves. Yu Sheng realized that within this gaming realm, there were countless players far more skilled than herself, reinforcing the need for vigilance. This was also the reason she had refrained from delving deep into the oasis in previous days. Uncertainty loomed over whether these individuals might disguise themselves in return. Thus, the teammates fell into a contemplative silence. To avoid making noise, they opted for communication through their group chat. 3 parts honesty, 7 parts handsomeness. Did anyone catch a glimpse of what that clue looked like? Should we proceed further? Misty dear, it appeared to be a stone or bark, adorned with patterns. Reboot 001. Since we've come this far, why not take a look inside? Miling, I'll follow your lead. West Rain, East Sunshine. Let us go in. Swift 63. I'm in agreement with everyone. I'll scout ahead while you stay behind me. At this moment, Yu Sheng decided to reveal her secret. After informing her teammates about her invisibility sleeping bag, she donned it beneath the shield and equipped her night vision goggles. The fire in the forest would interfere with the imaging capabilities of her thermal imaging helmet. Yu Sheng entrusted her back to her teammates, striving to navigate closely along the tree trunks and through the underbrush, using the rustling leaves as a signal for those behind her. Some mutated plants lurked among the ordinary foliage, stealthily poised to ensnare unsuspecting players. They moved sluggishly, but before they could fully extend their roots and leaves, Yu Sheng swiftly severed them with a single stroke. As she drew nearer to the flickering flames, the scene before her surpassed her wildest imaginings in its chaos. Scattered across the ground were numerous items yet to be claimed by players, while skirmishes erupted in every corner. They surrounded a statue engulfed in flames, engaged in one-on-one brawls, chaotic team battles, and opportunistic ambushes on other players. The pandemonium was palpable. Yu Sheng tucked her hands into her sleeping bag, observing the nearby players consumed by bloodlust as one pinned down an opponent and swiftly slashed their throat, silently retreating a couple of steps to avoid the splatter of blood. Her gaze shifted to the burning statue. Before her lay an even expanse of ground, marked by the seams of bricks and the statue at its center, all displaying signs of human craftsmanship. The statue, of an unknown material, was ablaze, yet its form and intricate patterns remained discernible amidst the fire. It depicted a humanoid figure seated cross-legged. Its surface was adorned with strikingly linear patterns, and its face was a vertically elongated rectangle, with features and joints rendered in straight lines. At first glance, it bore a resemblance to the enigmatic Sheng relics of Huaxia, albeit embellished with numerous tree-like textures that conjured the notion of a prehistoric civilization. The statue stood approximately 3 meters tall, and at its base, the legs had been partially pried away by players wielding weapons, revealing a hollow cross-section. Inside, an array of objects, reminiscent of either naturally black or smoke-stained pupae, clung to the inner walls, oozing a viscous black liquid as they were roasted by the flames. Nearby, players surged forward, attacking less engulfed sections of the statue, striving to pry off additional fragments. Lu Qingguang and his companions joined the fray, rushing in as Xiao Lu and Qi Finshu sought to extract pieces from the statue. Lu Qingguang and Dong Bianqing guarded their rear, wary of other players launching sneak attacks. Miling stood directly opposite the statue, hands clasped, bowing deeply. Upon witnessing someone advance to provoke Lu Qingguang, she promptly brandished her golden hammer and charged forward. Yu Sheng stood in front of the statue, gazing up at it. In the midst of the roaring flames, the statue's half-closed eyes seemed to silently observe the unfolding spectacle. Countless players, like mindless moths, hurled themselves towards the fire, battling, rolling, and breaking their wings until they succumbed to their fate. It all seemed like a farcical performance. Yu Sheng had no desire to partake in this bloodthirsty conflict. She retreated further, noticing that no one was paying attention to her. Lowering her head, she began to gather unfamiliar plants nearby, placing them into her backpack. One plant resembled a mulberry tree, bearing clusters of green mulberries. She uprooted one, intending to transplant it back to her greenhouse. Meanwhile, her team quickly concluded their battle and retraced their steps. Sister 63, we're leaving. They could not perceive Yu Sheng concealed beneath the sleeping bag. As they reached the periphery of the clearing, the fawn shouted into the void and hurriedly joined the group without a backward glance. Yu Sheng trailed behind them, departing together. As the leader, Lu Qingguang, brushed against the foliage at the edge of the clearing, an anomaly suddenly manifested. The roots of the ground, coiling about, seemed to awaken, ensnaring Lu Qingguang and Qi Finshu in a vice-like grip. The roots writhed rapidly, as if imbued with life, entwining around their waists like serpents. With a sudden, muffled sound, the sharp tip of a root plunged somewhere unknown, eliciting a desperate cry of pain from Lu Qingguang. The 3 individuals trailing behind quickly responded, severing the roots with their weapons, their panic rendering them indiscriminate in their attacks. As the roots were cleaved, Lu Qingguang and Qi Finshu toppled to the ground. In that very moment, Dong Bianqing waved his hand, conjuring a square entrance in the ground, and the group promptly stepped inside. The next instant, the entrance vanished before Yu Sheng's eyes. Standing still, Yu Sheng felt fortunate to have the cover of the sleeping bag and to have lagged a few steps behind, thus evading the mutated roots detection. She retreated back to the clearing. Only 5 minutes remained on the countdown, and a swarm of dark, unidentified creatures erupted from the statue. The stone-paved ground beneath her began to collapse, forcing her to continuously shift to the more stable terrain while desperately searching for an escape route. The clearing was not vast, with statues standing sentinel and other players entangled in chaos. There was simply no room to deploy a shelter. Encircling the clearing were the mutated trees, rendering it improbable for Yu Sheng to climb to safety. For the first time, she resented the expansive footprint of her shelter. The surviving players ceased their assaults, scrambling in all directions to distance themselves from the fissures of the collapsing ground. Those who were slightly slower plummeted into the abyss, their cries fading into the depths. Sheng glanced at the increasingly severe collapse of the clearing, then at the swiftly writhing woods. Only a minute remained on the countdown. A thought struck her. With no time to ponder further, she retrieved the portable shelter from her backpack and hurled it at the roots, simultaneously springing into the shelter and slamming the door shut just as the roots reached for her. The world was suddenly engulfed in silence. Chapter 39. Shelter Update. Congratulations to all players for successfully navigating the deserted isle. The game duration of 720 hours has concluded, with a survival rate of 87.54 in this region. The next round of the game will commence in 48 hours. Players are advised to prepare in advance and strive for survival. Reminder 1. Some players have already obtained clues for the next round. Please prepare promptly. Reminder 2. The parameters of the players' shelters have been updated. Check immediately. Once more, she found herself in the familiar confines of the hospital room. Sheng's heart raced, the lingering sense of peril from her struggle for survival in the game still uncalmed. The vibrations in her arm persisted. Sheng opened the group chat to check the messages. Missed Fawn, Sister Chiyu. These are the wounds on Sheng and the others. What should we do? She clicked to enlarge the photo. A superficial abrasion extends from the abdomen to the thigh of Qi Fenshui, presumably incurred when he witnessed Lu Qingguang's injury. In a reflexive act, he grasped a branch that was about to strike his abdomen, resulting in this roughly 20-centimeter-long abrasion as the branch deviated from its intended target during their standoff. However, Lu Qingguang's injuries are considerably more severe. The branch appeared to possess an almost sentient awareness, targeting the human abdomen, the most vulnerable area, and penetrating directly into it. Fortunately, it did not perforate through to his back, and Lu Qingguang remains conscious. A silver lining is that Qi Yu is already assessed as wound, confirming that it did not breach the inner abdominal wall. This means that the branch did not enter his abdominal cavity nor damage any internal organs. Qi Yu is the sole medical professional within the team, and she is currently instructing Lu Qingguang on how to staunch the bleeding and bandage the wound with the limited medical supplies available. Sheng, regaining her composure, scrutinized the images with the enhanced perception granted by her title. Given the scarcity of medical resources, Qi Yu had already provided a method for treatment. Choosing not to disrupt Qi Yu's guidance with her words, she promptly opened the door to the patient room to explore the newly updated safe house. The corridor outside remained eerily quiet. The greenery, medical records rack, an electric heating table she had previously moved from the nurse's station had all been replaced with a new unit in its original position. The adjacent patient room had also been automatically updated with new configurations and supplies. Sheng scanned her surroundings, noting that the updates were primarily concentrated near the nurse's station. Next to the nurse's station was an additional room labeled dressing room. The pharmacy area had also expanded. She recalled these two rooms vividly. Each morning at 9, the duty nurse would emerge from the pharmacy, carrying a treatment tray to administer intravenous therapy to patients in their rooms. For patients who had experienced inflammation, infection, or sclerosis at injection sites from prolonged treatments, nurses would assist them into the dressing room for necessary care. Sheng first entered the pharmacy to inspect its contents. The small room was immaculate, with an operational counter displaying unfinished medicine bottles and an intravenous stand, alongside opened iodine and cotton swabs quietly resting in the treatment tray, as if the medical staff had just departed. She meticulously examined the supplies, discovering pristine intravenous bags and needles within the overhead cabinets. The lower cabinets contained unopened glucose and saline, along with common medications and antibiotics. In one corner of the room, a small refrigerator held various medications requiring refrigeration. Sheng collected all these supplies, including the refrigerator, into her backpack and turned to proceed to the dressing room next door. At the center of the dressing room was a bed equipped with a surgical light, accompanied by a medicine cabinet. Inside were sterilized surgical kits and an array of disposable sterile instruments. Sheng forcefully opened a locked cabinet in the corner, where she discovered anesthetics for injection. She captured images of all these items and sent them privately to Qi Yu, who responded almost instantaneously. Springfield flower. Sheng, are these your recent discoveries? They are all treasures. Rapid 63. You have clinical experience. Please assess which items can be used to assist the captain and the others in this emergency. Springfield flour. All right, let me take a look. Yu Sheng dispatched the necessary medical supplies to her, subsequently guiding her in organizing and distributing them to the two injured individuals while instructing them on their usage. Yu shared the information within the group, encouraging everyone to familiarize themselves with common methods for treating external injuries. All, including Yu Sheng, engaged earnestly in the learning process, promptly inquiring about any uncertainties. After her studies, Yu Sheng gathered and categorized the medical supplies at hand, distributing a first aid kit to each of them. 10 minutes later, Lu Qingguang messaged the team, announcing that he had successfully staunched the bleeding at his wound. Chun Tian Hua Hua, for the next couple of days, you'll need to change your dressings and take the hemostatic fruit. In the upcoming round of the game, Sheng and I will open our clinic to provide you with treatment. Are they really opening a clinic? Yu Sheng privately messaged Qiyu, slowly sending a question mark. Chun Tian Hua Hua. Sheng, the supplies you currently possess are sufficient to establish a treatment room specifically for handling external injuries. I've devised a plan to utilize that mobile cabin as a small emergency clinic within the team. In the future, we shall join forces to expand and strengthen our endeavors. Jisoo 63. Are you confident? Chun Tian Hua Hua. Absolutely. Who knows? We might end up like those who open supermarkets or convenience stores, simply waiting to collect high-level items as consultation fees. Yu Sheng envisioned this delightful prospect and felt there was no harm in giving it a try. She replied, "Oh, Reboot 001. Everyone take turns to review this and share any thoughts you may have." Once Lu Qingguang regained his composure, the first thing he did was share the image of the statue fragments obtained from the oasis in the group chat, subsequently distributing them for everyone to examine in order of contribution. Each person observed for a few minutes before it reached Yu Sheng. The fragment was less than the size of a palm, with a texture between wood and stone, presenting a grayish-white hue adorned with concentric black patterns resembling the growth rings of a tree, devoid of any peculiar odor. At a loss for direction, Yu Sheng swiftly sent a private message to the next teammate after her review. Miwu Lu, I believe statues are generally associated with religion. San Fin Cheng Chi Feng Shui. Will the next level feature primitive humans or something similar? Chun Tian Hua Hua. I wonder if the next level will be a barren stone city. Jisoo 63. The style of the statue resembles artifacts from the Sengui culture. Emoli. Currently, the game is set in the wilderness, and the statue marks the first appearance of human civilization. I too believe that non-player characters may emerge. Reboot 001. What about the others? Myling. I don't understand these matters. I just feel that having enough to eat and wear is paramount. Regardless of the circumstances, survival hinges upon these essentials. Shi bian xia yu dong bian qing. We need to enhance our combat capabilities. Reboot 001. Everyone's thoughts are quite insightful. Let us continue to reflect. We have 2 days until the next game begins, and while we prepare, let us also closely monitor the game's chat area. Those who have made friends outside the team should engage in more discussions with others. As the team meeting concluded, Yu Sheng turned back to scour the supplies in the safe house once more, uncovering a batch of disposable sterile gloves and syringes, which she promptly added to her backpack. She did not overlook the refresh supplies at the nurse station and the adjacent ward. Chapter 40. Green combat uniform. Upon returning to her room, Yu Sheng began to inspect her backpack. After several rounds of gameplay, her inventory had expanded from a mere 20 slots to over 2,000. This wealth was something she had never imagined when she first entered the game. After a brief overview, she took out the plants she had brought from the game, watered them, and then returned them to their place. She would need to wait until the next round to transplant them into the cultivation chamber at the earliest opportunity. Next, she set up the decomposition table and the refining furnace, attempting to extract iron ore from the oasis. The decomposition table slowly closed, displaying the remaining decomposition time. It would take 3 hours to refine 5 kilograms of iron ore. Fortunately, she had several time acceleration hourglasses at her disposal. Using 3 low-grade hourglasses, the decomposition table completed its task in an instant. Upon opening the decomposition table, she retrieved a small piece of refined iron weighing less than 2 kilograms. She placed the refined iron along with the blueprints for the handgun and ammunition into the refining furnace, only to be informed that all blueprints lacked materials. To synthesize the handgun, steel and plastic were required, while the bullets needed saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal. Gradually, Yu Sheng experimented, discovering that steel could be synthesized by adding other alloy elements to the refined iron. She committed the names of those elements to memory, resolving to pay closer attention in future games. She also tested the blueprints for the green combat uniform and detox pills. With her current materials, she could only synthesize a low-grade green combat uniform, which she promptly confirmed for synthesis. Simultaneously, she utilized the time acceleration hourglasses, crafting 3 sets in quick succession until the materials ran out. The low-grade green combat uniform, made from luxurious dark green satin, offered an elegant appearance and a skin-like feel, providing a defense value of 50 with customizable styles based on player preference. Sheng was only slightly intrigued by the defense value, feeling indifferent towards the rest. She kept 1 set for herself and photographed the other 2, sharing the images along with a description in the team chat. In no time, 2 eager players, 7-point Handsome and Late Rain, quickly expressed their desire to trade for priority. Others also indicated interest. Sheng accepted a price slightly above her costs, allowing them to trade raw materials, while most sent her all the spare materials they had. She accelerated the synthesis of 10 sets, distributing them to her teammates, while reserving the remainder for future trades. When sending a set to Sister Mei Ling, she also messaged her to save the charcoal produced from cooking for her in the future. Time flew by, and as mealtime approached, Sheng quickly heated a portion of self-heating rice and finished it. She retrieved all the plastic bottles from her backpack, filled them with water at the bathroom faucet, and returned them to her backpack. Finally, she reclined on her bed and perused the trading area. The number of players displayed in the game was dwindling, yet the variety of items in the trading area was increasing, alongside the synthesized supplies for various teams and individuals, which players referred to as synthesized materials, characterized by stable quality and ample supply. There were also personal items, consisting of various goods submitted by players during the early stages of the game, as well as handcrafted items created within the game world. Though the quantity is scarce and the quality is not guaranteed, it possesses an undeniable charm. Sheng initiated a thread for trading, meticulously arranging images and descriptions of the items available. Among the offerings were low-level green combat uniforms, bronze swords, blood-vine fruits, bottled water, tissues, bananas, apples, antidote pills, and glucose injections. She listed the items she was inclined to trade beneath, then ventured to peruse others' posts. In the trading area, she gradually acquired a mask, a large bundle of cotton socks, baby cream, hand cream, a cabinet tableware, several empty water barrels, and sanitary napkins. Additionally, she procured a bundle of fiber plants hand-rolled into rope discovered in the oasis at a reasonable price, purchasing 2 large bundles. During this time, some individuals noticed Sheng's thread and inquired about prices, offering food or items of equivalent value in exchange. The glucose injections sold out the quickest. She noted in the product description that their shelf life was 1 year, capable of swiftly replenishing both hydration and essential sugars, and marked the trading value as quite low, compared to fruits that required washing and peeling. These supplies that could quickly restore sugar and salt were far more practical for players striving to survive within the game's relentless pace, particularly those unable to afford nutritional liquids and stamina supplements. Sheng promptly listed Saline Solution for trade, and soon enough, inquiries began to trickle in. Furthermore, she only offered 2 sets of combat uniforms for trading. For these special function items, she required exchanges for equally specialized objects or tools, although many inquired. No trades were successfully completed even after half a day. Sheng remained unperturbed, taking a break before rising to exercise. Each day, in addition to strengthening her power and speed, she tailored a regimen to learn marksmanship and the techniques of wielding blades. Although she had yet to successfully synthesize a handgun and ammunition, the steel crossbow proved quite effective in range combat, while her melee weapon had transitioned from a long sword to a laser weapon. This laser could emit beams, yet aiming with the naked eye could easily strain one's vision, so Sheng intended to refrain from utilizing this feature casually. As the day's training concluded, she took a warm shower, dried her hair, donned fresh attire, and began to review the new messages received during her workout. A number of individuals had inquired about the combat uniforms, and there was also an announcement regarding the team's first distribution of supplies. Sheng opened the group chat to take a glance. This was the captain's inaugural distribution of supplies since the team was formed, and following the principle of equitable allocation, He published a list of items and their distributors in the chat. Some confiscated rare items were also shared, promoting fair trading among the members. Restart 001. To incentivize everyone. Moving forward, supplies will be distributed based on contribution rankings, so let us strive harder. Yu Sheng's attention was immediately captured by one of the rare items, the schematic replica album fragments, of which she had only managed to accumulate 8, even with a bit of luck in looting boxes. According to the instructions, one needed to collect 100 to synthesize the album. Astonishingly, there were 5 in the chat. And perhaps the captain had some in his possession as well. She swiftly tagged Lu Qingguang in the group. Swift 63. I want the schematic replica album fragments. Are there any left? Let us negotiate a price. Reboot 001. I was just about to say that I want this too. How many fragments do you have? 63. Whoever has more fragments among us. Let's concentrate our team efforts to provide it to them first, so we can strive to complete the album sooner. Swift 63. All right. I have 8. Following that, Yu Sheng shared a screenshot in the group of the section in her backpack containing the replica album fragments. Lu Qingguang promptly followed up with a screenshot of his backpack. Upon seeing the glaring number 72, Yu Sheng collapsed on the bed, pounding it in frustration and exclaiming, I knew it. The disparity is so vast. How can we even gather this? Reboot 001. I concede. This fellow even rarely used an emoticon, which further aggravated Yu Sheng's irritation. However, accepting defeat gracefully, Yu Sheng privately sent her 8 fragments. Reboot 001. It's not a free ride. What fragments or items do you need? I'll trade with you, and once I synthesize the album, I'll also provide you with 5 replica blueprints for free. Swift 63. 8 blueprints. Yu Sheng thought to herself that she might as well take advantage of his good mood to negotiate a higher price. He was quite agreeable. Reboot 001. All right. Regarding the exchange of items, Yu Sheng expressed her desire to see what he had in his backpack. She chose one item he was willing to part with, but Lu Qingguang insisted she specify what she needed first, and then he would check if he had it. Yu Sheng clicked her tongue in annoyance. It seemed the captain had plenty of treasures in his backpack. Ultimately, they settled on 2 universal batteries and 6 intelligent butler fragments. Intelligent butler fragment 6. Collecting 100 will summon an intelligent butler, your caring little assistant and mechanical companion. Yu Sheng stored the items in her inventory, then checked the supplies allocated to her. Inside were 40 bottles of mineral water, 18 self-heating rice, 3 self-heating hot pots, 20 bottles of pure milk, 6 packs of compressed biscuits, 2 cans of luncheon meat from Mangosteens, 3 potatoes, 2 shelter upgrade cards, 2 disposable cleaning cards, 12 low-grade nutrient solutions, 8 high-grade nutrient solutions, and 5 stamina supplements. Chapter 41. Desert Plateau. Good morning, players. Welcome to the game world, and congratulations on surviving this far. The game location is the Desert Plateau, with a duration of 720 hours and a moderate danger level. There are slight changes to the game rules this time, so let us strive to survive until the end. Yu Sheng stood up from the ground, stretching lazily. The steel crossbow and arrows slung over her shoulder clinked melodiously with her movements. The moment she opened her eyes, she began surveying her surroundings. Beside her lay a barren land with sparse vegetation. There were no large creatures in sight, and even small creatures seemed to be hiding away. Instinctively, Yu Sheng reached into her backpack for the thermal imaging helmet to check for any nearby creatures, but her hand came out empty. She tried again, yet there was still no response. A foreboding feeling crept into her mind as she activated the light screen on her arm for another attempt. The light screen functioned normally, and she could check her backpack, but the backpack interface was entirely black, white, and gray, indicating that items could not be retrieved. Was the backpack feature locked by the game officials? What on earth? Meanwhile, the complaints and curses in the chat room of the hall have risen to a crescendo. Oh my god, help! The backpack is malfunctioning. Restart 5872 exclaimed. Damn, I thought it was just my issue, replied Restart 11783. What is going on? I can put items into the backpack, but cannot retrieve them. Is anyone else experiencing this? Bamaon lamented, it's over. All my belongings are in the backpack, and I only have weapons on me. The Chosen One remarked, fortunately, I brought a backpack with me before entering the game. Why don't any of you have one? Eating Melon JPG. Lin Piampian added, you still have a weapon? I entered the game empty-handed. In addition to the game hall, the team chat group buzzed with fervent discussions about the locked backpacks. It's over. I can't retrieve anything from the shelter, and I'm just a homeless savage now, lamented Chun Tianhuahua. I'm bewildered. I only have one weapon on my person, remarked San Fun Chung Chi Fen Shui. The treasure chest should still be dispensed normally, right? Ma Ling wondered. My weapon is locked in the backpack too. I only have a fruit knife, and now even food is locked away. What do I do next? Chun Tianhuahua questioned. Will it be locked for a while? A day? A week? Or indefinitely? I'm about to lose it. Misty Deer speculated. I think it might be locked until this round of the game concludes. Restart 001 stated. The positioning is still functional. In this round, everyone must gather quickly. The survival rate of teamwork is higher than that of going solo. Montakli replied, Alricht. San Fin Chung Chi Fen Shui tested it out and confirmed, just like what was said in the hall, items can be stored but not retrieved. Received, said Jisoo 63. Understood. Ziplit si bian si u zong bian king. Yu Sheng, like the others, shared her location in the group, frowning as she observed the chat area. Realizing that the subtle changes in the system announcements seemed to indicate that the backpack was unusable. What a deceptive game. Are you certain this is merely a minor alteration? At present, she was clad only in a green combat suit and a thermal cover, wearing sneakers on her feet, and carrying a steel crossbow and 3 bolts on her back, while her waist pouch contained a laser, a small knife, a small bundle of rope, and a basic first aid kit. The first aid kit typically held an antidote pill, a stamina supplement, and a roll of bandages. While organizing her supplies, Yu Sheng habitually relied on her backpack, placing nearly all non-emergency items inside. She possessed a large-capacity mountaineering backpack, but given the convenience of the electronic backpack, she had never considered using it. The waist pouch was carried because, while lying down to catch some rest before entering the game, she had found it uncomfortable to sleep with the laser in the pocket of her combat suit. Since the waist pouch only contained the laser, it felt a bit empty, prompting her to add some lightweight items suitable for emergencies. However, she had no food or water at all. This round of the game lasted for 30 days, and she not only lacked sustenance and hydration, but also had no shelter for overnight stays or sleeping bags. Yu Sheng was already feeling overwhelmed. Glancing at the group chat, she noted the central point marked by the captain, the place where everyone could converge most swiftly. Yu Sheng resigned herself to grasping the laser device and advancing in a straight line toward the designated point. The environment of this round of the game bore a striking resemblance to the northwestern regions she had observed in documentaries, characterized by plains and hills. However, the climate appeared exceedingly arid, with scant vegetation and trees being a rarity. A gentle breeze carried with it fine grains of yellow sand, and the parched wind brushed against her face, prompting an involuntary frown. After traversing a considerable distance, Yu Sheng halted upon discovering a copper chest. Upon lowering her gaze, she noticed that a thin layer of fine sand had settled upon the surface of her satin combat attire. Fearing that the copper chest might become inaccessible once stowed away, she opted to open the treasure chest on the spot and procured a disposable cleaning card. She tucked the item card into the pocket of her combat suit and cast the empty chest in her backpack before continuing onward. Along the way, she intermittently paused, not only to collect treasure chests but also to gather fallen branches. Whenever she encountered a plant, she would pluck a few leaves to examine and ascertain whether they possessed any edible or medicinal properties. Regrettably, the barren landscape yielded almost no vegetation suitable for human consumption. After an extensive search, she only stumbled upon a plant known as the locust tree, whose leaves and bark were toxic. The edible flowers were likely out of season, for not a single petal was in sight. Thus, despite her lengthy efforts, Yu Sheng had yet to procure even a morsel of food. Having traversed the landscape with an empty stomach since morning, it was now around 3 in the afternoon, prompting her to check her position once more. At her current pace, she estimated it would take approximately 3 more days to reach the rendezvous point. More pressing than her hunger, however, was the fact that she had not had a sip of water in over 10 hours, with only 1 stamina supplement remaining, which she would not use unless absolutely necessary. Reluctantly, Yu Sheng came to a stop, simultaneously searching for a suitable place to construct a shelter while continuing her quest for food. She swiftly located a refuge, a hollow formed by weathered sandstone, with a gap leading into a cave-like depression. Using branches, she expanded the opening and crawled inside to ensure it was large enough for her to lie down comfortably. She then gathered various stones, both large and small, to cover the crevice, leaving only a small entryway for her to slip through and blocking it with a sizable rock. Stepping back, She assessed the area from a distance. To an observer, it appeared to be an ordinary pile of rocks, concealing the hidden space beneath. After marking her shelter and leaving a locator on her screen, she stashed the firewood she had collected inside and resumed her search for treasure and edible items nearby. Not far off, amidst a tangle of overgrown brush, Sheng meticulously scoured the ground and discovered another copper chest. Upon opening it, she found 5 vials of nutrient solution, and without hesitation, she drank one. Her fingers inadvertently brushed against her parched lips, the texture reminiscent of gliding over sandpaper. Traditionally consumed in one gulp, the nutrient solution was now savored in her mouth, and she took her time swallowing it, relishing the moment. Her body quickly began to replenish its moisture and vitality, though the singular vial was insufficient to restore her to peak condition. Yet, she dared not indulge further, carefully stowing the remaining vials in her waist pouch. Tossing the empty chest in her backpack, Sheng resumed her focused search of the uneven terrain beneath her feet. Chapter 42. Roasting Rabbit Before Long. A number of circular holes were discovered in a patch of ground that appeared abnormally withered. Judging by the size of these openings, they were unlikely to be snake or mouse holes. They were most probably rabbit burrows. Sheng marked several of the holes with branches, then turned to break off some twigs from nearby shrubs, forcefully jamming them into the ground to block the entrances. Subsequently, she used a crossbow bolt to pierce the ground randomly in the center of the openings. Penetrating the soil proved challenging, although the surface seemed sandy. The earth beneath was surprisingly hard. Nevertheless, the commotion caused by her efforts was sufficient to startle the creatures within the burrows. After approximately 5 minutes of probing and attentively observing the holes, Sheng keenly detected the sound of a small animal gnawing on a twig emanating from one of the burrows. She strode over, summoning all her strength, and forcefully jabbed the ground half a meter from the burrow's entrance. The soil near the opening was relatively loose, allowing the bolt to sink deep and beneath her feet. She could hear the anguished cries of the creature. The noise from the burrow intensified as the animal, in its panic, gnawed more frantically. Without hesitation, Sheng aimed her laser at the entrance and fired. The shot struck true, and a piercing squeal rang out, abruptly silencing the sound of gnawing. Upon extracting the furry creature from the burrow, she observed that it was gasping for breath, its lower limbs still thrashing weakly. Upon closer inspection, she noted that the creature was smaller than a rabbit. At first glance, it resembled a rabbit, but upon closer examination, it bore a striking similarity to a mouse, albeit with shorter ears and no long tail. Sheng had never encountered such an animal before and repeatedly reassured herself. This is a rabbit. This is a rabbit. This is a rabbit. As she pulled the rabbit from the burrow, a trembling young one also emerged, looking even more like a mouse, its body scarcely possessing any flesh. Sheng felt an aversion to the idea of consuming it. Leaning down to peer into the burrow, she spotted a larger rabbit, clutching a young one, retreating deeper into the hole. Hesitating for a moment, she scrutinized the lifeless rabbit in her grasp, realizing it was a male. In the presence of the female rabbit, she had blocked their escape, dispatched its mate, and there remained one of its offspring before her. She questioned her own morality. How could she be so cruel? Stowing away the crossbow bolt, she watched as the mother rabbit, clutching her child, hastily darted back into the burrow. Noticing 2 more young ones lingering a short distance from the entrance, along with the one she held, she gently nudged the 3 young rabbits toward the burrow. After clearing away the branches at the various openings, she carried the male rabbit and scoured the vicinity to ensure she had not overlooked any treasures or useful items before departing the area. Once she had moved a considerable distance away, Sheng paused to skin the rabbit with her knife, removing its entrails, head, and limbs, which she discarded in a nearby pit, crafting a trap. At the bottom of the trap, she buried a crossbow bolt, ensuring that any carnivorous creature that fell into it would be pierced through by the bolt. Upon returning to the vicinity of her shelter, she took advantage of the daylight to construct a pile of firewood, adjusting the laser's emission frequency. After numerous attempts, she finally succeeded in igniting a spark on the wood, successfully kindling a fire. The roasted rabbit, devoid of any seasoning, was far from palatable for someone accustomed to gourmet delicacies. Yet, in the current circumstances, merely enjoying a meal of roasted meat was a formidable challenge. Sheng felt she had no grounds for complaint, devouring half a rabbit in one sitting, leaving not a single morsel behind. Though not fully satiated, she reserved the remaining half, anticipating the possibility of scarce food tomorrow. Lacking a container for her provisions, she ingeniously supported the meat with branches, concealing it within a hollow. After extinguishing the fire, she prudently collected some ash in an emptied nutrient solution bottle, preparing for any future injuries that may require coagulation. Finally, she meticulously cleared the remnants of the fire pit. Before darkness descended, she discovered a copper box and a silver box nearby, which contained a stamina supplement and 10 low-level time acceleration hourglasses. Just as night fell, she retreated to her shelter. Laying down, found branches and dry grass on the ground, placing the roasted rabbit half into the empty silver box at her side. With a cleansing card, she removed the yellow sand, sweat, and blood from the hunt, sealing the entrance before lying down. The use of the cleansing card was to avoid attracting carnivorous beasts with her scent. In the narrow pit, her only source of amusement was the gaming screen. Ignoring the disgruntled chat area, she entered the group chat. Fortunately, her teammates gradually reported their safety, apart from Lu Qingwang and Xiao Lu, who were relatively close and decided to press on towards the rendezvous point. The others had found shelters and food for the night. Only 7 Parts Handsome had not located any food and had endured an entire day of hunger, while others shared their experiences with him. 7 Parts Handsome. This is the first time I've realized that dying of thirst is even more agonizing than starving. Springfield. Actually, you can drink urine. It's sterile. 7 Parts Handsome. Moly. Blood works too. 7 Parts Handsome. Miling. It's your own urine. What has to be squeamish about? Springfield. Today my meal was a sand lizard. The treasures I opened yielded useless items. 7 Parts Handsome. Well, I didn't even spot a single lizard. From their conversation, Sheng envisioned how they had managed to survive the day. By comparison, her situation seemed quite indulgent, with rabbit meat and nutrient solution at her disposal. Reflecting on 7 Parts Handsome's considerable consumption of high-grade nutrient solutions, yet still ranking lowest in health among the team, she resolved to send him a nutrient solution and a rabbit leg comparable in size to a chicken wing. Rapid speed 63. This is all I can spare. 7 Parts Handsome. Sister 63, you are my savior. Rapid speed 63. Hang in there. Sheng calculated her resources. Aside from her weapon and clothing, she had half a roasted rabbit, missing a leg in the silver box, 2 stamina supplements, 3 nutrient solutions, a single-use cleansing card, a bundle of rope, and a basic first aid kit. It was not a catastrophic start. With careful planning, her chances of survival remained significant. As twilight deepened, Sheng, who was engrossed in the trading area, distinctly heard the howls of wolves through the ventilation hole left open. She promptly relayed this information in the group chat, cautioning her 2 traveling companions to remain vigilant. Miss Deer's response came quickly. Thank you, Sister 63, I'll be careful. Reboot 001 added, much appreciated. Springfield Flower inquired, Dear ones, can wolves climb trees? Panic JPG. 3 Parts Sincerity, 7 Parts Handsomest replied, they shouldn't be able to. Are you up in a tree? Miling advised, Xiao Yu. Don't sleep too soundly tonight. Keep your ears open, you do have a gun, right? Don't be afraid. Swift 63 quipped, if the wolves find you, you'll have roasted wolf legs for tomorrow's feast. 3 Parts Sincerity, 7 Parts Handsomeness expressed as envy. I truly envy you, Sister Yu. Can you share a piece of roasted wolf meat with me the day after tomorrow? Emily bid everyone good night. Springfield Flower remarked, that makes sense. I 1T sleep tonight. I intend to leverage the high ground to hunt. Springfield Flower added, good night, Jasmine. 3 Parts Sincerity, 7 Parts Handsomeness cheered, Sister Yu. You can do it. Rise up. Miling concluded, I'm off to sleep as well. Everyone stay safe. Swift 63 said good night. 3 Parts Sincerity, 7 Parts Handsomeness echoed, good night. Sheng tightened her grip on the laser device and slowly drifted into slumber. Chapter 43. Roasted whole sheep on the 3rd day of the game. Sheng arrived at the rendezvous point around noon. She was the 5th member to arrive. Before her, Lu Qingwang, Xiao Lu, Qi Yu, and Dong Bianqing were already gathered around a campfire, roasting a wild sheep. Sheng, long time no see, Qi Yu exclaimed, rushing forward to envelop her in a warm embrace. Sheng caught her in her arms, and the closeness of the hug made her momentarily lower her guard, allowing the fatigue of the past 3 days to wash over her. Leaning against Qi Yu's shoulder, she sighed softly, it's been a while. In truth, it had only been 5 days since they last met. Lu Qingwang waved at Sheng, 63. Hurry and sit down for something to eat. Chi Yu released Yu Sheng, pulling her by the arm to a spot near the fire, where she placed a piece of cardboard for her to sit on. Seeing the makeshift seat, which was clearly torn from a cardboard box, Yu Sheng felt a wave of nostalgia for the most rudimentary cardboard treasure chests. Did you all find a cardboard box? Xiao Lu tore a piece of rib from the roasted sheep, skewered it with a twig, and handed it along with a bottle of water to Yu Sheng. It was the captain who found it. He also discovered 2 wooden boxes, one of which contained a self-heating hot pot and 10 bottles of mineral water. We saved 1 bottle for you, since you were on your way, while the others were distributed among the rest of us. The rest of us only found copper boxes, while Dong Bianqing found 2 silver boxes. The captain always has great luck, Yu Sheng remarked sincerely as she accepted the food. Indeed, Xiao Lu casually twisted off the cap of the bottle and handed it to her. In this round of the game, chests containing food and water are still quite scarce. The trading area has inflated the prices of food and mineral water to the point where a single bottle can be exchanged for a mid-range item. Not to mention, this bottle of mineral water seems as precious as nectar in Yu Sheng's eyes. Taking a few cautious sips from the bottle, she refrained from indulging, merely moistening her throat before securely capping it again. The roasted lamb, enhanced with the seasoning from the self-heating hot pot, was infinitely more delectable than the dry roasted rabbits she had consumed in the past 2 days. By afternoon, others gradually gathered, the last to arrive being Su Moli, who made her way, weary and windblown, just as dawn broke. The group settled around a fire, consuming the fragrant roasted lamb, while deliberating strategies and plans for their survival in the current game. Captain Lu Qingguang was the first to speak. The theme of this game is Desert Plateau. Considering the clues we've previously gathered, I believe it is still connected to human civilization. We lack shelter and sufficient food, and we cannot remain stationary for too long. Xiao Lu added, it is challenging to find adequate cover here, and it doesn't feel safe. Perhaps if we continue moving, we might uncover opportunities akin to those in the last game. But where shall we go? Should we split up as we did last time? One member inquired. Indeed, this time there are no clearer clues, and we remain uncertain of our destination and what we seek. The climate should be more favorable further south. Shall we collectively head south? The conversation continued, with ideas flowing freely. Jiyu and Su Moli were in the game hall and information exchange area, perusing useful information when suddenly Su Moli stumbled upon a post and shared a screenshot in their group chat. The post detailed a player who had discovered a village, accompanied by photographs, but after entering the village, he ceased posting updates. The group immediately focused on their screens, tracing the information back to the original post. Yusheng noted that the player, named Adai de Mo Wang, had captured an image of the village from a distance across a mountain. The photos revealed that the village was perched atop a hill, with high walls and gates surrounding each home, indicating a small community of perhaps a dozen families. It appeared to be devoid of danger. After observing for a while, Adai de Mo Wang ventured into the village, later posting several images that showcased a few fruit trees and signs of habitation. Yet, astonishingly, he encountered no living souls during his exploration, not even a single creature. In his last update, Adai de Mo Wang wrote, "This place does not seem dangerous. It resembles an unassuming village in the real world. I have decided to knock on a door to inquire if I might find shelter. Await my news." 30 hours passed without further updates from him. His account had not been wiped as those of deceased players often are, suggesting he was still alive. For reasons unknown, however, he refrained from providing any further information. The comment section beneath the post was inundated with messages from curious players eager for updates on his encounter, with many requesting his location. The thread boasted over 100,000 comments, yet Adai de Mo Wang did not respond to a single one. This situation left many baffled. If Adai de Mo Wang was alive, had he been restrained by the villagers? Or had he successfully secured lodging, but chosen to withhold the village's location from others out of selfishness? Both possibilities seemed plausible. After a period of discussion, the team fell into silence. Lu Qingguang pondered longer than the rest, the firelight casting sharp shadows that accentuated the stern and profound contours of his face. After a moment, he raised his head to address his gathered companions. Now we are faced with 2 choices. One option is to disregard this post entirely, aiming to survive until the very last moment of the game, as someone just suggested, collectively heading south in search of a location rich in food and water. He paused, observing the silence of the group, all ears intent on his plan, and continued. The second option is to take a gamble and seek out this village. Much like in the previous round, locations with unique geographical features in the game tend to be more perilous. Yet they also offer a greater chance of acquiring advanced treasure chests and rare items. Now, let us proceed to vote. The 8 individuals wore solemn expressions, lost in contemplation. The air thick with silence, save for the crackling of the firewood. The second option, after an indeterminate amount of time, it was Dongbianqing who first broke the silence. Xiaolu was the second to voice her choice. I, too, wish to select the second option. This is not the real world. The challenges and narrative of future games may grow increasingly complex and unpredictable. If we evade now, how will we survive until the end of this game? Yuxing shared Xiaolu's sentiments. Her resolve strengthened after hearing the analysis, and without hesitation, she cast her vote for the second option. Qiyu followed suit, raising her hand in affirmation. I stand with Sheng and choose the second option. However, Meiling hesitated, lacking a reliable weapon. Her thoughts leaned contrary to those who had already voted. I looked at the photo of that village, and it leaves me feeling uncertain. Our primary goal is survival. It will be wiser to find a place with water and food to live safely. What do you think, Xiaosu? Addressed directly, Su Moli furrowed her delicate brows, feeling the weight of being the least formidable in the team. After some contemplation, Su Moli made her decision. Her expression softened, and she gently stated, I abstain. The minority shall yield to the majority. Seven Fin Shui and Luqing Wang had yet to express their opinions, and Luqing Wang gestured for him to go first. All eyes turned to Seven Fin Shui, who, unusually anxious, deliberated before responding earnestly. I support the second choice. We have all faced near-death experiences, with everyone fighting alongside one another. It is merely a village. What is there to fear? At worst, we can do as we did last time. Find a nearby hiding place to assess the situation and let others scout the path. We will only proceed if it is deemed safe. Luqing Wang nodded, finally voicing his agreement and summarizing. I, too, concur with the second plan. 6 of our 8 have agreed, so we shall decide to search for the village. My thoughts align with yours. This round's game remains at an intermediate difficulty level, indicating that higher difficulties lie ahead. If we retreat now, how shall we muster the courage to face future challenges? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group varied. Even Meiling, who had initially disagreed, appeared to soften. Luqing Wang continued. In this round, our backpacks are locked, and the village's location has not been disclosed. We do not know if it will manifest like the oasis in the previous round, appearing after a certain distance has been traversed. My proposal is to ensure everyone's safety by splitting into 2 equally capable teams of 4, departing in opposite directions. We must maintain communication, sharing any useful clues at once. Discussing our next steps before taking action. There was unanimous agreement among the group to proceed in this manner. Chapter 44, the 9th team member. Luqing Wang evaluated the members based on their levels, comprehensive attributes, available weapons, combat experience, and so forth, ranking them as follows. Luqing Wang, Dongbianqing, Yusheng, Xiaolu, Qiyu, Sister Meiling, Chief and Shui, and Su Moli. Luqing Wang took the initiative to form the teams. He would continue as the leader of the first group, which included Dongbianqing, Chief and Shui, and Su Moli. The second group will be led by Yu Sheng, comprising Xiaolu, Qiyu, and Sister Meiling. When soliciting opinions, Su Moli bluntly stated her preference. I want to be in Group 63. Luqing Wang gazed at her silently, refraining from immediate agreement. Su Moli did not shy away from his gaze, creating a peculiar atmosphere. Yu Sheng, lacking experience in romance, was bewildered by their silent exchange of glances and expressions. It was Qiyu who ultimately broke the stalemate, playfully pulling Su Moli over and cheerfully responding, Come on, let's form a girls' group and switch Xiaolu over. Yusheng quickly joined them, realizing the practicality of having a boys' group and a girls' group, making restroom trips less of a hassle. Xiaolu, who felt abandoned by the 2 older sisters, exclaimed, Sister 63, that is a bit harsh. Though your reasoning is sound, your words are rather blunt. Resigned, he moved closer to Luqing Wang. With the decision made, Luqing Wang said no more and continued with the remaining arrangements. Tonight, the pairs would take turns keeping watch for 2 hours, while the others could catch up on sleep. At dawn, they would set off. Group 63 would head northeast, while Luqing Wang's group would venture southwest. Everyone was encouraged to strengthen communications with friends outside the team as they might uncover additional clues to save time. Upon hearing this, the group busied themselves with their light screens. Having played several rounds of the game, everyone had made a few friends by now. Yu Sheng sent messages to friends he had added, including the universe's #1 Chow Chow, Alexander the Great Sailor, and the Taurus Homebody, proposing information sharing. The Taurus Homebody was the player whose safe house coincidentally turned out to be a supermarket, and Yu Sheng had purchased items from him a few times, leading to his friend request being accepted. Yu Sheng felt that apart from being a bit shrewd, the individual's character was generally sound, so he accepted the request. Shortly after the message was sent, a reply came from the Taurus Homebody. Do you have a small team? What is your strength? Yu Sheng's mind began to race. It appeared that he was interested in joining a team. Considering the circumstances, it made sense. As far as she knew, the Taurus Homebody had profited considerably from the last round of the game, despite not entering the Oasis, due to the resources and rare items he had gathered from his supermarket. His initial strategy likely revolved around staying hidden in the safe house without needing to enhance his combat abilities, relying solely on the resources that would refresh there to survive until the end of the game. However, unforeseen circumstances had rendered the safe house locked away in his backpack this time. Even guarding a supermarket would be futile without the means to produce even a bottle of water or a loaf of bread. Previously proud, he now had no choice but to lower his stance and seek the support of a team. Yu Sheng promptly replied with honesty. Jisoo, 63. Our team consists of 8 members, 4 men and 4 women, all of whom are secondary players. 5 of us possess a refuge, a refining furnace, a disassembly station, and a water source. Yu Sheng refrained from providing excessive detail, apprehensive that revealing too little about their strength might lead the Taurus Homebody Warrior to underestimate them. Taurus Homebody Warrior. Are you the captain? Jisoo 63. No. Taurus Homebody Warrior. You have a title, yet aren't the captain? Then your captain must be even more formidable. Jisoo 63. How do you know I have a title? Yu Sheng was puzzled. She had concealed her title, and apart from the game's back end, only she you were privy to it. Taurus Homebody Warrior. Hee. You triggered a server-wide announcement, didn't you? I remembered your ID from that moment. Recalling his words, Yu Sheng realized he was referring to the time she first discovered a copper chest. However, the reward from that game was a special item, not a title. The fact that Taurus Homebody Warrior could connect that event with her title was a testament to his sharpness. Indeed, he was astute. Yu Sheng chose not to elaborate further and simply went along with his assumption. Jisoo 63, you guessed it. Our captain is indeed a bit more impressive. His ID is Restart 001. Restart is a name automatically generated by the game, assigned to anyone who wishes to conceal their true identity, yet is too lazy to create a unique name, resulting in a format like Restart XXX. This indicated that Lu Qingguang was the first to realize the need to hide his real name and opted for an auto-generated alias. Moreover, the ID Restart 001 sounded rather extraordinary. As expected, the Homebody Warrior reacted immediately. Taurus Homebody Warrior. So, it's the esteemed 001. He has also triggered multiple server broadcasts and was the first player to extract a refuge. Wow, it appears that the captain has quite the illustrious history. Yu Sheng was somewhat surprised. This was the first time she had heard of Lu Qingguang's remarkable achievements. He truly was exceptional. However, she was not intentionally ignoring anyone. She simply tended to immerse herself in her own affairs, rarely glancing at the chat hall. Even the information broadcasted on the screen often slipped her mind if she deemed it unimportant. Admittedly, her perceptiveness was rather lacking, which explained why she could not attain the kind of luck and prominence that Lu Qingguang enjoyed in this gaming world. Jisoo 63, that's him. Taurus Homebody Warrior. May I inquire if it would be possible to join your esteemed team? 001? Once Yu Sheng confirmed that Lu Qingguang was indeed the Restart 001 from the Homebody Warrior's memory, she noticed a distinct shift in his tone, now decidedly obsequious. Was he serious? Taurus Homebody Warrior, you are a notable figure yourself. Jisoo 63. All right, please hold on while I ask. As soon as she sent the message, Yu Sheng immediately rose to seek out Lu Qingguang regarding the Homebody Warrior's interest in joining. The Taurus Homebody Warrior, who runs a supermarket in the game? Lu Qingguang was equally astonished upon hearing this. He had certainly come across the esteemed name of the Taurus Homebody Warrior before, especially during the previous month-long game. This Homebody Warrior remained holed up in a hideout, running a supermarket, amassing an array of items that surpassed even those who ventured into the Oasis to engage in fierce combat. He had not even set foot in the desert, yet possessed a fragment of a statue and several green element treasure chests. While others trudged through the desert, parched and desperate, he lounged in his hideout, enjoying the air conditioning and indulging in deep slumber. As others struggle with thirst, their throats dry and their limbs numb from the night's chill, pleading for a bottle of water or a blanket, he openly declared that his supermarket was stocked with all manner of supplies, but they could only be acquired through the exchange of items or unopened treasure chests. Consequently, while the homebody warrior garnered admiration from countless individuals in the last round of the game, he also earned the ire of many for his indifference to the suffering of others, with some even vowing to confront him face-to-face one day. This character, abundant in resources, was not only flamboyant and prone to attracting trouble, but also possessed an extraordinary memory, proving to be a master at gathering information. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qingguang decided to adhere to the team's customary practice of determining whether to accept the Taurus homebody warrior through a vote. Unsurprisingly, everyone unanimously agreed to welcome him. Yu Sheng extended an invitation to the homebody warrior to join the group chat, transforming the 8-person team into 9. The homebody warrior was not far from the assembly point. Following the pre-established route for the next day's journey, Lu Qingguang could conveniently pick him up along the way. He promptly communicated the team's rules and upcoming plans to the homebody warrior in the group chat, instructing him to find a safe refuge to wait. He regarded him as an equal to the other team members and even sent him a bottle of mineral water. Once upon a time, the Taurus homebody warrior would have deemed a bottle of mineral water beneath him. Yet upon receiving the water this time, he expressed profound gratitude to the captain in the group chat, crafting an elaborate message that left the other team members astonished. It seemed this game, with its restricted inventory, had taught the Taurus homebody warrior a lesson in humility. Chapter 45. Green Element Treasure Chest. The following day, the team divided into 2 groups and set off from the assembly point. Yu Sheng led her group, while Qi remained at the rear, vigilant to protect Mei Ling and Su Moli in the center. The team paused for a rest every 3 hours. During the remaining time, they adhered to their planned route, stopping only to search for treasure chests and firewood when encountering vegetation or rocky terrain. They would not halt for the night until the evening, when they could finally light a fire. In this barren expanse of yellow earth, not only were flora and fauna sparse, but the distribution of treasure chests was dismally low. Often, after an entire day of activity, the 4 of them could count the treasure chests they collected on one hand. On the first day, they found 1 wooden box and 2 copper boxes, yielding mineral water X5, backpack expansion cards X5, and nutrient solution X5. With no food in sight, they were left to share a single nutrient solution, each to barely sustain themselves. Even during the night, Yu Sheng, plagued by hunger, contemplated foraging through the grass to chew on some roots. Fortunately, early the next morning, they chanced upon a climbing mountain goat while passing a rocky wall. Driven by hunger, Qiyu transformed into a sharpshooter, hitting it with 2 well-placed shots. They halted in their tracks to roast a sheep, and although they did not season it, the group devoured the bones with great eagerness. The 4 ladies managed to consume half of the sheep, while the other half was divided into smaller pieces and stored in an empty treasure chest, transmitted to other players via the holographic screen, as they dared not place it in their backpacks. The discarded sheepskin was not wasted. Yu Sheng threaded a branch through it, fashioning a basket that she carried on her shoulder as they continued on their journey. Once the skin dried, it would transform into a sturdy yet lightweight vessel. Fortified by their meal, they were ready for confrontation. Later that afternoon, after circumventing a hill, they encountered a trio of male players. Despite their own numbers, the men dismissed them, seeing only women. The men's eyes gleamed with intent upon spotting Yu Sheng and her companions, particularly when their gaze fell upon Su Mo Li, revealing their lecherous intentions without concealment. Fortunately, the men were unarmed, lacking firearms or bows, and were unfamiliar with crossbows. It was only when Yu Sheng drew her steel crossbow and swiftly eliminated the first boisterous man advancing towards Su Mo Li that the other 2 recognized the disparity in their strengths, immediately raising their hands in surrender. Yu Sheng, without engaging in further dialogue, continued to reload and shot the second man. The third man, witnessing this, attempted to flee, but as Yu Sheng bent down to prepare her next shot, Qiyu raised her hand and, using her concealed laser gun, shot through the third man's back. The 4 approached, and Yu Sheng retrieved the bolt, cleaning it on the man's clothing before stowing it away. The other three patiently awaited the dissolution of the men's bodies, anticipating the drop of equipment. Unfortunately, the locked backpacks yielded no items, only scattered clothing, shoes, and weapons. Chiyu picked up a long knife from the ground, clearing away the obstructive garments to search further. In addition to the long knife, she discovered a boning knife, a whip with steel spikes, a lighter, 2 packs of cigarettes, a half-pack of crushed instant noodles, and 3 bottles, each containing only half a bottle of water. One bottle contained a yellowish liquid, and upon seeing it, Chiyu immediately associated it with something unpleasant, using the knife tip to cover it with a piece of clothing. They promptly divided the spoils. The long knife was given to Mei Ling, who tested its weight, noting the stark difference from her usual golden hammer, finding it surprisingly light. The boning knife was handed to Su Mo Li, whose weapon was locked in her backpack, while the spiked whip was passed to Lu Chengguang. Their companions also lacked weapons, and regardless of the utility, possessing any weapon was preferable to being empty-handed. The lighter and cigarettes were temporarily entrusted to Mei Ling, as they held little use for her group, but could be valuable for trading with others. Yusheng also found 2 complete seasoning packets and a half-pack of instant noodles and added them to her collection. They continued on their journey, as if nothing had transpired. Perhaps fueled by their meal, they were invigorated, discovering 2 bronze chests and 3 silver chests throughout the day. Inside, they uncovered a cement block, an air conditioner, 5 stamina replenishments, 5 disposable cleaning cards, and 10 shelter upgrade cards. Aside from the rather inexplicable bag of cement, the remaining supplies proved to be quite useful. The group of women evenly divided the useful items, while those that were difficult to allocate were confiscated and entrusted to Sheng for safekeeping. Sheng transferred these supplies through the light screen to Chiyu. As long as she refrained from accepting them, the items would remain in her mailbox, available for retrieval at a later time. To ensure their safety and avoid encounters with wolf packs, they decided against traveling at night. That night, having just settled around the campfire, the game initiated a district-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player for restarting 001 and acquiring the yellow element treasure chest. You have received a special game title. A new treasure chest has been unlocked and deployed. Players are encouraged to continue their treasure hunt. Upon comprehending the announcement, Sheng abruptly sat up, eliciting astonishment from the others. Chiyu, who was on night watch, stood up in shock from her stone perch, exclaiming, "Is it the captain? I can't be mistaken." Sheng confirmed, "Indeed, you are not mistaken. That rascal Lu Chengguang is secretly advancing without the others." The group chat instantly buzzed with excitement. Taurus Homebody, congratulations, Captain. You're amazing. Swift 63, what did you find in the treasure chest? Springfield Blossoms, what title did you acquire? Chungu, I'm so envious. 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts handsomeness. I was right next to him when he opened an attack immunity badge with a 1-hour validity. Restart 001. Acquire the title Geological Explorer, which allows one to discern geographical locations and the types of soil and minerals. Myling, congratulations, congratulations. Misty dear, we plan to stay awake tonight. You should all rise quickly. The yellow element treasure chest has just been deployed. Hurry to collect it. Sheng was already weary of expressing envy, so she pulled out a stamina supplement and swallowed it in one gulp, quickly rising to her feet. Sisters, it's time to make a significant effort. The others followed suit, each consuming a stamina booster and wielding a piece of firewood as makeshift torches. They promptly chose a direction and began a thorough search for treasure chests. Su Mo Li, lacking combat experience, felt hesitant to venture alone, so Sheng allowed her to follow closely behind, searching for chests in proximity. While this arrangement might hinder Sheng's efficiency as the temporary leader, it was her unshirkable duty to care for her weaker teammates. Not long after venturing out, Sheng spotted a yellow treasure chest, its shape and pattern mirroring the green element treasure chest she had obtained in the oasis. The chest was a sandy yellow, slightly lighter than the desert sands. If not for its square form and the illumination from the torch, one might easily mistake it for a neatly shaped stone. Before embarking to collect the chests, Sheng and Chiyu had agreed that, in the interest of time, they would send each other the chest notifications via the light screen upon discovery, intending to collectively open them after the hunt rather than immediately placing them in their backpacks. This method was slightly more cumbersome than direct collection, yet significantly easier than opening them on the spot. Su Mo Li maintained a careful distance behind Sheng, mirroring her actions and focusing on searching in the rocky piles and grassy areas. She was quite perceptive, noting Yu Sheng's movements and diligently seeking treasure in the opposite direction. As Yu Sheng walked ahead, she quickened her pace to stay within her line of sight. Whenever they grew weary or thirsty, they would take a sip of water or nutritional fluid before resuming their search. It was not until the break of dawn that Yu Sheng, nearly exhausted, paused her efforts. Behind her, Su Mo Li had long since abandoned the hunt for treasure chests, relying solely on her dwindling nutritional fluid to keep pace with Yu Sheng, ensuring she did not lose her way. Yu Sheng was somewhat surprised. From the onset of their grouping, she had harbored concerns that a female celebrity might be rather difficult to please. Moreover, judging by Su Mo Li's appearance, she did not strike one as someone accustomed to hardship. Had it been Chi Yu accompanying Yu Sheng, she would have requested several breaks along the way. Yet, Su Mo Li never complained, silently trailing Yu Sheng throughout the night, even when utterly fatigued. In a moment unnoticed by others, Yu Sheng cast a glance of admiration towards Su Mo Li. Yu Sheng, along with Chi Yu and Sister Mei Ling, had agreed to reconvene ahead on their original route. After a brief rest, they steeled themselves to continue forward with Su Mo Li. To motivate herself, Yu Sheng opened the private chat section to tally the number of treasure chests she had collected. 12 yellow elemental chests, 3 silver chests, 5 copper chests, 2 wooden chests, and 1 paper chest. For the first time, Chi Yu surpassed Yu Sheng in both the quantity and quality of her treasure chests, boasting 13 yellow elemental chests. Indeed, a promising protege. To Yu Sheng's astonishment, Su Mo Li had also managed to follow closely behind and had gathered 4 yellow elemental chests, 1 silver chest, 3 copper chests, and 1 wooden chest. She knew this so precisely because Su Mo Li had similarly shared her treasure findings with Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng regarded her with surprise. This mutual sharing and preservation of treasure chests stemmed from the trust established between her and Chi Yu. However, given her limited interactions with Su Mo Li, she had not anticipated such a gesture. These yellow elemental chests, currently the highest level, were something even Sister Mei Ling took great care to safeguard. Yet Su Mo Li had so readily entrusted them to Yu Sheng, unafraid of being taken advantage of. Apologies. I overheard your conversation with Chi Yu before we set off and emulated it without your consent, Su Mo Li admitted, a hint of crimson gracing her cheeks as she shyly tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, a gesture that, from the perspective of micro-expressions, signified anxiety and unease. It's perfectly fine, Yu Sheng reassured her, noticing her slowing pace. She took Su Mo Li's hand and placed it against her elbow. Hold on, it will conserve your strength. This sudden physical contact took Su Mo Li aback for a moment, but upon regaining her composure, she sincerely expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Encouraged by Yu Sheng, her steps quickened slightly. This gesture exuded a sense of intimacy, yet maintaining such a position in silence could lead to awkwardness. Thus, Yu Sheng sought to initiate conversation. Why didn't you join the team with the captain? In truth, Yu Sheng was more inclined to inquire whether Su Mo Li had quarreled with the captain, but she veered her question instead. When I first joined the team, I often followed Luqing Wang, primarily because I was somewhat familiar with him, and, at that time, only a few had access to the shelter. Everyone gravitated towards him to rest in his refuge, and I merely followed the crowd. Su Mo Li gazed ahead, her voice soft and gentle, reminiscent of the ever-charming neighbor in a television drama clad in a flowing white dress, embodying an air of tranquility. Upon hearing her explanation, Yu Sheng nodded in understanding. Su Mo Li's voice was melodious, and listening to her felt as though a vivid narrative was unfolding before my eyes. She continued, initially, I genuinely wished to contribute something for everyone. I was the only one with a refining furnace, so I dedicated extra time to synthesizing resources. Luqing Wang indeed took good care of me. Here, Su Mo Li paused, a hint of bittersweetness gracing her smile as she clarified. However, my relationship with him is not of that nature. Yu Sheng responded with an acknowledgement. I am listening. Please feel free to share your thoughts. This time, it was Su Mo Li who appeared surprised, her eyes widening slightly as she regarded Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng, your reaction is rather intriguing. Yu Sheng, puzzled, looked at her and let out a confused ah, his tone rising at the end. Su Mo Li chuckled, her smile now infused with a sincere warmth, illuminating her entire demeanor. She patiently explained, typically, When individuals hear the parties involve clarifying gossip, they might feel embarrassed or feign ignorance. Yet you are refreshingly honest and forthright in encouraging me to continue. Yu Sheng, realizing belatedly, understood that Su Moli must have previously seen or heard about the curious glances exchanged between her and the captain, infused with a hint of gossip. Yu Sheng beamed widely, devoid of any embarrassment for being caught, only concealing a yearning for the shipper's delight. To Yu Sheng, Lu Qingguang was capable and not unattractive, though he occasionally became overly immersed in his role as captain. To put it plainly, he exhibited a hint of male chauvinism, yet when it came to loyalty, he was genuinely noble. Su Moli was indeed lovely. Having drawn a refining furnace early in the game, it was evident that luck favored her. With further training focused on her strength and tactical prowess, she would undoubtedly emerge as a stunning and formidable leading lady. Yu Sheng genuinely wished to ship the two of them. Unfortunately, from Su Moli's words, it appeared she held no romantic interest in Lu Qingguang. Indeed, she soon unveiled her true feelings. I am very grateful for Lu Qingguang's care, yet I increasingly perceive that this care does not aid my growth, especially as I witness Sister Meiling and Qiyu growing more powerful while I remain stagnant. Moreover, I had resolved before entering the game that I would never marry. At this revelation, Yu Sheng finally comprehended Su Moli's resolute choice to separate from Lu Qingguang in this grouping and her frequent attempts to befriend him. For Yu Sheng could also discern that Lu Qingguang, driven by some personal motives, possessed the capability to nurture a competent warrior. He had successfully enhanced the strength of Qi Fun and Xiao Lu, yet he continued to allow Su Moli to remain sheltered under his wing, depriving her of genuine growth. However, Su Moli remained indifferent towards him. She had long since charted her own life course. Rather than being a parasitic flower reliant on others, she aspired to be the master of her own destiny. Yu Sheng wholeheartedly concurred with her philosophy. Women should boldly pursue their desires. With this thought in mind, Yu Sheng extended an olive branch to Su Moli, formally inviting her. Would you like to become the gaming companion of both me and Qiyu, training together and growing stronger? Seemingly taken aback by Yu Sheng's swift acceptance of her, Su Moli gazed at her with a profound sense of emotion. She then looked into Yu Sheng's eyes and resolutely replied, I wish to grow stronger. Please teach me. The gravity of her words hung heavily in the air. Utilizing her height, Yu Sheng reached out and placed an arm around Su Moli's shoulder. No need for formality. We are all in this together now. Though I am not yet qualified to teach, prior to entering the game, I was a long-distance runner, while Qiyu is a graduate student in clinical medicine. I train with her, and she instructs me in medical skills. Now that you are here, you can showcase your strengths, and we shall progress together. Chapter 47. The village. In stark contrast to the oasis, Yu Sheng discovered the trace of a village in just 4 days during this gaming expedition. The climate of the northwestern wilderness fostered unique survival skills among the local flora and fauna. Numerous wild goats, distinguished by their deep golden coats, darted swiftly across the landscape, evading any attempt to track them to a fixed habitat, particularly favoring the rocky cliffs. Their active lifestyle rendered their meat tender and devoid of any gamey flavor when roasted. As they journeyed, Yu Sheng and her companions were particularly vigilant for signs of wild goats along the peaks and cliffs, ultimately leading to the unexpected discovery of the village. Nestled atop a towering mountain, the peak appeared as though it had been cleaved by a sharp instrument, leaving behind a flat plateau. The rooftops of the village were faintly visible, with a corner of an eave and neatly arranged tiles peeking out. Yu Sheng promptly captured a photograph, sharing it along with its location in their group chat. As the distance was not considerable, Lu Qingguang instructed them to seek shelter while he continued ahead to retrieve the dosher and devise the fastest route for their reunion. Cautiously, they circled the mountain and discovered a narrow path at its base, barely wide enough for a single person to stand, winding its way to the summit. During their examination of the surrounding environment, they encountered not a single local villager. Apart from the narrow path, traces of human activity were nearly non-existent. In a prominent earthen mound, they found a severely weathered hollow to serve as a temporary refuge. The 4 of them took turns digging, creating a space large enough for them to rest. Yu Sheng extracted a bag of inexplicable cement from her treasure chest. Due to the scarcity of water, she begrudgingly utilized 2 bottles, mixing them with sand to form a batch of concrete. With branches, she fashioned a rough shape, applying the concrete to create a cement door and 2 small windows. As the surface dried, a layer of soft rock sand was applied, and then a cover was placed over the pre-designated door and window openings, fitting so perfectly that from a distance, one could hardly discern the existence of a bunker. A few clusters of shrubs were transplanted to obscure any gaps, rendering it difficult to spot even from close range. The food supply was ample over the past 4 days. They had procured a fair amount through hunting, scavenging treasure chests, and outsmarting other players. During the day, they split into pairs to search for treasure chests, returning to the bunker at sunset. The 4 of them took turns keeping watch at the lookout window while the others rested. The only inconvenience was that, for safety reasons, open flames were prohibited in the bunker. Aside from self-heating meals, they could only consume cold food. As the night temperature dropped, they could not gather around a fire, as before, due to limited space and the fear of carbon monoxide poisoning. When night fell, their only means of warmth was to huddle closely together, sharing each other's body heat, while draping several coats and leather jackets, acquired from defeated players, over themselves. At first glance, this scene resembled a narrative of the last few humans banding together to fend off zombies in a post-apocalyptic world. For more days passed, leaving 19 days until the game's conclusion, when Lu Qingguang and his party of 5 arrived at the bunker covered in yellow sand. Sheng estimated that they had to travel day and night to reach this point in such a short time. Upon inquiry, it turned out that Chief and Shuai mentioned they had been averaging only 3 to 4 hours of sleep each day, and they had to ration their nutrient solutions and stamina supplements, dividing each dose multiple times to sustain their extreme trek. They arrived during the day, and Sheng and her companions allowed them to rest in the bunker, leaving only Qi Yu to stand guard while the other 3 went out to search for treasure chests. The newly joined tour strategist was a 28-year-old bespectacled young man. He barely managed to greet the 4 female team members before collapsing onto the hay, exhausted, and falling asleep almost instantly. Just as Sheng and the others were about to leave the bunker, the sound of rhythmic snoring echoed behind them. Qi Yu had truly worked hard. Except for the day when yellow element treasure chests refreshed, subsequent chests, like others, saw a decrease in higher-tier offerings. Sheng and Mei Ling, along with Su Moli, split up to search, with Mei Ling forming her own group. By nightfall, Sheng and Su Moli had only found 1 yellow element chest, 1 silver chest, and 1 copper chest. They had not located any wooden or paper boxes, which were more likely to contain food, for 3 consecutive days. They opened the chests in a safe area away from the bunker, obtaining 1 evasion house disguise card, 1 bulletproof vest blueprint, and a copper chest that yielded a previously encountered spiked wild boar. Neither item could be used immediately, and after communicating with Su Moli, she agreed to hand everything over to Sheng, who then stored them in her backpack for review. Evasion House Disguise Card. Upon use, it can alter the external appearance of the evasion house as perceived by players, without changing its actual form or function. This item is single-use with permanent effectiveness. Blueprint for bulletproof vests. Designed for the synthesis of bulletproof garments, this blueprint offers coverage capable of withstanding all forms of weaponry. The required materials include fabric, metal components, and plastic. Ever since Su Moli began accompanying Sheng, adhering to the same training regimen used for Qi Yu, initiated her from the very basics of treasure chest opening and monster slaying. It remains uncertain whether Sheng possesses a lack of luck, but she perceives that both Su Moli and Qi Yu enjoy significantly higher fortune in opening treasure chests than herself. In recent days, the items obtained have consistently been of utility to them. The bag of cement, initially perplexing to Sheng, ultimately proved to be genuinely useful. Even the monsters encountered have served a purpose. She was troubled by only having 3 crossbow bolts, fearing that an overwhelming number of players might ambush them or that she might miss her shot, complicating the retrieval of her bolts during combat. Fortunately, a wild boar, burdened with crossbow bolts, appeared, and the fat from the pig could be rendered into lard for torches. Sheng expressed her fatigue with the 2 characters she had repeatedly uttered. She extracted a dozen sharp quills from the lifeless boar, trimming away the hair follicles and fat at the base, intending to dry and process them into crossbow bolts. The remaining carcass and quills were placed back into the empty treasure chest to be sent to Su Moli's mailbox, reserved as raw materials for crafting sausages once her backpack was unsealed. Upon her return, her teammates had awakened and were engaged in a relay of digging to expand their bunker. The original space, accommodating only 4 individuals lying down, had become excessively cramped for the current 9, and after the expansion, it resembled a small bedroom in size. As night fell, Sheng, stationed by the window on the eastern wall, stood guard while the others sat in a circle, with the centerpiece being a birdcage heater and a universal battery, both unearthed from the treasure chest by Lu Qingguang, bathed in the warm, orange glow of the heater. Lu Qingguang organized and shared the information he had recently gathered in the group chat. The current intelligence diverged somewhat from their initial assumptions. They had previously believed there to be only a single village, but it appeared there were multiple locations. With the newly acquired images in conjunction with their discoveries, they had identified a total of 4 sites. Sheng enlarged the other 3 images for closer inspection. Aside from the first image, the latter 2 were considerably more indistinct, likely taken from a significant distance. Chapter 48. Meeting the images faintly revealed the outlines of dwellings, all situated in secluded areas behind or atop mountains. A commonality among these images was the conspicuous absence of any living beings. Lu Qingguang continued, I have been monitoring that foolish demon king. He is still alive, but has not reappeared. Other players familiar with him have stated that he is currently unreachable. Therefore, I discussed with friends from other teams, and we all concur that although these villages or houses may appear devoid of danger, they potentially harbor unknown threats. The troubling aspect now is that we have no understanding of the rationale behind this round of the game or its intended purpose. If we do not enter the villages according to the storyline, what repercussions might ensue? Others have ventured into the villages, yet one by one, they have gone missing, much like the foolish Demon King. Ultimately, Lu Qingguang presented 2 options for the group to express their preferences. Should we continue to hide and scavenge treasure chests for the next 19 days, observe the subsequent actions of other players who have entered the village, or take a risk and venture in ourselves? Unsurprisingly, the other 8 chose the second option, remaining in the bunker to watch the actions of those who couldn't contain their impatience to enter the village. Lu Qingguang was the last to speak. Gently stroking the pitch-black ring on his right thumb, he stated with a calm and resolute tone, Then it is decided. With 19 days remaining, we will remain stationed in the bunker, waiting for further developments while taking turns to scavenge treasure chests. We must avoid acting alone and refrain from venturing too far. We should return within 3 hours at most, and then switch out. Additionally, we must assign someone to keep watch around the clock. If anyone has further thoughts, please feel free to share. Qiyu was the first to raise his hand, and upon receiving Lu Qingguang's nod of approval, he suggested, I believe we should expand the area of the bunker a bit more, ideally providing separate resting zones for boys and girls. Sheng immediately recalled a private message she had received from Qiyu during one of her outings. She expressed her concern that the snoring of the male team members might attract wolves, especially that new member, the Taurus homebody. With this thought, Sheng raised her hand in agreement. I too support the expansion of the bunker. After all, we will be staying here for more than half a month, and comfort is of great importance. Could we perhaps add a kitchen with a chimney? Sister Meiling promptly followed with her suggestion. Lu Qingguang pondered briefly. Everyone had grown weary of cold meals over the past couple of days, and their stored roasted meat was nearly depleted, with 9 individuals needing food and rest. The necessity for expansion was indeed urgent. All right, those who are not on watch or going out should dig to expand the bunker, creating a resting area for boys, a resting area for girls, a kitchen, and a restroom. Should we confiscate a portion of the treasure chest we find? Xiao Lu inquired next. Lu Qingguang scanned the room, noting the concern on everyone's faces regarding this matter. After a moment contemplation, he made a careful decision. Thus, since everyone here is trustworthy, any food found in the treasure chests or hunted will be collected and distributed by me, while the remainder will be allocated among you. Everyone must take turns going out, and the number of treasure chests found will depend on your individual abilities. This decision was unanimously agreed upon by the 9 individuals. Excuse me. The homebody jovially maneuvered his robust figure between Lu Qingguang and Xiao Lu, tilting his head toward Lu Qingguang and adopting a low posture. Had his backpack not been locked, one might have thought he was about to produce a cigarette and hand it over. Rubbing his hands together on his thighs, the homebody awkwardly asked, Captain, as a newcomer, I'm not very familiar with the others, but I've spoken to you more. Would it be possible for me to team up with you for an outing? To which Lu Qingguang promptly replied without hesitation, I always operate alone, except during group activities. Oh, I see. The homebody chuckled dryly. quickly redirecting his attention. Sister 63. We've known each other the longest. I wonder if I could, before he could finish, Chi wrap her arm around Sheng's neck, asserting her claim. No. No. Sheng is already on my team. Shifted her gaze towards the radiant figure of Qing to the east, who, seemingly oblivious, disregarded the intensity of her stare. She then turned her attention to Xiao Lu. In the next moment, the dashing yet carefree Qi casually draped his arm over Xiao Lu's shoulder, firmly turning her face towards him, denying that any opportunity to interject. Hey, let's discuss what time we should head out. The Dredosher glanced at the remaining two teammates. Noticing they appeared equally powerless, she could only continue to awkwardly report to Lu Qingguang. I'll stay behind to dig. Just to dig. Yu Sheng understood the sentiments of the group well. Beyond her advantage in resources, the Dredosher's physical capabilities and combat prowess were akin to that of a novice just entering the game. She sighed internally. Although she had joined the team of her own volition, the training and development of her male counterparts were implicitly assumed to be under Lu Qingguang's purview, so she decided to let things unfold as they may. After consulting with Sister Myling, she gathered her and Su Moli, forming a small circle of 4. The treasure chests refresh at midnight. But since we are operating near the village, not everyone can venture out. We should pair up. My and Chiyu's weapons are not hindered by distance. So we will each take someone and, after discussing with the captain, ensure that each group avoids the paths previously taken by other teammates, planning our routes carefully to avoid futility. Sister Myling nodded in agreement. Then I'll continue to team up with Xiao Yu. Yu Sheng felt inclined to partner with Su Moli, as it would allow her to assess Moli's physical attributes for targeted training in the future. Once the female teammates were grouped, Yu Sheng rose and sat beside Lu Qingguang. Their conversation was not deliberately hushed, and others in the shared space naturally overheard. Lu Qingguang expressed his concurrence with Yu Sheng's ideas. However, her approach to him was not solely to discuss the rotation for outings. Yu Sheng first handed over the surplus resources and items accumulated by their quartet over the past few days, then broached another topic. Tian Yi, I have blueprints for a handgun, ammunition, and a bulletproof vest. I wish to synthesize them myself, but I lack certain materials, nitrate, sulfur, and alloy elements. Could you possibly keep an eye out for these while you're out, using your title? Upon learning that Yu Sheng possessed 3 blueprints, Lu Qingguang's demeanor shifted from relaxed to slightly tense and serious. When he heard her intention not to submit them, his brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing again as he attentively listened to her complete her request. Yu Sheng noticed the subtle change in his expressions. She had long sensed a slight streak of male chauvinism in Lu Qingguang, though he was not of poor character. Sincerely, he was a good captain, but to her, not a partner in whom she could place complete trust and reveal all her cards. Thus, she had yet to disclose her title or the rare items she possessed to anyone beyond him and Chiyu, including the second hiding place. In that brief moment of furrowing and relaxing, he likely convinced himself. After hearing Yu Sheng's request, Lu Qingguang readily agreed without much hesitation. Chapter 49. The Aftermath Springfield Flowers. Look, a player has updated the continuation of entering the village. On the 17th day of the game, Yu Sheng was engaging in outdoor activities with Su Mo Li when a sudden vibration coursed through her arm. Upon checking, she saw a message from Chiyu. Yu Sheng grasped the still-moving Su Mo Li and declared, "There's a development in the village. We must return." The two hastened back, entering the obscure underground bunker through a secluded pathway. Following several days of expansion, the bunker had grown significantly larger than its initial size. Entering through the concrete door led them to the original room, which now served as a surveillance post and a communal area for discussions. To the left of the lounge, a room had been excavated to create a male rest area, which further extended into a small room designated as the men's restroom. The right side mirrored this layout, yielding a female rest area complete with a women's restroom. The restrooms were merely hollowed spaces with wooden partitions fashioned from branches and cloth strips. The toilets consisted of elongated pits, with the excavated soil piled against the inner wall. After use, one could cover the waste with soil and ash to mitigate odors. Behind the wall opposite the lounge and main entrance, another room had been created to serve as a kitchen, complete with a chimney for smoke ventilation. The cooking area had 2 passages leading to the male and female rest areas. They only ignited fires at night to prevent the smoke from revealing the bunker's location to other players during the day. As night fell, Two individuals were assigned duties, one to keep watch outside for approaching players or beasts, while the other tended to the kitchen, allowing warmth to flow through the passages and elevate the temperature in the rest areas, making their sleeping arrangements comfortably cozy without the need for huddling together for warmth. Upon entering the bunker, Sheng and Mo Li found the remaining teammates gathered, engrossed in a discussion about the most trending posts in the system. Once all were present, Lu Chengguang raised his hand, and the previous murmurs ceased abruptly. You have all seen the posts, I presume? There are two pieces of news. The good news is that several players have entered the village and discovered the NPCs, posting updates of their safety. The bad news is that the ID of the notorious Mo Wang has been cleared from the system as of yesterday, indicating his departure from the game. After taking her seat, Yusheng lowered her gaze to review the post content. In the most popular thread, a player had taken several clear images and selfies outside the village's gate. The photographs depicted a normal settlement, yet it was not the one visited by Mo Wang, as several households kept their doors tightly shut. The pathway in front appeared meticulously cleaned, devoid of any sign of the local populace. Accompanying the images were captions. Kind Fluffy. I encountered the NPCs in the village. They are rather shy, reluctant to be photographed or have their homes captured. They are unaware of the game and have been quite friendly towards players. I have successfully secured lodging. Yate JPG. Numerous replies beneath the post were requests for the location, which Kind Fluffy did not provide. He merely pinned a comment of his own, stating, the location cannot be disclosed to you. Who knows if you are virtuous or malevolent? If you wish to enter the village, you must seek it out yourselves. I have already shared as much as I can. The team engaged in a new round of discussion. Among them, the homebody warrior was particularly animated, clenching his fists and gesturing passionately, eager to confront these so-called NPCs without delay. What are we waiting for? Let's go now. Finally, we can lead a normal life. Others have ventured forth and confirmed it is safe. Why don't we join them? I can't shake the feeling that the village harbors items rarer than the yellow elemental treasure chests or clues for the next round of the game. Even the typically composed little deer felt a stir of excitement. Yusheng yearned for a proper bed and wholesome food, rather than the bland roasted meat she consumed daily. Yet, as her fingers scrolled through the post, she sensed something was amiss, unable to grasp the fleeting signal that flitted through her mind. She turned to observe the reactions of her companions. Sister Mei Ling appeared ready to agree to enter the village, but hesitated, swallowing her words. Yusheng noticed her eagerness to speak, but then a thought struck her, causing her tone to waver. Perhaps we should wait a little longer. Wait for what? If we delay, the opportunity will be snatched away. The homebody warrior earnestly attempted to persuade the others. However, he was quickly silenced by 7 points of handsomeness. If you're so eager, why don't you lead the charge? We'll wait for you at the base of the mountain. Notify us once you have ensured the area is safe, and we shall follow immediately. The homebody warrior, feeling deflated, sat down in silence, scratching his hand. Lu Qingguang turned his attention to two other formidable teammates, directly addressing them. Dong Bianqing, 63. What are your thoughts? Dong Bianqing remained silent. Lu Qingguang then looked back at Yusheng. I can't quite articulate it. Something feels off, Yusheng murmured, still perusing the post from Kind-Hearted Fleece. Searching for any inconsistencies. It's the chimney. Dong Bianqing suddenly spoke up, catching everyone off guard as they turned to face him in unison. He raised his gaze, articulating the concern clearly. Has anyone seen smoke rising from the houses atop the mountain, as if someone were cooking? Indeed, while they had seen the houses, there was no sign of life. After spending so many days here, there was an absence of earthly warmth or the aroma of cooking. Yusheng finally seized upon a flicker of inspiration in her mind. They had seen the houses, yet not a single shadow or sound had been perceived, even at night. There was no sign of light or fire emanating from them. Logically, villagers primarily engage in agricultural work, yet no fields had been discovered nearby. With Dong Bianqing's reminder, everyone recalled that despite their constant vigilance, not a single person had witnessed smoke rising from the mountaintop dwellings. Did the villagers not eat during the day? What if they, like us, prefer to cook at night, or perhaps they utilize gas stoves or induction cookers? Furthermore, what if the NPCs were robots that did not require sustenance? The homebody warrior remained undeterred, silently shouting within, I want a house. I want to eat stir-fried dishes. I can no longer endure sleeping in the stifling and foul earthen shelter. Where are the electric poles? The transmission towers? I inquire if any of you have encountered such things within this game. The stoic, handsome figure, with a rare frown, engaged in a retort. The homebody warrior hesitated, lips trembling in contemplation, ultimately refraining from voicing his thoughts, mindful of his recent integration into the team and the need to avoid offending the veterans. Chiyu timidly raised her hand. Listening to you all makes me feel uneasy. Perhaps we should wait a little longer. There's no rush. Let us observe the feedback from other players after they interact with the villagers. If issues arise, we will have a fallback. I concur. Su Mullen listened intently to Chi Yu's suggestion, casting the first vote in favor. I too agree to continue observing. Yu Sheng followed suit. Indeed, we fear deception lurks within. Let us delay. The consensus was reached, and Lu Qingguang decisively proclaimed, "Very well, we shall wait a few more days. During this time, let us reach out to other trustworthy teams or players and, if necessary, share our thoughts with them." Chapter 50. Ascending the mountain, everyone resumed their tasks according to their assignments. Sister Miling distributed the heated food among the team members. Sumorin, seated against the wall by the lookout window, received her portion with a soft thank you and took delicate bites. Lu Qingguang and the handsome figure mixed some cement, eager to repair the cracked stove in the kitchen. Xiao Lu and Qing from the east side checked for any signs of cracking beneath the hay in their respective resting areas, ready to mend any fissures with the cement mix. The homebody warrior, food in hand, took it upon himself to stand guard by the window. Yu Sheng, with an impassive expression, chewed on the tasteless roasted meat. Having ventured outdoors for a mere 2 hours, she returned hurriedly with only a copper chest to show for her efforts. Consuming this insipid fare day in and day out left her feeling despondent, as if life had lost its meaning. Chiyu inched closer to inquire, Sheng, do you plan to venture out again with the remaining hour of your outdoor time? If not, perhaps you should rest while Sister Miling and I go for a brief outing. All right, you may go. Yu Sheng felt fatigued and, after finishing her meal, prepared to take a nap. After her meal, she rose to head to the resting area, passing by the homebody warrior and promising to relieve him in 3 hours. Lying atop the haystack, Yu Sheng routinely assessed the resources available to her. Through diligent effort over the past few days, she had successfully evolved from a state of utter destitution to a modest improvement in her circumstances. Counting her pouch and holographic mailbox, she possessed 1 first aid kit, 1 stamina supplement, 5 nutrient solutions, 3 bottles of mineral water, 5 disposable cleaning cards, 30 homemade crossbow bolts, 10 homemade torches, 1 secondhand leather jacket, several pieces of roasted meat, 1 vintage cowboy hat of uncertain origin, and 1 pair of tattered gloves. In comparison to the items locked away in her backpack, these resources appeared woefully meager, resembling the meager belongings of a wandering vagabond. Nevertheless, she had managed to unearth some items during her explorations, including several rare high-level tools and fragments, which, due to their current impracticality, had been stowed away in her backpack. Considering her existing supplies, she could merely survive, but not thrive. The sense of scarcity that enveloped her was a feeling she had not experienced in quite some time. A slight vibration in her hand interrupted Yu Sheng's reverie. It was a notification she had set after a reminder from Chief and Shuai, alerting her to private messages from mutual friends. Universe's number 1 Chow Chow. Shall I offer you secondhand news? I bid 10 unopened silver chests or a fragment of a high-level item. Swift 63, about what? Give me a hint to consider. Universe's number 1 Chow Chow. The village. Or rather, the villagers. Yu Sheng immediately sat upright. Oh my, I must have that. Swift 63. I'll owe you 10 silver chests. Once I gather them, I'll give them to you right away. Speak. After about 2 minutes, the response came. Universe's number 1 Chow Chow. There is no danger. You can proceed. The source of this first-hand information is a trusted player on my end. She has been staying at a villager's home for 3 days, even earlier than that fleece. Universe's number 1 Chow Chow. She mentioned that the villagers are just ordinary folks with simple lifestyles. They might indeed be NPCs as per the game's design, lacking knowledge of basic farming, breeding, and construction. They even invited my friend to stay and help develop the village. I am currently heading to the location she provided. He also attached screenshots of his conversation with his friend and the evidence sent by the other party. Swift 63. All right, stay safe. If necessary, send me messages and your location. I'll come to support. Universe's number 1 Chow Chow. Thank you, brother. I knew I could count on you. Universe's number 1 Chow Chow. But I still require all 10 silver chests. Swift 63, understood. Once the transaction concluded, Yu Sheng promptly rose to consult Lu Qingguang in the kitchen. However, upon learning of the situation, he did not immediately make a decision or convene everyone for a meeting. Instead, he stated that he would swiftly reach out to other players who were either en route or had already entered the village for verification. That day, 9 individuals activated their networks, gradually contacting other players who had entered the village. Their accounts mirrored the information Yu Sheng had received. They all reported that the villagers were warm and sincere. Despite the village's scarcity of resources, they still offered the freshest fruits and vegetables to the players. Some players had already been there for over 24 hours, confirming that the food was safe and the environment secure. Given this information, the group began to plan their entry into the village. Yu Sheng also convinced herself that perhaps her previous wariness had been excessive. Perhaps, as others had suggested, they were merely NPCs within the game world, distinct from players with individual consciousness, and their lives could not be interpreted through conventional reasoning. As she pondered, the team discussion reached a conclusion, and Lu Qingguang signaled for silence. He tapped the ground with his knuckles. In typical game settings, NPCs appear to assist players in navigating the storyline according to the game's rules. Having NPC guidance is certainly preferable to us wandering aimlessly. Everyone, prepare your belongings. We shall ascend the mountain tomorrow. Exercise utmost caution. Only in areas where the domestic combatants excelled had Qi Fenshui clashed with him a few times. After a moment of quiet, he became animated once more. And there are tasks to complete. Just look at why players are helping the villagers with construction. It signifies that they have already begun undertaking quests. Yu Sheng discreetly cast a sidelong glance at the 7 parts charming individual, refraining from any further retorts this time. Perhaps there were hidden treasures to uncover. In addition to assisting the villagers with their tasks, one might also remain vigilant throughout the village, as unexpected rewards could await. Xiao Lu elaborated. Engaging in games was precisely the forte of the youth, simultaneously a domain of ignorance for Yu Sheng. She straightened her posture. Xiao Lu, do elaborate. For instance, look out for illogical occurrences or items that stand out conspicuously yet seem out of place amidst their surroundings. Additionally, there might be objects that appear utterly ordinary when surrounded by many, but evoke a peculiar sense of significance. It's all about that intuition. Yu Sheng felt bewildered yet found profound wisdom in his words. That evening, the team refrained from venturing out. Aside from the night watchman, the rest enjoyed a rare, uninterrupted slumber. As the game clock ticked down to the 12th day, the group no longer needed to stealthily hide in the shadows, but strode directly towards the pathway leading to the mountain summit. The female members, being particular about cleanliness, even utilized a cleansing card to ensure their pristine appearance. The pathway, narrow enough to accommodate but one person, lacked any protective barriers along its edges. They ascended in an orderly fashion, clutching the rocky walls for support. At that moment, they resembled agile mountain goats traversing sheer cliffs, with nothing but the abyss below them. With no option but to gaze forward and continue upward, they pressed on. After approximately 40 minutes of climbing, the narrow trail opened up to a breathtaking vista. The scenery at the mountain summit was entirely unlike what Yu Sheng and the others had envisioned. The terrain was remarkably flat, as if meticulously hewn, and the ground bore evidence of regular maintenance, exhibiting an unusual cleanliness. As their gaze shifted ahead, they beheld a brick-and-tile structure quietly standing at the mountain's edge, its back resting against a precipice. To everyone's astonishment, the eaves that had been glimpsed from the foot of the mountain were not a village dwelling, but a temple. A sign hung at the temple's entrance, inscribed with 3 ancient characters, Shintai Temple. Chapter 51, Shintai Temple, oh heavens! How do we end up in a temple? The night watchman, beads of perspiration trickling into his eyes, hastily removed his glasses to wipe his face. After laboriously ascending the mountain, their expectations of a convivial village filled with food and hospitality were dashed. What now? The group exchanged glances, each reading the same message in one another's eyes. As the old adage goes, since we are here, we might as well proceed. Lu Qingguang took the lead, with Yu Sheng and Dong Bianqing positioning themselves on either side, weapons at the ready, as they cautiously approached the temple entrance. Knock, knock, knock. After a brief wait following their knock, silence emanated from within. Lu Qingguang knocked again, politely inquiring, "Hello, is anyone there?" On the 5th knock, a distant male voice responded, "Coming." Before the door swung open, they instinctively concealed their weapons behind them. The temple door creaked open, revealing a young man clad in a black Zhongshan suit, who momentarily locked eyes with Lu Qingguang. The young man appeared taken aback, scrutinizing him for several seconds before finally asking, "How may I assist you?" After speaking, he realized that behind the person opposite him, there was another individual. Shifting his gaze from the vacant space over Lu Qingguang's shoulder, he glanced back. Perhaps unaccustomed to strangers, the young man looked over one by one, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Lu Qingguang adopted an amiable demeanor, saying, "Hello, my friend, and I happen to pass by," and, noticing a mountain trail, took the liberty to intrude. "May I inquire what this place is?" "Oh, are you travelers from afar?" The young man's expression transformed into one of sudden understanding as he opened another door, gesturing for them to enter. "Please, come in and have a drink of water. Then, we shall impose." Lu Qingguang signaled to his companions with a glance and stepped boldly over the threshold. The young man stood at the entrance, welcoming them inside. As each person entered, they nodded or greeted him, and he remained patiently smiling throughout. When it was Yu Sheng's turn, she couldn't shake the feeling that the young man's gaze lingered on her a few seconds longer than it had on the previous individual. The temple appeared quite expansive from the outside, and upon entering, it indeed lived up to that impression. Upon entering, they found themselves in a front courtyard. On either side of the temple's inner doors were covered corridors. Directly ahead were several steps leading to a hall with an open door. Guided by the young man, they made their way into the hall. The interior of the main hall exuded an antique charm, reminiscent of a room where ancient families would receive guests. Featuring a large round table at its center. Behind the table stood a wall with small doors on either side, and against the wall was an 8 immortals table flanked by armchairs. To the sides of the main hall, one side held a row of chairs, while the other housed a couch, awkwardly accompanied by an old-fashioned iron stove that burned wood, complete with a pipe extending outside to vent the smoke. By the stove knelt a woman in her 40s, dressed in modern attire, who was adding kindling to the fire and checking the kettle. "This is my mother. She just learned of our guest's arrival and has prepared water for tea." The young man introduced her with casual grace, noting the attention they all directed towards her. The woman tugged at her apron, which had wrinkled from her crouching, and managed a stiff smile. The young man encouraged them, "Please, make yourselves comfortable." Lu Qingguang approached him for conversation. "I am Lu Qingguang. May I ask your name?" "No need for formality. I am Zhang Yinda. Where do you come from?" Lu Qingguang fabricated a response. "We hail from the south, and seem to have lost our way. Could you possibly enlighten us about this area, Mr. Zhang?" Zhang Yinda seated himself in an armchair, his demeanor polished and refined. "This is Huangsha Bay, where approximately 100 households are scattered about, including families bearing the surnames Zhang, Huang, and Shi, with Zhang being the predominant name. We have resided here for generations and seldom encounter outsiders. My family lives in the temple, guarding it through the ages, subsisting on the offerings from the villagers. You have arrived at a fortuitous time. In about 10 days, we will celebrate our annual festival." Upon hearing this, many present displayed expressions of realization. Even Yu Sheng thought it remarkably coincidental that, during this 30-day game, a festival would occur just as the game neared its conclusion. This festival might indeed be the very crux of the game. Lu Qingguang got straight to the point. "Mr. Zhang, would it be convenient for us to stay here for a while? We are quite interested in this festival, but at present, we have nowhere to rest." "Of course, Mr. Zhang replied. "However, the shrine cannot accommodate so many people. Let us enjoy a cup of tea and take a moment to rest. Shortly, I will arrange for your lodging at the nearest villager's home." Lu Qingguang nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Mr. Zhang." With the issue of accommodation resolved, the atmosphere became more relaxed, and the housekeeper, sitting upright, joined the conversation. "Mr. Zhang, what deity is worshipped here at the Shintai Temple?" This question piqued the curiosity of others as well. Upon entering the temple, Yu Sheng and her companions noted that the layout resembled a residence more than a traditional temple. The young man clasped his hands together and responded, "As for the Shintai Temple, it has been venerated by the ancestors of Huangsha Bay for generations. However, it is not dedicated to any particular deity, but rather to a stone platform." "A stone platform?" Seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Zhang Yinda began to narrate the origin of the temple. Legend has it that many years ago, a thunderous roar shook the earth as a colossal bolt of lightning struck this mountain. cleaving its peak and leaving behind only a stone platform. The following day, a villager, curious about the occurrence on the mountain, climbed up the cliff with great effort and discovered the stone platform. He was so astonished by the sight that he could scarcely speak, believing that the extraordinary lightning was a manifestation of divine intervention, signaling that the deity had ascended from the stone platform. He prostrated himself before the stone, pleading for divine mercy to heal his ailing mother. When the villager returned home, he had initially dismissed the incident as inconsequential. However, to his astonishment, his mother, who had been gradually withering away, began to recover remarkably within a month, her complexion glowing with vitality. Upon hearing this, other villagers, undeterred by the peril of falling from the cliffs, followed suit, climbing to the stone platform to make their own wishes. Strangely enough, for a considerable time thereafter, none of the wishes made at the platform were fulfilled, and the mountaintop fell into neglect. People began to speculate that the herbalist must have stumbled upon some rare herb that had inadvertently cured his mother. The following year, Huangsha Bay faced an unprecedented drought, leaving the fields barren and the villagers in despair. The same herbalist, after consuming the last grain in his home, in a fit of desperation, ascended the mountain yet again and prayed at the stone platform for 3 days and nights. On the third day, a thunderclap echoed through the sky, and as he had wished, dark clouds gathered, unleashing a torrential downpour that brought with it countless fish. Although Huangsha Bay is not coastal, the villagers survived the drought with the timely rain and the fish that fell, sustaining them until the first harvest of the season. From that point on, the villagers firmly believed in the stone platform's power to grant wishes. After numerous attempts, they discovered that wishes could only be fulfilled on a specific day each year, which they subsequently designated as a festival day, revering the stone platform as the Shintai. To facilitate access, the villagers constructed a path up the mountain and transported building materials by hand, erecting the Shintai temple at the site of the stone platform. Each year during the Festival of Offerings, families gather around the altar, each person making a wish. Except for wishes that are morally reprehensible, none have ever gone unfulfilled. Chapter 52. A place to stay. As the tale concluded, the young man lifted the teacup presented by his mother, sipping slowly and thoughtfully. The story was rather lengthy, and as the listeners fell into contemplation, a moment of silence enveloped the room, broken only by the sound of a woman moving about, serving tea. Perhaps some were inclined to question the authenticity of the tale. Yet, reflecting on their own experiences, including a living person traversing into a survival game and encountering mutated plants, both extraordinary events they had recently witnessed, they began to see that the miraculous occurrence of fish falling from the sky and wishes being granted might not be entirely implausible. After digesting the narrative, Yu Sheng politely inquired, "Mr. Zhang, is this wondrous stone altar located within this very temple? Might we be granted a glimpse of it?" The young man, named Zhang Yinda, fixed his gaze upon Yu Sheng's face and broke into a gentle smile. "Indeed, it resides in the room just behind me. However, to us in Huangsha Bay, the altar is regarded with reverence akin to that of a deity. Generally, on days other than the festival, only those who serve may approach it. You may wish to exercise some patience. The altar will be visible during the festival." Yu Sheng nodded in understanding, managing a faint smile as she noted the warmth in his gaze, which stirred an inexplicable emotion within her. To mask her unease, she promptly lifted her teacup, but upon glancing down, she observed the murky color of the tea, reminiscent of a brew that had long steeped rather than freshly made. Hesitant to partake, she returned the cup to its original place. Noticing her hesitation, the young man gently encouraged, "This is our local specialty, black tea. I invite all travelers to give a try." Yet, the others, upon seeing the tea's appearance, mirrored Yu Sheng's reluctance, declining to drink and offering awkward smiles in an attempt to brush off the situation. Just as he was about to speak again, Chi Yu, who had been silent and looking down, suddenly tapped the table lightly, the fish falling from the sky. "I remember. This is the El Niño phenomenon." "Huh?" Chief and Shuai, seated beside her, looked bewildered. "What is El Niño?" Yu Sheng lifted her head, joining him in their shared confusion. "Scholar, please provide an expanded explanation." "The El Niño phenomenon. We learned about it in school. It's a fascinating geographical occurrence. Simply put, it happens when typhoons or tornadoes form over rivers and lakes, drawing fish from the waters up into the sky. Then, as the wind carries them inland. When the winds weaken, the fish descend with the rain, creating the spectacle of fish falling from the sky. However, it seems this phenomenon has only been observed in coastal areas. The homebody murmured to himself, "Goodness." So it's as if making a wish for water and food at the altar could summon a tornado to deliver it. If the altar is indeed so miraculous, what would happen if someone were to wish for malevolent desires, such as causing harm or destruction? The homebody, recalling the animosities he had encountered in previous games, quickly posed a question. Certainly, the youth, with a teasing demeanor and a slight squint, chuckled softly. "You reap what you sow." His tone, though light, carried an undercurrent of chill. The onlookers, recalling the eerie stone platform behind him and hearing his subtly profound words, felt a shiver run down their spines. "It is getting late. I shall escort you to the villagers' homes for lodging." Zhang arose, still wearing a smile. Yet, this smile had reverted to the warm and courteous demeanor they had encountered upon their arrival, devoid of the previous coldness. The group, under Zhang Yinda's guidance, traversed the mountain path back down. After crossing 2 peaks and following a rugged trail halfway up the mountain, they arrived at a dwelling nestled in a valley. As Zhang Yinda knocked on the door, he explained, "This is the nearest villager's home to the shrine, consisting of 4 households. In our haste, we can only arrange for you to stay here. I hope you understand. It is already a considerable inconvenience, Mr. Zhang. We will follow your arrangements," Lu Qingguang replied, expressing no satisfaction. In fact, today marked the most humble and courteous demeanor that Yu Sheng had witnessed from Lu Qingguang since their acquaintance. The first household was a middle-aged couple, appearing to be ordinary farmers, yet they spoke Mandarin fluently, likely a design choice by the game to prevent players from struggling with dialects. The team stood in the courtyard, and after a brief tour of the villagers' humble abode, Lu Qingguang designated Miling and Qiyu to stay there. The second household was similarly modest, and Yu Sheng and Su Moli were assigned to this residence. Yu Sheng expressed no objections, watching as the others departed, having observed the positions of several villagers' homes upon entering the village. She felt confident in locating her teammates should any emergencies arise. As Su Moli engaged in conversation with the villagers, Yu Sheng walked to the courtyard entrance to bid farewell. However, at the tail end of the group, Zhang Yinda suddenly turned, smiling as he regarded Yu Sheng, inquiring about her name. Initially oblivious to any oddity, she simply introduced herself and Su Moli, but upon hearing her name, he seemed to disregard the latter, instead slowly repeating Yu Sheng's name. Yu Sheng is a lovely name. Much like the person it belongs to, it leaves a profound impression on me, he remarked, his smile warm and his tone gentle, with a hint of allure in his inflection. Yu Sheng maintained a stoic expression, her lack of emotion a facade, while internally, she was in turmoil. This shouldn't be happening. Should it? How to articulate this indescribable sensation? Was he teasing her? Did Zhang Yinda have an issue with his eyesight? Did he not notice the ethereal beauty of Su Moli in the courtyard? Yu Sheng firmly closed the courtyard gate. Had her inner thoughts been tangible, her face would be adorned with question marks. Observing that Su Moli was still engrossed in building rapport with the villagers, she quickly assessed her own appearance. Both she and Su Moli were clad in matching green combat attire, tailored to the player's preferences. Su Moli's outfit was a jumpsuit complemented by a stylish khaki trench coat, exuding both beauty and charisma. Yu Sheng donned a blend of comfort and convenience, her green combat attire a direct imitation of a hospital gown, draped with an oversized black leather jacket and paired with athletic shoes. To the discerning eye of contemporary aesthetics, her eclectic ensemble appeared woefully mismatched, resembling the haphazard choice of garments made before stepping out to discard refuse. Moreover, after days of enduring the elements, she had tanned and slimmed down, her physique now bearing a more defined musculature. In simpler terms, her appearance was decidedly incongruous with conventional standards of femininity. Observing the recent behavior of Zhang Yinda, Yu Sheng pondered that if it were not a mere figment of her fatigue-induced imagination, then at least one of his faculties, either sight or cognition, must be compromised. Internally, she recited, "He is merely an NPC, do not overthink it." Once she had steadied her emotions, she proceeded towards Su Moli. The couple who had taken them in spoke little, assigning Yu Sheng and Su Moli to a small room near the entrance. Within, a bed had been constructed from bricks against the wall, yet it lacked a connection to the main house's heating system. Merely furnished with a straw mat and devoid of any cushion or hay, Yu Sheng gently touched the surface with her fingertip, relieved to find it free of dust. Clearly, this bed had not been occupied for some time, its surface cool to the touch. While Yusheng possessed a temperature-regulating cover, Su Moli did not. And sleeping here at night would likely be quite uncomfortable for her. Chapter 53. Vegetable porridge. Su Moli, who cherished cleanliness, ventured to the main house to borrow a towel from the hostess to wipe down the bed mat. Upon her return, she not only carried the towel, but also 2 bowls of vegetable porridge, accompanied by the hostess who brought along a somewhat worn cotton quilt. Yusheng promptly stepped forward to assist. "Thank you. I wouldn't want to trouble you further. Allow me to take it." The hostess smiled shyly, encouraging them to make themselves at home before retreating to the main house, closing the door behind her. Once inside, Yusheng raised the bowl of porridge. It appeared to be nothing more than a simple vegetable broth, devoid of any peculiarities. She then retrieved her soul-detoxifying pill from her belongings and placed it on the table, alerting the group in the chat to refrain from consuming the food and water provided by the villagers until she could ensure its safety through testing. Under Su Moli's watchful gaze, Yusheng randomly selected one bowl and consumed half of it in large gulps, then quietly awaited the passage of half an hour. The porridge retained its typical flavor, and after the allotted time, Yusheng remained alert and invigorated. Only then did she lower her guard and inform the others of her findings. "There appears to be no issue. Feel free to eat." Su Moli exhaled in relief, lifting her bowl to sip delicately. After their meal, the two had devised an excuse, feigning a desire for a stroll to aid digestion, while in reality, they explored the yard, keenly observing the layout of the house. This rural abode comprised not only the main house and their small room, but also a storage room and an outdoor toilet. Adjacent to their room, a stone slab concealed an abandoned cellar, empty and devoid of contents. It was plausible that food and drinking water were stored in the main house for convenience and meal preparation. There was even a possibility that they were NPCs, with the game refreshing their supplies daily. After a cursory examination of the yard, they returned to the warmth of the bed to rest and confer with their teammates to solidify their subsequent plans. Swiftly, the chat buzzed. "Fast 63. Have you settled in? Springfield blossoms. Just lying down. How about you? Emoli. Same here. Reboot 001. This evening, let us refrain from making any other plans and instead focus on gathering useful clues or triggering tasks. Springfield flower. Acknowledged. Swift 63. Received. Miling. Understood. 3 parts sincerity. 7 parts handsomeness. Got it. Reboot 001. Also, remain vigilant and prioritize safety. Misty Deer. Acknowledged. Reboot 001. How are things on the eastern side with Sheng and Little Deer? Eastern sunny, western rain. Fair enough. Misty Deer. The only downside is that there's only one Kong in the villager's home, so we'll have to squeeze in together at night. Taurus Home Warrior. Are the genders mixed? Misty Deer. Yes, we'll be staying in one room with the couple. Miling. Stay safe, Little Deer. Swift 63. Don't sleep too deeply at night. Call us if anything arises. 3 parts sincerity. 7 parts handsomeness. I doubt anyone will sleep soundly tonight, right? Let us not lower our guard. Misty Deer. Haven't even noticed anything unusual? I've observed that none of the 4 families have children or elderly individuals. Springfield flower. Really? I stayed at the first house and didn't see the other 3. Is that truly the case? I must commend Misty Deer's keen observation. Yusheng also noted that the first house where Chiyu stayed and the second house where she resided shared the same demographic structure. Both were middle-aged couples. Indeed, as he observed, with no elderly or children in sight. 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts handsomeness. That is indeed peculiar. Logically, shouldn't the elderly and children be left behind while the young adults go out to work? Taurus Home Warrior. This is not a normal world. Perhaps the game developers were too lazy to invest effort in NPC character development. Reboot 001. Let us continue observing. We cannot afford to be complacent. Do not forget about the vanished Mo Wong. The group discussion concluded, and Yusheng scrolled through the screen, noting that more players were entering the village. Yet many others remained in the wilderness, struggling to survive. Numerous individuals were seeking village locations in the game chat, but no one was genuinely providing assistance. Among those who entered the game, it seemed that the naive ones had likely been eliminated in the earlier rounds through various means. Yusheng and his teammates automatically disregarded these players. To be frank, unfamiliar players now posed a greater danger than NPCs. The trading area remained vibrant, with many posts requesting food and drinking water. Previously rare items had significantly depreciated in value. Yu Sheng exchanged a bottle of mineral water for a furnace upgrade card, essentially trading a box of supplies for a copper box's worth. Had it not been for the scarcity of food and water in the game, such depreciation would have been unimaginable in earlier times. Before long, the drowsiness from the bowl of vegetable porridge began to set in. Yu Sheng and Su Mo Li had agreed to take turns keeping watch from evening until dawn, sleeping 4 hours each, resulting in a total of 8 hours of rest for both. Yu Sheng allowed her to sleep first and engaged in quiet exercises such as horse stance, stretching, and yoga to avoid disturbing her slumber. The night passed without incident. On the following morning, the two individuals rose early, eagerly awaiting the middle-aged couple to awaken so they could offer their assistance, hoping to trigger a storyline quest as suggested in their group chat. However, the quality of life for the NPCs was markedly superior to that of the players. The couple in the main house did not stir until the sun was high in the sky, and upon opening their door, they served each of the guests a bowl of vegetable porridge, just as they had the previous day. "Is there anything we can assist you with?" Yu Sheng inquired, feeling it inappropriate to continuously accept their hospitality without offering help. Indeed, the male host replied with a smile, gesturing with his pipe toward the direction. "Near. Shortly I shall go fetch water. You may accompany me." "Is there a well here?" Su Mo Li asked, taken aback. The male host shook his head. "Not a well, but a water cellar. It is a communal resource here in Huangsha Bay, and each family is permitted to collect only 1 bucket per day." "Very well." The two hastened their meal, and after finishing, they observed the uncle lift 2 buckets, one large and one small, without even a yoke, indicating that the water cellar must be nearby. Yu Sheng, being from the south, felt a surge of curiosity. During her previous illness, when she was hospitalized, she had spent her time watching television, particularly enjoying documentaries. She still recalled a particular documentary that depicted the lives of people in the mountainous regions of the Northwest, showcasing scenes of individuals fetching water from both water cellars and underground rivers. A conventional water cellar is an underground reservoir excavated and fortified against leaks, while another type involves digging a hole at the surface, creating a channel that allows rainwater to flow into the underground river, nourishing the communities along its path. With excitement, Yu Sheng took Su Mo Li by the hand and followed the uncle out into the harsh midday sun. They trekked on foot, traversing paths and climbing mountains, until, after 3 arduous hours, they finally beheld the shadow of the water cellar. Before departing, Yu Sheng had been cheerfully exclaiming, 3 hours into their journey. However, her spirits had waned. Su Mo Li, slightly less robust, was exhausted and sat down on a nearby step, lacking even the strength to speak. Yu Sheng, wishing to rest as well, noticed the uncle's unyielding pace as he adeptly descended to the base of the water cellar. With the sound of him scooping water with a small bucket into the larger one soon echoed back to her. It seemed that the water cellar contained only a limited supply, as Yu Sheng could distinctly hear the small bucket scraping the bottom, the sound of it being poured into the larger vessel, signaling the meager amount of water collected. With such a painstaking process, it was uncertain how long it would take to fill a single bucket, and once filled, how one would carry it back home over the arduous 3-hour trek. Yu Sheng stood at the edge of the water cellar, observing the uncle's actions, and gazed up at the vast expanse of the arid plateau, feeling a sense of bewilderment. In such a harsh and arid environment, people managed to sustain themselves by collecting the scant rainwater. It was indeed a challenging existence for these NPCs, true to his word. The uncle filled only 1 bucket of water, ensuring it was just 7/10 full to prevent spillage on the return journey. Unable to restrain herself, Yu Sheng urged him, "Uncle, with our help, please fill the bucket more. We can fill it to the brim, and I shall carry the excess in the smaller bucket." The elder firmly shook his head, stating that he could not take more, lest it inconvenience those who arrived after him. With the elder's principled stance, Yu Sheng had no choice but to relent, taking the water bucket and retracing her steps. Su Mo Li followed closely behind, carrying an empty bucket. Chapter 54. Exchange of information. As they had traversed merely a third of the return journey, Yu Sheng spotted a yellow treasure chest quietly resting by the roadside ahead. Instinctively, she considered approaching it, but then noticed the NPC leisurely walking along the path ahead, pipe in mouth, obstructing her way. Yu Sheng found herself in a quandary. If the NPC was in front of her, to whom did the treasure chest belong? Should she graciously concede it to him, knowing it was a highly coveted yellow, elemental chest. Yet if she refused to yield, she risked antagonizing someone she was currently staying with. Ultimately, she decided to let the NPC have it. As the chest drew nearer, the elder continued to walk straight ahead, his gaze unwavering. Puzzled, Yu Sheng exchanged a silent glance with the reticent Su Moli, and, just as the elder was about to step over the chest, she spoke up to draw his attention. "Oh, uncle, what do you see on the ground there?" The elder followed the direction of her finger. "What else could it be?" "Sheep droppings." Yu Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, there were a few black pellets beside the chest, yet with such a conspicuous treasure chest right there, how could the elder only see the sheep droppings? Was it possible that the NPC was oblivious to the chest? Once again, she exchanged glances with Su Moli, and then, while engaging the elder in light conversation, they moved forward, allowing Su Moli to discreetly collect the treasure chest behind them. Upon returning to the villager's home, they arrived just in time for dinner. Although there was no smoke rising from the chimney, the hostess routinely served 3 bowls of porridge. The elder carried the water into the main house, and by the sound of it, it seemed he poured it into a water tank. He then emerged, closed the door, and sat on a bench in the courtyard, slurping his porridge. After expressing their gratitude, Yu Sheng and Su Moli entered the house to eat their evening meal. For 3 consecutive meals, they were served identical porridge, yet they had never seen any smoke emanating from the chimney. Yu Sheng mused that perhaps the porridge was somehow automatically refreshed each day on the stove according to the number of people present. After finishing their porridge, they shared the information about the invisible treasure chest in their group chat. 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts handsomeness. Had I known this, I would have boldly taken the treasure chest inside last night. They couldn't see it anyway. Swift 63. Did you go out last night? Taurus homebuddy. Indeed. As soon as the clock struck midnight, the captain let us out. Springfield flowers. Aren't you afraid of being seen by the villagers? That would be hard to explain. 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts handsomeness. Of course we were. That's why we sneaked out over the wall. No wonder Yu Sheng and Su Moli had seen no treasure chest during their outing with the elder to fetch water. It turned out that the 3 of them had already scavenged everything during the night. Yu Sheng envisioned the trio stealthily scaling the wall in the dead of night, careful not to make a sound, particularly the homebody with his stature and physical prowess. She imagined it must have taken quite an effort. "Miss Dear, then we shall venture out tonight as well." "Miling, we shall go too." Reboot 001. "Very well, let's chart our course. One direction for each group: northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest. If we happen to be discovered by the villagers upon our return, you must concoct your own excuses to avoid raising suspicion." Fast 63. "We could simply say we suffered from insomnia. 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts charm. I shall claim I was sleepwalking." Taurus homebody. "I'll say I felt a sudden urge in the middle of the night to relieve myself in the wild." Misty dear, "Hey buddy, let's be mindful of our language." Taurus homebody. "Understood." Springfield blossom. "Is it not possible that we could all use the same excuse without each needing a different one?" Taurus homebody. "I just think that the excuse of relieving oneself in the wild resonates well with my free-spirited nature." As the conversation threatened to veer back into less savory topics, Yu Sheng hastily typed to redirect the discussion. Fast 63. "What have you been served at the place you're staying?" "I'll start. I got vegetable porridge." Misty dear, "Vegetable porridge." Springfield blossom. "Vegetable porridge. 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts charm." "Really? Our place serves vegetable porridge too. Isn't that a coincidence?" Taurus homebody. "Are all households serving the same fare? Wasn't there word before we arrived that villagers would treat players with fresh fruits and vegetables? Are we simply at the less fortunate establishments?" Reboot 001. "While it is a trivial matter, it does seem somewhat peculiar." Fast 63. "Do you have any thoughts on this?" Fast 63. "I speculate that since we are in a game world, the villagers' vegetable porridge might refresh daily, much like a treasure chest." Misty dear, "That possibility cannot be dismissed." Reboot 001. "Let's continue to observe. I attempted to assist the villagers with chores today, but did not trigger any narrative quests. I have yet to grasp the hidden rules of this round of the game. You should also exchange information with other trustworthy players. The more knowledge we accumulate, the more leverage we will have." Upon reading this, Yu Sheng felt a spark of inspiration and reached out to the few remaining friends in the screen. Fast 63. "Exchange information for information." "The greatest chow chow, what information?" Popeye the Sailor. "How do we exchange?" "Bizarre pudding, huh?" Bizarre pudding is someone Yu Sheng recently met through trading. She is indeed an unfortunate soul, having entered this round of the game with nothing to her name, reportedly surviving the initial days solely through sheer strength. She roams the trading area seeking weapons and food, but possesses no resources to barter with. After leaving dozens of messages, only Yu Sheng responded, agreeing to gift her some surplus weapons, with a promise to exchange for supplies once the game concludes and they return to safety. The weapons Yu Sheng offered were those she had collected from defeating other players. Bizarre Pudding expressed her gratitude profusely, assuring Yu Sheng that she would fulfill her promise promptly upon returning to safety, and they became friends to affirm her commitment. Yu Sheng then broadcasted a message. Fast 63. Let me know what kind of information you wish to exchange. I have insights regarding the villagers and the game narrative. Bizarre Pudding. Would the location of the village be acceptable? However, I have yet to find the village and possess no information to trade. The Supreme Chow Chow of the universe. I will discuss with my friend and reply to you shortly. Alexander the Mighty Sailor. I desire the game as storyline. I shall exchange my village as coordinates for yours. Yu Sheng raised an eyebrow, recognizing the opportunity for a ready-made reselling business. She responded to Alexander the Mighty Sailor first. Rapid speed 63. Such generosity? Coordinates hold far greater value than narrative information. Alexander the Mighty Sailor. The village I inhabit is small, with few villagers, yet it attracts many players. I have already acquired another set of coordinates and am preparing to depart. Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng understood. The number of players must greatly exceed that of NPCs. Although many players have yet to discover village coordinates, the number of those who have is steadily increasing. The composition of players is inherently complex. Even in other games where resources are not scarce, conflicts often arise as players vie for treasure. Moreover, the villagers of Huangsha Bay are scattered, with many living in small clusters. If too many players flood in seeking shelter, both space and resources would be overwhelmed. Rapid speed 63. All right, send the coordinates over, and I will share the narrative information I possess. Without hesitation, the other party promptly sent the coordinates. Yu Sheng replied with a brief message to wait, then proceeded to negotiate prices with the Mighty Pudding. Rapid speed 63. The village coordinates are available, but the player count here is high and somewhat unstable. Are you certain you want to proceed? Mighty Pudding, absolutely. I am utterly weary of sleeping in the wilderness and battling with wolf packs. I fear no one. Should anyone dare obstruct my shelter, I shall dismantle them piece by piece. Rapid speed 63. Very well, I require rare item fragments. After agreeing on a price, Yu Sheng forwarded the coordinates sent by Alexander the Mighty Sailor to Mighty Pudding, then replied to Alexander the Mighty Sailor, sharing information about the divine altar temple and details gleaned from Zhang Yinda, cautioning him that the sacrificial festival might be the game as highlight. Alexander the Mighty Sailor, all right, send me the coordinates of the divine altar temple. I shall go directly. Yu Sheng smiled enigmatically. Rapid speed 63. This involves a different price. Alexander the Mighty Sailor. In the end, he offered 10 intelligent steward fragments in exchange for the coordinates of the divine altar temple. The previously silent Supreme Chow Chow of the universe later expressed his intention to exchange messages, and Yu Sheng once again utilized the information and coordinates of the divine altar temple to acquire his vast knowledge. According to the Supreme Chow Chow of the universe, the village where he and his friend reside is currently the largest in the game, boasting over 30 households and serving as a prosperous hub for NPCs. Players there have learned from villagers about a mysterious treasure chest. By making significant contributions to the village, villagers can vote for 30 players to join them in the festival and receive the treasure. This festival is presumably the sacrificial festival, but they must hold a vote to determine the 30 spots. Unlike Yu Sheng's group, who have already been directly invited by Zhang Yinda to participate in the festival. Chapter 55. The Revelation After a Long Absence. Yu Sheng indulged in a rare, restful slumber since entering this game. Each night at midnight, she and Su Mo stealthily scaled the walls to venture out in search of treasure chests. They kept their excursions brief, returning around 4 in the morning after collecting their loot and promptly collapsing into bed, with the prevailing information indicating that villagers posed no threat to players. The group had grown increasingly complacent since their arrival, and Yu Sheng and Su Mo were no exceptions. One would sleep while the other, utterly exhausted, would lean against the wall for a brief nap. Upon awakening and enjoying a meal of porridge, they would follow the strategy previously undertaken by the illustrious Chow Chow, assisting villagers within their means, hoping to boost their favor and perhaps stumble upon a stroke of luck. Yu Sheng took the initiative to repair the dilapidated roofs and creaking gates of the villagers' homes, receiving only grateful acknowledgments in return, with no further action taken. The village where the team resided was characterized by its aged structures and sparse population. After deliberation, the team unanimously resolved that even without any hidden rewards, they would strive to improve the villagers' living conditions before the upcoming festival. Although they were mere NPCs, in gratitude for the shelter and sustenance provided, Lu Changguang decided to utilize the items obtained from the treasure chest to address the villagers' needs, mending their homes or expanding their facilities. The first step was to construct a new well or water cistern for the villagers. The existing source of water was dreadfully distant, and fortuitously, Lu Changguang bore the title of geology explorer, allowing him to search for underground water sources near the homes. If all else failed, he would dig a cistern for water storage, while simultaneously selecting a flat area shielded from harsh winds and other calamities to build greenhouses for planting and raising livestock. The materials for construction were sourced from the treasure chests: cement, plastic sheeting, moisture-proof mats, and timber repurposed from wooden crates. The 9 members of the team delegated tasks and workloads, exchanging duties daily to oversee the simultaneous construction of several facilities. Furthermore, during their treasure hunting excursions, they also endeavored to capture wild goats alive, bringing them back to the greenhouses for the villagers to raise. After a few successful captures, the villagers would have a steady supply of mutton and goat milk. The villagers were intrigued by the goats Lu Changguang brought back, as if in their minds, such captures were beyond human capability. Over the past few days, Zhang Yinda from the temple would visit them every couple of days, consistently bringing much-needed materials and ample food. Notably, during his second visit, he began to engage Yu Sheng in conversation, and even she noticed his ulterior motives. On his third visit, Zhang Yinda proposed a stroll with Yu Sheng in the nearby hills. As she was toiling in the greenhouse, the playful jeers of her teammates echoed around her. After contemplation, Yu Sheng deemed Zhang Yinda a rather unique NPC, and perhaps engaging him in conversation could yield additional game insights. Thus, she set aside her tools and accompanied him. Zhang Yinda led her through the mountains for over an hour, persistently initiating topics of conversation until they reached a hill crowned with a solitary tree. From this point, one can traverse in 4 directions to reach the expansive villages, each inhabited by distinct surnames, as well as the revered shrine. Zhang Yinda gazed into the distance, gesturing towards the 4 cardinal points while demonstrating to Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng regarded him with astonishment, puzzled by the intentions behind his actions. Nevertheless, this information proved invaluable. She silently observed the direction he pointed to, awaiting further elaboration. Before her lay mountains blanketed in yellow sand, devoid of any signs of habitation. Had he not pointed it out, she would never have suspected life existed in this desolate area. Standing beside Yu Sheng, Zhang Yinda quietly studied her for a moment before gently inquiring, "Yu Sheng, do you have any curiosities you wish to ask me?" There were indeed many questions swirling in her mind. She lifted her gaze to meet his, their eyes locking. His expression seemed sincere rather than feigned. "Why has Mr. Zhang chosen to share this with me?" She blurted out, perplexed by his unusual interest in her, the most unremarkable of the female team members since their first meeting. Zhang Yinda chuckled softly. "Recently, Huangsha has attracted numerous travelers, all eager to learn about the surrounding terrain. I thought you might share their interest." He then slightly tilted his head, and Yu Sheng, sensing an intentionality in his movement, found it rather disconcerting, like someone observing you with exaggerated interest, deliberately slowing their actions to shift perspectives, yet their gaze remained fixated on their target. Following his lead, Yu Sheng continued the conversation. "Many travelers? How many is many? You are indeed quite intriguing." Zhang Yinda responded with a bemused smile, sidestepping her question. He redirected the topic to himself. "Perhaps you are unaware, but my family and I have resided in Huangsha Bay for quite some time, long enough to feel as though we were destined to live the same monotonous life day after day." Turning to face Yu Sheng, he continued, "Until your arrival shattered that tranquility. I relish this change, Yu Sheng." He ceased speaking, his gaze locked onto the girl before him, as if anticipating her to unveil a riddle that yearned to be solved. Yu Sheng, encouraged by his gaze, slowly asked, "May I inquire about the mysterious treasure chest?" Upon her utterance, the air seemed to freeze, enveloped in silence. Zhang Yinda rubbed his forehead, observing Yu Sheng's serious countenance, before exhaling deeply. Very well. I promised you that I would share whatever you wish to know. The mysterious treasure chest is a response from the shrine to the wishes of travelers. I have never seen the chest myself, nor do I know its contents, but I have only heard tales. Thus, we must wait for the day of the festival to uncover its secrets. Yu Sheng lowered her eyes to the ground, contemplating. The NPC's inability to perceive the treasure chest aligned with his words. The difficulty level of this game was classified as intermediate, and the greatest hidden quest, the shrine, had already been located. According to Zhang Yinda, merely making a wish at the shrine would grant access to the mysterious chest. A notion so simplistic it bordered on unbelievable. Logically, one would not expect a game to bestow rewards so effortlessly. Could this round indeed be a mere benevolence? Or perhaps the greatest peril lies in the malfunction of the backpack and the absence of sustenance. During the time, Yu Sheng's mind wandered far beyond the realm of reality. Zhang Yinda remained quietly by her side, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. It was not until Yu Sheng lifted her head, her eyes regaining clarity, that Zhang Yinda, with a semblance of helplessness, reminded her, Yu Sheng, do you not have any questions concerning me? Yu Sheng looked at him in confusion, her expression one of bewilderment. He cleared his throat softly and continued, this mountain bears a name of profound significance, known as Lover's Slope. Yu Sheng cast her eyes over the unremarkable little hill, her expression slightly stiffening. Based on her previous experiences, it seemed as though a veil was on the verge of being pierced. Yet they appear to be on entirely different wavelengths. At least for Yu Sheng, there was not a flicker of emotion in her heart, let alone a spark of romantic interest. She had no desire to engage in matters of the heart, especially not with a man as overly sentimental and greasy as he seemed. All she wished for was to navigate through the game unscathed and return to the real world with a sound and healthy body. The expression she wore was likely misinterpreted by Zhang Yinda as something entirely different. He inquired, Yu Sheng, after the sacrificial festival, would you consider staying? Chapter 56. The invisibility card. Upon hearing his words, Yu Sheng felt as though she were turning to stone. Not out of joy or surprise, but rather because she was not foolish. She could discern that his eagerness to confess was motivated by ulterior motives. It must be said that this NPC, Zhang Yinda, exhibited woefully poor acting skills. As a person of sound intellect and emotional awareness, Yu Sheng had no reason to believe that a stranger could fall for her without cause, especially with Su Moli, a glamorous celebrity, by her side nearly every hour of the day, who would disregard a bouquet of flowers to instead be enamored with mere foliage. In the midst of Zhang Yinda's hopeful gaze, Yu Sheng took a deep breath to steady her emotions. She wished to prevent the narrative from devolving into melodrama. Striving to keep her voice devoid of any emotional inflection, Mr. Zhang, why have you chosen to summon me alone to pose such a question? Yu Sheng reevaluated the man before her. He appeared to be under 30, always impeccably dressed in a Zhongshan suit, with a refined demeanor and a smile that seemed ever-present. Yet often, those who smile the most are the most insincere. As Yu Sheng scrutinized him, Zhang Yinda was also observing the subtleties of her expression. He withdrew his smile and, choosing his words carefully, stated, my request may come across as somewhat presumptuous, but I wish to convey my sincerity. Yu Sheng remained silent, and in that moment, his expression indeed conveyed more earnestness than before. He continued, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, you imparted a distinctive impression upon me. I have an unsettling feeling that after the festival, I may never see you again. Hence, I audaciously implore you to remain in Huangsha Bay, where we can together uphold the shrine. Whatever it is that you desire, I can assure you that I will acquire it effortlessly. Yu Sheng seized upon the crux of his words, pressing for clarification. What is it that makes you feel this way? Could you elaborate? Moreover, how could you possibly know what I desire? Zhang Yinda found himself momentarily speechless. Perhaps this was what transpired when profound affection encountered a lack of understanding. After a prolonged exchange of glances, Yu Sheng assumed she had finally exhausted the conversation and was contemplating an excuse to depart, when Zhang Yinda suddenly burst into hearty laughter. It was genuine laughter, one that doubled him over, forcing him to lean against a nearby tree for support. Yu Sheng, you truly are. A moment later, he straightened, exhaling deeply and conceding, I must admit, I am utterly at a loss when it comes to you. Let's try a different approach. Zhang Yinda turned to face Yu Sheng, his expression transforming to one of calmness, as if he had become an entirely different person. I know you are unlike anyone else. You possess a divine essence, do you not? What do you mean by divine essence? Yu Sheng regarded him silently. Zhang Yinda extended his finger to lightly tap the void above her head. A miraculous healer. Am I correct? I have always seen it, right here. He can perceive her title? Yu Sheng was taken aback internally, though her demeanor remained composed as she inquired with a neutral tone. Is this what you mean by being special? Indeed. Zhang Yinda retracted his hand and placed both in his pockets. You and that Lu Qingwang both possess it. He has two divine essences, but he is rather domineering and difficult to manage. Lu Qingwang has two titles. No wonder that fellow seems to have an advantage in the game. Yu Sheng inhaled sharply, continuing to probe. What do you mean by difficult to manage? Is it because you cannot handle him that you are now seeking to persuade me? Why have you gone to such lengths to convince me to stay? Because Zhang Yinda gazed deeply into her eyes before shifting his gaze to the horizon. There are no doctors in Huangsha Bay. Huangsha Bay has been isolated from the world since ancient times. I have attempted to venture beyond, but every direction away from Huangsha Bay leads to desolation. We have also tried making wishes at the divine altar, but it can only grant our desires for resources. It cannot facilitate our escape, nor can it summon a doctor from the heavens. Here, lives are lost to illness, often without even understanding the cause before they are gone. Zhang Yinda slowly turned his gaze back to her. Yu Sheng, do you comprehend that sense of helplessness? To watch loved ones depart one by one. And some villagers even hesitate to bear children for fear of not surviving that threshold of death. His expression grew increasingly sorrowful. Yu Sheng, our villagers in Huangsha Bay have wished countless times, and finally, we have been graced with your presence. You're the first and only doctor I have encountered among all those who possess divine essence. It is said that a healer has a sacred heart. So I implore you, for our sake, will you stay? Yu Sheng remained silent, lost in contemplation. After a considerable time, noticing the dusk approaching, Zhang Yinda suggested escorting her home. He did not compel her to express her stance, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. The two descended along another small path, and not long after, Yu Sheng spotted two yellow elemental treasure chests nestled among the weeds by the roadside. Was the name of this lover's slope merely a fabrication? Otherwise, how could the treasure chests appear in pairs? Yellow elemental treasure chests, and two at that. It would be a disservice not to collect them after journeying so far. However, Zhang Yinda, who was leading the way, kept reminding her to watch her step, making it difficult for her to slip away and return alone to gather the chests. As they passed the treasure chests, Yu Sheng had no choice but to disregard his presence and reached out to seize one of the chests. In Zhang Yinda's eyes, the action seemed as if Yu Sheng was reaching out to the air, standing still while poking her arms. Is there something here? Is this what you refer to as a treasure chest? Zhang Yinda inquired with curiosity. Yu Sheng wished to fabricate an excuse, perhaps claiming she had just been bitten by a mosquito, but the rationale felt too implausible, given that he could perceive his own title. He likely deduced that her peculiar behavior was linked to the treasure chest, prompting her to speak the truth. Indeed, individuals possessing divine attributes are far from ordinary. Zhang Yinda remarked upon hearing her description. Upon returning to the villager's dwelling, Zhang Yinda did not rush to leave. Observing everyone fervently constructing shelters and digging water pits, he naturally rolled up his sleeves and joined in. Qi Fun, noticing this, sidled over to Yu Sheng, winking mischievously. This fellow is quite the catch. He has an eye for work. Shortly after, Qi approached, whispering, "Come clean. What did he take you out to do or say?" Yu Sheng delivered an elbow jab to either side. What else with all the questions? We can discuss it later. Finally enjoying some peace, Yu Sheng noticed that there were no villagers in the large shed, and Zhang Yinda had seemingly vanished. She decided to take out the two treasure chests she had acquired along the way, along with a shovel she found by the wall, preparing to open them. As she pried open the first treasure chest, a gap revealed a drooling muzzle that eagerly emerged. Without hesitation, Yu Sheng slammed the chest down, the edge striking the muzzle repeatedly. The air filled with the mix of howls and growls from a canine creature. It was only after she had battered the foul-smelling maw until blood splattered and a few sharp teeth fell to the ground that she fully opened the chest. The true form of the creature inside was revealed to be a coyote, adorned with a row of steel spines along its back. Due to Yu Sheng's brutal actions, The coyote, which was supposed to make a grand entrance, glared menacingly at her while trembling in pain, its tail tucked, hesitant to leap from the chest. Just as Yusheng slowly raised the shovel, intending to end the creature's life with a single blow, Zhang Yenda suddenly interrupted her. Wait! He stepped closer, his eyes filled with curiosity and intrigue as he gazed at the steel-spined coyote. Is this what came from the treasure chest you mentioned? Can you get it to me? Yusheng looked at the animal, curled up with its tail between its legs, and nodded in agreement. Nearby, others quickly grabbed a rope, encircling the creature's neck while it remained unprepared. Xiao Lu handed the other end of the rope to Zhang Yenda, cautioning him, "This thing is dangerous. You must be careful." Zhang Yenda nodded, bidding farewell to the group as he led the coyote away. Yusheng gazed at the remaining treasure chest, feeling a tickle in her back teeth. She had indeed struck gold today, acquiring 2 chests, one of which contained a monster. "Shall I assist you in opening it?" Qiyu, knowing all too well how Yusheng's luck fared, tentatively suggested. "Sure," Yusheng replied, stepping back and handing her the shovel. Qiyu solemnly performed a ritual of clasped hands before cautiously lifting the lid. At the bottom of the chest lay a rare card that had not been seen in ages. Invisibility card. This item grants the holder complete invisibility for a duration of 6 hours. Chapter 57. Conspiracy. Yusheng picked up the invisibility card, instinctively covering the card's name with her thumb, and glanced up at Lu Qingguang. He was resting on a low wall nearby, and, upon catching Yusheng's gaze, jumped down and approached her. After receiving the card and reading the description, Lu Qingguang fell silent. He inquired, "How do you intend to use it?" Yusheng led him to an open area, away from the villagers and others, recounting in detail how Zhang Yenda had taken her out. When she mentioned that Zhang Yenda could see players' titles, Lu Qingguang's eyes glimmered. They referred to a stone that grants wishes as a divine altar and players' titles as divine attributes. Lu Qingguang chuckled wryly, though the amusement did not reach his eyes. Quite intriguing. Seizing the opportunity, Yusheng asked, "So, what is your other title?" Lu Qingguang no longer concealed it. Lucky Scavenger. He had a higher probability of discovering treasure chests than other players, although this value fluctuated randomly. Regardless of its inconsistency, the odds remained superior to those of his peers. Yusheng couldn't help but exclaim in envy, "How admirable!" Lu Qingguang smiled slightly, countering her excitement. "And what is your title?" Yusheng pouted and shrugged. "Divine Healer, which means I can learn medicine without pain, but I need medical instruments and tools to utilize it." "Not bad," Lu Qingguang remarked while stroking his chin. Whether his words held sincerity or were merely meant to console her, Yusheng yearned for Lu Qingguang's title of Lucky Scavenger. Wasn't that akin to a permanent treasure radar? After a brief discussion of their plans, they noted that the day was waning and returned to the villagers' homes where they were lodging. Just as Yusheng and Su Moli finished the porridge served by the villagers, a vibration on Yusheng's arm signaled a new message. Upon checking, she saw that the previously blank quest log now displayed a message. "Players, please hurry to find a shelter. The deadline for this task is approximately midnight, coinciding with the treasure chest refresh time." What was about to transpire? What would happen to players without a shelter? Yusheng exchanged a glance with Su Moli, communicating silently, and both turned their attention to the screen. Yusheng. Su Moli. Group chat now? "Miss Deer. Quick, check the system task. Spring Fields. I see it. I'm curious about what players who don't enter a shelter will face." "Emoli. What qualifies as a shelter? The villagers' houses? I wonder if our previously dug bunker counts." Restart 001. This is a survival game. Players who do not complete tasks as per the game's requirements will likely be logged out. Taurus Homebuddy. What? Spring Fields. What? Is it that serious? Myling. Fortunately, we have secured lodging with the villagers. Will we still be able to venture outside in the coming days? Taurus Homebuddy. I genuinely thank my sister 63. If it weren't for your assistance, I'd still be out there foraging for wild vegetables. Spring Fields. Indeed, it was Sheng who discovered the temple first, enabling our successful lodging. 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts handsome. Sister 63 is formidable. I have grown weary of repeating this. Swift 63. We're all allies here. That will suffice. Reboot 001. There is one more matter to discuss. Today, during the 63rd unboxing, a stealth card was revealed. Fearing eavesdropping from the villagers, I kept it discreet. I originally intended to utilize this stealth card tonight to infiltrate the Divine Altar Temple in search of clues. But with the recent task update, we shall remain patient and observe the situation in the villagers' homes tonight. Swift 63, it was Hua Hua who drew it. In the future, if unboxing seems uncertain, she can be enlisted to assist, for I can confirm she possesses a touch of luck. 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts charm. Sister Hua, I humbly request your assistance. Taurus Home Defender. Sister Hua, please take a glance at me. Ever since my child entered the game, they have yet to uncover a rare item. Misty Deer, Hua Hua, I shall offer remuneration, a high-grade nutrient solution, to be settled upon exiting the game. Misty Deer, I also require assistance. Sister Xiaoyu, Taurus Home Defender. How can you, a celebrity, inflate prices like this? I shall contribute a snack gift package. 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts charm. Who can reign in these two? Angry JPG, Springfield Hua Hua. If the items drawn are not what you desire, do not blame me. Springfield Hua Hua. Shy Smile JPG, Taurus Home Defender. That is certainly unacceptable. Reboot 001. Let us return to the matter at hand. Taurus Home Defender. I am all ears. Obedient JPG, 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts charm. Captain, please proceed. Reboot 001. Currently, most clues in the game still point towards the sacrificial festival and the divine altar. The treasure chests follow a certain pattern, with some supplies being applicable to this round of the game. This stealth card must not be squandered. After tonight, I will venture to the divine altar temple to gather information. 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts charm. Chun-go, will you go alone? Swift 63. It is too perilous to go alone. It would be wise to have a few companions. Reboot 001. Indeed, it may be necessary to have someone distract the residents of the temple. Currently, the highest combined combat power lies with the East and 63. But not all of you can go. One must remain to safeguard the other team members. Misty Deer, I suggest that Sister 63 and I accompany Chun-go. A woman's keen attention may uncover subtler details, and due to my youth, they might not be on guard against me. Reboot 001. Can 63 manage to hold back the Zhongyina family? The mere thought of that half-truth, half-lie character, Yu Sheng, gives me a headache. I would have to engage him in conversation to keep him occupied. Yu Sheng felt this task was particularly daunting, and she lacked confidence. Swift 63. I am not eloquent. It might prove challenging. Perhaps we should switch roles. I will use the stealth card, and you two can keep them occupied. Reboot 001. That works thus. The East will be responsible for the safety of the remaining team members. In case of unforeseen circumstances, you 3 should communicate and maintain stability until we return. West is rainy, East is sunny. Understood. 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts charm. Please take care of yourselves. That night, Yu Sheng retired early, with Su Moli keeping watch. Perhaps due to Yu Sheng's exhaustion, she fell into a deep slumber, and Su Moli did not awaken her during the night. The following day, upon opening her eyes, Yu Sheng noticed a significant drop in the real-time player count displayed in the top left corner of the game lobby. Confused, Yu Sheng rubbed her eyes and sat up, listening to Su Moli recount the events while checking the group chat messages. It was then she learned that a tornado had struck outdoors without warning during the night. Though there had been a hint of forewarning, the game tasks had already advised everyone to seek shelter in advance. However, the phenomenon that occurred last night was not the kind of tornado described by Zhang Yenda, one that descend from the heavens, raining fish upon the earth. Instead, it was a whirlwind that swept across the ground, whisking away players who were exposed and enjoying the open air without any protection. One player, who survived the tempest, promptly shared an account of his harrowing experience, which left readers astonished and fearful. In mere moments, the number of players online plummeted by tens of thousands. Moreover, the incident coincided with the early hours, a time when treasure chests refreshed and player activity peaked. In the group chat, teammates expressed their relief at having refrained from greedily ignoring warnings to venture out for chests the previous night. Strangely, the villagers seemed utterly oblivious to the calamity that had transpired. The host of the home where Yu Sheng was staying went out to fetch water the following morning, just as he had on previous days, returning safely with a bucket that was 3/4 full. Sensing that the danger had passed, Yu Sheng and Lu Qingwang resolved to investigate the authenticity of a shrine as planned. With the invisibility card lasting 6 hours, the trio stealthily exited the village, scaling the mountainside via the boardwalk. Upon nearing the summit, Yu Sheng activated her invisibility card, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished from sight. The Misty Deer checked their shared location on the screen, confirming that Yu Sheng was indeed nearby. He nodded at Lu Qingwang, and the two ascended the final steps to the temple, knocking on the door. Chapter 58. The Secret Exploration. Knock, knock, knock. Just like before. They rapped on the door for quite some time before Zhang Yinda finally appeared, pulling it open. His outer garment was hastily donned, with the top two buttons still undone, as if he had not anticipated visitors at this hour. Zhang Yinda smiled. Mr. Lu, what brings you here? Mr. Zhang, let us go inside and talk. Lu Qingwang, feeling quite familiar, took hold of Zhang Yinda and ushered him inside, while also reminding, Little dear, please close the door. Little dear obediently shut the door, his movements careful, as if he feared damaging the grand entrance. Yu Sheng, in the midst of his deliberate actions, gracefully slipped inside. She had intentionally worn soft-soled shoes, trailing behind them while slowing her pace to avoid any obstacles. As she passed Little Deer, she lightly brushed her fingers against the back of his hand, signaling that she had entered. Zhang Yinda led them to the main hall and called out to the corridor behind him, Mother, could you please bring us 2 cups of tea? He remained seated at the head of the table, while Lu Qingwang and Little Deer took their places on either side of the lower seating area, strategically positioned to observe any movements from the corridor. Before long, the woman they had encountered previously emerged, making her way to the side hall with a kettle in hand, heading towards the inner room adjacent to the temple door. The coal stove they had used last time was extinguished, and she did not reignite it this time. Noticing that Zhang Yinda's attention was captivated by Lu Qingwang, Yu Sheng quietly slipped into the corridor behind the hall. The shrine was an aged structure, and behind the walls of the front hall lay an empty backyard, with 2 closed doors on either side. The layout was different from what Yu Sheng had imagined. She casually chose one of the doors and paused at the entrance to listen. There was not a sound within. Cautiously, she peered through a narrow crack in the door, which opened directly into a corridor. Yu Sheng observed for a moment before pulling the door wider and slipping inside. To her left, another tightly closed room stood, while to her right lay a semi-open space separated from the corridor by a fence. Intrigued by this semi-open room, Yu Sheng glanced inside and noticed a large black stone platform approximately a meter high against the wall. On the inner side of the platform, nestled against the wall, was an altar housing a Buddha statue, its golden form dulled and darkened by the incense and candles over time. 2 tattered red cloths hung from the ceiling, partially obscuring the upper half of the statue's face. Unfamiliar with religious practices, Yu Sheng could not identify the particular Buddha represented, but she found the temple's arrangement strikingly dissimilar to those she had encountered in the real world, peculiar even with its fence, red cloths, and the dark statue creating an odd juxtaposition. Her initial instinct was to regard the black stone platform as a divine altar. Yet considering the temple's layout and the reverence Zhang Yinda had shown towards it, she doubted that such a sacred object would be left so openly displayed. A fleeting glance at the closed door behind her suggested a greater likelihood that the altar resided within that room. The corridor extended further, prompting Yu Sheng to venture deeper. Midway down the passage, she noticed another corridor branching off toward the room. Peering in, she caught a faint whiff of sewage, reinforcing her belief that the stone platform could not possibly be the rumored wishing altar, for it was illogical to place such a treasured object near a restroom. Ignoring the unpleasant odor, she continued toward the end of the corridor. There, a beautifully carved wooden window allowed light to spill onto the corridor floor. As she approached, the scene within became clear. To her astonishment, 2 brick platforms lined the sides of the passage, and on the right platform, a quilt lay unmade, indicating its occupant had only recently departed. Yet, her gaze was drawn to the left platform, where 2 slumbering children, appearing merely 2 or 3 years old, lay side by side. This marked Yu Sheng's first encounter with child NPCs in this game. The children resembled twins, one with short hair and the other sporting small braids. Their skin was pale, almost translucent, and they shared identical sleeping postures. Had it not been for the slight rise and fall of the quilt, they would have seemed eerily still and lifeless. Her eyes traveled down from the children's faces, and upon noticing the right hand of the child with braids, she paused in astonishment. This child's hand possessed 7 fingers. Recalling Zhang Yinda's mention of a longing for a doctor, she now found herself tentatively believing him, though uncertainty lingered regarding the connection between these children and Zhang Yinda. Were they his offspring? And where was their mother? Fearing she might awaken them, Yu Sheng slowly retreated along the path she had taken. She first went to inspect the narrow path on the side of the corridor, which seemed to lead to the restroom. After meandering for several steps, she indeed found a restroom inside, where no anomalies were detected. The pit at the bottom of the toilet was excavated to form a downward-sloping passage, the destination of which remained a mystery. Exiting, Yu Sheng approached the door opposite the shrine and gently pushed it. The door was tightly shut, and her attempts to open it met with failure. Fearing that a forceful push might create noise and disturb those in the hall, she reluctantly decided to abandon this avenue and continue her exploration of the other side of the courtyard. Upon prying open a gap in the door, she discovered a well-lit pathway inside, unlike the other side. Through the crevice, Yu Sheng glimpsed a small courtyard. Within it stood a large house adorned with a roof overhang and steps. The space she glimpsed through the crack was the open area in front of the house. Recognizing the familiar shape of the eaves, she confirmed that this was indeed the roof they had observed daily from the bunker below the mountain. From her vantage point, she could still faintly hear the conversations from the hall. Gently, Yu Sheng pulled the door open and slipped inside, carefully restoring the gate to its original state. The interior of the house exuded an antique charm, with paper-covered windows reminiscent of ancient times. Yu Sheng pressed herself against the wall in the corner, initially contemplating the dramatic approach of using her finger to pierce a small hole to peek inside, as seen in television dramas. However, realizing that such a hole would be irreparable, she opted for a small knife instead. Slowly, she drew the blade along the window edge, creating a 2-centimeter slit, and then pried it open with the knife, squinting through the narrow opening. Inside, the room was furnished with a screen, a traditional bed, tables, chairs, and benches, all in abundance. The corner she was peeking from happened to be separated by a screen from a bathing tub, through which she could discern the lavish decor of the room. Through this narrow slit, she spotted several candle holders alone. From the garments hanging on a rack beside the tub, Yu Sheng recognized that this must belong to Zhang Yinde. He truly cherished wearing Zhongshan suits and white shirts, as evidenced by the several pieces of matching attire on the rack. With Zhang Yinde occupied in the hall and the room enveloped in silence, Yu Sheng carefully restored the torn window paper, disguising her presence as if no one had ever been there, and stealthily approached the front of the house to quietly open the door and step inside. Upon entering, she beheld a residence that surpassed the opulence she had glimpsed from the window. The floor was adorned with a large carpet, and a delicate tea set graced the central tea table. To her left, upon entering, stood a colossal display cabinet filled with exquisite vases, porcelain, and jade carvings, treasures of remarkable beauty. Behind the cabinet was a small space housing the owneress wardrobe. To her right, she found a bookshelf and writing desk, upon which lay an open work of calligraphy, accompanied by quality brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone. Looking ahead, a grand traditional bed was partially concealed by a screen. Behind the bed, a small screen separated the washing area. On either side of the main door, as well as along the other 3 walls, stood antique-style floor lamps. The candle holders she had seen from the window were perched atop one of these lampstands. The shrine and the room housing the altar combined are scarcely larger than Zhang Yande's solitary bedroom. The sleeping quarters for the 2 children are equally meager and dim. Yu Sheng furrowed her brow. How could she reside in such a splendid space while allowing children to sleep beside a toilet? This stark contrast reveals that Zhang Yande's outward display of propriety is nothing but a facade of extreme hypocrisy. She stepped forward, intending to peek behind the screen at his bed. Upon glancing, she froze, rooted to the spot in terror. Beneath the covers lay a figure, a woman with long hair. Yu Sheng swiftly recalled whether she had made any significant noise upon entering the room. Noticing the woman showed no signs of waking, she cautiously approached. The woman was covered by a blanket, with only her face and rounded shoulders visible. Yu Sheng stood silently behind the bed curtain, observing her. The woman's complexion was an almost sickly pallor, her features delicate yet concealed by closed eyelids. She appeared to be in a dire state, seemingly having endured prolonged abuse. Dark circles under her eyes were pronounced, her lips pale and parched, and her long hair was dry and disheveled. If it weren't for the fear of startling her, Yu Sheng would have checked for her breath to ascertain her condition. This individual was likely still an NPC, as no player could be so severely tormented in such a brief span. Seeing her in this pitiful state, a word resonated in Yu Sheng's mind: slave. Simultaneously, she couldn't help but wonder if she was as easily deceived as Zhang Yanda believed. Would she be the next to be confined here? Unable to bear the sight any longer, Yu Sheng hastened to search for other clues within the room. Most of the books on the shelf were poetry and prose, devoid of value, yet they further confirmed Zhang Yanda as a hypocritical scoundrel, a duplicitous soul. She paid little attention to the ancient porcelain on the treasure shelf or the jewelry within the box, primarily out of fear of disturbing the woman in the room. She circled to the back of the shelf to inspect the wardrobe. As her foot touched the carpet before the wardrobe, the sensation beneath her soft shoes felt distinctly different from elsewhere. Yu Sheng bent down to investigate. While the rest of the floor was tiled, here lay a wooden plank. Lifting the carpet revealed a grooved wooden board, roughly the same size as the door to the basement in the east wing. Yu Sheng pressed her ear against it, detecting no sound from below. Glancing toward the bed, she noted the woman remained utterly still. With her fingers, she carefully pried at the groove of the wooden board, attempting to lift it as silently as possible. Chapter 59. The secret passage, a seemingly bottomless staircase, appeared before Yu Sheng, leading into an unknown abyss. With 5 hours left on her invisibility card, she realized that once she descended into the tunnel, the disturbed carpet would reveal her intrusion. With a half-conscious woman inside and Zhang Yanda and his son outside, the risk seemed to outweigh the opportunity. Yet, recognizing the rarity of the chance, Yu Sheng steeled herself to venture down and uncover the truth. She promptly briefed the group chat on the situation, urging Lu Qingwang to ensure that Zhang Yanda and his mother were kept within their sight, for if they discovered an intruder in the tunnel, Yu Sheng would be in grave peril. Once Xiao Lu responded, Yu Sheng immediately descended into the tunnel, carefully replacing the wooden board, though the carpet that had been lifted could not be restored. As soon as the board was in place, she found herself enveloped in an abyss of darkness. Her night vision goggles and thermal imaging helmet were locked away in her backpack, leaving her reliant on the dim light of the screen, guiding her descent along the staircase while keeping her hand on the wall for support. On the screen, her teammates remained with her in the chat, attentively monitoring her progress, which provided her with some comfort. After approximately 10 minutes, she finally reached the bottom of the staircase, where a locked iron door stood before her. Flanked by 3 branching paths, Yu Sheng used a laser cutter to sever 2 iron bars against the wall, then crouched to slip outside, replacing and securing the cut bars to disguise the door as undamaged. Observing the footprints on the ground, she chose to proceed down the central path. The tunnel twisted and narrowed, allowing only a single person to pass at a time. Initially, as she entered the tunnel, her heart raced, but after calming herself, she felt her pulse quicken once more in this confined space. If ambushed from either direction, she would have no retreat. The fear of the unknown loomed over her, compelling her to illuminate the path with her left hand while wielding the laser cutter in her right, ever ready for confrontation. After walking for a while, she encountered another fork, one path sloping upwards, the other downwards. The footprints indicated that the downward route had seen more traffic, prompting Yu Sheng to choose that path. Continuing for about 10 minutes, she heard movement ahead, accompanied by a beam of light illuminating the tunnel before her. Following the light, the tunnel widened, prompting her to lower the brightness of her screen and inch closer along the wall. The tunnel's exit opened into a vast subterranean cavern, where the brightest area was adorned with numerous perpetual lamps encircling a statue, leaving a single path leading to its front. Upon seeing the statue clearly, Yu Sheng finally grasped the significance of the clues from the previous game. The fragmented statue from her mind's oasis merged with the one before her, becoming whole. She gazed at the familiar statue, serenely perched upon a colossal stone pedestal, its hands naturally lowered, forming a gesture before it. The pedestal's color and size were consistent with the description of the altar in Zhang Yanda's tale, yet he had not spoken the truth. What they revered was not an empty pedestal, but the statue upon it. The cavern was filled with many people, identifiable by their attire as villagers from Huangsha Bay. Some were crouched on the ground, replenishing the oil in the lamps. Apart from the area surrounding the statue, many light bulbs were affixed to the cave walls, illuminating half the cavern as brightly as day. Thanks to this light, Yu Sheng was able to conceal herself at the tunnel's entrance while observing the entirety of the cavern scene. The walls of the cave were adorned with numerous tunnels, and Yu Sheng speculated that these passages connected various gathering places of the villagers, possibly even leading to each villager's home. Ignoring the 3-meter-tall statue, the layout within the cave resembled a communal living space. Sheng observed several large cooking stoves, along with facilities such as tea stalls, chessboards, card tables, wells, ponds, and shelves. Children were seen playing merrily on the ground, yet not a single elder was in sight. A villager emerged from one of the rooms carrying a few large cabbages. Upon exiting, he promptly shut the door tight. He then approached the stove, leaving 2 cabbages on the counter while shaking off the frost from the remaining cabbages before placing them into a wash basin for later use. The 2 cabbages left behind were not shaken or rinsed, but rather chopped directly with a knife and tossed into one of the pots for stirring. Several villagers were diligently tending to the stoves, simultaneously cooking 2 pots of porridge, while 2 other stoves were used for soup and stir-frying vegetables. The pot of porridge appeared to be the same vegetable porridge that Sheng and Su Mo Li consumed daily, while the soup pot exuded the aroma of mutton broth, undoubtedly prepared for the villagers' own meals. After chopping the cabbages, the villager stirring the porridge casually picked up a rag that was either originally black or so stained that its true color was indiscernible, brushing the scattered vegetable leaves into one of the pots at the edge. As he stirred with a large spoon, Sheng noticed grains of rice and vegetable leaves clinging to it, exactly the same kind served to her and Su Mo Li by the host of the home where they were staying. A wave of discomfort washed over her. After much ado, it became clear that the villagers' unified porridge was not a game or fresh, but rather a concoction resembling swine feed, cooked in a single pot. Sheng pondered. No wonder she hadn't seen any smoke rising from the rooftops of the villagers' homes during her prolonged stay. They were cooking vast quantities underground. Moreover, the food they consumed was made from washed vegetables, while the fare offered to players was undoubtedly a separate pot of swill. Unbeknownst to the players, they had assumed the villagers to be simple and dull. The demeanor of the villagers in the cave starkly contrasted with their behavior above ground. Here, they gathered to play cards and share stories, their expressions mirroring those of ordinary people in the real world. However, Sheng stood at a distance, unable to discern their specific conversations, merely observing their comings and goings within the various tunnels. The cave was evidently equipped with ice rooms and electric lights, although the lights were of an outdated style and there was no visible distribution box. Yet, the absence of electrical appliances in their homes suggested that the villagers spent considerable time underground. Sheng cautiously ventured deeper along the wall, and not far from her, behind the statue, she occasionally heard faint cries emanating from a tunnel enclosed by iron bars. Avoiding the villagers, she approached the bar door to peer inside, her heart tightening upon witnessing a scene of 10 or so players bound tightly. From their attire, Sheng could discern that they were certainly not villagers. They lay scattered on the ground, most appearing to be in a deep sleep rather than deceased, for otherwise their bodies would have dissipated upon death. Among them was a youthful boy, seemingly even younger than a fawn, who sobbed quietly with his eyes closed. His consciousness lingered in a hazy state, and soon his distress attracted the attention of a villager. The villager forcefully opened the door, pried the boy's mouth open, and with bare hands squeezed a dark insect pupa, administering the ink-like liquid that oozed from it into the boy's mouth. Before long, the boy's cries subsided, and he lay still on the ground. Sheng's gaze fixated on the pupa, recalling the black moss that had emerged from the deity's body in the oasis. She also remembered the coyote she had handed directly to Zhang Yinda, which, having gone 2 days without food, was now exceedingly weak. The villager led the coyote, tethered by a rope, to stand before the statue, while other villagers gathered around in reverence. Whether adult or child, they knelt devoutly, chanting incantations in a language unfamiliar to Sheng. The flames in the lanterns on the ground began to flicker in sync with the rhythmic intonations, growing increasingly intense. Hearing an unusual sound above her, Sheng looked up to see a swarm of dark moths descending from an unknown origin. They enveloped the coyote's body, the sound of countless wings flapping drowning out the villagers' chants. Sheng pressed herself against the wall, slowly maneuvering her body toward the statue, specifically the tunnel entrance through which she had entered. She could not discern precisely what transpired, but as the moths dispersed, the coyote vanished, replaced by several bulging sacks that had mysteriously appeared on the ground. Observing a villager step forward to open the sack and scoop out a handful of rice, Sheng grasped the reality of the villagers' earlier actions. They were trading with the statue, exchanging lives for resources. An hour passed swiftly, concerned that Lu Qingguang and the fawn above might reveal themselves due to their prolonged absence. Yusheng cast one last glance at the tightly shut iron gate. She was acutely aware that she could not rescue the unconscious players alone. Moreover, should any of those players awaken, they could very well become foes in another scenario. This was a game world, not the realm of reality. Excessive kindness was tantamount to courting one's own demise. Thus, she opted to retrace her steps unnoticed, passing the iron gate where she meticulously welded the bars back into place. As long as one did not scrutinize closely, they would remain oblivious to any tampering. Along her path, she carefully erased every footprint she had left behind. Finally, she tiptoed out of the main hall and, upon reaching the courtyard entrance, sent a message in the group chat to inform Lu Qingguang that her task was complete. In the hall, Lu Qingguang had exhausted his conversational repertoire, discussing his first love with Zhang Yinda. Seizing the moment while Zhang Yinda's attention was fixed on Lu Qingguang, the fawn feigned scratching its arm, subtly checking the screen for messages through its wide sleeves. Yusheng observed him let out a quiet sigh of relief before standing to remind Lu Qingguang, "Brother Chen, let us return. I am quite famished." Zhang Yinda, having patiently listened to Lu Qingguang's meandering tales, looked at his mother with a sudden realization. "I hadn't noticed it was already noon. Mother, perhaps we should invite the two of you to join us for a casual meal?" Before Zhang Yinda's mother could respond, Lu Qingguang also stood, his face marked by an apologetic demeanor. "There is no need for that. It is entirely my fault. Upon seeing Mr. Zhang, I felt an instant connection and spoke incessantly, thus interrupting your lunch. Before we set out, our fellow villagers have prepared meals for us, and we must return, as the walls of the sheep pen remain unfinished." Zhang Yanda rose to persuade them to stay, yet he could not counter their numerous justifications. Lu Qingguang, with a particularly resolute demeanor, left him with no choice but to escort the two to the door. Xiao Lu stepped ahead to open the grand entrance, providing a subtle cue to Yusheng, who took the opportunity to exit first, mirroring her earlier gesture. They exchanged a few pleasantries at the threshold before proceeding along the walkway, all the while under Zhang Yanda's watchful gaze. As they walked further away, Yusheng, following closely behind Lu Qingguang, glanced back to find Zhang Yanda standing motionless at the temple entrance, his expression inscrutable. The scene was undeniably eerie. Yusheng quickly checked her own body and the ground to ensure she had not left any trace before continuing down the path. Chapter 60. The Festival of Sacrifice. On the day of the Festival of Sacrifice, Huangsha welcomed its annual significant celebration. As evening approached, villagers brought forth lamb bone soup, stir-fried dishes, white steamed buns, and fresh apples to honor their esteemed guests. Once a desolate expanse shrouded in sandstorms, Huangsha Bay now boasted newly constructed breeding and planting greenhouses surrounding each residence, with some homes still in the midst of construction alongside pavilions. Villagers hosted a banquet for the players under a sunshade in the new plaza, where, at the conclusion of the feast, they voted to select 30 guests who had contributed the most. The prettiest bride in the village, blushing, adorned them with bright red flowers on their chests. After toasting and exchanging drinks, a group of villagers led the 30 travelers across the wasteland to the temple, rumored to grant wishes. Yusheng and her team quietly sat on a long bench in the open space before the temple. At each corner of the seating area, bonfires flickered, casting an enchanting glow that heightened the temple's mystique. The players adorned with red flowers drew closer, their awe palpable as they beheld the grandeur of the temple for the first time. Zhang Yanda, impeccably dressed in a Zhongshan suit, stood before the temple entrance, a warm smile illuminating his face. The 39 players had gathered, accompanied by over 60 representatives from the village, creating a bustling crowd at the lower end. Zhang Yanda raised his hand, and the murmurs below instantly ceased. "Dear villagers and esteemed guests, today marks the annual Festival of Sacrifice in Huangsha Bay. Each of you is the head of your household and a guest selected by vote. Thus, we shall refrain from prolonged discourse. We will proceed according to the seating arrangement, allowing each of you to enter the temple one by one to make a wish. Do not rush to depart once you have made your wish. I have delightful news to share as well." Cheers erupted from the crowd. Zhang Yanda approached the first row, halting before a middle-aged man clad in a shirt emblazoned with a designer logo. "Our first esteemed guest, please step forward." Yusheng, seated in the second row, watched as this player entered the temple under Zhang Yanda's guidance, concealing her disdain behind lowered eyes. This was hardly an esteemed guest. He was evidently a villager meticulously arranged to masquerade as a player, with garments likely stripped from one of the imprisoned players beneath the earth. Players were engaged in hushed conversations, while some sat with an air of aloofness, waiting for their turn, indifferent to Yu Sheng and her silent companions. Soon, a player who had just entered emerged with a beaming smile. The sight of his empty hands sparked the curiosity of many. A neighboring player approached him, inquiring about the wish he had made. The player cast a sidelong glance and remained silent, further piquing the interest of onlookers. The next to enter was a villager from the same locality. After a prolonged stay inside, he emerged carrying a large sack on his back. Upon returning to his seat and unloading the sack, the surrounding players discovered it contained a bag of wheat. "Is that all you wished for, just a bag of wheat?" someone asked incredulously. The villager chuckled amiably. "Oh, that one tea suffice. I wished for enough wheat to feed the entire village for a year. I'm just taking this bag home for my wife to cook." The third individual, the second player, followed closely behind Zhang Yinda into the temple. After a brief interval, he exited, displaying a generosity not seen in the first player, eager to share his experiences within the temple. "The altar is indeed real. The backyard is piled high with grain. After making my wish, I received a golden treasure chest, but I can't divulge what's inside." The mention of the golden treasure chest sent waves of excitement through the players, each one fixated on the villagers entering, wishing fervently for their turn to come next. However, in Yu Sheng's corner, the group of around 10 remained unfazed. She feigned nonchalance, glancing up to notice the ill-fitting attire of the player, clearly another villager in disguise. After a considerable time, another villager emerged, similarly bearing a sack, revealing it contained potatoes through a gap in the bag. Players continued to enter and quickly exit the temple, their relaxed expressions betraying their satisfaction. One player emerged triumphantly, flaunting a glittering golden chest, and after sufficient display, he nonchalantly stowed it away in his backpack. The villagers, as agreed, each made a wish for a specific resource, sufficient for a year's supply, including corn, white radishes, rice, apples, and so forth. As it was the turn of the first player in the second row, he turned back to glare fiercely at the first player in the front row. Moments ago, he had been unable to restrain himself from inquiring about the first player's gains, only to be met with an icy reception, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. His gaze clearly harbored ill intentions. The onlookers regarded the first player with a sense of schadenfreude, yet the scrutinized player remained composed, lost in thought. Time passed, and the player who had entered took longer than anticipated to return. As the next player grew impatient, repeatedly glancing about, Zhang Yinda leisurely opened the temple door, announcing the next individual to enter with him. Upon his solitary emergence, many craned their necks to glimpse inside the temple. Someone asked aloud, "What about that person? Why hasn't he come out?" Zhang Yinda sighed regretfully. That esteemed guest has transgressed the altar's taboo and has faced retribution. The crowd exchanged bewildered looks. "Zhang, may I inquire what the taboo was?" Another individual, unable to contain their curiosity, posed a question, albeit with a far more courteous demeanor than the previous inquirer. The divine altar, it was said, could fulfill all human desires, save for those that would bring harm to others. The individual continued to inquire about the repercussions of a backlash, yet Zhang Yinda merely shook his head slowly, his expression imbued with compassion, remaining silent. In due course, it was the turn of Lu Qingguang's team to enter the temple. Led by Lu Qingguang, a group of 9 entered the sacred space one by one. When it was Yu Sheng's turn, she feigned the demeanor of a first-time visitor, silently trailing Zhang Yinda's steps. As they circumvented the walls of the foyer, her first sight was of a mountainous pile of burlap sacks in the courtyard outside the corridor. Yu Sheng cast a hurried glance before quickening her pace to stay close ahead. Zhang Yinda guided her to the entrance of the room she had failed to access previously, gently pushing open the door for her. With a smile, he remarked, "I shall wait for you at the threshold." Yu Sheng nodded in gratitude and strode confidently into the room, while Zhang Yinda gradually closed the door behind her. Inside, each corner of the room housed a stone statue, and in the center stood a pitch-black stone altar, encircled by 4 offering tables draped with cloth, leaving no gap between them and the altar. The sole source of illumination came from the red candles atop the offering tables, with wax tears dripping down and pooling onto the floor. Yu Sheng knelt on the cushion directly before the altar, slowly bowing her body, her fingers tracing the ground beneath her, confirming that the brick seams were indeed loose, suggesting a hidden mechanism below. She feigned nonchalance, prostrating and bowing, as Zhang Yinda had instructed her en route, articulating her wish before the altar. "I wish that all the cafeteria ladies around the world serve food, without a tremor." The moment her words fell, the air fell into a hushed stillness. Yu Sheng lingered a moment longer, convinced that the fabled golden treasure chest would not materialize, before rising and exiting the room. The team members entered and exited swiftly, returning to their seats with little conversation. This continued until deep into the night, roughly an hour before the game concluded, at which point all players and villagers had made their wishes. Zhang Yinda guided everyone to sit and converse in the temple, graciously offering the front seats to the players, while the villagers moved their stools to the courtyard. Observing this arrangement, Yu Sheng inwardly scoffed. Is this to prevent the players from fleeing, preemptively blocking their escape route with the villagers? Esteemed guests, we extend our heartfelt gratitude for your presence in Huangsha Bay and for aiding us in improving our lives. On behalf of the villagers of Huangsha Bay, I am pleased to announce that after careful consideration, we sincerely invite you to remain with us, to become part of Huangsha Bay, and to share our lives together. After proclaiming this joyous news, Zhang Yinda allowed a moment for reflection, prompting the villagers in the courtyard to respond with enthusiastic applause. Yet, the expressions of the players in the foyer varied. Some wore looks of disdain, others appeared entranced, while many, like Yu Sheng and her team members, remained impassive. Chapter 61. The Truth Do Not Be Deceived. A voice resonated from beyond the closed door, growing nearer. The true divine altar does not reside within the temple. You have all been misled. It is not merely during the festival that one can make wishes at the altar, but only by offering living animals or human sacrifices can one exchange wishes for material goods. This is how the villagers procure their sustenance. Upon hearing these words, the individuals within the temple suddenly became agitated. A voice emerged from the crowd, exclaiming, "Quickly, look at the discussion thread. The divine altar we see is a mere facade. Indeed, is that not the same idol we encountered in the previous round of the game? It truly is. What then was the significance of the wishes we just made?" Zhang Yinda, seated in the prominent position, could no longer maintain his habitual smile. He cast a cold glance over the assembled players and, as he retreated, issued a command act. The villagers in the courtyard immediately rose to their feet. Some rushed to barricade the temple's entrance, preventing outside players from entering, while others advanced towards the main hall, wielding bamboo tubes containing homemade tranquilizers. Yu Sheng, Lu Qingwang, Qi Yu, and several other unfamiliar players positioned themselves at the entrance, forming a resolute human shield for those behind them. Meanwhile, Dong Bianqing had already rallied a few individuals, brandishing knives in pursuit of Zhang Yinda. Just as Yu Sheng drew her laser weapon, she felt a sharp sting in her abdomen and thigh. "Ouch, that really hurts," she gasped, pulling out the tranquilizer needle embedded in her. The sensation was distinctly more painful than she had anticipated, differing from the discomfort of a typical injection. Swallowing an antidote pill she had brought into the game, the numbing sensation spreading from the needle's entry points swiftly dissipated. Without hesitation, she brandished her laser weapon and charged toward the villagers. Lu Qingwang, too, consumed a pill and simultaneously activated a ring on his right hand. In an instant, a knife engulfed in blue flames materialized in his grasp, its blade slicing toward the villagers. Qi Yu, sheltered behind Yu Sheng's human barrier, revealed only her upper body clad in body armor, discreetly firing from the rear. Other players who had joined the fray employed various forms of protection. Even those without protective gear, enraged by their deception, launched reckless counterattacks. The villagers, armed solely with tranquilizers and primitive weapons, were no match for the players. And it wasn't long before they dispatched the last defiant villager, swinging open the temple doors to meet the players who had rushed in from outside. Lu Qingwang sheathed his weapon and shook hands with a man and woman at the forefront. "Hello, I am Reboot 001. I am Yoshida Saito. What should I eat today?" Upon hearing these names, Yu Sheng glanced up. The name Yoshida Saito was all too familiar, having triggered numerous quest rewards. His team was among the first to trade supplies in the game world. "What should I eat today?" was also notable, as her squad primarily dealt in second-hand information, occasionally sharing game insights and tidbits when in a generous mood. Observing Lu Qingwang's familiarity with them, it was evident they had been friends for quite some time. Before their conversation could progress further, Dong Bianqing tossed a limp, bloodied figure onto the courtyard floor. It was Zhang Yinda, bound and bloodied. Is there really a need to waste a length of rope when the blood has flowed to such an extent? Yu Sheng cast a questioning glance toward Dong Bianqing and inquired, "What is the matter? Wasn't it agreed to capture him alive?" Dong Bianqing remained as silent as ever, using the back of her knife to prod Zhang Yinda's neck. "I'll talk, just don't kill me." Zhang Yinda, who lay feigning death on the ground, was startled into a sitting position. This beast in human guise was exceedingly cunning. Most of the blood on him did not belong to him. Xiao Lu approached, dragging Zhang Yinda's mother, who was bound at the wrists, and unceremoniously tossed her onto the ground. The woman shrank away, seeking refuge beside her son. From Xiao Lu's account, the gathered individuals learned that after Zhang Yinda had smeared oil on his feet and fled, he made a beeline for the secret passage in his bedroom, attempting to escape through it. Along the way, to impede Dong Bianqing and the others, he had pushed the villagers who were transporting supplies in the backyard to shield himself from their blades, resulting in blood splattering all over him. He nearly slipped away through the passage, but one of the pursuing players wielded a pistol and shot him in the shoulder, halting his escape. Once back on the surface, the players, still aggrieved, slashed at his thigh twice more, the force just enough to create alarming wounds without posing a threat to his life. Lu Qingguang stepped forward, looking down at him with an imposing presence. "Now speak. What was the purpose of deceiving us with a false altar?" Zhang Yinda managed a bitter smile. "I genuinely wish for you all to stay and live well. Yet, you do not believe me. What are the players you sacrificed?" Fan Fan squatted before Zhang Yinda. "Counting on her fingers, in just the last 3 days, you have sacrificed 11 individuals to that statue in the ground. Wait, wasn't A Dai, the Demon King, also killed in this manner? At least 12 lives. Those were mere mortals. Sacrificing them to procure food for us was their honor." Zhang Yinda argued, his tone almost beguiling. "I respect capable individuals. You are all noble beings with divine essence. If you choose to stay, I believe we can establish an all-powerful new kingdom. In this new realm, there would be no aging or illness, no worries about sustenance. We could jointly venerate the statue, and all your desires could be fulfilled. What is the sacrifice of 1 or 2 lives in comparison?" A scoff broke through the crowd. "No aging or illness. That's easy to say. How old are you this year?" Zhang Yinda suddenly erupted into laughter, a chilling and manic sound. After he had his fill of laughter, he surveyed the players present with a knowing look and enunciated, "I was born in 1934. According to your current calendar, how old should I be?" After some mental calculations, someone exclaimed, 90 years ago. He is over 90 years old. How is that possible? He looks so young." Zhang Yinda reveled in their astonishment. "Now you understand the powers of the statue, do you not? If you are willing to cease hostilities, we can shake hands in peace. The past will be forgiven. From now on, eternal life, treasures of gold and silver, exquisite art, and beautiful companions. I would share it all with you." "You are lying," Yu Sheng interjected, interrupting his brainwashing rhetoric, casting a condescending gaze upon him. "Aging and illness, at the very least, illness is beyond your control. Let's not forget that merely consuming grains can lead to sickness. After living for so many years, how much of your lifespan have you traded for by sacrificing living beings? When immortals you regard as mere cattle have been entirely consumed, what will you barter for longevity, and what will you exchange for sustenance to satiate your hunger? Unless, of course, you are willing to sacrifice even more lives or continuously bear offspring, trading generations for a fleeting existence. Yet, as a man, you cannot bear children yourself, thus necessitating the presence of numerous women to fulfill this role. However, childbirth is fraught with peril. A single birth could claim the life of the mother. Consequently, you require the expertise of doctors to enhance your reproductive success. And this woman beside you, let me hazard a guess. Is she your mother, or perhaps your beloved?" Yu Sheng shifted her gaze towards the woman at his side. "If I'm not mistaken, it was either she or the woman within your abode who bore you that pair of deformed twins, wasn't it? This woman beside you has aged. She can no longer bear children, yet you are loath to grant her even a modicum of her lifespan, hence the presence of the other woman. Am I correct?" Zhang Yinda's pupils constricted. The expression of the woman nearby shifted from shock and fear to a numbed pain as the truth unveiled itself before them all. "You are indeed quite astute." Zhang Yinda's gaze bore into Yu Sheng. "From the moment I first laid eyes upon you, I felt you were the one I had been awaiting. Miss Yu Sheng, if you are unwilling to subordinate yourself to another, How about you allow me to submit to you instead? Slowly, Zhang Yinda withdrew a dark green jade talisman from within his coat, presenting it to Yu Sheng. I pledge this token of authority from this moment forth. The dominion over the divine altar and the entirety of Huangsha Bay shall be entrusted to you, Miss Yu Sheng. Accept this talisman, and you shall receive the oracle of the deity. By offering life at the altar, your desires shall be fulfilled. I willingly become your servant, devoted to your service. His sudden declaration of loyalty took Yu Sheng by surprise. She gazed at the jade talisman, intricately carved with unique patterns resembling those of a deity, its surface shimmering faintly like stars in the night sky. Were it not for her first-hand witnessing of other villagers' sacrifices, she might have been swayed by his words. Now, however, all she could muster was a cold laugh. He continues to deceive. How dare he offer this to a mere girl? Although Yu Sheng refrained from accepting the talisman, nearby players were not so easily dissuaded. One boldly stepped forward, intent on seizing it. Yet, as he advanced, he was swiftly obstructed by others in his path. I'll remain here. The talisman is mine. I spotted first. Stand Azida. The crowd quickly devolved into chaos. The talisman lost amidst the commotion, and Zhang Yin's figure was swallowed by the entangled players. In the tumult, Yu Sheng hastily retreated a step, her quick-witted companions pulling her to safety. A Taurus House fighter spat into the crowd. Bah, cowardly fools. Who want your cursed talisman? Look, the quest log has updated. A female player standing behind Fan Fan suddenly exclaimed. Yu Sheng and the others glanced down at the glowing screen. New quest. Please choose to remain in the desert highlands of the dungeon or conclude the game to return to the safe house. Kindly confirm your choice before the 30-second countdown expires, or you shall remain in the dungeon by default. Without any hesitation, Yu Sheng opted to return to the safe house. Qiyu also quickly chose to head back, only remembering to inquire of her teammates afterward. What did you all choose? Xiaolu replied, back to the safe house. Lu Qingguang stated, the safe house. Qi Funshui remarked, let us return to the safe house. Sister Mei Ling expressed, it's quite unsettling to linger here for too long. I truly wish to return to the safe house soon. The home warrior affirmed, it's definitely the safe house. Not only Lu Qingguang's team, but also Yoshida Saya and Fan Fan, who pondered what to eat today, expressed their intention to return to the safe house to prepare for the next round of the game. Fan Fan, with a flurry of activity on the screen, announced, my team has promptly shared everything that occurred at the shrine in the communication area, and after the task update, we reminded everyone to choose wisely. What swift action! The home warrior gave her a thumbs up. Fan Fan then closed the screen and cheerfully flashed a yay. Sign to everyone. Chapter 62. The Green Elemental Spirit. Congratulations to all players for successfully navigating the game instance of the Desert Plateau. The 720-hour gameplay period has concluded, with a player survival rate of 45.96. Due to insufficient player numbers, the system will automatically assign new players, and the next round of the game will commence in 48 hours. Players are advised to prepare in advance and strive for survival. Warm reminder 1. The game instance has been refined, now encompassing both natural and narrative instances. Warm reminder 2. The range of players' safe houses has been updated. Please check promptly. Yu Sheng opened her eyes, realizing she was standing in the center of the ward, between two hospital beds. A countdown of 48 hours had commenced on her hand. This time, she nonchalantly pushed open the ward door and proceeded to check the updated safe house area. In addition to the addition of 2 more hospital rooms, the safe house had also updated with a storage room for equipment and a hot water room. The equipment storage room was designated for various medical devices, such as heart monitors, oxygen tanks, infrared therapy devices, infusion pumps, sputum suction machines, wheelchairs, stretchers, and an entire wall filled with stainless steel racks displaying an assortment of sterile instrument packs, each marked with different labels. The hot water room was divided into 2 sections by half a wall. The front section contained a hot water tank, 2 microwaves, and a refrigerator. Upon opening the refrigerator, she found a pot of cooled rib soup, a bag of clean bok choy, and a box filled with rice packaged neatly. The rear section of the hot water room also served as a laundry room, where a row of patients' clothing hung, alongside an old washing machine. Yu Sheng placed the supplies from the equipment storage room and the contents of the refrigerator into her backpack and proceeded to inspect the 2 new hospital rooms. Each room was equipped with identical facilities, and Yu Sheng collected all the items left behind by previous patients, including pure milk, cereal, fruits, flowers, thermos flasks, snacks, and more. ensuring not a single item was overlooked. Returning to her own hospital room, she retrieved the electric heating table and the refrigerator. While waiting for the rib soup to heat, Yusheng opened her screen to review the new supplies and items in her backpack. As soon as she opened it, she noticed a private message from Lu Qingguang, which included the metallic element ores he had collected during the game that Yusheng needed. Gazing at the lengthy string of zeros following the quantity, Yusheng sighed with relief. With such an abundance of ores, she would have enough to synthesize a considerable amount of steel. At last, the blueprints for the handgun and ammunition could finally be put to use. Without further ado, she set to work. Yusheng retrieved the refining furnace and decomposition table, positioning them in the corner of the ward near the door, immediately tossing ores into the decomposition table. The other beds, occupying unnecessary space, were promptly packed away and sent to the trading zone. The decomposition of the ores did not take long. Yusheng intended to engage in other activities while the ores slowly broke down, reserving the time acceleration hourglass for the synthesis phase. In her backpack, aside from the supplies and items she had previously amassed, the last game had locked her inventory, resulting in zero consumption throughout the event. After a month of survival gaming, she had accumulated a plethora of new items. Among the spoils from this game were 19 empty yellow elemental chests, 1 air conditioner, 1 evasion house disguise card, 1 bulletproof vest blueprint, 1 incinerator, 30 smart butler fragments, 1 corrosion-resistant protective raincoat, 5 intermediate time acceleration hourglasses, 20 basic time acceleration hourglasses, 60 evasion house upgrade cards, and 30 plant cultivation chamber upgrade cards. Additionally, she had received item fragments sent by the powerful pudding, who kept its promise. Yusheng glanced at the upgrade cards awaiting collection. She was still 470 upgrade cards short for the plant cultivation chamber, 140 for the refining furnace, and 31 fragments for the smart butler. The evasion house upgrade cards are the most daunting, requiring a staggering 334 more for an upgrade. With each level increase, the required fragments and cards doubled, yet the drop rate of game chests appeared to be diminishing, slowing her collection progress significantly. She selected a few small cabbages still bearing roots to store in her backpack for future experimentation in the plant cultivation chamber, hoping to see if she could successfully grow them. The remaining clean cabbages and rice were tossed into a pot of pork rib soup, and after a few minutes of waiting, she turned off the heat and savored a delightful meal. Once the decomposition table completed breaking down the batch of ores, it continued its work. She tossed an empty green elemental chest into it, curious about what it might yield. Utilizing a time acceleration hourglass, the decomposition table indicated that the process had concluded. Lifting the lid, she discovered a gem-like, droplet-shaped crystal resting quietly within. Testing its properties, she placed it into her backpack for further examination. The green elemental spirit, usable for enhancing the functionality of synthesis items or for feeding creatures with green attributes. An idea sparked in Sheng's mind. With the refining furnace at her disposal, it was the perfect opportunity to experiment with synthesis, especially since she had a green spirit wall-climbing tiger to test the feeding effects on. Continuing her exploration, Yusheng placed another empty green elemental chest into the decomposition table and retrieved the long-stored green spirit wall-climbing tiger from her backpack. The young wall-climbing tiger seedling was merely the size of her palm. Upon contact with her skin, its tender leaves trembled slightly in the air, resembling a newly born creature. Having never raised plants or animals before, Yusheng was uncertain of the feeding process. She gently placed the green crystal on both the leaves and roots of the wall-climbing tiger to see the response. When positioned on the leaves, the plant's movement intensified, resembling a hungry young animal. Yet it seemed unsure how to consume the crystal, which remained unchanged. Yusheng then cradled the crystal in her palm, placing the wall-climbing tiger atop it, aligning its roots with the green stone. Gradually, the roots extended, enveloping the crystal, and the droplet-like stone was visibly absorbed at an observable rate. Yusheng raised the climbing tiger to her eyes, observing it closely. After absorbing the crystal spirit, it unfurled its leaves, remaining motionless as if in slumber. She then stowed it in her backpack to review the information. Green Spirit Climbing Tiger, a mutated variant of the climbing tiger, capable of recognizing its master. Once bound, it can serve as a recyclable biological weapon, excelling in strangulation. Level: Initial Awakening of Intelligence 5-100, a single crystal spirit only increases the value by 5 points, which means this little creature requires 20 green elemental crystal spirits to level up. Fortunately, Yu Sheng's backpack contained over 20 empty green elemental treasure chests, sufficient for its upgrade. Future advancements would depend on both chance and her diligence. Yu Sheng concluded that raising pets indeed incurs considerable expenses. The decomposition station continued to break down the treasure chests. With time limited, Yu Sheng hesitated to use the hourglass further, opting instead to remain by the decomposition station, observing the information on the light screen. The team chat buzzed with 99 messages, prompting Yu Sheng to start from the unread section. Initially, she discovered that 2 members already possessed their own evasion shelters, while her team lacked one. Xiaolu's evasion shelter was a wardrobe in a changing room, and Chi Fun's was a charming thatched cottage. The others promptly sent congratulatory gifts, with Lu Qingguang dividing the collective upgrade card for the evasion shelter into 3 portions, gifting them all, combined with their personal stocks. The newly acquired evasion shelters could be upgraded to intermediate levels immediately. Yu Sheng also packaged some of her supplies as gifts for the 3 teammates and took the opportunity to discuss with Su Moli about her experience discovering the crystal spirit. Su Moli requested, "Do you still have that crystal spirit? Please give me one. I want to experiment with synthesizing nutrient solution and observe the effects." Just then, the decomposition station produced another crystal spirit. Yu Sheng sent the crystal spirit along with the time-accelerating hourglass to her. After waiting a while, Su Moli sent back 2 vials of nutrient solution. Spirit-level nutrient solution 2. Upon consumption, it randomly increases any one of the player's attributes. However, no specifics were provided regarding the amount of increase. Yu Sheng had no choice but to try it herself, tilting her head back to consume both vials in one go. As the liquid entered her stomach, it was swiftly absorbed, and Yu Sheng felt an overwhelming fatigue dissipate, as though every pore in her body had opened, leaving her rejuvenated. She then opened her personal information page to check her status. Player, Yu Sheng level, 2 gender, female age, 25 health, 106 strength, 160 agility, 160 stamina, 60 flexibility, 40 specialty, long distance running. Medicine title, Divine Healer. Yu Sheng marveled at the transformation brought about by the 2 vials of nutrient solution, noting that her stamina had shifted from a specialty to a distinct attribute, while her flexibility had also increased. She eagerly shared this discovery in the group chat. While they discussed, Yu Sheng reviewed the link sent by Chi Yu. It led to a post from the What S for Dinner team in the communication zone, which thoroughly summarized the plot of the previous gaming round. In the last round, after returning to the villagers' home, Yu Sheng had recounted all subsequent events, with Lu Qingguang coordinating with other teams for collaboration. She was only aware that Lu Qingguang and his team had found several invisibility cards and arranged for personnel to explore other entrances to the secret passage, taking turns to monitor activities in the cave, while also unveiling the details of Zhang Yinda's fabrication of a false divine platform. For instance, the cards obtained by players from the golden treasure chests are merely forgeries. While crafted from genuine gold, they do not belong to the treasure chests. After players make their wishes and bow their heads in reverence, villagers concealed beneath the false altar will place the golden treasure chest upon it. Additionally, some players with ulterior motives, upon realizing the difficulty of their wishes being fulfilled, unlike the ethereal desires expressed by Yu Sheng and her companions, fear exposure. Thus, the villagers hidden indoors will trigger a mechanism to render the players unconscious and sequester them in a hidden chamber beneath the mat. In order to prevent the players who acquire the treasure chest from discovering the card's fraudulent nature, they meticulously gather all players together, ensuring that villagers or Zhang Yinda supervise throughout, leaving no opportunity for them to inspect the authenticity of the cards. This is a carefully crafted deception, and regrettably, many players have fallen prey to its allure, choosing to remain trapped within the instance forever. Chapter 63. The Yellow Elemental Spirit. Yu Sheng successfully adjusts the refining furnace and the decomposition platform, simultaneously commencing the synthesis of bullets and the decomposition of green elemental spirits. The newly decomposed spirits are directly communicated to Lu Qingguang, as she deems them useful and refrains from contributing them. Lu Qingguang expresses his understanding and promptly posts a purchase notice on the display screen. Due to the captain's injury sustained in the previous round of the game, their team lags behind others and most individual players, unaware that elemental treasure chests can yield spirits. have already traded their chests to other teams. Missing the opportunity to seize the spirits leaves Lu Changguang somewhat pensive upon returning to the safe house. To uplift the team's spirits, the homebody warrior prepared a grand gift package as a belated initiation present, distributing one to each teammate, with each package uniquely curated. Yu Sheng's package contained personal items, snacks, frozen foods, and several boxes of electrolyte drinks in various flavors. The group soon filled with laughter and cheer, and Yu Sheng joined the camaraderie, expressing her gratitude to the homebody warrior. Chan Tian Hua Hua, em curious. What wishes did you all make in front of the altar? Chan Tian Hua Hua, I wish for world peace. Mi Wu Lu, I hope my mother can find happiness in another world. Ji Su 63, I wish that the cafeteria ladies would serve without trembling hands. Taurus homebody warrior, I wish for a world devoid of mosquitoes. Had I known, I would have wished for that golden treasure chest instead. At least it's made of real gold. Due to humanity's unadorned fascination with gold, Yu Sheng now harbors a tinge of regret for having been overly cautious when discussing wishes with Lu Changguang. They both assumed the villagers would conceal mechanisms or malevolent traps within the mysterious treasure chests, deliberately agreeing upon wishes that were difficult to realize. Little did they know that the villagers, fearing the fake chests would appear too shabby and be uncovered, would actually present a treasure chest crafted from gold to entice them. Chun Tian Hua Hua, it is indeed a pity. I've never seen such a large chunk of gold in this lifetime. If I could bring it back to the real world, I would be wealthy. Emoli, I wish that my beloved senior in the circle would never face any downfall. San Fun Chung Chi Feng Shui. Though I also covet that golden treasure chest, it is more important that we all return safely to the safe house. Have you noticed the dwindling numbers? Upon the utterance of these words, a rare silence enveloped the group for a brief moment. Who could have imagined that? Despite the intermediate difficulty, the player count would plummet to a mere 4596 after this round of the game. In the discussion forum, several players have initiated dedicated threads to analyze this decline in numbers. Aside from those who were captured by villagers for sacrifice or whisked away by tornadoes, a significant number of players chose to remain in the village. Those who believed they could continue living in the village, indulging in a life of ease on the embellished altar, ultimately faced the stark reality of being stripped of their information. Whether they are alive or dead now remains an unsolved mystery. Restart 001. As long as one is alive, there is hope. Do not lose heart. Misty dear, I have updated my safe house with a batch of sports equipment. Let me know if anyone is in need. Accompanied by an image. Yu Sheng magnified the picture. The high school sports gear seemed far too basic for her. Springfield blossoms. Little deer is like a timely rain. I want that pair of dumbbells. Emoli, I desire that yoga ball. West side rain, east side sunny. A dartboard, thank you. Suddenly recalling that she hadn't T-trained in over a month, Yu Sheng paid no further heed to the chat messages on the screen. Hastily retrieving her workout equipment from her backpack and proceeding with her training in an orderly fashion. This kept her busy for 5 to 6 hours. Yu Sheng paused, feeling the soreness in her calf muscles, and initiated a trade for nutritional potions with Su Emoli. Internal team trades come with discounted prices. Taking advantage of the ample time spent in the safe house, Yu Sheng decided to buy a variety of potions, regardless of whether they were low-level or high-level, as they wouldn't expire in her backpack. When Su Mo sent the nutritional potions, she also included a blueprint for a stamina supplement, which was the very one Yu Sheng had promised to lend her before acquiring the refining furnace. Su Emoli, it was about time I returned this to you, and it's perfect timing. Yu Sheng replied with an emoji and accepted the blueprint. Had Su Emoli not proactively returned it, she wouldn't have known how to broach the subject. Just then, the refining furnace finished synthesizing the pistol. Yu Sheng placed the stamina supplement blueprint, the materials, and a green elemental spirit into the furnace, awaiting the results with quiet anticipation. Advanced Stamina Supplement 5. Consuming it will quickly replenish the energy bar representing stamina. Yu Sheng gazed at the description of the energy bar, somewhat perplexed. However, as the stamina supplement posed no toxicity, she thought to herself that she might as well give it a try. Without hesitation, she picked up one of the supplements and swallowed it in one gulp. Upon consuming the advanced stamina supplement, the fatigue and soreness from her continuous training dissipated almost instantaneously. More surprising than this transformation was the long-awaited system prompt that appeared before her. Attention! The system has detected that player Speedy 63 has triggered the game Easter egg for health and stamina. Would you like to announce this news? Announcing will grant a special game item. Please confirm whether to announce. Having not triggered a system broadcast in a long time, Sheng promptly clicked to confirm. Congratulations to player Speedy63 for triggering the game Easter egg for health and stamina, thus obtaining a special game item and initiating a game upgrade across the entire region. Players are encouraged to continue exploring. Simultaneously, a system notification popped up in Sheng's private chat. Please click to receive a special item, a pair of insightful eyes. Valid indefinitely. Usable for 1 minute, with a cooldown period of 2 hours. Sheng clicked to activate the card item for the insightful eyes. But apart from a slight enhancement in her vision, she felt no further changes. Was it possible that her method of usage was incorrect? Sheng blinked vigorously once more. It still sensed nothing extraordinary. Confused, she entered the restroom, intending to wash away the sweat that clung to her. As she stepped into the restroom and glanced at her reflection in the mirror, Sheng was taken aback. She noticed 2 semi-transparent thick lines atop her head, one red and one blue, each accompanied by the number 100. It resembled the health bar of a character from the pixelated games she had played in her childhood. However, while such lines were normal for game characters, their presence above a 3-dimensional human was decidedly abnormal. With a complex expression, she opened the incessantly vibrating screen. 3 parts earnestness, 7 parts charm. Wow. Sister 63 is quietly making big moves again. Springfield blossoms. Sheng triggered some sort of Easter egg. Do tell. Taurus homebody. Friends. I have a health bar and a blue bar now. Do you all have the same? Emoli. Same here. Reboot 001. I just discovered it as well. Myling. What are these 2 lines about? Swift 63. We synthesized a high-level stamina supplement. The system notification appeared after consumption. Misty dear. We are increasingly resembling paper dolls from games. Emoli. Is it similar to the way we use spiritual level nutrient solutions? Swift 63. Yes, the crystal spirit is quite useful. From now on, everyone should collect elemental treasure chests diligently. Swift 63. The blueprint for the stamina supplement was given to me by Jasmine. Captain, can you check if there are any shared elemental treasure chests left in the team? Let's hurry to synthesize spiritual level stamina supplements and nutrient solutions to boost everyone's physique and stats before the next round of the game. Reboot 001. Alright, thank you, 63 and Jasmine. Lu Qingguang also possessed a refining furnace and a decomposition station, but due to limited blueprints, he could only synthesize other items. Sheng temporarily halted the decomposition of ores, using a yellow elemental empty treasure chest to extract a yellow crystal spirit. Yellow elemental crystal spirit can be used to enhance the functions of synthesized items or to strengthen weapon attributes. It appeared that each type of elemental crystal spirit had distinct functions and effects, piquing Sheng's interest. She accelerated the synthesis time of the high-level stamina supplement using a time-accelerating hourglass and sent one to each teammate, including the ones synthesized in the previous round. Next, she experimented with the stamina supplement blueprint and the pistol blueprint, adding a yellow elemental crystal spirit to the materials for both. The outcome was the synthesis of a high-level stamina supplement and a high-level pistol with enhanced range and destructive power. Chapter 64. Rebirth and Corruption. Good morning, players. Welcome to the game world. This session takes place in the realm of rebirth and corruption, where players will be randomly deployed. The game duration is 240 hours, with a low danger level. A gentle reminder to players, please maintain your decorum, avoid polluting the environment, and strive to survive until the end. Sheng slowly opened her eyes. She stood at the crossroads, confronted by a lifeless and dilapidated city, where every towering structure, edifice, and street lay shrouded beneath a layer of black dust. Despite the surrounding skyscrapers, the city bore an unsettling stillness, reminiscent of stepping into a silent horror film. The grotesque monsters she had seen in movies flashed through her mind, their bloodied mouths sending a chill down her spine. Hastily, she sought refuge. Crouching between the street-side shops and an electrical box, cautiously peering out to survey her surroundings. After what felt like an eternity of ensuring her safety, she exhaled in relief. First checking her light screen backpack to confirm its functionality before stowing away her bulging mountaineering pack. Turning her head, she noticed a shop nearby and instinctively wiped a hand across the glass window, eager to glimpse inside. Through the reflection, she caught sight of the red health bar above her head, the numbers inexplicably having changed to 99. conducting a thorough self-assessment. She noticed a faint numbness in her left palm where she had touched the dusty glass, leaving her uncertain if it was merely a figment of her imagination. Was the potency of this dust truly so formidable? Although unsure, she did not dare to be careless, promptly retrieving a bottle of water from her backpack to cleanse her hands. After washing, she instinctively discarded the empty bottle onto the ground, and while drying her hands, she suddenly sensed an imminent danger approaching from behind. In a heartbeat, she pivoted swiftly, narrowly evading a massive, bar-like object that lunged toward the back of her head. She leaped aside, gaining distance to discern that the assailant was a solitary, tentacled creature that had emerged from the ground. It resembled a sightless sea eel, its mouth part capable of splitting into five, gaping open like a carnivorous flower, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. Should this beast sink its teeth into her scalp, it would surely strip the skin clean away. The tentacle monster writhed, frantically searching for her whereabouts, but upon failing to locate her, it seized a discarded water bottle with its mouth part and slowly retreated into the sewer. With her heart racing, she patted her chest, now understanding why the system urged players to avoid polluting the environment. She circled to another road, distancing herself from the creature's emergence, and sought a concealed vantage point to observe for any other lurking monsters. As she ascended a step, a piece of debris was scraped off the sole of her shoe. Looking down, she discovered that her athletic shoe was indeed coated in that peculiar dust, which had corroded the material. This was her most comfortable pair of shoes. The black dust was utterly sinister. Unsure how much further her compromised shoe would support her, she deliberated and resolved to find shelter inside the nearby hideout to await further developments. It was also an opportune moment to check on her soon-to-be upgraded Green Spirit wall-climbing tiger. She released her three-tiered, small vehicle. Thanks to the disguise function of the hideout, its exterior merely resembled an old RV, avoiding the conspicuousness of its original form. Sheng arrived at the second floor of the hideout and lay down, where she had placed a bed for convenience, allowing her to keep an eye on the refining furnace and the disassembly station to save time and maintain an uninterrupted production of resources. Upon activating the screen to check messages, Sheng noticed that aside from the squad chat of Message 99, there were numerous private messages from individuals seeking her. Monster Pudding. Is there any stock of the green combat suits? Universe's greatest Chow Chow. Boss 63. I wish to purchase a batch of green combat suits. Reboot 001. 63. How many green combat suits are left in stock? Curious about the purpose behind these inquiries, Sheng clicked to reply to Lu Qingguang while simultaneously inquiring about his intentions for the combat suits. Reboot 001. The green combat suit comes with a defensive value of 50. In this round of the game, the dust, rain, and even the air contain harmful particles for the human body. Any item with defensive capabilities is in high demand. Sheng took stock of her inventory. Initially, she was hurrying to synthesize spiritual-grade stamina potions and advanced handguns along with ammunition. However, with the price of the green combat suits on the rise, it would be a disservice to herself if she did not seize the opportunity for profit. With this in mind, Sheng replied, "There are over 100 suits in stock. I can offer 100 for trade, but I have yet to determine the pricing." Reboot 001. Today, I will wear one out to test how long the defensive value of 50 lasts. This will allow us to establish a more accurate price based on its effectiveness. There are buyers looking for you. You can negotiate for now, and once the price is set, allow them to bid, with the highest bidder winning. Swift 63. Sheng found Lu Qingguang's idea quite reasonable. Following his plan, she paused the synthesis of the spiritual-grade stamina potions, and, during the interval of his experiment with the combat suit's effectiveness, hurried to synthesize a few more suits. Once the disassembly station completed its work, the 19th green elemental spirit had been successfully disassembled. Sheng tossed in a yellow elemental treasure chest, retrieved the green wall-climbing tiger from her backpack, and began feeding it the green elemental spirits one by one. Green wall-climbing tiger. Initial awakening intelligence 10 100 green wall-climbing tiger. Initial awakening intelligence 50 100 green wall-climbing tiger. Initial awakening intelligence 100 100. System prompt. The green wall-climbing tiger has met the upgrade conditions and will automatically advance to level 2, eagerly awaiting nourishment. The green wall-climbing tiger now meets the conditions for bonding. Please confirm whether to proceed with the binding. Sheng clicked to confirm. In the next moment, The green wall-climbing tiger's leaves slowly unfurled in her palm, and a slender, curled green stem emerged from its bud, trembling as it extended and grew longer. The green stem reached out toward Yu Sheng's finger, playfully curling around her index finger. Yu Sheng wiggled her finger. Unable to maintain its grip, the stem abandoned her finger, shaking its head in a huff as it continued to grow upward. In the blink of an eye, it surged from a size barely fitting in her palm to approximately half a meter, its foliage becoming lush, with 2 tendrils extending like the arms of an infant. After the binding, Yu Sheng instinctively understood its desires. I want nutritious soil. I want water. I crave delicious food. Yu Sheng settled it beneath the eaves at the entrance of the glass room on the 3rd floor, filling a large bucket with the unique, nutritious soil from the glass room to create a home for it. And she also prepared some nutrient-rich water to nourish the roots of the wall-climbing tiger. The climbing tiger, feeling quite comfortable, shook its leaves slightly and ventured further. Dangling beside the sheltering cabin, its vibrant green foliage was rather pleasing to the eye. Yu Sheng fed it all the green elemental crystals she had, and even attempted to offer it a yellow elemental crystal. The crystals were swiftly absorbed by the climbing tiger, which then sprouted a new vine from its roots, moving within the protective barrier of the shelter and extending in various directions. Upon scanning the climbing tiger with a holographic screen, its information promptly appeared. Green Spirit Climbing Tiger, Level 2 Spirit Pet, a mutated variant of the climbing tiger, capable of acting as a retrieval-type biological weapon in accordance with its master's commands. Proficient in strangulation. Level. Starving for nourishment 12,500, Yu Sheng felt a headache coming on as she gazed at the seemingly unattainable progress. Chapter 65. Red Element Treasure Chest. She retreated to observe the glass house she had not entered for quite some time. After a month and 2 days, she was relieved to find that the glass house had an independent automatic irrigation system, allowing the plants to thrive rather than wither from neglect. In the hydroponic area, the scallions, garlic, and ginger she had procured from Sister Mei Ling had grown numerous leaves and were ready for harvesting. Yu Sheng transplanted the ginger into the soil planting area, allocating a corner for it to grow freely. The banana and apple seeds she had directly placed in the seed cultivation area had sprouted and taken root, with the apple tree seedlings even developing 2 pairs of tender green leaves. Yu Sheng transferred both into nutrient-rich, loose, and breathable soil, preparing for them to grow further before planting them in the ground. However, the blood vine fruit in the soil had not germinated. Upon excavation, she discovered that the thick seed coat had rotted and blackened, with most of the germ points severely affected and decayed. It seemed that direct planting in the soil was not a viable option. Yu Sheng retrieved another blood vine fruit, extracted the kernel, and placed it in the seed cultivation area. To be cautious, she prepared several this time, placing half directly in the cultivation area, while the other half had a portion of the heavy seed coat ground away before being inserted. After completing her work in the fields, Yu Sheng ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor to check the decomposition table and the refining furnace before returning to the 1st floor to begin her daily exercise. The sensations of accelerated breathing and heartbeat caused her dopamine levels to surge rapidly. This was Yu Sheng's source of joy. Once she finished exercising, she habitually leaned against the wall to perform deep squats while calming her breath, and simultaneously checked the notifications on her holographic screen, only to feel a wave of darkness wash over her. In a private message, Chiyu bombarded her with exclamation marks. Springfield Flower. Sheng Sheng. My shelter cabin's tire has been reduced to rubble. It's in shambles. Springfield Flower. Sheng Sheng, are you there? Springfield Flower. Good news. The shelter cabin modification card can be used to replace tires, but the wear and tear is too costly in terms of modification cards. Springfield Flower. Boo-hoo. I'm scared to use the shelter cabin now. Let's team up for survival. I'm coming to find you. Springfield Flower. Treasure location. Yu Sheng hurriedly donned her nearly worn-out sneakers and rushed outside to check on her shelter cabin's tire. The good news was that her shelter cabin's tire was intact. The bad news was that the defensive value of the shelter cabin's protective barrier, originally at 10,000 points, had dropped to 9,700 points. Yu Sheng initially believed that the defense value should be quite durable. However, to her dismay, it diminished by 300 points in just about 5 hours. This equates to a reduction of approximately 1 point per minute. Just as Yu Sheng was about to make contact with the ground, she hastily returned to her vehicle to devise a strategy. She first sent her location to Chiyu, while elegantly offering her apologies. Speedy 63. I was wrong. I was wrong. I will certainly check messages in a timely manner next time. Speedy 63. How are you getting here? Are your shoes all right? The response arrived promptly. Springfield blossoms. I shredded an extra set of green combat gear and wrapped it around my shoes, walking on the defense value. Speedy 63. Quite clever. Thumbs up, JPG. Yu Sheng checked the locations of both parties and calculated that it would take Chi Yu approximately 10 hours to arrive on foot. Thus, she decided to head towards Chi Yu's location to assist, which would save at least half the time. However, before departing, Yu Sheng needed to prepare a few things. She first posted in the trading area, detailing the usage instructions and images of the life-restoring spirit-level stamina supplements and green combat gear, clearly stating that she would only accept item or fragment trades. Then, she retrieved the corrosion-resistant raincoat obtained from the previous game, donning it over her combat gear and thermal imaging helmet. She carried only a laser, a high-caliber pistol with ammunition, 2 spirit-level nutrient solutions, 2 spirit-level stamina supplements, 1 detox pill, and 1 disposable cleaning card. Lastly, she took out 10 sets of combat gear from her inventory, cut them according to the size of her shoes, sending some to Chi Yu and the other teammates while storing the rest in her backpack for future use. Walking along the silent, dust-covered streets of the city, Yu Sheng pondered the survival rules that had been validated in this round of the game. First, one must not litter, as it attracts monsters. Second, the dust in the air and on the ground diminishes players' health points, and should these points drop to a certain level, it could be fatal. Third, hideouts with tires cannot be utilized in the game. Otherwise, they will corrode, yet tireless, immobile hideouts remain unaffected. Suddenly, Yu Sheng remembered the mobile boardroom-style hideout in her backpack that she had yet to use. Once she and Chi Yu reunited, they could rest in the mobile hideout. After approximately 20 minutes of walking, the system announced, "Congratulations, player Restart 04718 has acquired 1 red element treasure chest." The system has rewarded the player with a special title. A new treasure chest has been unlocked and deployed. Please continue your treasure hunt. Upon hearing the word restart, Yu Sheng initially thought it was Lu Qingguang, but to her astonishment, it was not he who triggered the first reward of the new treasure chest. Yu Sheng couldn't help but feel speechless. Perhaps no one can remain the favored child of the game until the very end. Everyone is striving to survive. Each person is the protagonist of their own story. With the new treasure chest deployed, Yu Sheng activated a treasure chest radar, invigorated, and began her search along the street. In this round of the game, her backpack could be used normally, and when she discovered a treasure chest, she did not rush to open it, regardless of the type of chest. She simply stored it directly in her backpack. The combat boot covers, worn by Yu Sheng, began to char and become brittle 50 minutes into her time challenge. Realizing this, she quickly halted to replace them. She dared not dispose of the defective covers carelessly, fearing the wrath of the environmental guardians. Thus, Yu Sheng utilized an empty copper box as a makeshift trash receptacle, stowing the old covers into her backpack. Dressed in a raincoat and helmet, her movements were cumbersome. As she stood on one leg to don the new covers, her helmet slipped down, prompting her to steady it with her hand. Just as she adjusted the helmet, a flicker of thermal imaging revealed a crimson glow on her visor. Instinctively, she attempted to glance upwards, her hand instinctively reaching for the weapon concealed in her raincoat pocket. "Don't move." A woman's stern voice cut through the air, halting her in her tracks. Slowly, Yu Sheng raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. As she rose, the thermal image became clearer, revealing 2 figures, an armed woman brandishing a long knife in the forefront and a male silhouette behind her, advancing with a gun aimed directly at Yu Sheng. It was 2 against 1, and Yu Sheng was unarmed. Any attempt to draw her weapon could prove futile. Before she could aim, they would surely strike. The man hesitated, allowing the woman with the knife to approach Yu Sheng. The helmet obscured her view of their faces, but she could hear the woman taunting her as she drew nearer. "We've been following you for quite some time, collecting plenty of treasure, and now it all belongs to me." Her tone dripped with disdain, clearly underestimating Yu Sheng. Complying, Yu Sheng maintained her hands-up posture, feigning fear and immobility, waiting for the woman to enter her melee range. She was gambling on the assumption that this female player, armed with a cold weapon, would lack both the equipment and the physical prowess to match her own. 3, 2, 1. The woman paused about 2 meters in front of Yu Sheng, not intending to grant mercy to the seemingly compliant girl before her. With a swift motion, she aimed her knife toward Yu Sheng's neck, taunting Dai. Yu Sheng focused intently on the woman's movement. In that fleeting moment of the knife's descent, she suddenly shifted her body, using the female player's form to shield herself from the man's gun. Simultaneously, she surged forward with astonishing speed, seizing the woman's wrist with one hand and grabbing her neck with the other, pivoting her back to shield herself from the male player. Yu Sheng's intent was uncomplicated. In front of the man, she would wrest the knife from the woman and deliver a fatal blow. In an instant, their positions reversed. Realizing Yu Sheng's next move, the woman cried out frantically to her companion, "You fool! Shoot!" The man, equally anxious, gripped his gun, but it trembled erratically. Frustrated, he cursed, "I can't aim. Don't move." Yu Sheng's expression remained unyielding beneath her helmet, as she gradually exerted pressure, forcing the woman's hand to raise the knife towards her own face. What kind of monster possesses such strength? The female player was taken aback, rendered unable to articulate a complete sentence amidst the struggle for power. She felt utterly despondent, for despite exerting all her strength, she could not prevent her own weapon from inching closer to her throat, slicing through her skin. Oh, the pain! Her agonized cries were gradually stifled by the blood that filled her throat. In a state of panic, her companion fired 2 shots, one hitting her thigh, while the other ricocheted harmlessly to the ground. Yu Sheng, with one hand freed, lifted her helmet's visor and saw her assailant, unperturbed by the spent cartridges on the ground, still attempting to aim at her in a bid for revenge. After a fleeting moment of contemplation, she decisively abandoned the thought of claiming another player's life and hurled the female player forward, skillfully altering her direction to evade the bullets as she dashed around the corner. In mere seconds, the unmistakable roars of a monster and the startled exclamations of players echoed behind her. Amidst her frantic escape, Yu Sheng managed to glance back, witnessing the rapid emergence of a creature from the very spot where the spent shell casings had fallen. This time, the creature was a towering, upright lizard-like being, which flicked its tongue to snatch up the bullet lodged in the wall. Its gaze fixated hungrily on Yu Sheng's retreating form before it swiftly pursued her on all fours. Yu Sheng adjusted her breathing and continued to run, encountering 2 players along the way. The first player, intent on raising a weapon against her, was swiftly silenced by her laser. The second player, seeing the relentless lizard hot on her heels, promptly retreated in the opposite direction. Exhausted, Yu Sheng paused to assess the approaching lizard. This creature boasted a crocodilian physique with a tough exterior and limbs resembling those of a human, complemented by a muscular chest. After half an hour of relentless running, Yu Sheng realized she could not shake it off and prepared to confront it. With the inevitability of battle looming, she cast aside any notions of martial ethics. As the lizard drew within range, she drew her handgun, catching the spent casings with the hem of her raincoat, and aimed at its head and torso. She fired 3 shots, all striking the lizard's back, embedding the bullets into its skin, which oozed crimson droplets. The lizard let out a furious roar, quickening its pace towards her. In response, Yu Sheng brandished her laser as a makeshift sword and engaged in close combat. The lizard's forelimbs bore sharp claws, and its gaping maw exuded a pungent stench. Yu Sheng nimbly dodged its sweeping claws, delivering searing beams from her laser to its face and abdomen, reasoning that even if she could not slay it, she could at least sear it to submission. The struggle endured for 10 minutes, culminating in her victory after firing several rounds into its gaping mouth. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh as the lizard collapsed with a resounding thud, finally immobilized. Having never encountered such a monstrous entity at close range before, Yu Sheng unsheathed her knife and prodded the creature to ensure it was truly lifeless. She then retrieved her light screen to capture a photograph for her team chat. Accidentally, her finger activated the backpack scanner, and a sudden prompt appeared on the light screen. Radiation mutant lizard, a variant monster whose skin can be utilized to synthesize defensive equipment, while the crystalline nucleus within its brain possesses the property of the red element. The term crystalline nucleus sparked a glimmer of interest in Yu Sheng's eyes as she swiftly wielded her knife to extract a perfectly round red gemstone from the creature's head. Note: the system has recognized player Shidu 63's rapid discovery of the crystalline nucleus achievement, granting a special in-game item. Please confirm whether to announce this. Click to confirm. Congratulations to player Shidu 63 for acquiring 1 red element crystalline nucleus, along with a special in-game item. Players are encouraged to continue their treasure hunt. Simultaneously, Sheng received a private message from the system. Please click to accept the special item dungeon binding card, which is valid indefinitely. The dungeon binding card allows for the binding of a scene as a personal dungeon for the player, with the rules established by the player post-binding. Sheng was perplexed. What does a personal dungeon entail? And what is this binding of scenes? Yet, she had no time to ponder the intricacies of this item card. Her shoe covers were on the verge of expiration, and the treasure chest radar had only about an hour left. Hastily, Sheng shared images in the group chat to inform others about her discovery of the monster's crystalline nucleus, inevitably receiving a barrage of requests for assistance. After donning a new pair of shoe covers and carefully storing the lizardman's skin, she began her return journey. During her earlier escape, she had neglected to collect several treasure chests along the way, and now, with no other players in the vicinity, it would be a pity not to retrieve them. This time, however, she had learned from experience. Brandishing her weapon, she adjusted her breathing and commenced running, intermittently pausing to observe her surroundings before proceeding. An hour later, the treasure chest radar became inactive. Sheng checked her location. Chiyu was still approximately an hour's journey away. So she decided to take a break and find a suitable spot to deploy her safe house. In total, Sheng had gathered 24 red element chests, 13 silver chests, 8 copper chests, and 6 wooden chests. Opening chests outdoors could easily attract monsters, so she opted to open all her chests in the safety of her hideout. Aside from the chests containing monsters, the rest yielded a bounty of materials: 50 intelligent butler fragments, 30 cultivation chamber upgrade cards, 40 refining furnace upgrade cards, 8 teleportation cards, 7 one-time cleaning cards, 3 blueprint replica album fragments, 40 backpack expansion cards, 30 safe house upgrade cards, 3 universal batteries, 2 blueprint customization cards, 1 durian, 5 orange juices, 20 mineral waters, and 15 bags of small bread. After the chaos of opening the chests, the restroom was left in disarray. Sheng retrieved her incinerator and placed it by the restroom door against the wall to serve as a makeshift garbage bin, disposing of the monster corpses and refuse within. The incinerator could harmlessly eliminate all materials without leaving smoke or ash. Feeling disinclined to clean, she used 2 one-time cleaning cards to tidy herself and the safe house. She ascended to the second floor of the safe house and lay down on the bed. The half-lizard skin and combat suit materials she had placed in the refining furnace were still undergoing synthesis. While she positioned the crystalline nucleus acquired from the lizardman's head on the bedside, awaiting her decision on its synthesis. Opening her backpack to examine the newly acquired materials and items, a prompt automatically appeared on the light screen. Prompt: the fragments for the intelligent housekeeper have been gathered. Would you like to synthesize the intelligent housekeeper? Sheng clicked confirm, and immediately, a 1.5-meter tall robot materialized before her, with an additional icon of a floating robot appearing on the screen. Gently tapping the robot's icon, a line of small text emerged. Please set the housekeeper's name and personalize settings. Following the prompt step by step, Sheng renamed the intelligent housekeeper to Jia and set its voice to that of a young girl. Previously, she had seen Lu Qingguang and Su Moli in the group already synthesize their intelligent housekeepers, which could also manage the automatic driver decomposition table and refining furnace in the shelter, along with various electrical appliances. After configuring everything, she realized that whenever she left the shelter, Jia would be there to oversee the decomposition table and refining furnace, promptly collecting synthesized materials and replenishing supplies, with the collected resources directly transferred to Sheng's backpack. There were still 19 fragments of the intelligent housekeeper left, which Sheng generously gifted to Chiyu. Wow, thank you, Sheng Bao. I just need a few more to complete my collection. Let me know if you need any fragments or upgrade cards, and I'll share what I have. Spring Tian Hua responded, attaching a screenshot of her backpack items. Upon reviewing it, Sheng noted that her upgrade cards and fragment cards were quite scarce, so she decided to postpone any reciprocation for a later time. I should arrive in about 10 minutes. Spring Tian Hua added. Sheng replied, all right. Glancing at the refining furnace, she noticed that only an hour remained for the synthesis. Utilizing a low-level time acceleration hourglass, she expedited the process. The combat suit, made from lizard skin, took on a darker shade of green, the material feeling noticeably sturdier, although it did not display a defense value. In gaming terms, the absence of displayed stats often signified greater invincibility. With the clothing ready, only the shoes were missing. Yu Sheng recalled the two custom card blueprints she had just acquired and promptly used one to design a combat shoe blueprint, tossing it along with the remaining half of the lizard skin into the refining furnace. The synthesis required 5 hours, and she used a mid-level time acceleration hourglass. Dressed in her brand-new combat suit and shoes, Yu Sheng exited the shelter. Shortly after entering the game, her defense value had already dropped to 9,630 points. Although the dining car shelter was more comfortable, to prevent her defense value from declining further, Yu Sheng had no choice but to store her primary shelter and retrieve the mobile cabin shelter. Before Chi Yu's arrival, she needed to arrange the mobile cabin shelter as their refuge for the upcoming period. Chapter 67. The 10th team member, the mobile cabin-style shelter was a reward acquired from defeating other players. Yu Sheng had only entered one once before. During her escape in the oasis, she hadn't stayed long, as the game time concluded, and she was automatically returned to the safe house. Thus, this was her first genuine exploration of the interior of the shelter. Upon entry, she stepped on an empty soda can, producing a significant noise. Kicking aside an empty bottle on the ground, Yu Sheng grimaced in disdain. The shelter measured only 10 square meters, furnished with a sofa bed and a coffee table against the wall, while the floor was littered with debris. Various food packaging, cigarette butts, and bottles were strewn haphazardly, amalgamating into an unpleasant odor. How could anyone reside here? It was practically uninhabitable. In a moment of exasperation, Yu Sheng could only gather the trash and place it into an empty treasure chest for temporary storage in her backpack, subsequently employing a disposable cleaning card to eliminate dirt and odors. The shelter was equipped with a single incandescent bulb and a glass window, effectively resolving the issue of illumination. They would consider the arrangement further upon Chi Yu's arrival. Yu Sheng extracted the electric heating table, poured 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot seasoning and vegetable packs into the pot, and added the ham sausages synthesized by Su Mo Lee, along with the bok choy brought from the safe house and instant noodles procured from the supermarket of a home warrior. Setting the table with bowls, chopsticks, and 2 glasses of orange juice, dinner was ready. Chi Yu arrived slightly later than she had indicated. When Yu Sheng opened the door, she found Chi Yu clad in a yellow raincoat and rain boots, underneath which she wore a sporty combat outfit, both layers splattered with dark stains. Clearly the remnants of a recent battle. Yu Sheng stepped aside to allow her entry and scrutinized the dirt on her clothes, inquiring about the situation. Lacking a restroom in the mobile shelter, Chi Yu utilized a disposable cleaning car to freshen up before sitting at the table and boldly downing a glass of juice. Her thirst was intense. 1 glass was insufficient, prompting her to raise her empty cup towards Yu Sheng, signaling for a refill. Yu Sheng obliged, pouring twice more until Chi Yu finally quenched her thirst and began recounting the thrilling moments of her journey. I saw you mention that crystal core. I was thinking of giving it a try on the way here, and indeed I unearthed one. I thought to myself that I couldn't leave empty-handed, so I continued to provoke monsters, ultimately excavating 5 cores. I then encountered a sea anemone monster, and a single shot sent juice splattering all over me. As she spoke, Chi Yu produced 5 crystal cores of varying sizes and placed them on the table. Sheng, these are all for you. When I come across other treasures, I'll share those too. Yu Sheng picked up 2 crystal cores of different sizes, aligning them with the incandescent light, squinting to observe. The color of the crystals was as pure as that of rubies in the real world, and when illuminated, they exhibited a translucent quality. This was only the 2nd crystal she had ever obtained, and she was surprised to discover that their sizes varied, presumably dependent on the monster's stature and combat prowess. If every monster possessed a crystal core, she could potentially expedite the upgrading of weapons and spirit pets through monster hunting. Enthralled, Yu Sheng immediately conferred with Chi Yu, and they agreed to focus on harvesting monster crystal cores in this round of the game. After their meal, they turned their attention to renovating the shelter to enhance their comfort. Yu Sheng utilized a modification card to add a shower-equipped restroom, allowing wastewater to be temporarily stored until it reached a sufficient volume for disposal in the incinerator. Chi Yu placed a latex mattress, acquired from trades on the light screen, beside the sofa bed for her resting space. Having dined heartily, the 2 friends were not inclined to venture outside, so they nestled on the sofa bed, engaging with the light screen, akin to 2 good friends in the real world enjoying a tranquil post-work moment. They divided their tasks. Yu Sheng reviewed comments and private messages on her previously posted trade thread, while Chi Yu participated in a group chat meeting. relaying the discussions agreed upon by Lu Qingguang and the other teammates to Yu Sheng. Sheng, the captain's thoughts align with ours. In this round of the game, aside from the treasure chests, the crystal cores hold great significance. The captain emphasized that our primary focus should be on forming teams freely, aiming to collect as many crystal cores as possible. All right, Yu Sheng replied without lifting her head, her fingers deftly typing responses. As anticipated, the spiritual grade stamina supplements and the green combat suits she previously posted in the trading area garnered significant interest. Yu Sheng dispatched all 100 sets of combat suits from her inventory to Lu Qingguang, leaving her with just over 20 sets. Moreover, the refining furnace continued its synthesis, and she planned to trade these scattered combat suits for essential materials or items she required. While awaiting responses from several earnest-sounding friend requests in the comment section, Yu Sheng took the opportunity to peruse her private messages. The most prominent among them was from Lu Qingguang, who, after much effort, determined the effective duration of the combat suit. The green combat suit boasted a defense value of 50, sufficient for him to engage in activities outside for 5 hours without depleting his health or stamina. After 5 hours, the green suit would turn black, reverting to an ordinary combat suit. Yu Sheng acknowledged his message and informed Lu Qingguang about her synthesis of combat suits and shoes that did not display defense values. This was undoubtedly good news. Lu Qingguang urged Yu Sheng to expedite her synthesis, ensuring that each team member had a few sets before trading them externally. Consequently, several of Yu Sheng's blueprints became highly sought-after resources in this round of the game. Lu Qingguang utilized 50 refining furnace upgrade cards to rent Yu Sheng's stamina supplement blueprint, bulletproof vest blueprint, and combat shoe blueprint, entrusting them to him, Xiao Lu, and Dong Bianqing for synthesis. Su Moli continued to synthesize spiritual-grade nutrient solutions to enhance the physical attributes of the team members. Those who had previously traded with Yu Sheng, including the renowned first Cao Cao of the universe, Alexander the Great, and the incredible Pudding, also took note of her post and privately inquired about her trading intentions. Yu Sheng sold 2 stamina supplements and 5 sets of green combat suits with a defense value of 50, acquiring 50 Evasion House upgrade cards, 200 crystal cores, 2 universal batteries, 1 teleportation card, 20 intermediate time acceleration hourglasses, 30 refining furnace upgrade cards, and 10 disposable cleaning cards in return. Sheng, we have new teammates. Hurry and vote. Qiyu nudged Yu Sheng's thigh with her arm. Momentarily pausing her replies to players, Yu Sheng clicked into the team group chat. Reboot 001. I've known Do Juezi for 2 rounds of the game. He possesses an evasion house and a title, and he is quite decent. He is now applying to join our team. Everyone, please express your opinions. Miss Deer, agree. Springfield Flowers, agree. 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts handsomeness, agree. Is Do Juezi a brother or a sister? Taurus Homebody, absolutely agree. With 10 people in the team, no one will be left out. Reboot 001L. Swift 63, agree. What is his title? Emoli, agree. Reboot 001. His title is Incredible Strength. Myling, agree. Eastside Sunny, Westside Rain, agree. Reboot 001, I also agree. I will add him to the group now. Before long, the number of team members increased from 9 to 10. I share a deep-seated animosity with Do Juezi. Greetings to all. Yu Sheng quietly recited Do Juezi's name in his mind, coupled with his title, and for some inexplicable reason, found the first impression of the new teammate quite amusing. The Daidushi was the first to approach and present a token of their meeting. Yu Sheng felt that since the Daidushi had joined, the previously flamboyant 7 parts handsome had become significantly more reserved. The Taurus Daidushi exclaimed, "Oh my, Do Juezi, your name is so endearing. Let us be friends, and, as per group tradition, allow me to send you a welcome gift." Do Juezi promptly understood the social cue and sent friend requests to each group member, taking the initiative to connect with others. Everyone eagerly exchanged welcome gifts, and Yu Sheng was no exception, gifting Do Juezi a complete set of green combat attire from his backpack. Chapter 68. Intermediate Refining Furnace. The transaction for 100 sets of green combat attire was swiftly concluded, with Lu Qingguang announcing the situation in the group. His connections were extensive, and he quickly facilitated the trading in batches, clearing out the stock in no time. The items obtained from the trade were distributed based on everyone's needs and the updated team contribution rankings. The current standings from highest to lowest were Reboot 001, Swift 63, Rain in the west, sunshine in the east, misty deer, mo li, miling, spring flower, tortoiser, 7 parts honest, and I share a deep-seated animosity with Dojuezi. Yu Sheng felt a sense of satisfaction as he observed the rankings. The 2 previously lagging female team members had finally moved up, and Yu was increasingly capable of standing on her own, a stark contrast to her initial state. Given that Yu Sheng had contributed significantly to the 100 sets of combat attire, Lu Qingguang selected some items from his personal stock, prioritizing Yu Sheng's needs in the distribution. The materials included 50 refining furnace upgrade cards, 1 treasure chest radar, 30 advanced time acceleration hourglasses, 80 intermediate time acceleration hourglasses, 50 basic time acceleration hourglasses, 10 backpack expansion cards, 100 basic nutrient solutions, 20 advanced nutrient solutions, 20 stamina replenishing agents, 100 disposable cleaning cards, 10 yogurts, 20 coconut juices, and 5 frozen custard buns. Upon clicking to receive the items in his backpack, a system prompt immediately appeared. Prompt: the refining furnace upgrade cards are complete, meeting the upgrade criteria, 200,230. Would you like to upgrade to an intermediate refining furnace? Note: after upgrading to intermediate, the required materials for synthesis remain unchanged, but the quantity synthesized will double. At this moment, the upgrade card was just what Yu Sheng needed. Considering he was about to venture out with Yu to battle monsters, and her outfit's defense value might not suffice, he decided to combine a red elemental crystal core with a green combat attire blueprint to expedite the synthesis. After the synthesis concluded, he confirmed the upgrade of the refining furnace. As Yu Sheng had surmised, the combat attire synthesized with a monster crystal core also did not display a defense value. After discussing with Yu and Lu Qingguang, they collected the crystal cores and spirits in their possession, using the time acceleration hourglasses to hasten the synthesis of combat attire and boots that did not show a defense value, ensuring everyone had a complete set. Any surplus crystal cores and spirits were all utilized as compensation for Yu Sheng's contribution of 100 sets of green combat attire. Yu Sheng also sent a set of gear to the home combatants, although she opted to remain in the refuge until the game concluded. It was imperative for all team members to don their combat uniforms before embarking on their journey. Yu Sheng sought Chiyu's consent to utilize a wish card to replicate Chiyu's laser gun. The laser weapon she frequently employed was better suited for close combat, and while she possessed a high-grade handgun in her backpack, it relied on ammunition, which would inevitably scatter casings and attract more monsters. Once they retracted the refuge, Yu Sheng and Chiyu stepped into the abandoned city, now shrouded in ominous black fog. Upon exiting the refuge, they realized that this fog was, in fact, toxic dust stirred up by the wind. They donned masks and donned raincoats. Yu Sheng's corrosion-resistant raincoat automatically formed a protective shield around her, filtering out the encroaching black dust. Chiyu, wearing a thermal imaging helmet, discovered that the air within the helmet was automatically purified by a special game feature. After realizing this, she removed the mask and opted to wear the helmet directly. Their objectives extended beyond slaying monsters for crystal cores. They aimed to explore the city map and its edifices, with treasure hunting as a secondary pursuit. The swirling dust reduced visibility to less than 5 meters, prompting Yu Sheng and Chiyu to proceed back-to-back. Initially hesitant about confronting such dire conditions, they considered remaining in the refuge until the black dust settled. Yet, merely an hour after venturing out, they had already collected twice the number of treasure chests compared to before, making it difficult to resist the allure of further treasure hunting. Presumably, other players shared their initial thoughts, sheltering in the refuge to evade the dust storm, resulting in a bountiful opportunity for Yu Sheng and Chiyu. The black dust served as a natural concealment. Throughout their journey, they endeavored to keep their backs against the buildings lining the street, concentrating the danger on the street-facing side. Occasionally, they encountered monsters lurking amidst the dust. Upon detecting their presence through the helmet, the duo would quickly seek nearby cover until the creatures moved away, allowing them to continue their advance. Trailing behind a monster, they arrived at the city's edge, where a puddle appeared in the middle of the road. Just as the black dust began to settle, Yu Sheng noticed a massive grasshopper-like creature crouching at the puddle's edge, lowering its head to drink. Suddenly, a creature with long tentacles erupted from the water, snapping its gaping maw onto the grasshopper's head and dragging it beneath the surface. After a brief tumult, the water returned to calm. The world of monsters, too, adhered to a food chain. Yu Sheng mused as she observed the deceptively shallow puddle, which was likely much deeper than it appeared. The puddle's location, situated centrally on the street, rendered the scene of the tentacled creature preying on another monster particularly perilous. Exchanging glances with Chiyu, they signaled each other to alter their course and traverse down a different street. This route resembled a small market typical of densely populated urban outskirts, with shop shutters tightly closed and coated in black dust. Sheng scoured the length of the street, but found no accessible entrances. The violent breach of the door could potentially summon monsters, a gamble unworthy of their risk, compelling them to press onward. A slight tremor resonated through her arm. A sequence of 3 vibrations in total. This was the agreed-upon signal established by the group prior to their departure. To safeguard against the absence of urgent messages during their outings, they would send 3 consecutive direct messages as a warning. Ji received the same alert. Sheng sought a secluded spot to deploy their shelter, allowing them to evade detection while they reviewed the messages. Tor's home warrior. Urgent notification. A pyramid has been discovered in the city center. The fan team, while investigating the surrounding area, has entered a shopping mall and is now trapped inside, calling for assistance from other friendly teams. Tor's home warrior. The captain asked me to inform everyone he is heading to the designated location for support, while I remain here as your steadfast logistical support. Accompanying the message was a bottle of coffee and a functional beverage. Given the refreshment, none of the team members criticized his last-minute withdrawal. Sheng and Ji consumed some provisions alongside the beverages sent by the home warrior, quickly replenishing their energy before boarding Sheng's food truck and making their way towards the coordinates provided. The first to arrive at the designated point, Lu Qingwang, shared the latest battle updates in the group chat. Restart 001. The interior of the building has been overrun by monsters nesting within. The ground floor of the mall has been cleared and is temporarily safe. Exercise caution upon entry. Sheng magnified the images he had shared in the chat. One depicted a fierce struggle between human players and a monster, the latter significantly larger than its human counterparts. Another image captured a corner where an array of abnormally massive cocoons clung to a wall, each nearly a meter in length when compared to nearby objects. Goodness, my trypophobia is flaring up. Ji disdainfully exited the image view, fearing that insects might crawl into her clothing. She pulled out several strips of fabric to secure the cuffs and hem of her raincoat. They disembarked beside the monumental pyramid, stowing the shelter away. Immediately, they were taken aback by the sight of this structure, which stood in stark contrast to the surrounding cityscape. The pyramid's surface was encrusted with thick black dust, devoid of any visible entrances, leaving them to ponder the mysteries hidden within. Ji remarked, "I've never traveled abroad in my life. I never anticipated encountering a pyramid here. Unlike the pyramids of the real world, which require an admission fee for visitation, this pyramid could very well be a matter of life and death." Chapter 69. Rescue of the trapped individuals upon locating the mall. Sheng found the glass doors wide open. The shards scattered across the floor indicated that this was not a recent act of human interference. They ventured inside, greeted by a dismal darkness, with only a few narrow beams of light filtering through the shattered glass, faintly illuminating the remnants of monsters strewn across the ground. The visibility was abysmal. Jiyu's helmet failed to provide clarity of the environment, and although Sheng possessed night vision goggles, facing multiple monsters simultaneously would create blind spots that compromised their safety. They needed to brighten their surroundings to ensure security. Sheng looked upwards. As she gazed upon the shopping mall from the square outside, she noticed that the edifice featured elongated rectangular recesses at intervals, presumably designed as windows to allow light in. However, the entire structure was shrouded in a layer of dark dust, rendering the glass panes invisible. Estimating the distance to each pane from the beams of light filtering through the gaps, she raised her hand and aimed her laser gun at the glass adjacent to the light. After a series of shots, she distinctly heard the sharp crackle of high-temperature meeting glass, accompanied by a faint sound of cracking, yet the glass remained unshattered. It seemed that a handgun would be necessary. "Chiyu, keep an eye on our surroundings," Sheng instructed, swiftly retrieving a high-caliber handgun and a magazine from her backpack. Focusing her fire on the previously targeted spot. Without a silencer, the handgun produced a thunderous sound that echoed through the heart of the mall. After firing several rounds, she finally shattered a section of the glass. With the sound of the glass breaking, a brilliant light flooded in through the window, revealing a corner of the mall before her. Without hesitation, Sheng pivoted and continued to shoot at the glass opposite the newly broken window. Gradually, The chilling roars of lurking monsters began to resonate from the darkness. They appeared to despise the light. The noise generated by Yusheng's actions reverberated, instantly drawing numerous creatures from all directions towards their location. As the sounds grew nearer, Yusheng's heart raced, yet her grip on the weapon remained steady. She unleashed a barrage of shots, and upon shattering the second window, she again rotated 90 degrees, directing her fire towards the third window. Qiyu adeptly maneuvered around Yusheng, taking down the monsters that approached them. The vibrations in her arm intensified as the creatures drew closer, and Yusheng remained undistracted, focusing intently as she shattered the third window. It was not until all three windows had succumbed to the onslaught, allowing light to pour in, that the full scope of them all was unveiled to her and the other players. Without taking the time to switch weapons, Yusheng aimed at the monstrous heads that lunged towards them. Them all appeared to be infested with a species of winged, moth-like creatures, drawn in by the gunfire. With wings spanning nearly 2 meters, they swooped in from all directions, while those unable to enter circled above them. These monsters possessed claw-like mandibles, attempting to bite off chunks of flesh as they squeezed through any opening. Their enormous wings were dusted with a sheen that reflected light, and when struck by lasers, they merely shed a few flecks of powder without sustaining any harm. As Yusheng and Qiyu continued to fire, they discovered that the creatures' abdomens were heavily armored, with only the small, furry forehead between their two compound eyes presenting a viable target for inflicting fatal damage. Though the area of their weakness was minuscule, the sheer number of adversaries and their agile, airborne bodies posed a significant challenge. With the gathering horde drawing ever closer, Yusheng had no choice but to stow her handgun, grasp a laser gun in one hand, and retrieve a long knife that had long been neglected in the other. The longsword struck the monster's abdomen as if cleaving through rubber. Yusheng's weapon and techniques had little effect on them. Instead, her head and arms had already endured several painful bites, and the sharp edges of the creature's mandibles grazed her cheeks and hands, sending waves of searing pain coursing through her. For the first time, Yusheng felt the chilling realization that she might perish within the game. Fatigue began to slow her movements. She positioned the longsword before her, forcing it upward into the monster's abdomen, wedging the blade into the segments of its body and aiming the gun at the vulnerable skin at the joint. The acrid scent of burning flesh wafted through the air as the creature recoiled from the searing heat, but two other monsters pressed forward, closing in on Yusheng. In such close quarters, it was increasingly difficult for her to evade the creature's mandibles reaching for her wrists, and she aimed for their foreheads. The oppressive presence of the massive moths enveloped them, the weight of the swarm making it nearly impossible for the two to stand upright. Just as they felt they could no longer hold out, a glimmer of hope emerged. 63. Hua, hold on. A voice echoed through the empty expanse of the mall's first floor, sounding remarkably like Lu Qingguang. Reinforcements had arrived. Relief washed over them as they embraced, Yusheng burying her face in the nape of Qiyu, who wore a helmet. A monster clung to Yusheng's back, its weight nearly causing her to stumble. Qiyu, too, was not in a much better state. She shielded Yusheng with her own body, wrapping her arms around her to provide support. Though the creature's mandibles could not penetrate their combat suits, each bite clung tightly to their soft flesh, inflicting pain akin to a slow torture. Yusheng closed her eyes and bore the agony. With the protection of her helmet, Qiyu managed to fire a few shots at the monsters. The torment did not last long. Suddenly, the oppressive weight lifted, and beams of light pierced through the dense canopy above them. Yusheng finally opened her eyes to see the monsters scattering, engaging in fierce combat with the arriving teammates, while only 2 or 3 persisted in their relentless assault on their backs. With the onslaught diminishing, Qiyu swiftly dispatched one more monster, leaving just 2 in their vicinity. They exchanged a glance of mutual understanding, each choosing a target and distancing themselves to strike at the creature's weak points. Once the number of monsters dwindled, even their massive forms appeared merely as oversized insects in the player's eyes. How could such insects possibly compare to humanity? After dispatching her foe, Yusheng retrieved 2 stamina boosters, offering one to Qiyu before quickly consuming the other herself. Feeling her energy surge, she steadied her resolve and raised her laser gun to assist her fellow teammates in the fray. An increasing number of players joined the chaos on the first floor. With their collective efforts, hundreds of moth-like monsters were ultimately vanquished. It was then that Yusheng truly realized the reinforcements included not only members of Fan's team and Yoshida's AS squad, but also unfamiliar teams. With over 40 players gathered on the first floor alone, observing the sea of monster corpses, the captains of several squads promptly decided that each team would leave 2 members on the first floor to harvest crystal cores, with the quantities to be evenly distributed among the teams. The remaining members continued their ascent to rescue the captain and team members of the Rice squad. Lu Qingguang assigned 7 members, including Shuai and Sister Miling, the task of mining crystal cores. He initially intended to allow Yusheng and Qiyu to rest, but they had just consumed a stamina supplement, brimming with an overwhelming desire for redemption and ferocious combat prowess. Lu Qingguang promptly commanded the rest of the team. Very well. Proceed to the 3rd floor and search for any traces of the Rice squad. Communication with the other 7 members, including the captain, had been severed in the mall. Yet player information indicated that 5 of them, including the captain, were still alive. The 2nd floor had been largely cleared by the preceding players, and now, thanks to Yusheng shattering a window, visibility in the mall was significantly enhanced. The adult moth monsters had been nearly eradicated in the previous skirmish, making the search for the Rice squad considerably easier. As the group ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor, they left a few members on the 2nd floor to destroy the oversized cocoons. The mall comprised 4 levels, with the monsters exhibiting a certain organization. The 2nd floor served as a breeding ground, and evidence on the 3rd floor suggested it was a resting area for adult monsters. However, the creatures had vacated, leaving behind a few pregnant moths unable to move. Beside them lay a female player, her limbs and face grotesquely gnawed upon, recognized by the Rice squad members as one of their missing comrades. The faint rise and fall of her chest indicated she was still alive. Yet the sight of her limbs, exposed to the bone, compelled the others to look away in compassion, and one mercifully ended her suffering with a shot. The group scoured the area, but found no other missing players on that level. After eliminating the pregnant moths, 2 remained to mine crystal cores while the others pressed on to the 4th floor, the final level of them all. Ultimately, they discovered the remaining 4 individuals, including the captain, ensnared in silken threads and unconscious. Together, they worked to free the individuals from the moth silk and laid them on the ground. Only Yusheng and Qiyu possessed some medical knowledge, and they examined each one, confirming that all 4 were merely unconscious and in no immediate danger. As dusk approached, the mall's 2nd floor remained the cleanest, and the group collectively cleared it, designating it as a temporary resting area. Yusheng and Qiyu settled onto a sofa to rest while tending to the 4 still in slumber. The others split into teams. A portion of the most formidable fighters continued to inspect emergency escape routes and the underground parking garage, while the remainder either continued to eliminate monsters in the 1st floor lobby or searched for usable supplies within the mall. Yusheng consumed a high-grade nutritional liquid, awaiting the gradual alleviation of her aches. The corpses of the monsters temporarily piled in a corner of the 1st floor, while players mining crystal cores gathered to tally their findings. Suddenly, the screen on her wrist lightly vibrated. Yusheng clicked to check the message, discovering an update on the long silent taskbar. Task 1. Enter the pyramid. Task 2. Compete for rankings in the team battle mode commencing in 4 hours. The first task has commenced, while the second task is set to begin in 4 hours, precisely at midnight. The task rewards are marked by a question mark, currently invisible to the players. Yusheng is contemplating how to accomplish these 2 tasks when Fan, lying on a mattress nearby, slowly awakens, stretching her hand to rub her eyes as she sits up. What happened? She inquires, her confusion evident. Qiyu, closest to Fan, approaches to assess her condition and answer her question. Prompted by Qiyu's reminder, Fan recalls the memories preceding her unconsciousness. It turns out that upon arriving at the pyramid, they had searched in vain for an entrance and instead encountered other players. After enduring a series of battles, their strength waned, compelling them to seek refuge in a nearby mall for a brief respite. It was there that their team was ambushed by monsters. The dim lighting within the mall rendered their escape nearly impossible, leading them to send out an urgent message for help from other players. Fan, shuddering at the recollection, shares those monsters exhibited intelligence. Initially, they gruesomely killed 2 team members, realizing that players would vanish upon complete death. They then subdued the remaining members. Yusheng recalls the player who had been horrifically dismembered, yet still clung to life. realizing that the reason Fan Fan and her three teammates survived was that the monsters intended to keep them as reserve food. Fortunately, Fan Fan had been astute enough to send out a distress signal while still conscious. Otherwise, many might have met a fate as agonizing as that unfortunate player. Devoured by the monsters, Yu Sheng retrieved a thermos from her backpack, pouring warm water for the recently awakened Fan Fan and her three companions. Before long, some individuals depart after completing the rescue mission, while the remaining players from Lu Qingguang's, Yoshida Sayaka's, and Fan Fan's team gradually reconvene on the second floor. They place all the gathered crystal cores and supplies on the ground, awaiting distribution, encircling the empty space within them all. In the center, Lu Qingguang and Yoshida Sayaka wear grave expressions as they announce unfortunate news. Signs of monster activity have been detected in the stairwells and underground parking lot. Thus, the mall where they currently reside is not safe, and they cannot linger. A hush falls over the crowd as they await further details. Lu Qingguang scans the room, exuding a commanding presence. You have all seen the task details. After several rounds of gameplay, you must understand that the tasks are imperative. After midnight, the team combat mode will activate, and we must survive not only against the monsters but also against other teams and, indeed, all players. Yoshida Sayaka, a man with medium-length hair and glasses, exuding an artistic aura, adjusts his spectacles and adds, "Today, we have come together to collaborate effectively. Given the imminent team battle task, I propose that our team merge with Captain Lu S. What are your thoughts?" A murmur of conversation ripples through the crowd. Yu Sheng is taken aback. Yoshida Sayaka's team comprises 13 members, outnumbering Lu Qingguang's, yet their overall combat capability pales in comparison. Should they merge, who would take the lead? The first to speak was Fan Fan, who resolutely declared, "I agree. Our team is entirely composed of women, and due to my erroneous decisions, we have lost many members. I feel deeply remorseful toward my sisters." As she spoke, her voice quivered with emotion. The few remaining team members immediately approached to console her, but she shook her head, and after calming herself, continued, "I agree to the merger. I must ensure the survival of my remaining sisters." With Fan Fan's heartfelt opening, the others began to express their agreement, one after another, in favor of the team merger. It seemed that Lu Qingguang and Yoshida Saiji had already conferred privately. Upon seeing the unanimous consent, Yoshida turned his gaze toward Lu Qingguang. Observing this scene, Yu Sheng silently pondered whether this also represented a transfer of power. Indeed, under the watchful eyes of all, Lu Qingguang slowly began to speak. "Yoshida and I have already discussed matters on our way back, and I am grateful for his trust in allowing me to continue as captain, while Yoshida will serve as vice-captain. Our team consists of 9 individuals. Yoshida's team has 13, and Fan Fan's team has 5. Together, we total 27 members." Regarding the game's mission, Lu Qingguang shared his thoughts. Although the game begins at midnight, the risks during the night are considerably heightened. For safety's sake, I propose we find a secure location to rest tonight. Tomorrow morning, we will divide into 2 teams, one to seek the entrance to the pyramid, and the other to remain vigilant and survey the surroundings. All team members, including Yu Sheng, had no objections to Lu Qingguang's arrangements. After the general plan was laid out, Lu Qingguang began to organize the distribution of supplies. The crystal cores would primarily be used to upgrade and synthesize materials. The team possessed 8 refining furnaces, and Lu Qingguang allocated the crystal cores to their respective owners. The other supplies discovered in the mall mainly consisted of uncontaminated furniture and clothing. Yu Sheng received a 2-seater sofa and 2 complete sets of new women's attire. The 4 female members from the original team briefly convened. Sister Mei Ling intended to return to her hiding place. Yu Sheng designated the mobile shelter at the entrance of the mall, leading Chi Yu and Su Moli inside to rest. With an additional person, the originally arranged bedding, a mat and a sofa, was insufficient for sleeping. Yu Sheng decided to stow the sofa in her backpack and laid out a mattress and blankets on the floor, creating a large enough sleeping area for 3 or 4 people. The 3 girls gathered around an electric heating table to prepare their meal. Chi made fried pumpkin cakes, while Su Moli, not skilled in cooking, assisted Yu Sheng in preparing a hot pot. Yu Sheng utilized 3 boxes of self-heating hot pot, complementing it with sliced potatoes and ham sausages, and summoned the intelligent housekeeper robot, Jia Jia, to the glass house to harvest the small bok choy and tender pumpkin leaves she had previously planted. Along with the cut fruits and frozen meatballs, sweet sausages, egg dumplings, and hot pot noodles traded from Ginther. They set a sumptuous table to celebrate their survival, aware that both Yu Sheng and Chi Yu bore injuries. Su Moli also offered them some of her stock of premium nutritional liquid as a special drink. They savored the egg dumplings drenched in broth, followed by the crispy pumpkin cakes, and quenched their thirst with the refreshing special beverage. Yu Sheng and Chi Yu squinted with satisfaction, quietly relishing the moment, while Su Mo Li sat nearby, observing their kitten-like expressions, unable to suppress a smile. Chapter 71. The Chen Guang Battle Team Awakening to the Early Morning Light. Yu Sheng retrieved a small mirror from her backpack to tidy her appearance, noticing that her health and energy levels had fully restored. After breakfast, she routinely checked the taskbar on her light screen, including private messages and group chats. All team members had joined Yoshida's group chat, which was now led by Lu Qingguang, with Yoshida himself relegated to group administrator, while the original 9-member group remained intact. The larger group continued to rank its members based on contribution, with Yu Sheng's name appearing in the 7th position, Chi Yu in the 11th, and Mei Ling and Su Mo Li closely following. Aside from the Gaoshi, Home Warrior, ranking at the bottom, the original 9 members surprisingly held the majority of top and mid-tier positions, which took Yu Sheng aback. Perhaps feeling embarrassed by her own ranking and wishing to validate her worth, Gaoshi promptly sent a large gift package to each team member, invigorating the group chat atmosphere. Yu Sheng received one as well, containing several bottles of beverages and snacks. Although modest in quantity, these provisions were precious in a game world where boxes and crates were becoming increasingly scarce, especially for players suffering from food shortages. Lu Qingguang privately reminded Yu Sheng to distribute the high-grade green combat suits to the new team members. Opening her backpack, she found that her 24-hour, non-stop operations of the disassembly station and refining furnace had yielded a considerable number of high-grade green combat suits, enhanced with crystal cores. Following suit, Su Mo Li sent a large gift package comprising her synthesized high-grade nutrient solution, sausages, and a bronze sword. The well-stocked group members seemed to have a tacit understanding, sequentially dispatching their gift packages. Even Chi Yu followed suit, sharing a daily harvest of large pumpkins collected from her hideout with each group member. The most generous package belonged to Lu Qingguang, which included high-grade stamina supplements, universal batteries, teleportation cards, detox pills, and disposable cleaning cards. The atmosphere in the group chat soared, with several playful team members, including Chief and Shuai and the Gaoshi, continuously typing in celebration. Once the flurry of gift exchanges subsided, Lu Qingguang began assigning tasks. Restart 001. In team battle mode, success is determined not by numbers, but by comprehensive values and kill counts. Excluding the Gaoshi on logistics duty and the severely injured Fan and Wando from yesterday, everyone else was to participate in the task, with small teams being organized. Lu Qingguang led one team to the pyramid, while another team, under Dong Bianqing's command, was tasked with monster hunting in the vicinity, ready to provide support as needed. Yu Sheng briefly scanned the list, finding her name in Dong Bianqing's team alongside Chi Yu, Mei Ling, Chief and Shuai, and about 10 others she did not recognize. Chi Yu, nibbling on a small bread roll, noted the list with a hint of disappointment. Our girls have been split up. The previous night, as the 3 of them chatted before sleep, Chi Yu and Su Mo Li unexpectedly discovered numerous common interests, continuing their conversation long after Yu Sheng had drifted off. As they exchanged glances, the moment was abruptly interrupted, leaving Chi Yu feeling somewhat reluctant to part from Su Mo Li. Su Mo Li offered her comfort, saying, "Once the mission is complete and we have some time to rest, I will come find you both. Please take care and stay safe." With a lingering embrace, Chi Yu nestled her head against Mo Li's shoulder. Yu Sheng, fully equipped in her combat attire, patiently awaited the conclusion of their tender moment before retracting the hideout. The 3 of them convened in the atrium on the first floor of the shopping mall. Hidden within the refuge, Fan sent intelligence through the group chat. "What is for dinner today?" Fan reported that other players had discovered the pyramid, and coincidentally, they were acquaintances. An agreement had been reached to refrain from attacking each other and to collaborate in entering the tower, with the opposing group consisting of 20 members. "Keep up the good work, Fan. Please continue monitoring the information and inform them that we are wearing matching green combat uniforms adorned with a golden 6-pointed star emblem." Reboot 001 instructed. Subsequently, Lu Qingguang shared the 6-pointed star emblem he had designed in the group chat, requesting that each team member replicate the same insignia on their uniforms. The center of the star bore the characters Chengguang, and the largest group chat name had been altered to Chengguang Battle Team. Yu Sheng and the others complied, naming the team after himself. What a bit of arrogance from the captain. Yu discreetly nudged Yu Sheng's arm and whispered to her. Yu Sheng was examining the light screen, where a new team ranking section had appeared on the homepage. After a couple of swipes, she noted that Chengguang Battle Team had yet to make an appearance among the myriad of team names. It seemed Chengguang Battle Team was currently lagging behind the others. Yu Sheng's competitive spirit ignited, and she urged Yu to keep pace with the leading team member, Dongfang Qing. Let us go and carve out a territory for our captain. They proceeded to scour the surrounding office buildings, shops, and residential blocks centered around the pyramid. First, they stationed personnel nearby, deliberately littering the central open space to lure monsters for a coordinated strike. As they eliminated the monsters that emerged, the frequency of their appearance diminished, allowing them to venture into the buildings and clear them out. Dongfang Qing was a woman of few words, leading the charge against the monsters upon sighting them. She would personally gauge their strength and promptly devise strategies for their annihilation. Through several encounters, they gleaned valuable insights. The monsters appeared to exhibit varying degrees of photophobia, with larger, more humanoid-like creatures possessing greater strength. During daylight hours, they tended to hide within the buildings or basements they occupied, huddling in groups. The types of monsters were diverse, ranging from the tentacled creature Yu Sheng had encountered alone to various forms resembling lizards, catfish, moths, and rats. Besides preying on human players, these monsters adhered to the natural food chain, hunting one another as well. During their sweep through the buildings, Yu Sheng observed a rat monster den, where only a pair of wings remained of a moth creature. Among the monsters they faced, the most formidable were the lizard and rat monsters. The lizard monster, due to its massive size and exceptionally tough exterior, required multiple players to engage in a rotational assault to deplete its stamina. The mouse creatures present a more intricate challenge, possessing remarkable intelligence that mirrors human thought and lifestyle patterns. Players are astonished to discover that these beings are distributed throughout the abandoned city in familial units, with the male protecting the female and young. When a family member perishes, the mouse creatures emit mournful cries reminiscent of wailing. Witnessing this scene, Yu Sheng felt a moment of uncertainty. Despite her steadfast belief that human players are the true protagonists of this world, viewing monsters and NPCs as mere fictitious entities, a disquieting thought emerged. Could it be that the monsters and NPCs are the true essence of their miniature worlds, while human players are the invaders, disrupting the ecological balance of the game? As she observed a female creature closing her eyes to embrace death in defense of her offspring, alongside a player teammate who had succumbed to a fatal bite and dissipated into light, Yu Sheng's thoughts became tumultuous. After the bloodthirsty mouse creature killed a player, it charged towards Yu Sheng. She deftly evaded its strike and retaliated with a swift thrust of her blade into its neck. Entrée en combat mode. Yu Sheng's gaze shifted from doubt to resolve. Unable to find answers, she decided to set the questions aside and first address the immediate threat to her safety. Noticing that Yu was struggling against two encircling mouse creatures, Yu Sheng's expression hardened as she stepped forward to join the fray. Chapter 72. Clear the building. Lunch was prepared by the logistical team, consisting of revitalizing drinks, bread, canned meat, yogurt, and disposable wet wipes distributed via group chat. Yu Sheng wiped her face and hands with the wet wipes, quickly consumed her portion, and after a brief rest, she went to assist her teammates in extracting crystal cores. The cores, embedded in the brains of the monsters, made the extraction process quite gruesome, but the players had long since grown indifferent to the carnage. With an abundance of nearby buildings, concentrating all manpower on clearing them was proving inefficient. Observing that the team had become adept at coordinating during monster hunts, Dong Bianqing decided to split the 12-member squad into two. 7 would continue clearing buildings, while he and 4 others would search for an entrance in the underground parking garage nearest the pyramid. Since Dong Bianqing and most of the team were unfamiliar with the area, he entrusted Yu Sheng with leading the remaining 6 in their building clearing endeavors. Yu Sheng had no objections. Dong Bianqing, accompanied by a striking 7 out of 10 and 3 other teammates whose names Yu Sheng could not recall, descended through an escape passage to the underground. After dispatching a mouse creature that had fled to the 3rd floor, Yu Sheng guided the others up to the 4th floor. This commercial building featured shops on the 1st floor, restaurants on the second and third, and when they reached the fourth floor, they found a TV room. Having been abandoned for an extended period, the TV hall was cloaked in a thin layer of dust. Yet the walls and floor bore the marks and drag traces of unknown creatures. Sheng ignited a torch from her backpack, distributing it among the group, and began their exploration of the first room. The scene unfolds within what appears to be an office, where papers and invoices lie scattered across the desk and floor. Remnants of disarray, dust, and decaying leather fragments nestle within the crevices of a once plush sofa. Sheng rummages through the heap of discarded papers on the desk, unearthing a relatively clean invoice with legible handwriting, its date marking the year 2035. She recalls that the world prior to her immersion in the game is set in 2025. Though the natural environment, architectural styles, and furnishings mirror those of reality, a decade separates the two timelines. Indeed, it is merely a game, not to be taken at face value, she muses. As the others scavenge for useful supplies within the office, they uncover some functional stationery and well-preserved A4 paper, which they gather along with an intact solid wood bookshelf situated against the wall. They then proceed to the next room, a tea room belonging to TV. Inside the sterilizer, they find clean utensils, while the shelves boast white porcelain plates and glass cups that seem fit for use after a wash. Additionally, they discover a non-rusted watermelon knife tucked in the wall crevice beside the sink. Sheng collects all these items with a swift motion. Adjacent to the tea room lies a small supermarket filled with shelves, where the meager snacks remaining appear inedible, yet several bottles of intact liquor rest on high shelves. The teammates forcefully break open a locked door within the supermarket, revealing several large cardboard boxes, all seemingly containing alcohol. As they maneuver to the back of the boxes, they find a skeletal figure, dressed in a server's uniform, quietly slumped against the boxes, its bones already bleached. While the player who first glimpses the skeleton is startled, the others muster their courage to approach, intrigued by the authenticity of the skeleton. Chiyu joins the gathering and soon returns to Sheng, her expression laden with complexity as she whispers. The jawbone indicates that the skeleton is real. Sheng, taken aback, looks at Chiyu, who nods with solemnity. They choose to keep this discovery discreet, not wishing to incite chaos among the players, while simultaneously deepening their questions about the game world. This genuine skeleton remains an unsolved enigma, destined to slumber eternally in the shadowy confines of the small storeroom. The group empties all the sealed bottles of liquor before advancing to the next chamber. This room serves as a small private area of TV. Peering through the shattered glass of the door's window with a torch, they find only darkness within, devoid of any signs of life. Yet, they cannot forget the claw marks stretching from the floor to the wall that they noticed upon entry. Sheng cautiously twists the doorknob. Waiting 2 seconds after the door opens, and upon hearing no sound, she extends the torch inside. Standing at the forefront of the group, she scans the blind spots of the window, confirming the space is vacant before stepping in. A thorough inspection reveals no trace of monsters or any valuable resources within the empty private room. Sheng retreats, employing the same method to examine the adjoining private room. The TV's private rooms are compact, with winding paths, and their focus is occasionally disrupted by the mirrored reflections on the ceiling. The team remains acutely alert, meticulously checking each room as they proceed. Soon, they arrived at a T-shaped fork in the road. Sheng raised her hand, signaling the team behind her to remain still, while she held the torch aloft, probing into the ominous darkness ahead. This was her customary action upon entering a new room, a precautionary measure to ascertain whether any lurking monsters awaited in the shadows. Thus, as she repeated this perilous gesture, everyone, including Sheng, expected to pass through unscathed, as had been the case in previous encounters. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired the moment the torch extended into the gloom. From the darkness, a tentacle suddenly shot forth, lunging at the flame, only to recoil hastily upon contact with the burning torch. The speed of the strike left Sheng scarcely able to discern the creature's form. The tentacled monster emitted a rustling sound from behind the wall, suggesting it was rapidly advancing their way. Seeking a place to conceal itself, Sheng resolved to confront this creature. Hastily uttering a brief command, she drove the pommel of her knife through the nearest pane of glass, securing the torch within its frame to ensure her visibility remained unobstructed. The creature soon revealed itself, compelling Sheng to instinctively step back, establishing a safe distance. She looked up, locking eyes with a gecko-like monstrosity on the wall. The creatures of this game world had truly evolved into formidable beings. In reality, geckos were no longer than Sheng's finger. Yet within this realm, they had swollen into a 2-meter-long behemoth, head and tail included. Sheng gazed at the monster's bulbous eyes, momentarily startled by its elongated pupils, which contracted in response to the light. The creature opened its mouth wide, unleashing a muscular tongue that lunged toward Sheng's face. This was the very appendage she had failed to see moments ago. Sheng raised her knife to block, the metallic weapon producing a dull thud upon impact. A slight frown crossed her face. Had that strike landed, it would have surely inflicted internal injuries. The gecko monster's tongue was effectively halted by the blade, and she attempted to pivot the edge to sever it. But she underestimated the strength of the monster's suction, rendering the knife as if glued in place. However, recalling that this creature was averse to fire, she swiftly drew her laser device, directing the intense beam towards its tongue. The monster emitted a shriek, and the scent of charred flesh permeated the air. Seizing the moment, Sheng targeted its vulnerabilities, ultimately severing the gecko monster's tail after a series of critical strikes. In an instant, the creature shrank from a towering 2-meter entity to a mere 1-meter potato, immediately attempting to scuttle back into the shadows. Sheng would not grant it the luxury of escape. She lunged forward, delivering several decisive blows to vanquish the gecko monster. According to the behaviors of these creatures, it was common for members of the same species to congregate. The appearance of one gecko monster on this floor suggested that a multitude lay hidden in the darkness. Having determined that the gecko monster's strength was inferior to that of the rat monsters, Sheng instructed her teammates to engage in combat with the gecko, retreating to the sidelines to observe and indulge in a well-deserved respite. Leaning against the wall with her laser device in hand, Sheng watched as her teammates surged forward, driving the concealed gecko monsters into the open. The gecko creatures squeaked and scurried chaotically, some climbing the walls in their frantic escape. This scene exudes an absurdity reminiscent of bandits invading a village. Sheng found it amusing and was about to unsheath her sword to block the path ahead when she suddenly sensed a peculiar shift in the air surrounding her. The once transparent atmosphere began to warp as if distorted by the scorching heat of the sun, as the air contorted before her, revealing rapidly expanding translucent ripples. Sheng's body stiffened, her heartbeat quickening with trepidation. She was uncertain of what monstrous entity might be emerging, but was certain it was not a mere gecko or rat-like creature. Her teammates were at the opposite end of the corridor, too far away to be aware of the unfolding events. The rhythm of their battle could not be abruptly disrupted, and the level of danger here remained unknown. Hastily drawing them over could potentially leave this group vulnerable to ambush. Sheng focused intently on the rippling waves in the air, her gaze unwavering as she silently encouraged herself. The moment the creature concealed beneath the waves revealed itself, she would strike. The transparent waves gradually formed concentric ripples, as if some creature were poised to emerge at any moment. In the next instant, a dark mass fell from the center of the ripples, crashing heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, the air waves vanished in an instant. Sheng's motion to behead halted abruptly as she recognized the familiar dark green fabric adorning the creature on the ground. It was a person clad in her exclusive high-grade combat attire. The individual was filthy and trembled as they slowly raised their head to meet Sheng's gaze. It was unmistakably the familiar face and voice of Qi Fenshu, whom she had separated from not long ago. Qi Fenshu bore several abrasions upon his face, blood seeping from the wounds, causing him to tremble as he spoke. "Quick, go save them. What happened?" Noticing his grave condition, Sheng hurriedly retrieved 1 vial of advanced nutritional fluid and 1 vial of high-grade stamina supplement from her backpack, propping him against the wall as she administered the remedies. The potions took effect swiftly, and Qi Fenshu's previously darkened lips began to regain their color, enabling him to articulate a complete sentence as he recounted the harrowing experiences of their small team since parting ways. It turned out that in the brief span of a mere half-day, Dong Bianqing had led several others to the underground parking lot of the building closest to the pyramid. However, during their reconnaissance, they encountered another player team engaged in monster hunting. The opposing team, outnumbering Dong Bianqing's group, opened fire first, leading to an immediate skirmish. In the chaos, some discovered that eliminating players from other teams could yield ranking points just like slaying monsters, igniting a fervor of violence between both factions. Under the overwhelming numerical superiority, Dong Bianqing intended to retreat with her teammates, but their intentions were swiftly discerned by the opposing team, who cut off their escape route. The situation escalated too abruptly. Injured Chief and Shu, left with no other option, resorted to using a teleportation card to escape and seek reinforcements. Recognizing the severity of the situation, Yu Sheng promptly organized a plan. She assigned one teammate, who possessed a hiding place, to care for Chief and Shu while leading the others to swiftly eliminate the gecko monsters before hastening to the location she, Shu, had indicated for support. When they arrived at the fastest possible speed, Dong Bianqing was already retreating with others into a storeroom. The narrow alley at the entrance was a disadvantage. Dong Bianqing's team was armed, and anyone who entered would be met with a hail of bullets. The terrain was unfavorable for escape and also hindered the enemy's swift assault. Those who dared to charge ahead would merely serve as human shields. Yu Sheng had sent a message to Dong Bianqing via the holographic screen en route, advising her to leverage the advantageous terrain. Inside, Dong Bianqing drew attention with her firepower, masking the footsteps of Yu Sheng and her companions. Upon their arrival, Yu Sheng swiftly encircled the group outside the storeroom, coordinating with Dong Bianqing to launch a pincer attack. The cacophony of gunfire persisted for an extended period, ultimately resulting in the downfall of the opposing players, leaving only a plethora of supplies and items scattered on the ground. Dong Bianqing and two other teammates emerged from the storeroom. They had set out as a 5-member team, but one had perished, while Chiefin was elsewhere recuperating from injuries. The remaining 3 bore varying degrees of wounds. Only Dong Bianqing, formidable in her combat prowess, bore numerous injuries yet appeared unperturbed. Yu Sheng gathered the supplies and items, packaging them for their captain, Lu Qingguang. Just as she stood up, she noticed Dong Bianqing standing expressionless before her. Their eyes met, and he uttered a phrase before turning to leave. "Follow me." Uncertain of his urgent business, Yu Sheng stored away the holographic screen and followed him, bewildered. Dong Bianqing evaded other teammates, seeking a secluded spot, and began to remove his clothing in front of Yu Sheng. Wait, what? Yu Sheng found herself at an impasse. She couldn't glance at him, nor could she walk away, so she simply turned her back to him. Dong Bianqing's voice came from behind. "Aren't you skilled in medicine? Help me take a look." At this, Yu Sheng understood the true intent behind his summons and turned back, puzzled. The skin beneath Dong Bianqing's garments bore a pallor indicative of long-term exposure to darkness, and a wound extended from his waist to the side, appearing quite severe. Yu Sheng stepped closer for a better view. "You're injured? When did this happen?" "It occurred when I first entered the game. I was caught off guard by a sudden monster," Dong Bianqing replied, lifting his shirt to allow Yu Sheng a clearer examination. The injury resembled a deep slash inflicted by a sharp object. Although it had been treated and the bleeding had ceased, the wound was not healing properly, particularly at the lower back, where remnants of blackened debris remained uncleaned. "You treated it yourself, didn't you?" Yu Sheng squatted to inspect closely. "The debridement isn't thorough. Do you feel any discomfort?" Dong Bianqing cooperatively responded. "The wound on my lower back occasionally itches. It might be inflamed. Once we return to the surface, follow me. I will perform a thorough debridement, and the wound will need stitching." Yu Sheng stood upright, concluding the issue should not be grave. Dong Bianqing quietly donned his clothing, and his typically indifferent tone now carried a hint of sincerity. "Thank you." Yu Sheng waved her hand in response. Meanwhile, the group chat burst into excitement as the homebody warrior announced, "Hey, everyone, our team has made it into the top 100. Alongside his message was a screenshot of the leaderboard, displaying the Qingguang team ranked 96th, followed by a series of 3-digit numbers. Amidst the cacophony of numbers, Yu Sheng could no longer discern which belonged to the monsters and which were from other players, let alone identify those that originated from her subordinates. A group of them swiftly maneuvered to the next underground parking lot, taking advantage of the building's cover. Originally a squad of 12, they had suffered a loss in the skirmish at the parking lot, with the gravely injured Qiufeng being cared for by a fellow teammate, who assured Yu Sheng of his safety via private chat. The 9 remaining members pressed onward to the subsequent parking lot. As dusk approached, the monsters near the pyramid began to dwindle under the onslaught of multiple teams, while the number of players surged. Despite the lack of progress on Lu Qingguang's end, the team ranking continued to rise on Yu Sheng's side, indicating that Lu Qingguang's team was also encountering difficulties in breaching the pyramid's entrance and had been compelled to engage in combat. However, the absence of any request for support suggested that they were still managing on their own. Chapter 74. Ambush. The architects of the towering edifices perhaps never envisioned that one day their labor would result in a city plunged into desolation, transforming into a veritable arena of carnage. Pressed against a corner wall, Yu Sheng felt her heart thundering in her chest, fueled by the adrenaline of continuous battle. Counting the rhythm of her heartbeat, she simultaneously witnessed Dong Bianqing launching an attack from behind the stairs across the street. In swift harmony with her teammates, they emerged from their hiding spots, weapons aimed at the monsters within their line of sight. Gunfire erupted, echoing like the crack of fireworks. They were compelled to unleash a relentless barrage until the monsters were utterly obliterated. Positioned at a vantage point, Qiyu donned an infrared helmet, surveying the surroundings and issuing a warning in the group chat about the approaching throngs of players. They must have heard the gunfire and were attempting to raid. Such players had encountered them several times before, seeking to exploit the chaos to ambush others. They would soon experience the bitter taste of being trapped in a net. Team leader Dong Bianqing quickly devised a strategy, instructing several seemingly weaker teammates to stand openly on the street while the remainder concealed themselves, creating an illusion of guaranteed success for the would-be looters. Once the intruders stepped into their trap, they would be decisively eradicated. Simultaneously, fully armed teammates would seize the opportunity to collect the fallen player supplies and items within other encircled areas. Every action was time-sensitive, as other players approached within a certain radius. Qi would signal for the 9-member squad to retreat immediately. Yu Sheng remained vigilant, her gaze flickering towards Qi Yu's position. She raised a small flag with her bronze sword from her hiding place. The signal had been given. It was time to withdraw. Other teams were like sharks drawn to the scent of blood, and lingering any longer would lead to their demise. Yu Sheng darted forward along the new route, her lips pressed tightly together beneath her raincoat, her gaze resolute. After traversing 2 streets, Dong Bianqing unexpectedly collided with another team. Taken by surprise, they opened fire. In an instant, he doubled back against the wall, clutching his abdomen, and raised a hand to signal everyone to remain still. Dong Bianqing was a man of few words, displaying remarkable endurance even when faced with adversity. Upon witnessing him clutching his abdomen, Yu Sheng realized he had been shot. The relentless players around them perplexed her. She could not fathom why they chose to attack their own kind rather than hunt monsters. Did they truly offer no mercy? Although clad in a bulletproof vest, Dong Bianqing was not out of danger, for the gunshot had struck him in the abdomen, potentially exacerbating his already poorly healed wounds. Yu Sheng swiftly advanced. Swapping positions with him, she retrieved a shard of mirror from her pocket and cautiously extended it to assess the situation of the adversaries. The mirror reflected light in the daylight, and within seconds, it was discovered by the enemy, who fired 2 shots at the wall where Yu Sheng was concealed. Both bullets missed her small mirror. Reclaiming the mirror, she could not help but scoff at their marksmanship. In those brief moments, she had gleaned a rough idea of their numbers. Approximately 10 individuals, with only the front few wielding firearms, positioned about 20 to 30 meters away, ripe for an assault. Without hesitation, Dong Bianqing produced a makeshift shield for Yu Sheng, crafted from wood and covered with a bulletproof vest. Using the shield to protect her head, Yu Sheng boldly stepped from the corner and took refuge behind an electrical box, shielding her lower body. Seizing the moment while the enemy scrambled for cover, she calmly gripped her weapon and fired several shots, swiftly incapacitating 2 of them. The enemy immediately began calling out for protection. As their panic grew, Yu Sheng remained composed. She quickened her pace, continuing to fire at the adversaries, forcing them to take cover. Skilled marksmen like Qi Yu pressed forward against the wall, shooting while crouching to conceal their bodies. With her magazine emptied, Yu Sheng swiftly reloaded and advanced further. Nearby, a building boasted a 2nd-floor balcony, and Qi Yu adeptly climbed the pipes to gain a vantage point, shooting down with near-perfect accuracy. In an instant, the enemy's ranks dwindled from a dozen to merely 5 or 6, their makeshift cover proving difficult to breach. Yu Sheng remained mindful of the players drawn by the earlier skirmish, just as she received a private message from Qi Yu. Chun Tian Hua Hua, players approaching from the rear, unable to discern their numbers. Yu Sheng looked up to see Qi Yu perched on the 4th-floor balcony, aware that ascending higher posed risks of falling or exposure. There was no time to waste. She immediately issued a command for swift resolution and to seek cover ahead. No sooner had she spoken than Yu Sheng led the charge, deftly maneuvering amidst the gunfire. Reaching the first cover, She seized the opportunity as an enemy raised his knife, shooting him down. The remaining players soon met a similar fate, unable even to pause for loot as they hurriedly sought suitable positions to await the arrival of others. Seizing the moment, Sheng also managed to collect a treasure chest to stow in her backpack before the players could approach. The air was filled with the cacophony of gunfire. It must be said that the game had only recently introduced blueprints and firearms. Yet there were already numerous players wielding weapons. In the group chat, Dong Bianking analyzed the situation. It appeared that different teams had converged upon hearing our gunshots. We could not afford to remain idle. Hua and 63 possessed silenced laser guns and should go stir the waters, while the rest of us would replenish our stamina and prepare for a wheel battle. Swiftly, 63 responde. O Shun Chiang, Waiwa, afirme. Okay. On the balcony, Chiu immediately shattered the glass and moved towards the source of the gunfire from within the building. Sheng turned and concealed herself in a corner, retrieving her long and used stealth sleeping bag. Although this item restricted her movement significantly when fully enveloped, its utility was undeniable. Sheng stowed her raincoat and donned the sleeping bag, reluctant to tread on the corrosive black dust that covered the ground. Only her feet, clad in combat boots, remained exposed. She left openings for her eyes and the barrel of her gun, clumsily maneuvering while surveying her surroundings. The terrain was markedly more complex this time. She had to find objects to shield her boots with every few steps, and soon she was drenched in sweat. Sheng resolved that after this battle, she must seek out Lu Qingguang and acquire a matching invisibility item using a wish card. As she drew closer to the gunfire, Sheng concealed herself behind a low wall at a distance that felt neither too far nor too close. It was indeed a chaotic melee. At least 20 players were visible, engaged in fierce combat with both melee and ranged weapons. Sheng focused intently on her aim. In the art of counterattacks and ambushes, one must always target the solitary players. It was undeniably exhilarating. No one knew where Sheng was hiding, nor was anyone aware of her existence. With the low wall providing cover, she aimed her gun at the backs of those players who fancied themselves hunters. After taking down one, she reveled in the panic that washed over the others as they transformed from hunters into prey. It was uncertain how many teams were involved in this fray, but Sheng's keen eyes spotted 2 individuals amongst the chaos, both clad in the high-end green combat suit she had sold, albeit in a style distinct from Qingguang's team. Unsure whether these 2 were players she had befriended, she felt a swirl of complex emotions at the prospect of encountering them amidst such turmoil. Having dispatched 10 or so unfamiliar players, Sheng contemplated relocating to continue her ambush when a sudden sharp pain pierced her back. Instinctively, she bit her lip to suppress a cry, her body slowly descending as a thin sheen of sweat broke out. In the next moment, a bullet struck the low wall in front of her, sending black dust and debris flying. Much of it found its way into Sheng's eyes. She closed her eyes and rubbed them, maintaining her crouched position as she shifted sideways. The bullet had likely grazed her back, deflected by her body armor. The impact felt akin to a powerful kick, concentrated in a singular spot. Sheng lifted her reddened eyes to survey the wall, noting where the second bullet had struck. Had she not crouched down, it was probable that this shot would have hit her back as well. A nameless fury surged within her, prompting her to swiftly support herself with her left hand against the ground, using her sleeping bag to obscure her feet while cautiously maneuvering towards the outer edge of the low wall. Judging from the trajectory of the assault, her assailant was positioned above her, possibly having spotted the muzzle of her laser gun or her shoes. It was likely he would soon come to investigate. Her immediate priority was to relocate to a place of safety. Sheng retreated as silently as possible from the outer side of the low wall to the adjacent shop, entering through a doorway that had been ravaged by players. This was an abandoned cafe. Rising to her feet, she hastily ascended the stairs to the second floor, remaining attentive to any sounds from below. She removed the constricting sleeping bag and stowed it in her backpack, bending low as she approached the rooftop door on the second floor of the cafe. Chapter 75. Struggle. Sheng concealed herself in the corner of the rooftop, slowly extending a small mirror. As anticipated, a player clad entirely in black, with their face obscured, was cautiously prodding the wall with a stick from the other side of the low wall, investigating the bullet-riddled surface. The opponent had deduced that Sheng had utilized an invisibility item, confidently believing he had either wounded or even killed her. When his stick failed to make contact, The masked player glanced around in confusion. Yusheng quickly retracted the mirror, pressing her body against the wall to evade the player's searching gaze. Moving to the wall near the door, she gradually rose to her feet, observing from above as the player continued to probe the low wall. Now, shifting to a different section. Seizing the opportunity while his head was lowered, Yusheng aimed and fired. The intensely heated laser beam silently struck the exposed back of the player's right hand, which was not covered by fabric, eliciting a muffled groan of pain from him. He was a man. The male player dropped his stick, bending low to conceal himself behind the wall. Yusheng pressed against the base of the wall, counting her heartbeat as she awaited his next appearance. She initially expected him to crouch and retreat like herself, but mere seconds later, he unexpectedly grasped the edge of the wall and leaped up, immediately adopting a running stance, his piercing eyes fixed intently on Yusheng atop the rooftop. The shot she had fired had betrayed her position. Yusheng was utterly unprepared for his remarkable agility. That leap suggested he was either a professional parkour athlete or someone with a unique background. There was no time for contemplation upon witnessing him vault over the low wall. Her first instinct was to flee. Yet, as she stepped back, it suddenly dawned on her that against such overwhelming speed, escape was futile. She would only expose her back to him. In an instant, Yusheng resolved to confront him head-on. With both hands gripping her weapon, she began to unleash a barrage of laser fire the moment the male player ascended to the rooftop. The beam struck his body and the black fabric draped over his head, losing all efficacy. She attempted to aim for his eyes, but he deftly evaded her shots. The material covering his head was ballistic. This body armor surprisingly enveloped him entirely. Without hesitation, Yusheng holstered her laser gun and drew a long knife to engage in combat. The male player's gaze sharpened as he brandished a short knife, ready to parry. Clang! With a sharp clash, the blades met, yet Yusheng did not falter. She raised the hilt and thrust down towards his neck. Her blade was longer, and if cutting was not an option, she would resort to stabbing. The man tilted his head, the long blade slashing against the fabric of his shoulder, but the point was thwarted by the material, failing to penetrate. Yusheng pushed with ferocity, forcing the man to stumble back, nearly losing his balance and toppling off the rooftop. However, he reacted swiftly, tilting his head to block Yusheng's long blade with his short knife, attempting to seize her wrist with his right hand. Realizing he was at a disadvantage in weaponry, he sought to close the distance, leveraging his physical stature and inherent strength. Not a chance. Yusheng swiftly countered, gripping the back of his hand, which was bound with cloth, and squeezed with all her might. The man could not suppress a pained roar. Recklessly swinging his left hand with the knife towards Yusheng's wrist, Yusheng clutched his hand with unyielding force, her eyes fixed on his movements, while her right hand met his with the blade. Another resounding clash of metal echoed. The man had exerted all his strength, and though he only struck Yusheng's weapon, the shock reverberated through her hand, causing it to tingle. Despite Yusheng's physique having ascended to level 2 through advanced potions and rigorous training, with her strength reaching an impressive 160 points, the man's physical prowess was evidently extraordinary. He had likely also utilized a physical enhancement serum. Gritting her teeth, Yusheng exerted pressure, feeling the man's already wounded flesh yield beneath her grip, a viscous liquid seeping into the fabric. The agony of torn flesh compelled the man to release his hold. His short knife fell to the ground as he, now barehanded, yanked at Yusheng's clothing and hurled her away with force. In that fleeting moment, the world spun violently, and her body soared through the air, rendering her momentarily unconscious. It was only when her back collided heavily with the ground that pain jolted her back to reality. She had just been thrown to the first floor by that male player. Pushing herself up with her hands, the disorientation clouded her vision. Yet an instinctive awareness of danger urged her to scramble towards the edge of the low wall. Bang! A gunshot rang out, the bullet striking the ground where Yusheng had landed. She blinked forcefully, striving to clear her sight. The male player on the rooftop had drawn a sniper rifle, its dark muzzle aimed directly at her, yet the pain in his right hand caused him to tremble, and despite firing multiple shots, the bullets veered off course, grazing the wall and ground beside her. As her vision returned to clarity, Yusheng swiftly rolled and crawled behind the wall, her body bearing several new wounds. Yet the adrenaline coursing through her veins dulled the sensation of pain. In that instant, myriad thoughts flooded Yusheng's mind. Instinctively, she yearned to flee. If she could just duck into any nearby shop and take refuge in a mobile shelter, she could easily hide until the male player departed, or even until this round of the game concluded. Yet, as that thought emerged, it was immediately quashed. If she could escape once, would she be destined to retreat whenever faced with formidable opponents henceforth? Yu Sheng observed the male player on the rooftop, confirming that he remained stationary. Without hesitation, she retrieved a card item from her backpack, named a pair of keen eyes, though she refrained from using it immediately. She carefully lifted a piece of her combat suit's fabric, cautiously peeking over the low wall while shifting her body to the side. Just as the fabric breached the wall, it was swiftly struck away by a bullet. In that fleeting moment, Yu Sheng quickly leaned forward to assess the male player's position. Having discerned his location, she promptly switched to her high-caliber pistol, targeting him with a series of rapid shots. The male player suddenly ceased fire, taking refuge behind the wall of the rooftop, presumably to rest or tend to his wounds. Yu Sheng initially intended to ascend from the staircase in the shop on the first floor, but hesitated at the staircase landing. The rooftop was inherently defensible, and the male player's injuries compromised his aim. His sniper rifle was designed for long-range combat, and should she ascend the staircase, the noise would undoubtedly attract his attention. Her mind raced as she rummaged through her backpack. During her leisure, she had crafted a collection of gadgets, and today, she would test them on this fortunate adversary. First, she extracted a string of grape-sized bouncy balls, tossing them one by one onto the rooftop. Instantly, the area erupted in billowing clouds of grayish-purple smoke. This was the bouncy grapes Yu Sheng had fortuitously discovered in the oasis. The colorful smoke appeared inherently intimidating. Yet Yu Sheng had infused it with a potent anesthetic pollen, also sourced from the oasis. To test its efficacy, she had previously kept a monster alive during a box opening for experimentation. Any creature inhaling the pollen-laced smoke for mere seconds would find its footing unsteady. Given the male player's larger physique compared to the monster she had tested, Yu Sheng confidently unleashed a string of bouncy grapes upon him. Before long, the male player, prone on the rooftop, became aware of the unusual smoke, rising to evade it while coughing. Observing his unsteady gait, Yu Sheng knew her secret weapon had taken effect. She immediately activated the card item, using both hands and feet to scale the low wall and ascend the rooftop. Though her movements lacked the fluidity of the male player, they were sufficient for her to reach the rooftop before he could re-aim his weapon. She rolled adeptly to the ground, evading his delayed barrage of fire. Timing her actions precisely, Yu Sheng rolled beside him and executed a sweeping kick to his rear knee. The male player's form swayed, but did not topple. The red and blue bars, visible only to him, became strikingly clear to Yu Sheng at that moment. The red bar, representing health, was slightly diminished, while the blue bar, signifying vitality, rapidly plummeted under the influence of the anesthetic smoke. The anesthetic, a form of toxin, adversely affected the biological health of its victims, a fact Yu Sheng had discovered during her experiments with monsters. The male player struggled to maintain control of his body, swaying unsteadily. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Yu Sheng. Both understood that a sniper rifle was ill-suited for close-quarters combat. The male player reached for his left arm with his right hand, perhaps to retrieve an antidote or to switch to a weapon more appropriate for melee encounters. The moment he raised his hand, Yu Sheng seized the sniper rifle's barrel, delivering a forceful kick with the hardened sole of her combat boot squarely against his shin. The male player winced in pain, yet did not forget to firmly grasp the sniper rifle and pull the trigger. Yu Sheng had anticipated his action. She swiftly redirected the gun's muzzle aside with both hands while entangling her legs around the male player's calves to impede his movements. The deafening gunfire erupted less than half a meter from the side of Yu Sheng's head, striking the surrounding walls. And a sudden ringing filled her right ear amidst the cacophony. Paying no heed to the overwhelming stimuli, she exerted herself, ultimately managing to wrest the male player off balance, sending him crashing to the ground. The two became entwined in a struggle until the sniper's magazine was emptied. Only then did Yu Sheng relinquish one hand to draw her handgun, pressing it against his chin and firing several shots into his face. The tremendous force of the bullets imparted upon the male player a sense of vertigo akin to that which Yu Sheng experienced when she fell from the building. His gaze remained fixated on her, and driven by a primal instinct for survival, he managed to tilt his head away from her aimed assault. The sniper rifle sprawled awkwardly between them, proving to be a significant hindrance. Yu Sheng released her other hand, allowing him to wield the weapon. As he forcefully struck her with a hefty, but of the rifle. Each blow was delivered with full force, and Yu Sheng gritted her teeth, enduring the waves of dull pain coursing through her body. Grasping his collar with her left hand, she seized an opportune moment to fire a shot at his temple. The male player's bulletproof vest encased his head, leaving only his eyes exposed. Yet, the bullet still ricocheted off, failing to inflict a fatal wound. However, the dazed look in his eyes proclaimed his impending fate. Bang! 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 She fired 3 shots directly at his unfocused pupils. A crimson spray of liquid and indescribable fragments of brain matter exploded before Yu Sheng's eyes. She had emerged victorious. The world fell silent. Chapter 76. Sniper rifle. Only after the battle concluded did Yu Sheng's limbs regain sensation, immediately inundated by an overwhelming wave of pain. There was not a single part of her body that did not ache. In particular, a throbbing pain radiated from her waist, compelling her to slump to the ground, her hands trembling. This was the result of being struck forcefully by the male player with a rifle, but Yu Sheng gently shook her head. One ear had succumbed to silence, as if muted, while the other still registered the distant sounds of gunfire and fierce combat. The male player's corpse swiftly vanished, leaving behind a bounty of resources and items, piled nearly to the edge of the rooftop, all of which Yu Sheng collected into her backpack. This was indeed one of her most fruitful conquests. Exhausted, she lacked the strength to move to a safer location, instead summoning all her energy to survey the rooftop, ensuring no other players had taken notice of her before decisively withdrawing into a makeshift shelter. If possible, she would have preferred a retreat to her food cart's hideaway. Lying on the ground of the unassembled shelter, Yu Sheng's chest heaved with pain. She refrained from immediately consuming high-grade nutritional supplements and energy boosters, instead methodically assessing her injuries through the pain. Fortunately, apart from temporary deafness in her right ear and extensive bruising on her waist, the rest of her injuries consisted of minor contusions and abrasions. Her internal organs appeared to be intact, had the male player's attack deviated even slightly given his force. Yu Sheng feared she might have suffered a ruptured kidney. Unable to contain herself, Yu Sheng turned her head and retched. With the weight of her title bearing down on her, she immediately realized she was experiencing a mild concussion. She tightly shut her eyes, enduring the prolonged and sudden bout of dizziness in solitude. Once her condition improved slightly, she gradually opened her eyes, consumed a vial of premium nutritional fluid along with a high-grade stamina supplement, and reclined for another half-hour to slowly regain control over her body. Upon activating the light screen, she was greeted by a flurry of new messages in her private chat, which warmed her heart. Springfield Blossom. I'm almost done here. I nearly exposed myself. I'm heading back to find Dongbianqing. You should hurry over too. Springfield Blossom. Sheng. Why haven't you arrived yet? Are you alright? Springfield Blossom. Where are you? Should I come find you? West Rain, East Sunny. Send in my location now. Springfield Blossom. Sheng. We're coming over to counterattack. I've set your messages to priority. Please respond when you see this. After assuring her safety in the group chat, Yu Sheng succinctly recounted her experiences during her absence, mentioning her need to rest a bit before joining the fray. Springfield Blossom. Don't come over yet. Rest and regain your strength first. Restart 001. 63. Don't push yourself. I'm on my way to the chaotic zone as well. Take your time to recover and we will regroup shortly. With Lu Qingwang present, even amidst a melee involving multiple teams, things should not be too dire. After some contemplation, Yu Sheng consented to rest a while longer. Once her condition improved, she laid out the sniper rifle and bulletproof suit she had recently acquired. Utilizing a disposable cleaning card, the entire shelter, including the vomit on the bed and the bloodstains on the bulletproof suit, was instantly restored to pristine condition. Yu Sheng loaded her self-crafted bullets into the sniper rifle, pleasantly surprised that the model matched perfectly. It seemed that, as a product of the game world, the ammunition designed from blueprints was as universally adaptable as a multi-purpose battery, fit for use in other firearms. The laser gun lacked impact, and the handgun had a short range. Thus, the timing for this sniper rifle was impeccable. Yu Sheng lovingly explored every inch of the sniper rifle. Had it not been for her current discomfort and the intense, intricate battles outside, she would have eagerly ventured out to test its feel immediately. A new message pinged on the light screen. Taurus Homestead Fighter, Boss 63. This is the chicken soup I just made, a nourishing remedy for the ill. I hope you enjoy it. Yu Sheng retrieved the clay pot that accompanied the message, lifting the lid to reveal a golden-hued broth adorned with floating oil droplets and goji berries, beneath which lay 3 chicken drumsticks and several fragrant mushrooms. The aroma wafted toward her, tantalizing her senses. Judging by the shape of the drumsticks, they appeared to be packaged frozen chicken legs. Just how many delightful items does the Homestead Fighters supermarket offer? Yu Sheng quickly responded with a thumbs-up emoji and placed the clay pot on the table, indulging in a hearty meal. The chicken soup was exquisite. Even though her discomfort dulled her appetite, she managed to consume every last drop. Feeling satiated, Yu Sheng treated her abrasions with antiseptic before applying ointment. Lying in bed, she patted her belly and mused that the sense of fullness and satisfaction from food could never be replaced by nutritional fluids. Without setting an alarm, she closed her eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. When she awoke, the world outside the shelter's window was shrouded in darkness, and the countdown on her arm indicated that she had slept for a full 10 hours. Yu Sheng stretched languidly. Apart from a slight deafness in one ear and some lingering discomfort in certain areas, she was otherwise fit for normal activity. The time was approximately 4 or 5 in the morning, and through the walls, she could faintly hear the distant roars of monsters. In just a couple of hours, dawn would break. She first activated the light screen to process the player information for transaction requests. Scrolling down the team rankings, she was astonished to find that the Qinguang team had surged into the top 30. Delving into the team information page revealed that the number of members had already exceeded 50. How was it possible that Lu Qinguang was not only slaying monsters for points, but also recruiting new talent simultaneously? Upon entering the group chat, she indeed found many unfamiliar IDs. It seemed that Lu Qinguang and the Homebody Fighters had already distributed their rewards. As a veteran of the team, Yu Sheng could not miss out on such an opportunity. She promptly sent out a wave of high-grade combat suits and boots to the new teammates, mirroring her previous approach. At this hour, most of the team members were still waking up, so Yu Sheng half sat up and checked what tasks her smart assistant had accomplished during her slumber. In her private messages, there was a pinned chat box dedicated solely to it. As per her settings, Jia Jia would send her a report every 6 hours. Jia Jia, sister, in the past 6 hours, I have completed the collection and replenishment tasks for the decomposition platform and the tempering furnace, consuming a total of 1 red crystal core, 1 fabric, and 1 plastic. I have collected 2 high-grade green combat suits. Automated irrigation for the glass house has been completed once, and artificial sunlight has been provided for 4 hours. All functions in the shelter are operating smoothly, and the defense value of the shelter's protective shield is 9,525. Pleased, Yu Sheng sent Jia Jia a compliment, to which it responded with a shy emoji. She then directed Jia Jia to the food cart on the 3rd floor of the shelter to gather some small bok choy and scallions. Using self-heating rice and ham, she prepared a pot of vegetable porridge. Tasting it, she found it quite delightful and divided the porridge into several portions, sending them to Chi Yu, Su Malalai, and Sister Mei Ling. She then continued to cook additional batches for her teammates. The self-heating rice warmed up quickly, but lacked the fresh aroma that freshly cooked rice possessed. Being a true Southern palate, Yu Sheng had been in the game for quite some time and found herself reminiscing about the texture and fragrance of rice, to the point where her mouth watered. At that moment, she regretted not having thought to secretly stash away some rice, potatoes, and cabbage from the shrine dungeon. After finishing her breakfast, Yu Sheng retrieved her exercise equipment and conducted her daily training within the shelter until the horizon began to blush with dawn. She then used a cleansing card to freshen up, replenishing both her nutrients and stamina with 1 of each supplement. Thanks to the spoils from yesterday, Yu Sheng's equipment was ripe for an upgrade. She first donned a short-sleeve top and shorts as a base layer, then encased herself in a bulletproof vest that nearly enveloped her entire form. Next, she adorned herself with a high-grade combat suit and sturdy combat boots, and finally, she draped a corrosion-resistant raincoat over her attire. The only exposed areas were her hands, eyes, and feet. The equipment, produced by the game, automatically adjusted to fit the player's physique, yet this ensemble felt astonishingly heavy, as if she were burdened by an additional 10 kilograms. Clad in this attire, she recalled the previous owner, who had effortlessly performed parkour, a remarkable talent indeed. Had he not perished, Yu Sheng would have eagerly sought to befriend him and learn his parkour techniques. Regrettably, she was left to reminisce about past videos she had encountered practicing on her own. After meticulously checking her outfit and weaponry, She filled the pockets of her combat suit with spare magazines and emergency supplies, pulling the hood of her bulletproof vest over her head to obscure her features. Thus, she set forth on her expedition. Chapter 77. Lu Qingguang's hideout as a new day dawned. Yu Sheng's shoes crunched upon the blackened soil, observing the street that had been embroiled in conflict the previous day, now shrouded once more in a layer of black dust. In just one night, beneath this veil, the city appeared to revert to a state untouched by human presence. Gazing into the distance, she could not help but wonder, had she ever truly witnessed the genuine night of this city? Might it be possible that the darkness she perceived within the hideout was not true night, but rather an illusion cast by the descending black dust, obscuring the sun's rays? The answer seemed ever closer. Emerging from the hideout, Yu Sheng stowed away the makeshift shelter in her backpack and propped her sniper rifle against the rooftop wall, aligning her gaze with the scope to find her bearings. The sensation of holding the rifle was far more reassuring than that of a handgun. For safety, she tossed a bag of trash into the street from a distance. Instantly, a creature resembling a pterosaur emerged from a nearby building, fluttering its wings before landing beside the refuse to investigate, its head swiveling in confusion. Yu Sheng found her angle and squeezed the trigger. The sniper rifle, equipped with a silencer, unleashed a nearly silent bullet that struck the creature squarely in the head, securing her first kill of the day. The creature fell with a resounding thud, its demise attracting the attention of several others. Yu Sheng swiftly dispatched them with precision shots, finding the weapon increasingly comfortable in her hands. Aware that other players might have similarly established hideouts nearby, Yu Sheng knew she could not linger on the rooftop for long. She forsook the cores of the four monsters on the street, leaping from the rooftop to a low wall, then to the ground, making her way toward the location where Lu Qingguang had set up his hideout. Along the way, she collected several freshly spawned treasure chests and neutralized a player who had ventured out at dawn to seek treasure, effortlessly arriving at her destination. Lu Qingguang had chosen a location adjacent to a church, neither too far from nor too close to the pyramid. Just as Yu Sheng sent him a private message to inform him of her arrival, he promptly replied, "Look behind you." Turning around, she beheld a square building that had seemingly materialized behind the church, its exterior as dark as the other structures cloaked in black dust, blending seamlessly into the surroundings. It is likely that he utilized a camouflage card for the hideout. Lu Qingguang stood behind the narrow gap of the first floor door, one hand resting on the doorknob, while the other held a self-defense weapon. Yu Sheng approached, stepping back to allow her passage into the hideout. This marked her second visit to Lu Qingguang's refuge. During her previous visit, the entrance led down a corridor flanked by offices, leading to the main hall. However, upon entering this time, she was greeted by a spacious reception area on the first floor, dominated by a conference round table capable of accommodating 20 individuals, elegantly adorned with a resplendent crystal chandelier above. A staircase at the back led to the second floor, while an elevator on the other side remained a mystery. Yu Sheng removed the bulletproof hood that enveloped her head, letting it drape down her back like the hood of a sweatshirt. She tilted her head to admire the chandelier, then glanced at the elevator. Magnificent, truly magnificent. She felt akin to Lu Lao stepping into the grand view garden, momentarily frozen in awe, inadvertently voicing her astonishment. Lu Qingguang observed her reaction, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "Your gear is quite impressive." Noticing his gaze linger on the sniper rifle on her back, Yu Sheng grinned broadly, revealing her teeth. "Thank you for the compliment." Turning to survey the staircase and elevator, she inquired, "Where are the others?" "I have stationed those with architectural hideouts near the church, while those in need of a corrosion-resistant refuge are accommodated on the second floor. I've already informed them to gather for a meeting in 20 minutes. You should rest for now," he replied. Yu Sheng nodded, seizing the opportunity in the absence of onlookers to discuss with Lu Qingguang. "Captain, may I borrow your invisibility cloak to make a wish?" To acquire items through the wish card, one must know the precise name of the item. Hence she needed to consult its owner to avoid wasting a wish card. Lu Qingguang sighed at her request, saying resignedly, "If I tell you that the invisibility cloak is a special item and cannot be replicated with a wish card, would you believe me?" Observing the skepticism in Yu Sheng's expression, he produced the information regarding the invisibility cloak from his backpack for her to see. "Well, why not give it a try?" he suggested. Yu Sheng hesitated for a moment before deciding to use a wish card. She filled in the full name of the invisibility cloak, rubbing her hands together in anticipation as she stared at the card on the table. Contrary to her expectations, the invisibility cloak did not materialize. Instead, a line of small text gradually appeared on the card. This item is classified as a special item and can only be obtained through the Easter egg route. Subsequently, the card became ineffective, disintegrating into a fine powder on the table. Yu Sheng's expression froze. Well, perhaps I should not have doubted the captain. In a reciprocal exchange, Lu Qingguang approached Yu Sheng, pulling out a chair to sit down, smiling as he produced 2 wish cards. 63. May I borrow your sniper rifle and new bulletproof vest to make a wish? Yu Sheng was uncertain whether the 2 items she had just acquired were indeed special items. Yet she was not stingy. She stored the sniper rifle in her backpack and presented the specifications to Lu Qingguang. The bulletproof vest was cumbersome to don and doff. But fortunately, she remembered its full name and promptly wrote it down for him. Momins Lete. Identical bulletproof vests and sniper rifles appeared on the table in the place where the wish cards had been. Yu Sheng was left perplexed and speechless. Lu Qingguang smiled, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, 63. You are truly a good person. Is there any justice left in this world? The props that Lu Qingguang coveted were unattainable for her. Yet, with a determined effort, she could successfully wish for the props that Lu Qingguang could obtain in one wish. Yu Sheng had not uttered any curses for quite some time. Damn it. Official game of XX. Designers of XX game. Why such a blatant double standard? Soon, others began to enter Lu Qingguang's conference room, and inevitably they discovered the sniper rifle and bulletproof vest that Lu Qingguang was incessantly examining and gesturing with. Chi Yu's eyes sparkled as she rushed over, touching this and that, her excitement evident as she blinked at Lu Qingguang. Dear Captain, these 2 weapons seem tailor-made for me. Could I perhaps make a wish? Lu Qingguang replied, certainly, but there will be interest. All right. Chi Yu eagerly nodded, displaying the items in her backpack to Lu Qingguang. Dong Bianqing quietly moved closer, opening her backpack interface, ready to be selected. In the next moment, Xiao Lu also silently stood behind Dong Bianqing, forming a queue. Watching the line grow longer, an unmistakable smile flickered in Lu Qingguang's eyes. To Yu Sheng, Lu Qingguang's smile was striking. Damn it, charging interest? Yu Sheng straightened her posture, her expression unreadable. Could she perhaps collect interest from Lu Qingguang as well? She aimed for a significant return. Lu Qingguang gestured for silence towards Yu Sheng, signaling her to wait. He then focused intently on selecting items from Chi Yu's backpack. This cunning fox, unable to bear seeing her friend being taken advantage of, Yu Sheng deliberately unstrapped her sniper rifle and placed it heavily on the table, exclaiming, Xiao Yu, I can charge interest too, and mine is much less. While claiming to charge interest, it was merely a performance for others. She had no intention of truly collecting from Chi Yu. As expected, Chi Yu immediately seized her screen, ignoring Lu Qingguang's paused hand and bounced over to Yu Sheng. The 2 exchanged knowing glances, and Chi Yu offered Yu Sheng the opportunity. Go ahead, choose whatever you like. Yu Sheng assessed the value of the 2 items, casting a sideways glance at Lu Qingguang as he collected something from Dong Bianqing, and eventually pretended to accept a few fragments from Chi Yu. After Chi Yu and Dong Bianqing successfully made their wishes, they each claimed a corner of the conference table to collect interest, allowing other team members to make wishes. As their operation expanded, the interest rates dwindled. Almost all team members possessing wish cards came to join the excitement, and out of a team of over 50, more than 30 simultaneously acquired sniper rifles and a full set of bulletproof vests, while several others, with only a single wish card, also obtained one of the items according to their needs. Yu Sheng returned the fragments to Chi Yu, ultimately acquiring 10 plant cultivation chamber upgrade cards, 1 refining furnace upgrade card, and a packet of mung beans. However, shortly thereafter, Chi Yu sent her a fragment of a robotic dog, privately messaging, just a little something? Take it. Yu Sheng, no longer holding back, accepted it. Just as she finished replying to Chi Yu, a private message from Lu Qingguang arrived. As Yu Sheng opened the message, she discovered it contained 3 invisibility cards, the very one she had utilized in the Divine Altar Dungeon. Although the invisibility effect was limited to the user alone, its duration extended for a remarkable 6 hours, making it an essential asset during critical moments. Yu Sheng responded with a counteroffer. You have already charged others' interest. Include 2 more. The other party promptly sent 2 additional invisibility cards. Yu Sheng lamented. Had I known he would be so accommodating, I would have boldly requested several more. Chapter 78. Humanity. The expansive conference room was filled to capacity with all members of the Chengwang team, excluding the home fighters. Lu Chengwang occupied the head seat, flanked by Yoshida and Fan Fan on either side. The 20 seats at the table were allocated according to each member's contribution value, leaving those with lower rankings without chairs, forcing them to either stand or sit against the walls. It was evident that a social hierarchy was beginning to form within this gathering. Many of the veteran members of Lu Chengwang's team were seated around the table. Yu Sheng found herself 2 seats away from him, observing as he tapped his knuckles on the table. Instantly, the room fell silent. Lu Chengwang began by announcing the outcomes of the previous day's expedition. Thank you all for your hard work. Through our collective efforts, the Chengwang team has risen to the 37th position on the leaderboard. We lost 2 members, yet we welcomed 28 new recruits within a single day, significantly bolstering our strength. Yu Sheng felt a tremor in her arm and glanced down to see a private message from Chiyu. Chun Tian Hua Hua. I feel our captain is increasingly adopting the demeanor of our academy's leaders. There's a palpable air of authority. Yu Sheng remained non-committal. The meeting continued. Lu Chengwang stated, let us first review the progress of Task 1 from yesterday. We have yet to locate the entrance to the pyramid and must continue our search today. In addition to the conservative approach of seeking hidden doors and passageways, I am considering a secondary plan to gather materials and craft explosives to breach the pyramid. With his titles enhancing his capabilities, finding the raw materials for explosives was not a challenge for him. The true difficulty lay in the time and effort required to study the formula and ratios for the components. He continued, the number of players and teams congregating near the pyramid is increasing. The division into 2 squads proved effective yesterday, and we will maintain this strategy today. Large numbers can lead to exposure, so I will take 3 individuals under the cover of invisibility to continue searching for the pyramid's entrance. The selected members so far are Yoshida and Xiao Shanju, but we still need 1 more. Anyone with confidence may volunteer. Xiao Shanju was a young girl with short hair who had joined the team the previous day. It was said that her ability allowed her to perceive the general outline of different objects behind or within a touched item. With this power, she had adeptly avoided chests containing monsters and players lying in ambush. Unfortunately, when she joined the team, Lu Chengwang's group had already departed from the pyramid, engaged in combat with other teams. Thus, it was imperative to bring Xiao Shanju along for the next exploration of the pyramid. Lu Chengwang did not explicitly state it, yet it was evident that anyone permitted to participate in the exploration of the pyramid must possess some extraordinary qualities. Although group battles for points were both exhausting and perilous, Yu Sheng pondered that her title and the special items in her backpack seemed rather ineffectual for the task of locating the pyramid's entrance. Many others shared this sentiment, resulting in a silence where no hands were raised. Lu Chengwang's gaze swept across the room, and unfortunately, it lingered on Su Moli for an additional 0.5 seconds, a detail that did not escape Chi Yu's notice. Without hesitation, Chi sent a private message to Su Moli. If you speak up, the captain will certainly let you go. Hurry and apply. Emoli interjected, forget it, my abilities 1 TB of much help. Chun Tian Hua Hua chimed in, it's certainly safer than engaging in combat. Emoli replied, I would still prefer to fight and enhance my practical skills. Seeing that her persuasion was futile, Chi Yu relented and discreetly extended her arm beneath the table, sharing the chat history with Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng found Su Moli's perspective more grounded. Although she had made considerable progress recently, her practical experience was still lacking, unlike Chi Yu's rapid development. Chun Tian Hua Hua suggested, how about I apply and see? As Yu Sheng typed you can give it a try, an enthusiastic voice from nearby interrupted the conversation. Me? I want to go. It was Fan Fan, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Lu Chengwang. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lu Chengwang acquiesced to her request. The remaining individuals were tasked with accumulating points to elevate the team's ranking. With 47 members left, the Homebody Warriors would continue to provide logistical support, while others would be divided into 2 teams, one led by the Brawny de Sheng and the other by Shibei Xiaoyu Dongbei Qing. The members of each group could be decided by themselves. As Lu Chengwang spoke, the designated team leaders rose and surveyed the meeting room. Thus Sheng, a member brought by Yoshida, was a fitness trainer prior to entering the game, standing at an impressive height of over 6 feet. His muscular physique evident even beneath his battle attire. Everyone accepted Lu Qingguang's arrangements without dissent, and he continued with his instructions. Furthermore, ensure that you all take precautions while venturing outside. Although many possess bulletproof vests, it is imperative to wear the combat suits distributed by 63. My analysis of the black dust has revealed that it is not merely ordinary dust. It contains unknown elements not found in the periodic table, along with various radioactive elements. It is reasonable to suspect that the monsters here have mutated due to prolonged exposure to the black dust. After a brief pause, he reminded additionally, other teams have observed that the monsters exhibit a fear of light, so all outdoor activities must conclude before nightfall. Captain, I have a question. A young man in the crowd hesitantly spoke up. Upon receiving a nod from Lu Qingguang, he inquired, I heard you mention that combat suits were distributed, but I haven't received one. Lu Qingguang's piercing gaze immediately turned to Yu Sheng. 63. Please verify if there was an oversight in the distribution. Upon hearing the man's comment, Yu Sheng promptly opened the group chat records. She had distributed the combat suit welfare packages twice recently, allocating them per individual. So it was illogical that any had been missed. Upon opening the page detailing the status of the gift package, Yu Sheng furrowed her brow. Who is the player known as Restart 7131? The others exchanged glances, yet none dared to acknowledge it. Lu Qingguang, perplexed, inquired about the situation. Yu Sheng candidly replied, there has been no oversight. The player with the ID Restart 7131 has simply claimed an extra item. Lu Qingguang lifted his gaze, his sharp eyes scanning the room. His voice icy as he commanded, step forward. Do not make me repeat myself. After a few moments, a middle-aged man, who had been seated on the stairs, rose. He appeared rather unassuming, clad in combat attire, and under the scrutiny of the crowd, he awkwardly adjusted his pants, leaning slightly forward as he stammered, it was me. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Return the extra combat uniform, Lu Qingguang interjected, cutting off the man's defense. The middle-aged man's expression turned awkward. I sold it. He cast a hopeful glance at Yu Sheng, as if expecting her to intercede on his behalf. Lu Qingguang's demeanor was as frigid as a judge presiding over a courtroom. Remove the one you are wearing and return it. The middle-aged man stiffened at the command. Clearly reluctant, he glanced nervously at Lu Qingguang. Captain, I acknowledge my mistake and apologize. Could you please ask this young lady to issue another one to him? I am in dire need of protective gear as well. Yu Sheng looked at him in surprise, then at Lu Qingguang, awaiting his directive. From her understanding, most individuals being inducted into the team were quite formidable. She wondered if Lu Qingguang might consider the man as first offense and grant his request. Lu Qingguang slowly rose, his movements dignified and graceful as he approached the middle-aged man, who still wore a nervous smile. The crowd instinctively parted to allow him passage. The middle-aged man began to perspire with anxiety, yet remained adamant about not removing his combat uniform, frequently glancing at Yu Sheng. Ultimately, he resorted to shifting the blame onto her. Miss, you didn't clarify the distribution of benefits, nor set a limit on how many items one could claim. It is understandable that I made a mistake. I cannot bear all the responsibility for this matter. As he articulated his defense, a few individuals in the conference room nodded in agreement, seemingly endorsing his claims. No, how could they think this way? Just as Yu Sheng pondered how to respond, she observed Lu Qingguang, who had moved to face the man, sneering coldly. He casually adjusted the ring on his thumb with his left hand, his personal weapon. In the next moment, a long blade, wreathed in blue flames, materialized in his right hand. I warned you not to make me repeat myself. With a swift motion, the blade descended. A round head rolled onto the floor. The middle-aged man's pleas for mercy barely escaped his lips before they were stifled in his throat. Lu Qingguang's blade, imbued with blue flames, was so hot that not a single drop of blood was shed. He gradually sheathed the weapon, which transformed back into an unremarkable ring on his thumb. The hall fell silent. The temperature in the air rose several degrees following the appearance of the blue flame blade. As Lu Qingguang returned to his seat, he passed by Yu Sheng and reminded her, 63, please issue a new combat uniform to that teammate. Chapter 79. Departing from the ivory tower, although Yu Sheng anticipated that the middle-aged man would undoubtedly face some hardships the moment Lu Qingguang rose, she was still slightly shaken upon witnessing the scene where Lu Qingguang asserted his authority by resorting to violence. This marked the first occasion where Lu Qingguang had taken action against his own, and his approach was strikingly ruthless as he obliterated the opponent's data entirely. Yu Sheng regarded him with a gaze of admiration, and while she pondered how to justify herself, Lu Chengwang had already established the rules through decisive action, uttering not a single word. From the perspective of a leader, Lu Chengwang's method of handling the situation was entirely appropriate. Such decisiveness was a character trait that Yu Sheng had found notably lacking since her arrival in the gaming world. In her previous experiences, adversaries had always stood in opposition to her, posing threats. She viewed those who did not exhibit malice as allies, as long as they did not display aggression. She would not instigate conflict, striving to forge connections with players whenever possible. In the early stages of the game, she encountered many players of this nature. She had always been inclined to navigate interpersonal relationships in the game using the social strategies she had learned in school, treating teammates as if they were classmates. To Yu Sheng, a team resembled a classroom collective, with Lu Chengwang and Mei Ling acting as class representatives, looking after and managing their teammates as if they were fellow students. Consequently, she emulated their approach. However, observing the expressions of the onlookers who had nearly been swayed by the middle-aged man's words, which transformed into clarity after Lu Chengwang's intervention, Yu Sheng finally comprehended that one need not only reveal their weapons when their life is threatened. Moreover, at times, an amiable disposition could inadvertently lay the groundwork for one's own downfall. This place was not the civilized, cooperative realm of reality, but rather a brutal survival game where laws and authorities did not uphold justice. Malice could flourish unchecked, and goodwill did not always beget kindness in return. Survival was paramount. Though Yu Sheng was 25 years old, her past experiences, whether in school or within the hospital environment, had been relatively uncomplicated. She had not endured the harsh realities of society until now, and it was only at this moment that she fully grasped these truths. Indeed, it is often said that one learns through experience rather than instruction. The brief interlude in the conference room swiftly passed, and the two group leaders began tallying their numbers. Pai Daxing and Dong Bianqing shared a common sentiment, preferring to team up with familiar veteran players. Thus, Yu Sheng and the other seasoned members were assigned to Dong Bianqing's team as usual. Dong Bianqing had already received treatment for his wounds from Qi Yu, and the stitches would require at least 7 days before they could be removed, rendering him unsuitable for vigorous movements. Yu Sheng sat in her chair as she observed him approach Lu Chengwang and exchange a few words. The environment grew considerably noisier, and her temporary hearing impairment had yet to subside, leaving her unable to discern their conversation clearly. From the snippets she gathered, it seemed Lu Chengwang nodded repeatedly, calling forth another male teammate, who was known as Do Juezi, to assume the role of group leader, while Dong Bianqing would serve as the deputy leader. Hearing only fragments of their discussion, Yu Sheng felt a twinge of disappointment, akin to the sensation of having served as class monitor for 2 consecutive years, only to have a teacher unceremoniously appoint another student in the 3rd year without a word of explanation. As everyone readied themselves for action, at the command of Do Juezi, Yu Sheng melded into the ranks alongside Qi Yu, Su Mo Li, and Mei Ling, donning their bulletproof masks as they set forth. The team led by Patrick Starr resolved to center their efforts around the pyramid, expanding their radius for continued collective combat to eliminate obstacles posed by the Chengwang team. Meanwhile, Do Juezi's group chose to venture towards the outskirts of the city, steering clear of the most intense conflict zones to slay monsters and procure crystal cores. Equipped with a full set of bulletproof gear, Yu Sheng proactively requested to team up with Qi Yu to keep watch from elevated positions on either side of the street, while simultaneously honing her parkour skills. After witnessing the agility of a parkour player, she had made up her mind to practice the art. Originally a long-distance runner from the sports academy, Yu Sheng recognized that the smooth, non-slip tracks of her training were a far cry from the varied terrain of the game world, where diverse environments posed complex challenges, necessitating preparation for rapid responses to different surfaces and obstacles. The group advanced quietly and swiftly towards their destination, with Qi Yu nimbly scaling the side of a building. Yu Sheng secured her sniper rifle on her back, donned the gloves Qi Yu had given her, and attempted to ascend by grasping the protruding water pipes and window ledges on the wall opposite Qi Yu. Some plastic pipes, having weathered from prolonged exposure to the elements, crumbled beneath her grip, attracting lurking monsters from the shadowy corners of the city. In haste, Yu Sheng scrambled to a more stable foothold and opened fire to eliminate the creatures. Climbing back down from the heights was no small feat, and as she gazed at the fallen monsters and the retreating team, she reluctantly resigned herself to abandoning a crystal core. However, she mused that once she gathered enough fragments of the intelligent robotic dog, she might be able to configure it to assist her in collecting crystal cores nearby. This thought invigorated her, sharpening her focus as she surveyed the towering buildings ahead, instantly mapping out a clear route. Her pace gradually aligning with Chi-Yu and their teammates on the street. As her movements became increasingly fluid, Yusheng discerned the advantages of taking the unconventional path. The vantage point from the rooftops offered superior visibility, allowing her to evade concerns of ambushes from monsters or other players, and treasures awaited as well. After pocketing a treasure chest, she observed Chi-Yu deftly maneuvering around obstacles, finally grasping the reason behind Chi-Yu's rapid improvement in climbing skills. After 2 hours of travel and emerging victorious from 3 skirmishes, the group arrived at the suburban outskirts of the city. They cleared out the monsters from a 3-story villa by the lakeside, and Dojuezi directed everyone to prepare a fire and cook for midday sustenance within the villa. The first floor was tidied up, and Mei Ling unveiled a complete set of cooking utensils, quietly commencing the preparation of rice, washing cured meats, peeling garlic, and slicing potatoes. Having experienced the morning's events, many felt a lingering apprehension. Thus, when tasks arose, they eagerly volunteered to assist. Yusheng typically showed little enthusiasm for chores. She could work if no one else did, but if someone else was eager, she would step aside. Observing from a distance, she noted that Mei Ling intended to make a pot of rice with both meat and vegetables, akin to a modern-day rice cooker dish with sausages. The thought of the savory flavor of sausage rice made Yusheng's mouth water profusely. With a gathering of over 20 individuals, Sister Myling had to simultaneously prepare several pots to satisfy everyone's appetite. With an hour remaining before mealtime, Yusheng decided to pull out a bag of red apples she had been saving to offer Sister Myling as a post-meal treat. She then took Chi-Yu and Su Moli outside to hunt monsters and earn points. After all, a little activity would whet their appetites for the delectable meal ahead. They found themselves in a picturesque lakeside villa area, where Sister Myling was busy cooking with a few others. Dojuezi led a group of eager participants to scour the next villa, but Yusheng chose not to join them. With their large numbers, they often encountered just a single monster, and many would not even get the chance to land a blow before it was defeated. The 3 girls opted to stroll towards the lakeshore. The greenery in front of the villa was overgrown and desolate, accumulating a layer of black dust. The area that should have been adorned with flora by the lake appeared devoid of life, save for the distant woods where a few bare tree trunks stood defiantly. The adjacent lake was quite expansive, complete with a dock. The wooden walkway, long ravaged by years of black dust, was now in a state of disrepair. Yusheng gazed towards the small island in the lake, where all vegetation had vanished, revealing only a trapezoidal landmass enveloped in black dust, accompanied by a small white boat. Its bottom exposed but covered in the same dark residue. It was evident that this place had once been affluent and serene. The city's past remained a mystery. They did not venture too close to the water's edge, wary of the possibility of a water monster surfacing unexpectedly. After wandering around, the trio discovered a long drainage channel beneath a narrow path, its depths obscured, suggesting the presence of hidden creatures. Each girl took her position to lie in wait. Su Moli, eager to practice her strength and knife skills, stood a short distance from the channel's exit, ready with her knife for when Chi-Yu would dispose of garbage, triggering a monster to leap onto the ground. Should Su Moli find herself in danger, or if the monster attempted to flee, Chu, positioned nearby, would provide cover fire to hone her shooting skills. In the event that multiple monsters emerged simultaneously, Yusheng, using a nearby bench for support, would quickly aim and shoot. Practicing her long-range marksmanship, their coordination was nearly flawless. When Sister Myling messaged to announce that lunch was ready, the 3 were already busy extracting core crystals from their recent hunt, crouched on the ground, tallying their achievements. They had successfully hunted 24 monsters, with the core crystals evenly distributed among them, each receiving 8, a perfect outcome. Yusheng transmitted all the crystals via the light screen to Jiajia, instructing it to continue synthesizing while any surplus would be fed daily to the climbing tiger on the 3rd floor. For lunch, each person was served a generous bowl of sausage rice and half an apple. The freshly cooked rice exuded a delightful aroma, blending the fragrance of rice with the savory essence of sausage and soy sauce. The potatoes, soft and tender from being steamed, could easily be mashed with a spoon and mixed with garlic and scallions, creating a delicious bite that elicited sighs of satisfaction from all present. Yusheng became utterly absorbed in her meal, her self-control exhausted as she savored each bite. After the meal, there remained a bottle of fruit-flavored yogurt, a token of gratitude from Mei Ling, who had prepared a bowl of braised rice for the home warrior. The entire box contained 24 bottles, with each team member receiving one. It was perfectly suited for aiding digestion after a hearty meal. Yusheng savored the taste of the braised rice and resolved to avoid self-heating rice in the future. Thus, she exchanged an unopened red elemental treasure chest with the home warrior for 2 bags of rice. Chapter 80. Vegetable meatball soup. On the 6th day of entering the abandoned city, the Chun Guang battle team saw its ranking soar, and the number of team members swelled to over 500. The sudden influx of unfamiliar players led to a gradual standardization of the team. Yet Yusheng grew increasingly silent in the team chat. As the battles intensified each day, despite her principles of only retaliating against enemies and sparing the innocent, her time from dawn to dusk became consumed by conflict, leaving her numb, feeling as though she was merely a fighting machine. The total number of players in the game hall was steadily diminishing, now reduced to a mere 7-digit figure. Yusheng could not help but ponder whether a notification would appear on the screen once this number fell below a certain threshold, informing the surviving players that they could return to the real world. What could that number possibly be? 100? 10? Or just 1? The more she contemplated, the heavier the burden became. As dawn broke, Yusheng, unable to sleep, quietly rose, taking advantage of the fact that Chi Yu and Su Moli were still slumbering, and decided to prepare breakfast for them. First, she strapped sandbags to her wrists and ankles for weighted training, enhancing her leg strength for leaping between buildings and steadying her aim while holding a gun. After standing up to test her balance, she found that her body had begun to adapt to the weight after just a few days. It seemed that further increases in burden were necessary. Ensuring that her movements did not disturb her roommates, Yusheng stealthily entered the bathroom to freshen up. Upon emerging, she lit a candle on the electric warming table, using its flickering light to steam buns for her roommates. She also instructed Jia to fetch fresh vegetables from the glass house, and combine them with frozen meatballs and luncheon meat to create a pot of soup. The buns and meatballs were frozen packaged goods traded from Chi Yu, who mentioned they could count as rent for staying in the shelter. The aroma wafted through the air, rousing Chi Yu from her slumber, who instinctively headed to the bathroom to wash up. Su Moli, turning over for a few more moments of rest, soon followed after Chi Yu finished. Although Yusheng was not particularly skilled in cooking, today's vegetable meatball soup turned out to be a resounding success. The chewy meatballs paired perfectly with the tender vegetables, and the broth, enhanced with just luncheon meat and salt, was exceptionally refreshing. The 3 of them gathered around the electric warming table to finish breakfast, each engrossed in their screens. It seemed little different from scrolling on their phones. Suddenly, all 3 screens vibrated simultaneously. Yusheng opened the group chat to find new messages awaiting her. Lu Qingguang has updated the team contribution rankings and reminded Yusheng to distribute contribution benefits. The team now comprises an overwhelming number of players, rendering it impossible to supply everyone with advanced combat suits and combat boots. A few days ago, Lu Qingguang amended the team regulations, dictating that newly joined players must diligently farm monsters to accumulate points and exchange contributions for benefits. Although Yusheng's monster-killing points are not as remarkable as those of others, her frequent provision of synthesis materials has still secured her the 6th position in the team contributions, while the 5th position is held by the steadfast Taurus homebody who relies on resources for ranking. Chi Yu and Su Moli are ranked beyond the 30th position. In addition to reminding her to continue distributing benefits, Lu Qingguang has also sent Yusheng the recent team welfare package, comprising items and materials primarily acquired through team trading channels. Yusheng is uninterested in the materials. Instead, she focuses on the items within, discovering sufficient fragments to synthesize a smart robotic dog, 3 fragments of a card duplication box, 1 puppet card, 1 all-knowing human skin book, 1 nutrient solution blueprint, and several upgrade cards for the plant cultivation chamber and the evasion house. The nutrient solution blueprint is the first replica she has redeemed after gathering the complete set of blueprint replica albums, while the other rare items were glimpsed from the corner of Lu Qingguang's backpack during her previous wish for a stealth item. Presumably, her eager gaze was too conspicuous at the time, prompting Lu Qingguang to promise her that he would place a second, identical item in the team benefits once he obtained it. And she did not expect him to fulfill his promise so swiftly. The puppet card can summon a doppelganger that resembles the player and can perform simple actions in times of crisis, providing cover for the player's escape. The all-knowing human skin book allows one to pose questions, with a number of inquiries dependent on the book's mood, perhaps one, perhaps several. Once the human skin is exhausted, it becomes useless, yet its answers are invariably truthful. Both items possess an unsettling aura, particularly the human skin book, whose materials are inherently disconcerting. Upon learning that it has its own consciousness and will choose the number of questions based on its mood, Yu Sheng initially recoiled from the idea of this item, only to be unable to resist the allure of its capabilities in the next moment. She had contemplated using the human skin book to inquire whether she would survive until the end of the game, but ultimately decided to set it aside for now, intending to wait until she felt resolute enough to ask. After all, if the answer were unfavorable, would she simply resign herself to death? Clearly, that is not an option. No matter how challenging it may be, she must strive for a chance to survive. There are still vast wonders of the world for her to behold. Refocusing her thoughts, Yu Sheng packaged the combat suit set and sent it to the designated team members as instructed by Lu Qingguang, then messaged him privately. Fast 63. Captain, the game ends in just 4 days. How is the research on the explosives progressing? As of now, no team has successfully entered the pyramid, and it remains unclear whether failing to complete the task will result in a fate akin to the previous dungeon, being swept away by a tornado. Restart 001. Almost there. We will conduct the next round of experiments at dawn. Yu Sheng glanced out the window at the sky. If he said they would experiment at dawn, then it was indeed forthcoming. As Yu Sheng previously observed, the night outside is not a true night. In this game, there is no distinction between day and night. Approximately every 10 hours, a shroud of dense black dust descends from the sky, rendering it impossible for players to breathe or engage in normal activities outdoors. During this period, however, the monsters revel in their freedom, and with each arrival of the black dust, players are treated to a cacophony of roars and combat sounds echoing through the air. Within the makeshift shelter, the 3 individuals present remain oblivious to the monstrous cries. After finishing breakfast and resting for a while, they fold their bedding and claim their respective corners to commence their warm-up exercises. Physical fitness is the finest form of cosmetic enhancement for men, and the same applies to women. After months of consistent training, Yu Sheng's physical condition has not only returned to her pre-illness peak, but has surpassed it. She now boasts a healthy, sun-kissed complexion, elongated limbs, and when exerting herself, her muscles swell into graceful arcs. Her physical attributes have significantly improved. While she may not be the most exceptional among gamers, she undoubtedly exceeds the average individual. The transformations of Qi Yu and Su Mo Li are equally remarkable. Qi Yu has evolved from a soft, adorable girl into a free-spirited, wind-like woman. Su Mo Li, with her naturally fair skin that resists tanning, has transitioned from a delicate flower to a striking figure with piercing eyes and an aloof demeanor. Many players, having glimpsed the true visage beneath her mask, have been left awestruck, prompting numerous male players to vying for her favor. Yet, she remains indifferent to all, displaying warmth only towards her original 9 teammates. As for Yu Sheng and Qi Yu, their immunity to the allure of the goddess has grown since cohabiting with her. Suddenly, as they engage in their exercises, the ground beneath Yu Sheng trembles, accompanied by a thunderous roar in the distance. Their refuge is situated on a rooftop, and now that the sky has brightened, Yu Sheng peers out the window to witness a plume of thick smoke rising from an open area not far away. While it lacks the dramatic impact of a mushroom cloud, the spectacle unmistakably bears the hallmark of Lu Qingguang's handiwork. The explosives testing has been successful. Before long, the group chat on the light screen is abuzz with an announcement from Lu Qingguang. Restart 001. Explosive testing successful. Today, all team members are to gather around the pyramid, divided into 5 groups. 1 group will assist me in demolishing the pyramid, while the remaining 4 will conceal themselves in the cardinal directions to prevent other teams from launching surprise attacks. He names several players, all formidable male gamers unfamiliar to Yu Sheng, to lead the 4 groups, while she and a total of 20 individuals are assigned to join him in entering the pyramid. A swift glance reveals that aside from the team leader and deputy leader, most of the remaining members possess titles, including Fan Fan, and Su Moli. Chapter 81. Entering the pyramid under the guidance of Lu Qingwang. The group of over 20 individuals approaches the pyramid at the city center, aided by the firepower of teammates positioned in the four directions. They are clad in uniform attire, wielding advanced weaponry, resembling a well-trained band of mercenaries. Around the pyramid, players from other teams gathered, some merely glancing up before returning to their studies of the pyramid's entrance. As long as they displayed no aggression, Lu Qingwang would not provoke them. The team created an opening leading to a section of the pyramid's wall, and Yu Sheng followed Lu Qingwang to stand before the massive stone blocks that comprised the pyramid, utterly awestruck. This was her first close encounter with the pyramid. When she touched it with the tip of her knife, the stones beneath the black dust felt remarkably solid, and even between the two layers of stones, no seams could be discerned. Had the pyramid not been carved from a single stone mountain, it would suggest that the beings who fashioned it possessed extraordinary craftsmanship. Lu Qingwang gestured Little Bamboo, "Come here." Yu Sheng silently stepped aside, watching as Little Bamboo approached and placed her palm directly on a stone wall that had been cleared of dust, closing her eyes to absorb its presence for a while. Moments later, she opened her eyes and nodded to Lu Qingwang, its hollow behind. Lu Qingwang marked several spots on the steps of the pyramid with his bronze sword, and along with two other team members, retrieved explosives from their backpacks, placing them at the marked locations. They carefully prepared the fuses, twisting several strands together into a single main line. The group retreated 100 meters away, and Yu Sheng raised her torch, ensuring they had all moved to a safe zone. Assuming a running stance, she ignited the main fuse with her torch and sprinted towards safety. Just as she turned to steady herself, the explosives detonated with a thunderous roar, scattering the black dust from the pyramid, and faintly, the sound of stones crashing to the ground could be heard. As the smoke cleared, the pyramid bore the marks of their efforts. Undeterred, the team had plenty of explosives, and they repeated the operation several more times. The nearby monsters had been largely cleared by the players, and amidst such commotion, only distant roars from creatures lurking in the shadows could be heard, with no monster in sight. Other players stopped their actions to watch, eagerly anticipating the Qingwang team to unveil the pyramid so they could seize a share of the spoils. After nearly 10 rounds of explosions, Yu Sheng was drenched in a light sweat, and just as her stamina waned and she prepared to drink an energy supplement, a team member who had gone to investigate the explosion waved their hands at the pyramid. This was the signal of success. "It's blown open. We did it. Ha!" Seeing the glimmer of hope, many in the team began to rejoice, while players from surrounding teams stirred restlessly, eager to rush in before them. Only after being warned by Chi Yu, who was lying in ambush nearby with a sniper rifle, did they quiet down. Yu Sheng navigated around the debris and moved closer to inspect. The marked area had been transformed into a deep pit by the explosives, revealing a small tunnel at the bottom, just large enough for an adult woman's palm, yet significant enough to symbolize hope. The tunnel's entrance was pitch black, obscuring the view of the interior. Little Bamboo stepped forward once more to ensure that no unknown creatures lay in ambush behind the stone wall, before returning to Yu Sheng's side, followed closely by Dojuezi. The title of powerful as a bull that Yu Sheng held against Dojuezi had never been witnessed by her until now, and finally, she was about to see its true potential. He reached his right hand into the small crevice, while his left hand steadied himself against the adjacent stone pedestal, the veins beneath his skin bulging with effort. With a low growl, he strained until a gap appeared at the entrance, gradually widening until the seams between the first layer of stones were finally exposed to light. Several other team members, including Yu Sheng, who possessed considerable strength, instinctively stepped forward to assist. With their combined efforts, the fissure widened to approximately 1 meter. Dojuezi paused, panting heavily. "This is as far as we can go. Any further and it will collapse." "Well done." Lu Qingwang handed him a high-grade stamina supplement, patting Dojuezi on the shoulder, urging him to replenish his strength before falling in line at the back of the group. He then led the way through the stone crevice into the pyramid. Yu Sheng instructed Su Moli to follow closely behind her, both of them slipping into the opening without hesitation. In her childhood, Yu Sheng had watched documentaries about pyramids, and before the camera had ventured inside, she had imagined the interior to be a triangular, empty, enclosed space. However, upon viewing the actual footage of the pyramid's interior, she discovered that it contained long, narrow ladders for ascent. When she encountered the pyramid within the game world, She assumed its internal structure would mirror that of its real-world counterpart. Yet, as she followed Lu Qingguang into the pyramid, she realized the reality was far different. The space they entered through the crevice was a square stone chamber, completely barren, with seams visible on the other three walls. This implied that behind each wall might lie another stone chamber. During her years in the hospital, Yusheng had watched numerous films, and this layout inexplicably reminded her of several classic foreign escape movies. She was not alone in her thoughts. Others also drew parallels to indoor escapes and labyrinthine challenges. As she overheard their murmurs, could the three walls represent three paths, with only one leading to safety while the other two lead to doom? This game surely wouldn't reward us outright. It must be rigged with traps. Let's be cautious. Captain, should we open all three walls or choose one? Dojuezi, having regained his strength after consuming the stamina supplement, noted that the wall offered no further clues beyond its seams. The next step would rely on him. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qingguang pointed to the stone door on the left. Let us start by opening one. Dojuezi complied, striking and kicking at the stone door until he managed to pry it open a centimeter. He instructed the others to use tools to hold the gap, while he exerted himself to forcibly pry the door open wide enough for a person squeezed through sideways. To be cautious, Lu Qingguang secured a rope around the hilt of his bronze sword and tossed it into the center of the room to test for danger. The sword hit the ground with a crisp sound, and the chamber remained eerily silent, suggesting no immediate threat. Only then did he take his first step inside. The others followed suit, one after another. The second stone chamber mirrored the size and structure of the first, with over 20 individuals crowding into the confined space. With insufficient room, and the left wall devoid of seams, Lu Qingguang opted for the stone door directly opposite. They had to relinquish the tools used to pry open the entrance of the second stone chamber, and the stone door immediately sealed shut with a heavy thud, as if equipped with a spring mechanism. The third chamber similarly posed no danger, and Lu Qingguang continued to choose the path along the edges to advance through the stone rooms. Doors opened one after another, and Dojuezi consumed energy supplements repeatedly. Upon reaching the 12th chamber, Yusheng discovered that all four walls of this room bore stone doors. This indicated that they had begun to enter the inner sanctum of the pyramid. Strangely, there were neither mechanisms nor treasure chests or rewards within the chamber. Under the flickering light of the torch, Yusheng activated the light screen to review the task description once more. Task 1. Enter the pyramid. The brief 5 words provided no hints. Yusheng pondered. The task did not state that entering the pyramid would yield rewards or Easter eggs. Could it be that the players had overindulged in their imagination? Perhaps, standing within the pyramid, they had already fulfilled the task. Based on previous experience, task completion notifications would only appear before the game's time elapsed. Unsure of the conditions for task completion, Yusheng silently followed the group to the next stone chamber. A message from Chiyu appeared in the group chat on the light screen. Springfield Flowers, everyone be cautious. We can't hold the defenses outside. Other teams have already entered through the opening. With so many players in the game, and only one pyramid, a breach in defense was inevitable. Yusheng lifted her gaze towards Lu Qingguang, who had also noticed Chiyu's warning, his expression visibly serious. Chapter 82. The Hive. After traversing through another 10 or so stone chambers, Dojuezi was nearly exhausted, and despite consuming an energy supplement, his hands trembled uncontrollably. Among the group, those with higher strength values included Yoshida, Dong Bianqing, Patrick Starr, Yu Sheng, and about 10 other team members. They could only pair up to alternate in opening doors, one person pulling on either side of the stone door while another assisted with a crowbar from the center. When it was Yu Sheng's turn, she realized just how astonishing Dojuezi's strength was, as he had already opened 30 or so chambers before her. In contrast to her strength value of 170, the stone door felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds, in addition to its own weight. There was an inexplicable resistance clinging to the other side as she struggled to pry it open. If they were fewer in number or lacked sufficient strength, the exhausting repetition of opening doors could very well lead to players becoming trapped within the pyramid. Yu Sheng mentally counted the number of doors already opened, beginning to feel a twinge of concern about the return journey. Lu Qingguang was marking the walls of the chamber he was opening, and his expression was equally grim. Previously, in the interest of caution, he had avoided the most direct route and had been navigating along the edges of the pyramid. He had assumed that, despite the pyramid's grandeur from the outside, it was merely a collection of stones, and that the hollow interior could not be significantly vast. Who would have known that upon entry, the interior held such complexity, with these identical stone chambers seemingly endless? Upon entering yet another chamber, the group fell into silence, staring at the repetitive structure, possibly weary from their exertions. Exhausted, Yusheng sought refuge against a wall, retrieving a bottle of water to replenish her energy while awaiting Lu Qingguang's selection of the next stone chamber. Complaints began to arise among the group. How long must we traverse this wretched tower, room by room? Lu Qingguang, his expression darkened, chose silence, fixating on the seams of the stone wall for a moment before commanding the team to rest in place. Somebody nestled closely beside Sheng, while Xiao, Lu, and Qing from the east also instinctively chose the vacant space next to her. Silence enveloped them as Su Moli produced several vials of premium nutritional liquid from her backpack, distributing 2 to each of them, disregarding the envious glances cast by the less familiar team members with an indifferent gaze. Since the team had expanded, numerous factions had formed, yet the original 9 still adhered to the camaraderie of mutual care. Lu Qingguang settled on the ground, accompanied by a short-haired girl who frequently retrieved food and bottled water from her backpack to offer him. She was, after all, the one who would ask, "What is for lunch today?" It seemed she had taken a liking to his company, and their body language exuded a certain intimacy that Lu Qingguang accepted with ease. Unbeknownst to him, from his seated position, he could catch glimpses of Su Moli's every move, and Yu Sheng, with her agility and strength, could often sense his fleeting glances directed toward them. She refrained from sharing this observation with Su Moli, whose overall prowess ranked among the lowest of the 20-plus individuals in their midst. Ever since entering the pyramid, she had quietly trailed near Yu Sheng, remaining silent and avoiding the spotlight. Given Su Moli's consistent avoidance of eye contact with Lu Qingguang, it was likely she had become aware of the lingering gaze. After consuming a vial of nutritional liquid, Yu Sheng felt her strength gradually returning, yet still sensed something amiss. Drinking only the nutritional liquid felt akin to having a milky coffee after fatigue. While it alleviated exhaustion and emptiness to some extent, it lacked the satisfying fullness that solid food provides. She retrieved the delicacies that Mei Ling had prepared for them before their journey, and, after sharing with her companions, began to savor her portion. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, prompting Yu Sheng to look up and witness the stone door to her right being pulled open. Teammates leaning against the door sensed the disturbance and swiftly rolled to the ground, but one slow-reacting member stumbled into the newly opened chamber, only to be struck fatally on the head with a baseball bat by an enemy player. Other teams had swiftly caught up to Qingguang's progress. The nearest player, witnessing the demise of a comrade, immediately brandished their weapon to engage in combat, while another was seized by an opponent and dragged away. As the adversaries released their grip, the stone door began to close slowly, and just before it sealed completely, an object was tossed inside. Yu Sheng discarded the unfinished morsel in her hand, drawing her long knife in readiness, fixating her gaze on the mysterious bundle that had landed before her, wrapped in fabric and shaped like a sphere. A member of the team stepped forward, brandishing a weapon to probe the loosely wrapped garments. "Don't touch it," a voice cried out amidst the chaos. But it was too late. The fabric was disturbed, and a swarm of peanut-sized flying insects emerged, buzzing menacingly as they approached. It was a nest of venomous bees, likely from the treasure chest. Yu Sheng instantly grasped the situation. The adversary had concealed the nest within the clothing they had thrown. Although diminutive in size, these creatures possessed formidable offensive capabilities, their stings delivering excruciating pain equivalent to a blade slicing through flesh. They were perfectly suited as clandestine weapons to disrupt the morale of enemies in confined spaces. The opponents had come thoroughly prepared, with the sudden loss of 2 team members and the swarm of bees now pursuing them throughout the stone chamber. The remaining 20 or so members of the Qingguang team were thrown into disarray. Some screamed in agony from the stings. Others brandished weapons and torches to fend off the attackers, while a few hastily wrapped their fists in cloth to strike back. Lu Qingguang crushed the nest beneath his feet, but feeling unsatisfied, he ignited the fabric enveloping the nest and set it ablaze, incinerating it along with the bees. Illuminated by the flames, he wielded his blue flame sword to eliminate the remaining airborne foes. The team gradually regained their composure, their gazes fixed upon their captain, who stood resolutely in the center of the stone chamber, exuding an aura of grim determination. Yu Sheng retrieved antidote pills, distributing one to each of the stung members before returning to Su Moli's side. A mournful wail had emanated from behind the stone door amidst the turmoil. But now silence reigned. It was evident that the team member dragged away by the opponents had met their demise. The abruptness of the incident was shocking. Despite the formidable strength of this small group, they had lost 2 members in quick succession. Whether it was provocation from the adversaries or Lu Chengwang's sense of pride being wounded, he made an immediate decision to pursue them. Dou Juezi quietly positioned himself at the stone door, prying it open under the protection of his fellow team members. However, the stone chamber was already deserted. The 2 fallen players vanished without a trace, leaving only bloodstains on the ground. Lu Chengwang examined the marks on the other 3 walls where the stone doors had been forced open, tracing the path of the retreating foes. Yet, the opponents had proven cunning, leaving marks on all 3 doors of the next chamber they vacated. The likelihood of catching up to them was slim, yet a fiery resolve simmered within the remaining members of the Chen Guang team. No longer complaining about the arduous task of opening doors, they united in their efforts, driven by the desire to avenge their fallen comrades against the provocateurs. Chapter 83. The Trap Springfield. Sheng, what's the situation inside? There are too many players storming the pyramid. We cannot hold them off and must retreat to the vicinity to support you upon your exit. Yu Sheng glanced at the message from Qiyu that had just arrived. She had recently concluded a bout of combat and took a moment to check her screen while the stone door was opening. Outside, over 400 players were unable to withstand the influx of those entering the pyramid, forcing a retreat. Just how many individuals were infiltrating the pyramid? In other words, how could the pyramid accommodate such a multitude? Yu Sheng swiftly replied, "Things do not bode well. It resembles a labyrinth. The deeper we venture, the more we lose our way. We have discovered nothing. Only players abound." The stone door had swung open, and Yu Sheng stowed away her light screen. Following the group into the next stone chamber, where 2 players were already present. They were desperately clawing at the door, pleading for their teammates behind the wall to save them, seemingly abandoned by their hurriedly retreating companions. As approximately 20 fully armed players, their faces obscured, streamed into the small stone chamber, the 2 abandoned players could foresee their grim fate, their pallid faces collapsing to the ground. When the initial 2 teammates were slain, Chen Guang's team had failed to discern the features of their adversaries. Subsequently, every player encountered within the pyramid was treated as an enemy. Without the need for Chen Guang's command, 2 teammates stepped forward and executed the fallen players. Yu Sheng numbly observed this scene. Beneath her mask, her expression remained concealed. A yearning to retreat to the surface had begun to take root within her. The pyramid's maze seemed endless, regardless of any potential rewards. Continuing down this path felt like a departure from their original mission, transforming their treasure hunt into a mere game of slaughter. How many stone chambers they had traversed was likely lost to memory. 6 hours had elapsed since entering the pyramid, and whether it was due to fatigue or the overwhelming number of players within, Yu Sheng sensed the air in the stone chamber growing increasingly thin, oppressive, and irritable. Furthermore, in a few hours, black dust would descend upon the surface. If they remained within the pyramid, they would be forced to fight without respite. Casting a glance at the countdown on his arm, Chen Guang appeared to have arrived at a similar conclusion. He ceased their advance, calling for everyone to rest in place, and instructed the homebody fighters to distribute supplies to each player. Exhausted from just having opened the door, Dou Juezi sat on the ground, panting heavily. Noticing Dou Juezi's parched lips, the nearby Xiao Lu unscrewed a bottle of water, supporting his back as he offered him a drink. At times, the water failed to reach its intended target, spilling onto the ground. Suddenly, Xiao Lu spoke up, pointing at the puddles on the ground. The group's attention was drawn to him, and Yu Sheng instinctively turned to look. He poured the remaining half bottle of water onto the floor, indicating the direction of the flowing liquid. "Look, all the spilled water is flowing in a single direction. What's so strange about that?" Someone scoffed, dismissively muttering. Yu Sheng focused on the direction he pointed, observing the slender stream of water snaking toward a wall, gradually uncovering the peculiarity he had noted. Unperturbed by the murmurs, Xiao Lu continued to muse. Water flows downhill. He retrieved another bottle, stood up, and walked a few paces away, pouring water onto the ground in the opposite direction. To everyone's astonishment, the streams from various directions converged toward the initial flow. Why does this water only flow here and not elsewhere? Is the ground not flat? Is there an issue with the ground's angle? Sheng and Su Moli spoke in unison. Others quickly realized something and began conducting experiments with pouring water in various corners of the stone chamber. The outcome was invariably the same. The water flowed in a singular direction. Little Deer concluded, "I fear we are not within the pyramid, but rather at its base." The floor of this stone chamber extends downward at an exceedingly low angle, resulting in an infinite number of such chambers. In this confined space, the passage of time is nearly imperceptible. Fan stood up, exclaiming, "Indeed, I felt as though we were merely walking. Yet how could 6 hours have passed?" "Exactly." Little Deer nodded in agreement. "We have been descending deeper into the earth, and with the chamber being enclosed, the air grows increasingly scarce. Once our stamina is depleted, returning the way we came will prove exceedingly difficult, potentially leading to our demise here. This is a trap. Our first task is not an Easter egg, but a snare." Su Moli astit firmly. Everyone turned their gaze towards Lu Qingguang, the intent clear. Under the expectant eyes of the group, Lu Qingguang gradually regained his composure. He glanced at the time once more before making a decision. "We will rest for 5 minutes. I have oxygen tanks that I will distribute to everyone. Those who find it hard to breathe should use them. We must move swiftly, striving to return to the surface before the black dust descends." The group immediately seized the opportunity to replenish their strength. Those with stamina supplements and nutritional liquids consumed them, while others hastily ate and drank. A few of the female team members clustered together to approach Yu Sheng, expressing a desire to use the restroom. Yu Sheng nodded, feeling her own bladder nearing its limit, and conferred briefly with Lu Qingguang. She led another female team member, slightly stronger, to open 2 stone chambers in succession. All the female members entered the second chamber, addressing their personal hygiene once the stone door closed. The male members resolved their matters in the prior chamber. Once both sides had completed their tasks, Lu Qingguang and Yu Sheng exchanged information before reopening the stone door to reunite. On the return journey, everyone was acutely aware of the preciousness of time, and having inhaled oxygen, their spirits were considerably rejuvenated. The actions of opening doors and retreating were executed with remarkable speed. At times, they encountered other players, and fierce battles ensued, during which they swiftly showcased their best moves, striking decisively before quickly retreating. Thanks to markings on the stone doors, the return journey took just over 3 hours. Outside the entrance, Chi Yu and others awaited, ready to assist the entire team. Their exit was smooth, with Yu Sheng and the other female members being the first to inhale the fresh air of the surface. Upon seeing Yu Sheng, Chi Yu could no longer contain himself and rushed forward to embrace both her and Su Moli. During the return, Little Deer managed to send a message in the group chat detailing their experiences within the tower during a brief interval between opening doors. This infuriated Chi Yu, while others who had not entered the pyramid, such as Qi Fen Shui and Jai Do Shi, erupted in the chat, denouncing the game's officials for their treachery and the insidiousness of other teams. Their uncivil remarks caused Yu Sheng's unread messages to soar to 99. "Quickly retreat. Back!" shouted those nearby. Yu Sheng and the others, bewildered, followed the crowd as they ran forward, covering 500 meters. Suddenly, a tremendous crash reverberated from the direction of the pyramid, followed by a series of thunderous collapses. Yu Sheng ran with her heart racing and her mind gasping for air, staring blankly at the direction of the pyramid and the tardy arrival of Lu Qingguang and his companions. At last, vengeance had been served for the likes of Dachan. This was indeed a cathartic moment. Chapter 84. Strength and agility. The pyramid collapsed. It was uncertain who proposed the idea, but Lu Qingguang and several others had placed a substantial amount of explosives in the first stone chamber, igniting the fuse as they dashed out of the entrance. Those players who had not managed to escape the tower were crushed under the falling debris, likely never to emerge again. Around the pyramid, multiple teams gathered. Witnessing this scene, some stood in stunned silence, others wept uncontrollably, while some chose to silently withdraw. Perhaps some players had friends trapped beneath the rubble. Upon seeing Lu Qingguang and his companions make their hasty escape, they quickly understood that it was their explosives that had caused the destruction, brandishing their weapons and charging at them. The members of the Qingguang team were immediately besieged, and chaos erupted in the square. The task rewards were undoubtedly with them. If they were slain, the rewards would drop. Amidst the turmoil, a furious shout erupted from an unknown direction. "Let us go. Let's kill them. Hand over the rewards." More and more players, incited by this outcry, launched their attacks against Lu Qingguang. Restart 001. Don't mind me. Everyone run for the lakefront villa. In the midst of the chaos, Lu Qingguang managed to send out a command in the group chat, prompting many team members to change direction and flee towards the city's outskirts. Yu Sheng, along with two friends, joined the retreating throng. As they passed by Fan Fan, who stood worriedly in place, hesitating whether to assist Lu Qingguang, Yu Sheng seized her arm and urged her to run. The captain will be fine. Your presence would only complicate matters. Hurry. They had not run far before gunfire erupted behind them, and Yu Sheng felt a painful sting as a bullet struck her, akin to being hit by a falling rock. Someone shouted from behind, rallying other players. Those with masks are part of the same group. Capture them alive for interrogation. Perhaps they discerned that the few of them were female from their silhouettes, intentionally targeting soft targets. Yu Sheng did not look back, pulling the weakest Fan Fan, along as they continued to follow Chi Yu and Su Mo Li. Their backs, secured in bulletproof fabric, offered some protection against the gunfire. The pursuers relentlessly chased them. Bullets whizzing past, Yu Sheng endured several hits, gritting her teeth in silence. Suddenly, her knees buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. A bullet struck the back of her knee, perhaps hitting a nerve, causing her knee down to her calf to go numb. Chi Yu wanted to come to her aid, but bullets soon rained down towards the three of them, thwarting her movements. With no other choice, she could only evade the onslaught while shouting to Yu Sheng, "Sheng, Sheng. Wait for me." Yu Sheng heard her, but was unable to rise due to her numbed leg. Instead, she rolled on the ground, evading the relentless bullets aimed at her. Three men were in pursuit. The leader, a tattooed man with a sinister gaze, wielded a submachine gun, the muzzle shifting in tandem with Yu Sheng's movements, unwaveringly locked onto her. The bullet that struck her moments ago likely originated from this very firearm. A submachine gun, perhaps? Yu Sheng pressed her lips together, her eyes narrowing as she thought. Excellent, this gun will soon be mine. Fueled by determination, she rolled across the ground, ultimately finding refuge behind a pillar in front of shop, granting her a brief moment to catch her breath. Swiftly, she retrieved her sniper rifle. Lying prone on the ground, the dark muzzle aimed at the trio of men. As soon as anyone entered her sights, she would pull the trigger. A resounding bang echoed as a bullet exploded in the chest of one of the men. The remaining two, realizing the peril in that fleeting moment, desperately searched for cover. Upon witnessing Yu Sheng's marksmanship, they barely had time to react, throwing themselves forward to seek shelter. The distance between them was short enough for Yu Sheng to hear the pained cry of one man as he hit the ground. One of the men found refuge behind a wall corner, while the other hid behind a trash bin. The tattooed man wielding the submachine gun concealed himself expertly behind the corner, not a hint of him visible. Yu Sheng swiftly pivoted her aim towards the trash bin. Behind it stood a suited man with glasses, brandishing a handgun. The polished shoes and black socks of his feet became visible through the trash bin's hollow base. At this proximity, aiming at a pair of shoes was almost akin to holding them hostage. With calm precision, Yu Sheng fired 2 shots from her sniper rifle. One missed, but the other struck true. Although injuring the foot wasn't fatal, it effectively hindered the man's subsequent movements. The man behind the trash bin yelped in pain. "Old A, why are you hiding? Get out there." The suited man shouted towards the corner, occasionally firing a shot in Yu Sheng's direction, though none found their mark. In contrast, Yu Sheng seized the opportunity to fire a few more rounds, causing the suited man to curl up in fear behind the trash bin, unwilling to expose any part of himself through the hollow spaces on the ground. "Old A," the tattooed man replied nonchalantly. "I'm here. Just wait. I'll avenge you." Despite his words, his figure remained absent from Yu Sheng's line of sight. Seizing a moment, Yu Sheng sent her location to Chi Yu, in case she could not find her. Closing her display, she fired a few shots towards the corner where the tattooed man was hiding. The standoff persisted, as the 3 concealed positions formed a perfect triangle. Yet, the 2 men were allies, effectively pinning Yu Sheng between them. She could only remain still behind the pillar, as any slight shift in position would reveal her stance and vulnerabilities. Moreover, she couldn't focus solely on one target. While her scope was trained on one man, the other would become her blind spot. She had to alternate her fire to intimidate both, ensuring her own safety. After a moment's contemplation, Yu Sheng relinquished her sniper rifle for a handgun, transitioning from lying flat to kneeling on one knee, exposing merely half her face and one hand each time she aimed. This position was far more comfortable, although it compromised her accuracy. The standoff did not endure for long. A gunshot rang out from above, and the suited man beside the trash bin collapsed in response. Yu Sheng recognized that her savior, Chi Yu, had arrived, and quickly relayed the location of the tattooed man to her through the screen. Chun Tian Hua felt a sense of relief, with Chi Yu occupying the high ground. Yu Sheng merely needed to distract the tattooed man, and victory would be within reach. The two exchanged gunfire around the corner, the tattooed man retaliating intermittently, creating a cacophony of gunshots that echoed in the air. Suddenly, Chun Tian Hua exclaimed, "Not good. Enemy reinforcements have arrived." Yu Sheng also sensed something amiss. The sound of 3 guns firing was alarmingly dense. In the next moment, bullets from different directions hurtled towards the pillar before Yu Sheng, forcing her to retreat and seek cover. To make matters worse, the gunfire began to rhythmically subside, and amidst the chaos, footsteps drew ever closer to Yu Sheng. Since her recent bout of temporary tinnitus, she had not fully recovered, and by the time she realized the danger and maneuvered around the pillar, the tattooed man's gunfire was already perilously close to her side. Yu Sheng deftly evaded his aim, but in doing so, exposed her back to the line of sight of the tattooed man's accomplice arriving to provide support. The moment a submachine gun appeared before her, Yu Sheng swiftly stowed her handgun in her pocket, grasped the submachine gun's barrel, and forcefully pulled it towards her waist, inadvertently jostling the tattooed man. He pulled the trigger, and a bullet grazed Yu Sheng's waist as it flew past. Yu Sheng clung tightly to the gun barrel, her other hand quickly finding the magazine as position, while she kicked the tattooed man in the abdomen with all her might. By the time she landed, the magazine had reached her hand. The tattooed man initially did not realize what had happened. Upon pulling the trigger and hearing the click of an empty chamber, he finally understood that Yu Sheng had disarmed him. "Have you trained?" he mused, placing the magazine-less submachine gun into his backpack and brandishing a baseball bat in his hands. Gesturing towards Yu Sheng, she recognized this bat as the one used to strike a member of the Chun Guang team beneath the pyramid. Had these individuals retreated even before Liu Qingguang detonated the pyramid? Yu Sheng retrieved a long knife from her backpack to engage him. In their first encounter, her knife swung towards him, only to be blocked by the baseball bat, producing a distinctive metallic clang as the blade struck the bat. The sound was dull, clearly indicating that this bat was far from hollow. It was crafted from solid steel, weighing in grams. The fact that he wielded such a weapon with ease suggested he was a player who had diligently honed his strength. Noticing Yu Sheng's momentary hesitation, the tattooed man scoffed and launched an offensive, swinging the bat directly at her face. Yu Sheng hurriedly raised her knife to defend herself. In a single blow, the long knife, which had accompanied her for so long, shattered in two, forcing her to retreat 2 steps. From this encounter, Yu Sheng gauged his strength. It was evident that the tattooed man excelled not with the submachine gun, but in close combat, his strength surpassing 200. Had she instinctively blocked with her arm rather than her knife, it would likely have been broken on the spot. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Yu Sheng began to contemplate using an invisibility card to escape. After all, as long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. Just as he deflected the 3rd strike from the tattooed man with his broken blade, he noticed a shadow approaching from a distance. "Xiao Yu, hold on." The voice sounded familiar, reminiscent of Sister Mei Ling. Chapter 85. A pair of keen eyes. Yu Sheng's broken blade was once again shortened under the assault of the tattooed man. Just as he prepared to deliver a decisive blow to Yu Sheng's head, his plan was disrupted by the sudden appearance of Sister Mei Ling. Raising her golden hammer high, she brought it crashing down, while the tattooed man lifted his baseball bat to meet her strike. The clash of their heavy weapons resonated loudly, causing both combatants to stagger. Yu Sheng rolled aside, forced to watch the unfolding battle. At that moment, both sides refrained from firing, wary of hitting their own, granting Yu Sheng a precious moment to catch his breath. Sister Mei Ling, a player who had diligently honed her strength, wielded a golden hammer far longer than a baseball bat, and their exchanges were evenly matched. Yu Sheng drew his handgun, occasionally aiming for openings to complicate matters for the tattooed man. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 3 shots in quick succession, but out of concern for hitting Sister Mei Ling, all 3 missed their target. However, the gunfire undoubtedly provoked the tattooed man, who, after receiving a hammer blow, turned crimson with rage and cursed at Yu Sheng. "You lack martial ethics." Yu Sheng retorted with a cold laugh. "My friend, did you invoke martial ethics when you struck down my teammate beneath the pyramid?" The tattooed man, realizing the gravity of the situation, called for reinforcements. As Yu Sheng observed the fray at the street corner, he noticed some of the tattooed man's allies rushing over, 3 of whom were wielding similar baseball bats. A surge of tension gripped Yu Sheng. Ignoring the lingering numbness in her legs, she quickly rose to support Sister Mei Ling, seeing her movement. The tattooed man shifted his stance, forcing Sister Mei Ling to adjust and use her back as a shield. Perhaps due to her superior strength, Sister Mei Ling's movements gradually slowed after a series of exchanges, while the tattooed man appeared to possess an inexhaustible reserve of energy. In a moment of mutual engagement, Sister Mei Ling's slightly delayed reaction allowed the tattooed man to strike her shoulder with his bat. A grimace of pain crossed Sister Mei Ling's face as her body instinctively absorbed the impact, and she swept her golden hammer across the ground. The tattooed man, caught off guard, stumbled back after being struck at the ankle. Now was the moment. Yu Sheng gripped his gun tightly and fired at the tattooed man in rapid succession. 2 bullets struck home in his chest and abdomen, yet he advanced with a powerful stride, swinging his weapon back at Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng swiftly sidestepped to evade the blow. The tattooed man, surprised by the evasion, shot Yu Sheng a perplexed glance before charging at her once more. It appeared he had not anticipated Yu Sheng's agility. The tattooed man's reaction revealed to Yu Sheng that, despite his overwhelming strength, his agility was markedly inferior to her own. Sister Mei Ling leaned against a pillar, resting with a pale face, her eyes filled with concern as she watched Yu Sheng, limping and agile, evade the tattoos-clad man's relentless attacks with nimble footwork. Although Yu Sheng appeared to navigate the situation with ease, the reality was far from effortless. Each swing of the baseball bat from the man was executed with utmost force, cutting through the air with a menacing whoosh. She had to maintain her focus, accurately gauging the distance between them while also seeking an opportunity to retaliate. From the heights above, Chi Yu provided covering fire, momentarily halting the approach of the tattooed man's allies. Yu Sheng knew she had to swiftly eliminate this player known as Lao, or both she and Sister Mei Ling would be in peril. The tattooed man seemed to be clad in traditional ballistic armor, since targeting his body yielded no results. Yu Sheng's aim shifted to his face. The opponent, sensing her intent, altered the angle of his head while attacking, thwarting her attempts to secure a clear shot. Amidst the chaotic barrage, she managed to graze his ear with a bullet. The tattooed man recoiled in pain, clutching his ear and bending forward. However, when the opportunity arose, Yu Sheng discovered her handgun was out of ammunition. As the tattooed man roared and straightened to launch another assault, she hastily retrieved a shovel from the first compartment of her backpack, the very first weapon she had acquired since entering the game. As the solid steel baseball bat came hurtling towards her again, Yu Sheng did not flinch. Instead, she tilted the shovel to scrape along the bat, locking eyes with her adversary with unwavering determination. The grating sound of metal against metal was both jarring and ominous. The tattooed man hesitated for a crucial 3 seconds, during which Yu Sheng's shovel sliced through his fingers, severing a digit that hung by a thin strip of flesh. A pained grunt escaped him as he staggered back, his eyes blazing with rage as he glared at Yu Sheng, burning with a desire for vengeance. With a cold expression, Yu Sheng advanced, positioning the sharpened edge of the shovel against his throat. To show mercy towards an enemy intent on her demise was to sow the seeds of her own destruction. Just as the shovel was about to make contact, the tattooed man suddenly exhibited an astonishing will to survive, swiftly rolling aside to narrowly evade the blow. He landed near his teammates, who gestured for him to retreat to safety. Yet, obstinately, he turned back and took a step closer to Yu Sheng, forcefully tearing off the severed fingertip still attached to a thin layer of skin. The agonizing pain caused him to stifle a groan, his face contorting with veins bulging and beads of sweat forming. Wrapping a piece of cloth around his injured hand, he allowed the blood to seep into the fabric, staining it a deep crimson. Shaking his head to clear his mind, he focused his gaze intently on Yu Sheng, resembling a beast in a cage, determined to sever its prey's throat. The numbness in Yu Sheng's calf had nearly dissipated. She understood that if the tattooed man unleashed his full strength, he could easily overpower her. Without waiting for him to move, Yu Sheng bolted forward, launching her own assault. The weapons wielded by both parties were not of the same caliber. She had no intention of enduring the confrontation head-on. As she charged toward the tattooed man, she came to an abrupt halt, feigning a downward strike. The enraged, tattooed man instinctively raised his guard, his bloodshot eyes brimming with derision for Yu Sheng's audacity. Yet, just as her movement reached its midpoint, Yu Sheng summoned every joint and muscle in her body, executing a remarkable, almost imperceptibly swift maneuver to alter her attack. With a decisive swing of the shovel, she aimed to cleave him in two, although the tattooed man sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade. Yu Sheng deftly adjusted the angle of her strike, shifting her focus from his waist to his thigh, from a slash to a thrust. The gleaming tip of the shovel pierced deeply into the tattooed man's thigh. He let out a pained cry as his baseball bat swung downwards aimlessly. Yu Sheng sidestepped, simultaneously ensuring her grip on the shovel remained firm as she twisted it at a 90-degree angle against his thigh. The excruciating pain of the bone-penetrating strike, coupled with the dull thud of the bat impacting her back, erupted simultaneously. The force of the blow, weighing nearly 100 pounds, was somewhat mitigated by her bulletproof vest. Yu Sheng stepped back, only to belatedly feel the searing pain radiating from her back as she attempted to straighten up, causing her to bend over once more. Fortunately, it was merely a burning sensation rather than the sound of bones grinding. The tattooed man was no better off. He leaned on his bat for support, not collapsing to the ground, yet his hands trembled slightly around the grip. Upon seeing Yu Sheng unable to stand upright, he disregarded his severely injured thigh and advanced toward her, weapon raised, resembling an unyielding zombie. Yu Sheng, observing the tattooed man's noticeably slowed pace, refused to flee in her current state of disarray and activated a card item, Eagle Eyes. Following the instructions for its use, she rubbed the card between her fingers until it radiated warmth. In the next instant, it vanished into thin air, and a refreshing breeze seemed to sweep past her. This coolness compelled Yu Sheng, a novice user, to involuntarily close her eyes. When she reopened them, she beheld the tattooed man before her alongside Mei Ling, now adorned with 2 rows of health bars overhead, one red and one blue. These represented life and health points, previously visible only to the player, now vividly displayed before Yu Sheng's eyes. The tattooed man's life points had plummeted to 50%, and his health points to a mere 30. Realizing he was now merely a shadow of his former self, Yu Sheng steadied her resolve. As he drew nearer, she noted the long trail of blood he left in his wake and the pallor of his lips from excessive blood loss. A sense of regret washed over her. That previous strike had aimed for his thigh artery, and had it succeeded, he would be sprawled on the ground, bleeding profusely. Bracing herself against her waist, Yu Sheng slowly straightened up, remaining still. This movement did not escape the tattooed man's notice. His expression shifted from shock to confusion, then to panic. Clearly, he had presumed that Yu Sheng was incapacitated beneath his blow, emboldening him to drag his injured leg forward in a futile attempt to deliver a final strike. However, he had overestimated his own capabilities. The tattooed man faltered, desperately trying to turn back toward his comrades. The baseball bat, which had been raised just moments earlier, now languished on the ground, trailing behind him and producing a rasping sound as it scraped against the earth. Yu Sheng offered him no chance of escape. This time, the shovel was aimed directly at his carotid artery, and failure was not an option. Chapter 86, Cthulhu Monster. With the battle concluded, Yu Sheng cast one last glance at the fallen tattooed man before proceeding to assess Mei Ling's injuries. The blood trickling from her head indicated that her health had decreased by 20%. While such a wound was not life-threatening, it was undeniably painful. Approaching her, Yu Sheng gently supported one of her arms, slowly moving it while carefully palpating the site of her injury. The moment her collarbone was touched, Mei Ling flinched in pain. Yu Sheng eased the pressure of her grip, continuously reassuring her to relax, while gently rotating her shoulder joint and delicately probing the tender area, attuning her fingertips to the sensations. Fortunately, the joint exhibited normal mobility, and the contour of the collarbone appeared unremarkable. It was likely a hairline fracture that could heal with time. Arriving at this conclusion, Yu Sheng felt a wave of relief. The absence of life-threatening danger was indeed the most promising news. On another note, the titles and special items allocated to her by the game increasingly resembled a prelude to her future career as a physician. The number of members from the Chengguang team gathering nearby was steadily increasing, alleviating any fears of ambush. Yu Sheng quietly expressed her gratitude to Mei Ling, reiterating the precautions to observe during her recovery. Had it not been for Mei Ling's timely intervention, Yusheng might very well have been the one lying on the ground, her equipment dissipating into nothingness. Reflecting on this, Yusheng turned her gaze toward the ground, where a small pool of blood marked the spot where the tattooed man had fallen. Surrounded by a scattered array of items and resources that had tumbled from his person and backpack, forming a modest mound. Mei Ling, a middle-aged man, clad in the attire of the Chunguang team, rushed towards them, his expression fraught with worry as he pulled down his mask and set aside his weapon to check on Mei Ling's condition. Seeing her supporting one shoulder, his immediate instinct was to reach out and examine her. Yet, as his hand extended, he seemed to recall the potential for causing her further pain and paused in midair, anxiously grasping her hand instead. Mei Ling, how are you? In response to the man's concerned expression, Mei Ling's pallid complexion took on a hint of color, and she shyly averted her gaze toward Yusheng, lowering her head in embarrassment. This scene was clearly revealing. Yusheng cleared her throat a couple of times, turning away to scan the ground for the scattered resources. It is a commendable trait of humanity to avoid being a third wheel. As the blue light of the screen flickered, all the items on the ground were promptly collected into Yusheng's backpack, automatically sorted and stored in her available compartments. That little one, hearing Mei Ling's voice, Yusheng turned back to face them. Little Yu, this is Gu Weigua. Weigua, this is Little Yu. Yusheng, Mei Ling introduced them to one another. The affectionate address, though Sister Mei Ling did not elaborate further, allowed Yusheng to roughly deduce the nature of their relationship. It remained unclear whether they were old friends acquainted prior to entering the game or if their friendship blossomed within the virtual realm. Gu Weigua, quick to respond, extended his right hand towards Yusheng in a manner characteristic of his generation. Greetings, young Yu. I am Gu Weigua, a former grassroots police officer chosen by the game due to my battle with gastric cancer. Now, I'm a close friend of Ms. Su Mei Ling, and my ID is Cherish the Present. The middle-aged man proclaimed his ID with an air of righteousness, as if taking an oath. Yusheng instinctively glanced at Sister Mei Ling, whose gaze flickered with a hint of shyness, brightening Yusheng's mood considerably. She smiled broadly and shook his hand. Hello, Uncle Gu. I am Yusheng, a student before entering the game, also selected due to my cancer diagnosis. My game ID is Swift63. Upon hearing Yusheng's ID, perhaps recalling that he had previously received a welfare package she had distributed, Gu Weigua's expression grew more serious. He shook Yusheng's hand up and down, exclaiming, I have long admired you. Aside from Lu Qingguang, the ones frequently distributing welfare in the group were Yusheng and the Taurus homebody, a testament to their prowess. Gu Weigua's reaction to Yusheng's ID revealed neither flattery nor hesitation, indicating a man of integrity. Sister Mei Ling has an excellent eye. Yusheng turned to Sister Mei Ling with a smile, discreetly giving her a thumbs up, which made her cheeks flush even deeper. Things seem to be wrapping up over there. Let us hasten. Gu Weigua raised his gaze to the sky, urgency tinging his tone. Preoccupied with the skirmish, Yusheng only then realized that dusk was fast approaching. She quickly reported her safety in the group chat, simultaneously reminding Chi Yu and Su Moli to expedite their retreat and avoid lingering in battle. Upon seeing their responses, Yusheng felt reassured and closed her screen, reloading her handgun and securing it, while grasping a shovel in her hand. Together with Gu Weigua, they assisted Sister Mei Ling towards the lakeside villa. Time was of the essence. Yusheng could not spare a moment to craft a makeshift protective gear for Sister Mei Ling. Instead, she advised her to bend her injured arm against her body to mitigate the impact during their hurried escape. They supported each other as they evaded lurking players and remained vigilant against the lurking creatures in the shadows. Eventually, they arrived at the gathering point just as a dense cloud of dust began to rise ominously in the sky. Surprisingly, however, the early arrivals led by Lu Qingguang did not follow the prearranged plan to take refuge in the already clear villa. Instead, they stood in rows along the lake's edge, gazing intently at something. Those behind, unable to see clearly, craned their necks forward, piquing Yusheng's curiosity. She helped Sister Mei Ling lean against Gu Weigua to find a secluded spot to rest, while she herself approached the lakeside, squeezing through the crowd. Navigating through 2 layers of people, Yusheng positioned herself at the front, following their gaze to the surface of the lake. The once tranquil lake, dark and foreboding, now churned with powerful ripples. A small boat at its center was tossed about by the waves, rising and falling on the surface. Nearby, A trapezoidal island stood majestically still amidst the waters. Yet at its pinnacle, a jet of black mist surged skyward, resembling a towering tornado. Gazing upward, one could see that the point where the black line vanished was shrouded in a dense cloud of darkness, which continued to spread outward. This seemed to be the very source of the city buried beneath the black dust. What could it be? Could it be a monstrous creature? It resembled a whale, spewing forth something ominous. My goodness, such a colossal beast could easily crush us with a single step. Are we truly going to rest here today? Perhaps we should relocate. If it is indeed a monster, the visible portion is already vast from such a distance. Its true size must be even more immense. Look at the size of its orifice. Could it be a creature of Cthulhu? The crowd buzzed with speculation, each uncertain of the true nature of the island. As the black dust began to fall from the sky in a light drizzle, Lu Qingguang turned first, signaling everyone to return to the villa. We must get inside. Soon the air will be saturated with black dust, making it impossible to breathe. Standing beside him, Fan Fan quickly concurred, yes, hurry inside. Didn't you hear the monsters nearby, starting to roar? Move swiftly. Chapter 87, Lord of the Mansion. Yu Sheng found Chi Yu and Su Moli among the fleeing crowd. They had arrived slightly later, having cleared the pursuers at the rear of the line, and had just reached the lakeside. Upon hearing the commotion ahead concerning the colossal creature, both wore serious and anxious expressions, eager to inquire further. Let us return to the refuge. Yu Sheng gestured for silence and led them into a nearby villa. As they passed by Gu Weigua and another person beneath the eaves, Yu Sheng asked if Mei Ling would like to join her in the refuge for rest. The makeshift refuge could comfortably accommodate 4 people, making it easier to care for Mei Ling. Mei Ling glanced at Gu Weigua beside her and shook her head in refusal. Her refuge was a shower room, devoid of wheels and resistant to the black dust's corrosion. Moreover, after being enhanced with a refuge upgrade card, it was likely more comfortable than Yu Sheng's makeshift shelter. Having received Gu Weigua's assurance that he would look after Mei Ling, Yu Sheng felt reassured and turned to enter another villa. They discovered a spacious garden terrace on the 3rd floor, set up their refuge against the wall. And once the 3 of them entered and closed the door, the refuge vanished into the vast black mist. The first task upon entering was to use a disposable cleaning card to rid themselves of dirt and black dust from their bodies, while simultaneously enjoying a sort of bath, albeit a dry one, on the cardboard laid out at the entrance. As water boiled with rice in a pot, Yu Sheng quickly described everything she had witnessed to her companions, skillfully peeling and dicing the cactus from her backpack, placing it in a bowl to marinate with edible salt. Her companions busily engaged in their own tasks as well. In the refuge of the pumpkin carriage, the daily refresh brought forth a large and a small pumpkin. At this moment, she retrieved the larger one, slicing it in half, which was ample to serve the 3 of them along with Mei Ling and her companion. The remainder was carefully returned to her backpack for safekeeping. Su Mo Li approached the wall, extracting the refining furnace from her backpack. She removed the already synthesized high-grade nutrient solution and meticulously placed the new materials within. Among the trio, only Yu Sheng had gathered enough fragments to synthesize an intelligent butler. Chi lacked both a refining furnace and a decomposition station, while Su Mo Li could only access her furnace upon returning to the refuge. She synthesized 2 batches a day, one before bedtime and another prior to their outdoor activities. Even while stored in her backpack, the synthesis time of the furnace continued to progress. Are you suggesting that the island-like structure is a monster? Hearing Yu Sheng's words, Chi Yu was taken aback, her gaze lifted in astonishment, dropping the half-peeled pumpkin to the ground without a thought. I'm not certain, but that is what they claim, Yu Sheng replied, picking up the pumpkin and handing it back to Chi Yu. Food that has touched the ground for less than 3 seconds is still fine. Just cut away the part that made contact. After ensuring the refining furnace was functioning properly, Su Mo Li returned to the electric warming table, stirring the pot of water with a spoon. It was somewhat embarrassing that among the 3 adults, none possessed the skill to cook rice. To be precise, without an electric rice cooker, they were incapable of cooking rice in a regular pot. Yu Sheng had attempted twice, both times resulting in a burnt mess. To avoid wasting the shelled rice exchanged from the other, they had no choice but to subsist on porridge. As long as they ensured the rice grains did not stick to the bottom of the pot, they could achieve success, which was more manageable for them. How are we supposed to progress in this round of the game? My head aches, Chi Yu lamented, peeling the pumpkin with a fervor as if to channel her frustrations into the vegetable. It was Su Mo Li who offered a word of comfort. Let us focus on having a proper meal first. and then we can check the group chat for updates. With a resigned sigh, Chiyu concentrated on finishing the peeling and cutting the pumpkin into small chunks to be added to the pot. Dinner comprised unsweetened pumpkin porridge paired with garlic cactus, sautéed corn kernels with sliced ham, stir-fried mung bean sprouts, and stewed fresh potatoes with canned braised pork. The mung bean sprouts were cultivated from a packet of beans that Sheng had previously traded, nurtured in the hydroponic section of their glass house. Sheng was reluctant to use them all for sprouting, so she only grew enough for a single meal to satisfy their cravings, reserving some for the seed cultivation area to transplant into nutrient-rich soil during their next visit to the refuge. Although the houses were intelligent, they could not perform the delicate operation of transplanting plants. It was curious that, aside from the initial entry into the game world when the treasure chests containing food were rather generous, the probability of finding food in subsequent chests had significantly diminished. Despite the seemingly abundant and nutritious spread before them, the three girls typically consumed only 3 dishes. Today, they had prepared a larger quantity, considering that Meiling, having sustained injuries while rescuing Sheng, would find it difficult to cook. Thus, Sheng planned to prepare meals for both Meiling and Gu Weigua until Meiling made a full recovery. During the meal, Sheng casually mentioned the situation between Sister Mei Ling and Gu Weigua to Chi Yu and Su Mo Li, advising them, Sister Mei Ling has not publicly clarified their relationship yet. Just be aware of it and refrain from bringing it up in front of her, as it might embarrass her. Understood. However, Chi Yu is genuinely pleased for Sister Mei Ling, finishing her meal quickly and even requesting a second bowl. It is worth noting that Sheng recalled hearing about Sister Mei Ling shortly after their initial acquaintance. In her 40s, Sister Mei Ling had married young and devoted herself entirely to being a homemaker and raising children. Until one fateful day when her husband appeared with his mistress to confront her with a divorce. Lacking a stable income, custody of the children was awarded to him. This narrative, albeit cliched, resonates as a common tale. After the divorce and the loss of custody, Sister Mei Ling attempted to end it all by turning on the gas in her kitchen. Tragically, even her residence was not her own. The father of her children coldly dismissed her with an ultimatum to vacate within a week, before taking the children and his mistress to their grandmother's home. Shortly after she opened the gas valve, a delivery box mysteriously appeared before her, leading her to the same game world as Sheng. Was her acquaintance with Gu Weigua not another version of a life reboot? After their meal, Chi Yu and Su Mo Li volunteered to wash the dishes together, while Sheng leaned against the wall to digest, opening her screen that had been persistently notifying her of new messages. The group chat had amassed 99 messages, which Sheng decided to check later, opting instead to first review the chat with her family regarding the status of their mobile home. She then perused other private messages. A transaction request from an unfamiliar player caught her attention. After briefly reviewing the proposed exchanges, she agreed to a few that piqued her interest. The player known as the universe's greatest Chow sent her a casual greeting, attempting to extract useful information, to which Sheng merely responded with an emoji. Since the information group concerning daily meal suggestions had suffered a setback due to the loss of team members, several teams specializing in trading information for profit had emerged in the game world, including the Chaoyang Masses team, to which the universe's greatest Chow belonged, and they were rapidly gaining momentum. Sheng happened to possess intelligence regarding a suspected monster on Lake Heart Island, but she needed to deliberate and seek the consent of the first discoverer, who was also the team leader, Lu Qingguang, before daring to sell the information to others. Additionally, the house fighter sent her daily inquiries about any treasure chests she might wish to trade. After careful consideration, Sheng recalled that only Lu Qingguang had bottled oxygen as a rare resource in the oxygen-deficient environment inside the pyramid, and she was also quite tired of the sugarless rice porridge. Ultimately, Sheng resolved to make a significant purchase, negotiating with the house fighter and, with a pang of regret, agreed to exchange 3 red element chests, 15 silver chests, and 20 copper chests for a plethora of supplies. The inventory consists of 20 bags of rice, 1 rice cooker, 100 pounds of granulated sugar, 100 pounds of table salt, 50 pounds of flour, 30 pounds of glutinous rice, 10 bags each of frozen dumplings and tang yuan, 50 boxes each of frozen lamb and beef rolls, 5 boxes of eggs, 1 box of quail eggs, a case of hot pot base in various flavors, assorted spices, various seeds for vegetables and fruits, 20 oxygen tanks, 30 pairs of labor protection gloves, a bundle of jute rope, 50 dust masks, 2 bottles of medicated oil, 1 little yellow duck swimming ring, 1 fire extinguisher, 5 peelers, 30 packs each of disposable underwear and socks, a case of emergency disaster candles, 1 barbecue grill, a case of fire-starting fuel, and 10 boxes of charcoal. This generous offer was courtesy of the home strategist, who had promised to use a teleportation card to rescue Yu Sheng in exchange. Additionally, Yu Sheng learned that the home strategist had already reached level 3. In the survival game, players often toil endlessly, and reaching level 2 is considered a significant achievement. Yet, the home strategist, who spent most of his gaming time holed up in a shelter, ascended to level 3 with relative ease. To this, Yu Sheng could only remark, truly deserving of the title, the god of the home, guarding his golden mountain. Chapter 88. The Isle at the Heart of the Lake. The discussions surrounding the isle at the heart of the lake finally reached a preliminary conclusion in the dead of night. Lu Qingguang planned to approach the island by boat at dawn when its eruptions would cease, intending to ascertain the island's secrets before devising the next course of action. However, despite stating he would travel by boat, he did not actually possess one. He intended to construct a vessel from accumulated empty plastic bottles. Given the weight capacity of the boat's hull, it was prudent not to bring too many companions, ultimately finalizing the team to include Dou Juezi, Yu Sheng, Xiao Shanju, Su Moli, and Fan Fan. The first 3 were chosen for their titles, which would prove beneficial. Fan Fan was initially not on Lu Qingguang's list. The 6th choice was Dongbian Qing, but upon seeing the selected individuals, she immediately voiced her insistence in the group chat, declaring her desire to join. As Fan Fan had originally been the leader of a team, and with her merging into Qingguang's team, Lu Qingguang could not outright dismiss her request. Coincidentally, Dongbian Qing's old injuries had not yet healed, and reluctantly, he had to replace her with Fan Fan. As for why Su Moli was included, Lu Qingguang offered no explanation, and no one in the group dared to inquire. The true reason likely remained known only to Lu Qingguang himself. He exchanged a meaningful glance with Su Moli, who calmly prepared the bedding and waved to them. "We need to rise early tomorrow, so hurry to sleep. Good night, good night, good night." Upon extinguishing the lights, the rhythmic sound of breathing in the room gradually settled into a soothing cadence. A night of pleasant dreams ensued. At dawn, the alarm clock rang, and the 3 girls rose simultaneously. After Yu Sheng and Su Moli completed their morning routines, they donned their gear while Chiyu, still in her pajamas, prepared breakfast for them. Time was of the essence, so Chiyu simply boiled 2 eggs for each of them, paired with bread and instant coffee. Yoshida had not slept all night, hastily crafting a small plastic boat with a team of over 20 individuals, securing jute ropes around both the boat and the waists of the 6 passengers aboard. This precaution is devised to avert danger upon entering the water. Those on the shore can tug on the rope to pull both the person and the boat back to the lake's edge. Reflecting on the earlier sight of catfish emerging from the puddles to hunt, Yu Sheng felt a pang of anxiety. Entering the water is, after all, unlike traversing land. One does not fear that a monster might suddenly leap from beneath the ground, yet the water holds such uncertainties. At this moment, as the small island ceased its emission of dark dust, the lake's surface gradually calmed, save for the ripples stirred by the gentle sway of the little white boat, which were pushed toward the shore. The dark dust had not fully settled, and visibility in the air remained poor. The group of 6 donned dust masks, disposable raincoats, gloves, and goggles, all uniformly distributed by Lu Qingguang. Besides their personal weapons, they carried the newly issued nutrient solution, oxygen tanks, and stamina supplements. The shore lay silent, as if fearing that any noise might awaken the slumbering giant in the lake's center. The plastic boat was carefully placed on the water surface by a few individuals. Lu Qingguang pressed down on it, testing its sturdiness before he alone boarded the vessel, satisfied that the boat could withstand weight without leaking or sinking. He signaled the other 5 to board one by one. Yu Sheng, equipped with a thermal imaging helmet, observed the island and the water below, finding no signs of life. Yet this did not eliminate the possibility of low visibility in deeper waters. Prior to departure, the group had agreed that, due to uncertainty about whether the island was alive, all communication would be conducted through text. She sent updates of her observations through the helmet to the group chat. The chat was monitored by Yoshida, who restricted members from speaking freely. The purpose of posting in the group was to facilitate collective problem-solving in the event of any new discoveries. As within a team of over 500, there are always those adept at critical thinking. Yu Sheng and Do Juezi paddled the plastic boat toward the lake center, while those watching from the shore held their breath. As they approached the little white boat, it became clear that the seemingly diminutive vessel was actually a speedboat, half covered in dark dust. Its size suggested it could accommodate only 4 or 5 individuals. It was undoubtedly sturdier and safer than the plastic boat beneath them. Lu Qingguang raised his hand to stow the obstructing speedboat in his backpack, directing the small boat to close the distance to the island. Yusheng scrutinized the island once more through her helmet, confirming that it bore no biological traits before signaling Xiaoshan Zhu to advance. Xiaoshan Zhu removed her gloves, hesitating due to uncertainty about whether the island was indeed a living entity. Lu Qingguang hesitated to strike or scrape away the outer layer of dark dust. He issued a directive in the chat to Xiaoshan Zhu. Remove your gloves and approach slowly. Do not worry. Soon you will receive sufficient potions to restore your health. Players are aware that direct contact with dark dust without protective gear will deplete health points. Xiaoshan Zhu hesitated for a few seconds before following Lu Qingguang's instructions. Perhaps out of fear, her outstretched hand trembled slightly as she gently pressed against the exposed edge of the island. Her actions were exceedingly cautious, taking a full minute or two to make contact before suddenly relaxing and withdrawing her hand to accept a disposable cleaning card from Lu Qingguang to cleanse herself. Subsequently typing on the screen, "Little mangosteen. It is not a living entity. Its material is identical to that of the stones used in the pyramids. The stone I touched was hollow." There was a momentary shock in the group chat as many messages conveyed a sense of exhilaration. Restart 6862. How wonderful. It is merely a stone, not a colossal monster. Misty dear, the material is the same as that of the pyramids? 3 parts honesty, 7 parts handsome. Are there actually 2 pyramids within the game? Brewed wine with sauna. I'm confused. How could a pyramid be at the bottom of the water? Qian must survive to the end. Isn't this island trapezoidal? It's not conical. Could it really be a pyramid? Siberian jumping tiger. Your knowledge is limited. Pyramids can take forms other than the conical or the 3-dimensional triangular shapes we typically envision. There are trapezoidal ones, known as step pyramids as well. Qian must survive to the end. If you're not ignorant, why mention it only now? Where have you been all this time? Qian must survive to the end. You're merely stating the obvious. 3 parts honesty, 7 parts handsome. As long as it's not a Cthulhu creature, I'll be able to sleep tonight. Yoshida Saijiro, enough already. If you wish to quarrel, take it to private messages. Qian must survive to the end. Siberian jumping tiger. Misty dear. So is it possible that the pyramid mentioned in the task is not the one in the city square, but the one in the middle of the lake? Taurus homebody. That's entirely plausible. How sharp is your mind, dear brother? Allow me to gift you a pound of walnuts for nourishment. Violent big star. Captain, please make a decision. Should we hurry and build a few more boats to come over together? The few on the boat turned their gazes towards Lu Qingguang, awaiting his determination on whether to disembark or not. After about 5 minutes, restart 001. With only 3 days left until the game concludes. We are currently the first team to discover the pyramid. Delaying further could lead to information leakage, risking being outpaced by others. My proposal is for the 6 of us to enter first to scout while you return the boat and prepare to come over at the right moment. Under the rapidly formulated plan, little Mangosteen stood up and once again touched the outer side of the island. This time, she repeatedly tested various heights and finally located a staircase hidden beneath a thick layer of black dust at her waist level. As Siberian jumping tiger had correctly stated, it was indeed a step pyramid. The 6 of them ascended the staircase, temporarily stowing away their plastic boat. They unfastened the ropes around their waists, gauged the height of each step, and began to climb, sweeping away the black dust above. Lu Qingguang's strategy was that since the apex of the pyramid could emit black dust, it indicated a passage within. Once they ascended, they could lower one person with a rope to scout ahead. The small island in the center of the lake appeared diminutive from the shore. Yet the small white boat seen from a distance was a 6 or 7 meter long speedboat, indicating that the island was indeed larger than it seemed. For greater efficiency, little Mangosteen decided against wearing gloves, allowing her to monitor the situation behind the stones in real time as she climbed. After ascending 2 more steps, she paused, suddenly closing her eyes and standing motionless. Noticing little Mangosteen's unusual behavior, Lu Qingguang gestured for everyone to remain still. The remaining 5 individuals awaited in silence until Xiao Shanzhu finally opened her eyes after a minute. Eagerly, she utilized a disposable cleaning card to wipe away the black dust from her skin and typed in the group chat. There is a humanoid creature in the tower. Reboot 001. Have other players already entered? Chun Tianhuahua. I didn't see any system announcement. Xiao Shanzhu shook her head in terror, her fingers flying over the keyboard. It's not a person. It's a 3-meter-tall humanoid creature. Chapter 89. Points a 3-meter-tall humanoid creature. Can it still be considered human? The group chat fell silent for a minute before messages erupted in a frenzy. Chun Tianhuahua. Are you referring to the duo Xiao? 3 meters? Emoli. Is it a monster? Yoshida Saya. Is it close to the entrance? We don't want to encounter it immediately. Qian wants to survive to the end. That's so frightening. Violent Star. What is there to fear? We haven't slain a mere 10,000 monsters, but we have taken down several thousand. Reboot 001. I'm not afraid of monsters. Xiao Shanzhu. Can you sense its behavioral patterns? Xiao Shanzhu. Yes, I just sensed it moving, albeit slowly. Miss Deer. Then it should not have detected you yet. Team Leader. Please proceed with caution. Reboot 001. Xiao Shanzhu. Drink some potions to replenish your health. Then assess this creature's movements. If there are no anomalies, continue ascending until we reach the entrance, where we will consolidate our findings. Lu Qingguang retrieved potions from his backpack and handed them to Xiao Shanzhu. Yu Sheng glanced over and noted the presence of high-grade nutritional liquids and stamina supplements, numbering in the dozens. Xiao Shanzhu consumed them one by one, carefully stowing the empty vials back in her backpack. Observing Lu Qingguang's generosity, Yu Sheng began to contemplate negotiating with him and the homebody fighter after the game to exchange some potions for useful items. High-grade nutritional liquids and stamina supplements not only restore health and life points, but also modestly enhance players' overall attributes. Apart from the body enhancement liquid, these 2 potions are the most effective. Possessing a substantial quantity of potions translates to the swiftest path to leveling up. Yu Sheng faced formidable opponents consecutively and was eager to reach level 3, elevating her strength and agility above 200. As the potions took effect within Xiao Shanzhu, she nodded at Lu Qingguang, indicating her readiness to proceed. She reached out to touch the location of the creature she had sensed earlier, and this time, after merely 10 seconds of concentration, Yu Sheng noticed her expression remained unchanged as she resolutely continued to climb, attentively perceiving the signals for below. With several tiers of steps still above, she occasionally paused for only 2 or 3 seconds on some steps, while on others, she lingered for about 10 seconds, seemingly sensing something anew. As Yu Sheng commenced her ascent, she donned her helmet visor, obscuring her view of Xiao Shanzhu's expression. She could only carefully trail behind, ensuring her protection. Each step's height reached approximately Yu Sheng's chest level, estimating the stones used to construct the stairs to be around 1.5 meters high. With gloved hands, Yu Sheng pushed aside the thick layer of accumulated black dust on each step, allowing Xiao Shanzhu to place her hand upon it. The 6 individuals acted swiftly, soon reaching the pinnacle of the small island. From a distance, the eruption appeared as a slender, elongated black line. However, upon their arrival at the vent, they discovered it to be a square opening approximately 1 meter in length and width. Xiao Shanzhu had previously sensed the absence of life in this area. She used a cleaning card to rid her hands of the black dust, then proceeded to administer a series of 10 potions before summarizing the information she had gathered in the group chat. Xiao Shanzhu. Behind every 4 tiers of steps lies a complete and independent stone chamber. I can perceive that the stone chamber is cuboidal in shape. The uppermost layer and the one beneath it harbor no life, while the 2 lower layers contain only a single creature, the 3-meter-tall entity I sensed earlier. The height of each tier is 1.5 meters, so 4 tiers create a stone chamber, meaning the room stands approximately 6 meters tall. Lu Qingguang cautiously inserted his hand next to the opening to ascertain any anomalies. Confirming there were none, he instructed Do Juezi to grasp his leg as he leaned over the opening, lowering most of his body into the void. After about half a minute, he signaled Do Juezi to pull him back up. Lu Qingguang gestured for the 6 to form a circle. By this time, the air was no longer filled with falling black dust. He removed his dust mask and whispered, "There is indeed no one below, but the layout of the stone chamber is peculiar. There are stairs along the walls leading to the next level. And in the center of the floor lies a 2-meter-wide black hole, unfathomably deep. This hole is likely the source of the black dust eruption. Yu Sheng envisioned the boundless depths of this black hole, contemplating that it might lead to the origin of the black dust. If a player were to inadvertently fall, they might not survive the plunge. Lu Qingguang continued, "We cannot simply drop down. We must use ropes to lower ourselves swiftly. We cannot linger at the opening, as it may attract the attention of the creatures below. Do Juezi will remain at the exit to assist, and Fan Fan. You shall stay outside with Do Juezi while we descend." Fan Fan glanced at Su Moli, who had not been mentioned, and protested, "I want to go too." Lu Qingguang, unable to refuse her, conceded to allow Do Juezi to guard the exit alone while the others accompanied him down the pyramid. Lu Qingguang was the first to descend, demonstrating the method for the others. He secured a rope around his waist, holding onto another, and positioned himself against the edge of the opening, instructing Do Juezi to slowly release the rope. Once fully inside, he exerted force with his upper body, swinging towards the edge of the hole. After finding the right angle, he pulled on a rope with vigor. Both ropes were in Do Juezi's hands. Sensing Lu Qingguang's signal, she swiftly released the rope, allowing him to land safely on the ground beside the black hole. Lu Qingguang untied the rope and instructed Do Juezi to retrieve it, then sent a private message to Yu Sheng, who was the second to descend. "Come." Yu Sheng mimicked his movements, securing the rope tightly around herself as she approached the opening. Initially, her view was limited to the black void above, which, as Lu Qingguang had described, was unfathomably deep. As she descended, her heartbeat quickened, evoking a sensation as though she were being consumed by the abyss. As Yu Sheng advanced further, she spotted Lu Qingguang, who was caught by the edge of the black hole. She arched her upper body and glided toward him. Upon nearing, Lu Qingguang grasped Yu Sheng and pulled her toward a place of safety. Yu Sheng tugged at the rope in her hand, signaling Do Juezi to release it swiftly. Behind them, Su Moli, Xiao Shanju, and Fan Fan mirrored their actions, descending to the first tier of the pyramid. Lu Qingguang unfurled his invisibility tool, resembling an umbrella, which perfectly encompassed all 5 of them. They placed their hands upon the shoulders of the person in front, ensuring a synchronized pace as they silently approached the staircase. A thin layer of black dust lay scattered on the ground, gradually diminishing as they neared the stairs. Yu Sheng, being the last in line, crouched down, utilizing a tool to sweep away the traces of their footsteps. By the time they reached the staircase, the black dust had nearly vanished, alleviating their concerns about leaving footprints. Lu Qingguang cautiously surveyed the next level from the staircase, while the others examined the light screen. Yu Sheng noted that there were no anomalies within the black hole and opened the light screen that had been vibrating subtly. Upon entry, the screen was immediately occupied by a system notification. "Attention! Congratulations to the Qingguang team for successfully completing Task 1 by entering the pyramid. The system rewards a golden badge. All players in possession of this badge will receive doubled life and health points, simultaneously triggering the district-wide welfare points mall with an initial score of 10 points. Players are encouraged to continue their treasure hunt." The system exhibited a remarkable degree of consideration, refraining from the usual vocal announcements that might have alerted the monsters on the lower levels to their presence in the pyramid's first tier. Observing Fan Fan reminding Lu Qingguang to check the system rewards, Yu Sheng quietly lingered at the back, clicking to explore the aforementioned points mall. In the upper right corner of the light screen hall, a shopping cart icon appeared. Yu Sheng clicked on it and discovered a plethora of product categories listed above, ranging from food to general supplies, weapons, and various items. Curiously, as she delved into the food category, she found it subdivided into numerous classifications, with the option to sort based on required points. Among these, the topmost and least expensive item, a 500-milliliter bottle of mineral water, was marked for a redemption cost of 5 points. This indicated that the 10 points gifted to each player upon the mall's opening would barely suffice to exchange for 2 bottles of water. Chapter 90. The 10th layer. Yu Sheng yearned to further investigate how to acquire points, but the circumstances did not permit it. She had to temporarily exit the mall and intended to explore it more thoroughly upon returning to their hiding place or safe house. Lu Qingguang sent a message in the group chat. "Restart 001. I've already done the golden badge. A reminder to everyone. All team members now have full life and health values reaching 200, but if they leave the team, the badge's functionality will automatically become void." In other words, the players' red and blue health bars initially measured 100, but under the badge's influence, Each member of the Qingwang team now boasted values of 200. Simply put, players in the Qingwang team possessed thicker health bars, which would grant them an advantage when confronting others with only 100 points, effectively providing them with an additional life in battle. Upon receiving this news, the atmosphere in the group chat reached a crescendo. Qiu exclaimed, "Wow. Thank you, Captain. For this lifetime, I shall never part from the Dawn Brigade. Restart 45643 is simply a bastion of security. Who do you think you are? Oh dear, mother. I have achieved success. Restart 001. Silence. We are now descending to the second level." Yoshida promptly emerged to maintain order in the group chat. Aside from the 6 individuals near the pyramid, all others were muted. Lu Qingwang slowly descended the staircase to the next level, with everyone firmly grasping the shoulder of the person in front, deliberately slowing their pace, fearful of making even the slightest sound. The second level was equally barren, devoid of any objects or creatures save for a massive black hole in the ground. As perceived by Xiao Shanju, the third level was also empty. Considering her sensing of life forms on the fourth level, Lu Qingwang meticulously observed before leading the team down step by step. The fourth level was empty. However, peering over the edge of the black hole on the ground, there seemed to be a faint glimmer of light below and the sounds of movement from the next level. The fifth could be vaguely heard. Lu Qingwang commanded everyone to ready their portable weapons and cautiously descend to the fifth level. Although Yu Sheng had encountered numerous types of monsters during this round of the game, upon hearing Xiaoshan Zhu mention a 3-meter-tall creature on the island, she still envisioned a beastly monstrosity in her mind. Yet, when the reality of the monster on the fifth level came into view, she was momentarily taken aback. Approximately 5 or 6 meters from the staircases in stood a tall humanoid creature stacking wooden crates against the wall. It did not move the boxes by hand. Instead, it wielded a long, slender device, pressing a lever that caused the crates to levitate and move in synchrony with the instrument. Whether by coincidence or some instinct, it suddenly turned its head to glance at the staircase. Su Moli stood in front of Yu Sheng, and as the humanoid creature cast its gaze, Yu Sheng distinctly sensed Su Moli's body stiffen beneath her palm. However, Yu Sheng was not much better off. Her grip on the laser gun tightened, nearly triggering an attack. The humanoid creature indeed stood around 3 meters tall, resembling a human, yet markedly different. Firstly, it was bald, its skin radiating a faint, luminescent pale blue hue. Its face bore features, yet its eyes were large and round, with semi-transparent upper eyelids. It was clad in a complete silver ensemble that shimmered with a metallic sheen, cinched at the waist with a matching belt and donned short boots. Yu Sheng surmised that if the creatures in the city had undergone monstrous transformations, perhaps this humanoid being was also a mutated human affected by the radiation of black dust or some unknown substance. If the players, unprotected by advanced corrosion-resistant combat gear or items, were to be deployed into the game, would they too risk becoming one of them? Seizing the opportunity while the mutant was distracted, believing nothing was amiss as it turned to move the boxes, Lu Qingwang gestured for everyone to proceed to the 6th level. At this juncture, none were willing to leave the entirety of the pyramid unexplored, eager to ascertain the situation. On the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th levels, there were no mutated beings to be found. Scattered across the floor were a number of empty wooden crates, seemingly awaiting the collection of the mutated beings from the 5th level. Yu Sheng and her companions began to feel a sense of oppression in the atmosphere, their minds growing a bit hazy. It was only after Lu Qingwang's reminder that they retrieved the oxygen canister he had sent them privately, inhaling the oxygen and feeling considerably better. Through the black hole and the stairway, they could glimpse the scene of the next level. The 10th level appeared to be the lowest, yet did not resemble the final tier. Gazing down from the 9th level into the central black hole, the one on the 10th level resembled a cylindrical pool, with something seemingly extending downward from its base. A few scattered mutated beings were gathered around the edge of the pool, seemingly engaged in some form of communication, but from a distance of 6 meters. Yu Sheng and her group could hear nothing. Lu Qingwang lowered his head to input a message on the screen. Restart 001. I have an invisibility card. You 3 stay hidden beneath the cloaking shield on the 9th level while we investigate below. Yu Sheng acknowledged with a swift response, promptly retrieving an invisibility card for use. The card had a duration of 6 hours, ample time for her to complete her activities and return to the 1st level of the pyramid. Once equipped with the invisibility cards, the two emerged from beneath the cloaking shield, and in Yu Sheng's view, Lu Qingguang and Su Moli instantly vanished. Of course, to others, Yu Sheng appeared the same. To facilitate swift reconnection at critical moments, Yu Sheng, Lu Qingguang, and Su Moli activated location sharing on their private messages. Noticing the indicator for Lu Qingguang moving toward the stairway, she promptly followed suit. With each descending level of the pyramid, the interior space expanded significantly. The 10th level was spacious, roughly the size of a plaza, with each wall featuring a door. Several mutated beings traversed the area. Their appearances offered no indication of gender, as they donned identical silver-white attire. A few of the mutated beings bore distinctive patterns on their belts and cuffs, and the differing attitudes of the nearby mutated beings suggested that those adorned with patterns held a higher status. In the center of the floor, a black hole with a diameter of nearly 10 meters was surrounded by a circle of transparent glass, seemingly to prevent the mutated beings from accidentally falling in. Evidently, this level served as a primary area of activity for them within the pyramid. What astonished Yu Sheng the most were the rectangular control panels positioned before each of the 4 doors, each outfitted with a 3-meter-long screen and an array of buttons of varying sizes beneath it. Groups of mutated beings congregated around the control panels, occasionally glancing at one another and incorporating gestures, yet their lips remained sealed, producing no sound. Was this form of communication? Their lips did not move at all. Was it a form of mental exchange? Yu Sheng found herself taken aback as she belatedly realized that these humanoid entities, despite their slight resemblance to humans, diverged significantly from her understanding of humanity in other respects. Perhaps their civilization was more advanced, or perhaps they were not even the original inhabitants of this desolate city. Observing their appearance, attire, habits, and facilities, Yu Sheng could not shake the feeling that these mutated beings were akin to extraterrestrial beings from a science fiction narrative. Alien NPCs, how intriguing. As Yu Sheng stealthily navigated along the wall to their rear, she discreetly seized an opportunity. Numerous elongated cylindrical metal canisters rested against the wall, the purpose of which eluded her. However, the sight of aliens busily transporting these canisters indicated their significance. From a cluster of 7 or 8 canisters, she deftly pilfered one, and from a larger collection of a dozen or 20, she extracted 3 or 4 from within, ensuring that from the outside, no distinction could be perceived. At that moment, one of the doors swung open, revealing aliens emerging from a corridor-like space into the 10th level hall. This grand entrance exhibited remarkable intelligence. Yu Sheng observed that it would only open automatically for aliens in proximity. Positioning herself beside the door, she awaited the moment when an alien approached to enter, slipping in behind it at a distance of 2 meters. The corridor was illuminated by multiple beams of light in a full 360-degree sweep. Yet fortunately, Yu Sheng utilized an invisibility card provided by the game, rendering her undetectable amidst the brilliance. At the corridor's end lay another door, which too opened automatically upon the approach of an alien, revealing an entirely different scene within. Following the alien into a longer corridor, Yu Sheng paused in an open area to survey her surroundings. This space was entirely crafted from deep gray metal, the environment reminiscent of the interstellar elements depicted in the science fiction films she had watched. It featured integrated tables and chairs, screens displaying unfamiliar symbols, neatly arranged weapons and tools adorning the walls, and surveillance cameras that rotated automatically. On either end of the corridor, additional rooms were visible, and Yu Sheng pressed herself against the wall to evade the passing aliens. The surveillance cameras automatically tracked every moving object that appeared in the corridor. Fortunately, they failed to recognize Yu Sheng's concealed form. She fixated on these cameras, patiently biding her time, when several aliens reappeared in the corridor, diverting the camera's attention. She seized the opportunity to swiftly collect one item each from the weapons and tools hanging on the wall into her backpack, while remaining out of sight. Her actions were executed with such swiftness that she barely had time to examine the items. She moved quickly before the cameras turned back and before the aliens could catch sight of her, being careful to take items from the edges rather than the center to avoid early detection. Chapter 91. The Monster Communication Translator. Yu Sheng reveled in her acquisitions. The vibrations along her arm nearly overlooked due to her intense focus. Once she had gathered her haul, the surveillance camera swung back to scan the wall she was near. She gradually shifted aside, finding a secluded corner that she had observed to be devoid of alien traffic, allowing her the time to examine the screen. In her mind, Yu Sheng mused, could it be that Lu Qingguang has ordered a retreat? At that moment, she felt akin to a diminutive figure borrowing items within a human environment. Every object she encountered appearing novel and intriguing. If possible, she wished to linger a while longer, hoping to uncover even more useful supplies. As the screen illuminated, revealing messages from Lu Qingguang and Qi Yu, Yu Sheng's pupils dilated sharply. Emoli, Yu Sheng, they have discovered me. Reboot 001. Where are you? Are you safe? Reboot 001. Save them. I am in the 10th floor hall, and I have yet to find an opportunity to approach for a rescue. Springfield Blossom. Sheng. How are you all doing? Why is Fan shouting for help in the group chat? Have Su Mo Li and her companions been discovered by the aliens? What is happening? Were they not hiding under the invisibility shield on the 9th floor? In her urgency, Yu Sheng disregarded everything and approached the corridor door leading to the connecting hall. When she found the door unyielding, she reached out to touch it. The door did not open as she had hoped. It seemed that it was intelligent and could only recognize aliens. Yu Sheng had no choice but to step back and prayed for an alien to head towards the hall, while also responding to Lu Qingguang's message. Speedy 63. I am in another space behind the door where they seem to be resting. What is the current situation? Lu Qingguang replied in an instant. They have been exposed and are now captured by strange beings. There appear to be 13 of them. How can 2 individuals rescue them from the clutches of 13 3-meter-tall aliens? Yu Sheng's mind raced with thoughts. She still had 4 invisibility cards in her backpack, and Lu Qingguang likely possessed more. Perhaps they could distribute 1 card to each of them, allowing them to become invisible and retreat to the 1st floor together. No, that would not work. A group of people disappearing would only arouse suspicion. If the aliens blocked the stairs, they would be trapped, unable to escape. Reboot 001. According to the location, they are heading your way. Upon seeing Lu Qingguang's new message, Yu Sheng quickly moved a couple of steps towards the door. Just as she stepped back, the door opened automatically, and an alien took a step forward, landing exactly where Yu Sheng had just stood. Following the alien were Su Mo Li, Xiao Shanju, and Fan, accompanied by 5 armed aliens, carrying the very weapons that Yu Sheng had just stealthily taken from the wall. Yu Sheng's conjecture was correct. The weapons displayed on the wall belonged to the aliens. She anxiously watched the group pass by the weapon wall, fearing they might notice the absence of several items and deduce the presence of other intruders. Fortunately, the aliens ignored the weapon wall and proceeded down the corridor to the left. According to the location, Lu Qingguang had also followed, while Yu Sheng lingered behind. Seizing the opportunity as all surveillance cameras were focused on the group ahead, swiftly collecting all the weapons from the wall, the aliens escorted Su Mo Li and her companions into a room filled with cages. Inside the cages were various monsters, some familiar to Yu Sheng and others unknown. Each creature confined in its own small cage, with Su Mo Li and her companions similarly imprisoned by the aliens. Suddenly, Yu Sheng realized that the aliens were collecting biological specimens. What could they possibly want with them? Were they planning experiments? After securing the humans in cages, the aliens prepared to exit the room, prompting Yu Sheng to quickly message Lu Qingguang. Speedy 63. You go out with them and find a way to reopen the door. I will stay here and set them free. Upon receiving Lu Qingguang's reply, Yu Sheng remained still, quietly observing as the aliens exited the room. The door slowly closed, plunging the room into darkness. The monsters seem unwilling to be confined, continuously howling and shaking their iron cages. Their cacophony is intermingled with the soft, muffled sobs of a girl. Yu Sheng inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure, and cautiously made her way towards the source of the weeping. To avoid colliding with the cages that held the beasts, she treaded lightly. After only a few steps, a flicker of flame illuminated the darkness. It was Su Mo Li igniting a torch. As the light flared, the nearby monsters grew increasingly agitated, their roars intensifying, and the iron cages emitted a jarring clamor as they were rattled. Though Su Mo Li could not see Yu Sheng, she noticed their locations on the screen were close together and softly called out, Yu Sheng, are you there? A quick glance at the surveillance camera in the corner prompted Yu Sheng to reply on the screen, I am here. She then cautioned, do not speak. There are cameras in the room. Maintain your composure. To alleviate any concern from Qi Yu and Mei Ling, Yu Sheng sent comforting messages to Fan Fan and Xiao Shanju, assuring them that Lu Qingguang was outside, devising a plan, and that she would remain by their side. It was Xiao Shanju who had succumbed to tears earlier, but upon receiving Yu Sheng's message, her sobs subsided, and her emotions gradually stabilized. Just as Yu Sheng finished comforting her, a gasp escaped Fan Fan. Everyone turned to her direction. They beheld her right hand ensnared by something that tugged forcefully from outside the cage. Following the tether, they discovered it was the tongue of a creature from another cage, extending like that of a frog, with its tip as suction cup firmly affixed to the back of Fan Fan's hand. Fan Fan attempted to pull away, but to no avail. She then retrieved a short knife from her backpack and severed the tongue. Freeing her arm, she swiftly drew a gun, aiming at the creature and firing several shots until it collapsed, unable to rise. Yet, the sight of the fallen monster did not quell her fury. She targeted the other creatures in nearby cages, firing until her magazine was depleted and a circle of lifeless beasts surrounded her. The gunfire alarmed the hundreds of monsters in the room, their howls and the clattering of iron cages escalating into a frenzied uproar. Observing Fan Fan reloading her weapon, Yu Sheng hurried to the cage that held her and whispered urgently, "Stop firing. Be quiet." It was only then that Fan Fan ceased her actions, gripping the bars of the cage nearest to Yu Sheng, pleading, "Let me out, 63. Hurry." Yu Sheng, overwhelmed by the cacophony of the monsters, felt a rare impatience as she responded to Fan Fan's insistence. "Can you just be quiet? Sit still." Fan Fan bit her lip, feeling somewhat wronged, and slowly sat down, wrapping her arms around herself. The cage that confined them lacked keyholes, resembling a smart lock. If forcibly breached, it could attract the attention of the aliens operating the surveillance cameras. Lacking a better plan, Yu Sheng returned to Su Mo Li's cage and messaged her to inquire how they had been captured and whether they were injured. Su Mo Li's beautiful brows knitted tightly as she recounted the circumstances of their capture. Before Lu Qingguang departed, he had handed the invisibility shield to Fan Fan. The three of them had originally taken refuge in a corner on the 9th floor, beneath the stairs of the 8th level. However, after waiting for an extended period and receiving no updates from either Lu Qingguang or Yu Sheng in their group chat, Fan Fan had suddenly suggested descending to the 10th floor to assess the situation. Initially, Su Mali and Xiao Shanju hesitated to comply, believing it prudent to heed the captain's instructions and remain on the 9th level for safety. However, as Lu Qingguang and Yu Sheng had not responded, and Fan Fan expressed her concerns about their potential peril, Su Mali found her resolve wavering. The trio descended to the 10th level, only to find no trace of Lu Qingguang and Yu Sheng. During their descent, an unforeseen door swung open, prompting Fan Fan, who was leading, to hastily sidestep. In her urgency, she inadvertently caused Su Mali, who was trailing behind, to be flung out of the protective cloaking shield. The three had been clutching the hem of the preceding person's garment, and with Su Mali ejected, she remained grasping Xiao Shanju's hand, who in turn was holding on to Fan Fan, resulting in all three revealing themselves in a state of disarray. Upon hearing the account of events and witnessing Fan Fan huddled in a corner of the cage, Yu Sheng felt an immediate sense of indignation rather than pity. They had collectively agreed that it would be safer for the three of them to stay on the 9th level, yet some individuals insistently disrupted their plans. Fortunately, neither Su Mali nor Xiao Shanju sustained injuries. The aliens had confined them and other creatures within cages rather than executing them on the spot, suggesting an ulterior motive. Yet, the aliens' intentions remained inscrutable. A spark of inspiration ignited within Yu Sheng, and her eyes glimmered with newfound determination. She suddenly recalled that nestled within her backpack was a long-idle device, a monster communication translator. She pondered its applicability to these mutated beings. Chapter 92, Monster Parasite Card Monster Communication Translator. Upon activation, it facilitates translation and communication with creatures of differing languages, with a permanent validity. Gazing at the translator, which resembled a brooch, Yu Sheng found herself at an impasse. She wondered whether the aliens could be classified among the monstrous entities. Time was of the essence, so she hastily activated the translator, affixing it to her attire. In an instant, her surroundings erupted into a cacophony of cries. "Let me out. I'm so hungry. It hurts. Ah!" A multitude of voices wailed within the room, overwhelming Yu Sheng and causing her head to throb. She quickly removed the translator and returned it to her backpack. and the din reverted to the primal roars of the creatures. Perhaps it would be wiser to don the device only upon the alien's arrival. Before long, two aliens entered the room, opening the door. Sheng secured the translator in place and positioned herself in a corner that was neither too close nor too distant from them. The two aliens, donned in identical belts devoid of embellishments, were of a lower rank. They made their way directly to the cages containing the creatures that Fan had shot dead. Inspecting them through the bars, one alien touched the box-like lock on the cage, which promptly opened with a beep. One alien squatted down, utilizing an instrument to scan, then turned to confer with its companion. They did not vocalize their discourse, yet Sheng observed a faint glow emanating from the forehead of the squatting alien. Simultaneously, she perceived the conveyed message. They are deceased. Let us convert them into feed. Understood. The alien produced another device. Its familiar appearance recalling the apparatus used by the first alien they encountered upon entering the pyramid. The deceased monster was moved to a pool against the wall, equipped with a row of buttons. An extraterrestrial pressed one of the buttons, and the pool instantly revealed two steel plates that covered the corpse of the creature. A few seconds later, when the mechanism automatically opened, the monster had been transformed into a flat mass of flesh at the bottom of the pool. The alien retrieved some containers and manually scooped the flesh into them, subsequently delivering the containers to the cage of a living monster, opening an aperture at the bottom that matched the size of the containers. This was what they referred to as feed. The alien repeated this process with several other corpses, except for the initial frog monster that had attacked Fan. Under the unforgiving light, one of the aliens observed the starry red and blue specks on the frog monster's head and, after conducting a test with the device, informed his companion. This cannot be used as feed. It is toxic. Dispose of it. Another alien promptly transported the frog monster to the wall beside the pool, pressed a switch, and an opening appeared, through which the frog monster was unceremoniously discarded like refuse. Sheng contemplated the disposal pipe thoughtfully. Once all the other monster corpses were processed, each cage in the room received a portion of the flesh, including that of Su Mo Li and her companions. However, while the other monsters eagerly lowered their heads to feast upon the flesh, the three of them remained unmoved by the containers, with Fan even turning her face away in defiance. Why wouldn't they eat? Did these ancient humans not enjoy meat? The aliens communicated among themselves as they approached Fan's cage, their towering figures leaning down to scrutinize her. This ancient human is dangerous. It is the one that killed the other biological specimens. The ancient human specimen is exceedingly valuable. It cannot be turned into feed. We should render it unconscious. And once the spacecraft returns to the home planet, we can perform a lobotomy to ensure compliance. After their discussion, they retrieved a box from the wall and extracted a pen, advancing toward Fan. Unaware of the impending danger, she watched them approach until the pen discharged a needle, piercing her forehead. Fan's body went limp and collapsed to the ground, while the nearby Xiaoshanju gasped in shock, covering her mouth in fear. Let us go. The aliens disregarded the remaining two, extinguished the lights, and exited. Sheng gleaned significant information from their conversation and privately messaged Su Mo Li and Xiaoshanju, reassuring them that Fan was not dead and that the aliens did not currently intend to kill them. After calming their emotions, she hurriedly sent everything she had witnessed to Lu Qingguang. Restart 001. I just realized that this place resembles the spaceships in science fiction films. I am currently in their cockpit. May I borrow your translator? Sheng attempted to send her translator to him, but the operation failed. Alert! This item is a special item and cannot be unbound once it is linked, except in the event of player death. Faced with the glaring red alert box, Sheng resignedly took a screenshot to share with him. Swiftly 63. It won't go through, but I have a monster parasite card. Since the monster translator works on the aliens, the parasite card should be effective as well. Would you like it? I can lend it to you first. And if you cannot return it due to binding, you can trade me something else later. Swift 63. Let me clarify that I will choose what to exchange. Sheng has already begun to delightfully ponder the potential value of a monster parasitic card. But soon, Lu Qingguang sent a blurred screenshot via private message. The image revealed that his backpack contained a section for monster parasitic cards, indicating a quantity of 3. Sheng, all right. I admit my ignorance. A notification appeared in the group chat, prompting Sheng to check it. Restart 001. Everyone, we are currently trapped and require your assistance. There is an alien spacecraft at the bottom of the lake. Please immediately disseminate the coordinates of the pyramid in the center of the lake to attract other teams and distract the aliens. In the chaos, we will make our way to the spacecraft behind the eastern gate on the 10th level. Yoshida Saya, should we conceal the true situation beneath the pyramid and only release the coordinates? Restart 001, no need. Besides the golden badge we received, the system has yet to distribute silver and bronze badges. Revealing the actual location of the pyramid will entice teams and players to take the risk, even if it is dangerous. Restart 001. To enhance the credibility of the information, you may spread it by offering the coordinates and related details for sale. Whatever you earn will be yours. Yoshida Saya. Yoshida Saya. All members execute immediately. Everyone Sheng was thoroughly impressed by Lu Qingguang's series of smooth maneuvers. Not only did they attract a multitude of players to fiercely assault the pyramid at the lake's bottom, but they could also earn a profit in the process. Such intellect and quick reflexes. No wonder he could be the captain. Sheng quickly messaged the universe's foremost Chow Chow. Swift 63. Breaking news. Do you want to know how our team obtained the golden badge? I will send you the pyramid coordinates for 10 vitality enhancement potions. For more specific details, 1 vitality enhancement potion will answer one of your questions, ensuring the response is truthful and valid. A minute later, Sheng received 14 vitality enhancement potions from the universe's foremost Chow Chow. Universe's foremost Chow Chow. How dangerous is it? What is the use of the golden badge? Are there other rewards? How many have you lost? Meanwhile, in the chat area of the game lobby, the information exchange section was suddenly inundated with messages from members of the Qingguang team. Misty dear, everyone, the pyramid in the city square is a fake. For the real pyramid coordinates, PM me. Spring Flower. Likewise, you can find me. I am also part of the Qingguang team. Yoshida Saya, selling first-hand information regarding task 1 related to the pyramid. Come quickly. 3 parts honesty, 7 parts charm. Selling the true coordinates of the pyramid. No deception. Restart 6862. Selling genuine pyramid coordinates. Guaranteed authenticity. Qian Qian wants to survive to the end. Selling real pyramid task information. The highest bidder wins. PM me quickly. Chapter 93. Sonic Wave Attack. Sheng sat beside Su Moli's cage, waiting for their teammates to rescue them. She initially thought everything would proceed smoothly, and she was even preparing to figure out how to unlock the box-shaped lock on the cage when she suddenly felt the spacecraft beneath her shake violently. The monsters, having calmed down after their earlier private messages, began to stir restlessly once more. What was happening? Did they use explosives? Xiao Shanju grasped the cage and called out to Su Moli, "We are still trapped down here." Su Moli's eyes were filled with confusion as she softly whispered Sheng's name, seeking a glimmer of comfort. Unable to perceive the invisible Sheng, she stared vacantly into the void before her until Sheng grasped her hand. "Do not be afraid. I will listen at the door and return shortly." Sheng retracted the glowing screen where she had been inquiring about the situation and stepped briskly to the door, pressing her head against the door panel, striving to ignore the sounds of the lurking monsters. Unfortunately, the door's material was inscrutable, rendering the outside noise inaudible. Sheng then approached the garbage chute, hesitating on whether to press the button in view of the surveillance camera, contemplating a gamble to leap into the passage for escape. Suddenly, the ground beneath her gave way, and Sheng fell heavily, sliding from the wall to the center of the room. The iron cages within the room were firmly anchored to the floor, and with swift reflexes, Sheng grasped the nearest cage's bars, suspended in midair for several seconds until the disorientation faded, allowing her to collapse to the ground, panting. The monsters, too, had been startled and uncontrollably crashed against the cages during that brief half-minute, their howls echoing deafeningly. "Sheng, are you all right?" Su Moli's anxious voice reached her as she steadied herself against her bruised knee and stood up. "I am fine. Look at the group chat. They say the spaceship has left." Xiao Shanju exclaimed in panic, turning to Su Moli. "Weren't we confined on the spaceship? Where are they taking us?" Su Moli's face turned pale as she fixated on the glowing screen, silent. Sheng hastily opened screen, revealing several images in the Chang'e Battle Team group chat showing the spacecraft piercing the clouds from various angles. The final image depicted the vessel reduced to a mere black dot in the sky. Some in the chat expressed astonishment at the alien ship's speed, while others worried for the captain and the trapped team members. Yu and a few others sent private messages to Yu Sheng, inquiring about her safety. Yu Sheng could not afford to reply. Instead, she searched for her conversation with Lu Qingguang, sending a flurry of messages pressing for updates. Wasn't he in the cockpit? How could the spaceship ascend without him? Just as Yu Sheng's patience was wearing thin, Lu Qingguang finally responded. Reboot 001. There are too many aliens in the cockpit. I cannot take action. Is there any way to divert their attention? Diverting the aliens' focus, drawing them away from the mountain? Yu Sheng's mind raced as her fingers flew across the screen. First, she replied to Lu Qingguang that she would devise a plan, then sent a message to Su Moli, which she subsequently copied to Xiao Shanju. Receiving nods of agreement from her two teammates in the cage, Yu Sheng found the light switch at the door. Su Moli hurled the feed tray towards Yu Sheng's position with all her might, and Yu Sheng promptly pressed the switch, creating the illusion that the light had been accidentally activated by Su Moli's thrown object. The lights illuminated, and Su Moli and Xiao Shanju immediately raised their weapons, aiming at the surveillance camera. The quality of the unknown material of the camera was astonishing. It took 2 entire magazines of firepower before it was finally rendered inoperative. Moli, step aside. With the camera destroyed, Yu Sheng no longer needed to conceal herself. She swiftly drew her weapon to dismantle the cage's box lock, firing repeatedly. Yet the lock remained unscathed. Yu Sheng decisively retrieved the weapon confiscated from the alien spacecraft, manipulating it with a haphazard flare. To her astonishment, she discovered a method to unlock a seemingly impenetrable box lock. Perhaps this is what they call using one spear to counteract another shield? Su Moli and Xiao Shanju were released, and Yu Sheng provided each with a cloaking card. The three of them, now lucid, commenced a delightful chaos within the room, with the goal of creating as much disorder as possible. Yu Sheng placed the unconscious Fan against the wall, administered an antidote pill, and assisted her with a breath of oxygen before turning her attention elsewhere. They first blasted open the grand entrance with their weapons, unfastening the monster cages anchored to the ground, and pushed them outside into the corridor flanking the entrance. The aliens had sensed an anomaly in the room containing biological samples and were approaching from either end of the corridor. One alien brandished a weapon, while the other had just realized that the weapons hanging on the wall had inexplicably vanished. They exchanged glances, communicating through thought to devise a response. All of their exchanges were translated into human language by Yu Sheng's monster communication translator and relayed to her teammates lying in ambush behind the cages. Seizing the moment, Su Moli and Xiao Shanju concealed themselves in the shadows, launching an attack at the back of the aliens' heads. Their clothing offered no bulletproof protection, and under the effect of the cloaking cards, the attackers remained invisible, leading the aliens to mistakenly believe that another highly intelligent species had infiltrated their ship. They promptly triggered the alarm. The ceiling lights began to flicker red, and Yu Sheng deftly navigated over the congested cages, following the aliens toward the cockpit to rendezvous with Lu Qingguang. Inside the cockpit, only 2 aliens remained, having successfully diverted the others, along with a third alien who had come to report the situation. Yu Sheng translated their conversation in real time for Lu Qingguang. The 2 aliens included a commander and his aide, while the newcomer reported an invasion by an alien species, possibly ancient humans, namely Mo Li and her companions. They were preparing to deploy an electromagnetic radiation sonic weapon to render all alien life aboard the ship unconscious. Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng immediately instructed Su Moli to find a safe place for Xiao Shanju and Fan to take refuge, aiming to minimize the potential harm from the electromagnetic radiation. The ship's ceiling soared 6 to 7 meters high, and Yu Sheng gestured for Lu Qingguang to follow her in search of an unoccupied corner to release a mobile shelter to evade the sonic waves. Restart 001. Let us listen to how long the sonic assault lasts, whether they have further plans, or how the ship operates, and what their weaknesses might be. Restart 001. I possess an immunity badge against attacks, but can only last for 1 hour. This is perilous. For both the immunity badge and the monster communication translator are limited to binding a single player. Commander, it appears that those 3 ancient humans possess hidden weaponry, and we currently do not know their whereabouts. Please indicate the attack range of the sonic coverage. The entire ship, leaving no corners untouched. Yu Sheng watched intently as the reporting alien opened the cockpit door and departed to prepare the electromagnetic radiation sonic attack. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to remain behind to assist Lu Changguang with translations, seeking an opportunity to aid him in successfully infiltrating the alien commander. The remaining two extraterrestrials stood before the control panel of the spacecraft, gazing out at the vast cosmic expanse through the observation window. They appeared entirely unconcerned about the ancient humans lurking outside, who might stir up considerable turmoil. Calmly, they stood side by side, engaging in casual conversation. "Commander, we can finally return to report. You have successfully obtained samples of the ancient humans, greatly contributing to our interstellar research." One remarked, "I have truly had my fill of this planet. The omnipresent, soporific oxygen is quite unbearable. And do not forget to release some oxygen for those 3 ancient humans once we capture them. They cannot survive without it." "Very well, Commander. Please take a moment to rest. I will monitor the control panel. In just 12 hours, we shall arrive at the space station to replenish our nuclear fuel." The weakness of the aliens was a distaste for oxygen. Upon hearing this revelation, Sheng hurriedly transmitted the information to Lu Changguang. At that moment, a ringing began in her ears. She shook her head, but the tinnitus persisted, and her mind began to spin. This must be the power of the electromagnetic radiation sound wave weapon the aliens had mentioned. Struggling, Sheng pressed her temples, using her last ounce of clarity to send the composed message to Lu Changguang. As she collapsed and her consciousness began to fade, she noticed the high-ranking alien had retreated to a seat at the rear, closing his eyes in meditation, seemingly unperturbed by the sound wave assault. Chapter 94. Nuclear Energy Battery. Sheng awoke 8 hours later, lying on the floor of the spacecraft's cockpit, cushioned by mattress. Suemolisat bisalker, holding a bottle of oxygen and intermittently releasing small amounts toward her mouth and nose. Upon seeing her eyes flutter open, Su-Mo let out a long sigh of relief and quickly called for the others. Lu Changguang was the first to arrive, inquiring, 63, "Are you awake? Can you hear me?" Sheng, pressing her throbbing temples, sat up and waved her hand dismissively, indicating that he was too loud. "I can hear you." After taking a moment to collect herself, she grasped the situation. The 5 members of the Changguang team were all present in the cockpit, trapped within. In addition to them, the body of an alien assistant lay in the room, and the commander was bound to a chair, now in a state of oxygen-induced stupor. After Sheng had succumbed to the sound wave attack, Lu Changguang had initially intended to silently eliminate the alien commander with an oxygen tank and then use the parasite card on the assistant to control the ship's return. However, an unforeseen complication arose when the alien in the chair began to cough violently as Lu Changguang released a considerable amount of oxygen, drawing the attention of the assistant. In a moment of desperation, Lu Changguang shot the assistant in the head and then pressed the oxygen mask tightly over the alien commander's mouth and nose until he inhaled deeply and fell unconscious. Once the sound wave assault had ceased, Lu Changguang instructed Su-Mo Li and the other 3 to utilize the invisibility card to bypass the remaining aliens and enter the cockpit, while he maneuvered the chair to position the alien commander at the door, using a fingerprint to unlock it and allow them entry. Fearing to attract the attention of other extraterrestrial beings, Lu Changguang refrained from opening the cockpit door again, leaving them trapped with no means of escape. The assistant he had intended to parasitize had perished, and although he wished to affix the parasitic card to the officer, the card emitted a warning indicating that the target's level was excessively high. The officer's mental strength surpassed Lu Changguang's considerably, and any forced parasitism could lead to adverse consequences, namely, Lu Changguang's mental realm being dominated by the alien officer. The card urged Lu Changguang to seek another target for parasitism. The only viable option was to deceive a less powerful extraterrestrial being into entering. While Lu Changguang pondered how to devise an infallible plan, Sheng fortuitously regained consciousness. The solution Sheng proposed was refreshingly straightforward. Drag the assistant's corpse onto the chair to impersonate the officer, then pull the officer to the doorway, using his fingerprint to unlock the door without closing it, thus luring a passing alien inside, whereupon they could swiftly shut the door and allow the captain to stealthily affix the parasitic card. Lu Changguang smiled, affirming, "That is indeed the very plan we conceived." Sheng, puzzled, inquired, "So why have we not executed it until now?" Her gaze swept over to Xiaoshan Zhu, who awkwardly scratched his head, while Su Moli averted her eyes uncomfortably. Only Lu Changguang maintained a composed smile as he explained, "Because I require someone to hold the officer's body at the doorway while I apply the parasitic card. And that person must be you. Yu Sheng understood. She nearly forgot that among the 5 individuals aboard the spacecraft, apart from Lu Qingwang, she alone possessed the extraordinary strength needed. The towering 3-meter-tall extraterrestrial could only be effortlessly lifted by Yu Sheng. With her assistance, Lu Qingwang's plan unfolded seamlessly. They swiftly seized control of the spacecraft, with Lu Qingwang maneuvering a lower-level alien to navigate their return. Aside from the already successfully parasitized alien, they systematically eliminated the remaining extraterrestrials, leaving no possibility for a resurgence. Once everything concluded, while awaiting their return, Yu Sheng and the remaining 3, excluding the still unconscious Fan, gathered around a small table to enjoy a hot pot. The ingredients, cooking utensils, and even the table were generously provided by Lu Qingwang, who lavishly added 2 boxes of fatty beef rolls, 2 boxes of fresh beef, and a bag of egg dumplings into the pot. A tall, blue-skinned alien attended to the steaming hot pot, answering the master's inquiries one by one, which Yu Sheng translated for the other 2 team members. Of course, as the controller of the parasitic creature, Lu Qingwang could also comprehend the alien's telepathic exchanges, but he preferred to let Yu Sheng handle the translations. Yu Sheng picked up a chopstick full of fatty beef rolls, dipped in the rich sesame sauce from the bowl, and brought it to her mouth. The spicy broth paired with the savory sesame sauce was utterly intoxicating. After swallowing the morsel, Yu Sheng slowly began. He said they are aliens from the Fairy Star system, having occupied the planet we previously entered into the game for many years. They have also conducted several rounds of modifications on the planet according to their living conditions, yet the results have still been unsatisfactory. Following the failure of the planetary transformation, they plan to collect biological samples from the planet and return to their home planet for further research. He further remarked that the pool beneath the pyramid was a rudimentary version of a nuclear reactor utilized for the production of nuclear energy batteries and fuel essential for spacecraft. The black dust was merely the byproduct of this fuel generation, released daily, transforming into the black mist we perceive. He also mentioned that numerous star systems and planets harboring life have been detected in the cosmos. However, they do not represent the pinnacle of advanced civilizations. Upon departing this failed terraformed planet, their intent is to proceed to the next celestial body for conquest and modification. Xiao Shanzhu spat derisively, expressing her indignation. To call it conquest and modification sounds noble, but let's face it, it's nothing short of genocide. Reflecting on the desolate urban landscapes within the game, she noted that their original civilization and operational rules mirrored her reality before entering this digital realm. Because of the superior civilization of these extraterrestrials, they heartlessly altered the planet, leading to the extinction of its original human and plant inhabitants, with animals mutating into monsters, surviving solely through mutual slaughter. Su Moli, biting into a fishball, pondered aloud. This game instance may well be an imaginative projection of the game system's creator regarding alien civilizations. She perceived that both the aliens and the spacecraft bore a semblance to elements from science fiction films, indicating that all of this was merely a fanciful interpretation of known information, rather than an authentic portrayal of humanity's future trajectory. Lu Qingwang and Yu Sheng remained non-committal regarding the dialogue between the two, while Lu Qingwang's thoughts remained inscrutable. Yu Sheng's mind was consumed with the metallic can stacked in the corner of the pyramid's 10th level. In a moment of casual inspection, while rummaging through her backpack, she had inadvertently glimpsed that the metallic can she had taken from the 10th level of the pyramid was indeed labeled as a nuclear energy battery. It sounded far more formidable than the universal battery provided by the game. Would there be another opportunity to re-enter the pyramid and procure more upon the spacecraft's return? Chapter 95. Expansion of the safe house. The game concluded, and players returned to the safe house. Congratulations to all players for successfully navigating the trials of the game. Rebirth in the Wasteland. With a total gameplay duration of 240 hours, the survival rate in this district stood at an impressive 5270. The next round of the game will commence in 24 hours. Players are advised to prepare in advance and strive for survival. Warm Reminder 1. Points have been calculated and distributed to player accounts based on the completion of tasks in the previous round. Warm Reminder 2. The game store is offering a plethora of products with grand opening discounts and numerous promotions. Warm Reminder 3. The boundaries of the player's safe house have been updated. Please check promptly. Yu Sheng sprang from her sickbed. The game officials were quite capricious. Wasn't there supposed to be a 48-hour rest period after the last game? How could it be reduced to merely 24 hours? The time was limited, yet there was much to accomplish. Eagerly, Sheng rushed to examine the updated parameters of the safe house. Outside her hospital room, silence reigned. At the end of the left corridor, restrooms for both genders had been added, while the area that once served as a smoking zone by the window was now sealed off by a heavy wall. Sheng entered the restroom for a brief inspection, discovering it devoid of any valuable supplies, though the distinct odor typical of public toilets lingered. She wrinkled her brow and resolved to keep these two rooms securely closed, vowing never to return. Apart from the restroom, the doctor's and nurses' duty rooms had also been updated. In the doctor's duty room, she found merely some instant noodles, beverages, an ashtray, and basic medical textbooks. However, the most valuable items were two solid wood beds measuring 1.5 meters against the wall, complete with bedding. Having only slept on a 1.2-meter hospital bed, she reclined on the wooden bed for a moment and found it considerably more comfortable. Without hesitation, she decided to take both beds with her, one for the infirmary and the other for the mobile shelter in the game. The nurse's duty room was more abundant in supplies than the doctor's duty room. In addition to 2 bunk beds, Sheng also acquired a fan, a small refrigerator, a desk, an electric kettle, a wardrobe capable of storing supplies for 8 individuals, and a dressing mirror. Beyond furniture and appliances, she also discovered nursing-related literature, an assortment of snacks, skincare sets, disposable face towels, and found some relatively new clothing and shoes tucked away in the wardrobe and beneath the beds, all of which she stowed in her backpack. Sheng intended to place the 2 bunk beds in the mobile shelter, ensuring that the 3 of them would no longer have to sleep on the floor, with each person enjoying their own designated bed. Upon returning to the nurse station, she gathered the updated electric heating table and the medical supplies from the dispensary. Sheng then ventured into the adjacent updated doctor's office, the director's office, and the nurse station office. These rooms were primarily filled with office supplies, and she selectively took only those items beneficial to her, such as useful books, a stethoscope, a blood pressure monitor, a thermometer, a water dispenser, a weighing scale, desks and chairs, potted plants, and sofas. The corridor to the right of Sheng's infirmary had yet to be updated, prompting her to visit the dressing room and the neighboring infirmary to collect the supplies therein before returning to her own room. In accordance with the established team understanding, whenever the safe house was updated, a barter system for exchanging idle items would commence. In a group chat of over 500 members, numerous image-laden trade posts had been circulating under the guidance of veteran members. Sheng also shared her surplus items and began checking the unread messages, trading for a tactical jacket, a mountain bike, a latex mattress, personal care products, plant nutrients, grains, oils, and seasonings. During the process of exchanging idle supplies, Sheng deftly managed to address the comments and private messages on her trading post in the light screen area, which finally allowed her the time to review the information on her backpack as supplies. In addition to the previously acquired items, her backpack now boasted the following new additions: 6 nuclear explosion tubes, 5 A-grade anesthetic pens, 1 transport handle, 120 nuclear energy batteries, 14 physical enhancement liquids, 580 crystal cores, 13 red element treasure chests, 11 silver boxes, 22 copper boxes, and 5 wooden boxes. The anesthetic pen, the very one employed aboard the spaceship to render Fan unconscious, had allowed him to sleep for a full 12 hours after consuming an antidote pill. Without the antidote, it remained uncertain how much longer he would have continued to slumber. The description of a nuclear energy battery states that it can supply all necessary nuclear power, including for spacecraft and nuclear weaponry, as well as for household appliances. The energy of a single nuclear battery is approximately equivalent to that of 10,000 standard batteries. Such a remarkable item prompted Sheng to hasten back to the 10th level of the pyramid upon returning to the wasteland city, where she managed to seize only 120 units. While Sheng's haul was commendable, it paled in comparison to Lu Qingguang's impressive achievements. Not only did, as the core of the team, amass the highest score in the entire game, but he also directly stowed away the spacecraft along with the remaining weapons, nuclear batteries, and other items in his backpack. The alien that had been parasitized subsequently chose to remain by his side, becoming his loyal servant, which later sparked much discussion among players who had witnessed Lu Qingguang and his parasitic companion. The thought of it incited a tight fist of envy. Sheng sighed and continued to explore the game's marketplace. Upon returning to the safe house, She had heard the announcement stating that marketplace points had been credited to players' accounts, and that a promotional event was ongoing. Eagerly, she accessed her personal points page, and upon seeing the trailing zeros behind the number, she deliberately slowed her movements to count carefully. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, an impressive total of 5,000 points. Although this amount could purchase 1,000 bottles of mineral water when compared to the prices of higher-tier item categories, Sheng was disheartened to conclude that 5,000 points were hardly sufficient. What she desired most were defense and replication items, such as the attack immune badge owned by Lu Qingguang, and the card replication box that other players were rumored to possess. Additionally, she longed for a treasure chest radar. Similar attribute items could be found in the marketplace, but they were categorized as rare goods. Even with a current discount of 5, the long string of zeros beneath the items was staggering. How long would it take to accumulate enough points to make a purchase? Though Sheng's points were adequate for acquiring some urgently needed vitality enhancement liquids, after reviewing the prices of the rare items, she resolved to refrain from using her points for the time being. Persevere. Accumulating points is akin to saving money. With persistent effort, rewards will surely come. After retrieving food from the refrigerator in the hot water room to heat and consume, Sheng took a moment to rest. Subsequently, she prepared to consume all 14 vitality enhancement liquids in her backpack, aligning them with the desired attribute values. Upon finishing, she immediately felt as though a refreshing breeze surged through her limbs and body. Sheng sensed that she must have leveled up, and upon checking her personal information on the light screen, her assumption was confirmed. Player, Sheng level, 3 gender, female age, 25 health, 200 mental strength, 100 strength, 200 agility, 200 endurance, 90 flexibility, 60 specialty, long distance running. Medicine title, Master Healer. In addition to her previous attributes, Sheng was astonished to discover the addition of a mental strength value. With 6 attributes now, future upgrades would require even more vitality enhancement liquids. Indeed, her investment had no upper limit, only boundless potential. Chapter 96. New Beginnings. Sheng proceeded to the adjacent ward to open the treasure chests. In the realm of gaming, Sheng opened 13 red element treasure chests, 11 silver chests, 22 bronze chests, and 5 wooden chests. Aside from 3 chests that yielded monsters, she acquired an array of items. 1 group chat establishment card, 1 blueprint upgrade card, 20 game coins, 20 vitality enhancement liquids, 80 evasion house upgrade cards, 5 backpack expansion cards, 5 blueprint replication album fragments, 2 evasion house renovation cards, 20 plant cultivation chamber upgrade cards, and 10 refining furnace upgrade cards. In addition to these items, there were several bottles of mineral water and food, of which Sheng had an abundance, casually stowing them into her backpack at a glance. She hastily collected the items and tidied up the mess before retreating to her room for a shower, donning a clean patientess attire. Sitting on her solid wood bed, which was fitted with a latex mattress, she began to examine the game items she had just stored. The group chat establishment card allows players to create a group chat within the game interface, initially accommodating 10 members, with the potential for unlimited expansion through subsequent upgrade cards. Note: after establishing a group chat, one can choose whether to form a new team with the group members. The blueprint upgrade card enables the enhancement of any blueprint possessed by the player. Game coins serve as a currency equivalent to 100 points each, usable for transactions in the marketplace. Sheng swiftly exchanged her game coins, watching the points in her account continuously surge until they reached 7,000. It dawned on her that points could be accrued not only through quests but also by opening treasure chests. Filled with renewed vigor, she eagerly awaited the next round of gameplay, intent on collecting more treasure chests. Closing the marketplace interface, Sheng returned to her backpack page, opting to utilize the blueprint upgrade card to enhance the nutrient liquid blueprint she had acquired from Lu Qingguang. The advanced nutrient liquid and advanced stamina supplements correspond to the replenishment of the player's red and blue health bars, representing health and energy, respectively. However, Sheng deemed health to be of greater significance. In life and death situations, merely replenishing energy while health flashes red would be futile. Moreover, the advanced nutrient liquid holds a chance to increase the health value within the player's attributes, which is pivotal for leveling up. With this in mind, Sheng quickly instructed her intelligent assistant, Jia, to expedite the operation of the refining furnace using a time acceleration hourglass. Placing the newly upgraded advanced nutrient liquid blueprint and require materials inside. She repeatedly utilized the hourglass to hasten the synthesis of several batches. Only when the time acceleration hourglass in her backpack was nearly depleted did she set Jia to automatically collect the synthesized items and replenish the materials needed for the nutrient liquid. Possessing the advanced nutrient liquid blueprint would conserve a significant number of crystal cores. Currently, her backpack contained a total of 580 cores, including those she had previously saved and not yet utilized. A substantial portion of these crystal cores had been amassed after acquiring the intelligent robotic dog, with Sheng taking the lead in chaotic combat while the dog diligently extracted cores with its laser eyes and titanium alloy paws. Aside from enhancing the level of synthesized items and potions in the refining furnace, Sheng also programmed Jia to daily deposit a core at the glass house for the green spirit wall-climbing tiger at the entrance as fertilizer. After so many days, she wondered if the wall-climbing tiger had undergone any upgrades. Upon contemplating the wall climber, and fortuitously discovering an upgrade to the blueprint that would conserve a significant number of crystal cores, Sheng, in her exuberance, issued a command to Jia, instructing it to feed the wall climber 50 cores in one go. Meanwhile, nestled at the base of the glass house, the verdant wall climber exulted. The new year is upon us. In a hidden corner, the wall climber extended its tendrils to encircle the crystal cores in the pot, absorbing them completely, causing its growth value to surge dramatically. Inside the safety house, Sheng refrained from consuming the synthesized advanced nutrient solution immediately. Considering its benefits of replenishing health and satiating hunger, she planned to reserve it for when she might feel famished or parched later on. This strategy would also conserve food supplies, allowing her to save points for purchasing items should the quantity of food diminish in subsequent gameplay. At present, her backpack contained 20 bottles of stamina-enhancing potions and a group chat establishment card, which she intended to overlook for now as she was not planning to leave her current group. She placed the 20 stamina potions on the table. These potions also served to alleviate fatigue. Sheng set up a treadmill and dumbbells, affixing enhanced sandbags to her limbs, and strapped 40 pounds of rice to her waist as added weight, embarking on an intense training regimen. In the hours leading up to her entry into the game, Sheng became completely immersed in the realm of exercise. Whenever hunger or thirst struck, she would consume an advanced nutrient solution. When fatigue set in, she would drink a stamina potion. With her physical attributes gradually improving, the burdens she carried seemed to lighten. What fueled Sheng's relentless pursuit of surpassing her limits was the indelible memory of her previous encounters with the sniper and the tattooed man. A recollection of the helplessness and dissatisfaction she felt under their overwhelming strength. She continuously increased both the weight and duration of her workouts, facilitating her body's swift adaptation to the rigorous demands of weight training. The human spirit's determination to forge its own resilience is akin to the relentless hammering that tempers steel. It was only when the countdown on her arm displayed the final 4 hours that Sheng paused, consuming the remainder of her stamina potions and an advanced nutrient solution. Before cleansing herself of the stickiness in the bathroom, she donned her dark green advanced combat suit, equipped herself with a one-piece bulletproof vest and combat boots, and placed her meticulously organized weaponry, emergency supplies, and gear-laden climbing backpack beside her. Fully armed, she reclined on her small bed. Before drifting off to sleep, Sheng activated the light screen to review her personal information page. Player, Sheng level, 4 gender, female age, 25 health, 304 mental power, 150 strength, 300 agility, 300 endurance, 200 flexibility, 200 special skills, long distance running. Medicine title, Miracle Healer. Gazing at the neatly arranged values on a light screen, Sheng finally allowed herself a moment of respite. This data, she believed, would ensure that in the next round of gameplay, she would not only be competent, but would also not lag too far behind. She had given her all. Just before sleep, she spent a few minutes perusing the group messages, inadvertently catching sight of an image shared by the group members. In a secluded corner of the villa district by the lake in the wasteland city from the previous round of the game, a nascent seedling has just broken through the soil, nestled within a circle of stones meticulously arranged by the players. This minute speck of green, no larger than a grain of rice, stands out remarkably amid the ruins. Indeed, it is extraordinary, heralding the rebirth of this slumbering city from its blighted earth. One cannot help but wonder how many years it will take for this planet, home to the wasteland city, to be blanketed once again in verdant life. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Yusheng clutched her mountaineering backpack and weapon tightly, slowly succumbing to sleep. Chapter 97. Aerial Crisis. Good evening, players. Welcome to the game world. This session takes place in an aerial crisis, where players will embark on an impromptu journey in hot air balloons. The game duration is set for 480 hours, with a medium level of danger. Warm Reminder 1. Treasure chests will be released in the form of mini hot air balloons. Warm Reminder 2. Ascending to the ozone layer will significantly increase the mortality rate of players. Strive to survive until the end. Yusheng awoke to the announcement, her gaze drawn upward to a metallic panel composed of multiple parts, erupting with fierce flames above her. Her mind, still foggy from slumber, struggled to comprehend the situation. Sitting up, she clutched the straps of her mountaineering backpack and weapon tightly. As her bag moved, the weight caused the basket of the hot air balloon to sway slightly. The view was obstructed by the basket's edge, prompting Yusheng to blink and rub her drowsy eyes. An aerial crisis? Hot air balloons? Medium difficulty? The combination of these phrases left her momentarily bewildered. As her consciousness gradually returned, her first instinct was to verify whether her game backpack functioned properly. The sudden restrictions imposed by the previous wasteland level had left her with a lingering psychological shadow. Fortunately, her backpack was still capable of receiving items. A new task had been issued. Task 1. Return to the ground. Yusheng stowed her heavy mountaineering backpack and temporarily unnecessary weapons back into the bag, retaining only a dagger, a laser gun, and a sniper rifle. As she steadied herself against the edge of the basket, she was taken aback by the breathtaking sight before her. Despite having mentally prepared herself, the basket hung at an unknown height above the ground, and from her vantage point, the landscape below appeared as a still oil painting under the dim evening light. The serpentine rivers resembled golden lines sketched simply in the emerald green of the vegetation. Numerous hot air balloons floated in the air, some beneath her, some at her level, and others above her. In her brief life, Yusheng had never experienced flying in an airplane, having only seen aerial views of nature in documentaries. However, being suspended in the sky felt vastly different from watching it on television. The wind whipped past her face, and as she gazed down at the ground, her calves weakened involuntarily. Leaning against the basket's edge, her motion caused it to tilt slightly. For a fleeting moment, Yusheng nearly believed she would plummet, instinctively releasing her grip and leaning backward as the basket tipped alarmingly. Due to her perilous maneuver, the basket swayed violently until she firmly grasped its base, managing to stabilize her body for several tense seconds before tranquility returned. During those moments that felt like an eternity, Yusheng continuously reassured herself, "It's all right. I have ventured into space. I have traveled in a spaceship. This is merely a hot air balloon. It's fine. It's manageable. I can do this." As the basket gradually calmed, Yusheng cautiously loosened her grip and, maintaining a supine posture, opened the group chat on her screen. "Banksia, my goodness. I can't move. What should I do? Reboot 019. I can't move either. Just now, 2 hot air balloons collided above me, and someone fell directly. Reboot 001. Stay balanced. Siberian Jumping Tiger. The captain is right. I rode a hot air balloon while traveling abroad. You all need to maintain balance and refrain from sudden movements. It's not so easy for a hot air balloon to tip over. Siberian Jumping Tiger. Look above your heads. There are control levers on the apparatus that resemble ropes, which can alter the balloon's direction to avoid collisions with others. Tor's homebody. I tried it, and it spewed fire, and it's floating even faster. Siberian Jumping Tiger. You might have pulled the ignition lever. Stay calm. Let me think. Dockside Sushi Bro. Quickly recall how to land a hot air balloon safely. I'm terrified of heights. Miss Dear. Captain, is your spaceship operational? Tor's homebody. Yes, Captain. If you release the spaceship, it can retrieve us back to the ground. Reboot 001. I've tried. The spaceship cannot dock in midair. It requires a flat surface, and currently, the terrain above and underwater does not support a launch. Yoshida Zay. We can place heavy objects in the basket to slow the balloon's ascent. I've tried, and it works. Upon reading this, Yusheng hurriedly rummaged through her backpack, scattering the iron where she had stored for a long time in the 4 corners of the basket, and placed her backpack, which she had carried into the game, in the center. After completing these actions, she immediately felt the basket beneath her feet become heavy, and its ascent slowed. Reboot 001. Does anyone else understand hot air balloons? Yu Sheng immediately thought of her friend, the universe's foremost Chow Chow, who belonged to the ultimate intelligence team in the game and might possess some clues. She quickly sent a message to inquire. A prompt reply followed. Universe's first Chow Chow, we are still gathering information. I will inform you once I have news. During the waiting period, Yu Sheng kept herself occupied, attempting to bolster her courage before standing up and gently tugging on the two ropes beneath the apparatus, one long and one short. Following the instinctive habits of human operation, Yu Sheng surmised that the longer rope served as the control lever. Gripping the rope with both hands, she gradually exerted force and, indeed, the hot air balloon shifted in the direction she desired. I guessed correctly. Yu Sheng quickly shared this detail in the group chat. Rapid 63. The long rope is likely the control lever. The other is the ignition lever. Siberian jumping tiger. Yes, I remember too. The long one is the control lever. Qian wants to survive to the end. Can you say something useful? How do we get down? Siberian jumping tiger. I am unsure. When I was seated, there was a pilot operating the craft, and ground staff were holding onto the safety rope. I snapped a few photos, and before I knew it, they pulled me down. Qian urged to endure till the end. Yoshida Saichiro. Let us not quarrel. Together we shall devise a solution. Sanfin Cheng, Chief in Shuai. Indeed. The information provided by Jumping Tiger has already proven quite helpful. Emoli, what would happen if we never descended? Su Moli posed the critical question, causing the flow of chat messages to abruptly halt, with everyone eagerly awaiting Siberian Jumping Tiger's response. If they never landed, would they remain adrift in the skies? Yet, the sky was crowded with hot air balloons, and to avoid colliding with others, players could not afford to close their eyes for rest. Otherwise, they would have to quickly find a partner to share a balloon and alternate resting. Yu Sheng calmed herself, intently focusing on the chat interface. Just as a miniature hot air balloon drifted gently into view, within reach of her outstretched hands. Fortune favors the bold. As she beheld the approaching miniature balloon, the saying flashed through her mind. Steeling herself, she steadied her heart, maneuvering her hand towards the control stick, trembling slightly as she edged closer to the basket. Just as the mini hot air balloon was about to float away, she seized the basket. Inside was merely a copper box, not the elemental treasure chest she had hoped for. Yet this brave step towards obtaining the box opened the door to a new realm for Yu Sheng. She soon realized that maintaining balance in the basket while moving her body was neither as daunting nor as fearsome as she had imagined. Chapter 98. The Hot Air Balloon Journey Bang. As Yu Sheng reached out toward the miniature hot air balloon, she looked up to see two distant balloons colliding, with players leaping from their baskets, arms outstretched as flames erupted. At such heights, jumping without protective gear, one could not ascertain whether survival was possible. Yu Sheng pulled the control stick towards the mini hot air balloon, retrieving a silver box and unveiling a vibrating screen. Chun Tian Hua Hua. Sheng, where are you? Chun Tian Hua Hua. Moli is too far away from me. Send me your location. Emoli. Yu Sheng, can we form a team? Yu Sheng shared her location with her two friends, noting the distance. Chiyu was 3,000 meters away, while Moli was over 10 kilometers distant. G. Su 63. I will first rendezvous with Chiyu, then we shall come to find you. Messages dispatched. Yu Sheng turned her attention to other notifications. In the group chat, Lu Qingguang urged everyone to seek nearby teammates for collaboration, with numerous players sharing their locations. However, aside from that, no valuable information emerged, and the anticipated Siberian jumping tiger remained silent. As darkness deepened, many players, including Yu Sheng, felt a twinge of anxiety. The limited space in the basket precluded any makeshift shelter, and the sky was rife with players on the prowl. A moment's inattention could lead to collision with another hot air balloon, resulting in an explosion or a capsize. Congratulations to player Lin Piampian for being the first to complete the task and return to the ground, earning a special game item. The remaining players are urged to complete their tasks before the hot air balloon's fuel is depleted. So swiftly have players completed their tasks. After standing for 2 hours, Yu Sheng retrieved a chair from her backpack and placed it at the center of the hanging basket. Sitting down, she maneuvered the hot air balloon while diligently scanning the chat area for any useful information. Impatient Loli, urgently seeking a parachute, willing to exchange for rare items. Violently kicking the crippled. Who will be so kind as to part with a parachute at this point? Better to search for a few more treasure chests. Heaven rewards the diligent. How long can the fuel burn? Once it runs out, will we be able to descend? Restart 156, indeed. Once the fuel is exhausted, we shall plummet. Stubborn fairy. Plummet? What about us? We rise up. I believe we must unite. I just witnessed a player taking advantage of the chaos, causing 2 hot air balloons to fall. At this moment, we should refrain from such self-destructive actions and prioritize survival, returning to solid ground. Stubborn fairy. How did that Lin Pian manage to descend? Little Ding's adventure. It seems she used a parachute. Someone just spotted a player descending with one, and it must have been her. At this juncture, Yu Sheng recalled the copper and silver chests she had acquired since entering the game. Perhaps the parachute lies within? Without further ado, she promptly retrieved the chests and pried them open with a shovel. The first silver chest contained a level 10 evasion house upgrade card, while the copper chest held a level 2-time acceleration hourglass. Slightly disheartened, Yu Sheng stored the items and resumed her seat. At that moment, a new private message arrived. Universe's greatest Chow Chow. Current known information. 20 upgrade cards or 2 fragments can be exchanged. Are you interested? Yu Sheng sent over 20 backpack expansion cards, and the other party accepted them instantly, followed by a message. Universe's greatest Chow Chow. The hot air balloon consists of 3 parts: the envelope, the basket, and the heating device. You can manipulate the ascent and descent of the balloon by harnessing wind power or adjusting the heating apparatus, as well as by placing heavy objects. The top of the parachute has a hole covered by a piece of cloth. Find a way to uncover this cloth to release the air within the parachute, thus allowing for descent. However, proficiently operating a hot air balloon requires a skilled pilot. The above information is for reference only, and any consequences are at your own risk. Yu Sheng glanced upward. Through the heating apparatus, she could see the balloon's apex, where a circular parachute distinctly differed in color from the hot air balloon. Yet, as Universe's greatest Chow mentioned, descending the hot air balloon necessitated a professional pilot. After some contemplation, Yu Sheng resolved to rendezvous with Qiyu before securing a parachute. The night had fully descended, and Qiyu was located less than 1,000 meters away. This positioning only revealed a one-dimensional perspective, and in the heights, they were uncertain whether they were on the same horizontal plane. As Yu Sheng observed the 2 dots gradually converge on her locator, she strived to discern the faces of the players within the surrounding hot air balloons by the flickering light of the flame. Perhaps it was evident to all. The enormous target of the hot air balloon rendered it too conspicuous, and instigating others might result in their own balloon being pierced, leading to a fatal descent. So far, she had not encountered any players foolish enough to provoke trouble. Sheng, Yu Sheng. Qiyu also noticed the convergence of their locations and shouted into the sky. Hearing a voice calling her name, Yu Sheng looked up and discovered that Qiyu was hovering above her. No wonder she had been unable to find her after searching in circles. She hastily sent a message. I'm beneath you. Hold steady with the balloon. I'll come to you. Yu Sheng maneuvered the hot air balloon to the side, and, after creating some distance between the overlapping points, she stowed away the heavy items from the basket. The hot air balloon slowly ascended until it was nearly level with Qiyu's. Yu Sheng quickly placed the ore back into the basket to halt its further ascent. Sheng, Qiyu exclaimed with delight upon seeing Yu Sheng, waving her hand. The balloon was enormous and round, and Yu Sheng dared not approach too closely for fear of a collision. There remained a gap of 5 to 6 meters between their baskets. How to converge became a perplexing dilemma. Should they use a teleportation card? What if she ended up outside the basket? Or perhaps tie a rope around her waist and leap across? Yet, regardless of who jumped into the other's basket, the force of impact could cause it to tip over. Far too perilous. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, causing Qiyu's balloon to sway and drift several meters before she skillfully pulled on the control lever to guide it back. They had previously underestimated the challenge of converging. Now, it was not merely a matter of locating Su Moli as planned, but ensuring their 2 balloons remained together was already a significant issue. Yu Sheng threw a length of hemp rope toward her while sending a message. Grab the rope to avoid being carried away by the wind. I'll think of a solution. Upon opening the group chat interface, Yu Sheng noticed that many of those who had already located their teammates were facing similar dilemmas. Even if they converged, what then? To prevent their balloons from drifting off or colliding, they needed to remain focused on navigation without rest. For the short term, they could rely on stamina supplements to stay alert, but could this be sustained in the long run? What if, as someone had mentioned in the chat lobby, they ran out of fuel? A player suggested maneuvering the hot air balloon over the river and then abandoning it to jump into the water. This notion was quickly dismissed by Fan, who posted a photo of the river taken from the ground. "What is for lunch today?" she remarked. This was sent by a friend who has already landed. "Take a look." In the image, the murky waters of the river appeared wide, and by estimating against the trees along the bank, it seemed to be about 10 meters across. Yet, at the shallower edges of the riverbank, several enormous crocodiles lay in wait, poised to strike at any unsuspecting prey that approached. The group gasped, realizing that this truly blocked their only escape route. Chapter 99. Jack P. at Dawn. Amidst the players' sleepless prayers throughout the night, the hot air balloon successfully weathered its first night suspended in the sky. An increasing number of players landed safely, causing those still stranded aloft to grow increasingly anxious. Yu Sheng's eyes were now tinged with red veins, and after opening several treasure chests without finding a parachute, she suddenly recalled something and began rummaging through her backpack. She found it. Jack's pea. This magical pea, reminiscent of fairy tales, can be sown in the soil and grow into a towering tree overnight, with its leaves and pods being edible, yet wilting within 24 hours. This is it. There is hope. Grasping a pea the size of a soccer ball in his hand, Yusheng eagerly approached the edge of the basket and aimed towards the land, tossing it down. Unfortunately, during its descent, a suddenly appearing hot air balloon disrupted its trajectory, causing it to ricochet off the balloon's envelope and plummet directly into the river. The distance was too great. Yusheng could not even see the splash as the pea fell into the water, only knowing that it had indeed landed there. Would it still grow into a towering tree after falling into the water? Based on a rough estimate of 12 hours overnight, it would take at least 6 hours after sprouting leaves to verify the outcome. If the first pea failed to land successfully, another would need to be thrown, followed by another 6-hour wait. However, the hot air balloon's fuel would not last that long. Yusheng lingered at the edge of the basket for a moment, uncertain, before checking the instructions in his backpack. There were still 2 peas left, and the instructions clearly stated they needed to be sown in the soil. Yusheng took a screenshot of the instructions and sent it to Qiyu. Rapid 63. I have a way to descend, but we are currently too close to the river. We must fly over the forest to ensure the pea lands in the soil. Springfield Bloom. All right, let us steer left. They agreed that approximately 2 kilometers to their left lay a sizable expanse of pristine forest shrouded beneath a dense canopy. After reaching consensus, both took a sip of a premium nutrient solution and a high-grade stamina supplement, then added more weight to the basket, exerting their strength to maneuver the lever upwards towards the forest. Their conversation remained private, unheard by other nearby players, and thus, no one followed them. To onlookers, it might have appeared that Yusheng and Qiyu were embarking on a perilous endeavor. Drifting into the forest without parachutes could lead to fatal encounters with branches or a deadly fall. Waiting above the river until their fuel depleted offered a slim chance of survival. Drawing from the experience of the first pea's failed launch, Yusheng skillfully piloted the hot air balloon to the heart of the forest. After thoroughly surveying the situation below with his binoculars and ensuring all was prepared, he retrieved the second Jack's pea and threw it forcefully into the woods. This pea, if cooked, would surely suffice for at least 2 meals for both of them. Upon seeing the magical pea in person, Qiyu's eyes widened in awe. Are you hungry? Yusheng sent her a bag of bread and 2 bananas through private message. Fortunately, I was instantly awakened to the agricultural instincts of my ancestral heritage. Qiyu replied gleefully, accepting the provisions and reciprocating with yogurt and pumpkin cakes from her backpack. She then peeled a banana, taking small bites. Springfield Bloom. If such enormous pea seeds existed in the real world, I would rent an entire farm solely to cultivate them, quickly amassing several hills. I could become the pea king, perhaps even make it onto the rich list. Yusheng chuckled at her remark, continuing to gaze intently at the direction where he had cast the pea. Will this pea successfully sprout? Is there a possibility that it will be devoured by the creatures of the forest or become ensnared in a tree fork? The more she pondered, the greater her anxiety grew. Thus, Yusheng decided to divert her attention and temporarily set aside her concerns, to preserve a location where the pea had fallen. In case the hot air balloon drifted away after a few hours, she sent a message to Su Moli, urging her to approach the designated spot slowly. The pea would take several hours to sprout and grow tall enough to surpass the treetops. After Yusheng and Qiyu swiftly replenished their stamina, they seized the opportunity of fewer players in the sky above the forest to gather nearby mini hot air balloons. Following a night of activity, the distance between the multitude of hot air balloons carrying players had significantly widened, and the numerous mini hot air balloons dropped during the night were now interspersed among them. If not collected promptly by the players, these balloons would gradually descend to the ground and the river below. As more players deployed parachutes, the new treasure chests hidden within the baskets became symbols of survival for many. Aware of the backup provided by the magical P, Yu Sheng, and Chi Yu, upon acquiring the treasure chests, refrained from hastily opening them and instead stored them in their backpacks. Unbeknownst to them, this decision caught the attention of several nearby players. At noon, the direct sunlight intensified the heat generated by the hot air balloon's heating apparatus. Despite wearing a temperature-regulating cloak, Yu Sheng's face flushed red from the scorching heat above, considering that no player would dare take the risk of shooting her from behind. She removed her ballistic mask and let her face breathe. Chi Yu's hot air balloon had drifted away, but she had ample weapons and food, and she was adept at maneuvering the balloon. Yu Sheng felt no concern and prepared to sit down for a moment of rest and nourishment. Just as she settled into her chair and lowered her gaze to examine her screen for a mere 2 minutes, 4 hot air balloons began to descend slowly from above, encircling Yu Sheng's balloon. Hearing a whistle nearby, she looked up to see several baskets gently descending around her hot air balloon. Realizing something was amiss, she attempted to retreat, only to find that another hot air balloon had blocked her escape. "Hey there, miss." A burly man in front of her, leaning against the control bar of his hot air balloon, called out with a whistle. His demeanor was clearly menacing. Yu Sheng swiftly switched the control stick from her right hand to her left, gripping her sniper rifle tightly with her right hand. The player in the basket to her right, noticing her movement, did not appear intimidated. Instead, he sneered disdainfully and began to lecture her. "Young lady, I advise you to recognize the situation. You are alone, armed with merely a single gun, while we are 4. Undeterred by the encirclement, Yu Sheng raised her rifle slightly and gazed at the man before her. "What is it that you want? We've noticed your considerable haul today. We'd like to befriend you. How about you hand over the treasure chest in your backpack as a gesture of goodwill?" The man gestured toward her with a tilt of his chin. "I can count them for you, at least 5. Aware that she had acquired 5 treasure chests today, it seemed that these individuals had likely set their sights on her from the very beginning. She wondered if Chi Yu was nearby. Currently, she was under the watchful gaze of 4 men, unable to notify Chi Yu for assistance through the screen. If a confrontation were to ensue, her greatest fear was that they might open fire on the hot air balloon. Though she wore a bulletproof vest and possessed a weapon, at the very least, she could take one of them down with her in a plummet. The uncertainty remained whether they were prepared to sacrifice one of their own. Yu Sheng maintained a frosty demeanor. "I am not one to forge friendships lightly. Consider this carefully. If you are unwilling to befriend me, that makes you an enemy. You wield a gun, and for now we cannot act against you. But what happens when your guard is down? We are not merely 4. This was a blatant threat. Yet Yu Sheng was not intimidated. She had made her stance clear. She dismissed them. The male player's expression shifted from disdain to malice as he fixated on the sniper rifle in Yu Sheng's hands for several moments, then suddenly broke into a mocking smile. "Nice gun. I quite like it. Let's see what unfolds." Chapter 100. Sprouting above, numerous hot air balloons floated in the sky, with players adhering to an unspoken rule of non-aggression, each claiming their own airspace. The 4 male players, likely fearing exposure and subsequent collective retaliation, were compelled to retreat upon realizing Yu Sheng was a formidable opponent. Yu Sheng watched as the 4 men drifted away, mentally noting the colors of their hot air balloon and their distinctive features. The next encounter would reveal who would prevail. Once the immediate threat had passed, Yu Sheng messaged Chi Yu to return promptly, concerned that she might worry. She refrained from mentioning her recent robbery, only advising her to exercise caution on her way back. With her mind elsewhere, Yu Sheng lost interest in collecting more treasure chests and maneuvered the hot air balloon towards the area where she had thrown peas, simultaneously retrieving her binoculars to survey the surroundings, in an effort to ensure a safe landing before the fuel for the heating apparatus was depleted. Players were lowering their balloons by increasing their payload. Yu Sheng, too, descended, her altitude now uncertain, yet she could discern the outlines of the treetops below. Through the binoculars, her vision sharpened, and she caught a glimpse of a tender green hue intermingled with the deep greens. Doubting her sight, due to fatigue, she consumed 2 potions, rubbed her eyes, and gazed again, whether it was a trick of the light or not. That tender green not only became clearer, but also extended a sharp sprout that pierced through the canopy above. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, momentarily obscuring the vibrant green tip once more beneath the foliage. Nevertheless, Sheng was certain that, in the designated area she had marked, an additional patch of verdant shoots had emerged, a testament to the resilient growth of the jack bean. The wind continued to howl, causing Sheng's hot air balloon to veer off course, carried away several meters from her intended position. Against the backdrop of the ground, rivers, and other landmarks, the diminutive balloon resembled a solitary leaf adrift in the vast ocean, utterly powerless against the tempest. Sheng endeavored to maneuver the hot air balloon closer to the pea seedling, yet her repeated attempts met with failure, leaving her focused solely on avoiding collisions with other balloons. As the wind began to calm, she promptly drifted towards the previously marked location, simultaneously sharing the coordinates in the group chat to alert others to move in her direction. She also sent private messages to Chi Yu and Su Mo Li, urging them to remain vigilant against other players who might take advantage of the situation. The screen vibrated incessantly, but Sheng paid no heed to the messages. With concentrated effort, she skillfully navigated the balloon to hover steadily above the pea seedling. A considerable number of players had gathered in the vicinity, pointing at a peculiar tree in the depths of a dense forest that was astonishingly ascending at a remarkable growth rate. Look at that. It's moving. Is it a giant snake? Can snakes be that green? Perhaps it's a mutated plant. Don't get too close. Of course it can be green. ISNT, the bamboo green. This group of city folk clearly had no experience in agriculture. The pea seedling, in its youth, indeed stretches its tendrils upward to seek sunlight. Sheng disregarded their chatter, her hands deftly manipulating the ignition lever and control stick, guiding the balloon closer. As she approached, her binoculars revealed the gaps beneath the tree canopy, where the enormous leaves of the pea plant unfurled with growth. This was the magical pea she had sown, marking her most successful cultivation to date. Come on, grow a little taller. Sheng whispered excitedly as she directed the hot air balloon towards the tendril that twisted upward like a serpent. To the onlookers, she appeared almost mad, racing towards an unknown beast. Just a step away from the pea seedling, Sheng hastily applied the brakes, bringing the balloon to a steady halt above the plant, allowing her a close view of this magical pea seedling. The tip of the tendril was still a few meters from the bottom of the basket, and she observed a leaf at its base quivering as it grew, expanding to the size of a living room carpet. Just wait a moment longer for this leaf to grow, and I can release the parachute valve of the hot air balloon to land safely. The surrounding players maintained a cautious distance, and upon witnessing Sheng's balloon hovering over the mutated creature, the lively discussions intensified. Wow, that girl has guts. She's really going for the crystal core. Thought she was impressive, but now she seems stunned, too scared to move. Hey, it's dangerous over there. Get away. Among the onlookers lurked 4 stealthy players, recognizing the familiar design of the hot air balloon. They exchanged knowing glances. The other 3 hot air balloons immediately altered their course, forming a barrier, while one of the players in another balloon stealthily aimed a dark gun at Sheng under the cover of their companions. Bang! The gunshot startled the spectators, prompting them to disperse in fear of being targeted. Sheng steadied herself in the swaying basket and looked up. A bullet had pierced the balloon's envelope, causing it to lose gas. She turned her head towards the direction of the gunfire, but the distance was too great, leaving her only able to see a cluster of colorful hot air balloons scattering in the sky. Among these dozens of balloons, Sheng's keen eyes spotted the 4 that had already made it onto her mental priority list. She gazed intently in that direction, tightened her grip on the control stick, and adjusted her angle to plunge rapidly into the treetops. The deflated, misshapen balloon landed atop the canopy, startling a flock of birds into flight. Meanwhile, the players observing from afar erupted in astonishment, momentarily forgetting the identity of the assailant hidden among them. At this height, surrounded by dense branches, was there any chance the occupant of the basket was still alive? The deflated balloon quivered slightly before its movements grew increasingly pronounced. The players in the sky continued to watch, awaiting the emergence of either a surviving player or a mutated monster from below. The majority presumed it would be the latter. 2 minutes later, a green, elongated shape emerged from beneath the balloon. A chorus of sighs resonated in the air, seemingly lamenting the fate of the player aboard the balloon. But wait, was that? The players quickly realized something was amiss. Why was that serpentine creature rising higher? How could the balloon, now deflated, have sprouted wings? Was it a winged serpent or some other mutated beast? Observant players recognized the leaves sprouting from the balloon, growing more familiar by the moment. Wasn't he that the pea sprout he always ordered when dining on Hot Pot? Had the gigantic pea sprout somehow come to life? Someone gasped. That's neither a snake nor a monster. It's a leaf. It's a tree. How fast is it growing? How tall can it become? Hurry, let us go. We have hope. Chapter 101. Descent. As the hot air balloon deflated and plummeted from the sky, fortune smiled upon them. For its landing spot was not far from the treetops. The ropes of the basket were caught by sturdy branches. Throughout the descent, Yu Sheng pressed her back tightly against the basket, her fingers gripping the nylon ropes that tethered the basket to the balloon, maintaining a steady position in the corner to avoid falling to the ground. Once the descent and rolling ceased, she crawled out of the basket hanging from the tree and immediately spotted the pea tree not far away, its stem as thick as that of a large tree. This could hardly be called a pea sprout. It was practically a pea tree. She stowed the basket and the deflated balloon into her backpack, grasped a branch, and made her way towards the pea tree, stumbling several times before finally reaching its trunk, then descending along the stem. The pea tree had numerous side branches, and Yu Sheng skillfully used her bronze sword to cut tender leaves from the midsection of the branches, storing them in her backpack as provisions, while leaving a few pairs of lower branches to allow for flowering and fruiting. Beneath the tree lay a damp, primordial jungle. Yu Sheng did not venture far. She climbed a large tree nearby, seeking the optimal vantage point to conceal herself, donned her camouflage sleeping bag, and set up her sniper rifle. The other players would take some time to arrive, so Yu Sheng contacted Chi Yu and Su Mo Li through her communication screen to check their locations. Mo Li, I was blown too far by the strong wind. Do you still have that magical bean? I'll trade you for it. A glance at her and Su Mo Li's locations revealed that they were still a considerable distance apart, over 10 kilometers farther than before. Yu Sheng pondered for a moment, realizing that the fuel in the heating device was indeed running low. Moreover, she could wait here for the pea tree to bear fruit and carry away the seeds. Without hesitation, Yu Sheng sent the last of her jack's bean to Su Mo Li, meticulously detailing the precautions. As for the items for trade, they would discuss them upon safely returning to the safe house. At that moment, Chi Yu also sent a message. Springfield Flowers, I see the pea tree. Springfield Flowers, wait for me. Rapid speed 63. Has any player climbed the tree yet? Springfield Flowers, not yet. It's still a bit too short. Rapid speed 63. Let me know when they come down and be cautious. Don't let anyone ambush you from behind. Springfield Flowers, okay. Yu Sheng consumed a nutrient solution and patiently awaited, glancing at the group chat messages. Many players were already rushing towards the location Yu Sheng had sent, with some having arrived and tagging her in aerial photographs of the pea tree. Cooking wine with sauna. Is this the pea tree you mentioned, Boss 63? Rapid speed 63. Yes. Cooking wine with sauna. Thank you. Thank you. Restart 001. For those players a bit far away, check the location I just sent. Head towards the nearest point. I just dropped a seed for a pea tree. It should take about 7 to 8 hours to grow. Yu Sheng opened the location he sent and discovered it was indeed the spot Su Mo Li had indicated, leaving her somewhat astonished. Were the two of them really dropped so close to each other? Such a coincidence, if not orchestrated, seemed truly fated. Unfortunately, Su Mo Li had clearly expressed her disinterest in Lu Qingwang, making this potential pairing unfeasible for Yu Sheng. The location of the pea tree could not be altered, so she opened the dialogue with the first-rate Chow Chow. Rapid speed 63. Is there news about exchanging rare items back to the ground? Will you do it? The first-rate Chow Chow sent an image, and, upon opening it, Yu Sheng saw a ground-level photograph taken from a first-person perspective. The first-rate Chow Chow, I've already traded for a parachute to return to the ground. Your news should be a bit cheaper. Would an upgrade card suffice? Upgrade cards were indeed valuable, and Yu Sheng agreed, requesting to exchange for 200 Evasion House upgrade cards. They had traded numerous times before. Yu Sheng was a reliable information seller, and the other party did not hesitate, promptly sending her the requested upgrade cards. Yu Sheng then sent the locations of the two pea trees, providing detailed descriptions of their characteristics, value, and validity, ensuring that his 200 Evasion House upgrade cards were well spent. Upon accessing her backpack, a prompt box appeared. Notice, You meet the conditions to upgrade to an intermediate evasion house. Would you like to use 100 evasion house upgrade cards, 536100, to upgrade the intermediate evasion house to an advanced evasion house? Upgrade wait time, 6 hours. Notice, you meet the conditions to upgrade to a high-end evasion house. Would you like to use 500 evasion house upgrade cards, 536500, to upgrade the advanced evasion house to a high-end evasion house? Upgrade wait time, 24 hours. Disregarding the upgrade prompt for the temporary evasion house, Sheng decisively chose to upgrade the RV evasion house immediately, transforming the storage compartment containing the evasion house into a cooling grayish-white color. In the verdant expanse of the game, the player descended, eagerly awaiting this moment. Sheng poised her sniper rifle, akin to a lurking leopard in the shadows. The initial players, who leaped from the pea tree to the ground, were strangers, their faces alight with the joy of successful landing. Without pausing, they promptly departed from the tree. These were not the targets Sheng sought. She continued her patient vigil. Eventually, a male player clad in a denim vest appeared atop the tree. He descended along the trunk, planted his hands on his hips, and spat on the ground, gazing upward as if awaiting companions. Both his demeanor and expression exuded a brazen charm. More memorable than his attire was the distinctive expression that lingered in Sheng's mind. The crosshairs of her scope aligned with his face. Her finger itched to pull the trigger, but the moment for action had not yet arrived. She remained steadfast in her wait. One by one, the male player's companions jumped down, and following them, an unfamiliar player, grievously injured, plummeted to the ground. The three standing nearby remained indifferent, showing no surprise at the sudden arrival of the bloodied player. Soon after, the fourth individual, who had been harassing Sheng from above, landed, firearm in hand. His first act upon touching down was to kick the injured player, laughing heartily with his companions. It seemed that old habits die hard, as even in flight, they could not resist the temptation to rob. The four awaited the dying player's last breath to seize the supplies and equipment from his backpack. Sheng meticulously planned her shooting sequence, aiming at one of them. With a sharp crack, the gunfire echoed, and the brazen man in the denim vest fell to the ground. The remaining three immediately shifted to a defensive stance, but it was futile. The movements they would make to seek cover and retaliate had already been rehearsed in her mind during her ambush. With an impassive expression, Sheng's eyes remained fixed, firing shot after shot until all four lay lifeless, their bodies dissipating alongside the previously fallen player, transforming into a heap of supplies and items. The other players in the pea tree, startled by the gunfire, hesitated to descend. Sheng donned her mask and confidently approached the gathered loot, then called up to the tree, declaring herself the first to arrive at the pea tree, explaining that her hot air balloon had been ambushed by these individuals. She insisted that the earlier confrontation was a personal dispute, not an act of robbery, inviting them to come down. The players who had witnessed Sheng's descent and subsequent emergency landing responded to her words, among those hiding behind the enormous leaves of the pea tree. A timid voice replied, "Okay." Sheng turned away, seeking a concealed spot from which she could still observe the pea tree, sending her location to Chi before settling down to wait for her. It seemed that the earlier events had instilled a sense of caution in the other players. They retreated in an orderly fashion, none daring to rob or cause trouble beneath the tree. Chapter 102. Tropical Rainforest. Upon completing her task on the ground, Sheng's marketplace points increased by 100, raising her total to 700 points. The accumulation of points was still far from sufficient for purchasing the items that Sheng desired, prompting her to exhale a sigh. Truly, the journey ahead was arduous and lengthy. She glanced at her backpack, having collected resources and items from 5 players. What was once ample space had now become crammed, compelling her to utilize all 190 of her unused backpack expansion cards, instantly elevating her storage capacity to 220 slots. As she scrolled to the bottom of her inventory, Sheng cast a cursory glance at the surplus items. Aside from 3 evasion shelters and 2 unopened silver chests, the remaining items consisted of various upgrade cards, their quantity rather meager. The other resources were unimpressive, and the weapons were quite ordinary. It was no wonder they had to resort to thievery to survive in the game. With their scant skills, they would have perished long ago. Sheng. Chi approached at a brisk pace, enveloping Sheng in a warm embrace. Having grown accustomed to such greetings, Sheng calmly set Chi down on her feet. Chi stood a head shorter than Sheng, obediently inquiring, Sheng. Where shall we go now? Just a moment. I need to gather pea seeds before we depart. Qiyu patted her head. That might be a bit challenging. I don't know who did it, but all the pea leaves have been cut off, leaving only a few at the bottom. When I descended, I noticed that players had trampled them into disarray. Who else could it be? Yusheng awkwardly sidestepped the topic, leading Qiyu to the pea tree. Upon witnessing the branches she had intentionally left for flowering and fruiting, it was indeed as Qiyu had described. They were trampled and scattered by players' feet. And the blooming pea flowers were not spared either. She had underestimated the destructive potential of the players, realizing that the flowers would surely not produce pods. How about we rendezvous with Mo Li? Qiyu displayed the group chat interface to Yusheng. Look, both the captain and vice captain are present, and the main group is over there. If a game update occurs, it would facilitate our collective action. Agreed. Without delay, Yusheng and Qiyu armed themselves and proceeded directly toward the location designated by Su Mo Li. The peas had only recently been sown, and if they hurried, they might still catch her under the tree. If they were a tad slower, they would arrive just in time for the pods to ripen and be harvested. As they navigated through the humid and sultry air of the primordial jungle, it wasn't too long before Qiyu could no longer endure the oppressive heat. She shed her full-body bulletproof suit and combat attire, opting instead for a tracksuit and a bulletproof vest. Even so, after another half hour of trekking, she still felt overheated, rolling her sleeves up repeatedly. Turning to observe Yusheng, who remained fully equipped yet seemingly cool and unperturbed, Qiyu expressed her bewilderment. Sheng, aren't you hot at all? This was not the first time Qiyu had posed this question. Yusheng felt a twinge of reluctance to conceal the truth any longer. It was hardly plausible to concoct excuses each time. Thus, she succinctly replied, I possess a temperature-regulating item. Qiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. What is its name? I can't use a wish card. It's already depleted. I'll buy one from the marketplace. However, when Yusheng disclosed the full name of the item, and Qiyu located the same in the marketplace, her mouth formed an astonished O as she gazed at the string of zeros beneath the price tag. Isn't that exorbitantly expensive? Qiyu, with a face full of despair, lamented, when will I ever accumulate enough points to purchase the temperature-regulating shield? Don't tell me it will be in my next life. Do not lose heart. Accumulate slowly, and there is still a chance. Yusheng chuckled, finding amusement in Qiyu's reaction, reminiscent of her own when she discovered the immunization attack items. Indeed, everyone possesses their own unattainable desires. Though it may seem rather unethical to think so, Yusheng felt a significant relief in her heart. The forest was densely cloaked in vegetation, with vines sprawling across the ground, tree trunks, and canopies, alongside grasses reaching waist-high. Fearing an accidental encounter with a native creature, the two wielded bronze swords to clear their path. After a while, Qiyu borrowed Yusheng's thermal imaging helmet, though she only donned it halfway. This way, she could manually lift the helmet to glimpse the path through the gap, while lowering it to view the thermal imagery and avoid any animals. With Qiyu leading the way, Yusheng followed in her footsteps, occasionally pausing to admire the unique beauty of the tropical rainforest. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the towering canopies above, piercing through the thin mist of the forest to form beams of light, showcasing the Tyndall effect. Yusheng glanced around, captivated by the 2 to 3 meter high leaves, about the size of a child's bathtub, and the vibrant flowers blooming from the branches of orchids, a scene of unparalleled beauty. She even spotted a parasitic monstera growing on a 2-meter thick tree. Had she not been pressed for time, she would have liked to dig up a seedling to take back and cultivate as a potted plant in her refuge. Before falling ill, Yusheng had neither the money nor the leisure to travel. Even during her excursions, the farthest she had ventured was the provincial capital next door. Thus, she had never had the opportunity to witness such untouched natural wonders of the primeval forest with her own eyes. Occasionally, she would pluck a few leaves from passing plants to examine their descriptions, gathering more of those with edible or medicinal value. Even if she couldn't consume them, she could send them to her intelligent steward for the synthesis of nutrient solutions. As they walked, Qiyu discovered a green elemental treasure chest hidden behind a lush stag-horn fern and excitedly lifted her visor to show Yusheng. Look, Sheng. Here's a green elemental treasure chest, just like in the oasis. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she lowered her hand, revealing a crimson stain. Moments latte. She shrieked in alarm. Oh my goodness. Yusheng, hearing the commotion, assumed Chiyu was in danger and rushed over. Clutching a cluster of orchids she had just carefully detached from the tree bark. To her shock, she found Chiyu with blood streaming from her head, frantically shaking off the thermal imaging helmet. What happened? Is the helmet malfunctioning? I don't know. Chiyu recalled the sensation with lingering dread. I just lifted the helmet and touched something slimy inside. It was oozing blood. It's utterly unsanitary. After speaking, she retrieved a tissue from her backpack to wipe her face, but upon seeing the red liquid on the tissue, she grimaced in disgust and handed it over with a pained expression. Sheng, please help me wipe this off. It's too revolting. I can't bear it. Sheng, undeterred by the sight, took the tissue and patiently began to wipe Chiyu's face, only to find that the more she wiped, the more blood appeared. No, wait, Sheng exclaimed, adjusting Chiyu's head to examine her forehead closely. This is increasing, not something smeared on. You're injured. Quickly, lend me an antidote pill. The thought of that slimy, sticky creature attacking people sent Chiyu's mental state into disarray. Don't move. Sheng grasped Chiyu's head and discovered the culprit nestled in her hair, behind her ear. It was a leech, engorged and as large as an egg. To prevent alarming Chiyu, Sheng instructed her to close her eyes and tilt her head, sprinkling some edible salt on the leech. The creature, firmly attached to Chiyu's scalp, curled up and fell to the ground. Hearing a plop beside her foot, Chiyu trembled as she asked, "What was that?" Sheng kicked the leech away, allowing her to open her eyes. "It's nothing, just a leech. It's been taken care of." She then conducted a thorough inspection of Chiyu's body, relieved to find no further issues, except for 2 small wounds on her forehead and behind her ear, still oozing blood. Sheng recalled that leeches were non-venomous and had even seen on television that they were used in certain medical treatments to draw out blood clots. However, in this game world, it was better to err on the side of caution. She produced an antidote pill for Chiyu to consume. After this fright, Chiyu obediently pulled down her sleeves and raised her collar up to her neck, refusing to loosen her clothing for breathability, regardless of the heat. They were no longer careless. Their subsequent actions became increasingly cautious. The tropical rainforest was indeed beautiful, but often, the most alluring foods concealed the greatest dangers. Chapter 103. Cordyceps. In addition to the distinctive tropical flora, Sheng encountered various animals in the forest. She observed monkeys swinging from the trees, which seemed to regard human players as predators. From a safe distance, a sentinel monkey emitted a peculiar call, prompting a migration of the troop across the treetops. Evading her presence, Sheng also spotted parrots and sloths. Unlike the alert monkeys, one stood high while the other moved slowly, neither fleeing immediately upon encountering human players. In the low-lying areas of the forest, there were small ponds and marshlands. The vicinity around the pond was more open and teeming with diverse flora and fauna. Yet they spotted, through binoculars, a python resting on a tree near the pond, as thick as an adult's thigh. The snake's scales were adorned with a web-like pattern, sending shivers down their spines, so they opted not to approach the pond and instead maneuvered around the marshland's edge. Sheng released her robotic dog, which trotted ahead, its movements in the forest scaring off smaller animals hidden in the dense vegetation. As they drew closer to the river, after circumventing the first marsh, puddles and small marshy areas began to appear more frequently on the ground. The robotic dog struggled with the terrain, and fearing water could damage its core mechanical components. Sheng stowed it back in her backpack. After traversing the primal forest for 4 hours, they arrived at a puddle where a group of hippos was gathered. While hippos are generally considered docile creatures, Chiyu, spotting the robust adult hippos alongside a newborn calf drinking water, feared that they might become aggressive in defense of their young. She intended to warn Sheng to take a detour and steer clear. Yet, Sheng wished to observe further and pulled Chiyu to crouch in the grass. Before all the hippos had finished drinking, several adult hippos descended into the waterhole, churning the water into a muddy swirl, while one brazenly relieved itself in the water. The mother hippo, accompanied by her calf, refrained from entering the water and instead walked directly to a nearby patch of vegetation, trampling the leaves underfoot until the mud beneath became stained a vibrant green with the plant's juices. Only then did she pause and step back. The little hippo immediately rushed over, joyfully rolling in the freshly disturbed mud, coating itself entirely in the verdant sludge. What is happening? Chiyu gently tugged at Sheng's sleeve, noticing her rapt attention. Sheng pointed to the spot where the calf was frolicking, urging her to take a closer look. and explained, "The mud on the hippos is laden with filth, attracting mosquitoes. Yet, despite their prolonged stay here, there are no insects around. Observe that calf. Its skin is not as thick as that of the adults, making it susceptible to bites. The nearby adult has crushed a certain type of grass into the mud for the calf to roll in, which I suspect may be a repellent herb." Chiyu took the binoculars and scrutinized the plant that had been nearly obliterated. Examining the shape of the leaves, she noted they resembled artemisia but were larger and greener. Lowering the binoculars, she whispered to Sheng, "If it is artemisia, we should collect some. Our nation's scientists have extracted artemisinin from it, used to treat malaria. Given the abundance of mosquitoes in tropical rainforests, we should prepare some to brew." As the hippos leisurely ambled away after rolling in the mud, Sheng and Chiyu approached the water's edge to inspect the plant. Chiyu dabbed a bit of the plant's sap from a broken stem and inhaled deeply, concluding it was not artemisia, but perhaps a relative. The scent was akin to artemisia, but more potent, bordering on bitter. Sheng carefully harvested an intact leaf, placing it in her backpack for further examination. Repellent herb, a herbaceous plant exclusive to tropical rainforests, possessing medicinal properties to alleviate infections, fevers, and diarrhea caused by toxins from insects, also effective in repelling and deterring pests. A valuable find. Alas, this specimen has been trampled by the hippos. They continued their search near a water source and discovered another repellent herb, carefully excavating it along with its soil and storing it in their backpack. Let us proceed. After walking a short distance, Sheng spotted a cluster of banana trees, their flowers just beginning to bloom, lacking any fruit. They circled the banana trees and unearthed a small banana plant to add to their collection. The soil beneath their feet diminished, giving way to increasingly moist sandy earth, while the vegetation grew sparser than in the dense forest, indicating they were drawing nearer to the river. Not far ahead, they encountered numerous gnawed, yellow-green wild fruits scattered about, accompanied by fresh animal tracks, suggesting that an animal had hastily abandoned its half-eaten meal upon sensing Sheng and Chiyu's approach. Sheng glanced up at the branches overhead, where intact wild fruits bore resemblance to mangoes, yet also hinted at small pumpkins, though the tree was short. Unlike a mango tree, she plucked a fruit that was half green and half yellow, placing it in her backpack for further inspection. Papaya, a perennial herbaceous plant native to tropical and subtropical regions. Its fruit is edible. Observing the height of this papaya tree, it perfectly fits within her glass house. Without a moment's hesitation, Sheng took out a shovel and began to dig. "Sheng, look what I found." Chiyu hurried over, holding a multi-clawed creature. When she thrust it in front of Sheng, the latter was momentarily startled, exclaiming, "What a large spider." "It's not a spider. This is a coconut crab." Sheng was primarily concerned with its edibility, and Chiyu nodded affirmatively. "Yes. Let us catch more and store them in the treasure chest. We can steam them with MO-Li later." "All right." With Sheng's enthusiastic response, Chiyu returned to the spot where she discovered the coconut crabs, while Sheng remained behind, carefully uprooting the entire papaya tree. Traversing the sandy area where they found the papaya tree, the two ventured into a mangrove forest, where the sandy ground gradually transformed into a muddy wetland, merging seamlessly with the murky river water. They finally caught a close glimpse of the river's formidable rulers, the tropical crocodiles. From a distance, they could see them lounging in groups along the riverbank, occupying the entire riverside area. Lethargically, they dozed with their eyes closed. Yet if any creature approached too closely, those watchful eyes would snap open, alert and vigilant. The smallest of the crocodiles measured over 2 meters from snout to tail, while several larger ones nearby boasted sizes exceeding even twice that. Sheng glanced at Su Mo-Li's location, which was precisely situated in the dense forest across the river before them. It had been nearly 6 hours since Su Mo-Li had cast the pea seeds, and darkness would soon descend. They needed to reach her promptly. Sheng walked along the riverbank for a while, observing that the narrowest section of the river was at least 5 or 6 meters wide. Yet the points where the mangroves on either side met were only 3 or 4 meters apart, making the crossing seem feasible. Upon sharing her thoughts with Chiyu, her companion was taken aback, stammering, "You mean to swing across like Tarzan, holding onto a branch? Perhaps we should reconsider or find a longer route. We could tie a rope here, swing across, and roll onto that sandy area without hurting ourselves," Sheng explained, pointing out the route. "Although first, you keep an eye on the crocodiles with your gun." Without waiting for Chiyu to hesitate further, Yusheng swiftly climbed onto a branch she had targeted, securing a hemp rope and testing its strength. Sturdy, Chiyu continued to murmur cautions about safety while preparing her sniper rifle, aiming it at the crocodile that was approaching. Alerted by the commotion, Yusheng wrapped one end of the rope around her wrist, ensuring a suitable length, and took a short run to build momentum, tensing her muscles before leaping gracefully. A crocodile, poised to spring from the water to seize Yusheng, was met with several gunshots before it could close the distance, crashing heavily back into the river with a resounding splash, which in turn attracted the attention of other crocodiles. As Yusheng landed on the opposite bank, she promptly released the rope, protecting her head as she rolled several times upon hitting the ground. Fortunately, her back was shielded by a bulletproof vest. Otherwise, she would have sustained numerous injuries from the branches below. Rising to her feet, Yusheng waved to Chiyu across the riverbank. Put on your protective gear. I'll be here to catch you. Jump. Chapter 104. A needle's eye is approaching as the resplendent hues of dawn began to unfurl on the horizon. Yusheng and Chiyu finally arrived beside the second pea tree. The area was already teeming with players, countless hot air balloons hovering in midair, queuing to land, with some even brawling over a coveted spot on the descending pea leaves. The ground situation was even more dire. The pea tree stood beside a swamp, devoid of any large trees nearby, leaving one uncertain about where to safely land after descent. Several careless players had already stumbled into the swamp, struggling to extricate themselves. They had no time to assist the unfamiliar players reaching out for help, as they anxiously searched through a sea of unknown faces for Su-mo Lee. In a moment of desperation, Chiyu ignited a torch and shouted Su-mo Lee's name towards the pea tree. A number of players gathered below were also calling out for their companions. Amidst the clamoring, Yusheng vaguely discerned another voice in addition to Chiyu's, also crying out for Su-mo Lee. Instantly, she halted Chiyu and pulled her towards the source of that voice. At the base of the pea tree, which had grown to a width of 3 meters, the tree flourished without any disturbance. They circled the swamp's perimeter for quite a while before realizing that it was Lu Qingguang, who had laid down planks to create a path to the base of the tree, arms outstretched, anxiously gazing at the figure above while calling out for Mo Li. Montak Li, I'll catch you. Come down here. Following his gaze, they saw Su-mo Li squeezed against a side branch about 4 meters above the ground. Her brow furrowed as she searched for a safe landing spot. She was not wearing a mask. Her long, cascading curls danced with the wind as she supported herself against a slender branch. That very branch was rapidly growing, blooming with a pristine white pea flower behind her shoulder, perfectly complementing Su-mo Lee's exquisite features and ethereal demeanor, reminiscent of the pea princess from a fairy tale brought to life. Many below were captivated by the scene, unable to suppress their admiration. Yusheng and Chiyu clearly witnessed the moment the flower unfurled. Lu Qingguang gazed up at Su-mo Li, momentarily entranced. However, he quickly regained his composure, shouting, "Mo Li, where you're standing is perilous. Come to me. Jump." Su-mo Li remained unmoved atop the tree. Yusheng and Chiyu exchanged glances. If they could hear him from such a distance, there was no way Mo Li wouldn't hear him up in the tree. This situation could only imply one thing. Yusheng speculated that perhaps they had quarreled, and thus Mo Li was unwilling to acknowledge him. Chiyu nodded in agreement with this theory and simultaneously messaged Su-mo Li to inform her of their presence at the base of the tree. "Mo Li, where are you? Is there safe ground below? I'm about to jump." She precariously balanced on the side branch as players continuously leaped from the tree's top. At that moment, descending via the trunk would be perilous, risking collision with those jumping down. "Chun Tian Hua Hua. Isn't the captain calling you from below? Mo Li, I don't want to owe him a favor." The tone suggests a potential quarrel. Yusheng and Chiyu conspired. "Let us inform her that we will also pave a path to the tree to meet her." Chiyu conveyed the message to Su-mo Li, and the two of them, following Lu Qingguang's example, used the empty wooden boxes from their backpacks to create a path through the marsh, moving along the drier areas until they reached the pea tree, where they unfurled a sheet and prepared to call Su-mo Li. Just then, they heard a voice from the tree above. "Lu Qingguang, catch me." No sooner had the words left her lips than a figure plunged from the tree, hastening towards Lu Qingguang. Instinctively, he reached out to catch her, his body jolting from the impact, nearly losing his balance and falling into the marsh behind him. To maintain his steadiness, he instinctively tightened his embrace around the short-haired girl, turning his head slightly to catch a glimpse of Su Mo Li, who had safely landed from the sheet that Yu Sheng and Chi Yu had pulled aside. Throughout this encounter, Su Mo Li never once directed her gaze at Lu Qingguang. While his eyes were fixed upon her, his body remained closely entwined with Fan Fan, resembling a pair of star-crossed lovers reunited after a long separation. Lu Qingguang, I knew you would catch me. Hearing Fan Fan joyfully and sweetly call out Lu Qingguang's name, Yu Sheng could not help but glance over, only to meet Lu Qingguang's icy stare directed towards them. In the next moment, Yu Sheng's eyes were covered by Chi Yu's hand, who warned, children shouldn't look, it will give you styes. Though speechless, it was true that Yu Sheng was the youngest among the three, leaving her unable to argue. There were still many members of the Qingguang team in the tree, and after Su Mo Li successfully landed, she lit several torches and inserted them into the ground, joining Yu Sheng and the others in holding the sheet to continue catching other team members. They toiled until deep into the night. Due to their smaller stature, Su Mo Li and Chi Yu, after the likes of Dojuezi and Patrick Starr took over holding the sheet, stepped aside to help maintain order. Yu Sheng, having stiffened hands and shoulders from prolonged exertion, moved to the space intentionally left beside Chi Yu to rest. Are we camping here for the night? Su Mo Li inquired softly, offering Yu Sheng a high-grade nutritional liquid to alleviate fatigue. Yu Sheng accepted it and drank it in one go. The warmth spread through her stomach, easing the earlier pangs of hunger. The jack peas will wither in 24 hours. We must stay here and harvest them as soon as they ripen to prevent others from taking them. Su Mo Li nodded, tightening the blanket around her. By the way, suddenly recalling that Su Mo Li still did not have her own shelter, Yu Sheng sat between them and showcased the 3 shelters she had just acquired from a few unfortunate souls who had attempted to rob her. These are what I just seized in this round of the game. Would you like to trade? I'll give you a discount for equivalent rare items. Including the mobile shelter, the 4 shelters occupied adjacent storage slots, with icons resembling their respective designs. Among the 3 newly stored shelters, one was styled as a brick house. Another was a double-decker tree house perched atop a dead tree, and the last was a makeshift camper van. Wow! As Chi Yu gazed with sparkling eyes, she had barely uttered a word when Yu Sheng reminded her that there were ears on the other side of the wall. She swiftly lowered her voice and exclaimed, Sheng, you are truly remarkable. Even after several rounds of the game, many players still lacked their own hiding places and had to take refuge in their teammates' shelters. Yet Yu Sheng alone possessed 5. How humble she was. Yu Sheng nudged Chi Yu's arm and asked, do you want one? Chi Yu immediately shook her head vigorously. I already have a hiding place. Let him only choose. Chi Yu herself was no stranger to rare items, and although her hiding place was formidable, it also had its flaws, as evidenced by its ineffectiveness in the previous round. Yu Sheng continued to persuade her, choose a building-type shelter, otherwise. If you encounter a situation like last round, what will you do if the pumpkin carriage cannot be deployed? At Yu Sheng's words, Chi Yu felt a fleeting temptation. But after hesitating for a few seconds, she resolutely shook her head. Never mind, my rare items are limited. I need to save up more. Let Mo Li choose first. With her decision made, Yu Sheng no longer insisted and moved the screen interface closer to Su Mo Li. After a moment's hesitation, Su Mo Li pointed to the treehouse. How many rare items does this require? She displayed her current items, along with the magical peas, and asked, are these enough? If not, I can owe you and compensate later. Fearing that the trade value would not be equivalent, Su Mo Li promptly showcased her backpack interface for Yu Sheng's selection. Yu Sheng glanced at it and agreed to her proposal of trading first and compensating later, taking from her backpack 10 blueprint fragments, 1 cursed pumpkin lantern, 1 blueprint upgrade card, 2 green elemental chests, and 5 silver chests, with an understanding to settle the remaining items' levels and quantities later. Are you really sure about this? Just before the trade, Yu Sheng inquired with concern, if we're talking comfort. The tiled house is definitely superior, but the van comes with driving capabilities. Both options are quite good. Yes, I'm certain about this. I really like the treehouse. Su Mo Li nodded repeatedly, her eyes shining with delight as she looked at the card for the treehouse shelter. This smile once again left Yu Sheng and Chi Yu in awe of her beauty. Su Mo Li has dimples. The cool goddess turns out to be such a sweet girl when she smiles. Chi Yu, suppressing the ant-like smile that had unexpectedly graced her face, suggested, How about we help Molly tidy up her hiding place tonight? Absolutely. Yu Sheng agreed enthusiastically. Chapter 105. The Double-Decker Treehouse. Without delay, Yu Sheng first informed Lu Qingguang, as they needed to wait for the pods of the pea tree to mature. Lu Qingguang arranged for personnel to take turns patrolling and clearing the area. Considering Yu Sheng's significant contribution of delivering 2 magical peas to save all team members, he agreed not to schedule them for duty. The 3 girls walked to a secluded spot not far from the pea tree, and Su Mo Li retrieved the treehouse shelter card that Yu Sheng had sent her in a private message, placing on the ground. Instantly, a withered tree, 3 to 4 meters in diameter, materialized before them, and a spiral staircase was carved around the trunk, leading to a platform in front of the treehouse's entrance. The treehouse is comprised of 2 levels, with the ground floor measuring a mere 10 square meters. Upon entering through the door, one is greeted by a bed constructed from an empty treasure chest, the disarray overwhelming, with unmade blankets and a floor littered with cigarette butts and disposable food wrappers. Behind the bed lies a secluded space, partitioned as a bathroom, equally in disarray and difficult to behold. The treehouse is categorized as a mid-tier shelter, with a lofted second floor accessible by stairs located on the opposite side of the bed, cluttered with various items and stored provisions. On the second floor, a door on the wall leads to a semicircular terrace, ample enough to accommodate a round table and chairs. For those inclined towards gardening, the terrace could have been transformed into a quaint vegetable patch, but alas, the previous owner opted to use it as a dumping ground. Observing the pervasive litter and the noxious stench of the shelter, Chi-Yu waved her hand in front of her face, expressing her disdain with a candid remark. What a fine treehouse, yet it has been sullied by someone lacking an appreciation for life. Yu Sheng, having experienced the transformation of makeshift shelters, remarked that this was but a minor inconvenience. Su Mo Li retrieved a disposable cleaning card from her backpack and affixed it to the wall. In an instant, the foul odors dissipated, and the dust and grime from the floor and walls vanished, though the furnishings and supplies remained undisturbed. Let's get to work, commanded Yu Sheng, prompting the 3 to spring into action. Chi was tasked with clearing the first floor, Su Mo Li took on the bathroom, and Yu Sheng focused on the second floor. Their method was straightforward and somewhat ruthless, employing plastic bags or empty boxes to pack items into their backpacks, which were then handed to Yu Sheng for disposal via the intelligent housekeeper, directly incinerated from her RV shelter. Once the shelter was tidied, they turned their attention to furnishing their new home, the trio diligently inspecting their backpacks for useful supplies and tools. Su Mo Li, a seasoned player with several rounds of experience, had amassed a collection of shelter modification and upgrade cards. Though not enough upgrade cards to elevate the treehouse to a higher tier, the modification cards were plentiful. Each friend contributed their own housewarming gifts. Chi-Yu presented 2 large pumpkins, 2 universal batteries, 50 upgrade cards, 3 autonomous drone fragments, along with several laboratory-produced goggles and disposable gloves. Yu Sheng gifted an electric warming table, 2 potted plants, a dressing mirror, and a household refrigerator. With the layout taking shape, Su Mo Li busied herself moving up and down the stairs, diligently arranging every corner of their new abode, determined to create a cozy and secure nest. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng and Chi-Yu sat at the electric warming table on the first floor, preparing dinner, watching as Su Mo Li flitted about like a little hamster in her cozy space. A charming little creature indeed. Dinner consisted of steamed coconut crab and boiled pumpkin soup, with a dessert of yogurt oatmeal cups topped with diced banana. The 3 nestled together on a sofa, draped with a blanket, engaging in light-hearted conversation. The sofa was a find from the trading area, as her own safe house served more as a makeup room, with its supplies holding little utility. After a thorough reorganization, she had set up her bed on the second floor, accompanied by a potted plant and a few candles that created a cozy atmosphere on the low table beside it. Upon entering the first floor, to the right was a tea table accompanied by the sofa where they sat, while to the left stood an open kitchen ingeniously constructed from shelter. The electric heating table had been moved next to the kitchen counter, positioned side by side with the refrigerator. The space that once housed the bed had now been transformed into a storage cabinet, accommodating food and weapons that could not be consumed immediately, with Su Molly's refining furnace placed nearby. Do you truly dislike the captain? As the ambience of their conversation reached a harmonious level, Chi-Yu finally broached the question that had been troubling both her and Yu Sheng for quite some time. This inquiry had been brewing in Chi-Yu's mind for ages. Since Su Mali's initial appearance, Lu Qingguang's attitude toward her had consistently seemed ambiguous, especially during the moment when he reached out beneath the pea tree to catch her. It resembled a plot straight out of a romantic drama. Yu Sheng had previously posed a similar question to Su Mali, to which she responded that she held no romantic feelings for Lu Qingguang and had no intentions of marrying him. Yet, Lu Qingguang's subtle yet evident special treatment towards Su Mali, particularly during tonight's incident, led onlookers to indulge in endless speculation regarding their relationship. Su Mali remained silent for a considerable time, so long that Qiyu began to wonder if the topic she had introduced made her uncomfortable. Just as she was about to shift the conversation, Su Mali let out a gentle sigh. With a tone filled with melancholy, she spoke, "I'm 26 years old." Yu Sheng and Qiyu exchanged glances, failing to grasp the implications of her words. "The captain is 31 years old, 5 years my senior, and we maintain a hierarchical relationship within the gaming world." Su Mali sighed heavily again, her expression forlorn, setting aside the nearly 2 generational gaps between us. The fact that we are in a superior-subordinate relationship makes developing feelings a significant workplace taboo. As she continued, Su Mali suddenly lost control of her emotions. Her voice filled with indignation. "I genuinely feel the generational gap between us. It has become painfully evident, yet he refuses to acknowledge it. Previously, I had no shelter to rely on and depended on his protection. Being the captain, I couldn't afford to be overly expressive, fearing I might offend him. Do you think it's easy for me? I am aware that some people will privately label me as pretentious, suggesting I will inevitably end up with Lu Qingguang. But, I ask you, do you really believe I am that hypocritical?" The aloof female celebrity has transformed into a despondent chatterbox. Yu Sheng and Qiyu looked on, utterly astounded. "Su Mali, who would have thought that beneath your cool facade lies this side of you?" Yet, both Yu Sheng and Qiyu found this vibrant version of her quite endearing. "No, I find you particularly genuine, especially in your current state." With that, Qiyu clinked her yogurt cup against Su Mali's, and after the toast, she theatrically tilted her head back to take a sip of yogurt. "Isn't it so? I feel the same about both of you. I truly enjoy spending time together. Let me tell you about the people I encountered when I first started my career," Yu Sheng said, spooning yogurt slowly, amused by the two who appeared intoxicated despite having consumed no alcohol. With a healthy body, a cozy dwelling, delicious food, and a couple of friends, Yu Sheng felt that such a life was truly splendid. Chapter 106. The maturation of pods on the 3rd day of entering the game. As evening approached, Yu Sheng concluded her daily training, wiped the sweat from her brow, and began to inspect the various facilities within her shelter on the mobile home. In truth, there was not much to check. Primarily, she wished to avoid sitting down immediately after exercising. While meandering through her abode, she sought to survey her territory. This mindset resembled a leisurely pastime, akin to counting money when one had nothing else to occupy their time. The disassembly station and the refining furnace on the 2nd floor of the shelter were operating tirelessly, everything functioning as usual. The intelligent butler diligently monitored the 2 machines, promptly collecting items and replenishing materials. Yu Sheng approached and gently patted the smooth, mechanical head of Jia. A joyful expression instantly appeared on the curved screen that formed Jia's face, reminiscent of the aesthetic of Japanese anime. Ascending the stairs to the 3rd floor, she opened the small door at the end of the staircase, which led directly into the glass house for plants, a place she adored visiting whenever she had a moment to spare. Upon entering, she noticed a piece of wood covered in moss, suspended in the center of the wall at the staircase's exit, adorned with an orchid that emanated a delicate fragrance, one she had unearthed just the previous day in the forest. The glasshouse's 4 walls were divided into seed cultivation, seedling, hydroponic, and soil cultivation areas. The seed cultivation area did not contain seeds, but rather housed a small box containing several chicken and quail eggs. An idea had struck Yu Sheng upon returning to her shelter from Su Mo Li the day before. She wondered if setting the temperature of the seed cultivation area slightly above human body temperature would successfully incubate the chicken and quail eggs she had acquired from the Groshu house fighting champion. If successful, this would provide her with a continuous supply of eggs to consume, thereby reducing her need to trade items with others. With hopeful anticipation, she gazed at the few eggs in the box, pondering whether tiny lives were in the process of emerging within them. Having placed the eggs in just under a day ago, it was certainly too soon to draw any conclusions. Nevertheless, Yu Sheng had already devised a plan in her mind to pass the eggs to Xiao Shanju in a few days to see if her incubation method bore any fruit. Straightening up, she turned her attention to the adjacent seedling area, designated for the newly sprouted plants that were not yet ready for direct planting. Inside lay a scattering of young plants, some with only a few leaves, while others had just begun to sprout a couple of leaves. Among them were blood vine fruit trees, apple trees, banana trees, mung bean sprouts, chili seedlings, tomato seedlings, and pumpkin seedlings. Each plant appeared to be in good condition, merely needing to grow a few more pairs of leaves before transplanting. The hydroponic area featured an entire wall of troughs, where water was automatically circulated and filtered every few hours, filled to the brim with green onions, bok choy, mung bean sprouts, and garlic sprouts. Lastly, the largest section of the glasshouse was the soil cultivation area, where a 1-meter-high planting box was filled with rich nutrient soil, nurturing blood vine fruit, ginger, mulberry trees, mung beans, pest-repelling herbs, and papaya. The planting box still has ample space, awaiting the moment when the seedlings in the nursery area mature enough for transplanting. Yu Sheng will soon revel in the freedom of cultivating fruits and vegetables. Just the thought of it is exhilarating. However, the greenhouse houses more than just these plants. Yu Sheng remembers there is also a little darling outside the greenhouse door. Upon opening the door, she notices a wooden barrel filled with nutrient-rich soil against the wall of the greenhouse, where a climbing fig has grown significantly since the last time she saw it. Yu Sheng extends her hand, and the 2 longest tendrils of the climbing fig seem to possess a life of their own as they slowly reach away from the wall and into her palm, playfully brushing against her. It feels as though it is interacting with her. This astonishing discovery prompts Yu Sheng to quickly access a pet icon on her interface, one she had inadvertently overlooked. Green Spirit Climbing Fig, Level 3 Spirit Pet, a mutated climbing fig capable of following its owner's commands. Functioning as a biological weapon adept in constricting. Level, Initial Ferocity, Growth Value 21,700. Impressive. When did you reach Level 3, little one? Yu Sheng joyfully caresses its vibrant green leaves, akin to holding the hand of a newborn child. The climbing fig obediently allows her to touch it, revealing no signs of its nature as a biological weapon. Yu Sheng fetches some water from the greenhouse and mixes in a vial of plant nutrient solution, gently watering the roots of the climbing figure. Once the water has soaked through, she places 5 crystal cores onto the soil. It appears that the climbing fig prefers the crystal cores to the nutrient solution. As she releases them, it immediately retracts all 5 tendrils, enveloping the cores within its roots. The scene strikes Yu Sheng as somewhat unsettling. Why does it evoke the impression of a fierce beast guarding its food? Take your time. I shall return to see you again, she remarks before retreating to the greenhouse, intending to gather some vegetables on the first floor to prepare dinner. While selecting well-developed bok choy, her interface receives a message from Lu Qingwang. Restart 001. The peas are ripe. Come see for yourself. The magical peas that Su Moli had discarded have finally matured. With little time for her vegetables, Yu Sheng hastily rushes down from the 3rd floor to the 1st. Upon exiting the shelter, she encounters Shiyu, who is just leaving the treehouse. Shiyu greets her warmly. Sheng, have you eaten? Shall we check on the pea plants first, and then return for dinner? Together? Sure. The 3 of them head towards the pea plants. Their shelter is conveniently located not far from the pea plants, and at this moment, all members of the Qingwang battle team have gathered nearby. Additionally, many players who do not yet have their own shelters are cooking over open fires on the ground, navigating past those cooking and weaving through a circle of onlookers. Yu Sheng approaches the pea plants, where she sees Lu Qingwang seated on a folding stool beneath the tree, with several empty pea pods floating in the marshy ground before him. Captain, what is the matter? Yu Sheng inquires, noticing that Lu Qingwang's expression does not reflect the excitement of a bountiful harvest, as the others stand still beneath the tree, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Hadn't several pods been harvested? Why does he wear such an expression? Although he typically bears this demeanor, today it appears particularly somber. Lu Qingwang offered no response to Yu Sheng's inquiry, merely casting a cold glance in her direction and gesturing towards the pea tree with his chin, uttering, "You can see for yourself." With that, he rose to depart, leaving behind the fading remark, "Everyone, regroup. We will discuss the next steps in the group chat shortly." The atmosphere grew frigid, prompting many to follow suit and withdraw, leaving only a handful of onlookers. Yu Sheng, abandoned in place, felt perplexed, and lifted her gaze towards the pea tree. The trunk and branches were already dehydrated and shriveled. The lowest pods had been plucked, with only those from slightly higher branches remaining. Drawing her gun, she aimed at the pods, and, after a few shots, 3 fell to the ground, their impact resonating ominously in Yu Sheng's ears. Qiyu stepped forward to retrieve them, weighing them in his hands. They're quite light. Upon opening one, it revealed emptiness, explaining its weightlessness. Undeterred, Yu Sheng proceeded to open 2 more, both yielding the same hollow results. The pea tree bore nothing but empty pods. The remaining spectators, witnessing this scene, silently turned away, except for 2 familiar teammates, Misty Deer and Sister Mei Ling, who approached. The clumsy comfort offered by Xiao Lu to Yu Sheng came with Sister 63. This pea is rather extraordinary, so might only be obtainable through unboxing. It's entirely normal that it cannot reproduce indefinitely. Indeed, Xiao Yu, the captain, likely did not intend it. Do not take it to heart, Sister Mei Ling quickly added. At this moment, Yu Sheng realized that to everyone, Lu Qingguang's earlier demeanor seemed to be directed at her in frustration. She verbally assured them it was fine. Yet an indescribable sentiment began to swell within her. Although accustomed to being overlooked and reviled in her past experiences, this particular emotion lingered longer than usual. Perhaps her feelings had become apparent. Qiyu came up, placing an arm around her shoulders and gently patting her. Sheng, do not be disheartened. It is not your fault. How could you have known the pea would not bear fruit? The decision for the team to wait was his, not a demand from you. Hence it is not your issue. Su Mo Li also approached, grasping Yu Sheng's arm, suggesting to her and Qiyu, shall we prepare a meal? Yu Sheng nodded, suppressing those troubling emotions and thoughts deep within her. Chapter 107. Mountain Biking Restart 001. The progress of this round of the game has reached 1/3. Nightfall approaches. Tonight, everyone may choose to continue resting in place or venture out at midnight to collect treasure chests or pursue their own plans. Restart 001. Currently, no new tasks have been issued. The main objectives are survival and treasure collection, allowing for free activity. Restart 001. Now announcing the list of individuals who made significant contributions today. 63. Rewards will be distributed to the highlighted contributors based on this list. Swift 63 having just finished dinner, Yu Sheng and Qiyu reclined on the treehouse sofa, perusing the updates in the group chat, while Su Mo Li busied herself in the open kitchen, washing the dishes. As Qiyu observed Lu Qingguang's arrangements, a sense of confusion enveloped her. What exactly did free activity entail? Sheng, do you have any plans? Upon hearing Qiyu's inquiry, Yu Sheng pondered seriously for a moment. Let us search for treasure chests. I shall commence my endeavors shortly, steering the automated vehicle a distance away from the camp. Otherwise, by the stroke of midnight, players will outnumber the treasure chests, making it impossible to collect any. Shall we form a team? Qiyu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she turned to Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng gently shook her head. This time, I prefer to embark on this journey alone. Gradually, Qiyu's expression dimmed. Internally, she lamented, how unfair. Hua, let us team up. At this moment, Su Mo Li, having cleaned the dishes and drying her hands, approached. My hideout lacks an automated vehicle. I can offer you a ride. Qiyu's spirits visibly lifted. That sounds wonderful. Yu Sheng prepared to return for a brief rest, bidding farewell to her 2 friends. She exited the treehouse and set up her hideout in the adjacent clearing. After taking a shower in the restroom, she lay down on her soft bed, set her alarm, and gradually drifted into slumber. After approximately 3 hours, with around an hour left until midnight, Yu Sheng awoke to navigate the hideout from the control room. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly. Her mobile hideout, equipped with sturdy and broad wheels, traversed the wide, tree-free pathways without obstruction, rolling over shrubs, weeds, and tree roots effortlessly. However, after about 10 minutes along a winding route, the vehicle suddenly lost balance, triggering the automatic braking system as the left front wheel appeared to be stuck in a pit. Without a moment to change her clothes, Yu Sheng hastily donned her illuminating helmet and exited the vehicle to assess the situation. It turned out that the left front wheel had ventured into a marshy area and was continuing to sink. Given the considerable size of the vehicle, reversing was not an option, nor could she physically move it. She could only retract it into her backpack, walk a short distance away, and probe the ground with a stick to ensure it was solid before releasing the hideout. The front 2 wheels and the undercarriage of the automated cockpit were muddied by the marsh. But this was a minor issue that could be resolved with a bit of water. Sheng retrieved several buckets of running water from the restroom of the safe house and diligently poured them over the hideout, using up nearly a dozen buckets to restore it to its former condition. This area was riddled with treacherous marshes, rendering the large mobile hideout inoperable. Yet Sheng was not ready to concede. Returning to the hideout, she donned her combat suit, tactical boots, bulletproof vest, and temperature-regulating cloak. Slinging her submachine gun across her back, she meticulously packed spare magazines, a handgun, antidotes, and a fruit knife into the pockets of her combat suit. Placing a thermal imaging helmet atop her head, she inspected her appearance in the mirror one last time in the restroom. Aside from her hands, which remained uncovered, the rest of her body was perfectly shielded. To guard against mosquito and leech bites during the night, Sheng gathered a few leaves of insect-repelling herbs from the glass house, crushed them, and applied the fragrant juice to her hands, ankles, and neck. Now, she was truly armed to the teeth. Having completed her preparations, Sheng stowed away the hideout and retrieved a mountain bike from her backpack for transportation. Riding a bicycle also served as a form of exercise. Everything seemed to revert to the moment when Sheng first entered the gaming realm, traversing through an unfamiliar world where silence enveloped her, broken only by the sounds of her own movement and breath. The tires of her mountain bike whirred rhythmically, and with the aid of a thermal imaging helmet, she could discern the terrain and obstacles ahead, albeit the visuals were somewhat more coarse than what the naked eye or night vision goggles would reveal. However, the thermal imaging helmet accentuated biological forms, allowing Sheng to anticipate potential dangers on her cycling path, an advantage that night vision goggles could not provide. She focused intently on pedaling forward, pausing only occasionally to collect treasures from the chests that appeared along her route, ensuring the surrounding area was devoid of threats before bending down to retrieve them, then continuing her journey. Sheng set a modest goal for herself, to ride for 5 hours before seeking a safe haven to rest and open her treasures. Shortly after midnight, the number of chests in the forest indeed began to multiply. The area she traversed had yet to be explored by other players, possibly because many believed that traversing the swamp-laden forest at night was perilous, opting instead to rest and regain their strength. This fortuitously benefited Sheng, who rode her mountain bike, having long abandoned her original route. Wooden chests, copper chests, silver chests, and green elemental chests all found their way in her backpack. As she lingered, the likelihood of encountering small creatures increased significantly, and Sheng began to come across various nocturnal animals in the forest. Skunks, deer, bats, and ants. 2 of these were manageable. The former 2 would shy away upon seeing her, but the latter 2 posed a bit of a challenge. Bats, emboldened by their wings, would not evade her, sometimes flapping perilously close to her face. Ants, too, seemed to be drawn to her, perhaps due to her bike's placement on their scent trail. As swarms of them advanced, a sight that sent shivers down her spine. The reason was clear. Both creatures were of substantial size. Bats, with wings spread wide, appeared as large as a basin, while the ants were comparable in size to a small cat. Particularly alarming were the ants. Initially, Sheng observed them through her helmet's blurred imagery, and when she removed the visor for a closer look, she almost mistook them for a large red-eyed snake. These ants in the game's tropical rainforest, aside from their size, bore a striking resemblance to their real-world counterparts, their bodies entirely black, save for their large mandibles and oval abdomens, which were a dark crimson reminiscent of blood. Sheng recalled a documentary that stated in Nature, the more vibrant the colors, the more dangerous the creature. In the wilderness, encountering a legion of these massive ants, laden with ominous implications, was indeed a daunting sight. She yielded the path for them to pass, as the ant army marched forward, with a few worker ants maintaining formation. Noticing Sheng and approaching her with their formidable red mandibles raised as if to assert dominance. A bite from such jaws, even through the fabric of her clothing, would likely be quite unpleasant. Knowing she could not confront them, she promptly pedaled her mountain bike away, distancing herself from the imposing creatures. Chapter 108. Evading the ant swarm. After riding for approximately 10 minutes, Sheng suddenly recalled her teammates at the camp behind them. Many of them had chosen to camp in the forest without seeking shelter. If the giant ants happened to reach the camp, would they attack those players? With this thought in mind, Sheng swiftly composed a message intending to alert the group chat. However, her hand hesitated momentarily as doubt crept in. If the ants did not pass through the camp, would her erroneous information disrupt everyone's rest? The team was no longer the small squad it once was, and Lu Qingwang was no longer the amiable and righteous brother Chan he had been. After much deliberation, Yu Sheng decided to send the message privately to the original 9-member team, which included Lu Qingwang. As soon as the message was dispatched, someone replied almost instantly. Miss Dear, thank you for the reminder, Sister 63. I'll head in the opposite direction. Following closely, Chiyu also responded. We encountered them too. They even crawled up the wheels. Thankfully, we saw your message and changed our route. Others might still be lost in slumber, as they did not reply. Nevertheless, Yu Sheng felt she had fulfilled her duty to warn them, and her spirits lifted as she continued to pedal forward, exploring the forest. The light screen behind her constantly notified her of new messages, but Yu Sheng was preoccupied with collecting treasure chests and evading the pursuing forest python and rhinoceros, thus failing to check the messages promptly. As the outing approached 5 in the morning, feeling her stamina waning, Yu Sheng sought a nearby location to park her RV, retreating inside to rest after stowing her mountain bike. Despite wearing a temperature-regulating device, the moment she removed her helmet and inhaled the fresh air, she couldn't help but sigh in satisfaction. During these hours, she had gathered 3 green elemental chests, 5 silver chests, 6 copper chests, and 2 wooden chests. She had not encountered cardboard boxes for several days. Besides the chests, she had also made other noteworthy finds, including the monstera plant she had longed for but failed to dig up last time, and a set of mini hot air balloons that had fallen from the sky, complete with treasure chests inside. While securing the chests, she did not forget to take the hot air balloon and basket as well. The basket was of good quality and could be repurposed, serving as a vegetable basket in the future. She had already accumulated several in her backpack. Only then did Yu Sheng find the time to check the group chat and private messages. Upon reading the contents, her expression darkened. She first saw Lu Qingwang's message in the group chat, followed by a flurry of complaints from many group members. Reboot 001. The attackers at the camp were mutated army ants. They can see through invisible shelters, and the acid secreted from their venomous fangs is highly toxic. Any affected teammates must promptly report to the deputy team about today's meal to receive detoxification pills. Everyone should disperse and avoid acting alone. Remain vigilant when encountering animals. Reboot 001. I hereby criticize Rapid 63 for her lack of awareness as an experienced team member. Not alerting the group about the mutated army ant's presence led to the demise of 2 members. You bear indirect responsibility, and your contribution value will be halved. You are but a mere crumb, yet it is a pity for Ah Li and Chi Chi, for they are truly wonderful individuals. As for Fan Fan, one cannot help but sigh in resignation. Nami has a penchant for pot sticker dishes. This unfortunate loss of personnel could have been averted. And even the captain has voiced his criticism, despite her being a seasoned member. What concern does this hold for you, 63? Did she take a life or unleash the army ants? No one could have anticipated such an outcome. Could they? Who is casting aspersions here? Enough. I shall not tolerate any further discord. This is a warning. Any continued unkind remarks will result in a ban. Yu Sheng's expression darkened, including the cold glares from earlier. This marks the second instance of malevolence directed at her from Lu Qingwang. The earlier incident can be partially attributed to her own misjudgment. Yet this public reprimand feels utterly unwarranted. To be targeted for a misjudgment, and out of fear of further mistakes, she had only informed a select few, only to find herself under scrutiny. It's not as though she had failed to notify Lu Qingwang promptly. Had it not been for the psychological shadow cast by the earlier incident, would she have hesitated before sending her message at night? What nonsense is this? Observing the unfriendly comments that followed, Yu Sheng felt a chill envelop her. With trembling hands, she typed 3 lines, only to delete them one by one. Sharing her speculations about Jack P.S. Seed, she feared that if her guesses were incorrect, the delay in the team's progress would be laid at her feet. Upon discovering the mutated ants, she was uncertain whether they would head straight for the camp. Therefore, she only informed Lu Qingwang privately. Yet now she is being blamed for the ensuing troubles? Are they truly seeking to place the blame upon her? Yoshida has intervened, and for Yu Sheng to speak now would undoubtedly escalate the conflict. She took a moment to breathe deeply before reopening her screen to check private messages. Those familiar with her in the team had sent messages of concern and comfort. Are you all right? Asked Emoli. Don't pay them any mind. It's not your fault. Reassured Chun Tian Hua Hua. 63, I've got you back. Chime San Fen Chung Chi Fen Shui. Did you forget to inform the captain? Inquired Miwulu. Are you still okay? Asked Jean Yozwa Jaido Sure. Apologies, 63. I haven't had the chance to speak up for you yet. But Yoshida has forbidden further discussion on this matter, added Miling. Don't take it to heart, you. Family will inevitably have its quarrels. As her fingers scrolled to the end, she noticed Lu Qingwang's message, which came 2 hours after her reminder. Why didn't you mention it in the group chat? Her initially stable emotions shattered upon reading the cascade of concern. A wave of grievance and helplessness surged within Yusheng. She nearly succumbed to the impulse to confront them directly in the group chat, but ultimately her rationality prevailed. Now, Yusheng finally comprehends the sentiments previously expressed by Su Mo Li, realizing what it feels like to be separated from Lu Qingwang by a generational chasm, while simultaneously fearing to offend him. From the very first moment she encountered Lu Qingwang, Yusheng perceived an air of antiquated rigidity about him. He appeared to be a man of integrity, considerate of the greater good, yet from time to time he would reveal a hint of a domineering masculinity. Nevertheless, through the numerous games they played together, Yusheng chose not to dwell on Lu Qingwang's shortcomings, believing instead that they could also be seen as facets of his character that shone brightly. After all, no one is perfect, and not everyone is suited to be a leader in a world where rules often collapse. Although Yusheng was only 25, much of her life had been spent within the confines of academia, and her experiences of human warmth and coldness were limited to the disintegration of family bonds. To her, Lu Qingwang was a captain, a leader, and a companion. And as days turned into weeks, the relationship with her team inevitably intertwined with her personal feelings. At this very moment, despite feeling unfairly treated, Yusheng restrained her impulse to respond in the group chat, mindful of their camaraderie and striving to avoid exacerbating any conflict. She replied to each of her teammates except Lu Qingwang, confiding in Chi Yu and Su Moli about her true emotions. Springfield, to be honest, he publicly embarrassed you over the pea pod incident, and now that you've reminded him about the army ants, he blames you for his oversight. Springfield, I feel like our captain is just like my mentor who enjoys belittling others. Emoli, it's not your fault. Sheng. Yusheng was not a person prone to high sensitivity or internal turmoil. She simply felt discomfort. This unease was difficult to articulate. Perhaps it stemmed from the conversation between Fan and the new team member, Little Biscuit, or perhaps it was simply a sudden realization of Lu Qingwang's true nature. Moli, there are many leaders like Lu Qingwang in the workplace, authoritarian, capricious, and often indifferent to the feelings of their subordinates. This is the primary reason I sense a barrier between us. Moli, a team mirrors the workplace, filled with superiors who lack discernment and peers of various dispositions, whether benevolent or malicious. You may not have experienced this before, but it's all right to encounter it now. Consider it your first lesson in navigating society. Most people share similar experiences, so just come to terms with it. Springfield, exhausted. Even in the gaming world, I can't escape these social intricacies. Moli is already at odds with the captain, and now I find myself targeted as well. I hope I won't be next in line. After responding to them, Yusheng too felt weary. She resolved to put everything aside, intending to rest and rejuvenate her mind and body before addressing any matters further. Chapter 109, Honey Sweet. Delectable honey. So much honey. Yusheng stood beneath a grand tree. Gazing upward, above her, more than 4 meters from the ground, a suitcase-sized fan-shaped beehive hung firmly, with industrious bees busily entering and exiting, filling the hive to the brim. Through the sunlight, Yusheng could vaguely see the golden honey within, making her mouth water. How could she possibly resist? When was the last time I drank honey water? It seems to have been shortly after she was hospitalized, during a period when her appetite was lacking. For a while, she diligently prepared a cup every day, savoring the sweet, soothing taste that perhaps evokes nostalgia. Yusheng smacked her lips, expressing gratitude for nature's bounty. She had made up her mind to indulge in this honey water. Circling the great tree, she found its trunk too smooth to find a foothold for climbing. However, upon estimating the distance and the height of the beehive, it appeared to be similar to the height of her mobile home shelter. Yusheng withdrew her gaze and surveyed the terrain at the base of the tree. The ground was devoid of marshes, only dotted with patches of grass and gnarled tree roots twisting across the surface, creating deep crevices. Although the vehicle could not approach, It did not hinder her from temporarily utilizing the shelter as a ladder. After measuring, Yusheng positioned the mobile home shelter at an appropriate spot and, with a swift ascent to the third level, she pushed open the glass door to inspect. Indeed, her distance estimation was accurate. The beehive was within reach. Yet the buzzing bees posed a dilemma for Yusheng. Despite possessing numerous antidote pills, bee stings could be quite painful. Directly cutting the beehive was certainly not feasible. Yusheng recalled scenes from television depicting the collection of wild honey. A plan formed in her mind. First, she would use smoke to drive the little bees away before approaching the hive. Determined, Yusheng descended to the ground floor and began searching the vicinity. The forest was abundant with branches and fallen leaves. Carefully parting the grass, she patiently scoured the ground and soon discovered some damp twigs and dry grass. The moisture would only enhance the smoke. She wrapped the damp twigs with twine around a torch and, after igniting it, the center blazed while acrid smoke billowed from the sides. The potent scent was so overwhelming that Yusheng choked on a mouthful, coughing for some time before retreating to breathe deeply and regain her composure. With her tools prepared, Yusheng donned her concealed sleeping bag, wrapping her hands in thick fabric to cover her skin and leave no exposed vulnerabilities. Brimming with confidence, she approached the side of the tree, leaning against it while directing the torch beneath the beehive. The combination of high heat and dense smoke elicited an immediate response from the swarm, with a cluster of little bees flitting about in a frenzy, emitting a frantic buzzing sound. The beehive was sizable, and many worker bees, reluctant to abandon their home, remained. As her arm grew weary, Yusheng switched hands to continue holding the torch aloft. After about 10 minutes, the once densely packed bees began to scatter, revealing the intact hive below. Seizing the opportunity, Yusheng quickly switched tools, extending the burning end of the torch over the hive, while securing the other end on the roof of the vehicle with her foot. This served a dual purpose: to maintain the fire and deter the bees from returning, while also safeguarding the shelter from damage. Simultaneously, with her left hand, she raised a wooden stick to lift the previously prepared basket, positioning it beneath the hive, while her right hand wielded a bronze sword for cutting. This posture was exhausting, yet the prospect of the honey so close at hand made the effort worthwhile. As Yusheng commenced her endeavor, she discovered that the beehive was not entirely filled with honey as she had envisioned. A portion remained vacant, while another section housed plump, white bee larvae. She refrained from annihilating the entire hive, skillfully avoiding the areas occupied by the larvae, ultimately selecting a segment, roughly the size of a basin, where the honey was most concentrated for extraction. With each of her movements, honey cascaded down the tree trunk from the severed hive. And when the bronze sword encountered no resistance, the basket grew heavy and the hive settled securely within it. The little bees, seemingly incensed by Yusheng's actions, began to swarm around her, buzzing angrily in an attempt to assault this unwelcome thief of nectar. I was wrong, Yusheng exclaimed, hastily retreating into the glass house. Although she claimed to regret her actions, her gaze fell upon the substantial piece of hive nestled within the basket, and a smile blossomed on her face. I shall dare again, next time. A few bees, having inadvertently hitched a ride in the basket, entered the glass house with her. Observing their frantic search for an exit without attempting to attack her, she allowed them to remain. She intended to leave a small portion of the hive for them, enabling them to settle in the glass house and assist in pollinating her plants. Outside, numerous persistent bees continued their futile attempts to assault Yusheng, but curiously, before they could approach the glass house, a green vine intercepted them with remarkable swiftness. It was the green wall-climbing tiger. Yusheng, incredulous, pressed her face against the glass, witnessing the vine contorting to form a barrier that thwarted the advancing bees. For those undeterred bees still intent on rushing forward, the vine extended a tendril, coiling around them like a serpent, simultaneously tying several knots, squeezing the life from them before releasing them to target the next victim. After dispatching the most aggressive of the bees, the remaining little bees, perhaps frightened by the fate of their companions or finally coming to terms with the situation, turned back toward their hive, with the threat of the bee swarm abated. The wall-climbing tiger slowly retracted its tendril and resumed its position on the outer wall of the glass house, the gentle breeze rustling its leaves, as if to convey that nothing had transpired. No wonder the system described it as a pet that could serve as a weapon. It was indeed remarkably sentient. Regrettably, Sheng still felt trepidation toward the nearby hive that was re-establishing itself. Otherwise, she would have promptly ventured out to reward the wall-climbing tiger with crystal cores. Stowing away her invisible sleeping bag, Sheng returned to the first floor to process the beehive. Lacking the proper tools to separate the honey from the hive, she resorted to the most rudimentary method, leaving a small piece of the hive for the little bees in the glass house, while washing her hands clean and squeezing the remainder into a basin to catch the extracted honey. Using empty mineral water bottles to store the honey, she ultimately collected 6 bottles. The honey that clung to the basin and the hive, now resembling a lump of Play-Doh, was not wasted. It could be diluted with water to create a sweet beverage for herself. Naturally, she did not forget her 2 friends, sending a bottle each to Chi-Yu, Su-Mo Lee, and Sister Mei Ling, and receiving in return 2 bags of salt and 3 pumpkins. As the time approached mealtime, Sheng decided not to venture outside. After enjoying her lunch, she intended to open treasure chests and engage in her daily physical training. She relocated her RV away from the tree and found a flatter patch of ground to park. For lunch, she prepared a meal of her own: steamed rice, garlic mustard greens, pan-fried sausages, and a fried egg, finishing it off with a cup of honey water. The honey water, having been chilled in the small refrigerator, was simply delightful to drink right after her meal while her body was replenishing its energy. In Chapter 110, titled Danger Perception Crystal Ball, Sheng gathered the treasure chests from this round of the game and opened them, obtaining 8 fragments of the card duplication box for disposable cleaning cards, 50 upgrade cards for the evasion shelter, 5 modification cards for the evasion shelter, 5 physical enhancement liquids, 30 upgrade cards for the refining furnace, 2 fragments of the refining furnace, 1 danger perception crystal ball, and 5 game coins. The danger perception crystal ball allows players to sense impending dangers before they occur. When used, the player holds it in their palm and observes the changes within the crystal ball. Note, this item can only detect dangers arising from natural factors such as climate, geography, and magnetic fields. Unlike the other items she had previously acquired, this crystal ball was a new addition, and Sheng studied it closely. The crystal ball was about the size of a tennis ball, entirely made of transparent glass. It appeared to contain liquid, with a multitude of white, snowflake-like substances settling at the bottom. The item description indicated that observing the crystal ball's changes could help determine the presence of danger, and its current stillness suggested that no threat was imminent. Sheng carefully stored the crystal ball and continued organizing the remaining items. She first allocated the values of the physical enhancement liquids and consumed them all at once, resulting in the following changes to her personal stats. Player: Sheng, level 4, gender, female, age 25, health 385, mental power 180, strength 320, agility 320, stamina 220, flexibility 230, specialty, long distance running, medical skills, title, divine healer. There was still considerable room for improvement before reaching the next level or balancing her stats. So Sheng refrained from dwelling on her personal information interface, as it could lead her to reflect on the number of treasure chests she had recently opened, which would only dampen her spirits. She stowed the other items in her backpack and listed the extra refining furnace fragment in the trading section of the light screen. At the same time, Sheng began to ponder the fact that 4 days had passed since the game commenced. As a diligent treasure hunter, she had yet to find any food within the chests. In her recollection from the previous game round, she could not recall opening a chest containing food either. Was this mere coincidence? Throughout these 2 rounds, she had been consuming the food and nutritional liquids in her backpack, and the amount of food retrieved from the safe houses had been minimal. Upon a closer inspection of her backpack, she realized that aside from the food obtained through trading and gifting from Dushu and others, the food she had previously gathered from cardboard and wooden boxes was nearly depleted. At present, she still has some bottled water and a substantial amount of tap water stored from the safe house, in addition to the many cacti and vegetables from the glass house that are available for consumption. It is rumored that Chi-Yu and Su-Mo Lee have been feasting on pumpkin for an entire day, so bland that they have taken the initiative to venture out for hunting. The more Sheng contemplated, the more unsettled she felt. It seemed that the game organizers were deliberately diminishing the number of food chests, and now, after the launch of the marketplace, they had ceased to provide food chests altogether. This was decidedly abnormal. If food was no longer supplied, would they next reduce items and upgrade cards, compelling players to find ways to complete tasks in exchange for points, which could then be spent in the marketplace for the necessary supplies and tools. The answer appeared to steer Yu Sheng's thoughts toward a rather conspiratorial direction. She shook her head, temporarily casting aside such negative notions. On a more optimistic note, she currently had several hideouts and a glass house for continuous cultivation. If worse came to worst, she could still rely on glucose solutions to replenish her stamina or synthesize more nutrient solutions. As long as she deliberately gathered useful resources from the game world and the safe house, she should not have to worry about food in the future. After quickly cleaning the restroom post-loot, disposing of monster carcasses and household waste into the incinerator, Yu Sheng drove the RV slowly through the expansive forest, planning to switch to a mountain bike when the terrain became rougher. Judging by the rainforest climate, it was likely early summer, with dusk arriving late. Yu Sheng rode outdoors until darkness fell, acquiring 2 chests and a variety of plants, as well as hunting down a colorful wild chicken. The plants were reserved for synthesizing nutrient solutions, while the fate of the wild chicken was to be stewed with ginger. As night fell, Yu Sheng found a suitable spot to settle her hideout for rest, preparing the wild chicken for a slow simmer while she washed up briefly and then laid down to drift into slumber until the midnight alarm rang. She awoke to the lingering aroma of chicken soup filling the room. Unhurriedly, she set aside a bowl for Chi Yu and Su Mo Li, finishing her dinner with pumpkin cakes sent by Chi Yu before donning her clothes and weapons and stepping outside to collect treasure chests. Prior to her departure, she took a moment to hold the crystal ball, ensuring there was no danger before donning her thermal imaging helmet and commencing her activities. Riding alone at night was, in fact, rather monotonous. Unlike the real world, there were no safe roads or music to accompany her. Enveloped in her helmet, the only sound she could clearly hear was her own breathing. Each inhalation and exhalation signified 4 heartbeats, and the sensation of her bones and muscles invigorated by movement filled Yu Sheng with both assurance and exhilaration. This indicated she was still very much alive. She, once deemed to be on the countdown to death, was now thriving. As long as life persisted, everything brimmed with possibility. When her body began to warm up, Yu Sheng paused to take a sip of water, just in time to check the screen, notifying her of a new message. "Help, Sheng Sheng!" Spring Field Flower exclaimed. Instantly, Yu Sheng's brows knitted together as she quickly replied, "What happened?" While awaiting Chi Yu's response, she perused the group messages that she had set to do not disturb mode. The group chat has descended into chaos, with numerous individuals sending out their locations and distress signals, leaving both the captain and vice captain overwhelmed. Recently, the messages within the group have become increasingly chaotic. Yu Sheng decided to click on the first unread message to gain some clarity. Initially, the atmosphere in the chat was tranquil, with many unfamiliar players engaging in casual banter. The only names she recognized were those of 2 female players from Fan Fan's original team, ever since Fan Fan grew closer to Lu Qingwang. Their presence in the chat had become more pronounced, eager to showcase their affiliation with Fan Fan's sisterhood. These inconsequential exchanges had flooded the chat, and Yu Sheng swiftly scrolled through until her finger halted on a message from 30 minutes prior. Someone had shared an image, followed by a flurry of exclamatory reactions and memes expressing shock. Confused, Yu Sheng clicked to enlarge the image, only to be overwhelmed with goosebumps and hastily exited. The picture depicted a hidden angle of a depression teeming with snakes of various sizes, lengths, and colors. Yet, the most unsettling aspect was their behavior, regardless of species. They all rose upright, like cobras, seemingly directed toward a singular point. Were they paying homage to the Snake King? The sight was so bizarre that even Yu Sheng, accustomed to the myriad of creatures in the game world, felt her body tense, her hairs standing on end. She wondered how the person who captured the image managed to resist the urge to flee, instead opting to share it in the group. This question found its answer in the ensuing chat. The member who posted the image, known as Never Bow to Life, initially boasted beneath the picture, declaring, "Look, thousands of snakes bowing." He then responded to others cautioning him to ensure his safety, saying, "No worries, I'll dive into the shelter right after this photo." Had the matter ended there, it would have merely been an oddity shared, but shortly after, Never Bow to Life sent what seemed to be a prank message. "Snakes have slithered into the shelter through the cracks in the door. Can someone save me?" He implored. "Lend me a teleport card. Quick." However, the group members, mirroring Yu Sheng's initial thoughts, assumed he was jesting. Sales King 888. "Bro, Your joke isn't even remotely believable. Who doesn't know the shelter has an invisibility feature? Some are in despair. Seriously, stop trying to be clever at a time like this. Restart 45:31. Is anyone forming a team? Just you and you. Look, that never bow to life. His name has darkened on the message panel. Chapter 111. The outbreak of bedbugs. The news of the player never bow to life being confirmed dead shattered the tranquility of the chat like a stone thrown into a compound. A single stone can stir up 1,000 ripples. The members of the Chun Guang team hastily rose to inspect whether there were swarms of snakes lurking outside their shelter. Fearing they might share the same fate as those who refuse to bow to life's adversities and become the next targets of the serpentine horde. Some players, gripped by panic, immediately scattered in all directions, and soon the group chat buzzed with activity. Some reported leeches infiltrating their refuge, while others mentioned encountering large battalions of army ants devouring their shelters. As the number of players besieged by animals increased, Lu Qingwang found himself compelled to share the burden of rescuing these members with a few trusted confidants. Naturally, this inner circle did not include Yu Sheng, nor did it consist of Qi Yu or Su Moli, who were quite distant from the main group. Yu Sheng, upon observing the situation, relaxed her furrowed brow, uncertain how to articulate her feelings at that moment. The earlier encounter with the army ants had already served as a wake-up call, rather than dispersing at the sight of swarming insects and animals. Their initial reaction had been to exchange banter in the group chat. Just then, a new message arrived, prompting Yu Sheng to swiftly open her dialogue with Qi Yu. Springfield Floral. I've poked a nest of stink bugs. A massive swarm. The carriage door and wheels are stuck tight, and I dare not open the door to let them in. I can only watch helplessly as they gnaw at my pumpkin carriage. She also sent a location and a picture, revealing several large stink bugs clinging to the glass of the pumpkin carriage, each one nearly the size of a corgi. Judging by the density of the bugs on the window, it was evident that should the door be opened, the two individuals trapped inside would have no chance, even if they were reincarnated as sharpshooters. Hold on, I'm on my way. After sending her response, Yu Sheng glanced at the distance between them, realizing it wasn't too far. Considering that using a teleportation card might only result in another person getting trapped inside the carriage, she decided to ride her bike instead. Along the way, she encountered signs of wildlife activity, which she skillfully avoided by detouring as seen through her helmet's display. Her mountain bike darted swiftly through the forest until she arrived at the location sent by Qi Yu, where she beheld the enormous swarm of stink bugs completely enveloping the pumpkin carriage, leaving no room to step. Taking advantage of the creature's inherent fear of fire, Yu Sheng ignited several torches and hurled them towards the mass of stink bugs gathered beside the carriage. The torches struck the bugs, producing a cacophony reminiscent of creaking, dilapidated wooden doors as they swiftly scattered in all directions. Initially concerned that these stink bugs might possess the intelligence of worker ants responsible for maintaining order within an army, she soon realized her worries were unfounded. Faced with Yu Sheng's assault, they exhibited only the instinct to flee, while those undisturbed continued to voraciously munch on the pumpkin carriage. It was rather fortuitous. It appeared they were merely a horde of gluttonous, dim-witted creatures. Next, donning her illuminated helmet, Yu Sheng used her laser to carve a path towards the carriage, incinerating the nearby stink bugs. They burst open, spilling yellowish-white innards, while those slightly farther away succumbed, immobile and scorched. However, one must not be too careless. Just as Yu Sheng finished clearing away the pests from the pumpkin carriage, she heard the unmistakable sound of insects scuttling nearby. Turning her head, she discovered that the little path she had just cleared was once again besieged by them. Truly a case of remembering the taste, but forgetting the pain. Hastily, she handed 2 torches to the emerging Qi Yu and Su Mo Li for illumination, then turned back to intensify her efforts, determined to rid the ground of the remaining pests. With the assistance of her companions, the task of eliminating the lingering insects became remarkably straightforward. Finally, when the last batch of pests scurried away, showing no signs of return, the 3 of them sat atop the carriage's yoke, which now reeked of charred insect carcasses, each sipping a stamina supplement. The pumpkin carriage's interior was in shambles, riddled with gaping holes. As Yu Sheng took a moment to steady her heartbeat and breath, she prodded the carriage's wall with her bronze sword. To her surprise, the blade easily penetrated the thin pumpkin skin, making it clear that it was no longer habitable. What to do now? Seeing the despair on Qi Yu's face. With a long sigh, Chi replied. We must quickly gather the upgrade cards for the shelter. Once the carriage is upgraded, the interior will be restored. Until then, we'll have to make do with it. At least the chassis and the autopilot system remain intact. How many upgrade cards do we need? Sheng asked, and Su Mo immediately began rummaging through her backpack, searching for her own cards. Seeing this, Sheng intended to assist, but Yu pressed her hand down. No, no, no. You both stop. She, the beleaguered victim, turned to console her friends. Your supplies didn't just fall from the sky. I'll find a way to gather more boxes. Besides, I still have an invisible tent. If necessary, I'll just sleep in the tent for now. With both of you by my side, I fear nothing. Yu nestled between them, extending her arms as she expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Sheng felt a sudden weight on her neck, and the next moment, Yu firmly pressed her head against her shoulder, leaving her and Su Mo exchanging bewildered glances, their features amusingly contorted. Such strength. It seems your recent training has paid off, Sheng remarked. All right, Su Mo said, managing to free herself while rubbing her cheek where Yu's grip had left an imprint. I have a small wooden cabin. I can lend it to you for emergencies. The small wooden cabin Su Mo referred to was crafted from blueprints, previously serving as a gathering point for their team in the desert. Sleeping in a cabin was certainly preferable to a tent. Yu's eyes lit up immediately as she clung to Su Mo's arm, nuzzling against her like a playful puppy. Oh, how wonderful! With the wooden cabin, I want to be a wild wanderer sleeping in a tent. Sheng and Su Mo set to work helping Yu reconfigure the carriage into a makeshift shelter, gathering all useful supplies. They discarded the tattered pumpkin interior into the underbrush and secured the small wooden cabin in its place. The automated driving panel of the carriage was affixed to the wall of the wooden cabin. Due to the limited space within the cabin, there was no room for the existing bed, forcing Yu to lay a mat against the wall. On the opposite wall, she managed to place a few essential appliances, leaving just enough space for her to navigate in and out. Unfortunately, there was no spare area to configure a bathroom. Observing the situation, Yu's initial enthusiasm for the renovation gradually morphed into despair. Could I possibly stay with you for a while? I truly detest the thought of having to relieve myself in the wilderness. Yu's inner thoughts echoed. What if, while fertilizing, I am spotted by other players hiding in shelter? The other two had no objections, of course. However, the peculiar snakes, insects, and rodents in the forest proved to be quite strange. The invisibility feature of the shelter appeared to have no effect on them. Su Mo's treehouse was utterly defenseless against the mutated insects, which were no larger than small cats or dogs. For the time being, only Sheng's mobile shelter provided any form of protection, and he alone knew that its sense of security stemmed from the reinforced steel walls combined with the shelter's protective shield. Moreover, with the climbing green spirit on the roof, it could be considered a triple layer of defense. Sheng leaped off the pumpkin carriage and turned to invite them. Come on, let us go sleep at my place. Hooray! Chapter 112. Mushrooms in the lush, primordial rainforest, strange gigantic trees with plate-like roots towered everywhere. Vines of unknown origin dangled from their branches, swaying gently after being disturbed by wild birds. A three-wheeled cart bearing the wooden cabin sped through the woods, sending the animals hiding in the underbrush scattering in all directions, stirring the previously tranquil clusters of grass into motion. At that moment, they resembled the incarnations of woodland spirits. Yu, stop! Sheng called out from the cart, having spotted a large tree covered in moss with roots sprawling beneath it. He urgently instructed Yu, who was operating the autonomous driving system within the cabin, to halt. The pumpkin carriage, devoid of horses and pumpkins, came to a steady stop. Sheng jumped down and crouched slowly. The dew-laden moss shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, captivating to behold. Yet his gaze was drawn to the mushrooms growing atop the moss. Two types of mushrooms occupied spaces on either side of the tree, thriving splendidly. Sheng focused on one cluster, noting the classic red caps with white stems, indicative of the notorious poisonous mushroom. Shifting his attention to the other type, which bore a simple earthy brown exterior, he pondered, this shouldn't be toxic, should it? He decided to pluck one and toss it into his backpack for examination. Selecting the largest specimen, he then consulted the backpack's informational display regarding the mushroom. Mushroom? Is it all? What species is it? Is it edible? Unsure. He plucked a red-capped mushroom and added it to the backpack for further analysis. The result displayed. Mushroom. Was this not redundant? Anyone could recognize it as a mushroom. Yet the critical information he sought, its name and edibility, remained elusive. Perplexed, Yusheng tilted his head, scrutinizing the visibly dissimilar mushrooms below. Wait a minute. Has the game encountered a bug? Why do all the other plants display their species and uses, yet the mushrooms do not? The gaze shifted once more to the ground before her, where a certain dark green moss thrived, resembling a type of fungus known as wood ear, yet appearing far more translucent and exquisite. Even though Yusheng was not particularly knowledgeable about flora, she understood that wood ear mushrooms only grow on wood. Yet this unfamiliar plant piqued her curiosity. She carefully plucked a specimen and placed it in her backpack for further examination. The label indicated lichen. Upon hearing the term lichen, which she had encountered in a documentary, Yusheng immediately recognized its edibility. She hurried back to the cart, requesting a bowl or plate from Su Moli, who was busy preparing a meal. Mindful of her earlier encounter with what might have been a poisonous mushroom, Yusheng exercised great caution while harvesting the lichen, employing her portable fruit knife to gently collect each piece into the bowl without once using her hands. She circled the grand tree twice, leaving no lichen unpicked, ultimately gathering a substantial bowlful, enough to serve a delightful meal for three. For lunch, they utilized the lichen that Yusheng had foraged, combining it with 2 eggs to create a lichen egg drop soup. Just before serving, she added a small lump of pork fat, a pinch of salt, and some chopped green onions. Additionally, there were Chiyu's signature pumpkin pancakes and Su Moli's homemade sausages from her stock, both pan-fried in a thin layer of oil, resulting in a generously stacked platter. The 3 girls, having engaged in considerable physical activity each day, found that this spread barely sufficed for a single meal. Yusheng returned to the cart for lunch while Chiyu took her place at the yoke, primarily to scavenge for treasure chests and, if fortunate, to hunt. As Yusheng bit into the crisp, tender pumpkin pancake, she noted that it contained no sugar, yet possessed a subtle sweetness, likely due to the superior quality of the pumpkin used. Su Moli sipped her egg drop soup in small mouthfuls, her hands deftly manipulating the interface on the screen before her, drawing the display closer to Yusheng. Look, more and more players are heading over. It really seems promising. Yusheng glanced up to see on the screen a player-initiated camp named Utopia, which was also their intended destination. This camp had been discovered by Su Moli the night before, as she scrolled through the interface before sleeping. It was said to be proposed by a group of players yearning for a peaceful, idyllic world, aiming to establish a camp governed by rules that promote coexistence while allowing relative freedom. Thus, it did not welcome belligerent or troublesome players. The notion of relative freedom implied that participants could join or leave the camp at will, without being bound as a team, allowing players to experience a semblance of real-world rules while remaining part of the group. Initially, Yusheng harbored doubts about this camp, feeling that in the context of a survival game, the open declaration of such a peace-promoting organization seemed designed to attract players. What if the other party had nefarious intentions? Would this not resemble a classic strategy of luring the enemy into a trap? However, Su Moli and you were clearly captivated by the idea, persistently urging Yusheng to scout the area first, suggesting they observe the camp's dynamics and withdraw immediately if anything seemed amiss. Considering that she had a hidden nuclear weapon at her disposal, Yusheng ultimately acquiesced to accompany them for a closer look. The images depicted real-time updates from the initiator, a player known as Lin Piampian. In a relatively flat forest devoid of swamps, they had already erected several tents, continuously welcoming new players. Yusheng had a faint recollection of Lin Piampian, the first player to log in during this round of the game. The journey to the camp took Yusheng and her companions a full 2 days, and as prearranged, they spent an entire day observing from a considerable distance. Aside from the camp's growth, nothing unusual was noted. The sounds of laughter and merriment consistently emanated from within, prompting Yusheng to finally agree to join. Nevertheless, she insisted that they wear bulletproof vests beneath loose clothing and carry weapons before approaching. The camp's initiator welcomed them at the makeshift wooden gate, a young woman. Yusheng stood at the back, quietly observing this player named Lin Piampian. She was strikingly beautiful, her features rivaling those of Su Moli, yet radiating a stronger presence. Beyond her exquisite visage, Lin Piampian exuded an aura of sunny confidence and grace, her arms revealing subtle muscle definition as she rolled up her sleeves. In her mind, Yusheng assessed Lin Piampian. She is formidable. For reasons unknown, Yu Sheng perceived a hint of the early shadow of Lu Qingguang in Lin Pianpian. Both exhibited strength, self-assurance, and an undeniable leadership quality. Feel free to find a place to set up your quarters, Lin Pianpian advised. You are 3 in number, and I suggest that one of you participate in the camp's rotation each day. With our numbers, one person can manage a 3-hour shift, primarily to guard against ill-intentioned players and animals launching surprise attacks. She gestured towards the burgeoning camp as she elaborated. You may also decide how to spend your time, whether it be scavenging for treasure chests or setting up a small stall within the camp. Su Moli nodded gently, inquiring about her most curious question. Miss Lin, may I ask why you chose to establish this camp? Lin Pianpian chuckled heartily, responding, at present, the main survival challenge in this round of the game is the sporadic outbreaks of insect plagues. As individual players, our strengths are limited. Uniting our efforts allows us to expend less energy in combating these threats, thereby enhancing our survival rates. With a playful raise of her eyebrow, she continued, moreover, the natural beauty of the game world is breathtaking. Must a survival game solely consist of violence? Why not experience it as if we were enjoying an outdoor camping trip during the countdown? We are human beings with our own thoughts. We can establish and alter the rules of the game. If circumstances permit, why risk our lives in solitary combat? Chapter 113. Utopia. Long after Lin Pianpian departed, Yu Sheng remained rooted in place, lost in thought. Her words resonated deeply with her. Must a survival game be confined to bloodshed? We are human beings, endowed with our own thoughts, capable of establishing and altering the rules of the game. Indeed, the sole objective of the survival game is to endure, nothing more. When did it become the case that players regard strangers with such vigilance, always prepared to unsheath their weapons for a life-or-death struggle? For Yu Sheng, it seems that from the moment she entered the game, having witnessed the tragic fate of a young girl who met a violent end, she has accepted that the survival game is a perilous competition. Whenever she encounters others, she instinctively readies herself for a confrontation where it is either their demise or her own. In the realm of this game, players are categorized into 3 distinct groups: enemies, allies, and strangers who neither offend nor approach one another. Presently, some players inform her that this is merely a survival game. Yet the rules do not mandate that one must take the lives of others to survive, nor do they stipulate that victory can only be achieved through force. Players can also mutually agree upon game rules, establishing a utopia within the game world, allowing those who yearn for peaceful coexistence to carve out a place for survival. This notion, indeed, evokes a deep longing. Consequently, Yu Sheng resolves to make the same choice as her 2 friends, opting to remain in the utopian camp until the conclusion of the game. The utopian camp expands in concentric circles, resembling the rings of a tree. Numerous players have delineated their territories with branches, promptly erecting shelters within them. The presence of boundary markers indicates that the land has an owner. Currently, the camp is modest in size, and, as Yu Sheng counts, there are 22 designated plots. This does not imply that there are only 22 players, for some, like Yu Sheng and her companions, have arrived together and reside in the same tent or shelter. The established and under-construction territories form 3 concentric circles within the camp, with sufficient pathways left clear around each plot. The outermost circle is fortified with sharpened wooden barriers, and Lin Pianpian has stationed 4 lookout points atop the large trees beyond the wooden fence, assigning personnel to maintain a 24-hour vigil. Various traps have been set around the camp, serving both defensive and hunting purposes. Should a herd of animals approach, besides relying on traps and wooden barriers for protection, all members must unite in defense. If a player encroaches without prior arrangement through Lin Pianpian on the communication screen, they will be deemed an intruder and, after 2 warnings go unheeded, may be shot. Listening attentively to Lin Pianpian's introduction, Yu Sheng nods silently, recognizing that the camp's defensive measures are commendable. The intent behind these rules is to ensure that players not on guard can rest peacefully. Ultimately, the 3 girls decide on a location in the 3rd circle, the outermost area, where they encircle a spot with branches gathered from the woods, and then huddle together to discuss their living arrangements. Undoubtedly, the best accommodation is Yu Sheng's mobile shelter. However, the constant influx of players renders the vehicle too conspicuous. Additionally, there are brick shelters and prefabricated ones, the latter of which Yu Sheng has entered once but had not yet organized. Finally, They agreed to reside in Su Moli's two-story treehouse. The treehouse was set up, and they proceeded to negotiate the duty schedule with Lin Piampian. All three expressed their willingness to participate in the watch. Yu Sheng's first duty at the camp was scheduled for the following day, from morning until just before lunch, a time frame she found quite satisfactory, as it would not interfere with her midnight excursions to seek treasure, allowing her to return and catch up on 3 hours of sleep before her shift. Lin Piampian added them to a group chat named Utopia, reassuring them that she would not convert into a team chat. It was merely a means for everyone to report their outings and returns, facilitating the passage for players on watch. Upon returning from Lin Piampian, they continued to delineate their territory, placing a small wooden cabin within it. This cabin would serve as a temporary resting spot for Yu Sheng and Chi Yu when they returned from outside, while Su Moli was asleep and could not open the door. Additionally, it would act as a recognizable marker of their territory. Throughout the day, after fulfilling their own tasks, they participated in the camp's expansion efforts, chopping wood, leveling the ground, and extending the fence, experiencing a rare return to a civilized society that was filled with goodwill and a sense of security, even in the presence of strangers. As the sun dipped below the horizon and players began to return, Yu Sheng realized that half the day had already passed. She hastened her efforts, completing the chopping of the logs piled beside her before bidding farewell to the other players working alongside her. Approaching the small cabin, she was uncertain whether Su Moli had returned and tentatively sent her message. Moments later, the previously empty ground beside the cabin revealed a two-story treehouse as Su Moli opened the door. "Come in quickly, I'm already cooking." Yu Sheng ascended the stairs and was greeted by the fragrant aroma of rice filling the cabin. Naturally, it was prepared using a rice cooker. After washing her hands in the bathroom, she emerged to find Su Moli at the cooking counter, busy slicing a piece of raw meat. Having changed into a set of pajamas modified from a green combat outfit, with her hair loosely tied back, a strand fell across her forehead as she bent over, the dark green satin fabric accentuating her fair complexion and dark hair. Curious, Yu Sheng approached and inquired, "Did you go hunting today? What kind of meat is that?" "It's venison. I didn't go hunting. I just helped the neighbors a bit today, and this is their token of appreciation." Su Moli remained focused on her task, deftly transforming the meat into thin slices while engaging in conversation with Yu Sheng. The venison emitted no unpleasant odors. "Would you prefer meat slices in soup or stir-fried?" Yu Sheng, unperturbed by the cooking methods, countered, "What does Chi Yu want?" "Chi Yu has gone on watch. Dinner will be sent to her through the screen later." Hua Hua said she is fine with anything. After a moment of consideration, Yu Sheng suggested, "Since we're having rice as the staple, let us stir-fry the meat to accompany it. I'll go peel the ginger and garlic." With that, she opened the refrigerator to search for the ingredients. The compact home refrigerator was filled with bean sprouts, apples, bananas, milk, bok choy, frozen dumplings, and on the floor beside it lay 2 large pumpkins. The food inside the fridge was replenished just today, providing a sense of security as they settled in, ensuring it was stocked with fruits and vegetables. To perfect the stir-fried venison, Su Moli even sent a message to Sister Mei Ling for advice. It is indeed a matter of resignation. The 3 adults, Yu Sheng, Chi Yu, and Su Mo Li, possessed not a single culinary expert among them. All their skills in stir-frying, cooking rice, and simmering soups were self-taught after they entered the gaming world, or perhaps gleaned from observing Mei Ling Jia during their time together. Ultimately, the dinner produced was less than ideal, with the rice being overcooked and resembling a sticky porridge, while the stir-fried cactus strips and garlic leaf sautéed venison were served in generous portions. Surprisingly, the dishes presented an unexpectedly delightful combination of color, aroma, and flavor. Su Mo Li stood by the window, holding the plate and requesting Yu Sheng to take her photograph, intending to send it to Mei Ling Jia for praise. She adeptly switched poses and expressions, as if holding not a plate of stir-fried meat, but a luxurious designer handbag. "Yes, indeed, it looks splendid. Let us try a different angle." Yu Sheng transformed into an amateur photographer, raising her arms to manipulate the light and snapping pictures with enthusiasm. After a flurry of activity, when Su Mo Li reviewed the images, her serious expression and frantic deletions, fearing that any momentary delay might lead to an untimely leak, made Yu Sheng feel quite foolish. Ultimately, the starlet sent Mei Ling Jia but a single, decent photo. Mei Ling Jia, true to form, showered her with compliments in a lengthy message, even gifting a jar of Debanjiang as encouragement. Upon noticing the tent set up in the backdrop of Su Mo Li's photo, Mei Ling Jie expressed her curiosity about their whereabouts. Yusheng focused on her meal, and after dinner, she leaned against the wall, listening to Su Mo Li recount her conversation with Mei Ling Jie. It turned out that after emerging from the swamp, Mei Ling Jie and the captain's larger group had also become separated. For the past few days, she and Uncle Gu had been keeping each other company, living a life of wilderness survival in the forest. Upon learning that Su Mo Li, Yusheng, and Shiyu had arrived at the utopian camp, Mei Ling Jie initially reacted with the same concern Yusheng had felt upon hearing about the camp, worrying that it might be a trap set by nefarious individuals. However, after Su Mo Li meticulously explained the camp's environment and rules, Mei Ling Jie ultimately lowered her guard and decided to set off for the camp immediately. Yusheng found this news predictable yet delightful, as she eagerly anticipated reuniting with Mei Ling Jie. She truly missed her culinary expertise. Chapter 114. The fireworks of life during the wait for Mei Ling Jie. They were far from idle. Within the camp, it was unclear who had initiated the idea. But in a mere 3 days, various stalls selling an array of supplies, food, and handicrafts sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Some vendors offered self-synthesized goods and various tiered items, while others set up barbecue stands and even massage services. The gathering grew larger each day, evolving into a small-scale market. Yusheng and her companions did not lag behind. They promptly expanded their little wooden cabin's window and began selling fried pumpkin cakes and hot dogs. Qiyu and Su Mo Li took turns managing the stall, while Yusheng, when not on duty, busied herself with sharpening wooden skewers or forging banana leaves in the forest. The skewers were intended for the hot dogs, while the banana leaves, once cleaned, were cut into small pieces to wrap the pumpkin cakes. Due to the rarity of currency in the game world, transactions at the market are conducted exclusively through barter, with pricing at their stalls being rather arbitrary. As long as the trade items appear appealing, exchanges are made. For instance, on this rare occasion, when 3 people are free from their duties during the day, Su Mo Li, serving as the face of their establishment, sits inside a wooden cabin frying ham sausages. Meanwhile, Yusheng and Qiyu sit on small stools beside the cabin, whittling wooden sticks. Yusheng is responsible for chopping a large log into smaller pieces to pass to Qiyu, who sharpens one end to create skewers. Notably, these 2 small stools were acquired at the market in exchange for a vial of nutrient solution, a remarkable bargain indeed. Across from the small cabin, a newly opened barbecue stall is run by a young man with dark skin and curly hair who has been calling out in a local dialect. It has not made a single sale. Beside him stands a girl with a ponytail whose gaze has lingered on the wooden cabin for quite some time. Whether intentionally or not, Yusheng keenly observes this, but is unaware of her intentions, so she pretends not to notice and continues her task of whittling. After a while, the girl leans closer to the curly-haired boy and murmurs something, her eyes frequently darting toward the wooden cabin. Having observed her for quite some time, Yusheng immediately rises, fearing for Su Mo Li's safety inside the cabin. Under Yusheng's watchful gaze, the girl approaches Su Mo Li's stall, holding 2 skewers awkwardly. "Hello, may I trade these for 2 ham sausages?" she asks, after glancing sideways for a while. Yusheng initially suspected that the girl might be envious of their thriving business and intending to cause trouble, but it turns out she merely craves the ham sausages. Yusheng sheepishly returns to her stool, only to hear Su Mo Li calling for her. "Hua Hua, Sheng, come here for a moment." The 2 set aside their work and approach, seeing Su Mo Li wearing an awkward smile. This young lady wishes to exchange her skewers for our ham sausages. "Are you interested?" The expression on Su Mo Li's face clearly conveyed her reluctance. Yusheng looks at the skewers in the girl's hand. At first glance, she does not recognize them, but upon closer inspection, they resemble the larval forms of insects, having been grilled to a golden crisp on both sides. "Wow, I want to try," Qiyu exclaims, eagerly extending her hands to catch a skewer, biting into it without hesitation, the sound of her crunchy chewing echoing. Indeed, they are perfectly grilled, fragrant, and crispy. The girl with the ponytail still holds another skewer, looking at Yusheng with hopeful eyes, silently urging her to accept the other skewer so she can successfully trade for 2 ham sausages. The words of refusal lingered in Yusheng's throat for quite some time, but under the girl's intense gaze, she could not utter them. Instead, she opted for a different approach. "May I see something else?" "Of course. Please follow me." With the girl's enthusiastic guidance, Yu Sheng and Chi Yu make their way to the barbecue stall. The curly-haired boy lifts a massive skewer that is currently grilling, flashing a broad smile at them. "It's really delicious. You must try it," he exclaims in his dialect, rich with local flavor, to ensure they understand. The ponytail girl kindly translates in Mandarin. "Meng Meng says this tastes great. Would you like to give it a try? Is this eggplant?" When Yu Sheng posed her question, a hint of hesitation lingered in her voice. She had encountered eggplants before, albeit not in such a plump and pale form. Yet their dimensions and shape bore a striking resemblance to that of an eggplant. The girl beside her, with a mysterious smile, replied, "It's not an eggplant. It's the larva of a mutated wasp. What your friend is eating are bamboo worms, freshly caught. They even wriggle when skewered." As soon as the words left her lips, Chi Yu paused mid-bite, incredulity washing over her as she looked up. "Bamboo worms? Or bamboo worms? Aren't they just silkworms?" Bamboo worms grow inside bamboo shoots, and they are quite similar to silkworms. You can eat them without worry. The girl hurriedly clarified, fearing that Chi Yu might discard her skewer. After a moment's contemplation, Chi Yu thought to herself that since they were quite alike, what did it matter what she consumed? With a contented smile, she resumed her chewing, observing her acceptance. The girl with the curly hair pointed to the enormous wasp larva in her hand with a brush laden with seasoning. "How about trying one of these?" In the next instant, the girl with the ponytail playfully tapped the boy's head, saying, "Speak properly." With that light reprimand, the boy's demeanor shifted, his eyes sparkling with clarity. He straightened, adopting a perfectly enunciated broadcasting tone. "Madam, would you care to sample this roasted wasp larva? This skewer sizzles with oil, bursting with flavor, and its texture resembles that of roasted brain." Yu Sheng and Chi Yu were left dumbfounded by his presentation. The girl, blushing slightly, chuckled, "I apologize for his antics. He tends to be abstract in his expressions. Please don't take offense." "Not at all," Chi Yu exclaimed, one hand gripping the skewer while the other waved animatedly in front of her. Seizing the moment while the girl conversed with the boy, Chi Yu leaned closer to Yu Sheng, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "A new couple has emerged. I ship them." The last two words nearly slipped out in a squeal, prompting Yu Sheng to quickly cover Chi Yu's mouth. Just then, a giant wasp larva, perched over the flames, burst with a loud pop, white liquid oozing from its ruptured surface. The boy promptly turned the exploded side upwards and deftly brushed sauce onto the larva, setting aside her prejudice against insects. Yu Sheng couldn't deny that the roasted skewers looked quite appetizing. However, she harbored a deep-seated aversion to such juicy creatures. Merely gazing at them sent shivers down her spine, as if the splattered juices would land on her. She averted her gaze, forcing herself to seek other options among the skewers at the barbecue stand. The ponytailed girl enthusiastically followed her line of sight, introducing each item. "This is roasted cicada. This is roasted dragonfly. This is roasted grasshopper. This is roasted porcini." "That's the one," Yu Sheng exclaimed, pointing at a skewer of blackened mushrooms, which the girl had referred to as porcini. Holding the skewer, Yu Sheng found the mushrooms increasingly familiar. Wasn't this the gray, unassuming fungus she had spotted on her way to the Utopia camp? The renowned porcini? Uncertain, she raised her gaze to inquire, "Is this called porcini? Are you sure?" The curly-haired boy was swiftly placing another skewer of mushrooms on the stand to fill the empty space, deftly turning the skewers. Upon hearing her question, he glanced at the skewer in Yu Sheng's hand and, in a confident northeast accent, assured her, "This is indeed porcini. I've been eating them since I was a child. They're non-toxic, so eat with confidence, sister." "Excuse me, where exactly are you from?" Chi Yu asked, astonished by his smooth switch in dialect, once again pausing her skewer-lifting actions. At this moment, Yu Sheng could only silently lament. The porcini mushrooms. She had missed the abundance of porcini mushrooms scattered across the ground. Chapter 115. Sister Mei Ling arrives on the 12th day of their gaming journey. Sister Mei Ling and Uncle Gu finally arrived at Utopia, weary yet triumphant. Yu Sheng and her companions had previously informed the camp leader, Lin Pian, about their arrival, and thus she entrusted the task of welcoming and introducing the camp rules to them. Early in the morning, the three of them stood at the camp entrance, eagerly awaiting Sister Mei Ling Xiao Qi. "Xiao Yu, Xiao Su." Sister Mei Ling approached with enthusiastic embraces, her voice brimming with excitement. "I've missed you all so much. Despite the arduous journey spanning several days, Sister Mei Ling appeared radiant and full of vigor, her face aglow with vitality. Behind her, Uncle Gu stood erect, a broad smile illuminating his face, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Sister Mei Ling. Among the trio, Qiyu had known Sister Mei Ling the longest, and their bond was particularly close. After their embrace, she eagerly took Sister Mei Ling by the hand, leading her towards the camp. "Come on, sister. Let me show you the land." In the past few days, many new players had joined the camp, expanding from 3 circles of dwellings to a 4th, which was nearing full capacity, and preparations were underway for a 5th circle. Upon learning of Sister Mei Ling's impending arrival, Sheng and her friends had devised a plan to secure a plot of land for her, fearful that she might not find it to her liking. They had selected 2 vacant plots and had already marked them off with branches. Ultimately, Sister Mei Ling chose the plot closest to their treehouse, located just behind it. "And Uncle Gu will be going to another plot?" Qiyu playfully elongated her words, glancing at Uncle Gu and then at Sister Mei Ling. Her head tilted in a mischievous manner as she added, "Or will we all be living here together?" Sister Mei Ling blushed at the teasing. "Playfully swatting Qiyu esse bedside. You little rascal. How dare you mock me?" As the two engaged in their playful banter, Sheng and Su Mo Li, being more reserved in front of outsiders, stood by, unable to suppress their laughter. After their merriment, Sister Mei Ling brought Uncle Gu before the 3 of them and confidently announced, "Just as you thought, Wei Guo and I have officially become a couple. Hooray!" Qiyu cheered, and even Su Mo Li couldn't help but clap her hands in delight. They were genuinely happy for Sister Mei Ling. For the first half of her life, Sister Mei Ling had toiled for a man who did not appreciate her sacrifices, bearing his children and shouldering the burden of raising them and managing the household alone. As the years passed and her beauty faded, she became disregarded by those closest to her. Qiyu had once shared her frustrations with Sheng, questioning how someone could be so cruel, calculating every move just to extract the last vestiges of value from a devoted wife, only to abandon the one who loved him most. Did this man not possess a conscience? At that time, Sheng had struggled to respond to such inquiries. As someone who had also been forsaken, she understood that love's absence stripped away the layers of deceptive intricacies, revealing the singular truth beneath. Fortunately, Sister Mei Ling had entered the gaming world at a pivotal moment. This realm starkly presented 2 types of individuals. One, mercilessly vicious, akin to those Sheng had encountered along her path, who sought to bring her harm, only to meet their demise at her hands. Another type is the polar opposite, exhibiting extreme kindness, such as Mei Ling and Qiyu. When they face injustice and endure grievances, they do not contemplate revenge or seek to expose the dark-hearted under the glaring light of day. Instead, they relentlessly attack themselves, bearing the external pressures while also engaging in internal strife, forcing themselves into a corner with no way out. Of course, there are many like Sheng, Su Li, and Liqingwang, who navigate the delicate balance between good and evil, oscillating between these 2 extremes. In this chaotic game world, the choice between benevolence and malevolence may hinge on a mere thought. Thus, witnessing Mei Ling's revitalization, her spirit radiating as if she were perpetually basking in the warm sunlight, instilled a vibrant energy that was contagious to the 3 girls beside her. Sheng discreetly wiped away the moisture from the corner of her eye upon seeing Qiyu turn around. Mei Ling and Gu Weiguo exchanged smiles, solemnly declaring, "From now on, you may either call me Auntie Ling or refer to me as brother-in-law Weiguo." The ever-enthusiastic Qiyu immediately spread her arms in cheer, exclaiming, "All right, brother-in-law." Sheng and Su Li also smiled and echoed in unison, "Brother-in-law." Gu Weiguo, beaming with joy, instinctively rubbed his hands on his trousers, eager to retrieve something from his pockets to share in the celebration, only to realize that all his belongings were in his backpack. With a grand gesture, he proclaimed, "Tonight, everyone is invited to my home for dinner. I shall cook." The elderly couple needed to hasten to prepare their new home, and the 3 girls, not wanting to intrude, bid farewell to Mei Ling and her husband before walking back to the treehouse, quietly discussing what gifts to prepare. Sheng pondered for a moment. Since Mei Ling lacked a refining furnace, she decided not to sell the 2 refining furnace shards she had set aside, opting instead to gather additional living supplies to package as a gift. As they turned the corner, they encountered the curly-haired man and the girl with a ponytail returning from a hunt. Qiyu was the first to greet them warmly. "Hello, Meng Meng." Xiao Xiao. Meng Meng was the curly-haired man, whose game name was actually Sad Big Water Buffalo, with the nickname Meng Meng. The girl with the ponytail was his girlfriend. Known in the game as One Punch, One Little Friend, with a nickname Xiao Xiao. Initially, Yuxing found it peculiar to call such a tall, dark-skinned man Meng Meng, especially upon learning the origin of the name. However, whether referring to him as Big Water Buffalo or Nyo Nyo, it sounded somewhat odd. Later, upon hearing Xiao Xiao explain that they had met and fallen in love in the game, Yuxing learned that Xiao Xiao initially called him Moo Moo, imitating the sound of a cow, but eventually found typing it cumbersome and settled on Meng Meng, thus inadvertently creating the nickname. They all cherished the personalities of Meng Meng and Xiao Xiao, one being a humorous man and the other a straightforward woman. Their familiarity was largely thanks to Suli's fried ham sausage. Every day, Xiao Xiao was enticed by the aroma wafting from the barbecue stall, and if she didn't have at least 2 skewers, she lost her appetite for the meal. Over time, the group became well acquainted, with Meng Meng contributing nearly all his earnings from selling skewers to exchange for ham sausages for Xiao Xiao. Interestingly, Meng Meng's skewer sales were not particularly high. Qiyu was his first customer, and on the same day they met, they all added each other's friends. "Hello," Meng Meng responded in kind. He held a basket in his hand, observing the wriggling creatures within. It seemed he had ventured into the forest to procure supplies once more. Why was he so fixated on roasting insects? Yusheng pressed her forehead in exasperation, swiftly averting her gaze. She must not look. If she did, an itch would inevitably arise, as though the insects were crawling upon her back. A diminutive ponytail bobbed at the nape of her neck as she waved her hand enthusiastically, inviting, "Today we've hunted a deer. Come over for some grilled venison skewers. Each person gets 5. Su Mo Li, troubled by what to gift Sister Mei Ling, felt a spark of excitement at her words. "Are you selling venison? I'll trade you for some hot dog sausages." "Absolutely." The two promptly agreed to exchange 200 sausages for half a deer, with one half prepared as fresh meat and the other half entrusted to Meng Meng for roasting. For tonight, Emoli intended to bring the feast to Sister Mei Ling as home. Aside from her peculiar fondness for ingredients, Meng Meng's grilling skills were truly commendable. Chapter 116. Night conversations. The evening spent dining at Sister Mei Ling's was filled with joy, and until the late hours, the three returned to their treehouse. Their excitement still palpable. They lay side by side on the second floor, nestled within soft blankets. Sister Mei Ling appeared genuinely happy, while Chiyu's gaze drifted, as if peering through the treehouse ceiling into a starry sky of another world. Perhaps she was reminiscing about someone, for her mood suddenly darkened. After a moment, Yusheng heard her exhale deeply, her tone returning to its usual cheerfulness, as if she had consoled herself. Sheng, Montakli. Have you seen that both Mei Ling and Xiao have found someone they like in the gaming world? Have you ever considered what would happen if you encountered someone you liked? Su Mo Li immediately dismissed the notion. That won't happen. I belong to the non-marriage clan. What about you, Sheng? Chiyu turned her head to look at Yusheng. Yusheng found herself momentarily bewildered by the question. Unlike Su Mo Li, who had contemplated this long ago, she could only speak honestly. I don't know. If I can return to the real world safely and healthily, then who knows? If it's in the gaming world, probably not. Yusheng countered the topic with a question. What about you? As for me, Chiyu rested her arms beneath her head, her voice lightening. If I meet someone I genuinely like, someone who makes my heart flutter, I would assess the overall situation before making a decision. But what if, throughout an entire game, one fails to meet this special someone? Or if two lovers find themselves separated by great distances within the game? Is it more important to collect treasure chests or to pursue a relationship? Yusheng wished to maintain the light-hearted atmosphere and swallowed her question before it could escape her lips. Noticing Yusheng's prolonged silence, Chiyu turned her head again. Ah, Sheng, why have you been so quiet lately? Do you have something on your mind? Is it that obvious? Yusheng was taken aback that Chiyu had noticed. She sat up cross-legged, pondering how to express her thoughts, and finally spoke cautiously under the gaze of her two friends. I've been thinking lately that perhaps I do not belong in the team, but I am still uncertain. After all, the Chunguang team is currently one of the top teams in the game, and the benefits it offers are unparalleled. As Chiyu and Su Emoli sat up, an unexpected silence enveloped the room. This topic may have caught them off guard, yet for Yusheng, it was a matter of deep contemplation rather than a fleeting whim. Had it not been for Chiyu's invitation upon her entry into the game, Yusheng, true to her cautious nature, would have taken considerable time to thoroughly assess her options before choosing a team. The Chengguang team had supported her through the arduous early stages of the game, and following Lu Chengguang had provided her with a shortcut, proving more advantageous than solitary endeavors. However, this did not imply that Yu Sheng was dependent on the team. Her treasures, items, and blueprints were all acquired through solitary nights spent scavenging for chests. It could be said that her continued presence in the team was primarily for the warmth of camaraderie that once flourished. At some point, the team had expanded significantly, and the Chengguang team began to resemble a well-organized army, causing the atmosphere Yu Sheng cherished to gradually shift. Once, they had prioritized exchanging resources to bolster each other's strength and collaboratively strategize their next moves. Yu Sheng relished the lively antics and playful banter among her teammates. Yet now, among the original members, only those like Shi Bian Xiaoyu and Dong Bianqing remained core figures. While Yu Sheng and the Taurus homebody barely held their ground as core members due to their abundant resources, the rest of the veteran players had grown increasingly reticent in the group chat. Similarly, whenever Lu Chengguang's chat box lit up, Yu Sheng knew it was a prompt for her to distribute resources. Upon candidly sharing her thoughts with Qi Yu and Su Mo Li, a weight that had long burdened her heart began to lift. Do not act impulsively, Sheng, she reminded herself. Remaining in the team has its advantages. It alleviates the burden of navigating game missions. Plus, your health points are double those of other players. Consider it further. Perhaps this notion struck Qi Yu as too abrupt. For after regaining her composure, she eagerly grasped Yu Sheng's hand, attempting to dissuade her from the idea of leaving the team. Su Emoli, on the other hand, merely observed in silence, neither offering support nor dissent. Understanding the concern reflected in their eyes, Yu Sheng concealed her emotions once more, softly reassuring them. I haven't made up my mind yet. Let us not dwell on this now. We should get some rest. We must venture out soon to search for chests. After extinguishing the light, Yu Sheng cocooned herself in her blanket, letting out a silent sigh. Regardless of the outcome, she felt a sense of relief in having voiced her thoughts about leaving the team. Now, she awaited an opportunity that would allow her to propose her departure without positioning herself as an adversary to the Chengguang team. In the early hours of dawn, after a 4-hour excursion, Yu Sheng returned to her camper to rest. Her haul for the day comprised 2 green elemental chests, 1 silver chest, and 3 bronze chests. Additionally, she had gathered some freshly sprouted porcini mushrooms, lichens, and berries. The porcini would be stored in her backpack for a future stew with meat bones, while the lichens and berries were soaked in water to facilitate the removal of impurities hidden within the lichens. Yu Sheng carried a shovel and first went to the bathroom to unbox her treasures. Her backpack contained a variety of weapons, but the stainless steel shovel was her most reliable tool, truly her weapon of choice. Within the box, she discovered the following items: 3 monster parasite cards, 1 endless armor, 10 evasion house upgrade cards, and 2 physique enhancement liquids. While the haul was modest, it was a relief that none of the chests proved to be useless. Each one yielded items rather than monsters. Yu Sheng felt she had adapted remarkably well to her energy levels after a long night of work. The low number of chests was entirely due to the absence of monsters during her unboxing, and she found herself smiling in contentment. From a green element chest, she unearthed a new item, a silvery soft armor vest, which she placed in her backpack to examine further. Endless armor, a wearable protective garment that, when donned, forms an invisible shield around the user, offering a defense value of 10,000,000 points. It is not permanent. The item becomes void if the defense value reaches 0. The multitude of zeros made Yu Sheng gasp in astonishment. In her previous game, she had envied Lu Chengguang's attack immune badge, yet in this round, she had obtained a similarly functional endless armor through sheer luck. Truly, fortune favors the diligent. The heavens reward hard work. She felt immense gratitude towards the treasure chests and the game developers. Yu Sheng clutched the endless armor, reveling in her good fortune for quite some time, reluctant to part with it. With this item in hand, along with her double health bar, she felt confident that she could sweep aside any opponents in the battles to come. It seemed that her luck had finally arrived, and she resolved to seize the moment by collecting as many treasure chests as possible. Once she amassed enough resources to set out on her own, she would promptly leave the team. Chapter 117. Level 5 achieved. Yu Sheng awoke naturally with the dawn of a new day. After stretching lazily, she briefly checked the group chat and private messages, finding everything to be as usual. The only mention of her in the group chat was Lu Qingguang reminding her to distribute the advanced combat uniforms, combat boots, and bulletproof vests to the new members. Although these schematics had already been replicated by him last time, he still singled her out whenever it came to allocating member benefits. How ironic that the wealthiest are often the most frugal. Just as she finished silently reprimanding Lu Qingguang, she noticed a new message in her private chat from him, containing her contribution rewards from the previous night. Yu Sheng currently ranked 5th in team contributions, and according to the descending reward structure. Lu Qingguang had sent her 100 Evasion House upgrade cards, 5 physique enhancement liquids, 20 low-level nutritional liquids, 5 high-level nutritional liquids, 5 stamina supplements, 10 disposable cleaning cards, 4 bottles of mineral water, and 5 packets of instant noodles. Seeing these supplies brought her a sense of balance. The contribution rewards she received for distributing member benefits were, at the very least, not a loss. How commendable of him! With the physique enhancement liquids she had obtained from her unboxing before bed, she now possessed a total of 7, which should suffice to propel her to level 5. Yu Sheng sat up, calculating the distribution of the enhancement liquids, and drank them all in one go. Upon consuming the elixir, a palpable surge of energy coursed through Yu Sheng's body, as if a barrier had been shattered. She accessed her personal interface to review her statistics. Player, Yu Sheng level, 5 gender, female age, 25 health points, 405 mental power, 200 strength, 370 agility, 370 stamina, 260 flexibility, 260 life points, 200 energy points, 200 specialties, long distance running, medicine, shooting title, divine healer. The changes in her statistics were exhilarating. Not only had she successfully ascended to level 5, but her life points and energy points had also been augmented, and she had acquired the specialty of shooting. Were the life and energy points not simply the red and blue bars? How had they found their way into her personal information? Yu Sheng scrutinized her data, but there were no explanations accompanying the figures. She had to consult the information exchange section of the light screen to finally uncover the truth. It appeared that upon reaching level 5, the player's red and blue bar values would increase to 200 points, and some players speculated that this value would continue to rise alongside the player's level. From a multitude of envious comments beneath the post, Yu Sheng discovered that the number of players who had reached level 5 in the entire game world was fewer than 10, a mere fraction of the total 1 million players. In other words, the 200-point benefit from the team badge, which she had previously regarded with apprehension, was now solely hers due to her advancement. Even if she chose to leave the team, aside from possibly offending Lu Qinggu, it would have no bearing on her. Just as she resolved to temporarily remain in the team, her personal life and energy points doubled, rendering the team benefits she had once deemed trivial utterly worthless. Yu Sheng gazed skyward, speechless. What was happening? Setting the dilemma aside for the moment, she quickly washed up in the bathroom, had a simple breakfast, and commenced her daily exercise routine. The advantages of her recent upgrade became evident at this juncture. The equipment she used for weight training felt significantly lighter in her hands, and during stretching exercises, she effortlessly contorted her body into a myriad of astonishing poses. This was the result of a strength value of 370 and a flexibility value of 260. Yu Sheng made a comparison. A value of 100 points roughly equated to the maximum strength and flexibility achievable by a normal person with professional training, while a value of 200 represented double that limit, with higher values pushing the boundaries even further. With her current strength of 370 points, the 200-kilogram equipment she trained with, once a considerable resistance, now seemed trivial as she hoisted it effortlessly above her head. It appeared she would need to request additional weight plates from Xiao Lu. After stepping off the treadmill, she took a refreshing hot shower and emerged invigorated. Feeling too lethargic to cook, she opened a bottle of nutritional fluid, sipping it as she ascended the stairs. On the second floor, her companion, Jia Jia, was tending to the disassembly station and the refining furnace. Upon hearing Yu Sheng's footsteps, it glided over on its rollers to greet her at the staircase. "Good afternoon, sister." Yu Sheng gently stroked its cool mechanical head, inquiring if the household assistant had been diligent in recharging itself. The display screen of the robotic butler illuminated with a smiling emoticon, and it responded in a sweet, childlike voice that Yu Sheng had specifically configured. Yes, indeed. Yu Sheng proceeded to inspect the charging station on the wall. discovering that the universal battery still had 20% of its charge remaining. She replaced it with a brand new nuclear battery, ensuring a longer usage period. After placing the 5 empty green elemental treasure chests from her backpack beside the decomposition station, she instructed the assistant to decompose them, then continued her ascent to the 3rd floor via the staircase. Originally, the hideaway only boasted 2 stories, but the stairs leading to the 3rd floor had been forcibly connected to a glass room atop the roof using a modification card. Thus, every time she ascended, she had to manually open the small door at the staircase's entrance to access the glass room. Unlike the assistant bound to the hideaway, which could instantly appear on any floor upon her command, Sheng had to navigate the stairs herself. The orchids at the staircase entrance were flourishing splendidly, and the moment she stepped in, a gentle floral fragrance enveloped her senses. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled a cloud of stale air, feeling as though her entire being had been purified. Both the hydroponic and soil-based plants were thriving, particularly the latter, which had grown significantly taller. The papaya tree, which had been planted earlier, was already bearing several ripe fruits. Sheng carefully harvested the mature papayas, stowing them in her backpack. Noticing an increase in the insect population during her recent nighttime excursions to collect treasure chests, she also gathered some fresh leaves from the pest-repelling grass to add to her provisions. On the wall of the soil cultivation area hung a small basket containing a piece of honeycomb. Sheng leaned in for a closer look, confirming that the bees, which had previously been buzzing around the glass room, had indeed made this place their home. However, there seemed to be no signs of a queen bee emerging just yet. The honeycomb still contained a fair amount of honey, and with blooming orchids in the glass room, the bees would not go hungry for the time being. Nevertheless, she would need to plant more flowering plants for them soon. As she observed the little bees with fascination, a faint sound emanated from the seedling area behind her, prompting her to hasten over for a closer inspection. There, on the shelf where she had previously placed chicken and quail eggs, the chicken eggs remained intact, while one of the quail eggs had already hatched, revealing a tiny chick with sparse feathers. The other 2 quail eggs also showed signs of breaking. Just as Sheng intended to send these eggs to the little mountain bamboo for assistance, she was surprised to find that one quail chick had already emerged. Carefully cradling the freshly hatched chick, its damp feathers clinging to its back, she examined it closely. The little creature appeared quite spirited, perhaps startled by its first encounter with a human, as it chirped incessantly. This little one was so frightened, Sheng promptly set it down, allowing it to dry its feathers in the constant temperature area. In her initial attempt at hatching eggs, she had placed 3 of each type, and now all the quail eggs had successfully hatched, while the chicken eggs remained silent. Sheng directed the egg towards the light strip in the seedling area, squinting to faintly discern the outline of a chick within the shell, a promising sign of successful incubation, perhaps due to the egg's larger size compared to quail eggs. The hatching process required additional time. After placing the egg down, Sheng discovered a vacant spot in a corner of the greenhouse and enclosed it with wooden boards. This area would serve as her future farm. She posted in the trading area, seeking chick and quail feed, yet her message went unanswered. With no other options, she descended to the 1st floor, cooked a bit of rice porridge, and served a small portion in a bottle cap before the quail. The quail did not eat, leaving Sheng uncertain whether it was disinterested or unaccustomed to the offering. She prepared some water and stepped back to allow it time to acclimate to its new surroundings. In the seedling area, the seeds Sheng had previously planted had grown significantly. Among them were blood vine fruit trees, apple trees, banana trees, mung beans, chili peppers, tomatoes, and pumpkins, each boasting at least 3 pairs of leaves, ready for transplantation into nutrient-rich soil. Such tasks were beyond the capabilities of mere households. They required Sheng's personal touch. She diligently repeated the motions of digging and planting, and after ensuring each seedling was securely in the ground, she mixed plant nutrient solution with water and manually watered their roots. Apart from the initial watering, the greenhouse would subsequently automate the spraying of clean water, relieving her of further concern. After her labors, Sheng gazed at the densely planted soil area, a sense of inexplicable satisfaction swelling within her. She had cultivated all these crops by herself. Soon, she would begin raising chickens, embarking on a self-sufficient life of fruits, vegetables, and eggs. Chapter 118. Digging for earthworms on this day, Sheng did not return to the camp. She intended to gather more treasure chests under the cover of night, for the area around the camp was teeming with players. To distance herself from others upon her return, it would take a considerable amount of time to venture back out at night, a significant waste of time. After lunch, Sheng donned the endless armor beneath a long-neglected hospital gown, fastening a pouch containing a laser device around her waist, and took a shovel and basket as she stepped out to stretch her legs. She did not plan to wander far. Before leaving, she used a crystal ball to sense the vicinity for dangers and decided against retracting her hiding place, intending to scavenge for twigs and small insects around the forest surrounding her camper. Typically, while searching for treasure chests, she encountered a myriad of insects. But when she specifically sought them, they seemed to have vanished. Sheng rummaged through the grass, only to find spiders and some crustaceans, which were far too tough to feed the newly hatched quail chicks. As her patience waned, she resolved to squat down and dig for earthworms to serve as a makeshift solution. She harbored a deep aversion to these soft-bodied creatures. Had it not been for the several hungry mouths awaiting her at home, she would rather not touch these slippery, slimy beings. Thus, in the twilight of the forest, one could witness a peculiar scene. Amidst the overgrown underbrush, an old camper lay parked, and beside it, a young girl clad in a striped hospital gown was crouched down, not merely digging in the earth, but specifically searching for earthworms. The girl, concealed beneath the oversized hospital gown, appeared exceedingly frail, evoking a sense of unease regarding her circumstances. One could not help but wonder if she had gone days without sustenance, driven by desperation to the point of considering worms as a means of survival. In this scene, ripe for misinterpretation, two adult male players boldly emerged from behind a large tree. "Hey, little girl," Sheng, intently digging in the earth, lifted her gaze to find two unkempt male players advancing toward her. She immediately rose to her feet, although the camper was mere steps away. She had no intention of retreating, nor any need to do so. The two men, seemingly wary of her escaping into the vehicle, swiftly drew weapons from behind their backs, aiming the dark barrels directly at her. One of them brandished a bag of small bread rolls, shaking it enticingly while his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Don't go. We haven't finished talking yet. You look awfully hungry, don't you? Want some?" Their demeanor was flippant, yet Sheng remained steadfast, scanning their rugged faces adorned with stubble. And then her gaze traveled down to their dirt-streaked athletic attire and matching blue trousers. The color and style of their pants struck a chord of familiarity within her. Where had she seen them before? Suddenly, it dawned on her. On the very first day she entered the game, when even a short walk left her breathless, she had hidden behind a large tree, witnessing a brutal act perpetrated by two male players. They had donned identical prison uniforms, and the style and hue of their trousers matched those of the men now confronting her. Even stripped of their prison tops, Sheng recognized their former identities by their pants alone. They were prisoners, yet she could not ascertain whether they were the same two she had encountered months prior. The stubble obscured much of their faces, and the passage of time had dulled her memory of their features. "Have you not eaten anything decent in ages? Here, take this bread, and let us stay in the camper with you, shall we?" The male player jiggled the bag, his expression reminiscent of someone teasing a stray dog. Sheng, already nauseated by the thought of digging for worms, and now incensed by their taunts and the gun pointed at her, felt a surge of fury rise within her. "Very well, if you wish to play, then let us play." With a chilling glare, she retreated a step before charging toward them with remarkable speed. The armed player hastily fired his weapon, yet his reflexes paled in comparison to Sheng's, and he missed his mark twice. Sheng's velocity was such that it stirred the air as she zipped past them, momentarily stunning them into silence. The bag of bread fell from the male player's hands. In the next instant, a searing pain shot through his wrist as the player who had previously mocked her found his arm incapacitated. Sheng had severed his hand cleanly with a swift strike of her shovel. The motion was so rapid that he scarcely comprehended what had transpired, and his hand, along with the bread, tumbled to the ground. The shrill cries startled the birds in the forest. Sheng dashed a few meters away from the male player before turning around, brandishing a shovel as she charged towards another individual. "Damn it, seeking death." The male player, armed with a gun, appeared visibly flustered. He grasped his weapon tightly, hastily aiming and firing. However, the girl before him was quite uncanny, despite her sickly attire. Her speed was astonishing. Although he felt certain that his bullets struck their mark, she remained unscathed, suggesting she possessed defensive items. After another missed shot, the man cursed under his breath, quickly retreating to create distance between himself and Yu Sheng. He still had some wits about him, scanning his surroundings. He immediately took cover behind a trailer. The trailer provided a refuge nearby Yu Sheng, and, not having reached the threshold of invisibility, he successfully concealed himself. Yet, Yu Sheng, having locked on her target, was not one to easily concede. She swiftly circled around the other side of the trailer, her footsteps fading, but the man's figure remained elusive. Yu Sheng even bent down to peer beneath the trailer, but found nothing. He had abandoned his companion to hide in the refuge. Yu Sheng's face darkened, feeling a sense of frustration akin to striking a fist against cotton. Fortunately, one opponent had not fled. Gripping her shovel, she returned to her previous position. The injured male player was attempting to escape, his survival instinct remarkably tenacious, despite having lost a hand. He was biting down on a piece of cloth to bind his wounded wrist while he ran. Yu Sheng halted her pursuit, retrieving her gun from her backpack and shooting him in the head from behind. The male player collapsed, and within moments his body began to dissipate, leaving behind a trove of supplies and items. Yu Sheng approached to rummage through the remains, unearthing a collection of debris, alongside 10 fragments of a card duplication box, 5 fragments of a refinement furnace, 2 fragments of an autopilot device, 250 upgrade cards for the refuge, 1 flashlight, 1 chainsaw, 12 bottles of water, and 3 bags of small bread. The remaining debris and already opened food were discarded without a second thought. Returning to the location where the other player had concealed himself, Yu Sheng let out a cold laugh. He had the patience to remain hidden for so long, truly believing that his concealment would ensure his safety. Her trailer refuge had been camouflaged. From a distance, it appeared to be an ordinary, worn-out vehicle, while in truth, it was much larger. She maneuvered the refuge to press down upon the ground where the male player had vanished. Let him hide as he wished, as long as he lacked an autopilot device. He would not be able to exit before she moved the vehicle. If he did possess an autopilot, that would be a different matter altogether. He had best pray he would not encounter Yu Sheng again. Chapter 119. The downpour. Yu Sheng had collected a small basket of earthworms and soil. Upon returning to her glass house, she caught a slender worm and tossed it in front of the 3 quail chicks, which had already hatched. They were so small that the mere presence of the thin worm made it seem even larger. The curious little quails approached and pecked at it, causing the worm to writhe, which frightened them into tumbling back behind their eggs. Yu Sheng turned away, exasperated, letting out a heavy sigh. What to do if these young ones did not know how to feed themselves? She would have to feed them. Yu Sheng suppressed her nausea and meticulously chopped the earthworms into small pieces, tossing them into the cap of a bottle that had previously contained rice paste. This was truly revolting, enough to make one feel quite ill, watching the quails consume the food from the cap. She found herself torn between the relief of their eating and the dread of having to cut more worms. Ultimately, she resolved that since she had taken on the responsibility of caring for them, she must see it through to the end. Yu Sheng selected the thinner earthworms, placing them in a mineral water bottle to reserve for the quails' next meal. Concerned that directly feeding the larger worms to the quails might cause choking, she instead buried them in the nutrient-rich soil of the planting area, which would also aerate the soil for the potted plants. Next, Yu Sheng checked on the climbing tiger plant at the greenhouse door, watering it and giving it a handful of crystals. Seeing that it was thriving, she felt reassured enough to head downstairs to rest. After setting her alarm, she managed to sleep for a few hours, only to awaken to the sound of rain falling in the forest, having evidently begun at some point unbeknownst to her. The downpour was quite substantial. Through the window of her shelter, she could hear the rain mingling with the wind's howl. Given the late hour and poor visibility, all she could see was the large droplets hammering against the glass, bursting into splashes. Yu Sheng cautiously opened a narrow gap in the window, and immediately, a cacophony of rainwater mixed with a piercing noise, as if the very fabric of space and time were being torn apart, rushed in through the crack. The howling wind had, for the first time, taken on a tangible form in her perception. Regrettably, the inclement weather forced her to postpone her plans to venture outside. The hidden male players were likely still trapped in place. Without the automatic navigation feature, the shelter merely rendered itself temporarily invisible, and upon activation, they would still appear right where they were. Yu Sheng had compressed her shelter here, preventing them from revealing themselves. Observing their initial envy towards her shelter, It seemed that her refuge lacked the automatic driving functionality. As the clock struck midnight, Sheng glanced outside at the weather and decided to wait for the rain to lessen before retrieving the treasure chests. During this interval, she granted herself a rare respite, lying on her small bed while scrolling through the light screen. The items currently in high demand in the trading zone were primarily props. This round of the game was set in a tropical rainforest. Although the game chests did not yield food, players could still fend for themselves by hunting or foraging for edible plants. After a cursory glance at the comments on her posts and the trade messages from unfamiliar players in her private messages, she found their offered items uninteresting and chose not to respond at all. The weapons, advanced combat suits, and nutritional solutions in her possession were highly sought after. Rather than sell them cheaply, it would be more prudent to retain them for team rewards, thus earning contribution points every 10 days. She then checked the group chat messages, discovering that Lu Qingguang had upgraded the group chat at some point, now accommodating up to 1,000 members, with the current count surpassing 700. Sheng had previously found the 500-member chat excessively noisy, prompting her to set it to Do Not Disturb. Now, upon entering, she was bombarded with an even greater volume of trivial messages. Did this fellow do nothing all day but gather underlings? The chat was filled with discussions of what to have for dinner and perplexing statements from her circle of friends that she could hardly decipher. As if anticipating that the newly inducted team members might be unaware, Sheng noticed that Fan's close friend, Xiao Binggan, along with Nami, who enjoys hot pot, would deliberately bring up discussions about Fan and Lu Qingguang in the group chat, with both of them exchanging compliments about Fan. For instance, at that moment, Xiao Binggan tagged Fan in the chat. What delicious meal did our captain's wife prepare for the captain today? Subsequently, Fan shared a picture of her culinary creation, accompanied by a blushing emoji. To anyone observing, she appeared to be the epitome of a love-struck young girl. Yet the male lead of the gossip, who had clearly seen the group messages, remained utterly silent on the matter. Sheng had previously overheard Qiyu mention that Fan had taken refuge in Lu Qingguang's villa, and given the fervor with which they were generating topics, it seemed they aspired to solidify the title of captain's wife within the team. After all, in the realm of gaming, there was no civil registry. And with Lu Qingguang's prowess and decent looks, many young female players in the team were covertly observing his every move. Both Su Moli and Sheng found such behavior uninteresting. Qiyu had only mentioned it once, and upon noticing their indifferent reactions, she refrained from bringing up such gossip again. In the past, Sheng had entertained some interest in shipping couples, but after enduring several life-and-death battles, she had become utterly indifferent to matters of love and romance. After all, what could be more critical than survival? Rather than concern herself with such trivialities, she would prefer to dedicate her time and energy to training and treasure hunting. Turning her gaze toward the window, she noted that the rain showed no signs of abating. It had been falling for nearly an hour. Sitting there wide awake, an underlying sense of anxiety nagged at her, as if fearing that the treasures might sprout legs and flee. She could not afford to wait any longer. Rising to her feet, Sheng resolved that as long as there was no thunder, come wind or rain, she was determined to collect those treasures this very night. She promptly donned her combat attire and boots, slipped the endless armor beneath her raincoat, affixed her temperature-regulating badge, and loaded her pockets with weapons and spare magazines, taking along a shovel and night vision goggles. With the endless armor on, she decided against wearing the thermal imaging helmet, for visibility would already be poor at night, and with the rain, it would be akin to navigating blindfolded. Although she knew that her outfit would inevitably be drenched after a night outdoors, she reasoned that with the temperature-regulating gear, it would be like enjoying an extended soak in warm water. As long as she didn't fall ill, it would be of little consequence. Naturally, Sheng did not forget the male player trapped beneath the refuge. After moving the shelter a distance away, she wielded the chainsaw she had just acquired, severing several thick trees nearby. The fallen trees effectively shielded the area where she had parked earlier, but Sheng deemed it insufficient and sought out several large stones to place atop the fallen trunks for added security. She was uncertain if this tactic would prove effective, as no players had tested how to counteract an opponent who vanished while using the refuge to become invisible. Having completed her preparations, Sheng felt no fatigue. With her recent upgrades and enhanced stats, she merely felt invigorated by the flurry of activity. After retreating to the RV for shelter, Sheng retrieved her mountain bike and, aided by night vision goggles, began to aimlessly search the forest for various treasure chests. Chapter 120. The slug infestation. The weather was truly peculiar. Rain fell relentlessly throughout the night, initially accompanied by wind that rustled the treetops above, bending some smaller trees low. As the wind subsided, the rain, once swept about violently, began to descend straight from the heavens. Battling the torrential downpour, Yusheng found her journey arduous. She had barely dismounted before becoming thoroughly drenched. Riding her bike felt akin to being a small vessel adrift on a vast ocean, with her body serving as the sail. As fatigue set in after pedaling for some time, she tightened her sleeves and waist of her raincoat with a rope, reducing her body's resistance against the wind. However, the advantages of traversing against such fierce weather were evident. Amid these extreme conditions, nearly all players remained holed up in shelters, as did the wildlife. Originally, Yusheng had planned to cease her endeavors after 4 hours. Yet, having grown accustomed to the discomfort of her soaked attire, she discovered that gathering treasure chests felt like traversing an uninhabited realm. Bolstered by her formidable physical resilience, she continued to ride throughout the night. Her pace was slow, as the rain weighed down the tall, slender weeds, and the wind revealed the previously obscured blind spots of foliage. All Yusheng needed to do was navigate the terrain, selecting a sturdy path, and use her shovel to poke at the plants that had not completely collapsed, testing for hidden treasure chests beneath. The sensation of bounty was exhilarating, akin to wielding a treasure radar. After 6 hours, while her stamina held, her stomach could no longer endure. Upon returning to the RV, the first thing Yusheng did after removing her goggles was to inspect her backpack spoils. She had discovered 13 green element chests, 18 silver chests, 22 copper chests, 6 wooden chests, and still not a single paper box. Nevertheless, she felt content with her haul. She loosened a rope binding her raincoat, noticing some fallen leaves clinging to it. As she shook it off, a dozen leaves tumbled to the ground, creating a crisp sound upon landing. Yet, this noise did not resemble that of mere plant leaves. Sensing something amiss, she crouched down to investigate. The objects on the ground were elongated and oval-shaped, about the size of a chicken egg, but longer, some displaying a black-gray hue, while others were dark brown, writhing slowly after landing. Were these leeches? No, that seemed incorrect. The dark brown ones were leeches, while the black-gray ones were a different species, complete with a pair of antennae on their heads. Yusheng harbored a strong aversion to such slippery, slimy creatures. Immediately, she used her raincoat to sweep them up, encasing all the worms before tossing them into the incinerator against the wall. Thankfully, she was merely wearing an ordinary raincoat today, not an anti-corrosive one, so discarding it did not cause her much distress. The damp strands of hair dripped with water as Yusheng, clad in her endless armor, which protected her from harm but not from moisture, hurried toward the bathroom. She turned on the shower, washing away the grime from her armor and combat attire, while hanging her discarded clothes on a hook on the wall. As she rinsed her garments, a leech fell to the ground, writhing into a coil upon contact with the warm water. This sight made Yusheng frown. She prodded the leech into the toilet with a hanger and flushed it away. Out of sight, out of mind, she thought. Yet the hanger felt sullied after touching the leech. She quickly examined her body, searching for any remnants of the leech's presence. Remarkably, thanks to the endless armor, no wounds marred her skin despite the multitude of blood-sucking creatures that had fallen off her. Truly, the endless armor was a remarkable invention. However, using it against leeches felt like a dreadful waste. Yusheng resolved to crush some pest-repelling leaves and apply them to her skin for her next outing, hoping to prolong the armor's effectiveness. After showering and drying her hair, Yusheng returned to her small bed and retrieved 2 vials of nutrient solution. As her body relaxed, fatigue began to envelop her. She felt utterly drained and lacked the energy to prepare a meal. Notifications from group chats and private messages blinked with red dots, but she had been too pressed for time upon returning to her camper to check them. Now, she finally carved out a moment to look. She opened Chiyu's chat window first. Springfield flowers. Sheng, could you spare some of those pest-repelling leaves? We're overrun with slugs here. Springfield flowers. Sheng, are you there? There is something wrong with those slugs. Their slime seems corrosive. The messages were time-stamped from an hour ago, prompting Yusheng to hastily send the pest-repelling leaves stored in her backpack. Swift 63. Please confirm receipt. What is the situation now? Springfield flowers. It's manageable. We just exited the safe house to combat the slugs. There are far too many, and it feels like we'll never finish. They're crawling all over the safe house, and their slime is corroding everything in their path. Upon hearing that they were not in immediate danger, Sheng felt a measure of relief. Qiyu sent an image, and upon enlarging it, Sheng was confronted with a multitude of dark gray slugs clinging to various spots outside the treehouse. Many areas, particularly the wooden parts, had been corroded by their slime, leaving behind elongated pits after being washed by the rain. These creatures bore an uncanny resemblance to the ones that had fallen from Sheng's raincoat the previous night, though the slugs she had encountered in reality were much smaller. She had never closely observed a slug's appearance, which led her to mistakenly identify them as leeches earlier. Reflecting on it now, she recalled noticing several tiny holes in her raincoat when she took it off, initially attributing them to branches scraping against it during her ride. In hindsight, they were likely the result of the corrosive slime from these mutated slugs. She was grateful for the protection of the endless armor. Otherwise, those holes might have marred her own skin instead of a raincoat. As Qiyu continued to describe the current state of the camp, Sheng listened attentively. Chun Tian Hua Hua. Jasmine and I are faring well. We recognize the situation in time. With our advanced combat suits, which possess inherent defensive capabilities, the slugs cannot harm us for the moment, though their numbers are overwhelming. Jisoo 63. Have you tried storing the evasive shelter in card form within your backpack? Chun Tian Hua Hua. I have attempted that, but the slugs would be collected along with it. We must eliminate the pests first. Are you coming back? This tone subtly conveys a request for assistance. However, Qiyu feels a bit embarrassed to repeatedly seek help from Sheng, considering that aside from the two of them in the camp, there's also Mei Ling, who is a structural evasive shelter. Without hesitation, Sheng promptly replies that she will prepare to return immediately. In their private chat, Mei Ling and Qi Fenshu also express concern for Sheng, with Qi Fenshu mentioning he is currently with Xiao Lu and sending her regards. Feeling warmed by their messages, Sheng replies to each before heading to the third-floor glass room to harvest fresh pest-repelling leaves, urging them to utilize it wisely and protect themselves and the evasive shelter. After checking her private messages, Sheng opens the group chat and sees Lu Chengguang tagging her. Reboot 001. The team camp is currently overrun by slugs. You need to hurry and provide support. Jisoo 63. The slug, scientifically known as the Limax, prompts Sheng to respond without a moment's thought in the group chat. Jisoo 63. I'm also dealing with a pestilence here, so I won't be able to assist. Chapter 121. Public defamation. Sheng uses a teleportation card to instantly arrive at the utopian camp. The hills are teeming with slugs, continuing their relentless ascent upon the camp as structures. The previously invisible evasive shelter is now partially revealed under the slug's invasion. The emergence of these mutated pests seems specifically designed to target evasive shelters. They possess low combat power but can unveil hidden shelters and invariably appear in swarms. Players are truly at a loss. They can only use empty treasure chests to collect the slugs one by one, subsequently boiling water to scald them, and then burying the deceased slugs in a pit. Upon arrival, Sheng observes all players braving the downpour, using branches to catch slugs. Some have fashioned makeshift ladders to reach higher areas, while others crouch down to capture those on the ground, leaving onlookers to wonder if they are searching for treasures. Qiyu and Sumo Li are also encircling the treehouse, working together to catch slugs. Inside, hot water is boiling, and they have cleared a patch at the entrance of the treehouse. Upon seeing Sheng, Qiyu's furrowed brow, capable of squashing a fly, slightly relaxes as she shouts through the curtain of rain. Sheng, come help us. Hearing the call, Sumo Li emerges carrying a pot of boiling water. There is no need for such trouble. Just catch the slugs and toss them into the incinerator. Noticing they're also using boiling water, Sheng hastily interjects. At this moment, she prioritizes setting up the RV evasive shelter, waiting for them to take turns handing her the empty treasure chests filled with slugs. Using a clothes hanger, she deftly transfers the slimy insects into the incinerator, igniting it to reduce them to ashes. Their efficiency was remarkable. After completing the cleaning of the double-decker treehouse, Qiyu hurried over to assist Sister Myling. Upon witnessing this, some others also approached Sheng, and with her consent, they emulated her by collecting the slugs they had caught and handing them over to her for disposal in the incinerator. After a morning of relentless cleanup, the slugs in the camp were finally diminished. They placed the leaves of the insect-repelling herb atop the treehouse and at the entrance, allowing the rain to wash over them, releasing a fragrant aroma that permeated the air. The remaining slugs altered their course, no longer launching attacks on the treehouse. Upon discovering the remarkable efficacy of the insect-repelling herb, Lin Pianpian exchanged the remaining leaves for a deer with Yusheng, intending to create a perimeter around the camp to prevent slugs or other mutated insects from re-emerging. This insect-repelling herb is truly wondrous. Is there any left? I could trade you some bamboo shoots, said Xiao Xiao, the neighbor from across the way, approaching with 5 or 6 fresh bamboo shoots and placing them before Yusheng without hesitation. Unfortunately, Yusheng had already depleted her supply of the herb. She gazed at the bamboo shoots for a moment before shaking her head with a sigh. I'm out. All of it has been used for the camp, and it will take time for new leaves to grow. If you're in a hurry, you might try looking for some in the forest near a water source. Understanding Yusheng's interest in the bamboo shoots, Xiao Xiao insisted, then these shoots are yours. She rummaged through her backpack and began to fill Yusheng's arms with wild mushrooms, berries, rabbit meat, and other items. To ensure Yusheng accepted, she repeatedly encouraged, take them, take them. Without your incinerator, we would still be dealing with this for quite some time. Yusheng was caught off guard as her arms filled with supplies. The lively atmosphere attracted other players who, inspired by Xiao Xiao, also approached Yusheng to offer their goods. Anything she could not hold was set down on the nearby ground. Handmade pancakes, pickled vegetables, and hand-woven grass carpets. It was Yusheng's first experience receiving gifts, and she felt a sense of embarrassment. Unable to decline any longer, she accepted each item graciously. In the afternoon, with nothing pressing to attend to and the rain continuing unabated, Yusheng and Qiyu decided to set up a free clinic in the small wooden house. The slugs were corrosive, and many players had suffered burns from their slimy secretions while capturing them. Yusheng did not possess any special remedies for such wounds, so after consulting with Qiyu, they opted to disinfect the injuries. For minor cases, they advised the players to keep the wounds dry and allow them to heal naturally, while more severe cases warranted the application of a juice from the thousand-year orchid or the oral administration of an antidote pill, depending on the situation. The incessant rain pooled in the lower areas of the camp, forming small puddles. Despite the dreary weather, players continued to seek out the Utopia camp to apply for membership. The vetting of new applicants fell to Lin Pianpian, the camp's founder. Initially, Yusheng paid little attention to this process until Lin Pianpian later brought a newcomer to the treehouse, intending for Yusheng to examine his injuries. As Yusheng beheld the burly man before her, sporting a scruffy beard and blue pants rolled up to his calves, a smile of naive simplicity on his face, her lips curled into a cold smile. She had yet to seek him out, yet unexpectedly, he had come knocking at her door. The male player initially failed to recognize Yusheng, as she had changed into a different outfit upon her return. And with the night casting shadows, he could not discern her features as she stepped out of the treehouse, backlit by the dim light. When he attempted to feign the demeanor of an innocuous and honest individual, only to receive no response, he finally raised his head to scrutinize her expression, at which point he recognized Yusheng, and his smile froze upon his face. Lin Pianpian, keenly perceptive, sensed the unease and queried, "Do you two know each other?" It seemed that the hiding place was indeed formidable. The logs and boulders she had exerted herself to pin down were of no use, for otherwise he would not have arrived at the camp so swiftly. Yusheng remained silent, her countenance icy as her gaze towards the male player grew increasingly frigid. At that moment, she contemplated whether to summon Qiyu to emerge with a weapon swiftly or to retrieve a weapon from her backpack herself. The male player reacted swiftly, retreating a step to a safe distance while clutching his chest, feigning a heartbroken expression, and began to vociferously berate Yusheng. "You heartless wretch! It was not enough that you harmed my wife. Now you seek to lay hands on me as well." "What?" Lin Pianpian was taken aback by his reaction, her gaze darting between him and Yusheng, clearly uncertain whether to believe him. Yusheng instinctively retorted, "I did not seek you out for retribution. How dare you slander me?" Fearing his lies would be exposed, the male player forcefully interrupted Yusheng, his voice breaking as he pounded his chest in a faux display of grief. "It was her. Yesterday, my wife and I were in the woods collecting treasure when this woman suddenly leapt out from behind and, without a word, killed my wife, seizing her weapon and treasure, and even attempted to hunt me down. I barely escaped her clutches and hid in the hiding place. She couldn't kill me, but she aimed to set traps to harm me. In such a large camp with so many people, How can you allow a murderous madwoman to reside among you? His voice rose significantly, drawing the attention of nearby players who, despite the rain, emerged to witness the commotion. Countless eyes scrutinized Yu Sheng, and at that moment, some began to believe the tearful male player, murmurs of doubt wafting into Yu Sheng's ears. Could she really commit such heinous acts? She doesn't seem like the type. Surely, that man must be the villain. One cannot judge the heart by the face. Who knows? Yu Sheng was acutely aware that defending herself at this juncture would be futile. The innocent need no defense. Growing weary of the argument, she retrieved a handgun from her backpack and raised her chin toward the male player. Do you wish to settle this here, or shall we step outside for a private resolution? Dressed in her relentless armor save for sleep, she faced the male player, unafraid of his weapon. However, he too was cognizant of her defensive gear. Agreeing to resolve the matter through violence will be tantamount to seeking his own demise, and he would never acquiesce to such a fate. Thus, he chose to abandon pretense and began to shout amidst the pouring rain. You all see it. She, believing herself stronger than I, killed my wife, and now she seeks to slay me in front of you all. If I fall here today, know that next time, when you possess treasures she covets, you may well be the next victim. I call upon you all. The camp cannot harbor a demon such as her. A freak. Drive her out. Drive her out. The male player raised his fist and chanted, his voice hoarse, veins bulging on his forehead and neck. Chiyu could no longer contain herself. She stepped forward to defend Yu Sheng. Sheng is not that kind of person. Have you forgotten? If it weren't for her stepping up to make the furnace available for everyone today, could you have so swiftly driven away the slime? Moreover, she has been treating injured players today. Would you rather trust a stranger or the one we have been with for several days? Su Mo Li also stood beside Yu Sheng, her gaze coldly sweeping over the crowd. The murmurs around gradually grew louder, with some believing in Yu Sheng and others supporting the male player. Finally, a neutral party suggested, why don't both sides leave the camp? Indeed, we just want to live a normal life. We do not wish to be embroiled in your grievances, someone echoed. The male player, exasperated, retorted, how can that be? There are 3 of them, and I am alone. If I go out, won't they immediately kill me? They should be the ones to leave. I am the one at a disadvantage. Enough. Lin Pian called for silence, ultimately making a decision. Both sides must leave the camp. We cannot judge who is right or wrong. You must resolve your issues outside. Utopia forbids violent conflict. Since your grievances cannot be reconciled, you must all depart. With that proclamation, many players expressed their support. Lin Pian approached Yu Sheng with an apologetic expression. I am sorry, 63. I want to believe in you. But the camp has just begun to stabilize. If we do not handle this properly, it will be difficult to manage similar situations fairly in the future. Please resolve your conflict and return. Some players who supported Yu Sheng intended to voice their thoughts, but upon witnessing the situation, they too agreed that it was more appropriate for them to leave the camp to settle their personal disputes. Xiao even gave her a thumbs up from a distance. Clearly, they did not heed only the male player's one-sided account and believed that Yu Sheng's strength would not be inferior to his. As the onlookers gradually departed, the turmoil subsided, seeing that the matter was settled and no one was willing to continue supporting him in driving Yu Sheng away. The male player seized the opportunity while Lin Pian approached and swiftly turned to flee. Yu Sheng coldly watched his retreating figure until it vanished from sight, then shifted her gaze to Lin Pian's face. Fine, I want to put you in a difficult position. With that, she did not return to the treehouse, but headed directly towards the camp's exit. Behind her came Qi Yu's voice. Sheng, we're going with you. Let's tidy up. See you at the camp entrance. Yu Sheng waved her hand without looking back, and after turning the corner and no longer seeing their figures, she quickened her pace. The gate of the camp remained open. The male player had just exited and had not ventured far. Yu Sheng summoned her physical prowess and sprinted forward, accelerating with astonishing speed. Not long after she left the massive tree at the checkpoint, she spotted the male player's figure. He was desperately racing deeper into the dense forest, seemingly attempting to shake off the eyes that followed him. The distance between the two individuals was rapidly diminishing. Yu Sheng fixated on his back, acutely aware that her auditory senses and cognitive reaction abilities were transcending the limits of the ordinary. Even through the torrential rain, she could discern the sounds of the male player's hurried footsteps and witness him fervently parting the underbrush. Being so close to the camp, Yu Sheng wished to avoid unnecessary disturbances gripping her weapon tightly as she maintained her pursuit of the male player's figure. Should he attempt to employ the same tactic of retreating into a hiding place, she would not hesitate to launch an immediate attack. They both plunged into a vast expanse of reeds, with the male player's face flushed with anxiety, beads of sweat mingling with the downpour cascading down his skin. He was acutely aware that Sheng would surely follow. The rain muddled his hearing and vision, leaving him oblivious to the fact that she was silently observing him from less than 3 meters behind. His mind was preoccupied solely with traversing the thicket. As soon as he emerged into an open area, he could deploy his hiding place. If only he could successfully enter the hiding place for a few days. Even with an empty stomach, it would suffice, just like last time, until that deranged woman departed, and he would be saved. At that moment, he was panting heavily, his hands scratched by numerous fine wounds as he pushed through the foliage, feeling both exhausted and in pain. Regret washed over him. He lamented his envy of that camper with his companion and his provocation of the female player. He was engulfed in panic and dread, having once believed he would languish in prison for eternity. Now, having finally entered the game world and glimpsed freedom, he was not ready to die. Run. He had to escape this thicket. Only by running could he find salvation. In the downpour, the ground beneath the reeds had transformed into a quagmire, and after much effort, the male player managed to navigate through, finally breaking free from the cursed reeds. He had successfully evaded his pursuer. Unable to contain himself, he erupted into laughter. But as he pulled his other foot from the muck, he lost his balance and fell to the ground, just as he contemplated deploying his hiding place. He lifted his head in search of the optimal location, only to find his pupils constricting in horror. The last sight that registered in his mind was a shovel slicing through the air towards him. Sheng stood in the rain, wielding the shovel as the downpour washed over her, cleansing the implement of the crimson liquid that had stained it. In a short while, all that remained on the ground before her were a collection of items. She retrieved the hiding place card, along with various upgrade cards and weapons. After walking a short distance to an open area, Sheng deployed the camper's hiding place, shed her drenched clothing, and indulged in a hot shower. As she nestled into the soft embrace of her bed, she gently massaged her temples to alleviate the throbbing pain. Ever since she had concentrated on capturing her target, an unusual sensation had enveloped her mind, akin to the onset of severe cold, or perhaps the strain of overexertion. After lying down for a while, and once the headache subsided, she opened her personal information interface to uncover the cause. To her astonishment, she discovered that her mental strength had increased by 10 points without the aid of any potions, and a new attribute had been added to her profile. Player, Sheng level, 5 gender, female age, 25 health points, 405 mental strength, 210 strength, 370 agility, 370 stamina, 260 flexibility, 260 life points, 200 energy points, 200 specialties, long distance running, medicine, shooting, mental control title, divine healer. In a moment of reflection, Sheng surmised that she had inadvertently grasped the technique of mental control while intently pursuing a male player. At that instant, she distinctly sensed that the torrential sound of rain and her visual disturbances seemed to dissipate. It was a sensation difficult to articulate. Even now, she struggled to recreate that moment, which only exacerbated her headache. With no alternative, she resorted to lying on her bed with her eyes closed, attempting to clear her mind until the throbbing diminished. Upon rising, she sought information regarding mental strength on the interface, yet found nothing of value. Consequently, she opted to exchange information with the renowned Cosmic Chow using 3 unopened silver chests. Cosmic Chow. The control of mental strength appears to be the preliminary stage of the mental combat technique. At this juncture, players can adjust their mental acuity to perceive subtle changes in their surroundings. Upon advancing to the mental combat phase, one can utilize mental strength to suppress and disrupt opponents during battle. As per our team's findings, the only player who has ascended to the mental combat stage is your captain, Reboot 001. Could be Lu Qingguang again? If it weren't for his protagonist's halo, one might deem him excessively fortunate. Sheng gazed incredulously at the dialogue, realizing that no one in the team had mentioned Lu Qingguang's mastery of mental combat, suggesting that this information was still unknown to the others. Lu Qingguang possessed too many hidden cards, and he concealed them remarkably well, always revealing something new. Cosmic Chow Chow further analyzed Yu Sheng's predicament, suggesting that her headache might stem from her recent breakthrough in mental control, which she had not yet mastered. Alternatively, it could be that her mental strength had not reached the threshold required for proficient use of this technique. If it were the latter, it was a manageable issue. Yu Sheng still had unopened treasure chests from the previous night in her backpack. Opening them all at once might yield several bottles of vitality elixir. Chapter 123. Stabilizing elixir that night. Due to her physical discomfort, Yu Sheng refrained from venturing out to collect treasure chests. The relentless rain continued to pour, with no indication of when it might cease. Occasionally, mutated insects crawled up the windows of her vehicle, but thanks to the protective shield installed on her mobile shelter, they posed no threat whatsoever. Yu Sheng also sent messages to Chi Yu and Su Moli, advising them to remain at the campsite for the night and to come find her at dawn. After all, Lin Pianpian had merely instructed the conflicting parties to depart, without mandating that the two of them leave as well. The terrain outside at night was already complex and treacherous, compounded by the rain. Chi Yu's small cart would quickly become a target for the swarming mutated insects if it ventured into the forest. After sitting for a while, Yu Sheng still felt a sense of pressure in her head. As the saying goes, a headache is not a disease, but when it strikes, it can be debilitating. Her swelling mental strength felt as if it were on the verge of bursting forth from her skull. She could no longer continue to put on a brave front. It dawned upon her that immediate rest was essential to alleviate her headache. After consuming a premium nutritional liquid and a high-grade stamina supplement, Yu Sheng extinguished the lights and tucked herself under the covers, neglecting to set an alarm. She slumbered for an impressive span of over 10 hours, and upon lifting the covers to sit up the following day, she deduced from the game's countdown that it must be nearing 11 o'clock in the morning. Ordinarily, at this hour, one would expect the outside world to be bathed in ample sunlight, if not drenched in bright daylight. However, upon drawing back the curtains, she was met with the sight of persistent heavy rain in the forest, the sky still shrouded in a dull gray, as if the downpour had no intention of ceasing. To make matters worse, the forest floor had accumulated a significant amount of water, with decaying leaves floating atop the surface, obscuring Yu Sheng's view of the precise water level. The wheels of the caravan were elevated at a height of 1.6 meters, and the chassis was slightly more than a meter high, meaning the water had yet to reach her. Yet, given how rapidly the forest had transformed into a wetland overnight, it was uncertain when the water might begin to seep through the crevices of the caravan. Quickly, she sprang into action, heading to the autopilot control to maneuver the caravan toward higher ground while simultaneously messaging Chi Yu to inquire about their circumstances. The parking spot from the previous night had been exceedingly remote, surrounded by trees and thickets, causing the caravan to meander through the forest like a headless fly, breaking and flattening countless saplings before being forced to halt amidst a grove of towering ancient trees. These trees, if not millennia old, had certainly survived for centuries. With trunks measuring 2 to 3 meters in circumference, their expansive canopies obscuring much of the sky. With no path left but to retreat, Yu Sheng found solace in the fact that the location of the trees marked the highest point in the area, with water just beginning to lap at the exposed roots, allowing her to pause and attend to matters for a while. Time was of the essence, and she had no opportunity to prepare a meal for herself. Thus, she resorted to the nutritional liquid for sustenance. Remembering the quails in the glass house must have been hungry for at least a day, she hastily ascended the stairs, leaping over several steps at once. Fortunately, the little ones were safe. The rice porridge on the floor had been devoured by the 3 of them, and the water container was empty. The quails flapped their fluffy wings, chirping at Yu Sheng as if to accuse her of her negligence in not providing their meal on time. The cooked rice had been finished, and Yu Sheng opened the light screen to check for messages. Chi Yu had yet to respond, leaving her uncertain of their activities. The group chat had reached a count of 99, but she could not afford to delve into it just yet. Instead, she tapped into her post in the trading area, seeking to acquire chicken feed. As expected, her post had gone unanswered for quite some time, with people struggling for food. Who besides Yu Sheng would be raising chickens or quails in the gaming world? In resignation, Yu Sheng exchanged 4 silver boxes and 2 copper boxes with a homebody warrior for a portion of millet suitable for human consumption. Upon learning that Yu Sheng intended to use it for feeding chickens, he not only sent over several dozen pounds of millet, but also generously included a kilogram of broken rice porridge. Grateful, She expressed her thanks and fashioned a feeding trough using a cut plastic strip from a mineral water bottle, securing it in the breeding area. Just as she poured in the millet, the quails eagerly rushed to peck at it, as though they had not eaten in days. Contemplating the amount of feed the quails would require daily, she recognized the impossibility of attending to their needs at all times. Thus, she programmed Jia to periodically replenish their food and water supply, as well as capture an image to send her as confirmation. Jia, a product of cutting-edge gaming technology, demonstrated remarkable efficiency in executing her commands, proving to be the perfect companion as both a pet feeder and a home surveillance device. She then rose to check on the incubating eggs. The chicks had yet to break free from their shells, but inspection revealed that the embryos inside were still alive. At that moment, private messages from Shi and Qiyu arrived simultaneously. Chun Tian Hua Hua. The camp has been flooded. The water has risen to over half the height of the jasmine treehouse's trunk. Mei Ling and my brother-in-law are with me, and we are crafting rafts from plastic bottles. Once we secure them beneath the cabin, we will row over to find you. Chun Tian Hua Hua. Many people fled overnight. Those who voted to oust you yesterday are now scurrying away themselves. Serves them right. What a relief. The utopian camp now housed at least 60 or 70 individuals, including Yu Sheng. Initially, everyone believed that the most significant threat of this round had passed, allowing them to endure the remaining duration of the game in peace. Little did they know that the locust plague would be followed by a torrential downpour. Yu Sheng pondered this, opening the chat with Shi. Taurus Shi. Sister 63, your refusal of the captain's orders in the group chat yesterday was quite impressive, but it has indeed angered both the captain and the vice captain. You must remain vigilant. If you require any supplies, discreetly inform me. What? Was Lu Qingwang upset? Had even Yoshida and Fan Fan taken offense? She had merely prioritized assisting Qiyu and Su Mo Li over responding to the team's call for support. She could not fathom why this would elicit such displeasure. After replying to Shi, Yu Sheng continued to ruminate on the matter, descending the stairs in a haze of confusion. She refrained from revisiting the group chat to see how others had reacted to her refusal, presuming it would not be flattering and that viewing it would only dampen her spirits. She had numerous tasks at hand. It would be best not to look at all. Her immediate priority was to open the remaining treasure chests in hopes of acquiring a vitality enhancement potion. Furthermore, while the water had yet to engulf the shelter, she needed to devise a means to create a flotation device. Changing into appropriate attire, Yu Sheng secured a laser gun at her waist and grabbed a shovel, then promptly opened all the remaining treasure chests in her backpack. From them, she obtained the following rewards. 1 tranquilizer potion can be used to alleviate the side effects experienced during the mental power ascension of players. 20 card duplication box fragments, 1 game initiation card for the team, 1 fishing rod blueprint, 200 game coins, 140 shelter upgrade cards, 30 plant cultivation chamber upgrade cards, 40 refining furnace upgrade cards, 50 backpack expansion cards, 3 vitality enhancement potions, 10 bottled water, 2 packaged breads, 1 braised pork, 1 spicy hot pot. The game initiation card allows for the initiation of game challenges, with the content randomly selected by the system. The initiating team will receive special accommodations, with substantial rewards for the victors. Note: this card is restricted to team leaders. Fishing rod blueprint. This blueprint can be utilized to forge a fishing rod, requiring materials such as metal and plastic. Although various items were obtained, none were the coveted treasure radar she desired. Naturally, the monsters also returned, but this time the creatures emerging from the treasure chests held little value, swiftly vanquished by her shovel. Chapter 124, The Shanty Raft. The braised meat and spicy hot pot extracted from the treasure chest still exuded a fragrant steam. Yu Sheng promptly cooked a pot of white rice to share with Qiyu and Su Malalai upon their arrival. Her gaze shifted to the 3 newly acquired items stored in her backpack. It dawned on her that the headache she experienced last night was a side effect of her mental power upgrade, and she had only just begun to awaken this newfound ability. The potion arrived at a fortuitous moment, serving as a reserve for her forthcoming mental power enhancement. Yu Sheng examined the description of another item, the team game initiation card, her expression turning sour. A mere item card, restricted solely for use by the team leader, had unjustly occupied a slot in her green elemental treasure chest. If the usage was limited, why distribute it indiscriminately to all players? Was it perhaps a subtle reminder for her to relinquish the card to Lu Qingwang? In the past, when the team was merely a small group, she might have contemplated handing over the card to Lu Qingguang without hesitation. Now, however, Yu Sheng hesitated, recalling the myriad changes in Lu Qingguang since the team expanded. He was of similar age to her university professor. Though she did not entirely trust him, she had once respected him as she did the other team members, viewing him as a mentor and friend. Otherwise, why would she have so naively surrendered all her blueprint fragments to him based solely on his word? After he gathered all the fragments and acquired the blueprint, he took away all the painstakingly obtained designs. Looking back, Yu Sheng recognized her naivety, akin to a student entering society with a blend of innocence and ignorance, essentially foolishly selling herself while counting someone else's money. And what of Lu Qingguang? He never revealed his true strength or hidden cards to the team, focusing instead on optimizing and managing the rare items and resources of the other members. Perhaps this was the cleverness that secured his position as captain, yet it was undeniable that in Lu Qingguang's eyes, they were far from equals, reflecting on the recent times when Lu Qingguang repeatedly lashed out at her without cause. Yu Sheng finally realized that she had placed too much importance on the bonds of this team. Thus, her contributions were seen as a matter of course by him. Determined, she resolved that once the opportunity arose, she would compel Lu Qingguang to fulfill his promise regarding the blueprints. Once in her possession, she would immediately apply to leave the team. After consuming the 3 bottles of physical enhancement liquid she had just acquired, Yu Sheng's mental power surged from 210 to 300. After a brief wait, aside from feeling mentally invigorated, the agitation caused by her anger had subsided, leaving no other significant changes. She speculated that the enhancement of mental fortitude likely entailed more than mere numerical changes. Perhaps it required a catalyst, the specifics of which she could not discern at present. Seizing the opportunity while her body felt rejuvenated, Yu Sheng ascended to the 2nd floor to tidy the items adjacent to the refining furnace and decomposition station, casually discarding the recently acquired fishing rod blueprint and materials into the mix. Speaking of the fishing rod, its appearance was rather perplexing, with the torrential rain flooding the forest. One would expect the game to provide resources and tools immediately beneficial to players, such as small boats. Instead, it had bestowed upon her a fishing rod blueprint. Yu Sheng, bemused, pondered the intentions of the game developers. Could they genuinely believe that with rising waters, players would resort to using fishing rods to procure food? Nevertheless, a fishing rod possessed some utility. Habitually, she would synthesize any blueprint she obtained and store the resulting item in her backpack. This instance was no exception. Now, the pressing matter at hand was to acquire a watercraft. With only 4 days remaining in the game, the relentless downpour continued, and the water levels kept escalating. The only item in her backpack that could prove useful was a small yellow duck float, necessitating early preparations. Lacking shipbuilding skills, she resorted to the same method as Chi Yu, binding empty plastic bottles and buckets together with hemp rope to fashion a raft. To bolster the stability of her plastic creation, she reached out to the tourist domestic warrior, procuring several rolls of cling film and plastic tape on credit. With the rudimentary form of the plastic raft completed, she retrieved the hot air balloons basket she had found during this round of the game, flipping it upside down so that the opening faced forward, threading the hemp rope through the gaps in the basket to secure it to the raft. After completing this task, Yu Sheng sat inside to test it. The size was just right. She then trimmed the deflated hot air balloon to cover the top and sides of the basket, preventing rainwater from seeping in, and crafted a simple curtain for the entrance. At this juncture, the basket, or more aptly termed a shelter, was ready. With the raft constructed, it was essential to test it in the water to identify any necessary adjustments. She stowed the raft in her backpack, donned a raincoat and rain boots, and then disembarked. The water level had already risen to over half the height of the wheels of the shelter vehicle, and the rapid ascent of the waters instilled a sense of peril within Yu Sheng. Hastily, she retrieved the danger-sensing crystal ball, cradling it in her palm for closer observation. Indeed, the typically transparent crystal ball responded. The small snowflake that had been quietly resting at the center began to spread towards the periphery, albeit slowly. Having utilized the crystal ball multiple times before, Yu Sheng understood this to be an ominous portent of imminent danger. She promptly relayed this information to Chi Yu and several other friends with whom she had forged amicable relations through private messages, including a few old teammates, frequently trading players, as well as Lin Piampian and Xiao Xiao, whom she had met at the camp. Yu Sheng held a favorable impression of Lin Pianpian. Even though she had issued an eviction notice to Yu Sheng, it was fair to say that, as the camp manager and an uninformed observer, her handling of the situation was not flawed. Despite her anger, which had been directed at the male player who had slandered her, she did not harbor resentment towards Lin Pianpian. Once the message was sent, Lin Pianpian promptly responded. Lin Pianpian, thank you for your reminder, 63. In the future, I will continue to establish camps and enhance the review and management of new members. You're always welcome to join Utopia again. Yu Sheng simply replied, all right. Whether she would remain at Lin Pianpian's camp would depend on the circumstances and her mood at that time. Chiyu also responded, mentioning that they had successfully launched their first plastic raft for testing, yet the weight-bearing test had failed. The raft could not support the weight of 4 individuals. They could only expedite their efforts to construct another rainproof plastic raft in the shortest time possible. After reminding them to prioritize safety, Yu Sheng hurriedly proceeded to test her own raft. As her feet touched the ground, the knee-deep water rushed into her rain boots, transforming them into 2 cumbersome buckets. With no time to change shoes, Yu Sheng first took out the plastic raft and placed it on the water. After pressing down on it and feeling its buoyancy, she climbed aboard, emptied the water from her boots in her backpack, and changed into her combat shoes. Yu Sheng attempted to walk on the raft, stomped her feet, and then sat inside the shelter for a minute. The initial attempt at constructing the raft proved quite successful. It neither disassembled nor leaked. However, they still lacked paddles or bamboo poles for rowing. Yu Sheng jumped off the raft, stowed it in the shelter in her backpack, and took out a chainsaw to begin logging in the forest. With time to spare, she welcomed both large and small trees alike. The smaller ones would serve as makeshift paddles, while the larger trees were cut into manageable pieces for easy storage in her backpack, sure to be useful in the future. Chapter 125. Ascending higher, Yu Sheng sat inside the shelter of the raft, lifting a corner to peer outside. The torrential rain transformed the tropical rainforest into a glass-like ecological tank being filled with water. The water level incessantly rose and had now reached her waist. She was still in a relatively elevated position. The Utopia camp, situated lower, was likely submerged to neck height by now. The shelter raft floated quietly on the water's surface, drifting near a thicket of reeds. Yu Sheng took out a children's binoculars to gaze into the distance. People were fleeing the camp, some constructing rudimentary rafts from empty plastic bottles, while others hollowed out dead wood to create canoes. Observing from afar, Yu Sheng remained concealed by the grass in front of her, and the roof of her shelter was camouflaged with a layer of weeds. At this moment, aside from Chiyu and her group, no one in the camp was aware of her hiding place. Through the binoculars, she spotted Meng Meng and Xiao Xiao, who were navigating a bamboo raft. Meng Meng thrust her bamboo pole into the ground and, with a powerful push, sent the raft drifting far away. What a beautifully crafted bamboo raft! Yu Sheng marveled sincerely. Though she felt envious, she reminded herself that her own shelter raft was not without merit. Refocusing her gaze, she continued to watch the camp's exit. At that moment, several individuals were stationed at a lookout high in the trees, several meters above the water level. They likely lacked the skills to build rafts or swim, passively accepting their fate. Yu Sheng shook her head and turned her eyes away, no longer observing them. Before long, the screen finally revealed Yu Sheng, who was eagerly awaited by Chi Yu and Su Mo Li as they struggled to maneuver their raft towards her using branches. Their plastic bottle raft was slightly larger than the one Yu Sheng had constructed, yet it bore the substantial weight of a small wooden cabin. Only the 2 of them were visible on the raft, with no sign of Mei Ling. As they drew closer, Chiyu spotted Yu Sheng and exerted herself even more to paddle towards her. Perhaps the branch was too brittle, or Chiyu's sudden burst of strength proved unbearable for it. With a sharp crack, the branch snapped in 2. Chiyu cupped her hands and shouted, "Sheng Sheng, catch me!" With no other option, Yu Sheng donned her raincoat and emerged from the makeshift shelter, first steering the raft to a nearby tree to secure it, then tossing a bundle of hemp rope towards Chiyu. Chiyu caught it, while Su Mo Li continued to prop the pole. Yu Sheng then pulled on the rope with all her might, gradually closing the distance between the 2 rafts until they were finally side by side. Where to now? What about Mei Ling? Both Chiyu and Yu Sheng inquired simultaneously. Mei Ling and her husband went to find the captain. Su Mo Li explained softly, pointing towards a lush grove that stood notably taller than the surrounding area. Shall we head there? There should be land to set up a shelter. The 3 fell silent for a moment, and perhaps out of tacit understanding, they refrained from mentioning their return to the team. Qi nodded. Let's go. I'm soaked to the bone. We need to find a place to settle down quickly. All right. Yu Sheng agreed, but before they set off, she took out a crystal ball to examine it. The other two were seeing this tool for the first time, and when Yu Sheng unexpectedly produced a glass orb adorned with snowflake-like decorations, Qi Yu was instantly moved. Is this a surprise for me? How did you know it was my birthday? She was about to reach out for it when Yu Sheng, with a slight, somewhat awkward smile, raised her hand to stop her. This is a tool used for sensing natural disasters. Qi Yu awkwardly retracted her hand. Oh. Yu Sheng smiled knowingly as she patted her shoulder. Don't worry. I have another gift planned for you. For reasons unknown, upon witnessing Yu Sheng's smile, Qi Yu was instantly reminded of the memories of sweating profusely on the treadmill under her command. A shiver ran down her spine as she stammered. Actually, it's not necessary. I've never been fond of celebrating my birthday. Returning to the matter at hand, Yu Sheng pointed at the rapidly swirling snowflakes within the crystal ball. I've used this crystal ball a few times, but today its reaction is the strongest. This indicates that a natural disaster is imminent, and we must evacuate to a safer location. The three immediately steeled themselves, their expressions turning serious. To facilitate their movement, Yu Sheng packed away the makeshift shelter into her backpack. After sharing a meal in the wooden cabin, they took turns rowing, two paddling while one rested, progressing the wooden cabin raft towards higher ground. From the initial heavy rain to the accumulating water, what would happen next? Would it be a thunderstorm, hail, or a landslide? As Yu Sheng paddled the boat, countless possibilities and countermeasures raced through her mind. The raft glided through the watery forest, where branches occasionally floated by, collected by Qi Yu, who intended to seize the opportunity to gather firewood for when her pumpkin carriage would be repaired and upgraded, to be used for warmth in the fireplace. Occasionally, some animals that had failed to escape would struggle on the surface, clinging to debris. Qi Yu sifted through them, using a long branch to pull the living, edible rabbits and moose closer, granting them a swift end before adding them to her backpack. Row to the left. There's a treasure chest. In the midst of her joyful hunting, Qi Yu spotted a silvery square bobbing on the water surface. Yu Sheng and Su Mo coordinated seamlessly to steer the raft closer. Watching Qi Yu gleefully rummaging through the treasure chest, an involuntary worry crept into Yu Sheng's heart. The water began to churn, not due to the players steering towards higher ground, but rather a force within the depths was stirring, and the water was becoming murky, seemingly heralding a greater natural storm. Su Mo bent down to push against the branch again. Initially gripping the middle, her hold had shifted higher, now requiring her to lean to reach the ground with the branch. With the wrong tool, rowing became laborious. She pulled the branch up, standing straight before Yu Sheng, her eyes mirroring her unease. Does it seem to you that the water level is rising? Yu Sheng affirmed. It has indeed risen, and the water has turned murkier. Casting her gaze toward their intended destination, she realized the distance to high ground was far too great, a stark contrast to the rising water's pace, compounded by the encroaching darkness. Qi Yu ceased her scavenging, joining Su Mo in looking to Yu Sheng, awaiting her decision. Yu Sheng turned her attention to another direction, the grove where she had previously sought refuge. A row of ancient trees stood, not the highest point in the game, but their stout trunks and lofty canopies were promising. This was her best thought, a place they could reach before nightfall, and the only nearby option that could provide sturdy support for the wooden raft. She pointed toward the giant trees, declaring, "Let us change course and head there." Chapter 126. Seeking refuge in the trees with their combined efforts. The three of them managed to steer the raft to the vicinity of the giant tree just as dusk began to settle. The exposed trunk loomed 5 or 6 meters above the water surface, its bare bark stained dark by the battering waves of the turbulent currents. Yet the tree stood firm, not even its leaves trembling. "This is it," Yu Sheng exclaimed as she took the bone-cutting knife from Su Mo, mentally apologizing to the great tree. She began to carve notches into the smooth trunk, creating footholds for her ascent. Climbing to the top, she found that the canopy shielded her from the rain, the droplets lightening as she signaled to the two below. Qi Yu and Su Mo stowed the raft and began their ascent, one after the other. "We can't remain exposed in the open like this. If lightning strikes, it would be disastrous," Qi Yu cautioned. Yu Sheng also contemplated this matter, her fingers gliding across the luminous screen while her mind raced with potential solutions. She possessed several hiding shelters, Yet they were too bulky and heavy to be positioned atop the trees. Furthermore, her invisible sleeping bag and Chi-Yu's camouflage tent, although lightweight, lacked waterproofing. Her fingers paused momentarily on the chainsaw nestled within her backpack, and she lifted her gaze to the towering tree before her. Look here. What if we saw through this section? Yu Sheng gestured along the trunk and continued. Could Emo Li's little cabin be placed up there? Su Emo Li approached, leaning against the interwoven branches, extending her hands to assess the trunk's outer curvature. She grasped a protruding branch and gave it a shake, nodding in affirmation. It's quite sturdy. While the trunk's cross-section alone may not suffice, the additional support from the main branches nearby will undoubtedly provide ample strength. The severed branches could be laid across the boughs to fill the gaps, thus broadening the horizontal support surface. Yu Sheng elaborated on her vision. The plan received unanimous approval from her companions. Chi-Yu interjected, "Wood is a natural insulator, but it must remain dry. I still have the fabric for a hot air balloon's envelope in my backpack. We could encase the cabin within the material, leaving one side open for entry and exit." As the concept grew increasingly detailed, they sprang into action. Yu Sheng was tasked with sawing through the canopy, handing the sturdy branches to Chi-Yu, who in turn passed them to Su Mo Li to widen and level the cut surface, facilitating the placement of the cabin. Once the chainsaw roared to life, wood shavings flew about Yu Sheng, who had wisely donned safety goggles beforehand. As the trunk was completely severed, the trio clung tightly to the sturdy tree. The fallen trunk, along with its leaves, crashed heavily into the water below, sending splashes soaring high, with vibrations even felt beneath their feet perched on the branches. Is it an earthquake? A mudslide? As the tremors intensified, they gasped in unison, and the next moment, a colossal wave surged towards them, causing the water level beneath to rise dramatically, sweeping away mud and smaller trees alike. The water, initially a distance of 8 or 9 meters from their feet, suddenly receded to roughly 3 meters in the wake of the wave's arrival. Yu Sheng could scarcely fathom the consequences had they stubbornly pursued higher ground. Would they and their rudimentary plastic raft have been overturned in that moment? As the vibrations subsided, they collectively gazed down at the murky water, lost in thought. It's not an earthquake. It's a flood, Chi-Yu murmured, her hand resting over her racing heart, feeling a sense of survival against the odds. The downpour continued unabated, but after calming their nerves, the three resumed their unfinished task, constructing a platform atop the tree like birds building a nest, placing the small cabin, now draped in waterproof fabric, right in the center. For added stability, they retrieved nails and a hammer to secure the branches and the cabin in place. When they first received the blueprint for the nails, Lu Qingguang had dismissed it as a trivial low-grade design, but now, those humble nails proved to be invaluable. With the cabin secured, Yu Sheng took the initiative to sit by the entrance, keeping watch, while her two exhausted companions changed into dry clothes and took a well-deserved rest. Through the lenses of her night vision goggles, Yu Sheng observed her fingertips turning pale from prolonged exposure to the water, her clothes clinging damply to her skin. Yet an unusual tranquility enveloped her mind. It seemed she had drawn a step closer to the ultimate goal of surviving until the game's conclusion. The flood persisted for a full 3 days, during which the water level surged by a meter at its peak before gradually receding, maintaining a distance of 3 meters from the wooden house perched in the trees. The three of them remained steadfast in the treehouse, conducting all their daily activities there, taking turns to rest and stand guard, which, in a way, allowed them a rare respite. Nevertheless, the past 3 days were not devoid of incidents. On the first day, Xiao Xiao and Meng Meng's bamboo raft fortuitously passed by the wooden house, prompting them to secure their raft and ascend a large tree. Utilizing the rain tarp they had constructed for their tent at the campsite, they fashioned a modest nest among the branches, thereby becoming neighbors to Yu Sheng and her companions. Aside from this, Yu Sheng seldom encountered other players nearby. Most were hastening toward the highest ground. From her friends on the light screen, she learned that only a handful of peaks remained above water, all of which had been claimed by various teams of players. Many small teams that had survived the flood, or solo players who lacked the fortune to find refuge like Yu Sheng and her friends, were left to drift on the surface, enduring repeated assaults from other players and battling crocodiles lurking in the depths. Those who faltered became prey. The Qingguang team was faring well, with Lu Qingguang garnering considerable attention. He had acquired a yacht and a spaceship in the previous round, and, foreseeing the impending danger, had his alien allies pilot the spaceship at a cautious altitude above the rainforest, sheltering most of the team members within. For those who could not be accommodated, he personally annihilated another team on a nearby peak, ensuring the remaining members were safely situated on solid ground. Naturally, this did not include Yu Sheng and her companions. It was not that they had been entirely forsaken by Lu Qingguang. Among the three, only Su Mo Li had received a private message from him, containing a brief 6-character note. "Where are you? I'll come and get you." However, Su Mo Li deliberately ignored the message. Had it not been for Chi Yu's proximity and chance to glimpse their exchange, one might have believed that the trio had been collectively isolated by their team. Restlessness pervaded their idle hours, and during bouts of boredom, they engaged in conversation, revisiting the topic of Yu Sheng's potential departure from the team. "But I still think it's better to stay with the team. It's nice to have the shade of a big tree." Chi Yu expressed her inner conflict, as she was accustomed to relying on the team and could hardly fathom what it would be like to be a lone wolf in a survival game. Yu Sheng, on the other hand, brimmed with confidence. Though she didn't voice it, she felt capable of thriving alone in the game world, having seized opportunities on multiple occasions. For instance, she was the first to discover the oasis and the divine altar, subsequently notifying Lu Qingguang. Once enduring through such arduous circumstances, she emerged resilient. Now, having harnessed her mental fortitude, there is no reason for her life to deteriorate further in solitary existence. Her sole concern is how to compel Lu Qingguang to fulfill his promise and replicate the designs he possesses for her. After a prolonged silence, Su Mo Li sighed softly, and upon Chi Yu's unsuccessful attempts to persuade Yu Sheng, she continued, "Yu Sheng, I must confess I feel quite guilty towards you." At this, both Yu Sheng and Chi Yu turned to regard her. Su Mo Li elaborated, "I fear my eagerness to distance myself from the captain may have inadvertently altered his attitude towards you, as if he has changed solely because you frequently assist me." "Surely not. The captain cannot be so petty," Chi Yu retorted, her initial shock giving way to uncertainty as she recalled something. "Do you remember that time we descended from the hot air balloon?" Su Mo Li sighed once more. As if steeling herself, she mustered the courage to speak. "When we came down from the pea tree, I refused the captain's help because he had proposed the idea of becoming game partners while we were still in the balloon." Yu Sheng and Chi Yu were left speechless. As if fearing their disbelief, Su Mo Li resolutely displayed her chat with Lu Qingguang. While suspended in the air, Lu Qingguang had messaged her, "Give me a chance to take care of you, will you?" That very night, upon landing, he had sent another message. "Without me, you will be in great danger in the game world. Feel free to test that theory." 10 days prior, he had messaged her again. "If you wish to return to my side, the positions of captain's lady and vice captain are still yours." The final message, which Chi Yu inadvertently glimpsed. "Read, where are you? I will come and pick you up." What a classic domineering CEO vibe. After perusing the chat logs, the three felt an awkward tension, their fingers digging into the wooden floor of the cabin. Chapter 127. Team Game Initiation Card. Congratulations, players. You have successfully navigated the aerial crisis of the game. After 480 hours of gameplay, the survival rate in this region stands at 5,002. A gentle reminder, the boundaries of your safe house have been updated. Please review them promptly. The game has concluded. At last, they have returned to the safety of their abode. Yu Sheng opened her eyes, lying on a narrow bed in the hospital room, surrounded by the familiar yet surreal tranquility of the environment. Just moments ago, she had been seated at the entrance of the cabin atop the tree, her body shielded by a raincoat against the downpour, wielding a weapon to fend off the giant crocodile, utterly focused and oblivious to the countdown marking the end of the game. In the blink of an eye, she found herself back on the small bed, devoid of danger. Allowing her to lower her guard and restore her peace of mind, Yu Sheng let out a sigh of relief. The enlarged screen remained, and she was eager to rise and check the updated boundaries of the safe house, as well as scavenge the refreshed supplies. Before her feet could touch the ground, the screen abruptly shifted, simultaneously unveiling a new message. A gaming challenge has been initiated by a team, necessitating an urgent, temporary game round before proceeding to the next. The team members are now locked in, and all players are prohibited from joining or leaving the team until the game concludes. Accompanied by a voice announcement, a long list of team names appears on the screen, each followed by the number of members in a gray lock status. Yu Sheng notices the name of the Qingguang team prominently displayed. The game will now be randomly selected. The screen displays a gift box icon with a 3-second countdown. Upon reaching 0, the box bursts open, revealing a line of text. The emotionless voice announces, "The randomly selected game is Road Escape Battle Royale. Each team must designate a participating player. Only one member possessing a vehicle form capable of evasion may represent the team in this game. Game Rule 1. The participating player will represent the team in this game, while other players remain in the safe house to observe. Rule 2. The participating player must complete a specified distance in the shortest time possible. The top 10 players will earn substantial rewards for their teams based on their rankings. Rule 3. The initiating team will start with a 100-kilometer advantage. Rule 4. Except for teams using a spectator card, all other teams must designate participating players. If a team fails to select a player before the countdown ends, the system will default to the team leader participating. Teams are now asked to designate their players. As the announcement concludes, the screen automatically transitions to the team ranking page, where each team name now includes the designated player. The countdown stands at only 100 seconds. The atmosphere in the Chunguang team resembles boiling water, with the group chat erupting in excitement. Reboot 6862. Who shall our team send? Gio. By the way, I still don't know which members possess a vehicle form. Violent Star. There are substantial rewards. Could they be akin to doubling health bars? Siberian Jumping Tiger. I'm curious about how generous the rewards truly are. Miss Deer. I have a bad feeling. Have you seen any films about the Battle Royale concept? The original idea is that only one person survives among a group. Qian, exactly. The game is called Battle Royale. Who dares to go? With thousands of teams. What if we fail to be among the top 10? What would be our fate? Her words momentarily silence the group chat, but new messages soon push it back up. Big Knife. Captain, who will you send? Reboot 45643. Is the captain so formidable that he will participate himself? Fan. No, the captain cannot go. He has not been well lately. Yu Sheng initially thought that based on Lu Qingguang's previous character, he might take the lead in such matters. But Fan's rebuttal suddenly filled her with an ominous premonition. The next moment, Lu Qingguang finally spoke in the group chat. Reboot 001, send 63. Is there anyone else in the team with the number 63? Yu Sheng was taken aback, an indescribable emotion surging within her. Thousands of players vie for a mere 10 slots, and without consulting her privately, Lu Qingguang has made a definitive decision. A wave of intense resistance surged through Yu Sheng's mind, prompting her to immediately type a reply. I do not agree. Just as she sent the message. Before she could even articulate her reasons, her chat input box displayed the words muted. A line of gray text boldly appeared in the group chat. The group administrator has muted Jisoo63. Yu Sheng's status as a group administrator had long been stripped by Lu Qingguang. He himself was the group leader, and now there were only 2 administrators left. Yoshida and Fan. The identity of the one who muted Yu Sheng was all too evident. Chun Tianhua. I also disagree. On what grounds can you mute Sheng? Such matters should adhere to the principle of voluntariness. Montakli, protest. San Fun Sheng Chi Fun Shui. Captain, please reconsider. It is inappropriate to arrange this for Sister 63, a girl. Xiao Shanju. We still have time. Why don't we launch a new call to action? Offer a more generous reward. Surely someone will be willing. And I swan na kwai shao bing gone. Easy for you to say, but there's only 20 seconds left on the countdown. Besides, if she doesn't go, who will? As an old team member, she has repeatedly evaded responsibility when needed, merely hiding away in her comfort zone. Nami it guo bao du, isatili, chun tian hua. Which recent instances are you referring to? Come on. If you're going to speak, say it clearly. Stop hiding behind ambiguity and irritating others. A verbal clash was on the verge of breaking out. At this critical juncture, both Chi Yu and Yu Sheng found themselves muted by the group administrators. Nisuan na kuai xiao bing gin. Oh, myungtit. Hee. As if to demonstrate fairness. After an I swan na kwai xiao bing gone continued to provoke, she too was promptly muted. Yoshida Zai. Arguing is prohibited in the team chat. Chun Tianhua. And I swan na kwai xiao bing gone. And Nami Ai Chi Guobao Yu. Each of your contributions to the team will be deducted by 100 points. Nami it guobao du. Vice Captain. What does this have to do with me? In the next moment, Nami Ai Chi Guobao Yu is also muted. Beyond the group chat, Yu Sheng's private chat was bustling with new message notifications. However, Yu Sheng was too preoccupied with the unfolding drama to attend to these minor distractions. Her body was rigidly perched on the edge of her small bed, her gaze fixed on the game countdown on the screen. Though she possessed a temperature-regulating item, at that moment, Yu Sheng felt as though she were submerged in icy water, chilled to the core. What constitutes unspoken workplace bullying? What defines a toxic team environment? What does it mean to extract the last vestige of value from a resource? Yu Sheng was finally experiencing it firsthand. Lu Qingguang had truly delivered a harsh lesson. 10-9-8-7-6-5-4-3-2-1, Chapter 128. The Highway Escape. Welcome, players, to the supplementary game, Highway Escape. All players are advised to adhere to traffic regulations and complete the tasks as swiftly as possible. A gentle reminder, the top 10 players' teams will receive generous rewards based on their rankings. Another reminder, the initiating team of the game will have priority starting from a distance of 100 kilometers. Additionally, there are a total of 12,000 participants, and the game will be broadcasted live to spectators in the safe house. Furthermore, the cloaking ability of the vehicles will be rendered ineffective in this round. The task is to drive a vehicle to reach a destination 50,000 kilometers away. Standing at the starting point of a straight highway over the sea, Yu Sheng finds herself with a wall behind her that completely blocks her retreat, while in front lies an endless expanse of road. On either side of the road is a black sea shrouded in gray mist, devoid of any vegetation, with the highway quietly spanning across this somber and eerie surface. As she activates the display screen, a real-time data tracking panel appears, showing the total number of participants at 12,000 in their rankings. The leading player, named Heart's Desire, is represented by an orange icon with a mileage of 100, indicating he is from the initiating team. Yu Sheng does not appear in the rankings. The upper right corner of the interface displays her own mileage as 0. A prompt automatically emerges. Please select a vehicle. Below it, her options of the RV and van appear. Yu Sheng opts for the RV, enters the autopilot cabin, and adjusts the speed to a maximum of 120 kilometers per hour, while she checks the information on the screen. At this moment, the information hall has transformed into a spectator zone reminiscent of Cyber Arena, with the group chat reflecting this atmosphere. Although Yu Sheng's mute has been lifted, she feels utterly speechless toward her team and refrains from contributing any further remarks in the chat. Were it not for the restriction preventing her exit, her first action would undoubtedly have been to leave the team. In the group chat, many are rallying to encourage Yu Sheng, though some critical voices express dissatisfaction about her lingering on the highway before getting in the vehicle, suggesting she has fallen behind the other players. Yu Sheng disregards these messages entirely, leaving the group chat to observe the chat hall. The floating panels for participants and spectators appear to display different content. Spectators can not only see rankings and mileage, but also click to view real-time monitoring footage of the participants. This feature is not available to participants, leaving her to infer the general situation from snippets of conversation in the chat hall. For instance, Heart's Desire is currently driving an off-road vehicle, successfully distancing himself from other players, while the second player is on a racing motorcycle. There are mentions of several players on electric scooters and tricycles. Clearly, they're merely to fill the numbers at the bottom. On Yu Sheng's end, the RV, equipped with a cloaking card, seems rather unremarkable among all competing vehicles, resulting in minimal attention from anyone except the Qingguang team. Considering the daunting task of covering 50,000 kilometers, Yu Sheng calculates that even at maximum speed, she would need to drive nonstop for 17 or 18 days to reach her destination. Moreover, each of the top contenders possesses their own distinct advantages. Her sole asset lies in her vehicle's ability to drive autonomously. Yet among a multitude of competitors, it is certain that there are numerous others equipped with similar automated driving capabilities. The mere thought of competing for a position in the top 10 left Yu Sheng feeling overwhelmed. A pessimistic notion crept into her mind. If the essence of this survival game is that players failing to secure a place in the top 10 would face total data erasure, akin to a traditional death, then her forced participation in this game, akin to being driven like a duck to slaughter by Lu Qingguang, was undeniably a death sentence. Lu Qingguang, how splendid you are as a captain. Yu Sheng clenched her teeth, striving to suppress the surging resentment within her. At that moment, her singular thought was to forever sever ties with Lu Qingguang. The mobile shelter cruised steadily along the center of the highway. Yu Sheng retrieved a crystal ball capable of sensing danger and placed it on the table. Then extracted an empty treasure chest and bedding from her backpack, constructing a makeshift bed within the cockpit. In the ensuing days, she would be solely responsible for driving, pouring all her energy into the arduous task of securing a place among the top 10. Once she regained her composure, Yu Sheng contemplated extensively. It was inevitable that she would encounter other players along the journey. Having been immersed in this game world for several months, her identity as a naive student had dissipated, replaced by the harsh understanding that players would push the boundaries of humanity to survive. Deception, betrayal, and mutual slaughter were likely outcomes in this ruthless environment. Furthermore, the resources at her disposal were currently focused on synthesizing nutritional fluids and stamina supplements in the refining furnace. To ensure her safety and to prevent other players from setting traps along her route, she would have to sacrifice sleep and regular meals. As for weaponry, she was equipped for both close and range combat, and should she encounter a particularly troublesome adversary, she would not hesitate to employ the nuclear weapon she had been reluctant to use from her backpack. Fortunately, she found solace in the fact that she possessed a defensive barrier, with the protective shield of her mobile shelter still boasting a defense value of 8,527 points. Having made all necessary preparations, she laid out the remaining nutritional fluids and stamina supplements from her backpack on the table, gearing up to seize the slim chance of survival that awaited her. Just after surpassing the 50-mile mark, a silver chest appeared by the roadside, taking Yu Sheng by surprise. She had originally believed this game was merely a test of resource consumption and item management, only to discover the presence of treasure chests as a source of supplies. To save time, she halted the vehicle, collected the chest, and hastily resumed her journey, placing the chest in her backpack to be opened later when a sufficient quantity had been amassed. The appearance of the chest heightened her focus on the road ahead during the remainder of her journey, glancing at the light screen only to quickly scan for any signs of emptiness in the upcoming stretches. Although the autonomous driving feature spared her from the monotony of manually controlling the steering wheel and pedals, the experience remained rather dull. She occasionally closed her eyes for a brief 2 minutes of rest or entertained herself by singing. Messages from her friends intermittently flashed across the light screen. Chun Tian Hua Hua. Hang in there, Sheng Sheng. You've risen to the 970th position. Emoli, I have discussed with Hua Hua. If you feel fatigued or weary, let us know. We shall take turns monitoring the live feed while you rest. Should any treasure chests or other players appear, we will promptly alert you. Taurus Homebody, I have prepared some invigorating beverages and spicy snacks for you. Upon your triumphant return, I promise you an extravagant snack package. Misty Dear, Sister 63. If you encounter any issues requiring discussion, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I have prioritized your messages and will respond without delay. 3 parts sincerity. 7 parts charm. Sister 63, I may not be of much assistance. Do you need someone to chat with? Miling, little you, let me know what you desire to eat, and I shall prepare it for you. Please return safely. We await your return. Upon reading these messages, Yu Sheng felt a warmth enveloping her heart. Chapter 129. A chance encounter with a hearse after covering a distance of 150 kilometers. Other players began to appear on the highway. A fully black truck, moving at a snail's pace, seemed to crawl compared to Yu Sheng's SRV. As she approached, the truck stubbornly occupied the center of the road, showing no intention of yielding. Typically, Yu Sheng refrained from instigating conflict, yet she pressed the horn repeatedly, urging the vehicle to move aside. After several attempts, the truck begrudgingly shifted to the side, allowing her to accelerate past. As she passed, the irate voice of a middle-aged man reached her ears. Are you in such a hurry to meet your maker? Do you need Linbei to give you a ride? Furrowing her brow, Yu Sheng couldn't help but glance back. To her surprise, she noticed the words Fu Lu Shou Funeral Home emblazoned on the side of the black truck. As her RV sped ahead, she caught sight of a black satin flower adorning its roof. It was unmistakably a hearse. For a fleeting moment, she considered stopping to teach the driver a lesson. But her vehicle had already gained considerable speed, leaving the hearse far behind. Given that the driver ultimately yielded, she realized that wasting time on such an uncouth individual would be a grave error. Regaining her composure, Yu Sheng adjusted her speed to the maximum, leaving the hearse in the distance. After traveling for another 10 kilometers, an unexpected traffic light appeared ahead, shifting from green to red just as her RV approached. Quickly, she decelerated, halting her vehicle before the white line. As she came to a stop, a sudden surge of black mist rose from beyond the line, ominously halted by its boundary. The nature of the danger concealed within the mist was unknown, and her crystal ball reacted instantly, tiny snowflakes beginning to swirl upwards. In that moment, Sheng felt grateful that although she had never obtained a driver's license, she possessed a fundamental understanding of traffic regulations. Suddenly realizing why the game had emphasized adherence to such rules upon entry, the announcements were indeed devoid of superfluous words. With no countdown for the traffic light, Sheng could only wait for it to turn green while observing the screen. In her private messages, Qi was in a fervent uproar. Chun Tian Hua Hua. That hearse driver is so obnoxious. How dare he insult our Sheng. Don't be angry, Sheng. I've already retaliated on the public screen. Sheng found the situation amusing and responded with a simple thank you, before returning her attention to the chat room in search of any valuable information. I am but a fleeting visitor, remarked one participant. Wow, the second place is nearly catching up. Adventurous little Ding interjected. That first place team has initiated some ridiculous game, dragging so many into it. The more who surpass them, the better. Not drinking milk tea noted that tricycle was unfortunate. It got rammed into the sea by the vehicle behind it. Furious Blade exclaimed, "Can we please stop with the self-righteousness? This is a survival game. We are all so spirited." Sighed another, though it may be inappropriate to say, "Why must we turn on each other?" At that moment, Sheng noticed that the total number of participants had dwindled by 3. Their chances of survival appeared grim. A new private message arrived, and she opened it. Emoli warned, Sheng, there's a black car pursuing you from behind, and it's not slowing down. Just then, something struck the rear of her vehicle, causing it to sway slightly. She glanced in the rearview mirror and saw a black car adorned with a black satin flower, reversing towards her, piloted by a beefy middle-aged man who was glaring in her direction. He was doing this on purpose, and, judging by his demeanor, he intended to ram her again. Anger surged within Sheng. After having held back earlier, how dare he harbor a grudge against her? Determined not to show mercy, she prepared to exit the vehicle and confront him. However, just as she was about to open the door, her RV was jolted once more. The driver of the hearse was puzzled. The RV appeared only slightly taller than his own and seemed rather old. How could it withstand 2 collisions without moving past the white line? Then, he noticed a young girl pulling open the door, preparing to step out. How audacious, he thought, to exit the vehicle at such a moment. Did she not fear being struck and losing her RV? What fortune awaited him as he entered the game? The RV would soon belong to him. A smirk curled on the hearse driver's lips as he spun the wheel, accelerating towards her. But as he drew closer, he caught sight of the young girl standing beside the RV, armed with a sleek black weapon. His amusement faded, and he hastily hit the gas to retreat. Yet, it was too late. Sheng fired her submachine gun deliberately at the windshield and wheels of the black hearse. The rapid gunfire sent the vehicle careening off the road and into the sea. To ensure this scoundrel would not have another chance to pursue her, Sheng approached the roadside and peered down. Dark tendrils swirled around the hearse as it slowly sank beneath the surface, bubbling briefly before settling into silence. Excellent. The chances of resurrection were non-existent. Sheng returned to her vehicle, now that the traffic light had turned green and the RV continued to accelerate down the road. Along the way, she collected 2 yellow elemental treasure chests, easily visible on the unencumbered highway, making it nearly impossible not to notice them. Sheng's mood had significantly improved. Taking a moment to glance at the group chat, she noticed that, alongside the players who continued to cheer for her, a few members had interspersed their remarks with sarcastic comments. Nami loves eating pot stickers. The treasure chests are simply too easy to obtain. One exclaimed, "Who do you think you are, little cookie?" Another chimed in, "Honestly, I'm so envious." These 2 individuals had recently faced a ban for their remarks, and perhaps fearing that their malice would be too apparent and lead to further penalties, they dared not be too brazen this time. Nevertheless, their comments still left an unpleasant taste. Sheng chose to ignore them, focusing solely on the road ahead. After an hour's drive, a structure resembling a highway gas station appeared beside the road. As they drew closer, Sheng discerned the building's design and confirmed that it was indeed a gas station. The RVS autopilot consumed electricity rather than fuel, yet her curiosity compelled her to drive in for a closer look. Uncertain of the station's nature, Sheng halted the vehicle a short distance away to observe the interior's layout. Approximately 200 meters still lay between her and the main building, which appeared indistinguishable from a gas station in the real world. She spotted several fuel pumps equipped with nozzles, along with a maintenance shop, charging stations, a convenience store, an automatic car wash, and even a small building labeled Car Haven. The station's facilities seemed remarkably comprehensive. Noticing the absence of staff, Sheng hesitated to enter, recalling her previous encounters with game NPCs. Instead, she accessed the chat room and private messages to analyze the gas station's interior from a third-person perspective. The group chat buzzed with questions as they realized Sheng had entered the gas station, their messages filled with confusion. Did 63 just enter a gas station? Why isn't the view switched? Asked Little Mountain Bamboo. Is it safe inside? Queried Qian, anxiously hoping to survive until the end. It dawned on Sheng that the onlooking players could only see the road perspective, unable to witness the happenings inside the gas station, limited to viewing the entrance at most. Chapter 130. Gas station out of caution. Sheng privately messaged Misty Deer to describe the gas station as situation. After listening attentively and contemplating for a moment, he offered his assessment. I believe there are essentially two possibilities regarding the gas station. It is either safe or may harbor other players or NPCs. However, in either case, you must approach it more closely to ascertain the truth. Personally, I lean toward it being safe, given that the observers could not see inside the gas station. He could only analyze and advise based on Sheng's descriptions, unable to provide more concrete information. Sheng shared his sentiments and, after expressing her gratitude to Little Deer, resolved to enter while armed. The RV crept slowly toward the fuel pump, where a large blue and white sign was affixed to a post. Only as she drew near could she make out the text. Gas station guidelines. 1. No violent incidents are permitted within the station. Players entering must adhere to this principle, or they will bear the consequences. 2. Players may use their game points to utilize the station's facilities or make purchases. 3. Players may not remain within the gas station for more than 12 hours. The prohibition of violent incidents indicated that the gas station was likely quite safe. Sheng set her mind at ease and began to explore the facilities and pricing within the gas station. The fuel dispensers offered both gasoline and diesel, displaying that players could refuel themselves after recharging. Sheng glanced at the prices and moved on, heading directly towards the charging station. The charging station indicated that 1 point could yield 1,000 units of electricity. Upon seeing this price, Sheng promptly halted her vehicle to check her point balance. Previously, her evasive vehicle was powered by a universal battery. However, after acquiring a nuclear battery, she had switched to that. Yet, the universal battery, now depleted, remained in her backpack, along with the fact that the charging heads at the station were perfectly compatible with both universal and nuclear batteries. The universal battery had a storage capacity of 10,000 units of electricity, meaning that it required merely 10 points to fully charge one. Currently, Sheng had 9,600 points in the store, and to put in perspective, 10 points could only exchange for 2 bottles of mineral water. Charging a universal battery was an incredibly lucrative deal. While Sheng was eager to fill every universal battery in her backpack immediately, she was mindful of her limited points. She had yet to explore the repair shop, convenience store, automatic car wash, and automotive hub, and there might be unexpected delights awaiting her inside. Spending her points now might lead to regret later. With this thought in mind, Sheng parked her RV and stored it in her backpack, arming herself before venturing into the 24-hour unmanned convenience store behind the fuel dispensers. Upon arrival, a scanner at the entrance scanned Sheng from head to toe, recognized her name, and automatically opened the door. The store's layout resembled that of a real-world convenience shop. As soon as she entered, she was greeted by shelves of beverages and snacks, although the variety was not as extensive as in reality. Proceeding further, both sides of the walls displayed various daily necessities and common tools on one side, while the other side showcased a limited selection of seasonal sportswear and jackets, catering to diverse genders and clothing needs. At the back wall, shelves were lined with an array of items, organized by functionality and price, leaving Sheng utterly dazzled. These included health and wellness items, weaponry, upgrade cards and fragments, blueprints, as well as rare items and cards, totaling 5 shelves. Although the variety was limited, each item was something Sheng desired greatly. After lingering between the shelves and products several times, she reluctantly left the convenience store empty-handed and proceeded to the next repair shop for exploration. The repair shop also operated on a self-service basis, featuring a kiosk at the entrance that listed service offerings and corresponding prices. Inside, there was merely a scanning station and a repair bay. A cursory glance revealed services such as self-service car washes for 2 points, vehicle inspections for 5 points, modification installations available for quoting based on specified alterations, and vehicle buyback, priced upon scanning. The latter two services particularly piqued Yu Sheng's interest, especially the modification installations, as she truly believed her RV could benefit from enhancements. One significant concern was that the evasive vehicle's maximum speed was only 120 kilometers per hour, which was rather inadequate for this round of the road survival game. The second point is that the autonomous cockpit lacks windows. Just as she faced provocation from Hearst earlier, she had to exit the vehicle to launch an attack. If the cockpit could be equipped with 2 windows or several gun ports on all sides, she could remain inside during future confrontations. Furthermore, whenever she encounters a treasure chest, she must disembark to collect it. If the shelter could be enhanced with an additional mechanical arm, she could command it from the control panel to secure the treasure chest and deliver it through a designated passage into the cockpit, thus minimizing the repetitive task of exiting the vehicle. Upon contemplating this, Yu Sheng filled out her modification requests on the self-service machine, exploring the repair shop's capabilities and pricing. Ultimately, the shop quoted her a price. The maximum speed of the advanced shelter could be elevated to 230 kilometers per hour, with a cost of 1,000 points for each additional 10 kilometers. Currently, her speed was 160 kilometers per hour, necessitating 7,000 points to reach 230 kilometers. The addition of gun ports also incurred a fee of 1,000 points each, while mechanical arm would cost 5,000 points. Unlike the steep discounts at the charging station outside, the repair shop's prices were astonishingly exorbitant. Enhancing the speed was paramount. After spending 7,000 points, she would be left with only 600 points, barely enough to install 2 gun ports. Yet, she yearned for the mechanical arm as well. Weighing her options, she found it difficult to forego any of the 3 enhancements and thus considered recycling a vehicle. With a van shelter still in her backpack, she placed it on the scanning platform for a comprehensive evaluation, receiving a quote of 15,000 points. The price seemed exorbitant for a low-tier van shelter. If this was worth 15,000 points, how much more would the hearse she had encountered earlier be valued? At that moment, Yu Sheng felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Had she known this would be the outcome, she should have simply thrown the driver into the sea and kept the hearse. Selling the van for 15,000 points, combined with her existing 9,600 points, would allow her to elevate the RV's speed to the maximum, add a mechanical arm, and install 4 gun ports while still retaining 8,600 points. Without further hesitation, she completed the payments for all 3 enhancements and drove the RV shelter into the repair bay. As the bay door closed, the self-service machine indicated a remaining repair time of 5 hours. This interval provided her the opportunity to visit the automobile hub while the gas station was devoid of other players, followed by a significant shopping spree at the convenience store. She first checked the automobile hub, which resembled a modest inn, featuring 3 rooms with beds and a bathroom equipped with a shower. The door of the automobile hub bore a notice, similar to the first one she had seen upon entry, warning players against engaging in violent behavior within the hub and permitting a maximum stay of 12 hours inside the gas station. Turning, Yu Sheng entered the convenience store, where she spent points to purchase 4 single-barreled cannons, along with accompanying gunpowder shells and a schematic for the shells, totaling 500 points. Emerging from the convenience store with a lingering reluctance, she was unwilling to miss out on the enticing sale at the charging station. Thus, she expended 70 points to recharge the 7 empty batteries nestled within her backpack, before proceeding to the nearby fuel pump to fill her 3 empty water tanks with gasoline. Chapter 131. Mechanical arm. The RV, equipped with a cannon barrel, resumed its journey along the highway, evading the shelter. The group chat had been tumultuous, with many expressing confusion over why Yu Sheng chose to linger at the gas station for a full 5 hours after entering the game for merely a few. They assumed that refueling could not possibly require such an extensive duration. Upon encountering such complaints, Yu Sheng felt no anger whatsoever. Their attitudes only reinforced her belief that the third-party observers could not perceive the events transpiring within the gas station, nor could they fathom the benefits she had garnered during those 5 hours. She was elated rather than dismayed. What was this sensation of quietly amassing wealth while others remained oblivious? The 5-hour respite had caused Yu Sheng's ranking to plummet to second to last place, the last being a player on a small electric scooter. Many in the Chun Guang team, misinterpreting Yu Sheng's approach to the game as passive, exchanged a few jibes in the group chat. However, their chatter ceased abruptly when the old RV emerged from the gas station and suddenly accelerated upon hitting the road. Initially, they were unaware of Yu Sheng's speed, merely observing as she overtook the players ranked just above her. Within an hour, she traveled over 200 kilometers, successfully elevating her rank by 8 positions. Simultaneously, even though Yu Sheng preferred not to showcase her mechanical arm, the livestream game footage could not conceal it. During her journey, she utilized the mechanical arm several times to collect treasure chests, a display that left her teammates in awe of her progress. Only then did they begin to grasp the situation, engaging in discussions within the group chat regarding Yu Sheng's RV and its capabilities. Dockside Sushi, what was that fleeting glimpse just now? A lasso? An extended wiper? Reboot 019. I saw it too. It accurately grabbed a treasure chest while moving at such high speed in the shelter, and not just once. West side rain, east side shine. It's the mechanical arm. You're just a cookie. Didn't she previously exit the vehicle to collect treasure chests herself? Peanut pod. Yes. Her RV had the mechanical arm as soon as she left the gas station. Big knife slashing at faux humans. Had I known, I would have eagerly joined this game. 63, please enlighten us. What on earth did you experience inside the gas station? Siberian Tiger. Seeking information 10,086. Lemon JPG. Yu Sheng read every message in the group chat, yet chose not to respond, effectively silencing herself. Several veteran teammates also reached out via private messages inquiring about the mechanical arm, but she had no time to reply and opted not to respond at all. Grabbing a stamina supplement, she downed it without shifting her gaze from a small black dot on the road ahead. That was yet another vehicle. Upon closer inspection, it was a gray SUV, distinct from the top-ranked orange vehicle of dreams. Yu Sheng eagerly anticipated a provocation from the driver, as it would provide her with ample justification to retaliate. Unfortunately, upon noticing the rapidly closing distance of the RV in the rearview mirror, the player instinctively veered aside, yielding most of the road to Yu Sheng. Recognizing the SUV's courtesy, she chose not to create trouble, smoothly maneuvering the RV past it, leaving behind a cloud of dust that resembled a long tail trailing behind. The question of whether to actively hunt other players in the Battle Royale game had crossed Yu Sheng's mind when she first entered this round. Since her arrival in the game world, she had adhered to a principle. If others do not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if they do, they shall face retribution. She intended to uphold this principle steadfastly. The game world operated under the jungle law of survival of the fittest, a fact she neither denied nor criticized. However, even the most formidable beasts at the pinnacle of the food chain only preyed on others when necessary for sustenance or when their territory was infringed upon. The rules of the game were dictated by the powerful, and with the RV's evasion capabilities enhanced, Yu Sheng felt confident she could emerge victorious in this so-called road battle royale. As for those who sought to seize opportunities by taking the lives of others for their amusement, they would simply serve as nourishment for Yu Sheng's growth when the occasion arose. As night descended upon the road, she reduced her speed to a safer 120 kilometers per hour, setting the autopilot with avoidance and emergency braking alerts, while entrusting Chiyu with monitoring the road visuals. With his dual protection in place, she planned to first visit the restroom to open the treasure chest she had received, followed by a brief nap. Although stamina supplements could mitigate physical fatigue to some extent, the human body could not withstand prolonged nights without rest. She needed to ensure 6 to 7 hours of sleep daily. Today, she had acquired 2 yellow elemental chests and 5 silver ones, intending to open only 2 yellow chests that evening. She had not forgotten that, in order to exchange food for the quail, she still owed the Taurus Home Warrior 10 silver chests. Thus, she would temporarily keep the 5 silver chests until she gathered enough to settle the debt. The 2 chests revealed long-awaited treasures, a treasure radar and 20 fragments of a card duplication box. The treasure radar was of no use in this game, so she stored the items away and checked her backpack for various fragments and upgrade cards still needed. Among the upgrade cards, she possessed 600 evasion house upgrade cards, needing 400 more to meet the next upgrade requirement of 1,000. For the plant cultivation chamber upgrade cards, she had 130, requiring 500 for an upgrade, and for the furnace upgrade cards, she had 110, also needing 500. As for the fragments, she currently held 18 blueprint duplication album fragments, needing to collect 161 card duplication box fragments, just 39 short of 100. The paltry number of 18 blueprint duplication fragments irked Yu Sheng. Had she not been swayed by Lu Qingguang's notion of concentrating efforts to assist one person in gathering fragments before aiding another, she would certainly have at least 20 fragments by now. Moreover, he bears the title of a fortunate scavenger. Undoubtedly, after collecting the blueprints for the replica album, he has gradually acquired fragments of new blueprints as well. Yet, from the aftermath of the event until now, not a single fragment has been bestowed upon Yu Sheng. What a hypocritical and cunning individual. Feeling a surge of anger, Yu Sheng hastily took several deep breaths to calm her emotions. It is far too late for regret now. And besides, the internet is right. Incessantly ruminating over past events and succumbing to negative emotions due to irretrievable mistakes is akin to inadvertently tasting something vile, only to relive the unpleasant experience in memory. This analogy, though distasteful, conveys the truth quite clearly. Yu Sheng resolved to learn from this incident and vowed never to naively trust in the notion of sacrificing for the greater good again. After a brief wash-up, Yu Sheng ascended to the second and third floors to ensure everything was in order. After thoroughly watering the climbing fig and offering it a handful of crystal cores, she finally returned to the makeshift bed in the automatic cockpit on the first floor, ready to sleep. Chapter 132. Iron Nail awakening before dawn, Yu Sheng felt well rested. While the RV continued its steady journey, adjusting the speed to its maximum, she promptly informed Qiyu to take a rest. During her 7 hours of slumber, Qiyu and Su Moli had taken turns watching over the game for 3 hours each. And now it was Qiyu's turn to keep an eye on the screen for Yu Sheng. Although it was Yu Sheng who had inconvenienced Qiyu, the first thing Qiyu did upon Yu Sheng's awakening was to apologize. Shun Tian Hua Hua. I'm so sorry, Sheng Sheng. We promised to wake you if we spotted a treasure chest, but Moli and I felt you were too exhausted to disturb. So we let you sleep, and you missed several treasure chests. What a trivial matter to apologize for. Yu Sheng quickly replied, Don't say that. I wouldn't have dared to rest without you too. You've been a tremendous help. Go take a break. Seeing Yu Sheng's response, Qiyu visibly brightened. Shun Tian Hua Hua. By the way, your current rank is 10,412 with a mileage of 1,010 kilometers. The rest is up to you if you feel tired. Remember to tell Moli and me. We're here in the safe house but can't assist in any other way, so be sure to call on us when needed. Jisoo 63. Alright, you go rest and regain your strength to help me later. After persuading Qiyu to rest, Yu Sheng stretched and opened the light screen to check the competition data. In just 7 hours, her rank had improved by a little over 1,000 places. A figure lower than Yu Sheng had anticipated, indirectly confirming that many players continued to drive at high speeds throughout the night. The leading position remained held by the player known as Heart's Desire Orange, while the second place, reputedly a fierce competitor riding a racing-grade motorcycle, was hot on his heels, with only a few kilometers separating their mileages. Yu Sheng was uncertain whether Heart's Desire Orange's off-road vehicle employed an autopilot, but it was highly likely that the motorcycle of the fierce competitor did not. This implied that the individual had been riding tirelessly for several hours. Truly a remarkable talent. Yu Sheng turned her attention away from the light screen, focusing intently on the road illuminated by the headlights, wary of missing any treasure chests. After traversing for another 4 hours, Yu Sheng maintained a relentless pace, slowing only to inspect treasure chests encountered along the way. The journey was devoid of traffic lights and gas stations, and unlike the real world, the game offered a serene road with minimal vehicles and no speed limits, allowing Yu Sheng to drive for hours without fatigue. As she navigated a stretch of road, she noticed what appeared to be scattered small stones ahead. Paying little heed, she drove over them, only to feel an unusual sensation under her wheels. Hesitating, Yu Sheng reversed the vehicle and utilized the mechanical arm to retrieve one of the peculiar objects, bringing it back to the cockpit. The small item resembled a nail, but possessed a unique design with 3 sharp spikes, always landing with one spike pointing upwards, regardless of how it was discarded. Fortunately, her RV was equipped with a protective shield. If her assumption was correct, these were likely traps set to ensnare unsuspecting players. though it remained unclear whether they were placed by the game itself or another player. With a steady hand, she collected another similar nail before continuing her journey. As she navigated a sloped roadway, a deep green pickup truck parked by the roadside caught her attention. Intentionally decelerating, she drove past it, her gaze fixated on the rearview mirror. It became evident that the pickup had issues. As Sheng's RV passed unharmed, the pickup began to reverse, suspiciously moving backward. Realizing the implications, Sheng understood that the nails on the road were intentionally deployed by the owner of the pickup, aiming to deflate the tires of any following players and exploit the ensuing vulnerability. Feeling a surge of determination, Sheng resolved to take action against this act of malice. She executed a swift U-turn, accelerating towards the pickup's location, having crossed the obstructing slope. The female player driving the pickup had just disembarked to inspect the ground for the missing nails when she heard the approaching sound of a vehicle. Upon looking up, she was startled to see the RV that had seemingly departed, now returning with purpose. The unmistakable barrel mounted on the RV signaled that its owner was not one to be trifled with, causing the female player to blanch in fear as she hastily climbed back into the driver's seat, preparing to flee. Anticipating a challenging escape, she underestimated the RV's speed. As her pickup, capped at a mere 160 kilometers per hour, was soon overtaken by Sheng's vehicle, which struck the rear with a forceful impact. Realizing she had encountered a formidable opponent, the female player swiftly extended her hand out the window, waving a handkerchief in a gesture of surrender. Sheng, however, was not inclined to trust her, retracting the RV's gun barrel and calmly taking aim with her sniper rifle, firing several shots in quick succession. The pickup's rear tires were the first casualties, and as it lost balance, the right front tire was also struck by Sheng's precise aim. With only one tire remaining intact, the female player struggled to maintain control, desperately preventing the vehicle from plunging into the sea. Conversely, Sheng was equally reluctant to see the pickup meet such a fate, as she intended to acquire it and exchange it for points at the next gas station. The RV once again caught up with the pickup truck. After reducing speed, the RV's autonomous driving cabin nudged the side of the pickup, propelling it forward several meters. At last, Sheng was able to discern the driver's appearance through the scope. She was an attractive female player, both in physique and features. Yet her face bore a grimace of anger, a consequence of her failed attempt to harm Sheng, which had resulted in her own retribution. A few gunshots rang out, and the female player was struck in the head, collapsing onto the steering wheel. The pickup truck, now completely out of control, was on the verge of plunging into the sea. Sheng hastily extended the mechanical arm to grasp the truck's bed, diligently adjusting the vehicle's alignment. On the desolate coastal highway, spectators of the game witnessed an old RV slowly pushing a pickup truck. The pickup truck's speed picked up slightly, but the RV's mechanical arm forcibly slowed it down, the tires screeching against the small stones on the ground, producing a jarring, crackling sound. Once the trajectory was corrected, Sheng swiftly exited through the back door of the RV, sprinting to the driver's seat of the pickup truck. As he reached in to disengage the handbrake, he simultaneously sent a command to the RV to halt. This flurry of actions proved rather exhausting, prompting Sheng to resolve to visit a repair shop at the next gas station to install a shooting aperture and an entry door in the autonomous driving cabin. After the female pickup truck player dissipated, a variety of items remained behind. A fragment of a blueprint reproduction booklet, 20 pieces, and 15 fragments of a card duplication box, along with various upgrade cards. The meager amount of supplies and items suggested that this female player had not fared well since entering the game. Perhaps due to her lack of resources and equipment, she had been unable to accumulate sufficient points at the last gas station to modify her vehicle for better defense, rendering her pickup truck alarmingly fragile in comparison to Sheng's RV. Nevertheless, this did not justify her attempts to rob other players. From the dropped equipment, Sheng also discovered 50 game coins, which he accepted alongside the deflated pickup truck with a smile. Chapter 133. The fork in the road. The RV continued its journey as Sheng drank a nutrient solution, glancing at the game rankings and mileage. He found himself ranked 124th, with a mileage of 910 kilometers. Although the mileage had not increased significantly, his rank had improved by several hundred places, likely due to the exhaustion of players who had stayed up late and finally decided to rest their vehicles. This was indeed good news. Not only did it signify a rise in rank, but it also indicated that a gas station was not far off. Once again, he He encountered a traffic light along the way. As the fog began to dissipate, the road ahead transformed from one into two. A choice of life and death? Yu Sheng decelerated, grasping a crystal ball to test the two paths. The crystal ball pointed toward the left road, remaining calm and undisturbed within. In contrast, when directed toward the right, the internal snowflakes fluttered slightly upwards. From his experience with the crystal ball, he discerned that such indications suggested the hidden dangers ahead were unlikely to be fatal. With the crystal ball in hand, he decisively chose the safer left path. After more than an hour of travel, a gas station finally appeared by the roadside, and Yu Sheng's RV entered alongside another bus ahead. The facilities at this gas station are nearly identical to those at the previous one encountered by Yu Sheng. After the bus driver disembarked and stowed away the vehicle, he made a beeline for the automotive hub, appearing thoroughly exhausted. Observing his entrance, Yu Sheng slowly maneuvered her RV to the front of the repair shop. The pickup truck was sold for 18,000 points, and Yu Sheng expended an additional 4,000 points to install shooting ports on the front and right side windows of the autonomous cockpit, with each port priced at 1,000 points. While modifying a door on the left side of the cockpit cost 2,000 points. The self-service machine indicated that repairs would take an hour, and considering the presence of other players in the gas station, Yu Sheng had no choice but to patiently wait in the repair shop. Fortunately, a designated player lounge was situated behind the self-service machine, furnished with sofas, coffee tables, and a water dispenser, adorned with a warning sign. Players may use the facilities freely, but removal is prohibited. After sipping a cup of hot water, she refilled her empty thermos and stowed it in her backpack for the journey ahead. The lounge's sofas were impeccably clean. She reclined with her head against the wall, taking in the scene at the entrance of the repair shop while browsing various messages on her screen. Now that she had some free time, she first informed a few trusted friends about the situation within the gas station and offered to procure items for them. Springfield flour, wow. Sheng. Could you check if there are any items that grant attack immunity? Emoli, are attack immunity items expensive? I only have 5,000 points. Foggy Deer, sure thing. Sister 63, 3 parts sincerity, 7 parts handsome. Envious. Unfortunately, my points are insufficient. Miling, little you, please take a photo of the shelves and send it to me so I can see what I can afford. Yu Sheng did not forget to send messages to her affluent friends, such as Tor's Home Warrior, the greatest Chow Chow of the universe, Mighty Pudding, and Alexander the Sailor. In an instant, several individuals expressed their interest in her procurement services, and Yu Sheng diligently noted their requests. Planning to visit the convenience store once her RV's modifications were complete. After reviewing her private messages, she turned her attention to her trading post, selecting a few promising offers, resulting in exchanges for a 200-point evasion house upgrade card, a 150-point plant cultivation chamber upgrade card, 2 blueprint replication album fragments, 4 card duplication box fragments, and 2 stamina replenishing massage chair fragments. Recently, Lu Qingyu seemed to have recognized the tension between them, refraining from messaging Yu Sheng to distribute benefits to the team members, opting instead to synthesize the items himself before distribution. All surplus combat suits and shoes were listed in the trading area. If a suitable buyer emerged, she would engage in a transaction, but if not, she would diligently seek treasure chests on her own. An hour swiftly elapsed, and as the repair bay door opened, Yu Sheng glanced at the modified results, satisfied as she stored away her RV. Next, she set out to fulfill her procurement business, arriving at the convenience store location, only to find that the sign at the entrance had changed. It was no longer a convenience store. Instead, it read, Agricultural Products Store, open 24 hours. As before, upon scanning, the store door opened automatically, revealing that the merchandise inside matched the description on the sign. In the center of the store, shelves towering above a person were adorned with a variety of fresh vegetables, while the remaining shelves against the walls were categorized into dried fruits, packaged goods, fresh fruits, dry provisions, and special plants. As Yu Sheng surveyed the offerings, she noted that the prices were quite reasonable. For instance, a pound of rice or millet cost merely 1 point, and bundles of vegetables were also priced at 1 point apiece. Fresh fruits and packaged foods were somewhat pricier, with the cheapest fragrant pears and apples at 1 point each, and the least expensive sweet potato chips costing 2 points per bag. In stark contrast, the prices of special plants displayed a multitude of zeros, featuring potted fruit-bearing plants that yielded produce year-round, carnivorous pitcher plants capable of brewing intoxicating liquids, and mint that could invigorate one for 3 hours with just a single leaf. Yu Sheng snapped pictures of the various shells to share with her friends, and, while awaiting their selections, procured 1,000 pounds of rice and millet, 50 pounds each of sweet potatoes and potatoes, along with an assortment of packaged dried fruits, cured meats, and an abundance of fresh produce. Approaching the special plants section, she chose her favorite potted strawberries, blueberries, citrus, and lychee, wishing she could empty the store were it not for the limitations of her points and the space in her glass house. In addition to the fruits, she also acquired a mandrake pot that could induce a narcotic state and a frost grass pot that could crystallize salt. At checkout, her total reached 9,100 points, leaving her with 13,000 points remaining. After completing her own purchases, her friends privately messaged her with their selected items and corresponding points, prompting Yu Sheng to linger in the store for over an hour, ensuring no orders were overlooked before finally departing. She then proceeded to a charging station to replenish her friends' depleted batteries before continuing her journey in the RV along the highway. Her stay at the gas station lasted nearly 4 hours, resulting in a drop in her ranking, not to mention the group chat buzzing with activity. Messages flowing in at an overwhelming pace. Many players expressed curiosity about her experiences at the gas station. Yoshida Saya, did something happen at the gas station? Can you share? Siberian Tiger, last time I went in, I came out with a mechanical arm. What new additions are there this time? Show us. Restart 6862. Please enlighten us. 63. What is there at the gas station? I'm practically tearing my hair out. You're not a cookie. How rude. Not a single response. Nami loves Guobao. Exactly. So many teammates are concerned, and she acts like this. What as for dinner today? 63. I apologize for that day, S muting incident. Please, let S move past it and answer everyone's questions. Springfield Flower. Only she knows who she is putting on a show for. A dog will bark when struck. You're not a cookie. She is cursing. Yoshida, are you going to intervene? Springfield Flower. The dog bark hee hee. Eating melon JPG. Notification. The group administrator has muted Springfield Flower. Notification. The group administrator has muted You Are Not a Cookie and Nami Loves Guobao. Another mute. It seems the group administrator has acknowledged Chi-Yu's formidable prowess. The silenced Chi-Yu was far from irate. Instead, she gleefully messaged Yu Sheng. Springfield Blossoms. Am I not impressive for infuriating that troublemaker biscuit? Ha ha ha. Springfield Blossoms. I'm off to have dinner. It's nearly dark. After I finish, I'll keep an eye on the screen while you take a nap. In Chapter 134, the intermediate glass house, with Chi-Yu and Su Moli taking turns to monitor, Yu Sheng's advantages gradually came to light. In a mere 2 days, her ranking soared to 6584, with a travel distance of 12,480 kilometers, already surpassing 1/5 of her target task. During these 2 days, she had not encountered another gas station, but had accumulated 10 silver boxes, which she sent to the home combatants to settle her debts. She still had 4 yellow elemental treasure boxes, 3 silver boxes, and 2 bronze boxes left, intending to save up for a more substantial opening. Additionally, there was a small incident. Upon learning that it was Chi-Yu's birthday during the last game, Yu Sheng splurged on fitness equipment, finally assembling a complete set that targeted strength training for the shoulders, back, legs, and endurance, which she presented to Chi-Yu. The intensity of the workout was akin to a hellish trial, moving Chi-Yu to tears. The news somehow leaked, though not by Yu Sheng. Subsequently, several veteran teammates also sent Chi-Yu birthday gifts, including Dong Bianxing, the typically taciturn fellow who surprisingly joined in the celebration. However, unbeknownst to him, the gift he sent, a specimen of a mutated animal, a small blue snake, was promptly forwarded by Chi-Yu to Yu Sheng for incineration. The reason was simple. Chi-Yu had an intense fear of snakes. Returning to the narrative, Yu Sheng sat on a simple bed in front of the autopilot control panel, sweating profusely as she devoured a large bowl of spicy hot pot sent by Sister Mei Ling's sister. Mei Ling's culinary skills were beyond reproach. The dish was so spicy that Yu Sheng couldn't help but gasp between bites. Yet she couldn't put it down, relishing each mouthful. If not for the heat, she would have finished every drop of the broth without hesitation. Just as Yu Sheng was indulging, the RV malfunctioned. It jolted violently before an emergency stop. The bowl of hot pot splattered some red broth onto the pristine white quilt. Frowning, Yu Sheng set down the bowl, gulped some ice water, and wiped her mouth while glancing out the glass window. On the road, a thick iron chain lay across the RV's wheels, evidently entangled, causing the autopilot to halt abruptly. What reckless player had set this trap? There were no other vehicles or people in sight. After donning her attire and weaponry, Yu Sheng hesitated for a moment before closing the door she had partially opened and peering out the other window. The area appeared deserted, but if it were truly empty, how had the chain been placed on the road? Yu Sheng pondered this for a moment. The trap was not particularly clever. It was merely akin to the ancient horse snare, tautly strung at a distance above the ground. If a player were traveling at sufficient speed, the suspended iron cable would remain obscured from view. Yet, the peculiarity lay in the absence of any nearby figures or objects to which the cable could be tethered. How? Then, was the cable suspended in midair? Had the cable rested upon the ground, the RV would have simply rolled over it as it would a mere stone, rather than becoming ensnared. This scenario suggested the possibility of a player utilizing an invisibility item, lying in wait for Yu Sheng to alight from her vehicle. Moreover, it would require at least 2 players to hold both ends of the cable. Remarkably, players were collaborating to ensnare a solitary individual on the road. If Yu Sheng were to eliminate them, she could potentially acquire 2 vehicles. Seated within her RV, she began to contemplate from their perspective. If she were the one laying the trap, what would her next move be after the target had parked? Naturally, she would position herself by the car door, ready to ambush the unsuspecting player as soon as the door was opened. Therefore, it was imperative that she did not exit the vehicle. Yu Sheng secured the doors and proceeded with deliberation. First, she prepared the mechanical arm, then reversed the vehicle, causing the wheels to collide with the cable, producing a cacophony of metallic clattering. As the cable loosened, she deftly maneuvered the mechanical arm to grasp it and extract it completely. The invisible players had likely previously succeeded using this very cable as a vital instrument in their schemes. They could not allow it to be dragged into the cockpit. Just as the mechanical arm was about to deliver the cable to its designated compartment, a powerful human arm materialized from thin air, grasping the mechanical arm tightly. Now was the moment. Yu Sheng aimed at the figure S position and decisively pressed the cannon's trigger. With a resounding bang, the targeted player was revealed, soaring through the air in a perfect parabolic arc before crashing heavily onto the road several meters away, lifeless. The mechanical arm successfully stowed the cable within the automated cockpit, while Yu Sheng remained stationary, waiting. As time passed, the other players, still concealed within the protective range of their invisibility items, showed no inclination to avenge their fallen comrade, remaining eerily silent. When the targeted player finally succumbed, transforming into a pile of resources and items, Yu Sheng leisurely approached at a sluggish 20 miles per hour, utilizing the mechanical arm to gather all the items strewn across the ground into the cockpit. Throughout the process, she kept a vigilant eye on the rearview mirror. No movement was detected behind her. It seemed her accomplice had resolved to feign death until she had moved far enough away. How bold they were to set a trap, yet lacked the courage to confront her directly. Yu Sheng exhaled softly, her fingers dancing over the control panel. Good companions ought to be gathered neatly. It was time for him to experience the taste of cannon fire. With a series of thunderous booms, the cannon mounted at the rear of the RV unleashed a barrage of fire, targeting the area where she had parked. As the smoke dissipated, the ground bore not only the craters left by the cannon, but also the bloody form of a humanoid figure. It appears that there are only 2 players. Otherwise, given the intensity of the previous bombardment, others would have undoubtedly been eliminated. Yu Sheng quietly awaited the dissipation of the smoke to collect the fallen equipment, methodically reversing her vehicle to approach the site. Utilizing her mechanical arm, she deftly gathered all the scattered supplies and items from the ground without ever exiting the vehicle. Throughout this entire process, Yu Sheng executed a seamless counterattack, eliminating 2 players who had presumed victory was assured. This display, coupled with her initial unveiling of the artillery, left the members of the Changguang team and the team of the deceased in a state of astonishment. The group chat of the Changguang team shifted dramatically from its previously lackadaisical banter to fervent discussions regarding Yu Sheng and her vehicle's evasion tactics. 3 parts admiration, 7 parts awe. Wow, Sister 63 is simply stunning. A great one. Please accept my kneeling homage. Ah, Sister 63, where did your mechanical arm and cannon come from? Please, I implore you to reveal it. Well done, 63. Yet, Yu Sheng showed no inclination to engage in the group chat, setting her vehicle's speed to maximum. She remained vigilant of the road conditions while inspecting the recently acquired supplies and items. In addition to the usual food and upgrade cards, she had obtained a strength potion and 10 fragments of a blueprint replication album. The strength potion, a one-time consumable that doubles a player's strength for 3 hours. Besides this, her most significant acquisition was 2 intact vehicle evasion cards, one for high-grade small cargo truck and the other for a medium sedan. As she stowed the items in her backpack, a series of upgrade prompts immediately appeared on her screen, ignoring the notifications for other evasion upgrades. Her finger lingered over the remaining 2 prompts. Prompt: Evasion House upgrade card collected. Upgrade conditions met. 1,1200. Would you like to upgrade to a top-tier evasion house? Prompt: Plant cultivation chamber upgrade card collected. Upgrade conditions met. 500. Would you like to upgrade to a medium plant cultivation glasshouse? Goodness. It seems that robbing is indeed swifter than laboriously scavenging treasure chests to accumulate cards. In just a few days, she had gathered the upgrade cards for both the vehicle evasion house and the glass house. The vehicle evasion house was still in use, so the upgrades would have to wait until she returned to a safe house. Sheng promptly decided to upgrade the glass house to a medium glass house. Chapter 135. Power Restoration Massage Chair. The newly acquired high-grade cargo truck evasion house and medium sedan evasion house remained undamaged. These 2 items should yield a considerable number of points before heading to the next gas station for recycling. Sheng first inquired whether Chi-Yu and Su Moli were interested in trading. Chi-Yu, possessing a pumpkin carriage, expressed no need to trade. Su Moli was somewhat tempted, but indicated a preference to consider trading at a later date. Sheng surmised Su Moli's thoughts. However, should these 2 evasion houses be up for trade, she would undoubtedly refrain from selling or gifting them at a loss, given that Su Moli had yet to repay her debt for the previous 2-story treehouse. It was in her nature to prioritize using any surplus points or items to settle that account promptly. Sheng had no choice but to give up and sought out several affluent friends. This time, the negotiations were more tailored, with higher offers on the table. The illustrious Chow Chow and the Taurus Home Defender both desired the high-end escape vehicle. After their bids, Sheng opted to transact with the Home Defender. She agreed to exchange fragments of the stamina replenishing massage chair, 80, blueprints for the replica album, 30, card duplication box fragments, 50, player marker cards, 3, plant nutrient solution, 100, and a complete set of supplies for the supermarket safe house. To accommodate these provisions, Sheng utilized all her backpack expansion cards, gaining 28,000 storage slots. The player marker card is a one-time use item that can be employed to designate a player's name. Once in the game instance, the location of the marked player will be tracked by the user for 24 hours. This tool serves as a lethal assistant for ambushes. If the marked player's location is revealed within that time frame, a teleportation card could swiftly eliminate them. A slight heaviness settled in Sheng's heart. Fortunately, she adhered to her principles and was not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent. Currently, it seemed unlikely that any enemies would target her with such an item. However, given her recent retaliatory actions against numerous players on the highway and the conspicuous nature of her RV, it was difficult to ensure she wouldn't attract unwanted attention. Although this round of the game had yielded substantial rewards, the dangers ahead were escalating. After several rounds of playing discreetly, Sheng ultimately faced the situation she dreaded the most. Nevertheless, as long as she remained alive and engaged in the game, she would not succumb to despair, regardless of the challenges that lay ahead. With a sigh, Sheng opened the notification on her screen. Notification: card duplication box fragments are complete. Upgrade conditions met. 100-130. Would you like to synthesize the card duplication box? The card duplication box, a one-time item that can replicate 2 copies of any card already possessed by the player. Note: special cards obtained from game Easter eggs cannot be duplicated. 5 days passed, and the highway game continued. After relentless driving day and night, Sheng's ranking was now 155th, with a mileage of 34,880 kilometers. The driving speed of those ahead of her was largely stable, and she monitored the leaderboard daily, calculating how much longer it would take her to break into the top 10. As the game progressed, more players enhanced their escape vehicles, diminishing the advantage of her RV's top speed of 230. She now needed to adjust her strategy, compressing her sleep time to maximize her driving speed. The RV escape vehicle could indeed be upgraded at the repair shop to increase its speed, but such upgrades required 12 hours. And enhancing speed would take several hours as well. In this survival game, players were confined to their initially chosen vehicles, and even though she possessed other escape vehicles, she could not switch midway. Thus, the time needed for upgrades and speed modifications was not something Yu Sheng could afford to wait for. Reluctantly, she resolved to sleep only 5 hours a day, taking short naps of half an hour each during midday and afternoon. During these 5 days, Yu Sheng encountered a gas station for the third time and sold her intermediate sedan escape vehicle at the repair shop, earning 26,000 points. The convenience store at the gas station has been transformed into a material shop, offering a variety of useful supplies. She spent 7,000 points to purchase raw materials for gunpowder, metal components, and combat suit materials, while also acquiring a selection of other materials for future needs, leaving her with a balance of 32,000 points. Observing that the road ahead appeared rather smooth, Yu Sheng requested Su Moli to monitor the screen while she stepped into the restroom to open a treasure chest. After opening the chest, she would need to ascend to the third floor to water the wall-climbing tiger. Over the course of several days, she collected 6 yellow element chests for silver chests and 7 copper chests. Upon opening all at once, she obtained a team spectator card, 20 fragments of a stamina replenishing massage chair, 20 fragments of a car duplication box, 5 fragments of a blueprint reproduction album, 20 upgrade cards for the decomposition table, 30 upgrade card for the evasion room, 2 universal batteries, and 12 low-level time acceleration hourglasses. The Team Spectator card allows the team to forego mandatory participation in a team battle mode once. Note, for use exclusively by the team leader. Gazing at this card, Yu Sheng found it difficult to suppress her frustration. Why had she received this item now? Shouldn't it have been obtained by Lu Qingguang before this round of the game? After storing all the items in her backpack, a prompt immediately appeared. Prompt: stamina replenishing massage chair fragments have been collected, meeting the upgrade conditions, 100,102. Would you like to synthesize the stamina replenishing massage chair? Yu Sheng clicked confirm, and an icon of an electric leather massage chair appeared in her backpack. Stamina replenishing massage chair, designed for players to quickly restore stamina. Once activated, players can achieve 8 hours of sleep after merely 4 hours of rest. Appelmanoitem. This has come at a most opportune moment. Yu Sheng promptly stowed away the simple bed of the autopilot cabin and placed the massage chair in front of the control panel. After tidying up the restroom, she ascended to the third floor to inspect the upgraded intermediate glass house. This was not her first visit to the upgraded glass house, yet each time she entered, she felt a brief moment of relaxation and accomplishment. The upgraded intermediate glass house now spanned the entire top of the RV, with the seed cultivation area, seedling area, and hydroponic area remaining unchanged, while the area for soil cultivation had doubled in size. The open space within the glass house had significantly increased, prompting Yu Sheng to designate a section for potted plants that bear fruit throughout the seasons, as well as another area for the chickens and quails to settle. The chickens had just hatched yesterday, and Yu Sheng noted the incubation times for both the chicken and quail eggs, placing several in the seedling area. Her green spirit, the wall-climbing tiger, had been relocated to the front of the vehicle, where she secured an external flower pot for it. During this period, the wall-climbing tiger had evolved from a level 3 adorable creature to a level 4 loyal guardian. In addition to its level increase, its branches had grown over 3 meters in length, gracefully avoiding the glass windows and ensuring they did not obstruct Yu Sheng's view while driving. Having never raised pets before, Yu Sheng now found herself with 3 chickens, 3 quails, a swarm of bees, and a wall-climbing tiger. In comparison, the wall-climbing tiger proved to be the easiest and most worry-free to care for. It was quiet, required infrequent feeding, and instinctively extended its branches to protect its owner in times of danger. Chapter 136. Boutique store with a rejuvenating massage chair. Yu Sheng, under normal road conditions, resolutely accelerated to a speed of 230 kilometers per hour, racing down the highway and covering over 4,000 kilometers in a single day. As she approached the final stretch of 10,000 kilometers, an increasing number of spectators began to take notice of her. At this point, she had already entered the top 50 and continued to surge forward, overtaking her competitors. As she neared the finish line, the frequency of fellow players on the road began to rise. In this moment, Yu Sheng, who had been smoothly cruising along the central lane of the coastal highway, suddenly encountered an unexpected sight. A kindergarten-style toy car appeared ahead on the otherwise barren road. The bright yellow vehicle was moving at an astonishing speed, clearly modified during a stop at a gas station. Sheng, the vehicle ahead is just one position in front of you. If you surpass her, you'll claim the 45th spot. Go for it, urged Chun Tianhua. Yu Sheng was eager to accelerate and overtake the car in front, but her speed was already at its maximum. The two vehicles maintained the same speed, trailing closely behind one another, with the toy car seemingly determined not to fall behind. After more than an hour of this pursuit, a familiar gas station sign finally appeared on the roadside. Without hesitation, the toy car whizzed past the gas station as if it feared being caught by the RV. In contrast, Yu Sheng, exhibiting her audacity and skill, dared to decelerate and cautiously pulled her RV into the gas station. The sign outside the automobile home indicated that all 3 rooms were fully booked. However, Yu Sheng was not there to rest. She made a beeline for the repair shop. Upon discovering that all the services provided by the shop were identical and that no time-efficient assistance could be offered, she promptly turned away and headed towards the shop behind the fuel dispenser. Filled with anticipation, she wondered what kind of store awaited her this time. The store was adorned in soft pinks with a cartoonish theme, featuring the words boutique store in a playful font, accompanied by the familiar inscription 24-hour unmanned store. After scanning her entire body, the door swung open, and Yu Sheng stepped inside, glancing around. The shelves were lined with a diverse array of products, with their enticing functions and prices adorned with a string of zeros that appeared almost enchanting. As she explored, Yu Sheng snapped pictures to share with her friends, inwardly marveling. These price tags would make one think they unwittingly wandered into a luxury boutique. A flying carpet, capable of providing transportation, was priced at 20,000 points, with a speed comparable to that of a walking player, and required a cool-down period of 1 hour after a maximum usage of 3 hours. There were also food wish plates and beverage wish mugs, which, as their name suggested, allowed one to close their eyes and repeat their desired food and drink 3 times, only to have their wishes fulfilled upon opening their eyes. However, these items had a cool-down time of 88 hours and were each priced at 25,000 points. Additionally, the store offered a hypnotic pocket watch, a ring that could spring forth a small knife, eternally vibrant flowers, and headsets for seamless communication with animals. To be candid, had the prices been reduced by 2 zeros, Yu Sheng might have been tempted to indulge in an impulsive purchase. After much deliberation, she settled on acquiring the flying carpet, the food wish plate, and the beverage wish mug. As she approached the counter to scan her purchases, her gaze was drawn to a towering, 2-meter-tall machine beside it. The blind box vending machine. One could use 1,000 points to draw a blind box. Ah, the blind box, a modern form of spiritual deception targeting the youth of today. Ultimately, Yu Sheng succumbed to temptation, spending 2,000 points to draw 3 times, unable to resist opening them on the spot. She received 5 game coins and 1 immortal daffodil. Yu Sheng was at a loss for words. She had long been aware of the age-old adage to steer clear of vice, but who could she blame for her own disregard? Due to the exorbitant prices at the boutique, her shopping spree was notably brief. Upon leaving the store, she paused to recharge her recently depleted battery before continuing her journey. Coincidentally, just 200 kilometers down the road, she stumbled upon a fresh and alarming scene of a robbery. On the highway, a heavy truck was positioned sideways across the road, while another bus blocked the rear, encircling a yellow toy car in the middle. Yu Sheng found herself in an awkward predicament. The bus had already spotted her RV, making it impossible to turn back. If she attempted to move forward, the road ahead was completely obstructed by 3 vehicles, with the sea flanking both sides. The only way to proceed was to either magically sprout wings for her RV or persuade the obstructing vehicles to move. She opted for the latter. Upon seeing Yu Sheng approach, the bus driver honked 3 times, a clear warning. In truth, the driver should have considered that while he was busy surrounding the vehicle ahead, it was improbable that the latter would remain idle and allow itself to be hindered without a fight, especially given that incoming vehicles might also find themselves trapped in the same plight. Thus, the warning was merely a bluff. Yu Sheng pressed her horn in response, delivering a languid, drawn-out honk. The bus driver, noticing this, pressed the ignition button, extending a mechanical arm adorned with several gun barrels toward Yu Sheng's RV. Moreover, he deliberately adjusted the bus's position so that the window faced the front of her vehicle, where a young male player inside made an obscene gesture through the glass. Rather than feeling intimidated or enraged, Yu Sheng found herself intrigued, contemplating the bus's mechanical arm. Could it be modified in such a manner? The next time she encountered a gas station, she would consider doing the same. A barrage of fire rained down upon her RV, to which Yu Sheng retaliated with her own cannon, targeting the bus with a relentless stream of fire. When not in use, her RV's cannon was retracted and cleverly camouflaged, rendering it virtually unrecognizable to other players. Thus, when her RV fired its first shot, the male player in the driver's seat was momentarily taken aback, his smile fading. Yet, he maintained his composure, seemingly unfazed by the cannon. Indeed, as the smoke cleared, both the bus and the RV remained unscathed. It dawned on Yu Sheng that the bus was also equipped with defensive items, explaining the driver's audacity. In that case, she decided it was time to unleash a nuclear weapon. Yu Sheng swiftly altered her strategy, retrieving a nuclear weapon from her backpack and aiming it at the designated firing aperture of the autonomous vehicle, her sights set on the bus. With the two vehicles so closely positioned, it was nearly impossible for Yu Sheng to miss her target. A bolt of blue lightning surged from the RV, striking the bus, which swayed slightly. Outwardly, it appeared unscathed, yet the expression of the male player in the driver's seat shifted dramatically. A second bolt of blue lightning burst forth, cleaving the bus in two, gasoline from the tank spilling out and igniting instantaneously from the sparks of the wires. The flames spread rapidly, forcing the male player aboard the bus to abandon the vehicle. Yu Sheng's view was obscured by the burning wreckage, but she could hear the thunderous roar of the wheels, followed by the distant curses of the departing player. The bus, now severed, burned with such ferocity that salvaging it for profit was rendered futile. Yu Sheng maneuvered the mechanical arm to lift the charred remains of the bus into the sea, just in time to witness the driver of the toy vehicle extend his weapon through the window, executing the male player who had been desperately fleeing from a heavy truck. Although the heavy truck was not particularly swift, it soon vanished from sight in a cloud of dust. Yu Sheng activated the RV, and upon being spotted by the toy vehicle, she hastily steered to the roadside, anxious that a moment's delay might obstruct the RV's path. The toy vehicle seemed genuinely fearful of Yu Sheng. Casting a glance at the seemingly docile toy vehicle, Yu Sheng accelerated, pursuing the heavy truck. Chapter 137. The final destination. The player in the bus was now deceased, and the heavy truck raced ahead with renewed vigor, while the old RV steadily closed the gap between the two vehicles. Yu Sheng's eyes remained fixed on the truck, her right hand firmly gripping the nuclear weapon. She had begun to deduce certain insights. The acceleration of vehicles evading the shelter was not solely dependent on a plethora of points. It also hinged upon levels and the maximum speed inherent to the vehicle's original form. For instance, Yu Sheng's RV could not outpace racing cars and off-road vehicles, while the heavy truck, being bulky and weighty, could not surpass her RV either. Thus, despite the time spent vanquishing the bus, she remained confident in her ability to catch up to the heavy truck. After all, in the morally conscious mind of Yu Sheng, who was lamenting her inability to engage in ruthless slaughter of other players within the highway battle royale, the heavy truck and the bus were of the same ilk. The bus had actively provoked her and attempted to eliminate her, and thus, the heavy truck was equally culpable. It was time for retribution. Yu Sheng's mileage had reached 100 kilometers, and she began encountering other players ranked ahead as she pursued the heavy truck. They watched in alarm as the heavy truck barreled toward them, players with lesser speeds fearing a rear-end collision that could result in a catastrophic pileup, each one hastily pulling over to clear the way. The players who had stopped by the roadside were engulfed in dust kicked up by the truck's tires, bewildered by the reckless advance of the enormous vehicle. In the final stretch of 10,000 kilometers, the density of vehicles increased. Even those aspiring to breach the top 10 could not afford such reckless abandon. Were they not fearful of being rear-ended and plunging into the sea? Within mere seconds, a recreational vehicle, moving at a velocity surpassing that of a heavy truck, appeared, leaving a trail of dust in its wake. And its trajectory suggested that it was piloted by a reckless player. Some players, startled by the presence of these two vehicles, took to the chat area to vent their frustrations. Long-legged pickup soldier. Which team do the truck and RV belong to in this highway survival game? Driving so fast. Are they trying to risk their lives? I saw it too. The one behind is from the Chengguang team. They've been climbing the ranks swiftly. Quite impressive. Socrates has no bottom. I've been following the Speedy 63 for several days now, while others adhere to the survival game rules to eliminate competitors. She plays the role of a cleaner. Players need not fear her. As long as they do not provoke her, she will not strike first. Lightly dancing 010. A major team. I must follow them too. I want to be quiet. Is the Chungguang team still recruiting? Clumsy bear. Such major teams have high entry thresholds. One punch for a child. Speedy 63 is a great person. Keep it up, 63. Unbeknownst to Yu Sheng, her mind was solely focused on the heavy truck ahead, which was still struggling to shake her off. As the distance closed, she raised her nuclear weapon, standing in the autopilot cabin, her gaze unwavering as she aimed at the truck's rear wheel. A bolt of blue lightning struck with precision, detonating the right rear tire. In an instant, it exploded, leaving only a metallic rim scraping against the ground, sending sparks flying. The heavy truck suddenly lost its balance, nearly toppling into the sea, forcing the driver to reduce speed and concentrate fully on steering to maintain a straight path. With the speed reduced, Yu Sheng found it easier to aim. Another bolt of lightning struck the left rear wheel. The truck began to sway on the road, resembling a drunken man. And Yu Sheng smiled in satisfaction at the sight of the truck's two bare wheels. What impeccable symmetry. No, it was true vindication. With the truck's wheels incapacitated, the only emergency solution was to use a makeshift shelter to replace the two tires. Reluctantly, the driver of the heavy truck had to continue slowing down and pull over, watching helplessly as the RV overtook him. As the RV driver continued forward without further assault, the truck driver thought he might be spared and began to exhale, attempting to calm his racing heart, only to see a dark cannon barrel extend ominously from the side of the RV. Bang! 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 Unsurprisingly, the truck, already parked at the roadside, could not withstand the barrage of cannon fire, rolling over in a complete circle before tumbling off the cliff, crashing heavily into the sea below. Witnessing the water splash up to 2 meters high, Yu Sheng accelerated without hesitation, choosing to sprint towards the remaining distance. Springfield Flower. Well done. Sheng. You are now in 34th place with a distance of 520 kilometers. You are just 5 kilometers away from 33rd place. Only 5,000 kilometers remained. Yet over 30 players were still ahead. Yu Sheng glanced at the leaderboard. The first place was held by a player named Thousands of Girls' Dreams, whose distance had already reached 540 kilometers. Previously dominating the top 2 positions, the Dream Come True Orange and Blade Warrior have now fallen to 2nd and 3rd place, with the distance to Myriad Young Girls' Dream less than 100 kilometers. Based on Yu Sheng's observations and calculations over the past few days, both players' vehicles have a higher speed than her RV. If they have dropped in rank, one can only imagine the terrifying speed of Myriad Young Girls' Dream. Upon further examination of the distances covered by those ranking ahead of her, Yu Sheng realized that if she accelerated to a full 230 kilometers per hour without taking breaks or collecting treasures, she still had a chance of breaking into the top 10. Remembering Misty Deer's analysis of the Road Battle Royale rules, she resolved to give it her all. She retrieved her advanced stamina supplements and high-grade nutrient solution from her backpack, filling the small table beside her. Without hesitation, she downed 2 doses to invigorate herself. The top 10 positions, here she comes. The final sprint was anything but smooth. In addition to the ongoing attempts to hinder other players and reduce potential competitors, the faster vehicles frequently caused rear-end collisions due to untimely evasions. Many players deliberately slowed down, keeping an eye on those involved in accidents, waiting to snatch up their spoils when the occupants were incapacitated or eliminated. In such situations, should an opportunity present itself, Yu Sheng would take decisive action, employing nuclear weapons to strike like a mantis stalking its prey. If the moment was not favorable, she would simply ignore it and overtake them. Attention! Congratulations to the Gale Wings team for achieving first place in the Road Battle Royale. The system has awarded the prize to the team. With the announcement from the game system, players on the road became increasingly frantic in their competition. At this point, no one was concerned with gathering equipment. They were all fearful of falling behind and being left permanently in the road instance. To maintain her focus, Yu Sheng refrained from sleeping, forcing herself to stay alert by consuming advanced stamina supplements whenever fatigue set in. Upon encountering the last gas station, other players stopped for purchases or rest. But Yu Sheng did not pause. She continued to drive her RV at top speed towards the finish line. Gradually, Yu Sheng's ranking improved from the 30s to the 20s, and then into the top 10, where she secured 7th place, sprinting towards 6th. The members of the Chungguang team, observing her progress, began preparing to celebrate with electronic champagne. Big knife to the pseudo-person. Just the top 10, we can do this. Half summer's coolness. It's been quite a journey. Our team has succeeded. Dockside Sushi, 63, don't stop. Aim for 6th and push for the top 3. Nami loves hot pot. The game rewards will soon be revealed. Unaware of the chat's content, Yusheng was fixated on the road ahead, her eyes red with determination. Chapter 138. Silence Attention. Congratulations to the Thunder team for achieving 2nd place in the Road Battle Royale. The system has awarded the prize to the team. Attention! Congratulations to the Griffin team for achieving 3rd place in the Road Battle Royale. The system has awarded the prize to the team. With each announcement echoing in her ears, Yusheng, now racing at full speed, finally glimpsed the end of the road. At the terminus of the coastal highway, a stretch of sand connected to the end of the asphalt road, where a white line was drawn upon the ground. Above this line, a neon sign flickered with an amber glow, displaying a solitary English word, win. Yusheng's RV trailed behind a sleek silver sports car, and as they entered the white line, an announcement resonated. Congratulations to the Deep Sea Squad for securing 6th place in the game, Highway Battle Royale. The rewards have been distributed to the squad. Before the broadcast concluded, the entire vehicle vanished into thin air upon crossing the white line. The engine remained running, the RVS wheels trembling slightly as they rested just outside the line. Yusheng's finger hovered over the accelerator, poised yet unpressed, as if awaiting something. A truck seized a moment, overtaking the RV from the side and crossing the line. Congratulations to the White Shark Squad for achieving 7th place in the game. Highway Battle Royale. The rewards have been distributed to the squad. The RV remained unmoved outside the line. Shortly thereafter, an aging classic car accelerated past the white line. Congratulations to the WVP squad for claiming 8th place in the game, Highway Battle Royale. The rewards have been distributed to the squad. Yusheng's arm-mounted screen buzzed with notifications. Yet her finger remained steadfastly poised above the button. When a bright yellow toy car recognized the RV and came to a sudden halt behind it, the driver, anxious yet hesitant to honk, feared provoking the gaming purist renowned in trending topics, whose wrath could spell doom. With the prospect of another vehicle approaching and only 2 spots remaining in the top 10, the toy car's driver, drenched in sweat, resolutely decided to close his eyes and accelerate across the line. Congratulations to the Friday squad for securing 9th place in the game, Highway Battle Royale. The rewards have been distributed to the squad. After waiting with bated breath, Yusheng heard the announcement for 9th place, and without a moment's hesitation, pressed the accelerator on the autopilot panel. Congratulations to the Dawn Squad for achieving 10th place in the game, Highway Battle Royale. The rewards have been distributed to the squad. At the instant they crossed the line, a familiar white light flashed, prompting Yusheng to instinctively close her eyes against the sudden brightness. When she opened them again, she found herself safely back in the hospital room. The game notification chimed at the opportune moment. Congratulations to the top 10 winning squads and participating players for successfully completing the temporary additional game, Highway Battle Royale. Game time has concluded. Rewards have been distributed to each squad. The next round will commence in 12 hours. Players are advised to prepare and strive for survival. A gentle reminder, due to insufficient player numbers in this region, the system has automatically matched with another gaming district for consolidation. Finally, Yusheng opened the chat for the Dawn Squad, and as anticipated, was greeted by an avalanche of reproaches. Restart 6862. What on earth is going on? Why do we stop outside the line? Just go for it. I want to sleep early. Captain, what reward did we receive for 10th place? Pete answer. Indeed. We haven't received any notifications or seen any rewards. Do we still have our share? Half summer's coolness. I just found out that the reward for the 10th place is an additional 100 points in them all. It just didn't notify us. It was credited directly. Salary lost. Oh, why did she stop? She could have secured 7th place. Nami loves eating pot stickers. It must be intentional. Why pass up an easily attainable 7th place only to wait until the very last moment to cross the finish line? You are not a cookie. Such a lack of team spirit. Captain, punish her severely. Yusheng coldly gazed at the chat interface, committing to memory the malicious names. Go ahead and curse. After today, when I see these names again, they shall all become her adversaries. Yusheng typed in the input box, her long-lost name reappearing in the group chat. Rapid 63. Please fulfill your initial promise to replicate the remaining 4 blueprints after I submitted the fragments of the replication manual to you. Restart 001. Upon seeing Rapid 63's message, the group members who had just been disparaging Yusheng immediately fell silent, each pretending to be an ostrich. Perhaps it was due to Yu Sheng's previous silence after being muted that led these individuals to misjudge her character, assuming she was inherently weak. In this moment, Yu Sheng's businesslike and unfeeling tone reminded them of the ruthless scenes where she had mercilessly counterattacked other players on the battlefield. Rapid 63's latest moniker was none other than the game scavenger. How could she possibly be someone easy to bully? What's for dinner today? You approached the game with such negativity that the team failed to secure the rewards we rightfully deserved. And you still dare to ask the captain for the blueprints? Nami loves eating pot stickers. Exactly. How brazen. You are not a cookie. We all saw you deliberately linger at the finish line without crossing it. How can you now audaciously demand something from the captain? Yu Sheng let out a cold laugh and replied, rightfully? Who is we? Is it the captain who disregarded my wishes and sent me into the battle royale? Or is it me, the one you all pushed forward to perish? What's for dinner today? Aren't you fine now? The captain knew you had strength, which is why they sent you out. There have been many instances in past games where others took on the role of the vanguard, right? The captain has often led the charge themselves. Why is it unacceptable when it comes to you? You're not a cookie, exactly. You even got the mechanical arm at the gas station and didn't utter a single word despite us asking so many times. We were envious beyond measure. And now you act all innocent. Springflower Field. Are you sure you're envious? Then next time, you should be the first to volunteer. Emoli, is it really the same to push 63 into the game without prior discussion in the group chat or consulting the person, compared to the usual selection of someone to lead the charge? What's for dinner and her old teammates are so adept at twisting concepts. Yu Sheng had no interest in engaging in a verbal spar with them and continued to address Lu Qingguang. Rapid 63. Give me the 4 new blueprints, or I will withdraw from the team. Restart 00. The moment these words were spoken, the group chat erupted once more. After the reward bestowed by the pyramid, the Qingguang team has emerged as a preeminent force within the gaming realm, leaving countless players yearning to join, yet many are turned away due to limited slots. To everyone's astonishment, a member of the team, an esteemed veteran no less, has expressed a desire to withdraw. In addition to the group chat, Yu Sheng's private messages are inundated with new notifications. Surprisingly, it is her fellow seasoned teammates who urge her to remain calm, while her closest allies, Chi Yu and Su Moli, remain silent regarding her decision to leave. What truly astonishes Yu Sheng is that Su Moli follows suit, sending her own message. I too shall withdraw. As a witness from the beginning, I implore the captain to fulfill the promise of the 63 schematics immediately. Lu Qingguang, who typically maintains a distant demeanor, seems incensed by Su Moli's concurrent request to withdraw and finally speaks up in the group chat. If you wish to leave, then leave. The promise is only valid for members of the Qingguang team. The implication of his words suggests that the promise schematics are now off the table. Is it possible for the leader of such a formidable team to renege on his word? Yu Sheng's hands tremble with indignation, just as she is about to confront him with her fury. A line of gray text appears on the group chat. You have been removed from the group by the administrator. The world around her falls silent. Chapter 139. The weight of disappointment. Yu Sheng's fervor for confrontation is doused by a chilling wave of realization. In an unexpected calm, she sits quietly on her small bed, seemingly lost in thought, while tumultuous emotions churn within her. Initially, her discontent arises from the void left by the 4 schematics that were promised but remain unfulfilled. However, it is her own naivety and misplaced trust that she finds most regrettable. In retrospect, Lu Qingguang's arrogance and posturing were evident from their very first meeting. Chi Yu, with good intentions, had welcomed her into the team, yet Lu Qingguang adopted an authoritative stance, intimidating Yu Sheng from the outset. She should have recognized then that this captain was not a congenial individual. Why, in that moment of pressure, did she not simply walk away? Perhaps it was her belief that she was in a subordinate position, yearning for the advantages of teamwork to enhance her chances of survival. Maybe it stemmed from her childhood, where she learned to obediently comply with the whims of her divorced parents, left in the care of relatives or school dormitories, which conditioned her to endure. Perhaps she cherished the initial camaraderie of the team, where Sister Meiling nurtured everyone like a mother, and Lu Qingguang assumed the role of a stern elder brother overseeing the collective. Xiao Lu, Qi Fun, and Qi Yu resembled younger siblings, providing Yu Sheng, who had never experienced familial warmth, a fleeting sense of happiness. Yet, Yu Sheng forgets that this is a world governed by survival games, where competitive play is merciless. In the face of life-threatening dangers, deceit, exploitation, sophistry, and reciprocal interest thrive as the laws of survival in this realm. Here, in this world of survival games, she is merely an imperfect, ordinary person, devoid of the qualities of a protagonist in a light novel, lacking brilliance, and without any extraordinary advantages or cheat systems. The realm of gaming merely affords players the opportunity for a fresh start. Her survival hinges upon the intricate tapestry woven from her myriad choices. Everything unfolds as a consequence of her own decisions, merely reverting to the singular reality of confronting the world alone. There is no one to blame, nor should she engage in self-recrimination. As her thoughts coalesce, Yusheng lowers her gaze to examine herself anew. Her outstretched hands, calloused from long hours wielding weapons, though not aesthetically pleasing, possess the strength to fell a fully grown rhinoceros with bare hands. As her gaze descends, she observes her legs, whole and healthy. The tumor that had plagued her for years now vanished. Her once emaciated limbs, which had suffered muscle atrophy, now exhibit a robust vigor, surpassing even the peak of her athletic prowess prior to her hiatus from school competitions. What is there to fear? What is the source of her current despondency? She remains herself, and indeed, a more formidable version. Once her emotions settle, Yusheng accesses the team interface beside her personal information on the screen, which now displays a blank slate. The honor badge of the Chengguang team has also dissipated following her departure. One by one, she removes from her contacts those team friends she seldom conversed with, including Lu Chengguang. Messages in her inbox flicker persistently. Yusheng opens each one, now capable of confronting them with equanimity. Chun Tian Hua Hua. I'm sorry, Sheng. I lack the courage to make the same choice as you and Mo Li. I believe my survival rate is higher if I remain in the team. Chun Tian Hua Hua. We will still be good friends, won't we? Mo Li, are you okay? What are your plans moving forward? Alone? Would you mind if I joined you? Mi Wu Lu. Sister 63, I respect your decision. Let's keep in touch. San Fun Chung Chi Fun Shui. Sister 63, the team is the team, and I am I. I support all your choices. Jin Yo Zua Zhai Do Sure. Wow, did you really quit? Jin Yo Zua Zhai Do Sure. It feels awkward to say anything now, but in the future, when you shop with me, everything will be 20 off. I keep my promises. Smiling. Little you, it has come to this, and I want to advise you further. Wishing you all the best. Yu Zhou Di Yi Chao Chao. Why did you stop at the finish line and not proceed? Can you satisfy my curiosity? The weight of her earlier melancholy dissipates in an instant upon reading these messages, and Yusheng scratches her head in bemusement. How did she come to know so many delightful characters? With patience, she responds to each, first reassuring Yu, rest assured. My decision to leave the team will not alter our relationship. Then she expresses gratitude to her former teammates for their concern and well wishes. After a moment of contemplation, she replies to Su Mo Li, G Su 63. I do not have any specific plans yet. I will spend some time alone first and will not consider joining another team or grouping with players for the time being, to see how I fare relying solely on my own abilities in the game. G Su 63. If you encounter any difficulties and require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. After some reflection, Yusheng finally poses the question that piques her curiosity. Why did you also leave the team? After inquiring about Yusheng, she felt a slight tension, silently praying that Su Mo Li's decision was not a hasty result of impulsive enthusiasm in support of Yusheng. She could not bear such a responsibility. The screen showed that Su Mo Li was typing for quite some time before she finally replied. Mo Li, I have been contemplating this decision since Lu Chengguang attempted to coerce and entice me through private messages. Avoidance is not a viable solution. Moreover, if I continue to stay, I will inevitably become a thorn in the side of Fan. If I do not leave now, I fear that I may succumb to Lu Chengguang's influence in the future should I face severe targeting. Emoli, therefore, I refuse to live as someone who sells their essence for the protection of others. It is better to seize this opportunity to cut through the chaos decisively. Your decision to withdraw from the team has emboldened me. I, too, must strive to survive independently. Let's support each other. Upon reading her response, Yusheng felt a wave of relief, as long as her choice was not made in haste. Setting her worries aside for the moment, she glanced at the countdown for the game start, noting that there were less than 9 hours remaining. Indeed, arguments proved to be time-consuming and exhausting. Yu Sheng hurriedly navigated the interface, confirming the upgrade of the escape room, which had a cooldown period of a full 12 hours. Had she known that upgrading the escape room should have been her first action upon returning to safety, she would not have made such a miscalculation. Before logging off, Yu Sheng glanced at the chat hall, where discussions were underway about the rewards obtained by various teams in the roadkill battle. The team ranked first received a doubling of health for all members, meaning that the Chengguang team was no longer the sole entity in the game world to possess this advantage. Yu Sheng suspected that the announcement from the Stormwing team was an attempt to attract talented individuals, subtly challenging Chengguang's supremacy. In addition, the most fervent topic of conversation revolved around the players who failed to make it into the top 10 of the roadkill battle. Apart from those who had met untimely deaths due to various incidents during gameplay, the remaining players who dashed past the white line all returned safely to the escape room, albeit without any rewards. Of course, there were exceptions. Reports indicated that dozens of players had not yet reached the finish line due to their vehicle's low speed or damage. It remained uncertain what consequences awaited them if they did not arrive before the countdown for the next game concluded. Yu Sheng, too preoccupied to engage in the ongoing discussion, focused on checking the updated escape room, knowing she still needed to open a treasure chest. She made her way to the left side of the infirmary door, recalling that the last refresh had yielded a public restroom and a medical lounge. In reality, the hospital had a smoking area balcony and a safety passage beyond the restroom. However, upon approaching, she found that the door leading to the smoking area remained a wall, thwarting her curiosity about the scenery outside the game world's escape room. Conversely, the safety passage had undergone a transformation. The original staircase had been replaced with 2 elevators, which remained unresponsive, as pressing the buttons for ascending or descending yielded no result. Consequently, Yu Sheng had no choice but to resume her scavenging efforts, traversing from one end to the other. At the opposite end of the corridor, 5 patient rooms and a therapy room were newly refreshed, the latter containing various rehabilitation equipment intended for assisting patients with mobility challenges. There were originally supposed to be 2 elevators, along with a large window and waiting benches at the end of the corridor. However, these were conspicuously absent, replaced instead by a solid wall that obstructed the passage between the patient rooms and the intended elevator space. The windows in the patient rooms had also been entirely replaced by walls. As she meticulously inspected each room, she discovered only a few essential supplies amidst the existing facilities, with little else to be found. With no other options, Yu Sheng returned to the designated room for opening boxes and, mustering her energy, opened all the treasure chests, acquiring 2 player marker cards, 20 autopilot upgrade cards, 20 dismantling station upgrade cards, 30 evasion house upgrade cards, and 10 backpack expansion cards. After taking a shower and changing into fresh clothes in her own room, she felt utterly exhausted. Upon reflection, she realized she had not slept for nearly 2 days and nights, nor consumed any proper food. As soon as her body sank onto the bed, she felt as if her fingers could scarcely be lifted. In a state of drowsiness, she drifted into sleep. Amidst her hazy consciousness, she thought she heard the voice of the game announcer. "Good evening, players. Welcome to the game world. The location for this session is the era of warfare, with a duration of 720 hours and a medium danger level. A gentle reminder, there are slight changes in this round of the game, so strive to survive until the end." Chapter 140. The era of warfare in the dead of night. The solemn palace suddenly illuminated with flickering candlelight, casting glimmers of orange throughout the space. Guards holding torches began searching each chamber of the inner palace, their footsteps the creaking of doors, and hushed reprimands echoing within the palace. Bang! 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 Yu Sheng was jolted awake from her slumber, sitting up and gazing towards the door that was being knocked upon. "Who is it?" she croaked, her throat feeling as parched as a barren desert. It was late. Could it be that one of the ladies of the inner palace was suddenly unwell? Outside stood her maid, Zhu, holding a lantern and slightly bowing through the window paper. "Mistress, the lord from the eastern side of the Yuan army is conducting searches. You must get up." "Searching for what?" Yu Sheng inquired. "I do not know, but are you awake? I can come in to light your way." "All right." Her throat was unbearably dry, and Yu Sheng donned her outer garment, making her way in the dark to the table to pour herself a cup of water from the tilted kettle. Zhu entered the room and swiftly closed the door behind her. As she lit the lamps one by one, Zhu noticed Yu Sheng still standing by the table in a daze. Assuming she was startled by the cold water, she approached to check the kettle. Zhu spoke softly. Once the Yuan army departs, I will brew you a pot of hot medicine. Yu Sheng gradually regained her composure, murmuring, Zhu, I seem to have experienced a nightmare just now, but I cannot recall it. I only feel so weary and heavy. Forget about it, if you cannot recall. Zhu replied, adjusting Yu Sheng's collar. Quickly, put on your clothes and check the room. The Lord from the East will soon be searching here. Yu Sheng nodded, donned her attire, and with Zhu's assistance, quickly tidied her hair before hastily surveying the room. Her quarters, being those of a female medical officer, contained nothing scandalous. She had merely packed her intimate garments in a bundle and placed them into a trunk to prevent the group of rough men from carelessly tossing them onto the floor. Just as she secured the trunk, several men brandishing torches filed into the courtyard where Yu Sheng resided. The leader raised his arm and commanded, search. Thoroughly inspect every nook and cranny, whether it can conceal a person or not. Yu Sheng pulled Zhu aside. Watching helplessly as the tidy room was ransacked by these intruding men, every item tossed about chaotically, even her medical kit was not spared. Noticing their focus on the bed and rummaging through the trunk, Yu Sheng could not resist stepping forward to inquire the commanding officer, Sir, what has transpired? The officer cast a sideways glance at her. His response, I see. Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you. Yu Sheng had no choice but to retreat to Zhu's side. Helplessly witnessing the disorder they wrought upon her once organized trunk, her neatly folded garments strewn carelessly on the floor. A soldier entered, reporting, Lieutenant Bao. The Lord from the East asks how the search is proceeding. Lieutenant Bao, who had previously regarded Yu Sheng with disdain, glanced at his subordinate who had completed the search and shook his head, saying, inform the Lord from the East that no findings were made at the Imperial Medical Bureau. He then turned to Yu Sheng, offering a formal bow. I apologize for the disturbance. Without allowing her a moment to respond, he led his men out in formation. Once they had departed, Zhu surveyed the disarray of the room, frowning. What a mess they have made of this fine space. Nevertheless, she rolled up her sleeves and began to tidy the room. Yu Sheng instinctively reached out a hand, but hesitated. Was her fleeting thought to stop Zhu from cleaning for her? How peculiar. Why would she want to prevent Zhu? Was it not customary for Zhu to assist in such matters? Shaking her head, Yu Sheng felt unusually out of sorts, wondering if perhaps the window had been left ajar the previous night, allowing the chill to invade her being. Once the room was restored, Zhu gathered the dust-laden garments from the floor into a wooden basin. My lady, please continue to rest. I shall wash these garments tomorrow. Yu Sheng nodded, watching as Zhu extinguished the remaining lamps, leaving only the one beside her bed lit before stepping outside and securing the door tightly. For a moment, Yu Sheng found herself unable to sleep. Having served in the palace for so many years, she had never witnessed such a large-scale search conducted by the Imperial Guards. The atmosphere of the day left her with a sense of impending storm. She could only fervently hope for dawn, wishing for everything to return to normal. Perhaps from sheer exhaustion, despite her underlying anxiety, she gradually succumbed to slumber. The following day, Yu Sheng arrived at the Imperial Medical Bureau, where the previously leisurely atmosphere had vanished entirely. The chief medical officer had unexpectedly convened an impromptu meeting. Finding her seat, the medical officer, Qi, leaned closer to Yu Sheng, whispering as others had yet to arrive. Do you know what transpired last night? Yu Sheng gently shook her head, indicating her ignorance. This Qi officer had entered the palace slightly before Yu Sheng, and they were not well acquainted. Speaking of which, Yu Sheng's aloof demeanor rendered her unfamiliar with everyone in the Imperial Medical Bureau. However, due to the straightforward and vivacious personality of Dr. Qi, Yu Sheng, though slow to warm up, felt an innate fondness for her colleague. To articulate this more specifically, individuals like Yu Sheng, who require a gentle nudge to engage, tend to prefer solitude. Thus, it is essential to have someone with Qi's character to gently coax them into swiftly adapting and integrating within a crowd. Lowering her voice as if fearing eavesdroppers, Dr. Qi leaned closer to Yu Sheng and disclosed, I must tell you this in confidence. Last night, Empress Lin went missing. The news of the Empress's disappearance left Yu Sheng astonished, and she looked at her with wide eyes, noting the unwavering certainty on Qi's face. She quickly masked her expression to avoid drawing attention from the other physicians and compromising her composure. Did the Imperial Guard find her last night? Yu Sheng mimicked Qi's hushed tone, finally grasping the gravity of the commotion in the palace. The disappearance of a nation's empress was indeed a matter of utmost significance. As they observed the figure of the chief physician entering the room, Qi discreetly gestured to Yu Sheng from the depths of her voluminous sleeves. Yu Sheng promptly followed suit, adopting a humble demeanor as they settled in. The previous night, the palace had undergone extensive searches, and the emperor had suffered from a relentless headache. This morning, the chief attendant relayed that the various beauties of the harem had been quite shaken. Today, they were summoned for two reasons: to collectively discuss a treatment plan for the emperor's affliction, and to inform the two female physicians that they must immediately attend to the pulse of the beauties and prepare calming herbal remedies. Upon concluding his remarks, the chief physician directed his gaze toward Yu Sheng. You two should proceed to the harem, he indicated, implying they were to depart. Yu Sheng and Qi complied, rising to take their leave. Their maidservant awaited them at the entrance with a medical kit. As soon as they exited the conference hall, Qi could no longer contain her grievances. These physicians have such little regard for us. They discuss the emperor's ailment as if we're not even present. Yu Sheng quickly hushed her, shaking her head and signaling with her eyes for silence, for the palace was teeming with patrolling guards, and they must avoid careless words. The two parted ways upon reaching the harem. Aside from Empress Lin, there was also the beauty fan and two other concubines. Dr. Qi, being the more seasoned, headed to visit the beauty fan, while under Aju's guidance, Yu Sheng made her way to the residence of the concubine. Chapter 141. The Empress's disappearance. Yu Sheng first visited the concubine's quarters, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of the Empress's disappearance. Although the chief physician had not explicitly stated it, his mention of the harem, without a word about Empress Lin, seemed to indirectly confirm the rumors surrounding her vanishing. As far as Yu Sheng knew, the emperor's harem consisted solely of one empress, one beauty, and two concubines. The fact that Empress Lin had gone missing within the tightly guarded palace was exceedingly perplexing. Lost in contemplation, she arrived at the concubine's quarters, where Aju knocked on the door, waiting for the gatekeeper to announce their arrival. Shortly after, someone opened the door and ushered Yu Sheng and her companion into the concubine's chamber. Yu Sheng maintained her composure, averting her gaze as they approached the bed, where she first laid eyes on the concubine, who was resting with her eyes closed. After offering her respects, the concubine gracefully extended her delicate hand, inviting Yu Sheng to come forward to take her pulse. Yu Sheng warmed her hands and gently placed her fingers upon the pulse of the esteemed lady, attentively sensing the rhythm of her heartbeat while softly inquiring about her daily habits and diet. Judging by the pulse, the lady appeared to be in excellent health, showing no signs of distress. However, the chief physician had instructed prior to her departure to prepare calming herbal remedies for the beauties, and Yu Sheng dutifully complied, taking up her brush to inscribe a gentle restorative prescription on bamboo slips. After attending to the first lady, she proceeded to the residence of Lady Ni. In contrast to the previous lady, Lady Ni's pulse presented certain issues, though not indicative of fright. Rather, it revealed a surfeit of liver heat, suggesting that she often succumbed to anger. Enhancing the calming tonic with an additional herb to soothe the liver and quell the heat. Yu Sheng then returned to the Imperial Medical Bureau, reminding Aju to deliver the bamboo slips to the designated physician responsible for preparing the remedies, and emphasizing the importance of not mixing up the two prescriptions. Once these tasks were completed, a eunuch at the bureau approached to relieve Aju of the medical box, guiding Yu Sheng to the quarters where the female physicians were stationed, respectfully placing the box down and reporting on the circumstances during her absence. Apart from the emperor and the imperial harem, female physicians like Yu Sheng were responsible for the medical care of women of all ranks within the palace, and occasionally, the families of court officials would request the chief physician to assign a physician or female doctor for treatment outside the palace. Today was relatively peaceful, with no patients seeking consultations, allowing Yu Sheng the opportunity to peruse medical texts or organize case files in her quarters until the time for the evening meal, when she could return to her modest residence. Immersed in the profound words of her medical books, she was only reminded of the dimming light by Aju, who indicated that it was time to rest. The quarters for the female physicians were located deep within the Imperial Medical Bureau, with Yu Sheng's small courtyard adjacent to another physician's abode. The courtyard, though not expansive, featured a small garden for medicinal plants, along with two rooms, one small, which belonged to Aju, and a larger one that was Yu Sheng's. On days when she was not on duty, her daily routines were mostly confined within her room. Aju fetched the evening meal and brought it to Yu Sheng's room. After dining, with the light in the room dimming, Yu Sheng completed her evening rituals and retired early to bed. Logically, she should have been accustomed to an early slumber, yet as soon as she lay down, sleep eluded her, leaving her at a loss for how to pass the time. After staring blankly for what felt like an eternity, she heard a gentle knock at the courtyard door. Shortly thereafter, a Zhu arrived to inform her that Lady Qi from next door had come to visit. Noticing that the light in Yu Sheng's room was still aglow, a Zhu inquired if she wished to open the door to greet her. Naturally, she was eager to meet her, as she was troubled by her restless energy. Lady Qi was quite informal, her hair cascading freely as she entered with a plate of rice cakes. Once inside, she took the initiative to send her two maidservants to play in a Zhu's room, and then, finding the chair too rigid, insisted on pulling Yu Sheng to sit on the bed. In the physician's quarters, aside from a chair, there was only a bed, lacking the soft couches found in the ladies' chambers. Yu Sheng, taken aback by Lady Qi's unpretentious demeanor and actions, found herself speechless, yet instinctively followed her into the room. Sitting down at the edge of the bed, in the entire Imperial Medical Bureau, she and another female physician were the only two. The lively physician Qi conversed with Yu Sheng, saying, "I have heard that you are slightly older than I am, so I shall call you Sister Yu. Since your arrival at the Bureau, I have not had the chance to speak with you. My name is Qi Yu, but you may call me Xiao Yu." Yu Sheng could only respond, "All right, Xiao Yu." With a cheerful smile illuminating her face, Qi Yu continued to share various tidbits she had heard from elsewhere. "I heard that the Imperial Guards conducted another search during the day, but still failed to locate Empress Lin. The Emperor's headaches are likely exacerbated by the anxiety surrounding her disappearance." "That is indeed a possibility," Yu Sheng concurred. "It is quite remarkable that the esteemed Empress could vanish from the palace in the dead of night," Qi remarked before abruptly shifting the topic. "However, I visited Concubine Fan today, and she appeared quite pleased. Before I left, I even saw His Majesty visiting her quarters." Yu Sheng had yet to encounter either Concubine Fan or the Emperor. She could not join the conversation and patiently listened to Qi Yu's chatter. "I also heard that the Zhou kingdom is in turmoil. They may be on the brink of war. Many speculate that Empress Lin's disappearance may be linked to foreign powers. But I disagree. Just think if foreign spies infiltrated our Chun kingdom's palace, even with the Emperor's imperial guards for protection. Why would they choose to abduct the Empress instead of targeting a powerful chancellor or another official? This indeed remains a perplexing enigma," Yu Sheng said. Taking a small bite of the rice cake Qi Yu offered, her expression serious as she nodded in agreement. Nevertheless, she hoped that war would not ensue. Historically, conflicts between nations always brought suffering to soldiers and the common folk alike. Did you know? The Emperor appears exceedingly imposing, although I only caught a fleeting glimpse. Qi Yu's voice pulled Yu Sheng from her thoughts, and she shook her head honestly. "I have yet to see the Emperor's visage. Our sovereign seems to stand at a height of 8 feet, like a jade tree swaying in the wind." Qi Yu praised sincerely, before changing the subject once more. "I heard from an inner servant that the younger sister of Empress Lin, the princess of the Yu Kingdom, has already set off on her journey to Qin Kingdom. It is said that the Emperor initially favored her, yet for some reason, it is her sister who occupies the primary position. If Empress Lin does not return, this princess will most likely become the next empress. Conversely, if Empress Lin returns to the palace, it could lead to a remarkable tale akin to that of a Huang and vying." Noticing that Qi Yu was becoming increasingly indiscreet in her speech, Yu Sheng hastily cautioned, "Be cautious. Speaking ill of the Emperor behind his back is a grave offense. There are at least 2 people within earshot." Qi Yu quickly fell silent. Yet her curiosity proved insatiable. After a moment, she leaned closer, whispering in a tone barely audible to the two of them, "I believe there is another possibility regarding the truth of Empress Lin's disappearance. That she deeply loves the Emperor and cannot bear to accept his affection for her sister surpassing his love for her. Thus, in despair, she chose to leave." As days passed, Yu Sheng's life in the Imperial Medical Bureau remained largely unchanged, consisting mainly of attending to patients and studying medical texts, with occasional meals and conversations with Qi Yu. However, tranquility would not last indefinitely. Within a mere 5 days, the news of Empress Lin's disappearance had spread like wildfire, becoming an open secret within the palace, known to all. The Emperor's recurring headaches had been a source of persistent concern, gradually eroding the composure of the chief medical officer and the tranquility of the physicians. They were often seen emerging from the council chamber with troubled expressions, seemingly at a loss regarding the emperor's ailment. Despite the dire nature of the emperor's condition, they obstinately refused to allow Yu Sheng and Qi Yu to partake in discussions about his health. Occasionally, Qi Yu would voice her grievances, perceiving a disparity in treatment, while Yu Sheng remained indifferent, considering non-participation a relief from the burdens of work. However, with Empress Lin still unaccounted for, urgent news arrived from the guards escorting the Princess of Yunation, reporting that she had been abducted by a masked assailant en route. Aware of his negligence, Lord Dou, responsible for the matter, was still in pursuit of the princess's whereabouts. The emperor, upon hearing this news, erupted in fury, decreeing that if Lord Dou could not recover the princess within 3 days, he would face dire consequences. Following his outburst, the emperor's headaches intensified, and Yu Sheng observed the chief medical officer in a state of disarray within the palace, even resorting to clandestinely offering rewards outside the palace for remedies to treat the headaches under an alias. This secret was, of course, relayed to Yu Sheng by Qi Yu, who seemed inexplicably well informed. As the weather grew cooler, the chambers of the beautiful consort began to light charcoal stoves, prompting Yu Sheng to don an additional padded jacket beneath her medical attire. Life might have continued smoothly had it not been for the imminent deadline. As the 3 days passed, Lord Dou's correspondence was notably absent, with neither Empress Lin nor the princess having been located. Only reports from the border guards indicated that a carriage, suspected to belong to the princess, had been found at the border with Yunation, alongside garments worn by Empress Lin before her disappearance. The connection between the masked assailant and the missing women pointed towards Yunation's involvement. In a fit of rage, the emperor mobilized his troops to confront Yunation. Historical accounts of emperors leading campaigns were not uncommon, and Yu Sheng found nothing amiss, maintaining her composure. However, the medical bureau began to dwindle in personnel, with several seasoned physicians reportedly accompanying the emperor to Yunation. The situation took a drastic turn 2 days after the emperor's departure. Initially, several physicians took leave from the palace, followed by the chief medical officer's absence, and eventually, the remaining medical officers began to vanish under the guise of rest. By the time Qi Yu and Yu Sheng sensed something was amiss, the palace was already half empty, and the gates had been ordered closed by the Eastern Lord of the Imperial Guard, restricting entry and exit. Ultimately, only Yu Sheng, Qi Yu their maid, and a gatekeeper remained within the medical bureau. This was undeniably troubling. Yu Sheng pooled her resources to secure information from Qi Yu, learning that the emperor had engaged in conflict at the intersection of 3 nations, and the situation at the center of the war was dire. Other nations, not involved in the skirmish, had set their sights on the now vacant palace of Chen Nation, with bandits increasingly attacking the outskirts and unrest brewing within the city. To prevent any spies from exploiting the situation, the Eastern Lord issued a decree that the palace would remain sealed until the emperor's return. The news arrived with shocking abruptness. Although the royal palace was largely deserted due to the absence of many astute ministers and officials who had taken leave, a considerable number still remained. With entry and exit prohibited, one could not help but ponder what provisions were available for those within the palace. What sustenance could be prepared on the stoves and charcoal braziers? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yu Sheng's inner alarms rang loudly. Without further hesitation, she hastily entrusted her purse to Zhu and instructed the 2 maids to procure as much food and charcoal as possible from the kitchen and the internal affairs quarters, even suggesting they might need to resort to bribery with silver if necessary. She then secured the door of the medical bureau, assigning a eunuch to guard it closely, instructing him to report immediately upon receiving any news. Meanwhile, she and Qi Yu commenced an exhaustive search within the medical bureau, gathering all useful supplies in preparation for the worst-case scenario. They first scoured the residences of the physicians and medical officers. Unlike the female physicians who remained in the palace, the male doctors were permitted to leave each day for their homes, except for those on duty. Nevertheless, their numbers were sufficient, and Yu Sheng managed to uncover a modest assortment of fresh fruits, as well as several packets of pastries and candied fruits brought from outside the palace for indulgence. Among the findings, the residence of the chief physician yielded the most provisions, including a box of fried cakes and flaky pastries, a jar of sweet and sour apricots, and a bamboo basket of high-quality charcoal. In the herbal pharmacy, they discovered numerous baskets of charcoal and a pile of firewood, along with red dates, goji berries, yam, hawthorn, poria, and koik seeds from the medicinal storage cabinet. These ingredients were not only palatable, but also possessed medicinal properties. Additionally, there were some less desirable herbs that could serve as emergency sustenance, and Yu Sheng made a mental note of their locations. Aside from food and firewood, they also found useful clothing and bedding in the various residences, as well as unmarked bamboo slips, yet no valuables were to be found. With the palace under martial law and uncertainty looming over its duration, the possibility of the emperor's defeat raised fears of a potential coup or even the destruction of the state. Thus, aside from merely surviving within the palace, they needed to prepare for the possibility of fleeing should the need arise. History had shown that victorious forces often celebrated their conquests with pillage and slaughter. And should an enemy invade, the plight of the women and children would be far more harrowing than that of captured men. These officials had clearly been forewarned of the impending conflict, leaving without a trace of their belongings, while deceitfully compelling those of them who remained in the medical bureau to stay. Chi Yu's anger intensified as she swept a stack of medical records onto the floor in frustration. Yu Sheng, typically composed and respectful, refrained from intervening, understanding that Chi Yu needed to vent her emotions. Yu Sheng herself felt a surge of indignation. It was one thing for others to abandon their posts, but even the usually decorous chief physician had proven to be cunning and self-serving, forsaking his subordinates. Remembering his earnest admonition to them before his departure, she had believed their efforts were finally being recognized. Little did she know that the true intent behind their attention was merely to ensure that the medical bureau did not appear vacant in the event of the emperor's return, thereby facilitating his escape alongside the others. If the emperor were to return to the palace, the Imperial Medical Bureau would not be left desolate and unattended, and he would not bear the blame for it. Should the emperor fail to return, even if 2 female physicians were to perish during a palace upheaval, he could still extricate himself unscathed. The world has grown so callous, and Yu Sheng felt a pang of sorrow within. Yet, she and Chi Yu could not afford to collapse together. Someone must retain their composure, even amidst despair, to carve out a path for their survival. The maidservants returned to the Imperial Medical Bureau only as darkness fell. The coin pouch they had brought was already empty, and in their hands, they held merely 2 small bags of millet. Zhu, upon her return, appeared to have endured some grievance, her eyes shimmering with tears as she handed the bags to Yu Sheng. The medical women, the kitchen, and the inner chambers reported that food and firewood had been requisitioned by the officials from the east. From this day forward, each person was permitted but a single bowl of congee, which one must collect in person. Firewood was to be exclusively supplied for the kitchen and for the favored concubines. I relinquished all the silver from the coin pouch to the kitchen, spoke all manner of kind words, yet they provided only this meager amount of millet. Under normal circumstances, the silver in that pouch could procure 2 large sacks of millet. However, now it had only afforded these 2 small bags, indicating that Zhu had exerted herself to the utmost. Even if Yu Sheng were to go herself, the outcome would likely not differ significantly from Zhu's. Yu Sheng raised her hand, awkwardly yet naturally resting it on Zhu's shoulder, offering consolation. It will be all right. Chi Yu and I will find a way. We shall surely overcome this hardship. Zhu nodded, turning away to wipe her tears with her sleeve. On that day, they could only take turns going to the kitchen for congee. It was Yu Sheng's turn. She lifted her bowl and noted that the congee was excessively diluted and scant in quantity. A heaviness settled in her heart. Sustaining themselves on a bowl of congee each day would leave them neither satiated nor starved to death. Were it not for the few edible provisions remaining in the Imperial Medical Bureau, if the day came when the palace gates were truly breached, the palace women, clinging to life on this thin gruel, would scarcely possess the strength to flee.